Goblin, time to eat. The man opened his eyes to find a goblin standing before him, surrounded by a dimly lit cave. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying looked down sharply and realized that she also had a pair of green arms. Had she turned into a goblin? Goblin, hurry up and eat, or there won't be any food left, the goblin said, pulling him outside. To confirm, he pinched the other person's hand, and the other person immediately let out a pig-like scream. At this moment, Luo Ying finally realized the reality. She had indeed transmigrated, and had even transmigrated into a goblin. The goblin on the other side, driven to desperation, threw a punch. Luo Ying countered with a swift straight punch to the goblin's face, knocking him to the ground. The goblin got up and looked at him with a face full of terror. Luo Ying asked calmly, "What'd you just ask me to do?" The other person quickly said, "I've come to invite you to dinner. Lead the way." Yes. On the way, Luo Ying tried to call out to the system in her mind, and the next second, a panel like a game really appeared in front of her. Name, Goblin race, Goblin, template, normal, level, 1/20th. Stamina 3, Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 4, Charisma 0. Skill, Critical Strike LV.1. Talents, Devour Monster Tails. Remaining simulation attempts, 1. Luo Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he still had the system. At this moment, Goblin cautiously reminded him, "Goblin, hurry up, or all the meat will be eaten." Luo Ying said, "I need to poop. You go eat first." Goblin replied seriously, "You can eat and poop at the same time, otherwise there won't be any food left." Luo Ying's lips twitched, but she still said, "I need to go now. You go first." "Oh, okay." After Goblin left, Luo Ying confirmed that no one was around and said in his mind, "System, begin the first life simulation." The first Sims has begun. In the first year, his name is Goblin, an ordinary goblin from a small goblin tribe on the outskirts of the Warcraft forest. The tribal chief was a troll, powerful but extremely lazy, leaving all the dirty and tiring work to the goblins. The goblin's mission is to hunt and plunder mates from other races. Because he retains a modern human's mind, Luo Ying is much smarter than other goblins. He knew very well that risking his life wouldn't get him more food, so he always stayed at the back of the hunt, but rushed to the front to eat. In private, he constantly practiced his skills. Therefore, his strength grew stronger and stronger. A year later, Goblin reached level 5, and his critical hit rate also increased to level 3, making him the strongest goblin. Goblin knew very well that the trolls ate more and were stronger, so he never made any rash moves. In the 7th year, the level finally reached 20, and the critical strike evolved into critical strike LV1. But by this time, he discovered that he could no longer level up by consuming monster meat. Goblin guessed that the maximum level of a normal template was 20, and to continue to become stronger, he had to find a way to evolve the template. But at this time, the trolls' appetites grew larger and larger, and sometimes they would even eat goblins as snacks. The system quickly presented a choice. Option 1. Leave the goblin tribe and search for a way to evolve. Option 2. Stay in the tribe and live in constant fear. Option 3. Kill the trolls and become the leader yourself. The system instructed him to select option 1. Leave the goblin tribe. Having made his decision, he quietly fled the tribe under the cover of night. On his very first day away, he ran into a team of human adventurers. Upon seeing him, the enemy attacked immediately. Goblin, relying on his strength far exceeding that of ordinary goblins and a fatal blow, wiped out the entire rookie squad. But he himself was also seriously injured, and suddenly, a black tiger pounced from behind. Critically wounded, he was killed on the spot. Simulation ends. Overall, score 37. The rewards then appear. Option 1. Level up by 1 level, costing 5 points. Option 2. Critical hit level up by 1 level, costing 4 points. Goblin didn't hesitate and said directly, "System, level up 4 levels, critical strike level up 4 levels." The next second, power surged through his body, and he felt that he could easily beat 10 of his past selves. His height reached 1.6 meters, and his critical strike rating increased to level 5. He then allocated all 4 points of his free attribute to strength. After leaving the cave, Goblin slowly received his predecessor's memories and learned that the goblin who had called him for dinner was called Goblin. Not long after, he arrived at the place where he was eating and saw more than 50 goblins frantically devouring the 2 wild boar carcasses, which were cleaned up in the blink of an eye. His stomach growled too. Just then, Goblin came over and said, "What did you get so big? Did you eat all that poop?" Goblin's opening remark nearly stumped Goblin. "Never mind that. Let me ask you, are you full?" "I'm not full." Goblin honestly shook his head. "If you're not full, come with me and do as I say." "Okay, don't talk, come with me." Although Goblin was puzzled, he knew he couldn't beat him, so he could only obediently follow. Not far along, Goblin picked up a few thick wooden sticks by the roadside and gave one to Goblin. He knew very well that even if he hunted prey by himself, he might not be able to finish eating it before it rotted, so he might as well bring Goblin along first. Goblin lowered his voice and said, "This hunt must not be told to any goblins, nor to any trolls, understand?" "Understood." Goblin nodded quickly. Soon, Goblin spotted a small wild boar ahead. He immediately told Goblin, "You hide behind this tree, and when I chase it over, you hit it with a stick." "Okay." Goblin immediately hid behind a tree, while Goblin circled around behind the boar. The little boar cautiously raised its head and began to move to the side. The next second, Goblin suddenly leaped out of the bushes and pounced with a strange cry. The wild boar, barely a meter long, was so frightened that it turned and ran, heading straight for the direction where Goblin was hiding. Just as the wild boar charged past the tree, Goblin swung his stick and slammed it down hard. The little boar, in pain, slowed down considerably. Goblin seized the opportunity to catch up and delivered a devastating blow with his wooden club. The blow sent blood and flesh flying everywhere, and the club snapped in 2 on the spot. The little boar had barely let out a cry of pain when Goblin grabbed a piece of broken wood and shoved it hard into its throat. The boar fell completely still. Goblin stared dumbfounded at the corpse on the ground. In the past, when the tribe hunted wild boars, it often took a long time to catch them, but now the 2 of them had succeeded. Goblin instinctively tried to drag the wild boar back, but Goblin immediately stopped him. "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to drag it back." "Didn't I say we can't let the other goblins and trolls know this is our food? We're eating it here." After Goblin finished speaking, he forcefully tore off a pig's leg and handed it to him. Goblin hesitated for only a moment before immediately reaching out to snatch it. The next second, Goblin snatched the piece of meat back. Goblin had barely opened his eyes when Goblin slapped him awake. "Take it slowly from my hand, don't snatch it." Goblin immediately became obedient and carefully took the pig's leg. "Eat up." Hearing this, Goblin grabbed the meat and started gnawing on it. Goblin bent down and rummaged through the boar carcass, and after a short while, he pulled out a black crystal. This thing was a magic crystal. The system notification then appeared. 10 Tier 1 magic crystals can be exchanged for the next simulation opportunity. Goblin glanced at it and immediately understood what was going on. He then picked up the wild boar carcass and began to devour it. After he finished eating, he found that Goblin was still staring intently at the remaining wild boar meat in his hand, unable to take his eyes off it. Goblin quickly discovered that although Goblin was only level 1, his appetite was outrageous. He tore off a large piece of meat from the wild boar carcass and handed it to him, but Goblin ate it all right in front of him, his appetite almost matching his own. "Are you full?" "Yes, I'm full." Goblin nodded hurriedly, but his eyes couldn't help but dart towards the remaining meat. Goblin handed over the last pork leg. "Keep eating, finish it if you can." This time, Goblin didn't dare to snatch it randomly. He carefully took it before burying his head in it and munching away until his belly was bulging. Then he let out a satisfied burp. "Are you full now?" "Yes, I'm really full." Goblin was also a little surprised. This guy was much smaller than him, but he ate a lot. He wondered if he had a special bloodline. After all, with the ability to devour, the more you eat, the faster your strength increases. Goblin looked at him and asked, "How does it feel to be full?" "It's never been this good." "That's good. From now on, stay with me and don't tell anyone. I'll make sure you're well fed every day." Upon hearing this, Goblin immediately nodded vigorously. However, Goblin didn't stop just because he had fed Goblin. He needed to do more simulations as soon as possible to continue improving himself. He had originally planned to recruit a few underlings to avoid wasting the prey, but after the two returned to the camp, he quickly changed his mind. 90% of the goblins in the cave were asleep, and the rest were either spacing out or standing there dumbly. Not a single one was exercising. Goblin glanced around. These guys were all pretty much dumb. Just then, he heard a noise behind him. Goblin turned around abruptly and realized that the sound was coming from the trolls. He immediately pulled Goblin aside. The next moment, the troll got up and walked towards the cave where the goblins lived. Then he opened his mouth and roared, which instantly woke up all the goblins. Several of the largest goblins rushed out, and the other goblins followed suit, their faces filled with terror, not daring to even lift their heads. The troll clearly enjoyed the feeling, even showing a hint of smugness on his face. Then he swung his fist and smashed it down hard on several of the smallest goblins. After a few loud bangs, the goblins were smashed flat on the spot, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. The scene instantly terrified the other goblins. Goblin, hiding in the shadows, watched with twitching eyelids. This troll's power was outrageous. Its strength was at least level 10 or higher. The troll swept his gaze over the group. A bunch of useless trash. The food you've been sending has been getting less and less lately. If you only get this much next time, this will be your fate. Hearing this, all the goblins trembled with fear. After showing off its power enough, the troll finally turned and left, satisfied. Goblin hid in the shadows, his desire to kill the troll growing stronger. Gobra, let's continue hunting. Okay. Although Gobra was already stuffed, he didn't dare to resist. The two returned to their usual hunting grounds. It was only then that Goblin truly understood why. Even after 7 whole years in the simulation, this place had remained undiscovered by humans. Because the Goblin territory is hidden in a huge valley, and the entrance to the valley is completely covered by a large vine. It wasn't until midnight that Goblo took Gobra back to rest. They had only hunted 2 low-level monsters that day, but they had obtained 2 Tier 1 magic crystals. On the way back, Goblin was quite hungry, so he ate the 2 monsters as he walked. He hid the remaining corpses, intending to save them for the next morning. After a day of activity, his experience points had increased to 1.3%. Once the monster meat in his stomach was completely digested, he estimated that it would break through 2%, which was much faster than he had expected. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Goblin woke up. Seeing that Goblin was still fast asleep, he shook him awake. Goblin asked, "Are you hungry?" Goblin's stomach immediately rumbled, and he instantly perked up. "Let's go eat." The two walked out, and none of the goblins around them got up. It wasn't until Goblin emerged from the cave and stepped on another goblin's head that he woke it up. The goblin was about to explode in anger when it looked up and saw Goblin, who was now a size larger, and immediately became docile. "Come with me, or I'll beat you up," Goblin said coldly. The goblin was so frightened that it quickly got up and obediently followed behind. The 3 of them soon arrived at the place where they had hidden the corpse the day before, only to find that all that remained was a pile of bones. Goblin didn't seem to care much, but Gobra was quite angry. Goblin looked at the new goblin and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Goblin." "Okay, Goblin, I'm asking you, do you want to eat?" "Yes." "If you do, then listen to me and come with me." "Why do I get full if I listen to you?" "Don't ask so many questions. Just listen to me, or I'll beat you up." Goblin immediately shut up. Although they had Goblin added to the team, their teamwork didn't suffer. They would obediently do whatever Goblin asked. By the end of the morning, they had hunted a total of 4 magical beasts, 2 rabbits, a poisonous snake, and a wild boar. Looking at the largest wild boar, Goblin said, "You two can have this one, and the rest is mine." Both Gobra and Goblin were stunned, clearly not expecting him to give up his biggest prey. But Goblin knew very well that, as whole magical beasts, rabbits and snakes might contain just as much magic as wild boars. So he ate both rabbits and the poisonous snake, and although he was only about 80% full, he didn't try to steal Gobra and Goblin's meat. In the end, the 2 of them couldn't finish the wild boar, so Goblin told them to take the rest of the meat with them and eat it when they got hungry. At noon, the entire Goblin tribe went out hunting as a group, because they had to find enough food to feed the trolls before nightfall. Looking at the large hunting party, Goblin suddenly had other ideas. Since every magical beast can potentially produce magic crystals, where have the magic crystals from the magical beasts that the trolls have eaten over the years gone? Goblin thought it was unlikely that the trolls would eat the magic crystals. The most likely explanation was that they had hidden them all. Goblin participated in today's hunt as usual, and with him leading the way, the hunt was much more efficient than before. After the hunt, he had several goblins deliver the largest prey to the troll. The troll's expression immediately improved when he saw that he was getting meat so early in the morning. Goblin, however, had been watching from the shadows and soon discovered a crucial detail. Before each meal, the troll would first dig out the magic crystals from the monster's body and then casually toss them into its cave. Judging from this, the troll probably has over 1,000 magic crystals hidden away over the years, and 10 Tier 1 magic crystals would be enough for him to conduct a simulation. Back in the cave, he immediately took out 10 magic crystals, preparing to start the second simulation. System begins simulation, consuming 10 Tier 1 magic crystals, starting the second simulation. Immediately afterwards, the system notified him that he still had one evaluation point left, so he received an extra random low-level talent, Blue Eyes, which could slightly improve his eyesight. Gobro was fairly satisfied with the result. At least the 1 point wasn't wasted. Soon, the simulation officially began. In the simulation, although he was born not long ago, he was already the strongest goblin in the tribe, and what he wanted to do most was to kill the troll and take over the throne. In his first year, he focused on improving his strength while secretly recruiting goblins as his subordinates. In his second year, he reached level 12, and his critical hit rate also increased to level 8. In the 2.5 years, the troll disappeared for a few days. When he returned, he took the opportunity to kill a few newly hatched goblins to vent his anger. What alarmed Goblin even more was that the troll's gaze towards him had changed. It was clearly looking at food. The system quickly presented a choice. Option 1. Devise a plan and coordinate with your subordinates to assassinate the troll. Option 2. Leave the tribe with your team. Option 3. Do nothing. Goblin barely hesitated. Since that was the case, he figured he might as well go all out. He selected option 1 from the system, kill the trolls and become the boss himself. After making the decision, he spent the whole night planning, assigning each goblin a specific task, and even preparing backup plans in case of mistakes. The next afternoon, the trolls ate as usual, and Goblin, as always, had his men deliver the food. He had already tampered with the food. The troll had only taken a few bites when its body began to convulse violently. Goblin, seeing that the poison was taking effect, immediately sent a signal. The next second, a large amount of rubble hurled directly at the troll, and several goblins simultaneously threw out ropes, tightly binding the troll's hands and neck. Several level 5 or higher goblins grabbed their spears and thrust them forward, while Goblin himself charged forward head-on, smashing a blow into the troll's head. Once all the goblins were defeated, they retreated, and the next batch was brought in to continue, giving the trolls absolutely no chance to retaliate. The entire plan went more smoothly than expected. Many of the backup plans weren't even needed before the troll fell into a pool of blood. Looking at the dead troll, Goblo realized that this guy was probably just the weakest of the trolls. After defeating the trolls, Goblin officially became the new leader of the tribe. He immediately began implementing militarized management. Every goblin trains every day, but he never skimps on food for anyone. The goblins he had already brought out naturally had no objections, and as for the new goblins who were dissatisfied, he dealt with them through his fists and discipline. In the third year, the overall strength of the goblin camp increased dramatically, with many members breaking through level 5. Goblin reached level 11, becoming the second strongest. As the leader, Goblin possessed the best resources and was also the most hardworking. That year, he reached level 17, maxed out his critical strike skill, and master critical strike LV.1 and strength LV.1. In the fourth year, Goblin broke through level 20, with critical strike reaching level 2 and strength reaching level 6. He realized that the evolution from a normal template to an elite template was likely related to the number or level of skills. In the fifth year, he still hadn't broken through the template, but his strength reached the maximum level, and his critical strike skill rose to level 4. At the same time, new problems arose. As the tribe grew, the number of monsters in the valley rapidly decreased, causing ecological imbalance. Goblin realized the seriousness of the problem and began to restructure the tribe. The tribe gradually differentiated into roles such as herders, farmers, and fishermen, and no longer all members participated in combat. Combat members specialized in hunting, making the overall operation more stable. In the 6th year, through extensive combat experience, Goblin mastered the skill Combat Instinct LV1 and upgraded Fatal Strike to LV5. He felt he was close to elite level, but he was always one step away, and that one step seemed to require external force. In the 7th year, he tried various methods to break through his limits, even consuming large amounts of magic crystals, but the resulting energy within his body went out of control, severely injuring him. It turned out that consuming magic crystals wouldn't lead to a breakthrough. While he was recuperating, a human adventure team strayed into the valley and was easily wiped out by a goblin horde. Upon learning of this, Goblin began to worry that the valley was not entirely safe. Faced with this situation, please make your choice. Option 1. Move to the valley and find a new habitat. Option 2. Maintain the status quo. Option 3. Establish outposts and strengthen vigilance. Goblin didn't hesitate. The system selected option 3. You realized the crisis, began training scouts, and personally supervised them. 6 months later, a basic reconnaissance team was formed. In the 8th year, a human clad in full armor discovered the scouts and followed the trail to the valley. This man specialized in hunting goblins, ultimately wiping out the entire tribe single-handedly. You died. Simulation complete, score 93. As a goblin, you were an excellent chieftain. But as a transmigrator, you still failed. Please select a reward. Option 1. Level +1. Option 2. Critical hit +1. Option 3. Gain strength LV.1. Option 4. Gain combat instinct LV.1. Option 5. Gain the talent Azure Eyes. Goblin glanced at it. System. Select 3, 4, and 5. Add critical hit chance to the rest. Gain strength LV.1. Gain combat instinct LV.1. Gain the talent Azure Eyes. Critical hit increased to LV.9. As the notification sounded, his body rapidly transformed, his limbs became stronger, his physique more coordinated, his abdomen tightened, and his overall demeanor noticeably improved. At the same time, he felt that he had gained more combat experience in his mind, which was the effect of his combat instinct. He suspected that the higher the level, the greater the simulation costs. With that in mind, he directly asked the system a question. System, how many magic crystals are needed for the next simulation? The next simulation requires 25 tier 1 magic crystals. Gobro was somewhat helpless. He had originally planned to exploit a loophole in the system. However, collecting 25 magic crystals is no longer a difficult task for him now. His gaze then fell upon the troll's cave. With a little effort, he might be able to kill the troll and devour all the magic crystals it had accumulated over the years. But he quickly suppressed the thought. This was reality, not a simulation. There was no room for error. He decided to continue observing before making a decision. After leaving the camp, Goblo began hunting alone, taking the opportunity to test his current combat strength. Although Qingmo only improved his eyesight slightly, the effect was quite obvious. He could spot many small magical beasts hiding in the grass with just a glance. This time, he set his sights on a magical beast that resembled a wild dog. The beast was 1.3 meters long, clearly one of the stronger low-level magical beasts. Goblin stealthily approached, and when they were only 10 meters apart, their opponent realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next second, Goblin delivered a critical blow that struck its neck precisely, shattering its cervical bone. The wild dog didn't even have time to struggle before it died on the spot. This attack also gave Goblin a clearer understanding of his own strength. In terms of burst damage alone, he was now almost as powerful as the troll. Over the next 3 hours, he hunted down 5 more magical beasts and was quite satisfied with his current efficiency. However, at the same time, he also sensed something was wrong. The magical beasts in this valley seemed ridiculously weak. Aside from trolls, he hadn't yet encountered any truly powerful beings. Goblin grew increasingly suspicious that the trolls were hiding some secret. So over the next few days, he hunted during the day and kept watch at night, accumulating 19 first-tier magic crystals in just 3 days. He was just 6 more to start the next simulation. And tonight was his last night watching the troll. If this guy is still just sleeping like he was a few days ago, then I'm going to take action tomorrow once I've collected enough magic crystals. But in the middle of the night, the snoring in the cave suddenly stopped. Goblin's expression changed, and he immediately became alert. The next moment, the troll emerged from the cave, carrying a huge pile of magic crystals. There were at least 100 of them. Goblin followed far behind the troll for a good half hour. This troll was probably hiding more than just a small treasure trove. It was hiding an even bigger secret. Goblin followed them all the way to the deepest part of the valley before finally spotting a tranquil lake. The night reflected on the lake's surface, making it appear almost unreal. The next moment, the troll placed all the magic crystals in his hand on the lakeside and whispered, "Master, these are this month's magic crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared on the once calm lake surface, and a pitch-black tentacle slowly emerged from the water. Goblin felt a chill run down his spine at just one glance. The tentacles were covered with suckers, each containing yellowish, fine teeth and a thick, sticky liquid. The troll was so frightened that it dared not move. Before long, the tentacle swept away all the magic crystals on the shore and dragged them back to the bottom of the lake. Once the lake had calmed down again, the troll visibly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and ran wildly towards the camp. Goblin witnessed the whole thing, and after leaving, he basically guessed that most of the powerful magical beasts in the valley had been eaten by this monster. What Goblin couldn't understand was that even though he had killed the troll in the simulation and hadn't handed over any more magic crystals, the monster in the lake hadn't come after him, which was very strange. Many guesses flashed through his mind, but he finally decided to continue the simulation. Since the trolls only came once a month, it meant he had at least 30 days left. As long as we do enough simulations, we'll eventually figure out the monster's true nature, and maybe we'll even be able to crush it head on. The next day, Gobra and Goblin were wolfing down the food he had left behind. Although Goblin no longer takes them hunting, the training has not stopped at all. The two goblins were simple-minded and had been training diligently according to his plan for the past few days without slacking off at all. As dusk fell, Goblin watched the sun set on the horizon and, without further hesitation, immediately instructed the system to activate the third simulation. After having 25 Tier 1 magic crystals deducted, he also randomly received a low-level talent, excessive hair growth, because of the 2 remaining evaluation points from last time. What is that? After the simulation began, Goblin learned the secret of the valley and postponed the hunt for the trolls by a year. A month later, he followed the troll to the lake again, confirmed that the monster was still alive, and then continued to cultivate in seclusion. By the following year, his level had increased to LV11, and his strength had skyrocketed. 6 months later, he secretly followed the troll to the depths of the canyon, as usual. But this time, the monster in the lake did not show itself. The troll stood guard by the lake all night and waited for 3 more days. After confirming that the monster had not appeared, he became so excited that he ran back to the camp. Goblin didn't act immediately, but instead approached the lake to examine it more closely. He waited until he could vaguely see a dark shape with countless tentacles underwater. The monster was simply asleep. Thinking of this, Goblin immediately turned and retreated, catching up with the troll who was still running wildly halfway there. The other party hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and his mental state was extremely poor. He was still immersed in excitement and didn't notice the murderous intent behind him at all. Goblin drew his wooden club and smashed it down, shattering the troll's head. In the 4th year, his level reached a bottleneck again. Fatal Strike was upgraded to LV5, Strength advanced to Steel Body LV1, and Combat Instinct reached LV3. Although he was still an ordinary goblin, he had grown to 2 meters tall, with a strong physique and skin as hard as iron, making him impossible for ordinary creatures to harm. In the same year, an elite wolf beast was born in the valley. As soon as it appeared, it began to slaughter goblins, forcing Goblin to take action himself. The battle was extremely brutal, but he still managed to kill the elite wolf beast despite being an ordinary creature, though he himself was brought to the brink of death. After he finished eating all the wolf meat, he immediately felt his internal power surging. It seemed that if he wanted to break through to the elite level, he would most likely have to devour the flesh and blood of elite creatures. But he was unwilling to stay in the valley and wait any longer, because in a few years, the man would come again. For his own sake, and for the continuation of his tribe, he handed over the tribe to Goblin to manage, and then left the valley alone to search for elite creatures outside. On the third day after leaving the valley, Goblin encountered an elite lizard man. He was discovered and forced into a direct confrontation. In the fierce battle, the lizardman's attack barely broke through his defenses, while his wooden club nearly crushed the opponent's bones. After being beaten and frightened, the lizard man turned and fled. Goblin chased after him all the way, eventually forcing him to go berserk and fight desperately. After a fierce battle, Goblin, at the cost of serious injury, finally killed the lizard man. After swallowing the flesh and blood of the lizardman, he unexpectedly gained a trace of lizardman bloodline and also mastered the skill agility LV1, further increasing his speed. In the latter part of the fourth year, he finally underwent an evolution, and it was one of the strongest evolutionary paths, primal evolution. This evolution brought an indescribable sense of exhilaration. One day later, Goblin officially evolved into a giant goblin, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. His attributes skyrocketed, and he learned swiftness LV1 and slow regeneration LV1, and gained the talent small stomach. In the 6th year, under his tutelage, Goblin also advanced to an elite-level creature. In the 7th year, a small party of human adventurers invaded the territory, but were easily defeated by Goblin. In the 8th year, the man returned to his territory. This time, Goblin was well prepared and far stronger than his opponent, but the man was clearly a veteran goblin hunter, having killed both Goblin and Goblin. Only at the very end, despite being severely wounded, did Goblin kill the man. After the battle, looking at the corpses of his kin scattered on the ground, Goblin mastered the skill Berserk LV.1. 3 days later, he awoke to find that not a single goblin from his entire tribe was alive. He then left the outer reaches of the monster forest and continued deeper into it. In the 16th year, his level increased to LV30 and all his skills were maxed out. However, he soon discovered that level 30 was the limit for elite-level creatures, and continuing to hunt elite-level magical beasts was no longer very effective. So Goblin set his sights on even stronger magical beasts and continued deeper into the forest. Before long, he encountered a magical beast that surpassed even elite-level monsters. He launched a preemptive strike, but still underestimated his opponent's strength. In the end, even after activating his Berserk mode, he still died. Simulation complete. Overall score, 281. The system quickly provided its evaluation. Goblin had the opportunity to lead his people to power, but ultimately became a tyrant who destroyed them. The system then listed the reward options: level up, critical hit rate increase, swiftness, slow regeneration, small stomach, and a berserk state. Goblin was speechless after reading it. Berserk mode required 300 points, but he only had 281 points in total. It was obvious that this was deliberately designed to tempt him. But the next second, the system added a hidden option, Option 7, obtain primal evolution, costing 5,000 points. Hearing this, Goblin fell silent. He really wanted the primal evolution, but he simply couldn't afford it right now. System, upgrade critical strike to fatal strike, then purchase swiftness, small stomach, and slow regeneration, and finally use 10 points to upgrade the level. The points were quickly spent, leaving only 1 point, which was just enough for the next talent draw. After the reward arrived, Goblin's body immediately began to change drastically. The pain lasted for a minute before slowly subsiding. The originally comical 3-headed figure had transformed into a 4-headed figure, which looked much more pleasing to the eye. Goblin immediately realized that with his current strength, he was already powerful enough to overpower the troll. Before that, however, he inquired about the cost of the next simulation. The next simulation requires 40 Tier 1 magic crystals. 40 isn't too outrageous, But given the current density of monsters in the valley, collecting them all won't be easy. Goblin had considered leaving the valley, but he rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. In reality, stability is the most important thing. Besides, there are readily available places to get magic crystals right now. Goblin's gaze quickly fell upon the troll's cave. Those magic crystals were painstakingly collected by his own kind. It would be a waste to leave them in the troll's hands. Instead of killing the troll, we should just subdue it. From now on, the troll can go out hunting, handle its own prey, and hand over all the magic crystals. As for the portion to be offered to the lake monster, the trolls could make up for it themselves. With that in mind, Goblin didn't hesitate any longer and headed straight for the troll's cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he was stunned because the troll was still fast asleep and hadn't even noticed him coming in. Goblo originally only intended to take a batch of magic crystals, but seeing the troll sleeping soundly, he walked directly towards him. The footsteps startled the troll awake, but as soon as it groggily opened its eyes, it saw a hand rapidly enlarging in front of it. The slap landed squarely on the troll's face, completely stunning it. Just as it tried to get up and retaliate, Goblin kicked it in the chest. The next second, Goblin's hand was already gripping its throat. He said coldly, "Move again, and I'll snap your neck." The troll was immediately terrified and could only look at him with a face full of fear. Seeing that it had calmed down, Goblin finally spoke. "From today onwards, I'm the leader of the tribe. For now on, you'd better behave yourself and come with me to hunt monsters, understand?" Understand. Goblin continued. "From now on, you will hunt at least 5 monsters every day. You can handle the meat yourself, but you must give me all the magic crystals. Do you understand?" The troll paused, not answering immediately. Goblin's eyes turned cold. "What? You're not satisfied?" "I'm not dissatisfied, but 5 heads? How many is that?" the troll asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Goblin almost fainted on the spot. It took Goblin a full half-hour to finally make the troll understand how many heads 5 actually meant. Then, he led the troll to the cave where the goblins lived and said in a cold voice, "Call them all out." The troll let out a few strange cries, and the goblins in the cave were all awakened and scrambled out. When they rushed out of the cave, the first thing they saw was the troll and Goblin standing next to it. Many goblins stared at Goblin with shining eyes. Although Goblin looks disheveled now, he is considered a rare, handsome guy in the eyes of these goblins. Goblu cleared his throat and said directly, "My name is Goblu, and from today onwards, I am the leader of the tribe. All of you, including the trolls, will henceforth obey me. You will do whatever I tell you to do." Goblin and Gobly were shocked to hear this. They had known Goblin was strong, but they never expected that even trolls had submitted to him. Goblin suddenly raised his voice and roared, "Did you understand? If you understood, then say yes." "Yes." A few dozen goblins responded sparsely, their voices lacking any real force. Goblin then gave orders. "Gobly, you take half of the goblins and stay in the territory to train. Gobra, take your partner out hunting. I'll distribute the game after you bring it back." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the order, the goblins, who had been somewhat bewildered, immediately sprang into action. After arranging the goblins, Goblin looked at the troll, which terrified the troll. But Goblin only allowed it to hunt near its territory after confirming that it had figured out what 5 heads meant. He knew very well that although the troll was stupid, it might still go and tell the monster in the lake, so he couldn't let it get too far away. If things got out of control, he would immediately kill the trolls and then lead his tribe away. Goblin then directly occupied the troll's cave. This place is much more spacious and comfortable than the caves where the goblins live, but it's incredibly filthy, with gnawed bones scattered everywhere on the ground. Goblin, too lazy to clean up himself, casually summoned 3 goblins who were training. "You guys clean this place up? After you're done, this rabbit is yours." After saying that, he pulled a giant hair out from behind his back. The 3 goblins' eyes instantly turned green, and they pounced on it, started to clean it up frantically. Goblin took the opportunity to count the remaining magic crystals. He finished counting in no time. There were only 128 magic crystals left. It seemed the trolls were supplying the lake monsters with more magic crystals than he'd imagined. Goblin immediately activated the 4th simulation. In this simulation, he consumed 40 magic crystals, and because he had some evaluation points left over from the last simulation, he randomly obtained the talent Long Arm. In the 4th year, he successfully evolved into an elite-level goblin, and all his skills were greatly improved. Under his leadership, the tribe grew rapidly, not only possessing a respectable elite army, but also beginning to develop animal husbandry, agriculture, and medicine. But Goblin knew very well that the valley would eventually be unable to contain the ever-growing tribe, and he had to find a new place to migrate in advance. In the 5th year, he finally found a swamp. It was secluded, safe, and had plenty of food, making it perfect for goblins to survive. But he wasn't the only one eyeing that swamp. A lizard man tribe also had their eyes on it. During a reconnaissance mission, Goblin encountered 2 ordinary lizard men and 1 elite lizard man. A battle broke out the moment they met. Although both were elite level, the lizard man was no match for Goblo and was almost crippled with a single punch. After dealing with the 3 lizard men, Goblo continued his exploration and soon discovered that quite a few lizard men had already settled in the swamp. Goblin wasted no time and immediately returned to the valley, leading his goblin army back to fight. In this battle, the lizard men in the swamp were completely wiped out. But Goblin did not immediately occupy the swamp. He simply ordered his men to carry all the lizardmen's corpses back. He had a vague feeling that there were definitely more lizardmen here than just this few. Sure enough, not long after, new lizardmen entered the swamp, and their numbers were much greater than before. After observing secretly, Goblo quickly made a judgment. If they went to war head-on, even if the tribe won, they would suffer heavy casualties. So this time, he didn't plan to fight head-on, but instead prepared to hide in the shadows and slowly hunt down these lizardmen. Goblin began to act alone, lurking in the shadows to hunt lizardmen. The more lizardmen meat he ate, the more addicted he became to its taste. However, the assassinations during this period have had an effect, and the number of lizardmen has decreased significantly. Goblin knew very well that even if a direct battle broke out now, his tribe would not suffer too many casualties. He led his army directly into the swamp. The lizardman leader was a top-tier elite warrior, but he was still no match for Goblu. In less than 10 moves, his opponent was left in a daze. After 30 moves, he made frequent mistakes, and after 50 moves, Goblin pierced his throat with a claw. The war ended, and Goblo won the swamp. That night, the tribe had a feast of lizardmen, and he devoured a large amount of elite lizardmen's flesh. Soon, his body began to change, and fine scales grew on his skin. For the next 3 days, Goblin remained in the cave. 3 days later, he finally emerged from the cave. Although his appearance had changed drastically, Gobra and Gobly recognized him at first glance. Goblin breathed in the fresh air and felt better than ever before, because he had undergone a benign mutation into a Berserk Goblin. He gained a new skill, Berserk. Unlike Berserk allows him to maintain his sanity, although the amplification is not as dramatic. Although he hasn't broken through to the elite level yet, his level cap has increased, and his strength and agility have also become stronger. In the 6th year, Goblin continued his training while developing his tribe. Elite goblins began to emerge within the tribe. He discovered that eating elite-level magic crystals could lead to evolution, but ordinary goblins only had a 50% chance of success. Failure meant death. Many excellent goblins died because of this, which saddened Goblin greatly. But evolution is inherently about defying fate, and it's too difficult for them to break through to the elite level on their own. A 50% chance is already quite high. In the 7th year, Goblin found a new method. Throw a level 20 goblin into water, then soak it with 3 elite magic crystals and a red mushroom, and there is an 80% chance that it will evolve into an elite goblin. However, the energy of the 3 magic crystals was too violent, and many goblins simply couldn't withstand it. To make matters worse, the red mushrooms only appeared deep within a monster forest, and all his attempts to cultivate them failed. In the 8th year, Goblin reached level 35. Only then did he realize that benign mutations could raise the level cap by 5 levels. The extra 5 levels gave him the confidence to challenge even stronger creatures. But instead of immediately taking the risk, he continued to hone his skills. That same year, the man returned to the valley. Goblin was already waiting there, and this time, he killed him with ease. In the 12th year, Fatal Strike evolved into Beast Force. From then on, every attack he made was 50% stronger than a fully upgraded Fatal Strike. After acquiring this skill, Goblo decided to further strengthen himself, so he ventured deep into the monster forest. Not long after, he encountered a magical beast that surpassed the elite level. Goblin fought desperately and ultimately won despite being severely wounded. But before he could take the corpse away, a second powerful monster appeared. Severely injured, Goblin had no choice but to go berserk and fight desperately, eventually killing the second monster. However, after the berserk state ended, a third monster surpassing the elite level suddenly appeared. He was no longer able to resist and eventually died deep in the forest. Simulation complete. Overall score 499. Evaluation: he's a good goblin and also a transmigrator with guts. The system quickly popped up a reward option with levels, strength, speed, regeneration, combat instinct, critical strike, and skills such as focus, berserk, and rage all laid out before Goblin. Seeing the result of his death, Goblo was speechless. It was indeed unlucky to encounter 3 powerful enemies in a row, but it also showed that his strength was not weak. After a brief moment of thought, he decided that he could stay in the clan longer during the next simulation to improve his skills before taking any action. As for the reward, he was fairly satisfied, but he didn't plan to choose Berserk, his trump card skill, for the time being. He asked, "System, what about my talents?" The system replied, "A maximum of 8 rewards will appear each time. Options with the same score will be merged, and some skills will not appear." Goblin stopped hesitating after hearing this and made his choice immediately. He used his points to gain focus, raising his level to 20, maxing out strength and swiftness, and increasing combat instinct to level 2. His points were instantly depleted, and he sighed, "Points are gone so fast." He then asked, "System, how many magic crystals will I need for the next simulation?" The system replied, 100 magic crystals. Upon hearing this number, Goblin paused for a moment. He only had 88, which was still a bit short. It seemed he would have to go out and get more resources. Inside the cave, 3 goblins were cleaning when they saw Goblin suddenly grow larger. They were all stunned, feeling that their leader had become taller and more imposing. Goblin glanced at them, and the 3 of them immediately got back to work. Soon the cave was cleared, and he tossed them the prepared rabbit meat, which they devoured. After they finished eating, they continued training with Goblin. Goblin walked out of the cave, looked at the chaotic goblins on the training ground, and didn't say anything. He planned to train a small group first, and then have them train others. After standing there for a while, his change in demeanor quickly attracted attention. Now he is taller and stronger than a normal goblin, with muscular limbs. But the goblin's worshipful gazes left him somewhat helpless. He still preferred the appearance of humans or other races. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal an exaggerated smile, which looked exceptionally handsome in the eyes of the goblins, leaving many people stunned. He quickly left the training ground to check on the trolls. The trolls were hunting peacefully, showing no signs of distress. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the troll turned around sharply and saw a goblin staring at him from a small hill in the distance. The troll's legs went weak instantly, and he frantically tried to recall if he had disobeyed orders. Fortunately, Goblin only glanced at him before turning and leaving. The troll breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that Goblin seemed to be even larger than before, even surpassing its own size. Meanwhile, inside the Glory Empire's palace, a woman clad in silver armor stood in the main hall, her gaze fixed firmly on the old king on the throne. The old king said, "Brave warrior, if you are willing to stay in Glory City, we will fully support your growth, whether it is gold coins, equipment, or companions." The woman shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, the hero must travel to various countries to resist the monster tide. We have come this time because the sage prophesied that the monster tide will descend upon your country." She continued, "Other countries need me too." The old king nodded and said, "All right, we will fully cooperate with you during this time." The hero responded softly, In the monster forest, Goblin hunted monsters while contemplating the future. He realized that obtaining 3,000 or even 5,000 points in a single simulation was too difficult. In the short term, he could only continue to improve his skills. The problem is that he only lived for a dozen years at most each time, never experienced dying of old age, let alone finding a partner. As dusk fell, he had already hunted down 12 magical beasts. He quickly dragged his prey back to his territory. Upon returning, they found that Gobra had already brought back his hunting party. Having learned to cooperate, they had hunted 9 prey that day. The trolls also brought back 4, so their efficiency was quite good. Goblin quickly divided the spoils, keeping 5 small prey for himself, letting the trolls eat them, and giving the rest to the goblins. He pointed to the prey and said, "You can eat this food." The goblins swarmed forward, frantically grabbing the food. Seeing this, Goblo didn't bother to say anything more, simply took the 25 magic crystals and returned to the cave with his prey. He'll let them eat as much as they want a day, and starting tomorrow, he plans to teach Goblin, Gobbly, and a few other goblins how to manage their pack. Back in the cave, Goblin began to process his prey. He used his claws to skin and clean it, then started a fire to roast the meat. Now that he is the leader of the tribe, he naturally won't treat people as casually as before. Without a knife, he can only slowly deal with them using his claws. The flames were lit, and the meat began to roast. He ground wild berries into jam and spread it on the meat to enhance the flavor. Soon after, the aroma wafted out of the cave, and goblins quickly surrounded it, staring inside with longing in their eyes. Goblo glanced at them and went back to training. "If you satisfy me with tomorrow's training and hunt, I can give you this kind of meat." The goblins understood, but still refused to leave. Goblin frowned and said, "I don't like having people watching me eat." Still no one moved. His face darkened, and he shouted, "Go back to sleep, all of you." This time, all the goblins immediately scattered and fled. After things calmed down, Goblin continued grilling the meat and finished off the rest. He tidied up briefly and then immediately started the next simulation. He whispered, "This time I must live to a ripe old age." The simulation begins, consuming 100 magic crystals. 9 evaluation points remain. You have gained the talent, Sharp Claws, making your claws even sharper. In the first year, Goblin remained the leader of his tribe and the strongest goblin. His strength has reached the limit of the ordinary level. If he wants to break through, he must hunt elite-level creatures. In the same year, in order to continue to improve his strength, Goblo decided to leave the valley to hunt elite creatures. But he hadn't gone far when he noticed something was wrong. A large number of monsters rushed out from the depths of the forest, their eyes bloodshot, and their state was so frenzied that they were unlike normal monsters. To avoid being trampled into mincemeat by the beast horde, Goblin had no choice but to blend into the group and rush out of the forest with them. Strangely, the monsters didn't attack him, which only made him more puzzled as to where these out-of-control monsters were headed. As daylight arrived, the previously frenzied beast tide suddenly quieted down, and most of the monsters fell into a deep sleep. Goblin guessed that someone was controlling them, and he tried to take the opportunity to leave, but then he noticed a huge raven circling in the sky. After the red light in a monster's eyes disappeared, it tried to escape, but as soon as it broke away from the group, it was torn to pieces by crows. A red orc, far stronger than Goblin, also died instantly. He immediately abandoned the idea and silently laid down to recover his strength. The beast tide continued its journey the following night, resting again after sunrise. Goblin didn't know where the end was, but his unease grew stronger. It wasn't until the 4th day that he finally saw the towering city walls in the distance and realized that the beast tide was targeting human towns. Before he could react, the monster horde had already launched an attack on the city wall. Goblin, standing at the back of the group, tried to retreat in the chaos, but was forced forward by the monster horde. Just then, a woman wearing silver-white armor on the city wall caught his eye. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet made Goblin feel extremely dangerous. The woman raised her long sword, her long hair flying in the wind, like a legendary Valkyrie. The next second, she slashed down with her sword, a 100-meter-long sword mark sweeping across the battlefield, instantly killing nearly 1,000 magical beasts. Goblin felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that even if he evolved to an elite level or higher, he would have no chance of defeating this woman. In desperation, Goblin pierced the throat of the monster beside him and began to devour it frantically. The monster continued to ram into his body, but the power he gained from devouring it also continued to increase. Behind the beast hide, a sorcerer-like monster chanted a spell, and an eerie red mist quickly rose into the night. The red mist enveloped all the monsters, and those who regained their senses and tried to escape went berserk again, their bodies swelling up once more. Goblin was also corrupted by the red mist, his strength instantly soaring to the elite level, but his will was also consumed by rage. The scent of humans within the city became incredibly sweet, and he almost lost his mind, recklessly charging towards the city walls with the beast tide. Soon, a dense rain of arrows fell from the city walls. At the critical moment, Goblin forcibly suppressed his desires and hid behind a giant bull demon. The bull demon's massive body shielded him from the arrows, which, imbued with magic, could easily kill even elite-level monsters. Not long after, the bull demon was shot dead. Goblin carried its corpse as a shield, and would occasionally take a few bites to regain his strength. As the bull demon's flesh and blood entered his stomach, his whole body became hot, and his strength continued to increase. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he could only seize every opportunity to become stronger. In the days that followed, he only betrayed his comrades and devoured corpses in the chaos. The battle was too chaotic for anyone to notice this inconspicuous goblin. 4 days later, Goblin finally made it to the edge of the battlefield. He was nearly exhausted, both physically and mentally. But he knew this was his only chance to escape. The sky turned from white to black, then from black to white again. Goblin had been running for an unknown amount of time before finally losing consciousness and collapsing heavily to the ground. When he woke up again, a cold drizzle was falling. The rain hit his face, and he groggily opened his eyes, desperately trying to catch the rain with his mouth. He wanted to live. He had barely escaped the war, and he wanted to continue living no matter what. Goblin awakens a special skill, life reversal, when he is on the verge of death. With enough willpower, he can recover 30% of his health. This skill cannot be upgraded. A miracle occurred. His body gradually recovered, and although his injuries were not fully healed, he was out of the brink of death. The real-life Goblin was stunned when he saw this. He never expected that his other self could survive. He was truly worthy of being himself. The following year, his old injuries were aggravated on the unfamiliar plains. Whenever he fought with all his might, they would relapse. Despite being an elite-level fighter, he could only exert strength slightly stronger than an ordinary-level fighter. In the 10th year, his injuries were fully healed. 10 years of accumulation allowed him to break through at any time. In the 11th year, he successfully advanced to the leader level and evolved into a goblin warrior. This time, it is still the original evolution, regeneration evolution in a high-speed regeneration, and it also gains Goblin Guard, Wild Roar, and Leader's Intimidation. The small stomach has also evolved into a medium size, and its overall strength has increased dramatically. He reached a height of 3 meters, with a well-proportioned and strong physique, and his appearance became even more handsome. After his strength greatly increased, he still stayed on the plains to continue honing his skills. In the 16th year, he mistakenly ate a fire-attribute spiritual herb, and violent flames ravaged his entire body, causing him pain for a full month. Ultimately, he mutated into a flame goblin warrior. His skin turned red, his attacks dealt fire damage, his level cap increased by 6 levels, and he gained basic fire mastery and blazing body. In reality, Goblo was somewhat puzzled. Benign mutations usually only increase the level by 5, but this time it increased by 1 level, which clearly shows that mutations also have different strengths. In the 17th year, a rookie adventure party entered the plains. Goblin initially wanted to avoid them, but a blonde, blue-eyed girl in the party caught his attention. Soon, the team encountered an elite wolf-like monster. The newcomers lacked both strength and experience, and had almost no chance of winning. The real-life Goblin fell silent upon seeing this. He knew very well what his other self was going to do, but he also knew that it was not a rational choice. The battle had barely begun when the wolf-like monster killed the warrior with a single bite. The remaining 2 girls and 1 boy were terrified. Goblin finally intervened. He rushed out and smashed the wolf's head with an iron bar, blowing it to pieces. He then dragged the corpse toward the 3 men. The remaining male warriors and female mages fled in terror, leaving only the blonde girl slumped to the ground, her face filled with despair. Goblin walked up to her. "Hello, do you need help?" The girl was stunned and asked in shock, "You can speak human language?" Goblin nodded. "Yes. I saw you being attacked, so I came to help. I'm sorry I scared you." The girl was speechless for a moment, completely unprepared for the goblin to and rescue her. Goblin asked, "Do you need me to escort you out of the plains?" The girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The 2 began their journey back. On the way, the girl asked him why he could speak human language. Goblin casually made up a story about being saved by a human and told it in a very touching way. The girl gradually lowered her guard and developed feelings for him. Furthermore, since his evolved appearance was not ugly and even more attractive than many humans, she quickly adapted to his presence. In the 18th year, Goblin's strength steadily increased. During that time, the girl occasionally came to the plains to train, and he finally learned that her name was Kana. With his help, Kana grew rapidly. By the 19th year, she visited him much more often, which filled Goblin with anticipation. In her 20th year, Kana successfully broke through to the elite level. Because of her outstanding appearance, she attracted an increasing number of suitors. Goblo, witnessing all this, gradually came to his senses. He understood that the gap between himself and those humans was too vast. Even if he mustered the courage to confess, it wouldn't be pleasant. Later, he stood by the river and looked at his reflection in the water. He realized that he wasn't actually ugly. It was just that his red skin and fangs were terrifying. If he evolved just one more time, he might be able to change his appearance. Kana, however, is unaware of this. She has always viewed Goblin as a father figure. In the 21st year, Goblin learned from humans that this area was called the Plain of Kona. The legend of the red goblin that won't hurt people has spread here, and many adventurers will greet him when they see him. That year, his improvement slowed down significantly. He knew very well that he had reached a bottleneck, and that to break through, he needed to find stronger opponents. That same year, he met Kana again. Because of her past appearances, she had no new teammates, lacked trust in other adventurers, and relied solely on Goblin. Upon meeting, Goblin said directly, "Kana, I'm leaving." Kana was taken aback and immediately became nervous. "Brother Goblin, where are you going?" Goblo explained, "I've reached a bottleneck in my strength, and am preparing to challenge stronger enemies in the monster forest. I'll eat back after I break through." Kana asked softly, "Will you eat back? How long will it take?" Goblo shook his head. "I'm not sure, maybe 5 years, maybe 10. Hearing this, Kana was visibly disappointed, but quickly looked up and asked, "Can I go with you?" Goblin was taken aback, and Kana continued, "I can't bear to part with you. You're like a father to me, and I don't want to be separated from you." After hearing this, Goblin gave a wry smile. "We can go together, but the monster forest is dangerous, and I might not be able to protect you." He added, "I'll be here waiting for you in 3 days. If you eat before sunset, I'll take you away." Kana immediately nodded in agreement. 3 days later, at dawn, Goblin stood at the cave entrance waiting. Soon after, he saw Kana approaching carrying a bundle. He went up to her, took the bundle, and asked, "Are you really sure?" Kana nodded. "Of course, I would have died long ago without you. When I get there, I will live in a nearby town and eat to see you often." Goblo said, "Okay, I will break through as soon as possible, and then take you away from the monster forest." And so, the two embarked on their journey together. Half a month later, they arrived at the outskirts of the monster forest. Goblin took out a flute and handed it to her. "Go settle down in the town outside first, and eat back to the forest to find me in 3 days. He instructed, "I'll wait for you outside. When the time he asks, blow this, and I'll eat out." Chapter 19, The Death of Kana. After parting ways with the girl, Goblin immediately returned to the monster forest and headed towards the valley. A day later, he gazed at the desolate valley and the purple earth, falling into silence. There were no living creatures along the way. His tribe was clearly no more. He suppressed his sadness and continued deeper into the lake. Goblin guessed that all of this might be related to the monster that slumbered at the bottom of the lake years ago. But when he reached the lakeshore, the water was already pitch black and murky, devoid of any sign of life, and the monster had vanished. On the third day, Goblin met up with Kana as agreed. Kana happily told him that she had settled in well in the town and had even used the money she had earned to open an alchemy shop, selling things to adventurers. After that, Kana frequently gave him alchemical potions as supplies. In the 22nd year, she also crafted a set of armor and a custom greatsword for Goblin, greatly enhancing his bad abilities. That same year, his fame spread throughout the monster forest. Many people knew that there was a red goblin in the forest who would not harm humans and would even help adventurers. In the 23rd year, a powerful adventurer arrived in the town. He took a liking to Kana and tried to force himself on her. Kana refused, even at the cost of her life, and finally scared him away by stabbing herself in the heart. However, after this incident, Kana died of depression a few days later. A few days later, Goblin noticed that she hadn't eaten and sensed something was wrong. He secretly sneaked into the town and went to her shop. The only things in the shop were Kana's cold body and a letter on the table, buried under a kettle. Goblin hugged her, tears streaming down his face, and forced himself to open the letter, suppressing his grief. Dear Goblin, this is Kana. By the time you read this letter, I should already be dead. Do not grieve, and do not seek revenge for me. Actually, I've always wanted to tell you that I like you. You must find it strange that a human would like a goblin. But I'm not purely human, I'm a half-elf. I used to live in the forest, but then I was captured by humans and sold as a commodity. They beat me, didn't let me eat my fill, and made me suffer all kinds of torment. I hate humans, but I can only learn to adapt to human life. I had planned to confess my feelings to you after a while, but now I can't wait any longer. All my belongings are in my spatial ring. You know where it is. That's the last thing I'm leaving you. In the end, I love you. After reading the letter, Goblin remained silent for a long time. He hated himself for not being by Kana's side when she was in trouble. A week later, the intense grief caused him to mutate. Black lines appeared on his red skin, and he transformed into a flame goblin warrior, being even stronger. He burned Kana to ashes and carried them with him. Then he opened his spatial ring, which was filled with medicine for his injuries, magic potions, new armor, and weapons that she had prepared for him. Goblin vowed to make those who killed Kana pay 1,000-fold price. Not long after, the man came to her door. After returning from the monster forest, he went straight to Kana's shop, found the door locked, and forced it open. When the door opened, he didn't see Kana, only goblins sitting in the shop. The man roared, "Where's Kana? What are you doing in town, you monster?" Goblin didn't answer, but attacked directly. However, his opponent was prepared and easily blocked the attack with his shield. Goblin immediately realized he was no match for him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I really can't understand why Kana died at the hands of nobody like you. You didn't deserve her at all. So why did you kill her?" The man sneered. "Did she MIT suicide after I left? What a blind woman. Such a stupid woman is not worthy of me, Lord Ike." Watching the simulated goblin, I silently memorized the name Ike. 15 minutes later, Ike touched the wounds on his face, filled with rage. Goblin, meanwhile, had lost an arm and a leg and lay on the ground, severely injured. Ike grinned disgustingly, then set the shop ablaze, turning it into a fiery inferno. Chapter 20: Infiltrating the Kevin family. Ike coldly remarked, "If you like that stupid woman, then die with her and go to hell to thank Lord Ike for his blessing." He then spat at Goblo and turned to leave. After Ike left, Life Rewind activated and Goblin's condition improved somewhat. Dragging his severed arms and legs, he desperately fled back to the monster forest to reattach his limbs. Thanks to the medicine left by Kana, his limbs were finally reattached a month later, though they were still very weak. He desperately wanted to rush back to the town, but after calming down, he realized that he was no match for Ike. In the 39th year, Goblin reached level 50, just one step away from evolution. With no rivals left on the outskirts of the monster forest, he continued deeper into the forest, where he encountered a leader-level troll. In the instant they clashed, he realized that his opponent was actually stronger than him, and the oppressive aura made it difficult for him to unleash his full power. After a grueling half-hour battle, he saw that the troll was weaker than him in everything except strength, and the tide began to turn. After a 2-hour battle, Goblin, though severely wounded, finally killed the troll. This was the first time in his life that he had personally slain a leader-level creature. In the 51st year, he broke through to level 51, evolving into a leader-level creature, the Flame Goblin Warrior. All his attributes skyrocketed, and he gained 5 powerful skills. Without hesitation, he immediately began investigating Ike's whereabouts. Because he was already 3.5 meters tall, entering a human town would be too conspicuous. So Goblo returned to the Kona Plain and found Adro, the human he had once helped. Adro looked terrified when he saw him, yet still assumed a fighting stance. Goblin sighed. So much time has passed, and you've changed quite a bit, Adro. It's me, don't you remember? Adro recognized the voice and exclaimed in alarm. You, Goblo. Goblo nodded. It's good that you remember me. Adro hurriedly asked. You're back, but where's Kana? Goblo said in a deep voice. It's good that you still remember Kana. I came back this time because of her. Then he told Adro about Kana's ordeal, and Adro's oppression gradually became serious. Adro asked, So, you want to get revenge on the guy who killed Kana? What do you need me to do? Goblin looked at him and knew he hadn't to the wrong person. I need you to help me find out about Ike. You don't need to get involved in a revenge. I'll go alone so as not to implicate you. Adro thought for a moment and said, I will help you, but I already have a family. If they're endangered, I will stop immediately. Goblo immediately agreed. Okay. 3 days later, Adro brought news. Ike is the martial arts instructor of the 3rd young master of the Kevin family. He is quite famous. His territory is not far from here. Here's a map. Goblin didn't ask any further questions, only leaving the magic crystal as payment. After confirming the information was correct, he set off for the Kevin family's territory. However, he hadn't been there long when his enormous size was noticed by the guards. Left with no other option, Goblin took direct action. His speed and strength far outweighed the guards' expectations. He smashed the opponent's chest with a single punch, killing him instantly. He also eliminated all obstacles along the way. Following the address given by Adro, Goblo quickly found Ike's residence. Ike lived in the same courtyard as the 3rd son of the Kevin family, indicating that he held a high position. Aside from patrolling soldiers, there were almost no Etra guards in the courtyard. Goblo guessed that it was because Ike himself was quite strong that there was no one to guard the place so strictly. He circled the house, and after confirming that the first room on the 2nd floor was Ike's residence, he suddenly leaped up, smashed the window, and rushed inside. The loud noise instantly jolted Ike awake. But as soon as he got up to grab his weapon, Goblin had already severed his right arm with a single blow. Blood gushed out, but Ike, relying on his appearance, still turned around and grabbed the long sword with his left hand. To prevent him from escaping, Goblo slashed at his left leg with his sword. Ike immediately parried, but he was old and not as strong as before. No matter how skillful he was, he could not withstand Goblo's current immense strength. Chapter 21 Simulation ended. Purchase Primal Evolution. Goblin swung his great sword, deflecting Ike's long sword, and swung it back at Ike's thigh. The sharp blade struck, instantly severing Ike's left leg, causing him to lose his balance. Just as Ike was about to cry for help, Goblo's great sword slammed into his chin. The excruciating pain of shattering bones prevented him from even uttering a sound before he instantly passed out. Goblo hoisted Ike onto his shoulder and rushed out of the shop, only to bump into patrolling soldiers at the door. But these ordinary soldiers were no match for him, and he easily swept them away in the blink of an eye. He raced all the way back to the monster forest with Ike. Ike was barely alive by then, and Goblo, without a word, subjected him to every torture imaginable. For days later, Ike finally died in excruciating pain. During that time, he asked Goblo countless times why he was being tortured like this, but Goblo never answered. He wanted Ike to die without ever understanding why. After killing Ike, Goblo ventured deep into the monster forest again to continue hunting powerful monsters and constantly improving his strength through battle. In the 131st year, he finally reached the peak of the leader level. However, by this time his body had aged significantly, making it almost impossible for him to pleat the original evolution. He had no choice but to settle for ordinary evolution. In the 153rd year, Goblin successfully broke through and became a Lord-level creature, and his lifespan was extended to 500 years. In the same year, the woman clad in full silver armor returned to the monster forest. Goblin was astonished to discover that, over 100 years later, she had not aged at all. However, the woman struck immediately. With a single sword strike, she completely obliterated Goblin, who had already reached the Lord level. Simulation complete. Overall score, 87-26. The system evaluation then sounded. As a Goblin, Goblin could already be considered a legendary instance. As a transmigrator, he had started from dire straits and climbed all the way to the Lord level. The system then listed the change options, including primal evolution, complete memory, special skills, skill upgrade, steel body, swift wind and thunder, regeneration evolution, and raging flame mutation. Goblin quickly made a judgment. The primal evolution had to be acquired, and the complete memories couldn't be let go either. That represented 153 years of life experience, crucial for every simulation to E. After a moment's thought, he said directly, "System, I choose primal evolution and memories of this life. I will also purchase life reversal to upgrade combat instinct and fatal strike to the minimum level, obtain steel body and swift as the wind, and use all remaining points to upgrade slow regeneration." The reward has been issued. The remaining 16 evaluation points will be used for the net talent simulation draw. Evolution begins. After the initial evolution, attribute points are 1.5 times that of a normal evolution, and 3 to 5 new skills are gained. Evolution complete. Please check your attributes. Begin memory infusion. As soon as the notification tone ended, Goblin felt a throbbing in his head and then fell into a deep sleep. It was like he had a long dream, a dream filled with the 153 years of his simulated life. When he woke up again, the sky outside was unchanged. Goblin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system rewards and memory implantation did not affect real time. Kana, she's a decent person. If there's a chance, we could change her fate. The dream was too real. He clearly felt all those emotions. In this life, he would not let Kana suffer the same fate as in the simulation. At the same time, the woman in silver armor also filled him with apprehension. Even as a Lord-level being, he didn't have a chance to resist her. At this time, Goblin's body also underwent a huge change. He grew to 2.5 meters tall. With a much more proportionate physique than an ordinary Goblin, his body was muscular and almost without any excess fat. He then checked the attributes. Name, Goblin. Race, large Goblin. Template, elite. Level, 2130. Stamina, 63. Strength, 83. Agility, 63. Spirit, 65. Charisma, 5. In terms of skills, both Fatal Strike and Combat Instinct are made out, and it also possesses abilities such as Iron Body, Swift Wind and Lightning, Regeneration, and Life Reversal. After reviewing the attributes, Goblin was very satisfied. His charm, in particular, had finally recovered from 0 points when he first transmigrated to 5 points. Chapter 22, 500 Tier 1 Magic Crystals. After this evolution, Goblin gained 5 new skills, reaching the limit of his original evolution, and even the levels of many of his old skills increased. With his strength skyrocketing, he immediately asked the system how many magic crystals would be needed for the net simulation. The system's answer was straightforward: 10 Tier 2 Magic Crystals, or 500 Tier 1 Magic Crystals. And since this was the first simulation after the evolution, the price was already considered discounted. Goblin's heart sank upon hearing this. If the discount was this expensive, the prices would only get more outrageous later. He then realized that 1 second-tier magic crystal was worth 50 first-tier magic crystals, a difference far greater than he had imagined. Leaving the valley to hunt second-tier magical beasts would indeed allow him to accumulate resources faster, but the outside world was likely already engulfed in a beast tide, making the risk too high. After a moment's thought, Goblin decided to stay in the valley for the time being. Living isn't shameful. Death is when you lose everything. 500 Tier 1 magic crystals weren't a small amount, but the magical beasts in the valley reproduced quickly enough that he alone wouldn't cause chaos. Meanwhile, deep within the monster forest, a man 5 meters tall, with bull horns on his head and bloodshot eyes, sat on a throne. He looked down at the monster leader below and coldly inquired about the preparations. The crow man beside him immediately reported that the monster tide had assembled and was ready to attack the human city at any moment, and the heroes had already set off for the target city. The Demon King, upon hearing this, simply gave the order, "Since you're ready, then attack." The numerous monster leaders acknowledged the order in unison and departed. Not long after, a terrifying tide of monsters surged forth from the depths of the forest, sweeping towards the human city. Meanwhile, Goblin was still hunting in the valley. In less than a day, he had killed more than 40 first-tier magical beasts on his own, most of which were solitary creatures, a truly astonishing efficiency. Looking at the pile of monster carcasses behind him, Goblin didn't continue his rampage. Instead, he dragged his prey back to camp. On the way, he happened to encounter Goblin's hunting party. When Goblin saw the pile of corpses, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, he cautiously asked, "Did you hunt all of these by yourself, brother?" Goblin simply nodded, his expression completely calm. Gobra's eyes gleamed with barely concealed admiration. Gobra was pleased and casually suggested they also hurry up and hunt, as they planned a bonfire feast that evening. Gobra, however, looked completely bewildered, having no idea what a bonfire feast was. Goblin was silent for a moment, then simply said he would find out that evening. Watching Goblin and the others leave, he secretly resolved that he must arrange cultural lessons for these goblins when he had the chance. Otherwise, communicating with them would be too difficult. Back at camp, Goblin immediately attracted a lot of attention. His appearance and presence were now exceptionally outstanding among the tribe, and many goblin girls stared at him with adoring eyes, but he paid them no heed. He called Goblin directly to the training field. Upon hearing the call, Goblin ran over excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. Goblin asked her if she knew why he had called her there. Goblin shook her head, saying she didn't know. Goblin then reminded her, asking if she remembered the meat they grilled yesterday. Goblin immediately perked up and asked if it was the particularly fragrant meat. Goblin nodded, saying he would teach her how to prepare and grill the meat right away, so everyone could eat together that evening. Goblin was so happy to hear that it was true that she almost jumped for joy and immediately followed him to learn how to skin, clean, prepare, and grill the meat. Goblin knew very well that he would be the Goblin King, and he couldn't do everything himself. From now on, he had to gradually cultivate talents in various fields within the tribe. Goblin studied very diligently, and the meat she grilled on her first try was actually quite good. Goblin nodded in satisfaction at her achievement. These goblins weren't slow learners, as long as you were willing to teach them. Chapter 23, Gob Demon. After practicing 4 or 5 times, Goblin finally managed to grill some decent meat. Although it tasted much worse than Goblin's, at least it was edible, so it passed the test. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted through the air to the training grounds. The goblins outside were drooling with envy, but most of them, intimidated by Goblin's presence, continued training with gritted teeth. Only 4 of the bolder ones sneaked over. Goblin's gaze turned cold as he memorized their appearance. Perfect! These few unruly creatures could be used to teach the other goblins a lesson. 4 goblins came into his line of sight, and 3 of them immediately ran away in fright. Only 1 remained, its eyes fixed on the roasting meat on the fire, almost unable to look away. Goblin became interested and called out in a cold voice, "Come here." The goblin paused for a moment, and only after confirming that it was being called did it cautiously approach. Goblin was somewhat surprised. Ordinary goblins would have been terrified under the suppression of his bloodline, but this kid was quite bold. He picked up a roasted pig's leg and placed it in front of the other person. The little goblin's mouth watered, but he didn't dare to reach out and snatch it. Goblin asked it, "Want some?" The little goblin nodded emphatically. "Yes, I want to eat it." "What's your name?" "My name is Goblin." Goblin nodded. "Goblin, I've got it. You can eat if you want, but have you finished your training for today?" The goblin honestly replied, "It's done." Goblin frowned slightly. According to the training regimen he had arranged, a normal goblin would likely need to train until dark to finish. So he stared at the goblin and gave it another chance. "Tell the truth, are you done or not?" The goblin remained adamant. "I'm done." Goblo looked at it for a moment, then finally handed it over. Eat it when it's done. After receiving permission, Goblin immediately picked up the pig's leg and began to devour it, finishing it clean in no time. Goblin then asked, "Are you full?" "I'm not full," the Goblin answered readily. Goblo said, "If you do the training you did today again, you can get another pig's leg." Goblin's eyes lit up, and without a word, it turned and ran back to the training ground. Goblin wasn't worried about overtraining it. As long as it had enough food, the Goblin recovered quickly. Even if it sustained any hidden injuries, they would be removed during its future evolution. By evening, the game was mostly processed, and the hunting and training teams returned one after another. All the Goblins gathered together, excitedly discussing the upping campfire feast. "What is the bonfire dinner that Brother Goblo mentioned? I heard from Brother Gobra that there's a lot of food, and everyone will dance together." "What is dancing?" "Dancing is dancing." Not long after, Goblin arrived. Several Goblins followed behind, pushing a cart loaded with roasted meat. The moment the roasted meat appeared, all the Goblins' eyes widened in astonishment. Goblin looked at them and said, "This is all for you to eat. From now on, we'll provide food according to your training volume. However, there are a few guys who don't deserve to attend the dinner today." After saying that, he looked at the Goblins that had skipped training during the day. "You four, ye out here." The Goblins came out tremblingly, but the Goblin demon, having spoken with Goblin during the day, seemed less afraid. Goblin said coldly, "You all ran away from training today and want to attend the banquet, so you'll have to do the training again. You're allowed to eat only after you've finished, and each of you will get a pork leg." Goblin has already had his training done, so he can attend directly. The other three Goblins were immediately filled with regret and could only drag their exhausted bodies back to training. The Goblin, however, had no regrets at all, because it had actually eaten an extra portion paired to the others. Soon, the campfire feast officially began. Because the food was limited, each Goblin was given a piece of roasted meat about the size of a pig's leg. Goblin ate while observing his Goblins. Now that he had evolved into an elite-level Goblin with a medium-sized stomach, his appetite was much greater than before. In the end, he ate 10 magical beasts before he was full. To his surprise, more than half of the Goblins failed to finish the delicious roasted meat. Only 15 of them actually ate all the meat. Goblo secretly memorized these Goblins, including Gobra and Gobmo. It seemed that the Goblins who could eat the most often had the best talents. He decided to focus on training these guys first, and then let them lead other Goblins once they had grown up. Chapter 24. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Starting the next day, Goblin led the hunt during the day and taught the 15 Goblins at night. He didn't rush into PLE topics, but started with the most basic knowledge, imparting a great deal of information each day, while also allocating more food and resources to them. 7 days passed, and not a single one of the 15 Goblins resisted. Goblin was initially somewhat surprised, until he noticed that the other Goblins were looking at them with significantly more respect. Being chosen by Goblin to learn from was a privilege reserved for the elite. Gradually, these 15 Goblins widened the gap between themselves and their ordinary kin. The feeling of being envied made them so that no one dared to complain, no matter how tired they were. At night, the troll would sit on a small hill not far away, secretly watching Goblin's lecture. He was itching to go too, but remembering how Goblin had beaten him up before, he didn't dare to approach him. Goblin had noticed his movements long ago, so he simply beckoned to him. The troll, seeing this, immediately scurried over. Goblin asked him, "You've been watching from the sidelines, want to learn?" The troll nodded quickly. Goblin didn't make things difficult for him, and casually pointed to the empty space next to him. "Want to learn? I'll teach you. Go sit over there." The troll immediately sat down obediently and listened attentively to the lesson. Goblo was fairly satisfied with the extra students. However, these monsters had limited language abilities and couldn't write, so for now, he could only teach them orally, and how much they absorbed depended entirely on themselves. This continued for 10 days until Goblin, no longer satisfied with simply imparting knowledge, decided to add practical lessons. The first practical lesson was teaching them how to make weapons. In the past, Goblins mostly used wooden clubs, which had limited lethality. Goblin planned to have them make stone spears. As for iron spears, he also wanted to make some, but no iron or had been found in the valley yet, so they could only use stone tools as a temporary solution. He stood before the goblins, picked up the materials, and demonstrated. Watch closely, the stone spear isn't difficult. First, sharpen the stone, then tie it to a sturdy wooden stick with straw rope, and a rough spear is complete. After saying this, Goblin held up the stone spears he had made and let them try it themselves. The first attempt resulted in almost total annihilation. Some smashed the stones in half. Others shaped them into strange, unusable weapons. Goblin wasn't surprised. Fortunately, the stone spear crafting process was simple, and after repeated attempts, the first acceptable stone spear was finally made. Subsequently, more and more goblins mastered the trick, and efficiency gradually improved. The next day, the goblins went hunting with their newly made stone spears. When they returned that night, the number of prey had almost doubled. Goblin was very satisfied with the pile of prey. The tribe was indeed growing stronger little by little. At the same time, he finally collected 500 Tier 1 magic crystals, enough to begin the net simulation. Soon, a system notification sounded. Simulation begins, consuming 500 magic crystals. 16 evaluation points remaining from the previous run detected. Random talent gained. Magic expansion. Your magic power will be greater than that of monsters of the same level. Goblin's eyes lit up when he saw this talent. He'd managed to get such a useful talent with just 16 points. If it appeared in the purchase section later, he'd definitely try to get it. In your first year, you became the leader of your tribe. All the goblins obeyed your commands, and the trolls were your most loyal subordinates. You devoted yourself to developing your tribe and used all your spare time to train, and the tribe grew stronger every day. In the second year, thanks to your wisdom, the tribe's animal husbandry, agriculture, medicine, and even industry have improved. A mature evolutionary system has been established within the territory, and outstanding goblins such as goblins and goblins, fed with large amounts of flesh and blood, have evolved into elite-level creatures in just 1 year. Goblo realized that they most likely possessed special bloodline talents. However, he wasn't worried because they were only undergoing normal evolution, while he was undergoing primordial evolution. That same year, thanks to your medium-sized stomach and intensive training, you leveled up to 28, not far from being a leader. In the third year, the goblin population aged 300, and the entire population was mobilized for war. Except for newborn infants, almost all goblins had reached level 10 or higher. In the same year, you discovered iron ore, forging a large quantity of iron equipment, which greatly enhanced the tribe's bat strength and improved their living standards. Chapter 25, The Ghost Clan. That same year, Goblin found the swamp he remembered. At that time, it had not yet been occupied by the lizard men, but was only inhabited by a group of wild crocodile monsters. After observing several times, he confirmed that the strongest creature in the swamp was only an elite-level crocodile, so he no longer hesitated and rushed into the swamp to take action. The crocodile had incredible defense, but it couldn't withstand Goblin's attacks. 2 punches broke its jaws, and 5 more left its massive body a bloody mess. The surrounding crocodiles were all intimidated, and Goblin immediately ordered the goblins to capture them. In the end, with the cooperation of several elite goblins, they captured 30 crocodile monsters without taking any damage, intending to train them into mounts. That same year, Goblin discovered the lizardmen's lair. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he led his tribe in a surprise attack. The goblins' offensive was fierce, and the lizardmen's weak defenses quickly collapsed. To save his people, the lizardman chieftain had no choice but to offer his daughter in exchange for peace. Goblo was not swayed by the cute, big-eyed girl, but he still spared the lizard men and took them into his own forces. In the 4th year, Goblin continued to expand in the monster forest, gradually subduing other races and successfully advancing to the rank of leader. As his power grew, he also attracted the attention of certain beings deep within the forest. One night, Goblin was about to rest after training when a tall, dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could react, he was immobilized by a terrifying aura. Goblo turned around with difficulty and finally saw that the other party was a huge demon. The demon was somewhat surprised that a mere leader-level creature could move under his aura and man so many demons. Goblo judged that the other party was at least a lord-level being, and could only ask him with difficulty who he was. The demon smiled, finding him amusing, and then said, "Come back with me," before knocking Goblo unconscious. When Goblin awoke again, several days had passed. He found himself imprisoned in a dark dungeon, the bars of which were too sturdy to be broken. Soon after, an elite boarman came to take him to see the adults. Goblin glanced outside and saw that he was surrounded by powerful creatures. He knew that he could not escape from the clutches of a lord-level being, so he could only obediently follow for the time being. Soon, he was led to a dark castle. The castle yielded an aura of danger, but Goblin couldn't help but think that he would build one for himself someday. Upon entering the castle, he came to a red room. The demon who had captured him stood respectfully beside the throne, on which sat a demon whom Goblin could not see through at all. The demon stared at him for a long time before slowly speaking, saying that it was strange that he was just an ordinary goblin who had reached this level through primal evolution and could gather magical beasts and create human tools in a short time. Goblin felt as if he had been completely seen through, but he still feigned fear. Seeing his silence, the Demon King instructed the female Demon King beside him, Ying, that she would be in charge of disciplining him from now on. Goblin then realized that the person before him was actually the king of the demon race. He was then taken to Ying's territory. Ying initially didn't value him, using him only as an ordinary leader-level magical beast. She put Goblith in charge of a squad posed of elite-level magical beasts. Although Goblith was worried about his tribe, he could only promise for the time being, trusting that Goblith and his men could stabilize the situation. Trouble soon arose after taking over the squad. The team members were all troublemakers, unruly and defiant, and other squads deliberately came to provoke them. Goblo knew this was absolutely unacceptable. He took immediate action, brutally beating up everyone who caused trouble, including the troublemakers in his own squad. From then on, the squad finally behaved itself. Chapter 26, Ghost Clan's Secret Realm. In the 5th year, Goblo had already spent a full year in the Demon Clan's territory. During this year, he not only managed the territory very well, but his strength also increased rapidly. He had been the strongest leader-level creature and could even fight the weakest leader-level creature head-on. Ying finally recognized his value and began to focus on cultivating him, constantly providing him with rare resources to help him improve. At the same time, Goblu also learned that his tribe was developing well under the leadership of Gobmo and others, which finally put his mind at ease. In the 6th year, with the support of the Nightingale, Goblin successfully mutated and evolved into a demon goblin warrior, raising its level cap by 11 levels and surpassing most leader-level creatures in strength. After the mutation, his appearance changed drastically. His skin became dark and hard, his eyes were bloodshot, his fangs protruded, and a huge, grotesque face appeared on his back, so ferocious it looked alive. Ordinary magical beasts would instinctively retreat upon seeing him. Ying, on the contrary, had more frequent contact with him. Goblo was unaware that his current appearance perfectly matched the aesthetics of the demon race, and that he actually looked quite handsome when he removed his fangs. By the 12th year, Goblo's level had reached its minimum, and he could break through to the leader level at any time. Now, the entire Oni race had heard of his name, because 99% of the leader-level creatures were no match for him. One night, Ying called him into a room and asked bluntly, "Are you about to break through to the leader level and enter the chief level?" Goblin nodded, yes. Ying then told him that the Ghost Clan's secret realm was about to open. That place was extremely dangerous. In previous years, the mortality rate for non-ghost creatures who entered aged 70%, but as long as they came out alive, their strength would be significantly improved. She looked at Goblin and continued, "I've seen your progress over the years. Once inside, I'll have the other demons take care of you. Do you want that opportunity?" Goblin didn't hesitate for a moment. Of course. He had been to similar secret realms before and knew very well that although such places were dangerous, they often held great opportunities. Ying saw that he agreed readily, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. "After you return this time, your strength should surpass that of Moro. At that time, I will introduce you to the king." Goblin was startled. Only lord-level beings were qualified to meet the king of the Ghost Clan, and he hadn't a pectoring to take him on this journey now. He suppressed his emotions and said respectfully, "Yes, my lord. Is there anything else you require?" "That's all. Go back and rest." A few days later, Goblin was led to the entrance of the demon clan's secret realm. Upon arrival, many demons greeted him warmly. He knew these people were sent by Ying to look after him, so he responded to each one. As for the leader-level magical beasts, they looked at him with adoration. Some tried to take the opportunity to get closer to him, since following Goblin meant a greater chance of survival, but Goblin ignored them. Soon, the group arrived at a dilapidated ruin. Even from a distance, the ruin yielded a chilling and eerie aura, causing all the magical beasts to be wary. This was the second deadliest secret realm for the Ghost Clan. No one dared to be careless. The demon leader, who was leading the group, reminded them, "Your lord should have already explained the situation inside. After entering, you'll be randomly teleported to different locations. If you meet someone along the way, you could travel together. Now, go in one by one." Goblin remained calm. He wasn't flustered. The Ghost Clan possessed a special secret technique that allowed them to sense the location of their own kind within a certain range. Moreover, before entering the secret realm, it had already infused him with a trace of Ghost Clan blood. Feeling the surging power of his bloodline within him, Goblin knew that once he fully integrated with this power, his bat strength would increase even further. Soon, he stepped into the secret realm. His consciousness went black for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by desolation. The cracked earth, the withered trees, and the faint stench in the air all yielded an oppressive atmosphere. Goblin slowed his pace and began to feel his way forward. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped, sensing that something in the shadows was watching him. The next second, a chill ran down his spine from behind. He whirled around and thrust out a claw, striking a giant black wolf squarely. Seeing the black aura flowing around it, Goblin immediately recognized it as a special creature from the secret realm, a ghost beast. Killing it would allow him to attract its ghost energy. He suddenly exerted force with his arm, snapping the ghost wolf's neck. In an instant, black energy surged from the corpse and slowly seeped into his body. Chapter 27, you don't want to be stuck in the Ghost Clan's secret realm forever, do you? As the black aura surged into Goblin's body, he immediately felt the trace of demon bloodline injected by Nightingale be even more ferocious, and even his physical strength increased. The fact that just one ordinary-level peak demon wolf could bring about such an improvement made him even more eager for the demon beast to eat. He didn't stop, continuing deeper into the secret realm. Not long after, he encountered 3 more ghost wolves, their strength roughly the same as the previous one. Goblin acted swiftly as always, killing them all in a few moves and attracting 3 wisps of ghostly energy. The feeling of growing stronger made him realize that perhaps he could be more efficient acting alone. However, before entering, Ying had specifically reminded him that the most valuable thing in the secret realm wasn't the ghost beasts, but the ghost pearls. The ghost energy within the ghost pearls, in both quantity and quality, far surpassed that of ordinary ghost beasts, and Ying had also told him to take as many as possible. The demons are very sensitive to demonic energy, and following them would indeed make it easier to find the demon pearl. However, Goblin searched for a long time, but didn't see a single demon. He quickly realized something was wrong. Logically, the demon's secret techniques could sense bloodlines, so they should have known his location long ago. Yet no one had he looking for him. He guessed that the demons were probably deliberately leaving him out. After all, he had been too outstanding lately, even overshadowing many demon geniuses, so it was normal that they didn't want to take him along. A day passed, and Goblin still hadn't encountered any demons, but he wasn't worried. Not far ahead, a jet-black demon bead hovered in midair, surrounded by 3 leader-level demon tigers. Goblin could tell at a glance that these 3 ghost tigers were not to be trifled with. Ghost beasts were already 30% stronger than ordinary magical beasts, but instead of retreating, he seemed rather excited. Upon spotting him, the 3 ghost tigers instantly transformed into 3 black shadows and pounced at astonishing speed. Goblin's demon tattoo on his back suddenly opened its eyes, and a layer of red patterns appeared on its body, followed by the growth of a head and 2 arms. This was the skill he gained after being a demon goblin warrior, demon possession. After casting it, the damage he takes is doubled, but his other attributes are also doubled. 3 ghost tigers pounced from 3 directions simultaneously. Goblin blocked one with each hand, while his newly grown arm on his back gripped the last one tightly. Fighting 3 against 1, he was in no way inferior in strength. The next second, he tore a large chunk of flesh from the ghost tiger's body. The ghost tiger let out a shrill scream and was pinned to the ground with one hand, while the other hand frantically smashed its head. Before long, the leader-level demon beast was smashed into a bloody pulp, and demonic energy immediately surged into Goblo's body, boosting his attributes once again. Then his fists rained down relentlessly, and the remaining 2 demon tigers didn't last long either, being brutally killed by him. This scene was witnessed by the arriving demons. The young demons were all stunned. They knew very well how difficult it was to deal with the demon tigers. Usually, even 2 or 3 people working together might not be able to take down one, but Goblo had actually killed 3 of them all by himself. Goblin merely glanced at them coldly before walking over and picking up the ghost bead. The moment he held it, he could feel the dense, ghostly energy within. This single ghost bead was enough to propel him from the leader level to the chief level, but he didn't intend to absorb it immediately. Instead, he wanted to accumulate more first, so he could break through more powerfully in one go. Seeing this, the surrounding demons quickly surrounded him, trying to invite him to join their group. Goblin, however, refused outright. After obtaining the demon beads, he discovered that his sensitivity to demonic energy had also been stronger. The demon beads seemed to attract each other, allowing him to continue his search even without the help of the demons. The leader of the demons spoke in a deep voice. "Goblo, are you really not going to consider joining us? This is Lord Ying's order. Are you going to disobey, Lording?" Goblo sneered. "Now you know to bring up Lady Ying? Who do you think you are, daring to mention her? Where were you before? You only came to win me over after seeing my strength. A bunch of filthy hyenas." The demon's face immediately darkened. "Goblo, this is the demon clan's secret realm. Every time, magical beasts get trapped inside, and it's normal for geniuses to die there. You don't want to stay here forever, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, 11 demons slowly surrounded him. Goblin looked at them coldly, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat these people, but if he killed all 11 demons at once, his superiors would definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 28, Leader Level, Earth Dragon. Seeing the demons closing in from all sides, Goblin quickly made a decision. He could deal with the troubles after he got out later, but if he retreated now, he would probably die here immediately. He activated his demon possession ability again, unleashing a violent aura that instantly blasted outwards. The weaker demons around him were immediately stunned and dared not approach. After all, they had just witnessed Goblin kill 3 demon tigers in one fell swoop. The leader of the demons also changed his oppression. He had thought Goblu would back down and promise, but he hadn't expected the other party to actually dare to confront him head-on. But now that things had escalated to this point, he was also in a difficult position. Goblin saw his hesitation, but didn't back down. He'd survived this long in the Oni territory solely on his ruthlessness and value. As long as he proved strong enough, Ying would protect him. Before the other side could give the order, Goblin charged forward. The surrounding demons immediately surrounded him to stop him, but they couldn't stop him at all. The demon leader was also driven to desperation and directly activated his innate Adra demon. This ability boosts all attributes, strengthens defense, and enhances skill power. No wonder he was able to be the leader. However, paired to Goblin's demonic possession, this boost is clearly insignificant. The attacks from the surrounding demons did leave wounds on Goblin, but his recovery speed was too fast. The injuries healed rapidly as soon as they appeared. In a short while, he charged straight at the demon leader. The 2 men clashed head-on, and the demon leader's fist cracked instantly. He finally realized something was wrong and turned to flee, but Goblin gave him no chance, chasing after him and forcefully knocking him down in the crowd. In less than a minute, the demon leader collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Goblin pierced the demon's chest with his claw, pulled out his heart, and swallowed it in front of all the demons. A surge of demonic energy flooded into his body. Goblin felt his power increase, and when he looked up at the remaining demons, his eyes were chillingly cold. The demons were terrified and turned to flee. Goblin coldly shouted, "Stop right there!" The demons froze instantly. Goblin stared at the nearest one and asked, "Do you know how Amo died?" The demon swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, "Amo was killed by the demon tiger." Goblin nodded, then glanced at the other demons. "Did you all hear that clearly? How did Amo die?" "Killed by ghost tiger." "It was killed by the ghost tiger." Hearing everyone's opinions, Goblin said coldly, "Remember this. Now let's separate. I'll clean up after Amo." The demons, as if granted a pardon, immediately scattered and fled. Goblin knew that the truth would eventually spread, but he also understood that by killing just one Amo, Ing could completely protect him. He then found a ghost bead on Amo. However, the ghostly energy within this bead was much less than what he had obtained before. It seemed that without his help, the ghost efficiency in collecting ghost beads was indeed very low. At that moment, Goblin noticed a small, thin female demon not far away, looking at him timidly. He said coldly, "Come here." The other person quickly ran forward and bowed respectfully. "Lord Goblin, my name is Hanamai." Goblin asked, "Do you know the location of the ghost pearl?" Hua Wu nodded quickly. "I know. I can sense the location of all the ghost beads. It's just that the guardian ghost beasts are too strong, so we can't get many." Goblin's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately said, "Take me there. I'll give you some ghost pearls afterward." Hua Wu agreed without hesitation. Net, she led Goblin on a continued search for the ghost pearl. Goblin easily dealt with almost every monster they encountered along the way, earning Hannah's admiration. Before long, the two found a ghost bead. But when Goblin saw the ghost beast guarding it, he finally understood why Hannah had said they couldn't get it. It turned out to be a leader-level earth dragon corrupted by ghostly energy. Goblin stared at the earth dragon for a moment. It must have just broken through to the leader level, but it was still not something an ordinary demon could provoke. Hua Wu stood to the side, watching Goblin with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. She was clearly eager to see for herself whether this infamous Goblin could defeat a leader-level creature. Chapter 2996, Ghost Beads. Goblin glanced at Hua, his tone calm, but mondaine. "You stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon." Hua nodded quickly. "Yes, Lord Goblin." As soon as he finished speaking, Goblin circled around to the back of the demonized earth dragon. Despite being stronger, he didn't choose to confront it head-on, but instead planned to launch a sneak attack, saving his energy whenever possible. Hua Wu wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, she admired him even more. In her eyes, a true strong person should be this cautious. Goblin's goal was clear, this leader-level demonized earth dragon. He was also very curious about just how much of a boost this level of demonized creature could provide him. He stopped when he had quietly approached within 15 steps. If he had taken another step, the earth dragon would have noticed. Although the demon-transformed earth dragon was still asleep, it had already vaguely sensed danger. As soon as it opened its eyes, a sharp pain shot through its back. Goblin tore off several scales from its back with a single claw, instantly creating a breach in its formidable defense. The earth dragon turned around angrily, but the next second, Goblin was already sitting steadily on its back. Immediately afterwards, his fists rained down. After the raging beast energy erupted, the power was astonishing, and in just a few blows, the earth dragon's back was smashed into a bloody mess. Hua Wu was dumbfounded. She had long heard that the earth dragon's scales were as hard as iron, and that ordinary weapons could hardly break through them. Yet Goblin had actually shattered the defenses with his bare fists. The demonic earth dragon struggled frantically, trying to throw him off, but Goblin had already torn SI wounds on its back, its SI limbs gripping the other tightly, while its two heads continued to tear at flesh and blood. The earth dragon howled in pain, its injuries worsening. About 15 minutes later, a terrifying ghostly aura suddenly erupted from its body, and its power surged. Goblin was struggling to stay upright on its back. However, he soon discovered that although the earth dragon had become stronger in a short time, its life force was rapidly diminishing. If he could just keep dragging this out, he would definitely win in the end. But Goblin didn't want to waste time. He still needed to collect the ghost orbs. A few minutes later, the demonic earth dragon collapsed heavily to the ground, a third of its body already devoured. Dense, dark demonic energy surged from its body and slowly flowed into Goblin's body. He could sense that he was getting a little closer to the threshold of the leader level to the chief level, but he still forcibly suppressed the impulse. Goblin then stepped forward and put away the ghost bead. The ghostly energy within this bead was several times more concentrated than the previous one. He returned to Hua Wu's side and said calmly, "Let's go find the net ghost bead." Hua Wu asked softly, "Don't you want to rest for a bit?" "There's no need." "Yes." For the net 2 weeks, Goblin and Hanako searched for ghost beads with astonishing efficiency. In the end, they collected a total of 96 ghost beads. Nightingale once said that only about 150 ghost pearls are born in the Ghost Clan's secret realm each year. Now that Flower Dance can no longer sense the existence of other ghost pearls, it means that the ghost pearls in the secret realm have been basically cleared out. Goblo picked out 4 ghost beads from the 96 and handed them to Huo. "This is your reward. With your current body, you can only handle a minimum of 4 beads. Any more, and you'll burst." Hua Wu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly waved her hand. "These are for me?" No, Lord Goblo, I don't need so many. 2 are enough." She knew very well that many demons wouldn't even get a single demon bead in the end. With her strength, getting 2 would already be incredibly lucky. Goblin said coldly, "What I give away, I will not take back." Hua Wu had no choice but to swallow her words, but a strange, inexplicable emotion welled up inside her. Meanwhile, outside the Ghost Clan's secret realm, 2 leader-level powerhouses were guarding the entrance. One of them asked, "Old Luo, how long do you think it will take them to loot all the ghost pearls this time?" The other person shook his head. "It's hard to say, but it should be faster than in previous years." Goblin went in too, didn't he? "You fought him before. You should know how terrifying that guy is." Indeed, apart from Moro being slightly stronger than him, the other leader-level creatures are no match for him at all. He's just a goblin, yet he's this strong. Once he ES out, even Moro probably won't be able to suppress him. As the 2 were talking, the ruins in front of them suddenly shook, and a circular portal appeared out of thin air. Their impressions changed instantly. The portal would only open under 2 circumstances. Either the 3-month period had expired, or all the ghost beads inside had been looted. But now, only half a month has passed. One of the demons immediately rushed back to report the news to the elders. Before long, demons began to emerge from the portal, and elders from various races also arrived, including Ying. But 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, and Goblin still did not appear. The portal can only last for 3 days at most. If he doesn't E out after 3 days, he will be permanently sealed in the secret realm. Chapter 30 Advancement to Boss Level. At that moment, a demon who had just emerged from the secret realm rushed to a Lord-level demon and recounted what had happened inside. Upon hearing this, the Lord's gaze instantly locked onto Ying. Ying sensed something was wrong, and soon someone came to report to her. After learning that Goblu had killed a demon, her oppression changed slightly. She then repeatedly confirmed that only one had died before secretly breathing a sigh of relief. On the 3rd day, the portal remained open, indicating that someone was still inside the secret realm. Everyone knew that the remaining one was most likely Goblin. In the afternoon, Goblin finally emerged from the portal. By then, he had reached a height of 3.5 meters. In the past 3 days, he had successfully advanced to the boss level and, due to the ghostly energy, had undergone another benign mutation, evolving into an extremely mean and evil ghost goblin berserker. His level cap was 13 levels higher than that of a normal boss, and he had also mastered 5 boss level skills in one go. Huo also came out beside him. For the past 3 days, she had been guarding Goblu to prevent the ghost beast from attacking. But as soon as Goblo appeared, a Lord-level demon rushed at him like a madman, roaring that he should be buried with his son. Goblo immediately realized that the man was Amo's father. The enormous demonic claw descended upon him, and Ying tried to intervene, but she was too late. The next second, Goblin raised his hands to take the blow head on, and was blasted away. He was still not at the level of a true lord, but this blow, which was enough to severely injure a top leader, only caused him minor injuries. Almost simultaneously, Ying's sharp claws pierced through the chest of the lord-level demon. Her face was filled with rage. She had nurtured Goblin for so long, and the harvest she had finally received was almost destroyed. Just as the two lord-level figures were about to engage in a full-blown fight, Goblo slowly got up from the ground, casually brushed the dust off his body, and remained calm, as if nothing had happened. All the surrounding goblins stared at him in shock. No one had expected that a goblin who had just been promoted to leader level could survive an attack from a lord-level goblin. Goblin smiled and said to Oriole, "My lady Oriole, I'm fine. Weren't you going to introduce me to the king?" Ying was taken aback and subconsciously asked him, "Are you all right?" Goblin looked down to check his body and found only a small, almost healed wound on his chest. He then feigned a pitiful oppression and said, "Something's wrong. I'm bleeding." Ying's eyes twitched slightly. Amo's father's face stiffened even more. Blood was still dripping from his own chest, while Goblo's wound was almost invisible. He ultimately did not make another move, only coldly saying, "I will seek justice from the Long family regarding my son's matter." After saying that, he turned and left. Ying walked up to Goblin and tried to fort him. She already understood the general situation. With the talent and strength Goblin had shown, even if things escalated to the king's ears, no one could really do anything to him. Goblin nodded in agreement. Ying looked at him, her eyes filled with even greater satisfaction, and then asked him what level of strength he had reached after advancing. Goblo thought for a moment and said that he should have no rivals among those of the same level. As for how much of a gap there was between him and the lord level, that would require Lady Ying to personally test it for him. Ying chuckled and agreed. If it were anyone else, she would definitely find it troublesome, but since it was Goblin, no amount of time was too much trouble. Goblin ignored her increasingly obvious gaze and simply thanked her respectfully. Afterward, he followed Ying back to the tribe's territory to undergo the strength test personally arranged by Ying. During the test, Goblin deliberately held back some of his power. Even so, the bat strength he displayed still shocked Ying. After the test, Ying took Goblu to see the king of the demons. Amo's father was indeed there, having obviously to plane first. The demon king originally intended to punish Goblo, but after Goblo displayed astonishing strength, the king's attitude immediately changed. He not only withdrew the punishment, but also granted Goblo a new position. From that moment on, Goblo possessed the same rights as ordinary lord-level demons. The demon king's affection for him far outweighed Goblo's expectations. With lord-level authority, Goblo could move almost freely within the Oni territory. He could finally visit his tribe and also take the opportunity to search for Kana. However, Goblin did not forget Ying. Over the years, Ying had indeed helped him a lot. After obtaining the territory, he went to Ying's territory as soon as possible to see her. Chapter 31 simulates the 19th year. Late at night, Goblo came to Ying's room and gave her what she had always wanted. The next morning, Ying gently took his arm and walked out of the room. His men were all dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe that someone could actually tame this woman. That same year, Goblo briefly left the Oni tribe and returned to his former clan. He discovered that the current chieftain was none other than Jebula. Overjoyed at their reunion, Jebula, persuaded by Goblo, eventually brought his entire clan to join his territory. In the 13th year, Goblin's strength continued to increase, but trouble also followed. Although he was still only a leader, he already had his own territory, which made many people in the Oni race dissatisfied. They secretly sabotaged his subordinates and slowed down the development of his territory. Goblin observed all of this. He didn't retaliate immediately, but chose to endure. He knew very well that now was not the time to break off relations. Only when the time was right could he settle all these scores in one fell swoop. In the 18th year, Goblin's growth rate became increasingly astonishing, and on the surface he could already fight on par with some weaker, lord-level creatures. In reality, however, his true power had already reached the mid-stage of the lord level, but he had not yet fully revealed it. His bat prowess stems from a skill level far outweighing that of his kind. Many lord-level creatures might not even match his skill mastery. Because of this, Those who previously caused trouble have begun to restrain themselves, and some have even taken the initiative to curry favor. However, Goblin still did not make a move. He had already acquired the initial ability to counterattack, but he still chose to remain hidden. In the same year, he left the monster forest and went to the Kona Plains, where he successfully rescued Kana. His appearance was so terrifying that everyone except Kana ran away. Looking at the terrified girl, Goblin calmly said, "You're a half-elf, not a pure human." Kana stared at him in shock. She did indeed possess half-elf blood, but she had always disguised it, so it shouldn't have been obvious. Unaffectedly, Goblin had recognized her identity with just a glance. Seeing her reaction, Goblin knew he had guessed correctly, so he said, "Come with me. I'll take you to a place more suitable for you to live in. You probably won't be happy staying in the human world." Kana hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Goblin had saved her life, and although she was afraid, she had no other choice. Afterwards, Goblin led her back to the monster forest and into his territory. After bringing Kana back, Goblin began to think about how to explain it to Ying. After all, he was certain to marry Kana in the future. But not long after, Ying discovered the truth. Surprisingly, she didn't fly into a rage. Ying simply pulled Goblin into the room and calmly stated her request. "You can have other mates, but you must promise that I will always be your highest priority." Goblin agreed almost without hesitation. Afterwards, Kana was assigned to Goblin's side, being his personal secretary. When she first moved into the territory, she was extremely cautious. She had never imagined that such luxurious buildings would exist in the monster forest. What made her even more nervous was that the demons and high-level magical beasts on the road treated Goblin with great respect. She couldn't understand why a high-level demon like him would appear on the Kona Plains and, of all places, save someone as insignificant as herself. At that moment, Goblin was reading at his desk. He had noticed Kana's awkwardness long ago, but he didn't offer any special for it. He simply went about his business as usual, occasionally asking her to help him get books or organize materials. "Kana, bring me the 7th book from the left on the 3rd row of the 2nd bookshelf." Upon hearing the instruction, Kana immediately got up and did as she was told. When she handed the book over, she discovered that the cover was written in human script. She was quite surprised. A monster was actually actively learning human knowledge. But she dared not ask further, and Goblin didn't explain either. To him, the memories in the simulation might very well be inherited by his future self in the outside world, so he would absorb as much knowledge as possible from this world. By the 19th year, Kana had fully adapted to life in the territory. She was no longer as fearful as she had been at the beginning, and even often stole glances at Goblin. Goblin naturally noticed her change and understood that she had fallen for him. One night, Kana was sitting obediently in the distance as usual. Goblin suddenly spoke up. "Kana, I heard you've been reading books on alchemy lately. Are you trying to be an alchemist?" Kana immediately replied, "Yes, Lord Goblin. Being an alchemist has been my dream since I was a child." Goblin nodded. "When you have nothing to do, you can read alchemy books here. You can also ask me if you don't understand anything. I also have some knowledge of alchemy. Did you bring your usual books? Let me take a look." Hearing this, Kana paused for a few seconds, then quickly nodded and went to get it. Her heart was pounding faster and faster. In the years she'd been here, she'd never gotten too close to Goblin, only observing him from afar and feeling that he was completely different from the other magical beasts. In her eyes, most other magical beasts were crude and barbaric, but Goblin was different. He was elegant, restrained, and loved learning, spending most of his time either reading or cultivating. He was fair and rewarding and punishing his subordinates, and knew how to treat those of talent with respect. She had never seen a demon like him before. Kana nervously walked to his side. Goblin pulled out a chair and said only one word, "Sit." She looked at the chair that was almost touching Goblin, her body trembling slightly, but she finally sat down. However, Goblin didn't do anything unnecessary afterward. Instead, he earnestly explained alchemy to her. Kana was quickly captivated by the content, gradually forgetting her nervousness and immersing herself in learning. After the explanation, Goblin looked at her and said, "If you can master this book within a week, I can give you a reward. Is there anything you want?" Kana, who had calmed down, felt her heart pound again upon hearing this. She looked up at Goblin and whispered, "The reward. Anything is fine?" Chapter 32, The Ghost Prince. Goblo, with a hint of seduction, told Kana that if she could do it, he could grant her some requests, even if they were a little excessive. Kana hesitated for a moment, then quietly suggested that she wanted to visit the monster forest. She had always stayed in the Ghost Clan's territory and had never been outside. Goblo deliberately said that he was very busy every day, and Kana immediately felt a little disappointed. But the next second, Goblin changed his tune, saying that if she really mastered the book, he would leave the work to the goblins and personally accompany her out for a stroll. Kana then realized that he had actually already agreed. Goblo reminded her that he wouldn't take her there until he fully understood the book's contents. Kana immediately perked up and began studying the book intently. A week later, Goblin took Kana to the monster forest as promised. He specifically chose several relatively safe and scenic spots. On the way, he casually took her hand, pretending to be worried that Kana might get lost. After being led by the hand, Kana was somewhat dazed, following Goblu almost wherever he took her. Because Goblu was with her, they didn't encounter any danger along the way, and this trip felt like a dream to her. A few months later, Kana officially became a concubine in Goblo's territory. Around the same time, a major event occurred within the Oni clan. The Oni king's child was born, possessing innate royal-level potential. This meant that once the child reached adulthood, he could directly be a royal-level powerhouse, perhaps even surpassing the current Ghost King. A month later, Goblo met the Ghost King's son. The Ghost Clan is inherently a powerful race. Even the most ordinary Ghost Clan member is at least elite level at birth. But the Ghost King's child is even more extraordinary. At only 1 month old, his strength has already reached the level of a leader. Goblin looked at the baby and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He had struggled for 20 years to reach the level of a leader, while some beings were born already in the same position. In the 20th year, the Ghost King suddenly summoned Goblith in person. Goblith was puzzled, wondering why the Ghost King had chosen this particular time to seek him out. After arriving before the Ghost King as agreed, the Ghost King looked at him with obvious satisfaction in his eyes. The Ghost King said that he had heard his territory was well governed, and in less than 10 years, it had gradually caught up with the territories of other lords. Goblo immediately responded modestly, saying that it was all thanks to the care of the other lords, and that the territory bestowed upon him by the Ghost King was a treasure land, which enabled him to develop so quickly. He said he had to thank the Ghost King for the opportunity. These words pleased the Demon King greatly. He smiled and said that since Goblin was so eager to thank him, now was the perfect opportunity. He was going to give Goblin a task, to be his son's tutor. Upon hearing this, Goblin couldn't help but look up at the Ghost King. He hadn't expected the Ghost King to not personally teach his precious son, nor did he understand why the prince was being entrusted to him. After all, there were so many lord-level powerhouses among the Ghost Clan. Any one of them would have a more legitimate claim than him. But the Ghost King continued, saying that entrusting his son to him was an act of trust and recognition of his abilities. The Ghost King also reminded Goblin to focus on teaching, as he would personally observe him after some time. Goblin outwardly agreed respectfully, but inwardly he didn't fully believe him. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong within the Ghost Clan, and that the problem was likely hidden among the Ghost Clan's higher-ups. Otherwise, the Ghost King wouldn't have entrusted his son to a goblin who wasn't a Ghost Clan to teach. Afterwards, the Demon King took Goblin to see the prince. Not long after, Goblin saw the Demon King's son again, who wasn't even as tall as his calf. A group of leader-level demons were surrounding the child, cowing him. Upon sensing the arrival of the Ghost King, the Ghost Prince immediately ran over and called out, "Father!" The Ghost King pointed to Goblu and told him that this was his new teacher, and that he would be going to Goblu's territory to train diligently. The Demon Prince glanced at Goblu, but quickly lost interest. Although Goblu now resembled a demon and possessed a strong demonic aura, he was ultimately not a demon. Goblin immediately realized that this little guy looked down on goblins. In that case, he decided to teach this incredibly talented young prince a lesson. The Demon Prince immediately oppressed his dislike for the teacher and wanted the Demon King to arrange for a lord-level demon to teach him. The Demon King, however, calmly replied that although Goblin was also a leader-level demon, he was already capable of defeating Lord-level demons. The prince was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and immediately proposed a fight with Goblin. If Goblin could win, he would acknowledge Goblin as his teacher. If Goblin lost, he would be Goblin's underling, like those good-for-nothings around him, and acknowledge him as his elder brother. Goblin glanced at the group of leader-level demons in the distance and realized that many of them were his defeated enemies. Logically speaking, the prince was not even half a year old, and even if his level was high, it was still limited. He shouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily. But if those leaders didn't hold back, it meant that this demon prince was indeed quite capable. Goblin nodded in confirmation. If he lost, he'd be a subordinate. If he won, he'd be a teacher. The prince snorted coldly, and a 5-meter-tall golem suddenly appeared behind him, its appearance almost a magnified version of himself. Goblin recognized it as a demon golem, something that normally only a lord-level demon could prehend. The prince before him, though only a leader, had already mastered this skill. His talent was truly astonishing. However, Goblin wasn't nervous, because if his opponent was capable, Goblin would only have more trump cards up his sleeve. The next moment, the Oni prince charged directly at Goblin. A minute later, the Oni statue completely dissipated, and the Oni prince, his face swollen like a pig's head, stood obediently in front of Goblin and the Oni king. Chapter 33 Born Bad Seed. Your Majesty, you can rest assured to entrust Prince Moli to me. I will teach him well. The Ghost King nodded, his tone still gentle. Little Luo, I have complete confidence in your abilities. I will leave Shaoli to you and will not interfere any further. After speaking, the Ghost King turned and left. Xiao Luo watched his retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. From the moment he met the Ghost King, the latter had always been amiable and gentle, completely unlike any other ghost he had ever encountered. Ordinary ghosts are mostly eerie and irritable, and the higher the level of the ghost, the fiercer their temper tends to be, unless suppressed by absolute power. Now that Xiao Luo knows that there is more than one Ghost King among the ghosts, and that the other Ghost Kings are all extremely violent, he can't help but wonder if the Ghost King before him is truly a pure ghost. After the Ghost King left, Xiao Luo turned to look at Mo Li beside him. This brat, though beaten to a pulp, showed no resentment, instead staring at him with fanatical fervor. This was because Xiao Luo was the first person to defeat him with leader-level strength. Mo Li raised her head and said, "You are very powerful. Since you have defeated me, I can call you teacher for the time being. However, I am too young now. Give me 10 years. After 10 years, you will definitely not be my match. At that time, you'll have to call me Big Brother." Xiao Luo almost laughed at him and said calmly, "I remember that the Ghost Clan only es of age at Saidi, and only then can they advance to the Emperor level. In 10 years, it's hard to say whether you can even reach the King level. At most, you'll be at the Lord level." Moli retorted nonchalantly, "Isn't a Lord level weapon enough to deal with you?" Xiao Luo wasn't angry. After all, the other person was still a child, and he couldn't be bothered to argue. However, since he had accepted the task, he also decided to give Mo Li a complete childhood. He nodded. "With your talent, you might actually be good enough. All right, eat with me to my territory." Mo Li responded and followed him out of the central territory. Along the way, Xiao Luo felt increasingly uneasy. His territory was the most remote place in the entire Ghost Clan. The Ghost King had no reason to send his own son to such a place without cause. This likely means that something big is about to happen within the Ghost Clan. As he was pondering, Mo Li's actions suddenly caught his attention. Passing by a bush, Mo Li accurately reached out and grabbed a wild rabbit hiding inside, then proceeded to pluck its fur one by one. The hare let out a piercing scream, while Mo Li's eyes were filled with pleasure. It wasn't anger, nor curiosity, but pure malice. Xiao Luo wasn't too shocked. The Ghost Clan was inherently cruel, and Mo Li was only recently born. Her malice was undisguised and therefore all the more real. He reached out and took the rabbit from Mo Li's hand, snapping its neck and giving it a quick death. Xiao Luo didn't expect to turn Mo Li into a good person, because he knew very well that most of the ghosts were born bad, and trying to teach them to be good was just asking for trouble. Emily looked at him, puzzled. Xiao Luo calmly said, "If you're going to kill, don't dawdle. If you develop this habit, it will only harm you in actual bat later." Emily shrugged indifferently. "Right now you're my teacher, stronger than me, so I'll listen to you. But once I'm stronger than you, I won't follow these rules anymore." As he spoke, his eyes burned as he stared intently at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo instantly understood that Mo Li had already regarded him as prey and even wanted to kill him with her own hands. Xiao Luo didn't dwell on how he had offended Mo Li. The hatred of the Ghost Clan was often without reason. Most of the time, they simply wanted to kill someone. Realizing this, Xiao Luo had only one thought in his mind: must cultivate even harder and absolutely could not let this brat catch up. Not long after, he brought Mo Li back to his territory. Mo Li was stunned to see the peaceful scene within his territory, so different from the Ghost King's territory. He had never seen a place like this before. But then, a strong sense of disgust welled up inside him. The harmony made him sick, and he instinctively wanted to destroy it. Xiao Luo didn't notice the strange emotion in Mo Li's eyes. He just thought it was Mo Li's first time seeing such a place, and he was a little curious about it. So he said, "Your Highness, eat with me. I'll take you to where we're going to stay." Mo Li gave a cold reply. Afterwards, Xiao Luo took him to the military camp. His plan was simple. First, let Mo Li learn how to manage an army, and at the same time, let him experience the life of a low-ranking soldier and understand the hardships of the lower ranks, so that he could better manage the demon clan in the future. The military camp was filled with neat rows of soldiers, and the discipline was impeccable. Looking at the scene before her, Mo Li was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Luo's arrangements. Xiao Luo explained, "Your Highness, you already possess sufficient abilities. Now, what you need to learn is how to be a qualified emperor. Managing an army is only one aspect of this. Rather than listening to me talk about it, you should experience it firsthand. Of course, given your strength, your training will not be the same as that of ordinary soldiers." Upon hearing this, Mo Li's eyes lit up with excitement. He could sense that the killing intent emanating from every demon in this military camp was several times stronger than that of ordinary demons. This was a truly terrifying army, and he liked places like this. Days later, Mo Li was sweating profusely on the training field. After observing for a few days, Xiao Luo discovered that Mo Li's physical strength was not as eager-rated as he had imagined. He was already struggling to keep up with 4 times the training volume of ordinary soldiers. This shows that Mo Li's strength does not stem from her basic attributes, but from the powerful skills she is born with. However, the Ghost Clan, possessing the potential to reach the Emperor level, remains terrifying. In just SI days, under Xiao Luo's grueling training, Mo Li's level increased by a single level. A level every SI days this speed seemed almost unbelievable to Xiao Luo. More importantly, the soldiers in the camp were motivated to work even harder after seeing that Mo Li, a child, complete training that far aged their own, and the training atmosphere in the entire camp became even stronger. A month later, Xiao Luo voluntarily reduced Mo Li's training workload, and Mo Li was extremely dissatisfied and angrily questioned, "Why are you reducing my training? Are you afraid that my strength will surpass yours?" Xiao Luo looked at him, her tone still calm. "No, you're still a child. For a high-level demon like your Ghost Clan, proper training in childhood is enough. Too much harshness will only deplete your potential. You may improve quickly now, but once your foundation is damaged, every step forward in the future will be extremely difficult, and you may never reach the heights you should have reached." Chapter 34 Advancement to Lord Level. He earnestly told Mo Li that the child's physical and mental health would suffer from prolonged high-intensity training. But Mo Li completely disagreed, immediately retorting that those drawbacks would only occur in ordinary ghost children and were nothing compared to him. Mo Li even felt that the current training volume was not enough and took the initiative to ask for more. Hearing this sophistry, he was not angry, but calmly told Mo Li that a true top effort is definitely not a brute who only knows how to use brute force. He made it clear to Mo Li that reducing training wasn't about rallying, but about freeing up time to learn more important things. That knowledge would make him stronger and truly qualify him to be someone of authority. These words successfully diverted Mo Li's attention. Mo Li eventually agreed to reduce her training and follow him to learn how to manage territory, control subordinates, and the judgment and methods a ruler should possess. Fortunately, Mo Li quickly became engrossed in it, progressing at an astonishing pace. Watching Mo Li's transformation, an idea gradually formed in his mind. If he were to advance to the king level, or even the emperor level, perhaps he could make Mo Li an asset. Mo Li is indeed dangerous, but if used well, she could be a sharp blade. In the 21st year, Mo Li has been learning from him for 7 months. Compared to the beginning, Mo Li now has a more reserved temperament and acts with posure. She hardly shows any trace of her former childlike self. The more Mo Li learned, the more she realized the gap between herself and her teacher, and she finally understood why her father had sent her here. Her respect for him also deepened over this time. In the 22nd year, the Ghost King left his territory. Before leaving, the Ghost King specifically instructed him to assist Mo Li well, and said that he would not be returning for a long time. Facing this departure, he had a vague premonition of something bad. He sensed that a major upheaval was imminent within the Ghost clan, so he secretly prepared to flee with his core members. Although his army was already quite strong, its average strength was only barely at the elite level, making it no match for truly powerful individuals. That same year, inevitably, infighting broke out within the demon tribe, with wars erupting between the territories of the various clan leaders. His territory was not spared either. Amo's father, Anara, seized the opportunity to constantly harass the border, hoping to gain an advantage amidst the chaos. Faced with Anara's attack, he did not panic. Instead, he treated the war as an opportunity to hone Moli's skills. He pointed to the map and told Moli that Anara's army was divided into 3 routes, attacking the territory from the sea, land, and air. He planned to have Moli engage one of the groups and arrange for Goblin to accompany and assist her. Although Goblin was only at the peak of the leader level, he was experienced and calm, and Moli could consult him if she encountered any problems she couldn't solve. Moli respectfully agreed. Then, he let Moli choose her own target. Anara's deployment was extremely crude, simply dividing his forces into 3 routes: land, sea, and air, without any intention of coordinating the 3 types of troops. After careful consideration, Moli ultimately decided to lead his troops to confront the Air Force. He selected anti-air units and prepared several backup plans. Looking at these arrangements, he nodded to himself. Although this was Li's first real bad appearance, his preparations were quite thorough. Theoretically speaking, Li has almost no reason to lose this battle. Although the Ghost Clan members are individually powerful, most are arrogant and conceited, and their thinking is quite backward. As long as Li performs normally, she can find their weaknesses. However, he was also prepared for Moli's defeat. After all, there are never absolutes on the battlefield, and the only one you can truly trust is yourself. Subsequently, he and Anara officially began a full-scale war. With his attentive appearance and more advanced tactics, he quickly routed Anara's army. The battle between him and Anara remained essentially a stalemate. Anara, after all, was a top-tier lord, and his strength was still a notch above his own. He wasn't surprised. He hadn't reached the peak of the leader level yet, so it was normal to be behind Anara. But that gap wasn't enough for Anara to kill him, so he wasn't in a hurry at all, and instead focused on steadily wearing down his opponent. Not long after, good news also came from Moli's side. Seeing that the war was in complete collapse, Anara actually sent someone to deliver a letter of surrender, asking him to surrender voluntarily, and saying that he could barely spare his life before the final battle began. He was amused after reading it. However, he had no intention of killing Anara for the time being. Firstly, he didn't know when the Ghost King would return, and secondly, with his current strength, he wasn't confident he could kill Anara alone. So he went to Ying, hoping she would join forces with him. He originally thought that since they were husband and wife, Ying would at least agree. But to his surprise, Ying refused his request. He wasn't too surprised. Ying only liked his body and appearance, not him as a person. And his progress over the years had been too rapid, long since slipping out of Ying's control. To Ying now, he could even be considered a potential formidable enemy. He was briefly disappointed after being rejected, but quickly regained his posture. Without Ying's help, he simply couldn't kill Anura right now. He could take Anura's life later after breaking through to the Lord level. Months later, he finally defeated Anura's army completely. Anura could not accept defeat and did not choose to flee, but instead challenged his entire army alone. The two sides fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and Anura finally died from exhaustion. His army also suffered heavy casualties in this battle, but the price was not without reward. After Anura's death, he gained all of the enemy's territories and a large number of rare treasures. In the 23rd year, thanks to the treasures in the Anura territory, his strength increased significantly. In the 24th year, he continued to digest those resources and finally reached the peak of the leader level. Time continued to pass. In the 33rd year, his strength successfully broke through to the Lord level and evolved into the extremely evil Goblin hero. After this evolution, his height reached 5 meters, his overall strength increased dramatically, and his level cap was 10 levels higher than that of a typical Lord-level creature. However, if a benign mutation occurs later, each evolution will consume 3 points of the mutation level cap. Chapter 35, You Can't Stand Such Humiliating Days, Even for a Single Day. In the same year, after hearing the news of Goblo's breakthrough, Ying did not to congratulate him. Instead, she secretly joined forces with other demon lords to prepare to attack him. Goblin wasn't surprised by Ying's betrayal. Their relationship had already broken down years ago, the reason not his, but Ying's. She was too strong-willed and couldn't accept that her partner was stronger than her. It wasn't that she didn't love Goblin, but that love had been morbid. She wanted to cripple Goblin and then keep him by her side for the rest of her life. Goblin had similar thoughts. He planned to defeat these lords and then capture Nightingale to teach her a lesson. The alliance of SI demon lords seemed terrifying, but their forces were roughly equal to Goblu's. More importantly, in the past 10 years, Li had also broken through to the Lord level. Even so, he was still no match for Goblu, and still respectfully called him teacher, obeying his every word. The ensuing battle was almost entirely Goblin and Mori fighting SI lords on their own. To be precise, Mori held off one of them, while Goblin single-handedly overwhelmed the other 5. Although Goblo had just broken through to the Lord level, his strength already far surpassed that of ordinary lords. Ying and the other 4 ghost lords were beaten to the point of questioning their existence. He relied not on fancy techniques, but on his extremely high-skill proficiency. One of his punches was equivalent to 10 of theirs. Before long, the SI demon lords were forced into a retreat. Just as Goblo was about to kill one of the lords, an extremely powerful demonic aura suddenly surged from afar, and the battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone looked in the same direction and saw a familiar figure appear in the center of the battlefield. The man smiled kindly, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. "What are you doing? I've only been gone for a little over 10 years. How did you all end up like this?" Upon seeing the Demon King before him, Goblin was startled. Perhaps he could no longer be called the Demon King, but rather the Demon Emperor. For the past decade or so, Goblin had known where he had gone. Every 100 years, a war would break out between the 7 Demon Kings, with only one surviving. The victor would absorb the magic power of the other Demon Kings and ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. Goblo hadn't expected that the original Demon King of his territory would actually win the battle. On the surface, he bowed respectfully, but inwardly he cursed, "How is that old bastard still alive?" If he hadn't suddenly returned, the entire demon race would probably already be in Goblo's hands. The Ghost King, of course, had no idea that Goblo was cursing him in his heart. He simply said, "You all know where I've been all these years. Now that I've successfully returned, I can let bygones be bygones the way you caused trouble in your territories while I was away. But from now on, you must all behave as before and stop fighting amongst yourselves." Faced with the Ghost King's command, none of the lords dared to disobey. Then, the Ghost King's gaze fell upon Li, and after emanating her for a moment, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He turned to Goblin and said, "Goblin, you've done a good job teaching Xiaoli. Entrusting him to you was the right choice. This is your reward." After saying that, the Ghost King casually tossed an eyeball to Goblo and explained, "This is the eye of the Ghost King, from the one with the strongest pupil technique among the 7 ghost kings. If you would change it for your own eye, your pupil technique will be greatly enhanced. Goblin took the eyeball, bowed his head, and thanked him. Thank you, your majesty. The demon emperor easily resolved the great battle between the lords without lifting a finger. Because of this, Goblin's thirst for power intensified. Subsequently, the demon emperor took Mo Li away, keeping him by his side to personally train him. Goblin, on the other hand, continued to manage his own territory. Of the remaining SI lords, he now possessed the largest territory and controlled the most resources. He believed that as long as he continued to accumulate power, it would be difficult for the others to catch up with him. In the same year, Goblin acquired the Eye of the Demon King, gaining powerful mental attack abilities and the ability to ignore illusions below the king level. In the 34th year, Huawu and Kana each gave birth to a child for Goblin, and both children were born as elite-level beings. Among them, Huawu's daughter is a top-tier elite. She inherited both high-level Goblin bloodline and demon bloodline, destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. Goblin named Flower Dance's daughter Flowery and Kana's daughter Kaylin. He didn't use Goblin's surnames because, in his opinion, those names were unworthy of his beautiful daughters. After having a daughter, Goblin's mindset gradually changed. In the past, he devoted almost all his time to being stronger, but now he suddenly felt that being able to live with his family all the time didn't seem so bad. So for a while afterward, he stopped practicing as frantically as before and instead focused on calming his mind and adjusting his state of mind. Protecting his family became his new goal. In the 51st year, Goblin's 2 daughters had grown up. They were exceptionally beautiful and had be renowned beauties in the land. Goblin's level has also increased to level 60, reaching the current cap. One more step, and he could be a king-level creature. However, breaking through from lord level to king level is far more difficult than breaking through to leader level, and it's almost impossible in the short term. That same year, Ying broke through to the king level first. The first thing she did after breaking through was to directly storm into Goblin's territory and, with her overwhelming strength, forcibly abduct him. After being taken away, Goblin lost almost all his freedom. Apart from daily training and being forced to stay close to Ying, he had no rights whatsoever. After Ying broke through to the king level, her appearance became even more alluring and charming, and her figure even more eye-catching. But for Goblin, these days of imprisonment brought no enjoyment, only humiliation. He couldn't stand it for even a day, so he cultivated even more desperately, hoping to break free from Ying's control as soon as possible. In the 55th year, Goblin learned from a nightingale that the stronger the biological mutation, the more difficult it is to break through to a higher level. Therefore, some creatures will deliberately give up the opportunity to mutate, even if it eists, in order to more easily advance to a higher level. In the 60th year, although Goblin was already 60 years old, he did not show any signs of aging and remained handsome. By this time, he had been imprisoned by Ying for 9 years. One day, he suddenly heard a noise outside and went to the window to look. 2 beautiful girls were fighting a warbler outside. Goblin recognized them at a glance as his 2 daughters. 9 years had passed, and they had grown even more beautiful. Chapter 3611. His 2 daughters were currently only leader-level creatures and had no power to resist Ying, who quickly subdued them. Fortunately, Ying, upon learning that they were his daughters, did not kill them, but let them go. As night fell, Ying came to his room as usual. She had only intended to maintain her control over him, but he asked about the day's events. Ying, did my daughters eat today? Ying nodded gently, then pushed him to the ground, using her strength to subdue his body and prevent him from asking any further questions. In the 75th year, after his berserk force reached its limit, it evolved into Ghost Beast Chi. The powerful Ghost Beast Chi flowed throughout his body, making each of his attacks at least 12 times stronger than before. Even more terrifying, as long as an enemy touched any part of his body, the Ghost Beast Chi would penetrate into the opponent's body, damaging bodily functions, and its adhesion was extremely strong, making it very difficult to get rid of once it touched them. Even with such overwhelming power, he was still no match for Ying. The main reason was not the difference in strength, but that he could never bring himself to truly harm her. In the 76th year, Ying became pregnant. She finally stopped restricting his freedom. Only then did he realize that everything Ying had done was simply to have a child with him. And having reached this point, he naturally could not leave Ying's side. In the 77th year, his child with Ying was born another daughter. He did not have any preference for sons over daughters. In fact, he preferred daughters. In the end, he named the child Ming, a single character name like her mother's. After having a daughter, Ying's temper softened considerably. He liked this version of Ying very much, but unfortunately, once Ying recovered, she slowly reverted to the domineering queen she used to be. In his 83rd year, he successfully broke through to the king level, evolving into the king of extremely evil goblins. Even he himself hadn't expected to reach the king level so quickly. Ying was even more shocked when she learned of this, because she was 200 years older than him, nearly 300 years old before breaking through to the king level, and her speed was already considered extremely fast among her kind. Yet he had reached this point before even turning 100, which was truly unsettling. After breaking through to the king level, he was finally able to suppress Ying without harming her, thus regaining his freedom. Afterwards, he successfully arranged for Ying to live with Hua Wu, Kai Na, and the others, allowing them to truly live the life of a king. However, apart from Ying, he didn't tell anyone about his breakthrough to the king level. His talent was too astonishing. If word got out, the Ghost Emperor might be wary of him. In the 97th year, after reaching the king level, his strength improvement slowed significantly. Advancing further was virtually impossible. Fortunately, his skill levels had improved considerably over the years, and his overall bat power had still increased considerably, though it remained negligible paired to the emperor level. In the 100th year, he reached his 100th birthday. He didn't hold a grand banquet. He simply gathered his family and brothers for a meal. Although he was already 100 years old, he still looked young and handsome, completely unlike an ordinary demon. That same year, he handed over most of the power in his territory to Ming, no longer interfering in daily affairs. He would only intervene when it came to major decisions. After that, he settled into a life similar to retirement, immersing himself in his own affairs every day. In the 102nd year, he learned of the whereabouts of the elves. Legend had it that in the elven realm lay a spring called the Fountain of Life, which could greatly enhance the vitality of any human or magical beast who drank from it. Thus, he began his search for the elven territory. In the 105th year, he finally found the location of the elves. However, the elves there did not will a monster like him. He could sense that there were at least royal-level beings among the elves. To avoid angering them, he did not take any forceful measures, but instead frequently lingered on the outskirts of their territory. During this time, several elven girls, out of curiosity and certainly unrelated to his striking appearance, tried to discuss with him what kind of children elves could have with other races. He, however, was not tempted by the elven girl's beauty and directly refused to discuss the topic. Some time later, he discovered an elven girl surrounded by 4 leader-level dire wolves on the outskirts of elven territory. The girl appeared very young, and her strength was only around elite level. He had always wanted to cultivate good relations with the elves, so naturally he wouldn't stand idly by in such a situation. He immediately attacked, his terrifying aura instantly suppressing the 4 demonic wolves. Before they could react, his fist had already landed, and the 4 demonic wolves were blasted away almost simultaneously. At the same time, he reached out and covered the elven girl's eyes to prevent her from seeing the demonic wolves being smashed into a bloody pulp. But the terrifying aura he released quickly attracted the attention of the nearby patrolling elves. When the patrol arrived, they saw the 5-meter-tall monster stretching its hand out in front of the elven girl, clearly intending to seize her. Without hesitation, several elves immediately fired arrows. Fearing the elven girl would be hurt, he could only use his arm to block the arrows. With his strength, the arrows only slightly grazed his skin. The girl he protected then realized what had happened and hurriedly complained, "Brother Terra, you've misunderstood. He just saved me. Don't attack him." Upon hearing the girl's words, the patrolman immediately stopped. They then went to check on the girl and examined his injuries. After confirming that what the girl said was true, the patrol captain, named Terra, sincerely apologized to him, used nature magic to heal his wounds, and invited him to visit the elven realm. When invited, he feigned hesitation and said, "Won't my appearance frighten the spirits inside?" Terra quickly explained, "It's all right, friend. Elves don't judge good or evil based on appearance alone. Besides, you're quite handsome." He looked at his face as he said this, his expression very serious. He thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. "I understand, then I'll go with you." Terra and the others were delighted that he was willing to go to the elven realm. On the way, the elven girl he had rescued would occasionally speak to him. When they learned that he was actually a goblin, all the elves were shocked, for they had never seen such a powerful goblin before. Chapter 37, The Fountain of Life, The Mutant Life, Goblin King. Soon, Goblin, along with Terra and the other elves, successfully entered the elven territory. The moment he stepped inside, he was captivated by the scene before him. The territory was filled with towering trees, some at least 100 years old, and many even 1,000 years old. The elves lived in the naturally formed hollows in the trees, where special, glowing fruits grew among the branches, illuminating the entire forest as bright as day. In the center of the giant tree was a lake so clear it was free of impurities. One could see the bottom just by looking down. Such a place seemed to iced only in dreams, and even Goblin couldn't help but feel a longing for it. Soon, many elves gathered around, their eyes filled with tension as they looked at Goblin. They only relished slightly when they saw Terra and the others nearby, but they remained very curious about him. After all, they'd seen monsters before, but a king-level goblin like Goblin was truly rare. Surrounded by a group of elves, Goblin wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he seemed to enjoy it. The rumors were true. Almost every elf was handsome, and he felt like he was in paradise. At this moment, Terra spoke up, saying that the elven race had a rule that any foreign magical beast entering their territory must first see an elf of elder rank or higher to confirm that there was no danger. Goblin nodded in agreement, and then followed Terra toward the elder's residence, with the elven girl Nolan, whom he had rescued, also following beside them. Not long after, he met the elder Terra had mentioned. Despite being called an elder, the woman before him was a stunningly beautiful woman with a dignified air, fair skin, and a pure, innocent appearance. Even Goblin, whose resolve was generally strong, was momentarily stunned upon seeing her. Nolan softly called her Aunt Misha. Misha looked up at the group, then quickly fired her gaze on Goblin. Goblin also used his Ghost King's eye to assess her strength, discovering that Misha was already at the peak of the Lord level, just one step away from reaching the King level. He had seen many beings like Misha in the elven territory earlier. Combined with his previous appearance, sensing royal-level elves nearby, Goblin roughly judged that the overall strength of the elves was probably no weaker than that of the demon race, and perhaps even stronger. Misha asked suspiciously if this was a guest. Nolan immediately explained that she had secretly run away outside that day and encountered danger, but this older brother had saved her. Misha immediately became nervous and quickly checked Nolan to see if he was injured. Misha breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Nolan was safe and sound. After learning the whole story from Nolan, she solemnly thanked Goblin, saying that without his help, the elf clan might have lost a lovely little elf, and invited him to the Flower Forest banquet as a token of her gratitude. Goblin didn't know what the Flower Forest feast was, but he still agreed. He originally thought it was just an ordinary banquet, but when night fell and he saw the elves dancing gracefully in the forest with all sorts of exotic fruits laid out in front of them, as well as a bowl of crystal-clear water brimming with spiritual energy, he realized that things were not so simple. The bowl of water was completely pure, brimming with an astonishing life force. Goblin guessed that this was likely the legendary Fountain of Life. He never imagined that simply saving Nolan once would lead him to such a treasure so easily. Misha told him not to be restrained and to enjoy the dinner as he pleased. Goblin relished, and the moment he drank from the Fountain of Life, a refreshing aura swept over his entire body, as if he had been purified, and his magical power began to increase rapidly. Not only the Fountain of Life, but the fruits prepared by the elves were also completely different from ordinary fruits. With each bite, he could feel a cool and refreshing power flowing through his body, a sensation that he found utterly intoxicating. The Flower Forest banquet lasted all night. When the banquet ended, Goblo was surprised to find that he had actually been promoted one level because of it. Just then, the Elven King summoned him. When Goblin arrived before the Elf Queen, he could hardly believe that such a beautiful being existed in the world. He tried hard to remain calm and not to lose his posture in front of the Queen. The Elf Queen noticed his embarrassment but didn't mind. Instead, she asked with a hint of playfulness why this Goblin, who had reached the king level, often lingered near the elf territory and had even saved their lovely little elves yesterday. Goblin didn't hide anything and answered truthfully that he had no ill intentions towards the elves. At first, he was just looking for prey in the forest as usual, and after accidentally encountering a few elves, he discovered for the first time that such wonderful beings existed in the world. Since then, he often lingered in the vicinity, hoping to see the elves again. Fortunately, the elves frequently appeared there, and he was occasionally able to exchange a few words with them. It wasn't until last night, when he had just rescued Nolan, that he was invited to the Flower Forest banquet. After listening, the Elf Queen stared directly at him with her emerald green eyes. For a moment, Goblin felt as if his breath had stopped. After a long while, the Queen smiled and said that she believed him. The Queen allowed Goblin to continue living near the Elven territory, but not to actually reside there. His demonic aura was too strong. Prolonged stay within the territory might pollute the fountain of life. However, he was occasionally permitted to enter the territory to attend elven banquets. Goblin immediately agreed and thanked the Queen. After leaving the tree hollow, he found a cave near the elven territory to settle down. Actually, he also wanted to live in the tree hollow, but unfortunately, there wasn't a hollow big enough to acclimate his body. Along the way, people from the Ghost Clan's territory came looking for him, asking when he was going home. But Goblo had no intention of going back. He just wanted to stay near the elven territory and soak up more of the fountain of life. In the 120th year, Goblo had been living near the elven territory for over a decade. During this time, Flower Dance and others frequently visited him, and Kana, being a half-elf herself, now also lived in the elven territory and saw him almost every day. Goblin's level rose to 77 due to his frequent consumption of the Fountain of Life, a truly astonishing rate of growth. More importantly, he successfully mutated into the King of Life Goblins, with a level cap 14 levels higher than that of ordinary king-level creatures. Chapter 38, Simulation ended. Attributes boosted. After defeating a Lord-level slime, Goblin gained a transformation skill called Allforms. This skill allows him to transform into other races, but it doesn't significantly increase his bat power. Some forms even weaken him. However, he soon discovered that this skill was very useful among the elves. Whenever he met elves or attended their banquets, he would transform into their appearance. His elven form was unaffectedly handsome. In fact, throughout the entire elven territory, there wasn't a more handsome male elf. Goblo was quite pleased with this, and Nolan practically clung to him every day. Goblin has always treated Nolan like a daughter and has no other intentions. What he cares about most right now is to get more Fountain of Life to further improve his strength. In the 140th year, thanks to his long-term use of the Fountain of Life, Goblo's level reached 81, just 3 levels away from the cap. Just when everything was going well, an unaffected person appeared before him. That person was none other than Mo Lee. Looking at the tall, handsome, and devilishly charming young man before him, Goblo's thoughts instantly drifted back to 100 years ago. Upon seeing him, Mo Lee's face once again revealed that same violent and cruel oppression from before. Although Mo Lee was once obedient and docile by his side, her true nature never changed. He always had only one goal: to personally torture and kill Goblin. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Mo Lee had already advanced to the Emperor level, possessing terrifying strength, while Goblo was not without a chance to fight back. However, the battlefield was too close to the elven territory, and he feared the elves would be caught in the crossfire, so he could only fight and retreat. The pressure from a royal-level effort far AJ'd expectations. Even though Goblo was 11 levels higher than Mo Lee and had a deeper level of proficiency, he was still being overwhelmed. The two fought fiercely for 10 days and 10 nights, the intense battle pushing him to his limit. Mo Lee became more and more serious as the fight progressed. He originally thought that after advancing to the Emperor level, he would be able to easily crush Goblo, but he only realized after actually fighting that although his opponent was not as good as him, he was by no means a prey that could be killed easily. Even more crucially, Moli remembered the lesson Goblo had taught him. A lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. After gaining the upper hand, he gave Goblo no chance to breathe, his fighting spirit in no way inferior. In the end, Goblin's head was severed by Marie. He didn't die immediately. Marie stared at his fallen body and the head rolling to the side, and her expression suddenly changed. Moli wasn't as excited as affected. Instead, she felt swallowed by a vast emptiness. Goblin was somewhat surprised, but he was already dying and didn't bother to think about it anymore. A quarter of an hour later, he died pleatly. Simulation pleat, overall score, 15,400. This was a relatively successful life simulation. You can use your rating points to redeem the following items. The system listed 8 options, including level up, gain pleat memories, skill evolution, skill upgrade, demon mutation, and magic expansion. Goblo looked at his remaining points, his gaze lingering on demonic mutation for a long time. He knew very well how much benefit the demonic mutation could bring. But once he bought this evolution, he would only have enough points left to exchange for memories and maybe buy a few skills. He would have to give up on other enhancements. After some deliberation, he decided to abandon the idea of demonic mutation. After all, each simulation seemed to produce different evolutionary paths, and demonic evolution might not necessarily be the strongest direction. In Parison, focusing on improving his eisting skills and levels was a more stable approach. After making his decision, Goblo redeemed all the important options except for the demon mutation, made out all the skills he could improve, and leveled up by SI levels. Purchase pleat. 480 points remaining for the net talent draw. Name, Goblin. Race, large goblin. Template, elite. Level, 2630. Stamina, 78. Strength, 116. Agility, 78. Spirit, 80. Charisma, 7. The skills have also undergone tremendous changes. Super Perception, Beast Force, Steel Body, Swift Wind and Lightning, Regeneration, Focus, Hard Skin, Shock Absorption, Counterattack, Block, Berserk, and the special skill Life Reversal. In terms of talents, he possesses Devour, Blue Eyes, Monster Tails, Medium Stomach, Great Strength, and Magic Expansion. Looking at the completely new attribute panel, Goblin breathed a long sigh of relief. Despite having evolved to the king level in this simulation, his score was only a little over 15,000, much lower than he had expected. However, regardless, his strength had already experienced a significant boost. Goblo then asked the system how many magic crystals would be needed for the net simulation. The system replied that it would require either 125 second-tier magic crystals or 6,250 first-tier magic crystals. Upon hearing this number, Goblin hesitated for a moment, unsure what to say. The required magic crystals were simply too many. He felt that he might not be able to gather enough for a long time to eat. After eyeing the system, a flood of memories rushed into Goblin's mind, and at the same time, his body began to expand and strengthen. When he woke up again, the sky outside had not changed, indicating that not much time had passed in reality. Chapter 39, Human Squad. Looking at the goblins training outside, Goblin felt as if he were in another world. Memories from over 100 years ago had just flooded in, the sheer volume of information shoving into his mind, causing a throbbing pain. He had learned far too much in the past 140 years to process it all at once. After a while, he slowly walked out of the cave. Looking at the rudimentary facilities in the camp, he suddenly felt extremely displeased. In his memory, the Ghost Tribe's architecture was magnificent and exquisite, and the Elf Tribe's scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. In contrast, the Goblin camp in front of him, although he had tidied it up, was still dirty, messy, and rudimentary. However, Goblin knew that changing these things in a short time was unrealistic. He looked up into the depths of the valley. The month was almost up, and it was time to offer sacrifices to the lake monster again. Perhaps it was time to consider leaving this valley. Just then, Gobbly came running over, holding a golden-brown roasted rabbit leg. She said excitedly, "Boss, how about trying my new roast meat?" As they spoke, Gobbly couldn't help but glance at Goblin a few more times. She felt that her boss seemed to have grown taller and more pleasing to the eye than before, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. Goblin took the rabbit leg, took a big bite, and almost ate the whole leg in one go. The outer skin was crispy, the meat inside was tender, and with a special jam, it tasted really good. He nodded and said, "Not bad, you've improved, you're almost catching up with me." Hearing the praise, Goblin blushed slightly. Goblin didn't linger, only instructing her to continue her work before leaving the camp and heading towards the swamp. Following the route he remembered, the scenery along the way was very familiar to him, as if he had really been here before. It didn't take him long to find his destination. In the swamp, water crocodiles disguised themselves as dead trees, floating silently on the surface of the water, waiting for their prey to approach. However, besides the water crocodiles, for humans appeared on the shore. Judging from their equipment and clothing, they were clearly a rookie adventurer party. The party included a warrior, a female warrior, a priest, and a mage. The female priest was particularly cute, catching Goblin's eye. But he didn't reveal himself. He didn't want to expose himself easily if he could avoid it. Besides, these water crocodiles might not be able to take down this human team, so he could observe from the shadows. The four had barely entered the swamp when a water crocodile suddenly burst from the water and pounced on one of the warriors. The attack came suddenly, but the water crocodile wasn't very intelligent and chose the least likely target to kill them with a single blow. Although the warrior was only wearing ordinary leather armor, it wasn't something that could be killed with a single bite. The crocodile's large mouth bit down hard on his thigh, but because the leather armor provided some protection, his leg wasn't immediately severed. The rookie warrior was terrified and panicked, wildly swinging his longsword. Unexpectedly, he struck the water crocodile in the eye. The water crocodile cried out in pain and immediately released its grip. The other three reacted quickly and attacked, swiftly killing the crocodile. The priest healed the wounded warrior, while the others dismembered the crocodile, taking its valuable parts. Goblin, watching from the shadows, nodded slightly. The next moment, he casually grabbed a water crocodile by the neck, which was trying to ambush him. The crocodile struggled frantically, its four small claws kicking wildly in the air, but it couldn't make a sound. Before long, Goblin snapped its thick neck in two. Meanwhile, the human team also encountered trouble. The stench of the water crocodile's blood spread, and all the lurking water crocodiles swarmed around them. Goblin shook his head. These rookies were too slow, and their handling of the corpses was inefficient, giving the water crocodiles time to react. The wounded soldier's face was pale, and his voice trembled. How could there be so many water crocodiles? The female warrior gritted her teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. They're just ordinary water crocodiles, not very strong. We still have a chance to break out." As she spoke, she swung her sword, striking a water crocodile on the back and forcing it back. The priest and mage didn't panic either. One provided support, and the other cast spells to block the approaching crocodiles. It seemed this rookie squad wasn't entirely useless after all. Goblin observed them from the shadows for a moment and thought their teamwork was decent, but their luck was terrible. If things continued this way, they would most likely die here. He considered turning back to bring in more goblins and eventually take over the swamp. But he stopped abruptly after taking just one step. Goblins are indeed easy to teach, but they know very little. Even training just a dozen or so would take a lot of time. But if these humans were to teach the goblins, the efficiency would be completely different. More importantly, this squad has a complete range of professions, unlike him who can only teach goblins to be warriors. Thinking of this, Goblin looked back at the battlefield. All four humans were wounded and nearly exhausted, barely holding on, and could be injured or killed at any moment. Goblin's oppression changed, and he immediately rushed out. These people would be his instructors in the future, his precious darlings. Now that the water crocodile was attacking them, it was no different from slapping him in the face. The moment Goblin charged out, all the surrounding crocodiles seemed to sense some terrifying aura and froze in place, afraid to move. The human team also noticed the anomaly. Before they could figure out what was happening, the female priest Ivi collapsed to the ground, staring ahead with a look of terror on her face. The magician beside her hurriedly asked, "Ivi, what's wrong?" Wei didn't answer, but just stared intently ahead. The others followed her gaze, and in that moment they all froze. Before them stood a colossal green beast nearly 3 meters tall. Its immense size and overwhelming presence caused them to almost simultaneously contemplate the same thing they were likely to die here today. However, what happened next was completely beyond their expectations. The green behemoth did not attack them, but instead charged into the group of water crocodiles with its bare hands, smashing one of them to death with a single punch. Chapter 40, Let's Run Away. Goblins swiftly dispatched the several crocodiles with almost overwhelming force. Then he looked up and asked in somewhat broken human language, "Are you all right?" Hearing the deep voice above, the four looked up and saw the enormous green monster staring at them, but it didn't attack immediately. The female warrior suppressed her fear and bravely replied, "Aye, we're all right." Goblin nodded, but his tone was direct. "If you have nothing else to do me a favor as a way of repaying me for saving you." The four men looked somewhat uneasy. The monster before them was terrifyingly powerful, and they certainly didn't want to get involved with it. The female warrior hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, "I'm sorry, sir. We are too weak to be of any help." Goblin didn't give them a chance to refuse, coldly saying, "Whether I can help or not is not up to you. It's up to me. Come with me." The group felt a chill run down their spines, but dared not resist. After all, if they angered this terrifying beast, they would likely die here instantly. So the four of them could only support each other and follow behind Goblin, carrying several crocodile carcasses in one hand, led them back to the valley. When the four saw the several small wooden cabins already built in the camp, their faces showed surprise. They never imagined that monsters could build houses. The female warrior couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is this the place you brought us to?" Goblin then realized the problem. The goblins spoke a demonic language, while these humans spoke a human language, making communication impossible. It seemed unlikely that humans would be able to teach the goblins magic and bat skills. He stood there thinking, and seeing his silence, the four of them dared not make a sound and could only stand nervously to the side and wait. After a while, Goblin spoke. "What I need you to do is very simple. Help me train these goblins and teach them magic and warrior skills." The four of them were stunned after hearing this. They had never heard of a magical beast saving a human and then having the human teach the magical beast its skills. Seeing that they didn't answer for a while, Goblin's tone suddenly turned cold. "What? You're not willing?" The four men's expressions changed drastically. The female soldier quickly waved her hand. "No, sir, we're not unwilling. We just want to know, how long will it take us to teach?" They knew in their hearts that escape was impossible now. Even a few crocodiles had almost killed them, let alone facing a being of Goblin's caliber. Goblo said calmly, "How long it will take to teach you depends on how well you learn. You can leave when you've mastered all your skills. By the way, my people don't speak human language, so I'll be teaching them some during this time. It might slow things down, but I hope you don't mind." The four of them dared not say they minded, and quickly replied, No, we don't mind." Goblo then loosened his clenched fist. "It's good that you don't mind. Otherwise things would be difficult." Seeing his action, the four of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Goblin then glanced at their injuries and said, "You're all injured, so go and rest in the house. I'll give you 2 rooms, one for the 2 boys and one for the 2 girls." Hearing that they didn't have to start training immediately, the group finally relented a bit. Goblin then summoned 2 more goblins and instructed them in monster language to take the group to rest and to have Goblin prepare more food. The 4 couldn't understand what he was saying, but they noticed him glancing at them every now and then, which made them even more panicked. Soon, 2 goblins came over and pulled them toward the cabin. Although they were uneasy, they had no choice but to leave. After being led into the cabin, the 2 goblins quickly retreated. On the girls' side, Ivi and Rosetta watched the doorway, both looking tense. Ivi asked in a low voice, "What should we do? Are we really going to stay here and teach those goblins magic and martial arts?" Rosetta paused for a moment, then said, "We can only do as he says now. Besides, he did save us, so we should repay his life-saving debt. At least for now, we're not at a disadvantage." Weiwei thought for a moment and could only nod. Although the 2 girls were scared, they remained relatively calm. But the situation was completely different for the boys. Due to his injury, Rudinen became very emotionally unstable, constantly suspicious, and would occasionally let out terrified screams. He grabbed Chloe, his voice trembling. "Chloe, what do we do? We're going to die here. That monster will definitely kill us." Croyer frowned and advised, "Stop yelling. We're still useful to him now. He won't kill us." Ludinen wouldn't listen. "How do you know? He doesn't look like a good person. He's a monster." Croyer lowered his voice and said, "If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it already. You should focus on recovering from your injuries." Rudinen gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fear. "Even if he doesn't kill us now, what about when we're no longer useful? Won't he still kill us then?" Croyer fell silent. He couldn't refute it, because the possibility truly iced it, and he began to feel uneasy. Seeing that he didn't speak, Rudinen immediately said, "You think I'm right? Look away, Chloe." Looking at his injuries, Chloe asked in a low voice, "How are we going to escape? You're so badly injured, and IVI and the others are in another room. How are we going to contact them?" Ludinen turned his head away. "The fewer people, the better. IVI and the others aren't stupid. They should figure out a way to escape on their own. The two of us can go first." Chloe looked at him in disbelief. "You're going to abandon them?" Ludinen said in a deep voice, "We're lucky if we can take care of ourselves right now. Thinking about other things will only drag us down." After a long silence, Croyer said, "Give me some time to think it over." Ludinen immediately agreed. "Okay, but you'd better make a decision by tomorrow. We don't have that much time." Chloe whispered, "I understand." Neither of them noticed that outside the cabin, a goblin nearly 3 meters tall was quietly eavesdropping on their conversation, and a hint of murderous intent had already surfaced in its blue eyes. Chapter 41, I Have Something to Announce. Goblin had already made up his mind. The warrior couldn't be kept alive, but there was still a female warrior he could use. As for the mage, he decided to give him another chance. After thinking it through, he took the prepared medicine and returned to his cave. He walked around the cave a few times, cleaned the crocodiles he had just hunted, roasted them over a fire, and sprinkled them with his secret sauce. Once the crocodile meat was golden brown and crispy, he carried the food toward the wooden cabin where the two girls lived. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock startled IVI and Rosetta, who were resting. Rosetta steeled herself and went to open the door, only to find a tall, green figure blocking the entrance. Looking at Goblin's strong physique, Rosetta nervously swallowed and asked cautiously, "Sir, what brings you here? Shall we begin the lesson now?" Goblin shook his head and handed over the roasted crocodile meat he was holding. "No, you haven't eaten yet. This is dinner, and it's already cooked. You should be able to eat crocodile meat, right?" The aroma wafted into the room, and Rosetta's stomach growled involuntarily. Her face flushed, and she quickly took the food, saying, "Thank you, sir." Goblin didn't seem to mind, only saying that if they needed anything, they could tell him, and he would bring some furs later. He had heard that humans needed something called a blanket to cover themselves when they slept at night. Rosetta nodded somewhat numbly. She never expected that this big goblin would be so considerate. After saying that, Goblin mentioned that the other two boys hadn't eaten yet, and he was going to bring them some food. Rosetta quickly agreed, and after closing the door, she turned around and saw IVI looking at her with a placated expression. When the two were first placed in the cabin, their minds were in complete turmoil. They had heard too many stories of female adventurers being captured by goblins, and they had expected something terrible to happen to them as well. But so far, Goblin had not only not overstepped his bounds, but had also maintained a polite demeanor. Meanwhile, Goblin arrived at the two boys' cabin and handed the medicine and food. He had given them their chance. What they did net was up to them. Rudinen visibly relished upon seeing the medicine. As soon as Goblin left, he immediately said, "Great. With the medicine, my injuries will heal faster, and I can escape sooner." Croyer hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but ultimately did not respond. Soon, Rudinen treated his wound himself. The next morning, they all woke up. To be precise, they had barely slept the night before. With monsters lurking everywhere, who could truly find peace of mind to rest? Goblin got up early too. Looking at the few small wooden huts in the distance, he suddenly felt a pang of doubt. These people hadn't eaten out much since entering. Didn't they need to use the restroom? Meanwhile, inside the girls' cabin, Ivi and Rosetta were already flushed from holding it in. Ivi was on the verge of a breakdown. Why isn't there a toilet here? Are we really going to have to find anywhere in the cabin to relieve ourselves? Rosetta was also desperate. It seems like this is the only way now. Just then, the knocking sounded again. Rosetta struggled to her feet, supporting herself against the wall, and shuffled to the door to open it. Goblin saw that she took a long time to open the door and casually asked, "Why did it take you so long to open it? Are you still asleep?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Rosetta was acting awkwardly and her face was abnormally red. Rosetta managed to speak with difficulty. "Sir, what is it? Could you please tell me quickly?" Goblo then asked, "What I really wanted to ask is, you haven't left the cabin since you arrived. Don't you need to use the restroom?" Rosetta's oppression froze instantly. You should have said so earlier that you could leave the cabin." After saying that, she immediately struggled out of the wooden house and headed towards the bushes not far away. Wei Wei also forced herself to get up and follow behind her. Goblin wanted to tell them that there was actually a toilet in the territory, but seeing the two of them like this, he swallowed his words. For now, it was better to let them relieve themselves wherever was convenient. He then went to the boys and repeated the explanation. It turned out the two had already taken care of themselves in the cabin. When they learned that Goblin actually allowed them to move around the camp, the two looked somewhat embarrassed. When Goblin returned to the girls, Ivi and Rosetta had already finished. He then said casually, "There's a toilet in the territory, in that wooden hut over there. But you probably won't be used to sharing a toilet with monsters. You can build your own later, or you can go outside to relieve yourselves." The two women were even more embarrassed and somewhat surprised after hearing this. They never expected that there would be toilets in a monster camp. Goblin looked at the female warrior and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Rosetta, sir." "All right, Rosetta." Before the goblins learn human language, teach them some basic martial arts, and then help them practice the fundamentals. I'll translate from his side. Can you do that? Rosetta nodded immediately. "Yes, sir." Goblo then looked at Ivi. "As for Ivi, there's nothing for you to do for now. You should rest." After making the arrangements, he led Rosetta to the training grounds. On the way, they encountered a troll that hadn't returned home all night. Rosetta was even more shocked upon seeing the troll. She hadn't expected that Goblin's territory would contain such powerful creatures as trolls, even though this particular troll looked unusually thin. When they arrived at the training ground, many goblins were training hard. After all, the amount of training directly affected how much food they would get, so these guys naturally dared not slack off. Goblin walked to the center of the field and raised his voice, shouting, "Everyone stop for a moment. Look at me. I have something to announce." Upon hearing his voice, all the goblins immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look in his direction. Goblin pointed to Rosetta beside him and continued, "From now on, this woman will be your new instructor. In a moment, you will learn her movements, and you can learn the training movements from her from now on." "Yes." The goblins responded in unison. Chapter 42, Making a Wooden Sword. Because Goblin spoke in a demon language, Rosetta couldn't understand it all. She only saw him whisper a few words, and then the group of goblins all let out a strange cry, and then all looked at her. Being stared at by so many monsters made Rosetta extremely uncomfortable. But she had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue teaching the goblins the most basic moves. However, lacking proper equipment, the goblins could only practice with wooden sticks as swords, which was far from satisfactory. Goblin watched for a while, but was still not satisfied. A wooden stick felt nothing like a real sword. Although there was no iron in the territory for the time being, he could make a batch of wooden swords and still use them for training. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the wooden hut where the male soldiers lived. That guy was still recovering from his injuries and couldn't be of any help anyway, so he might as well borrow his sword for now. Upon arriving at the cabin, they found that the southern mage wasn't inside, as entry and night permits had been issued the day before. Only Rudine was inside, and he appeared visibly nervous when Goblu suddenly entered. "What can I do for you? Lend me your long sword. It'll be useful." Okay. Rudine didn't dare ask any more questions and quickly drew his longsword, handing it over with both hands. Seeing his cautious manner, Goblith didn't bother to explain further, only saying that he would be borrowing the sword for a long time and asking if he wouldn't be using it for the next few days. Rudina nodded quickly, saying that he didn't need it for the time being. After obtaining the sword, Goblin left the cabin and went outside, where he saw a goblin sweeping the ground. "Yui here," he beckoned. "Boss, are you calling me? May I have your name?" "Boss, my name is Gabomu." Goblin glanced at him and immediately handed the task over to him. He told Goblin to look at his hands first, and then, right in front of him, he used his long sword to slowly whittle a wooden stick into a wooden sword. Next, he found a rope and tied it tightly around the hilt of the sword to make it easier to grip. "Do you understand?" Goblin held up the finished wooden sword. "Your net task is to make 3 swords like this. Show me 3, and I'll reward you with a piece of roasted meat if they pass." Upon hearing this, Gobmu's eyes immediately lit up. He usually works himself to the bone every day and only gets 2 pieces of roasted meat. Now, if he makes 3 of these wooden swords, he can get an extra piece, which is a great thing for him. However, Goblin added that the wooden sword had to meet his standards. A haphazard attempt wouldn't do. After saying that, he even asked Goblin to make 1 first so he could see it. Yes, Gobmu didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately picked up his long sword and began to whittle wood, just like Goblu had done. But after only a short while, he clearly started to struggle, his arm trembling under the weight of a longsword. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, pairing his finished product with Goblin's as he whittled. After much effort, he actually managed to make a respectable-looking wooden sword. After reviewing it, Goblo nodded and said that this standard should be followed, with at least SI rounds to be done each day, and a break allowed if one got tired. Gobmu was so excited after hearing this that he readily agreed. His eyes fied on the wooden sword in Goblu's hand, as if he could already see the roasted meat beckoning to him. After solving the weapon problem, Goblin originally wanted to make other arrangements, but there were too few goblins in his territory, and their knowledge was too limited. After thinking it over, he decided that he should have panned his tribe first. Finally, he quickly made a decision to first subdue the lizardmen, and then add some members to his territory. With that thought in mind, Goblin didn't linger any longer, turned around and left the valley, heading outside. Chapter 43, Subduing the Lizardmen. Following his memory, Goblin headed towards the lizardmen's territory. Along the way, he encountered no more humans, and the surroundings became much quieter. Before long, he entered the lizardmen's territory. He hadn't gone far when 2 ordinary lizardmen appeared in his direction. They weren't very big, and as soon as they saw Goblo, they acted as if they had seen a monster, turning around and fleeing deeper into their territory. Goblin didn't give chase. To him, these lizardmen would likely be his subjects in the future, so there was no need to kill them indiscriminately. He leisurely walked in the direction the 2 lizardmen had fled. Soon, the 2 lizardmen rushed to their leader, frantically reporting that a very powerful creature had entered their territory. Upon hearing this, the lizardman leader immediately frowned and asked just how strong the creature was. The 2 lizardmen quickly described the creature, saying it was taller and bigger than their leader and looked terrifying. Upon hearing this, the lizardman leader's heart sank. In the minds of these low-level monsters, size often represents bat power. If the opponent is taller and stronger than themselves, it means they're definitely not ordinary. However, when he learned that the opponent was alone, he calmed down a bit. He immediately rallied his people and led a group of lizardmen toward Goblo's location. Meanwhile, Goblo had been wandering around his territory for a while, and almost all the lizardmen he encountered along the way fled in terror. Of course, there were a few reckless fools who weren't afraid of death and rushed up to fight him head-on. Goblin could basically take down these clueless guys with 1 punch without even needing a second. When the lizardman leader arrived with his men, they were met with a scene that sent chills down their spines. Goblin was carrying a lizardman's corpse in one hand, gnawing on it as he walked, a half-eaten lizard tail dangling from his mouth. To other creatures, this might simply be eating, but to the lizardmen, it was no different from cannibalism. The lizardman leader froze on the spot, his fear amplified instantly. He was 2.5 meters tall, which was considered a standard build for an elite creature, but he was rather thin. Goblin, on the other hand, had reached a height of 2.9 meters due to his high skill level, making him significantly taller than him. What's even more terrifying is that Goblin is covered in solid muscles, standing there like a thick iron wall. Compared to the Lizardman leader's slippery, slender physique, the sense of oppression is on a completely different level. The Lizardman chieftain immediately realized he was no match for him, but he quickly glanced at his tribesmen and regained some confidence. After all, there were over 100 Lizardmen in the entire tribe. If he couldn't defeat one, surely he could defeat 100. So he immediately gave the order, "Charge! Kill him!" With their leader leading the way and their numbers overwhelming. The Lizardmen's fear was suppressed, and they rushed towards Goblin without regard for their own lives. Goblin stood still, showing no sign of panic. He didn't even rush to fight back, simply letting the Lizardman attack him. The first Lizardman to charge at him swung its claw down, but only a muffled thud was heard. That claw strike not only failed to harm Goblin, but it was like a toothpick piercing a steel plate, the claw shattering instantly. Goblin now possesses a fully upgraded iron body and incredibly tough skin. His physical strength far surpasses that of ordinary steel. Let alone the Lizardman's claws, even some of the humans' low-level weapons might not be able to break through his defenses. Soon, more attacks landed on him, but it was always the Lizardmen who were injured. As the Lizardman chieftain watched his people fall one by one, terror overwhelmed him. Goblin hadn't even truly earned his strength, yet they were already completely helpless against him. At that moment, Goblin raised his eyes and looked at the Lizardman leader. The instant their eyes met, the Lizardman leader felt as if he were being stared at by some ferocious beast, and a chill ran down his spine. Only one thought remained in his mind. Escape. He had to escape. He had no chance of winning. But just as he turned to run, he suddenly heard heavy breathing behind him. The next second, a gust of wind swept by, leaving behind faint traces of lightning in the air. With the activation of Malevolent Gale Strike, Goblin, who had been surrounded by his tribesmen, vanished instantly. The Lizardman leader turned around stiffly and saw Goblin already standing behind him. Goblin even politely said, "Hello." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted a little force with his arm and pinned the Lizardman leader to the ground. The immense force rendered the man completely immobile, making even his struggles seem ridiculous. Goblin laughed and said, "Tell your men to stop, and let's talk things out calmly, shall we?" The Lizardman leader, who was being held down, dared not resist and quickly oppressed his willingness to talk. Goblin then released his grip, allowing him to stand up again. The Lizardman chieftain shouted tremblingly to his people, "Everyone, cease attacking." Hearing their leader speak, the Lizardmen immediately stopped. In fact, they had long since given up on fighting. After all, they couldn't even break through Goblin's defenses, and continuing to charge would only be suicide. Goblin nodded in satisfaction and said that they could now sit down and talk. The Lizardman chieftain immediately adopted a fawning demeanor and respectfully asked what the Lord wished to know. Goblin was somewhat surprised to see how sensible the Lizardman leader was. He actually knew how to curry favor with the powerful. Apparently, he wasn't too stupid after all. Goblin spoke condescendingly, saying that he had to give them a chance to join his tribe, and hoped they wouldn't be ungrateful. The Lizardman chieftain paused for a moment after hearing this, then mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, what is required to join your tribe?" Goblin glanced around and said he had just estimated the group to be around 100 people. The Lizardman chieftain nodded quickly, confirming that was indeed the case. Goblin then said, "In that case, from now on, your tribe will pay me 1,000 Tier 1 magic crystals every month, and you will pay me 50 Tier 1 magic crystals in return. I will guarantee your safety." Chapter 44, Killing the Water Crocodile. Upon hearing Goblin's words, the Lizardman leader showed no reaction, because he had no idea how much 1,000 actually represented. Although he is already an elite-level being, his intelligence is not high. He can still do addition and subtraction within 10, but beyond that range, his brain basically stops working. Goblin quickly noticed the problem and patiently explained it to him for nearly an hour. The Lizardman leader finally understood what it meant to hand over 1,000 crystal cores a month, and his face immediately fell. He said cautiously, "Sir, isn't 1,000 a month a bit too much?" Goblin didn't answer, but simply picked up a stone, gently squeezed it, and the stone crumbled into powder on the spot. The Lizardman leader was so frightened that he quickly changed his tune. No. I'm very satisfied. Goblin nodded, saying that following him wouldn't be a loss, and then instructed the lizard-man chieftain to gather all the people of his tribe. He had recently set his sights on a new territory that would be perfect for the lizard-men. While the damp forest here is suitable for lizard-men to live in, the territory is too small and food is insufficient. If the population continues to increase, they will eventually be unable to sustain themselves. No wonder the lizard-men in the simulation are pleading with him for that swamp. The lizard-man leader was uneasy but dared not disobey, so he could only lead his people to follow Goblin. The large army set off in a mighty procession towards the swamp. The swamp was far from their original territory and in a secluded location. It took the group 9 hours to finally reach their destination. Upon arriving at the swamp, the lizard-man leader's eyes lit up. The other lizard-men were also visibly excited. The environment here was humid and expansive. With abundant food, the fish and the water alone were enough for their daily survival. The lizard-man chieftain couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is this really where we're supposed to live?" Goblin said calmly, "Of course, I don't go back on my word. Come with me." After saying this, he led the lizard-men into a huge, damp natural cave. A large part of the reason Goblin had initially set his sights on this territory was that this cave could immediately provide shelter for his tribe. The crocodiles along the way, seeing their large numbers, dared not approach. But upon entering the depths of the cave, Goblin discovered a gigantic crocodile, for meters long, lying inside. Unlike goblins, the water crocodile is less intelligent but much larger and stronger. Awakened by the noise, it opened its eyes to find itself surrounded by hundreds of lizard-men and froze in fear. It is, after all, only an elite-level creature and cannot possibly fight 100 people at once like Goblin. Goblin slowly walked forward. The water crocodile felt the terrifying pressure emanating from him, and its already terrified state became even more panicked. Goblin had initially considered making the crocodile his mount, but quickly abandoned the idea. He was more interested in using this opportunity to demonstrate his power to the lizard-man. As for a mount, he could find a cooler one later. The water crocodile finally couldn't withstand the pressure and lunged at Goblin. But just as it charged in, Goblin unleashed 2 punches with astonishing speed, slamming them hard into the crocodile's head. The hard upper jaw was broken on the spot, and then he kicked out, sending the crocodile flying. The next second, Goblin grabbed the water crocodile's tail and slammed it back and forth like a hammer. The massive body slammed against the ground and stone walls again and again, producing dull, deafening sounds. The lizard-men watching were completely dumbfounded, their eyes filled with nothing but fear. To them, the scene was utterly horrifying. Before long, the elite-level water crocodile was smashed to pieces and was beyond saving. Goblin reached into its head and, with a soft plop, pulled out a second-tier crystal core. He walked up to the lizard-man leader, held up the crystal core, and said, "Look carefully. Handing over one of these crystal cores is equivalent to 31st-tier crystal cores." The lizard-man leader nodded hastily, not daring to utter another word. Goblin said, "I'll go back first, and see you again tomorrow." The lizard-man leader respectfully agreed. Afterwards, Goblin dragged the giant water crocodile's carcass back to camp for a party. The distance between the swamp and the valley wasn't too far, and with his swift wind and lightning abilities, he was incredibly fast, returning to camp in no time. By this time, all 4 humans had left the cabin. Except for Rosetta, who was still training the goblins, the other 3 were idle and dared not make any rash moves. Before long, the group noticed a motion in the distance. They saw a huge black shadow rushing towards the camp. Ivy asked in confusion, "What is that?" Croy squinted and said he couldn't see clearly. It wasn't until the shadow got closer that they realized it was Goblin dragging a huge crocodile as he ran. Ivy couldn't help but say, "That giant crocodile should be an elite-level monster, right? So, that Goblin's strength is above elite level." Croyer shook his head. "No, he's no more than 3 meters tall, so he should be an elite-level magical beast. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a mutated magical beast." Ivy acclaimed in surprise. "A mutated magical beast? It's actually a legendary mutated magical beast." Croyer nodded gravely, and it's probably a very terrifying mutation. He's not only strong, but also extremely intelligent. We'd better not even think about escaping from him." As she spoke, she glanced at Rudinan, whose leg was still injured, not far away, her meaning quite clear. Rudinan noticed her gaze, but silently looked away. Clearly, his initial resolve was beginning to waver. Then, Goblin carried the huge crocodile to the group and instructed Goblin to dispose of the body so that they could eat crocodile meat that night. In the following days, Goblin traveled back and forth between the swamp and the valley, hunting monsters in his spare time. Chapter 45, The Lizardman's Gift. Not long after conquering the Lizardman tribe, they sent over all the magic crystals they had accumulated over the years. Looking at the mountain of magic crystals before him, Goblo felt a surge of joy. He realized that tribes like these usually had some reserves, and as long as he continued to subdue more tribes, his source of magic crystals would be increasingly stable. He carefully counted the magic crystals in front of the two little lizard men who were delivering the goods. A total of 3,120. Go back and tell your leader that you don't need to hand them over for the first 3 months. Starting from the 4th month, you only need to hand over 880 each month. Yes. Just as the two little lizard men were about to leave, Goblu called them back. They turned around nervously, only to find that Goblu simply took out 2 large, fragrant roasted fish from behind his back and casually gave them to them. "Thank you for making the trip. Here you go." Smelling the aroma of fish, the two little lizard men quickly took it and gratefully acclaimed, "Thank you, chieftain." The title chief was the one Goblo ultimately decided on. After all, having everyone call him boss or king every day just felt awkward. After the two lizard men left, he began calculating how many magic crystals he would need for the net simulation. In the past few days, including those he collected himself and those handed over by the goblins, he now had 3,410 tier 1 magic crystals and SI tier 2 magic crystals. The second calendar month had arrived, and he could actually simulate a magic crystal for free at any time, but he wasn't in a hurry to use it, because the cost will definitely increase after this simulation ends. If we can wait until the last day of this month to simulate, we can use up the free attempts first and minimize our benefits. Thinking of this, he watched the troll carrying the 100 magic crystals he had collected this month running towards the monster in the lake, and he became increasingly concerned about the creature's strength. Given the chance, he hoped that after the net simulation, he would be strong enough to deal with it. That thing not only devoured magic crystals, but it was also a potential threat if left unattended. After counting the magic crystals, he carried everything back to his territory. On the way, he also saw goblins building wooden huts not far away. As time went by, more and more small wooden huts appeared in the camp, making it look a bit like a real village. Not long after he came out, he ran into Rosetta and casually asked her how she had been doing and if she needed anything. Rosetta said everything was fine. The goblins were learning very diligently, but lately she felt that the way they looked at her was a bit strange, making her feel unaffordable. Goblin could only sigh inwardly after hearing this. Goblins are inherently opposed to humans, surviving by plundering, and often targeting human or elven members of the opposite SE, both for reproduction and to satisfy their repulsive desires. Rosetta, however, was very beautiful. Although a warrior, she possessed a sweet face, and her well-proportioned figure with almost no excess fat made her a formidable opponent in the face of goblins. Fortunately, he had already given orders that no one was allowed to cause trouble except for a few of them who were to leave the valley. That night, he summoned all the goblins together and repeatedly emphasized that they were not allowed to have any improper thoughts about human women. After hearing the warning, the goblins finally behaved themselves. The troll returned safely the next morning, and Goblin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he soon discovered that the fence used to tame the magical beasts was broken, and many had escaped the night before. Looking at the pitiful wooden fence, he shook his head helplessly. Ordinary wooden planks were indeed no match for the magical beasts. So he decided to renovate the ranch. Soon, a series of loud crashes echoed through the valley and forest as large trees fell one after another. Since planks wouldn't work, he decided to use the trees as fences, stripping off the bark and planting them whole in the ground. Although wasteful, trees in this world grow quickly, and the valley was too densely packed, so he could easily thin them out. By the end of the morning, he had smashed a tree in half with a single punch, his movements swift and decisive. He only chose trees about 50 centimeters in diameter. Any thicker ones were beyond his ability to break with his bare hands. Without an AE, he had to rely on his fists, but fortunately, the power of his beastly strength allowed his force to penetrate directly into the trunk, making the chopping not too strenuous. A quick count revealed that he had chopped down 224 trees that morning, making him look like a goblin version of a lumberjack. If Bald Chong, a famous Chinese cartoon character, were there, he would probably shout "awesome" on the spot. Then, he carried 5 logs at a time back home, working until nightfall before finally bringing all the timber back to his territory. After resting for a night, he began processing the timber a second time in that day. The trees were too tall, almost 4 meters high, and he couldn't use them at all, so he simply cleaved them in two with a single palm strike. In one morning, 224 trees were transformed into 450 logs. Because some trees were particularly tall, the extra logs were just enough to make up the total. Then, he began to insert these logs one by one into the soil, leaving gaps of about 30 centimeters between them, which he planned to fill with stones. The 4 humans watched him work all along. Ivy's eyes widened in disbelief. She had seen it clearly. Goblin had almost cleaved a large tree in two with a single blow, and he had chopped down more than 200 trees in one go. Chapter 46, Smooth Development. Croy also heard the motion from the blow and responded softly. Rudy Nan, however, remained silent. His initial thought of escaping began to waver again. Staying here to teach goblins didn't seem entirely unacceptable. After all, Goblin's power was truly terrifying. The image of that palm strike replaying in his mind even flashed before his eyes, sending a chill down his spine. If he had actually been hit, his head would probably have been blown off. Thinking of this, the more he looked at Goblin, the more terrified he became, and his resolve to run away wavered. Goblin had no idea that his simple repairs to the fence had terrified the humans he had captured inside. He spent the entire day planting logs in the ground and filling the gaps with stones. Although progress was slow, the hunting efficiency in the camp was increasing day by day. In just one day, the goblins hunted back 25 first-tier magical beasts. At this rate, once the tribe's strength increases further, Goblin will be able to have magic crystals automatically sent to his territory even if he just lies around all day. By the 3rd day, the ranch was finally plet. The new ranch was much larger than before, and Goblin captured another batch of horned sheep, bringing the total number to 97, almost wiping out all the horned sheep in the surrounding area. The reason for prioritizing the raising of these magical beasts was that they were docile, could produce milk, their wool could be used to make clothes, and they could reproduce every 2 months, making them the most suitable for breeding. The area around the camp was mostly inhabited by small horned sheep. After establishing the pasture, Goblo began planning his net move to acquire some bison as the second type of livestock for his territory. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to his and his tribe's efforts, more than a dozen small wooden houses have been erected in the territory, and most of the goblins have been equipped with wooden swords. The 3 types of poultry small-horned sheep, white cattle, and pheasant shad also been raised. With better food, the goblins showed noticeable changes. They ate milk, goat's milk, eggs, meat, and wild fruit every day, and they all grew much stronger. Although they were busier than before, they didn't plain at all. But things weren't all good news. The ranch fence was indeed more secure, but because it wasn't topped off, black eagles would occasionally swoop down and snatch away a young lamb or pheasant, which annoyed Goblin. What's more troublesome is that, after the tribe has eaten too much, some goblins have started to have other ideas. Goblin had warned them several times before, but recently their gazes towards Ivei and Rosetta have been increasingly brazen, as if they might pounce on them at any moment. A few goblins actually charged towards Rosa Tower, only to be stopped and soundly defeated by Goblin. Those goblins are now lying in the cave, recovering from their injuries, and are unable to do any work. This incident also made Goblin realize that goblins are creatures with strong desires, and suppressing them too much would be counterproductive. So a few days ago, he simply issued an order allowing free love within the tribe, but only after giving instructions. Even so, the 4 humans grew increasingly uneasy. Rosetta was the one attacked, but she was much braver than Ivi, managing to suppress her own fear and even forteing Ivi. Rosetta continued to reassure her, and Ivi's emotions gradually calmed down. Goblin stood outside the cabin, listening to their conversation, and nodded in satisfaction. These two girls were sensible and emotionally stable. They could be kept for the time being. He then looked towards the direction of the other two boys' cabins. Croy couldn't discern anything yet, but Rudin was clearly acting strangely. The guy had been familiarizing himself with the territory, obviously looking for a chance to escape. If it were a year from now, Goblin wouldn't mind. At his current rate of improvement, he would at least reach the leader level in a year. With his skill proficiency, he wouldn't have any problem fighting leaders of higher levels, and he would naturally have the ability to protect himself then. But eposing himself now is still too dangerous. Gobro silently made a decision in his heart to find an opportunity to get rid of Rudin. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Rudin was staring at his recovering leg, plotting how to escape. He told Chloe that his injury was almost healed and it was time to discuss their escape. Croy immediately became agitated upon hearing this, saying that he was crazy and didn't know how strong the chieftain was, capable of turning them into mincemeat with a flick of his wrist. Rudin said he knew, of course, but he couldn't stand the way the goblins looked at them. The greed and disgust in those green monsters' eyes were unbearable. At this point, Chloe also fell silent, because lately the female goblins had indeed been increasingly brazen in their gazes, and just thinking about it made him nauseous. Seeing that he was beginning to waver, Rudin immediately added that he had discovered that there was only one eye on the surface of the valley, which was guarded by goblins, but there were almost no goblin activities in the depths of the valley, so there might be another way out there. After listening, Chloe looked at him in disbelief and saw that Rudin's eyes were filled with madness. Only then did he realize that Rudin had long been tormented to the point of near insanity. Trapped in the valley for so long, constantly injured and surrounded by monsters, and being an extremely fanatical believer of the church, he simply couldn't accept living with these creatures day and night. Under immense physical and mental pressure, Rudin no longer wanted to survive. He just wanted to escape as quickly as possible. As he spoke, he pulled out his crucifix and began to pray quietly in the corner of the room. Chloe didn't try to dissuade him, but simply followed his train of thought. The most important thing now was to survive. As long as they lived, there was still a chance to escape. Besides, Goblin hadn't actually treated them badly. At least they hadn't lacked food or clothing. As for the idea of escaping from the depths of the valley, Croyer thought it was utterly insane. Listening to the conversation inside, Goblo stood outside speechless, thinking the two might up with some semblance of a proper escape plan, but it turned out they were just daydreaming. Chapter 47: Rudin's Escape. A week later, a voluptuous female lizard man arrived in the goblin territory, accompanied by two tall lizard men. Goblin recognized her immediately as the lizard man princess. She came to tell Goblin that the lizard men had discovered New Preah Borman tribe. She hoped Goblin would send troops to attack, and also wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with him. Upon hearing this, Goblin immediately realized it was a good excuse. He could use leaving the territory as a pretext to test the humans' reactions. So he turned to Goblin and said, "I'll be gone for a while. Take care of everyone these next few days." Goblin nodded in agreement. Goblin didn't lower his voice when he said this, and he chose a moment when Chloe and Rudin were passing by. After speaking, he stepped out of the cave and bumped right into the two of them. Goblin looked at them and casually asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Chloe reacted quickly and immediately said, "Chief, the weather has gotten colder lately, and we'd like a stove. If you don't have one, some materials will be fine too, and we can make one ourselves." Goblin nodded. "A furnace is a bit difficult to prepare. What materials do you need? If you have any in your territory, I'll have someone send them over. If not, I'll bring them to you when I return. I might be gone for 2 or 3 days this time. Can you wait?" Upon hearing that Gobro would be leaving for 2 or 3 days, Rudin and Chloe exchanged a glance. Rudin, in particular, felt his heart race instantly, barely able to contain his excitement. To him, this was the perfect opportunity to escape. Croy forced himself to remain calm, handed over the list of materials, and said, "Chief, these are the things we need. Please take a look, and we'll head back now." Goblo took the materials and glanced at them. Said, "All right, if no one brings you the materials before today, I'll bring them to you when I return in 3 days." The two thanked him quickly and then left somewhat hastily. Goblin watched Rudinen's retreating figure and could clearly sense that the man's gait had been much lighter. Killing Rudin and wouldn't be difficult for Goblin, but he didn't want to affect the other humans. It was best if everyone knew that Rudin had wanted to escape, and that his death had nothing to do with him. Thinking this, Goblin headed out of the valley. On the way, he encountered Ivi and Rosetta again. Seeing him walk away, Rosetta couldn't help but ask, "Chief, are you leaving the valley?" Goblin nodded and said, "Yes, I'll be gone for 2 or 3 days. Is there anything you want? I can bring it to you when I get back." The two thought for a moment, and then shook their heads to indicate that they didn't. Goblin didn't say much and quickly left the valley. It wasn't that he didn't trust humans, but rather that he was no longer human, but a goblin. He possessed over 200 years of goblin memories and had developed a strong sense of belonging to his tribe, so he had to be responsible for them first. After leaving the valley, Goblin did not actually go far, but lingered nearby, waiting for someone to walk into his trap. Meanwhile, after confirming that Goblin had left, Rudinen's mind immediately began to work. His leg injury had almost fully healed, and with his strength, dealing with ordinary goblins wouldn't be difficult. Now, the only thing in his territory that he truly feared was that troll. He knew that once night fell and everyone was resting, it would be the best time for him to escape. He told Chloe his plan, hoping that the other would eat with him, but after hesitating, Chloe shook his head. Rudin immediately became Aeneas. "Why? Chloe, are you really going to risk your life for that monster?" Chloe frowned and said, "Watch your words. In any case, the chieftain did save us. Doing something for him is a way of repaying him." He added, "And so far he hasn't harmed us and has been keeping those goblins in check." Rudin looked at him with disbelief, as if he were seeing him for the first time. "Croyer, what are you pretending for? I've known you for so many years. When did you be someone who repays kindness? He's a monster. Can you trust a monster-s words?" Croyer didn't want to argue anymore, and simply said coldly, "If you want to escape, then escape on your own. I won't go with you, nor will I report you. Whether you succeed or not is up to you." Seeing his resolute attitude, Rudin knew he couldn't persuade him, so he simply snorted coldly, "Fine, I won't go then. It's more convenient for me to go alone." After saying that, he went back to the corner, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for night to fall. This day was exceptionally long for Rudin. Every minute and every second felt like torture. Finally, night fell. The goblins finished their training, ate dinner, and gradually returned to their caves and cabins to rest, leaving only a few goblins to keep watch. Rudin pretended to get up in the middle of the night and went out of his room to observe the territory. He was quite satisfied to see that there weren't many goblins patrolling. Everything was going as he had expected. Then he looked in the direction of the troll and found that the guy was already fast asleep. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Rudin didn't hesitate any longer and made his way towards the valley's ite under the cover of darkness. He didn't choose to search for the ite deep within the valley, because that plan was based on the premise that Goblin remained inside. Now that Goblin was gone, going directly to the entrance was much more convenient. Outside the valley, Goblin had already easily crushed the 7th magical beast that had passed by that day. He quietly waited nearby, anticipating the appearance of his true target. Rudin had already reached a position very close to the valley entrance. Things were going more smoothly than he had imagined. These goblins were indeed diligent in their patrols, but their appearance was too poor. Although he wasn't equally a master, he easily evaded their sight. Looking at the 2 goblins guarding the entrance, Rudinen's heart leaped into his throat. He only had one chance. If he couldn't eliminate these 2 goblins instantly, and the other goblins in the territory were alerted, he would be in grave danger. However, these 2 goblins weren't high level, and he was confident he could kill them in one hit. With that thought, he drew his long sword from his waist and pulled out a dagger from his pocket, crouching in the shadows, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. Time passed slowly, and the 2 goblins on watch gradually grew sleepy, but Rudin didn't act immediately. He knew that shift change was approaching. The goblins who had just woken up were at their weakest, and he planned to strike then. If he killed someone now, the goblins on their next shift would quickly discover the body. Chapter 48, Three People Defect. Not long after, the guards at the valley entrance plet the handover. As Rudine Ann had predicted, the two newly replaced goblins were still sleepy and clearly not fully awake. Seeing this, Rudine Ann felt a surge of joy. He felt he would soon regain his freedom, so he quietly crept towards the entrance. When he got about 10 meters away, there were no more obstacles in front of him, so he had to stop, hold his breath, and prepare to charge forward. Taking advantage of a goblin's yawn, he pounced, his long sword and dagger simultaneously aimed at the vital points of both goblins. But just as the long sword was about to pierce the abdomen of one of the goblins, a huge arm suddenly darted out and firmly blocked his blade. Rudinen's face turned deathly pale instantly, for he knew the owner of that hand all too well. Goblin had returned, and at this crucial moment, no less. "Why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for 2 or 3 days? Rudinen's voice trembled, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Goblin didn't answer, only staring at him with bloodshot eyes. It had just to a realization from outside. Its own kind were its own kind, and there was no need to sacrifice 2 lives for this human. But when it witnessed Rudine Ann attacking one of his own kind, the pent-up rage within it instantly imploded. The next second, Goblin grabbed Rudinen's head and dragged him away. Rudine didn't even have time to scream before he was taken to an empty open space. His skull was cracked, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, barely breathing. "I saved your life, and now I'm taking it back. You shouldn't have any objections," Goblo said coldly. Rudinen's body convulsed violently, but Goblin gave him no chance, smashing him into a bloody pulp with a single punch. Then, Goblin casually took Rudinen's long sword, dagger, leather armor, and shield. It changed a few words with the 2 goblins guarding the gate, and remained in the valley to wait. The assessment period wasn't over yet, and it wanted to see how many of the remaining humans could hold on and were willing to stay obediently. But it didn't wait until the second night. That very night, 2 furtive figures emerged from the camp. They were Chloe and Ivy. "Croyer, do you think Rudine Ann really escaped?" Ivy asked in a low voice. "They didn't cause a big motion, so they've probably already run away. If we follow them, we have a good chance of escaping," Chloe replied in a low voice. Ivy still hesitated. "But aren't we taking Rosetta? If we leave her here alone, isn't she doomed?" Chloe frowned. "You know her personality. She always repays kindness. Even if the other side is a monster, she'll keep her promise. If we tell her, she most likely won't leave, and might even try to stop us." He had barely finished speaking when he added coldly, "We've already set off, and the road back to the cabin isn't safe. If you hesitate any longer, you'll only get us all killed." Ivy fell silent. She knew Chloe was right. Dragging it out any longer would do no good for anyone. Chloe suppressed his dissatisfaction. To be honest, he would have preferred to bring the agile Rosetta along rather than the seemingly more burdensome Ivy. But as a mage, he also needed teammates for protection, so he had no choice but to bring Ivy along for the time being. Soon, the 2 spotted the 2 goblins lying dead by the door. Their eyes lit up, and they quickened their pace to rush outside. But as soon as they reached the door, they saw a tall figure blocking their way. Clan Chief. Weiwei's face turned deathly pale, and she was so frightened that she could hardly speak. Croyer froze, then, as if realizing something, gritted his teeth and said, "You're deliberately testing us." "Not bad," Goblo said calmly. "I deliberately tested you. Now it seems that you, like Rudine Ann, failed the test, so it's time to accept your punishment. Wait, clan leader, give me another one." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared, and both Chloe and Ivy's heads flew off at the same time. Time quickly passed to the 2nd and 3rd days. Goblin waited at the entrance, but Rosetta never came out. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that he returned to the valley, where he immediately saw Rosetta training the goblins. This surprised Goblin. Even at this point, she hadn't considered running away. Not long after, Goblin rushed over, bowing her head and saying, "Chieftain, I'm sorry, I didn't keep an eye on those 3 humans, and they escaped." Goblo waved his hand. "It's all right, it's not your fault. It's their own problem." At this moment, Rosetta also saw it, and especially after seeing the materials Goblin was holding, she felt even worse. Those were the materials needed to make a furnace. Goblin had saved their lives and taken good care of them, but her 3 Panions had chosen to run away while it was away, and even killed 2 goblins. For a moment, she didn't know how to face it. After a moment of silence, she finally walked up to Goblin and solemnly said, "I'm sorry, Chieftain, my Panions have failed your expectations." Simulation begins in Chapter 49. Talent devours magic crystals. Upon hearing Rosada's words, Goblin could hardly believe his eyes. He had only casually saved 4 people, yet he had encountered such a loyal and grateful human. Rosada lowered her head, her face full of apology, and said that her Panion had harmed Goblin's people, and she was willing to take responsibility. She would dedicate herself to nurturing Goblin's people from now on, and if Goblin could not forgive her, she would have no regrets even if he killed her. Goblin was silent for a moment, then left with only one sentence. "Do your job well. I won't save humans so casually anymore." With that, he turned and left. Rosada watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with nothing but guilt. Time passed day by day, and before he knew it, it was the last day of the 2nd calendar month since Goblin was reincarnated into this world. To date, he still hadn't saved enough of the 6,250 tier 1 magic crystals needed for the net simulation. He currently only has 4,352 coins in total, some of which were contributed by the Lizardman tribe. Fortunately, the system automatically restores 1 free simulation opportunity every calendar month. If he doesn't use it today, this month's opportunity will be wasted. And as long as he used it today, he would immediately receive a new set of free attempts tomorrow, as the 3rd calendar month would begin. Goblin didn't hesitate and immediately had the system use the free simulation for this month. After the simulation started, the system detected that there were 480 evaluation points remaining from the previous run, and then randomly selected a talent. This time, the talent was named Magic Crystal Devouring, which allowed the user to enhance their strength by devouring magic crystals without any side effects. Upon seeing this talent, Goblin's eyes lit up. He had originally thought the previous magic power expansion was eager-rated enough, but this one was even more outrageous. It even made him feel that even if he only relied on purchasing talent points in the future, his strength could be increased to a terrifying level. In reality, he might not use this talent easily, since he needs to save the magic crystals for simulations. But in simulations, it's practically a divine skill. In simulations, magic crystals mostly only enhance the strength of his people or create weapons, offering limited help to him personally. However, if he could directly absorb magic crystals to be stronger, his growth rate would increase dramatically. The last simulation failed ultimately because his raw strength was insufficient. This time, perhaps it won't be long before he reaches the king level, and might even catch up with that little brat, Emoli. Thinking this, Goblin sneered inwardly. Once his strength increased, he would eventually let Molly know who the real teacher was. The simulation then officially continued. In the first year, Goblin remained the chieftain of the Goblin clan. Now, the clan has grown to a considerable size, with members including not only goblins, but also humans, lizardmen, and trolls, demonstrating a strong sense of inclusiveness. In the same year, after long-term training, the overall strength of the race greatly improved. Goblo, by consuming a large number of magic crystals, raised his level to the level 30 cap in just SI months. During this time, he also tested the last remaining human on several occasions. To his surprise, the human passed the test every time and did not choose to run away. The following year, Goblo's strength increased at an astonishing rate, but because he kept a low profile, he did not attract the attention of the higher-ups in the monster forest. In the 3rd year, he broke through to be a leader-level creature, evolving into a goblin warrior, and his skill proficiency also greatly improved. At the same time, he had been the chieftain of a tribe of 10,000 people, including 3,000 goblins and the remaining 7,000 from other tribes he had subdued. In the 4th year, Goblin arrived near the elven territory using his memories and settled there. However, his strength was not yet great enough, so he did not rashly disturb the elves living there. In the 7th year, his level rose to 40, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the leader level. In the same year, he saved a little elf, thus being a guest of the elven race, and was invited to the elven banquet, where he also drank from the fountain of life. A few days later, Goblin successfully evolved into a leader-level creature and became a life Goblin Berserker, increasing its level cap by an additional 20 levels. Seeing this, Goblin took a deep breath. The progress of this simulation was absurdly fast. If this pace continues, he probably won't be long before he evolves into a king-level creature. By the 8th year, he'd be a regular visitor to the elves, frequently interacting with them. Having evolved into a leader-level creature, his appearance was much more pleasing to the eye than that of ordinary goblins. Coupled with a rich life force emanating from him, the elves felt very foreseeable. Many elven women also began to develop feelings for him. In the 9th year, Misha fell in love with Goblin and confessed her feelings to him. At this time, Misha, like him, was a leader-level being but had not yet be a lord-level being. Faced with Misha's tender advances, Goblin quickly succumbed. That same year, the entire elven race celebrated their union. In the 18th year, Goblo successfully rescued Kana and brought her back to live in the elven territory. In the 27th year, his strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds, and his level rose to 70, which was also the peak level at this stage. At this time, his strength had surpassed most of the lord-level creatures of the elf race, and the elf queen also valued him highly. In his 30th year, under Goblo's guidance, his tribe would be a powerful force in the monster forest, not far behind any of the lords under the Ghost King. And he himself was only a hair's breadth away from being a lord. In the 32nd year, Goblo finally broke through to be a lord-level creature. But he didn't tell anyone about it, and even deliberately distanced himself from the elven race, saying only that he had some things to take care of and wouldn't be back for a while. Although the elves were very friendly to him, his breakthrough speed was simply too astonishing. Goblo worried that his rapid increase in strength would make the elves feel threatened, so he planned to leave for a while and return when the time was right. That same year, he temporarily entrusted the affairs of his territory to the Goblin, telling him that he would not be returning for 5 years and that he should manage the tribe well during this time. The Goblin agreed, and Goblin left the territory satisfied. In the 33rd year, Goblin arrived at the icy plains of the far north and successfully survived in this harsh land. Chapter 50 Snow Clan Territory. That same year, Goblin arrived in the far north, where life was far from easy. The cold there was far beyond his imagination, and even with his great strength, he could only barely adapt and struggled to survive in the ice and snow. In the 36th year, he finally mastered the extreme cold body, greatly increasing his resistance to cold and raising his level to 74. With this newfound confidence, Goblo decided to continue his journey deeper into the far north. A few days later, deep in the icy plains, he discovered several enormous polar bears chasing 3 pure white humans. Goblin had spent some time there and recognized them as the Snow Clan, naturally gifted with the ability to control ice and snow, renowned ice and snow mages in the far north. He had long harbored the idea of befriending the Snow Clan, and now that he had encountered them in distress, he decided to lend a helping hand. As Xuan heard the roars growing closer behind her, she was filled with extreme regret. She shouldn't have disobeyed her father and secretly run away from the territory. Now not only was she going to die, but she had also implicated 2 of her friends. The 3 were accosted, and the giant ice bear's claws were about to strike. Just then, a loud crash came from behind them, followed by the bear's abrupt cessation of its roar. When Xuan and the other 2 turned around, their despair only intensified. A SI-meter-tall, white giant stood in the snow, smashing the Arctic giant bear into a pulp with a single punch. The giant's oppressive aura was far more terrifying than that of the Arctic giant bear. The next second, he slowly turned his head to look at the 3 of them, so frightening that they didn't even dare to entertain the thought of running away. As the white giant approached step by step, Xuan felt a sense of relief. Dying at the hands of such a powerful being wouldn't be too painful, much better than being torn apart by the Arctic giant bear. Just as they closed their eyes and awaited death, a gentle voice rang out. "Are you all right?" The 3 women froze, looking up in disbelief. Those words had just been spoken by the white giant. They realized then that he hadn't eaten to kill them, but to save them. Xuan quickly replied, We're all right. Thank you. Goblo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were unharmed, and then asked, Are you from the Snow Clan? Why are you here? This shouldn't be Snow Clan territory. Shuana lowered her head in shame, stammering that it was her fault. Goblin had already guessed what was going on from her oppression, so he didn't press further and simply said, Lead the way. I'll take you back. The three of them stood there stunned for a moment. After a long while, Shuana asked excitedly, Are you serious? You're willing to take us back? Goblin nodded. Of course. You're still just kids, with so many possibilities ahead of you. You can't die out there at such a young age. Shuana quickly thanked them, saying they knew the way home. So, Goblo led the three Snow Tribe girls on their journey back to the Snow Tribe's territory. Along the way, Goblin easily dealt with almost all the monsters he encountered. The three girls were shocked by his strength, but because of his enormous size, even though he was handsome, they didn't have any other thoughts about him. Seeing this, Goblin in real life was somewhat frustrated. Even though he was quite handsome after evolving into a life Goblin Berserker, he still couldn't attract the Snow Clan girls, which could only be attributed to the Snow Clan having different tastes. At night, the four of them, due to their special bloodlines, were not particularly afraid of the cold. Goblin noticed the three girls huddled in the distance, occasionally glancing at him. So he went over and asked, What's wrong? Can't sleep. Shuana nodded, saying that they had been away for too long and her great-uncle must be very worried. Goblin foretated her, saying that they would see their family soon and he would take them home safely. Then, Shuana couldn't help but ask him what race he was. Goblin replied that he was a goblin. The three girls were immediately surprised because there were goblins in the snowfields, but those goblins were weak and ugly, completely incomparable to the goblin before them. Goblin explained that he was a high-level goblin and had undergone mutation, making him vastly different from ordinary goblins. Shuana listened with eyes full of admiration, finding him even more impressive. Seeing that they still couldn't sleep, Goblin began to tell them stories. The night on the icy plains was quiet, and the three girls gradually reveled, gathering around him to listen to stories they had never heard before. The next day, the group continued their journey deeper into the far north. Before long, they arrived at a snow-capped mountain. Goblo had assumed the Yeti lived on the mountain. Unexpectedly, Zwiener slammed him into a snow wall. Her figure vanished instantly, but the snow wall remained unchanged. Goblin immediately realized that they had been concealed by an illusion. He followed Shuana into the snow wall, and the scene before him changed drastically. The interior of the snow mountain was not rock, but a huge ice crystal cave with a cold light flowing through it, like an underground city hidden in the ice and snow. At the cave entrance, 10 leader-level Snow Clan members were on guard. Upon seeing Goblin's appearance, they instantly tensed up and assumed a defensive posture. However, when they saw the group of people, including Xena, on Goblin's shoulder, they immediately realized that the white giant in front of them might not be an enemy. Upon seeing the Snow Clan, Schwanatter quickly waved and called out, Uncle Schwammo, we're back. Chapter 51, Devouring the Ice Dragon's Ice Crystals, mutating into a permafrost Goblin Berserker. When Shuana and Goblu returned to their tribe's territory, they were immediately greeted by the tribespeople. Shuama breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them return safely, but her oppression changed drastically upon learning that Shuana had almost been in danger. She quickly asked Shuana if she was injured. Shuana lowered her head, taking the blame upon herself. Fortunately, Goblu came to her rescue in time, not only saving her, but also escorting her back. Shuama then looked at Goblu with a solemn expression, thanking him while explaining the Snow Clan's rules. Even though Goblu saved the chieftain's daughter, he still had to pass an assessment to enter the Snow Clan's territory. This was a tradition passed down for thousands of years, and no one could be an exception. Goblu felt somewhat uncomfortable after hearing this, but he also knew that since the Snow Clan could establish themselves in such a place, their foundation must be extraordinary. Provoking a king-level effort would not be good for him. He suppressed his emotions and asked directly about the assessment. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Shwe-Emo softened her tone and told him that the assessment was in the ice crystal cave, and he needed to find an ice crystal and devour it. After devouring it, his body would gain the ability to resist the cold, and the higher the quality of the ice crystal, the stronger the skill he would gain. This is because special ice crystals float in the Snow Clan's territory year-round. People without the corresponding abilities will be eroded by the cold if they stay there for a long time, and may even contract the ice and snow disease. After Goblin understood, he immediately agreed. Shuama also reminded him that although the ice crystals could bring benefits, they could also age the body's tolerance limit and freeze people into ice sculptures. Having been warned, Goblin asked no more questions and went straight into the depths of the ice crystal cave. Before long, he encountered a giant ice bird. Its eyes were empty, devoid of any emotion. It was clearly a monster parasitized by the ice crystals, and one that had to be defeated before it could be devoured. The moment the ice bird swooped down, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and Goblin immediately engaged it in battle. Although its strength was only at the leader level, it far surpassed that of an ordinary leader in actual bat, and it took Goblin 2 full punches to kill it. After the ice bird shattered, a piece of blue crystal fell to the ground, radiating a chilling aura, clearly a high-quality ice crystal. However, Goblin didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he put it away, preparing to continue searching for ice crystals of even higher purity. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he encountered monsters formed entirely of ice crystals. Finally, at the very depths of the cave, he met a Lord-level ice dragon. The mere approach of the ice dragon sent chills down Goblin's spine, almost freezing him to the bone. Goblin immediately realized that this was probably the strongest being among the ice crystals, and without hesitation, he charged forward. The ice dragon's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary lord, but Goblin was no ordinary lord either, and the two fought fiercely, evenly matched for a time. As the battle continued, Goblin quickly realized that the ice crystal creature's power was not limitless. Their energy would gradually diminish with continued use. So he deliberately prolonged the fight, slowly wearing down the ice dragon. The ice dragon sensed this and let out an angry, mournful cry. Unlike the ice crystal monsters that only attacked instinctively, this ice dragon had developed its own emotions. Knowing it would eventually lose, it didn't flee. Instead, it squeezed out its last bit of strength to continue its desperate battle with Goblin. Goblin admired its tenacity, but he didn't give in an inch, because an enemy is an enemy, and the most effective method is the key to victory. Finally, the ice dragon was exhausted and died from the continuous drain on its energy. Its massive body shattered, turning into a piece of pure, almost transparent blue ice crystal. Goblin sensed the terrifying cold energy contained within, adjusted himself to his peak condition, and then swallowed it whole. In an instant, extreme cold swept over his entire body, as if every inch of his skin and every cell was being frozen and cracked. He could barely hold on, but each time he was on the verge of collapse, he stubbornly pulled through. Gradually, mysterious and ancient white runes appeared on his body, and his body began to undergo a complete transformation. A week later, Goblo successfully mutated into a frozen goblin berserker, with a level cap 25 levels higher than other lord-level creatures of the same rank. This mutation was his strongest to date, no longer a simple enhancement in one direction, but the result of the fusion of top-tier ice crystals and the fountain of life. It was ridiculously powerful, even giving him a vague feeling that he had the qualifications to challenge king-level creatures. At the same time, he also acquired a series of top-tier skills, including Eternal Freeze, Ice and Snow World, Frozen Wasteland, and Ice and Snow Mastery. After pleading the absorption, Goblo did not linger, but continued deeper into the ice plains. He wanted to see what was truly hidden deep within the Snow Clan's territory. Chapter 52, B. My Son-in-Law. Goblin returned the way he came and found Shui Mo and the others again in just a few days. The moment they saw the ice and snow tattoos on his body, their expressions changed instantly, their eyes filled with shock. Shui Mo couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Lord Goblo, you actually possess an eternally frozen body? Did you really kill the ice dragon?" Goblin nodded, his tone calm. In the end, he was indeed killed. That guy was very strong. But from what you're saying, the eternal freeze body is very powerful. Shuemo quickly explained that the eternally frozen body is extremely rare in the history of the Snow Clan, and only the top members of the Snow Clan can awaken it. Moreover, the conditions are harsh. One must be under 40 years old and have a strength of at least the leader level. Shui Mo grew increasingly surprised as she spoke, never expecting Goblin to be so powerful, yet not even 40 years old. Goblin casually brushed it off, saying he was born with a royal physique, which explained his rapid growth. Shui Mo, however, believed him without question, as there was no other explanation for his rapid development. Goblo didn't want to dwell on these things any longer and asked directly, "Can you take me to your Snow Clan territory now?" Shui Mo immediately agreed, adding that he possessed an eternally frozen body and was already considered half a member of the Snow Clan, so the clan leader would definitely wheel him. Led by Shui Mo, Goblo quickly entered the Snow Clan's territory. The Snow Clan members were very friendly upon seeing him, with some even ing forward to thank him for saving Xuen Nar and her two Panions. Goblo responded politely, without putting on airs. Not long after, he met the Snow Clan chief. However, Goblin was somewhat disappointed upon meeting him. He had expected the chief to be a beautiful snow woman, but instead, the person was a white-haired man. What annoyed him even more was that the clan leader was actually a handsome man with looks similar to his own. Goblin suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and even began to consider whether he should find an opportunity to eat 100 or so slimes to see if he could gain the ability to transform. As for the Lord-level slime in his memory, it wouldn't appear for at least another 70 or 80 years, so there's no point in relying on it now. The chieftain looked at him, his attitude extremely polite. "You must be Mr. Goblo? Thank you for saving my beloved daughter. If I'm not mistaken, you've already obtained the body of eternal ice." Goblo nodded in agreement. In fact, he had not only gained an eternally frozen body, but he had also learned many of the Snow Clan's top skills, though he only thought these things to himself and did not say them aloud. The chieftain's eyes lit up with admiration, a remarkable talent. "In that case, Mr. Goblo, I have a favor to ask of you. What do you say?" Goblo gestured for him to speak directly. The chieftain didn't beat around the bush and invited him to join the Snow Clan, offering to marry his daughter to him and make him the next chieftain. He promised that the entire clan would then dedicate themselves to nurturing him. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, Goblo remained silent for a moment before asking, "Doesn't the Snow Clan have anyone with an eternally frozen body? Why should I, an outsider, inherit the position of clan leader?" The chieftain hesitated for a moment, then revealed the truth. The Snow Clan hadn't produced a person with an eternally frozen body for a full 1,000 years. Over the centuries, they had interbred with other races, causing their bloodline to be increasingly diluted, and now even the probability of someone possessing an extremely cold body was decreasing. What's more troublesome is that, unlike other races, the Snow Clan cannot strengthen their physique by consuming ice crystals. Therefore, the clan leader hopes that Goblu's eternally frozen body can unite with a Snow Clan member, perhaps allowing the Snow Clan to produce offspring with eternally frozen bodies once again. After hearing this, Goblo couldn't help but plain that the idea was too direct. The chieftain, however, was very serious and said that it was all for the continuation of the tribe. He couldn't just stand by and watch the Snow Clan continue to decline. The clan chief then urged him to reconsider. For Goblo, the proposal wasn't bad. He possessed an eternally frozen body, destined to reach the emperor level in the future, and the Snow Clan's help would allow him to grow even faster. Even a legendary emperor level wasn't entirely impossible. Goblin's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words emperor level, so there were higher levels above the emperor level. This news was quite tempting to him. He didn't agree on the spot, only saying that he needed to think about it. The clan chief didn't press him, letting him consider it slowly. After their conversation, Goblo left the chieftain's tent. The Snow Clan continued to warmly wheel him, their kindness palpable. In truth, he was already somewhat tempted by the chieftain's offer. Although he still has his own tribe in the monster forest, it's powerful enough now, and he only needs to go back occasionally. Besides, this isn't the first time he's done this kind of hands-off management. He's quite experienced. After careful consideration, Goblin finally decided to agree. The temptation of having the opportunity to reach the emperor level was simply too great. So he went to the Snow Clan chief again and gave his answer. He said he was willing to accept the request, but he wouldn't force Xuan'er to marry him. He would marry her through his own abilities. The clan chief was not surprised upon hearing this. Instead, he showed a satisfied expression. I knew you were a smart person. From now on, you are the heir of the Snow Clan. We will do our best to train you in the future, and you can ask for anything you need. Goblin didn't mince words, stating directly that he needed magic crystals, and the more the better. With a sufficient number of magic crystals, he could quickly increase his strength. The clan chief nodded to indicate that he understood and would prepare it for him. Goblin thought for a moment, and then asked the clan chief if he knew where there were many slimes. The chieftain was somewhat puzzled, but he still told him that a large number of ice slimes lived by the frozen lake west of Snow Mountain. Although they were only low-level magical beasts, their numbers were considerable. Goblin didn't complain much, only saying that he was useful. He then told the chieftain that he would be gone for a few days and would return. Having said that, he immediately left the Snow Clan and headed west towards the snowy mountains. This time, his goal was clear, to hunt down slimes and try to gain shape-shifting abilities. If he could transform into a Snow Clan member, he would find it easier to win over Xuan'er's heart. In fact, even if he remained in his original form, with a little more effort, he might still have a chance. But Goblin didn't want that, and the shape-shifting ability itself was equally important to him. Chapter 53. Gain Transformation, be a Snow Clan member. A week later, Goblin had eaten his 973rd frost slime. The thing tasted like jelly, and he didn't originally dislike jelly, but after swallowing so many, he now felt like vomiting just looking at a slime. But in order to gain the transformation ability, he could only endure the nausea and continue to devour. A month later, when he swallowed the 4,312 slime, his large stomach almost bursting, the quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. Goblin finally obtained the shape-shifting ability he had always dreamed of. During this time, he also gained an additional skill called Soft Body, which had an effect similar to shock absorption, reducing shield bash damage to some extent, something he was quite pleased with. Then, following his memory, he transformed himself into the form of a Snow Tribe member. In his Snow Tribe form, his appearance was in no way inferior to that of his elf form. Only his temperament was completely different, yielding an icy coldness. More importantly, after transforming into a Yeti, his control over ice and snow magic increased significantly, though his physical strength decreased slightly. Goblin didn't delay and went directly to the Ice Crystal Cave in his Yeti form. Xuan'er and the others were all puzzled when they saw this unfamiliar yet handsome member of the Snow Clan. Although there were thousands of Snow Clan members, Xuan'er knew almost all of them. Someone with such an astonishing appearance as Goblin couldn't possibly be unknown. Moreover, he yielded a powerful aura that was impossible to fathom. Xuan'er quickly realized that this Snow Clan member was definitely not from their own clan, but rather came from outside. Xuan'er tentatively asked, "Are you from the Snow Clan? You're not from the clan, are you? I don't think I've ever seen you before." Goblin replied calmly, "No, we've met before." Hearing that voice, Xuan'er immediately felt it was familiar, but couldn't quite place it. He stared at Goblin for a long time, and after a moment of stalemate, he finally seemed to realize something and asked in shock, "Is it Lord Goblin?" Goblin nodded. "You finally guessed it." As soon as he finished speaking, his body rapidly expanded, transforming back into Goblin form. Xuan'er and the others stared in utter shock at the face that was almost identical to the Snow Clan's form, only magnified several times. Xuan'er couldn't help but ask, "Lord Goblin, what's going on? How can you transform into the appearance of our Snow Clan?" Goblin explained that it seemed that since obtaining that ice crystal last time, he had gained some special abilities. As he spoke, he transformed back into his Snow Clan form, raising his right hand and conjuring a crystal-clear ice crystal in his palm. The mere appearance of that ice crystal sent a chill through even a pure Snow Clan member like Xuan'er. Xuan'er acclaimed in admiration, "A remarkable ability. The Snow Clan has extremely high resistance to ice and snow magic, but he could sense that if he accidentally touched that ice crystal, he would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture instantly." Goblin put away the ice crystals and walked towards the Snow Clan's interior. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention. Both men and women couldn't help but glance at him frequently, clearly because his Snow Clan appearance was extremely striking. Not long after, he saw Xena. The girl stood at a distance, timidly peeking at him. When his gaze swept over her, she immediately turned her head away, not daring to meet his eyes. Goblin's lips curled into a slight smile at this sight. Xuan has a sweet and innocent appearance, making it easy for people to like her. Goblin is not in a hurry to advance the relationship, but only plans to slowly get closer to her and then discuss the subsequent marriage arrangements when the time is right. Afterwards, he went directly to Chief Shui Ying's igloo. Shui Ying was equally shocked when he recognized him, but this was followed by intense joy. Compared to his goblin form, Shui Ying naturally preferred his current Snow Clan appearance. Shui Ying took out his spatial ring and poured out all the prepared magic crystals, saying, "These are the magic crystals I prepared for you. What do you think?" Goblin was very satisfied with the small mountain of high-level magic crystals in front of him. For the next few days, Goblin remained within the Snow Clan to cultivate. Supported by a large number of high-level magic crystals, his strength increased at an astonishing rate, with noticeable changes almost daily. Meanwhile, Snowhawk inquired about Snona's feelings regarding the engagement. To their and Goblin's surprise, Snona strongly objected. She had clearly liked Goblin's Snow Clan form when they first saw him. Goblin found it strange, so he went to Xuan's door and asked softly, "Xuan, it's me. Can you open the door?" Soon, the door opened, and Xuan blushed instantly when she saw him in his Snow Clan form. She greeted him timidly, "Why hello." Goblin looked at her awkwardness and became even more puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to be strongly against the engagement? Why was she reacting like this when she saw him? He glanced down at his current appearance and suddenly understood something. So he deliberately said, "Hello, Xuan. I am Lord Goblin's attendant, named Xuechun. Like Lord Goblin, I am half a Snow Clan and half a goblin." Goblin then asked, "I want to know, why did you refuse our adult's engagement before?" Upon hearing this, Xuan's expression immediately turned somewhat sad. After a long silence, she whispered, "Brother Goblin is very kind, but I only see him as a brother." As she said this, her eyes were fixed on Xuechun in front of her, her emotions undisguised. "I have someone I like." Goblin feigned regret. "That's a pity. I thought I could live with you in the future." Xuan was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Goblin's lips curled up, and he said with a hint of seduction, "You may not know, but once we goblins have chosen a master, we will never change him for the rest of our lives." He continued, "If you marry our master, you will be my master. At that time, I will obey your orders completely, and I will do whatever you ask me to do." Xuan's pupils dilated, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. "Really? I'll do anything you want." Goblin nodded. "Yes, as long as you agree to the engagement, I'll do anything you want, even right now." "I agree," Xuan shouted immediately. The next second, with a thud, Goblin hit her hard on the head. Xuan covered her head, looking at him innocently. Goblin said irritably, "You little devil, you don't recognize me?" "My face and voice haven't changed at all." Xuan froze, then her eyes widened in disbelief. "Your brother Goblin." Goblin looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you recognize me now?" Chapter 54 Advancement to King Level. Upon confirming Goblin's identity, Xena's face instantly turned bright red. She wished she could turn back time, go back to just a few minutes earlier, and swallow all the words she had said. She was even more annoyed that she hadn't recognized him immediately. She looked at Goblin cautiously and tentatively asked, "Brother Goblin, can we still get engaged?" Goblin smiled faintly. "I originally wanted to get engaged, but now I'm not so keen on it." Upon hearing this, Xuan's face immediately turned pale. Her mind raced, desperately trying to think of a way to salvage the situation, and she quickly apologized. "I was wrong, Brother Goblin. I was just—" Goblin interrupted her directly. "Just what? If someone even more handsome appears in your life in the future, will you be easily attracted to him?" Xuan quickly shook her head, indicating that such a thing would never happen. To prove herself, she was even willing to hand over the heart of ice and snow. It was the most important thing in the Snow Clan. Once given to someone else, her life, death, and emotions would be in the hands of that person. If she developed any disloyalty towards someone else, Goblo would be able to detect it immediately. Goblin was shocked. He never expected that Xuana would be willing to give up everything just because of her appearance. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xuana placed her hand on her chest, and soon, a crystal-emitting white light appeared in her palm. Goblin reminded her, "Nara, think it through. I'm not as good as you think, and I have other lovers." Upon hearing this, Sinar's oppression clearly wavered, but after looking at Goblin's face, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded. "I can accept it." Goblin then realized that Xuana's was not firm. If she encountered greater temptations in the future, the possibility of her betraying him was very high. After hesitating for a moment, he still accepted the heart of ice. Seeing the heart of ice taken away, a hint of anxiety flashed in Xuana's eyes, as if she was beginning to regret her decision. Seeing this, Goblin was even more glad he had made that decision. This girl indeed couldn't be completely controlled by trust. Then, Xuana asked softly, "Brother Goblo, what about our wedding?" Goblo nodded. "Of course, let's get engaged now and get married after you of age." Xuana immediately explained that she was already 29 years old. Goblo was somewhat surprised. Xuana looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, but was actually 29. Xuana told him that once a Snow Clan member broke through to the elite level, their appearance would stop aging, but their lifespan was not long among magical beasts, mostly only living for a little over 200 years. Hearing this, Goblin's doubts were dispelled. However, realizing that Xuana's body would no longer change, he subconsciously glanced at her flat chest, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. Xuana was angry at the impolite look, but dared not say anything, given the facts. Afterwards, their marriage was successfully pledged, and Goblo formally established a deeper relationship with the Snow Clan. In the 45th year, with the full support of the Snow Clan, Goblo's strength rose to the peak of the Lord level, just one step away from breaking through. In the 51st year, he successfully advanced to the King level and became the new patriarch of the Snow Clan. In the same year, Goblin's speed increased dramatically after breaking through to the King level. He planned to return to the Monster Forest, so he temporarily entrusted the Snow Clan to the old chieftain's management. The old chieftain agreed without any objection. Goblin traveled at full speed and arrived at the Monster Forest in just half a month. Upon returning to his original territory, he was surprised to find that the Goblin demon had also broken through to be a Lord-level creature. This surprised Goblin greatly. Goblin was the same age as him, and Goblin's success was due to multiple advantages and abundant resources. How could Goblin have broken through to the Lord level in just 50 years? After questioning, Goblin learned that Goblin had accidentally eaten a black herb, which activated his bloodline and caused his strength to increase rapidly. Goblin immediately asked where the herb had appeared, wanting his real-world self to remember it in advance. Goblin, who was watching the simulation, felt somewhat embarrassed upon seeing this. He couldn't help but think that he couldn't possibly be the kind of lord who would steal opportunities from his subordinates. But then he thought again, that black herb really couldn't fall into the hands of other races. After ascertaining the location, the Goblin asked Goblo if he wanted to resume leadership of the tribe. Goblo refused, retaining the Goblin as the tribe's lord, while he himself became a higher-ranking king, above the lord. After spending some time in the Monster Forest, Goblin did not venture any deeper. Over the years, the Goblins had accumulated enough magic crystals to fill 2 caves, all specially prepared for him by their clan. Goblo planned to devour all the magic crystals first, converting them into his own power, before returning to the Snow Clan's territory to absorb the magic crystals prepared by the old chieftain. His idea was simple, to continue to cautiously and steadily survive. It took him 2 whole years to use up all the magic crystals. By then, his level had reached an astonishing 84, just 8 levels away from reaching the current level cap. Goblin could clearly sense that he had now surpassed the Emperor level. At least in the future, even if Molly grew to the Emperor level, she would never be his match. Afterwards, he found a Lord-level slime from his memories. Although he now feels nauseous at the smell of slimes, Goblin still killed and devoured one. After eating the slime, his shape-shifting ability was significantly enhanced, although there was no fundamental change in his nature. His devouring and soft body skills were also greatly strengthened. Although he had consumed most of the tribe's magic crystal reserves, Goblin did not leave immediately. This was because in the past 2 years, he had conquered several smaller tribes, and now the amount of magic crystals he handed over each month was quite substantial. He planned to wait 3 more years for the Snow Clan to accumulate enough magic crystals before returning. In addition, Goblin began searching intensively for Lord-level creatures, as consuming their corpses and magic crystals would grant him new abilities. Chapter 55, Emperor-level Effort. Although he kept a low profile, only hunting Lord-level creatures in the monster forest, his numbers dwindled too quickly, eventually attracting the attention of powerful beings deep within the forest. Soon after, a familiar king-level monster found him. The newer was none other than the Ghost King. Upon seeing him, the Ghost King wore a half-smile, as if he had known him for a long time. The Ghost King, sensing this look, felt a growing sense of unease. The Ghost King cut to the chase, saying that the number of Lord-level creatures in the forest had been decreasing abnormally recently, and that this was likely related to him. He didn't deny it, but simply asked in return, even if it was him, what could the Ghost King do about it? The Ghost King's oppression was solemn. Although both were at the king level, he was not afraid of the other party, but he dared not underestimate him either. He explained that he was not there to cause trouble, but that his actions had alerted a certain important figure, and that he was merely responsible for leading the way. The Ghost King advised him that if he wanted to develop in the Demon Beast Forest long term, he should go and meet that person. He listened without caring, and after learning that the other party was only a king-level effort, he sneered and said that a mere king-level effort was nothing to see. The Ghost King was stunned by these arrogant words, completely baffled as to why a king-level being could be so arrogant. He said in a deep voice that he would relay these words to that person, hoping that the other party would still be so assertive then. However, he merely replied coldly, "The Ghost King probably won't have that chance." No sooner had he spoken than he attacked. Having devoured so many Lord-level creatures, he had long desired to taste a king-level effort, and the Ghost King had conveniently delivered himself to his doorstep. As for whether he would face retaliation from a royal-level effort after killing the Ghost King, he wasn't afraid at all. His bat strength was now close to that of a royal-level effort, and even if he wasn't as strong, he was confident he could escape from a royal-level powerhouse. Although the Ghost King was prepared, his body was still pierced through the moment the ice spikes fell. With just one strike, he understood that the king-level being before him was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary king-level creatures. The Ghost King immediately made his body ethereal and turned to flee. However, his speed, strength, and magic were completely suppressed, and he was almost constantly being chased and beaten. Before long, the entire forest within a 10-kilometer radius was frozen, leaving him with no way to retreat. Driven to the brink, the Ghost King could only fight back desperately. His strength far surpassed that of an ordinary king-level being, clearly indicating he was a powerful mutated creature. But this was futile, because his mutation direction, level, and skills were all superior. For hours later, the Ghost King was covered in wounds, with almost no intact part of his body. Before dying, he took a deep look at his opponent and finally understood why this guy dared to be so arrogant. The next moment, he mercilessly crushed the Ghost King's head, devouring the Ghost King's body along with a magic crystal. Powerful ghost energy surged through his body instantly, and he immediately returned to his territory to digest this enormous energy. The magic of a king-level creature was far more difficult to absorb than he had imagined. For an entire night, ghostly energy surged wildly within him, causing him immense pain. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and his level increased 2 levels consecutively, also acquiring numerous advanced ghostly skills. A few days later, a strange and terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the territory. That power far aged the king level, and had undoubtedly reached the emperor level. He stopped absorbing the Ghost King's energy and immediately rushed towards the source of the aura. When he arrived at the scene, it was a scene of utter devastation, littered with goblin corpses. The newer was a humanoid creature with alternating red and black skin, whose aura was similar to that of the demon race, but it was not a demon, but rather a royal-level Azura. He coldly asked if the other party was a royal-level figure behind the Ghost King. The royal-level Azura looked at him, an interested expression on his face, confirming that the Ghost King was already dead at his hands. He then asked in return if the other party had either joined the Ghost King. These words thoroughly enraged the Azura Emperor. The two attacked almost simultaneously. The Azura Emperor before them possessed terrifying strength, far surpassing any newly ascended Emperor level, and was even slightly stronger than the Ghost King. But he only had a slight advantage, not enough to kill him. A great battle broke out between the two, and terrifying aftershocks swept around, killing many magical beasts. But the two paid no attention and continued to fight. 10 days later, both sides had exhausted most of their magic power, yet the battle remained undecided. Both he and the Azura Emperor looked grim, neither wanting to continue fighting. At their level, a deadly clash would inevitably result in mutual destruction. Neither of them was willing to back down first, so they could only continue to fight. In the end, the great battle lasted for a whole month, until both sides completely exhausted their magic power, and then they tacitly stopped fighting at the same time. He then returned to his territory to continue his cultivation. Because of the great battle with the Azura Emperor, he had completely absorbed the Ghost King's remaining energy, and his strength had increased significantly as a result. Months later, the Azura Emperor returned to his territory and challenged him to a duel. He had thought he was now able to overpower the Azura Emperor, but he hadn't expected that the other's strength had also improved significantly and was still almost equal to his own. This time, the two chose a desolate desert as their battlefield and fought for a full month, ultimately ending in a draw. From then on, the Azura Emperor would challenge him to a duel every so often. After numerous battles, a strange friendship gradually formed between the two. Until the 57th year, he told the Azura Emperor that he would be leaving the demon beast forest for a while. He stated that he would continue fighting the Azura Emperor upon his return. The Azura Emperor agreed and promised not to harm his people during this time. He then returned to the Snow Clan and began absorbing the magic crystals they had collected for him over the years. By the 62nd year, his level had finally reached a bottleneck, and he could break through to the Emperor level at any moment. Chapter 56, Despicable. In the same year, Goblin returned to the monster forest and headed straight for the territory of the Azura Emperor. This time, his goal was clear: to use the deadly battle with the Azura Emperor to break through to the Emperor level. Having been here before, he didn't linger long and quickly found the Azura Emperor's territory. Not long after, the Azura Emperor also sensed his presence and appeared before him personally. Goblin looked at the Azura Emperor and said coldly, "Our battle can be decided today." He had already decided that he would taste what an Azura was like today. The Azura Emperor sensed an even more terrifying aura emanating from him than before, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but he showed no sign of backing down. He sneered, "The Ud is still uncertain. Do you think you're the only one who's gotten stronger?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce aura erupted from the Azura Emperor's body. Compared to their last encounter, his strength had clearly improved, and his aura was even more ferocious. Goblin was even more pleased to see this. The stronger the Azura Emperor, the greater the boost he would receive after killing him. Although the two acknowledged each other as lifelong enemies, they both knew in their hearts that one day they would have to kill each other. They all assumed that they would not use underhanded tactics, but would instead use the most direct and positive methods to completely defeat the other party. Soon, the two clashed again. Initially, the overwhelming victory Goblin had anticipated didn't materialize. The two remained evenly matched. The Azura Emperor's power did not surprise him. However, as the battle continued, the gap in strength gradually became apparent. Goblin's improvement was greater, and his power had subtly surpassed that of the Azura Emperor. As long as the Azura Emperor didn't escape, Goblin did indeed have a chance to kill him. A week later, the Azura Emperor's wounds were multiplying, and the situation was clear. Continuing the fight would inevitably result in his defeat. But just then, Goblin suddenly sensed 4 king-level auras rapidly approaching from 4 directions. More importantly, those 4 auras were extremely similar to those of the Azura Emperor. Goblin instantly understood, his face darkened, and he cursed angrily, "Despicable!" The Azura Emperor sneered, "Me despicable? Goblin, you're too naive. You don't actually think we've developed some kind of friendship, do you? This is just a basic tactic of an emperor. He continued, I originally only wanted to use you to hone my skills, but you have aged my expectations. Since that's the case, I naturally can't keep you any longer. Goblin listened with an impression of disbelief. But the next moment, he also sent a signal. The Snow Clan Epirs who had been lying in ambush immediately appeared, including not only 5 king-level Epirs, but also a Snow Clan elder who had reached the Emperor level. The Azura Emperor's impression instantly changed upon seeing the suddenly appearing Snow Clan Epir. He never expected that Goblin would also be prepared. He roared angrily, Despicable! Goblin coldly retorted, Me despicable? Azura Emperor, you're too naive. You don't actually believe we've developed some kind of friendship, do you? This is nothing more than a king's most basic tactic. Hearing these words, which were almost equally the same as those spoken, the Azura Emperor was speechless for a moment. The discomfort he felt was as if he had been slapped hard in the face by his own words, yet he was unable to refute them. Soon, reinforcements from both sides arrived. Behind the Azura Emperor stood 4 king-level Ghost Clan members, while Goblin had 5 king-level Snow Clan members, plus a royal-level Snow Clan elder, giving them a clear advantage in bat strength. Azura Emperor said with a gloomy face, Goblin, do we have to make things this ugly? Goblin found it amusing. After fighting for so many years, you are indeed a good opponent. The Azura Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Since I am a worthy opponent, why are you treating me like this? Goblin calmly replied, Isn't killing an opponent a normal thing? These words made the Azura King's face turn extremely ugly. But something even more upsetting happened soon afterward. One of his Azura Kings, realizing the situation was dire, actually chose to surrender on spot. The betrayal of this Azura King made matters worse for the already disadvantaged Azura Emperor's side. The Azura Emperor glared at his opponent and roared, Azura Moon, I'm giving you one more chance. Choose your side again. Azura Yu quickly shrank to Goblin's side and whispered, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I've always admired Lord Goblin. Please give me this opportunity to follow him. Seeing the Azura Emperor and his subordinates turn against each other on the spot, Goblin found it all laughable. At the same time, he was also relieved that he possessed greater power and influence. Otherwise, he would probably be the one in a sorry state now. After several unsuccessful negotiations, the Azura Emperor had no choice but to break through the encirclement head-on. He had considered escaping, but all escape routes were blocked, leaving them nowhere to run. Just as the situation was about to be completely settled, a Azura King suddenly blocked the Azura Emperor's path and roared, Your Majesty, you must leave. I'll hold them off here. As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from the Azura King's body, and the surrounding air rapidly heated up. He actually began to burn his life energy, preparing to sacrifice himself to hold off Goblin's forces. The Azura King's eyes were filled with reluctance, but he knew now was not the time to hesitate. He could only desperately flee with the other 2 Azura Kings. Before leaving, he roared, Goblin, remember this. One day, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the Azura Emperor fled frantically. Goblin tried to give chase, but the scene had already turned into a sea of fire, and even he couldn't force his way through. By the time the fire was broken, the Azura Emperor was already far away. Goblin looked at the Azura King, whose life force was still burning, and couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it would be if such a person were his subordinate. Unfortunately, their positions differed, and he could only join forces with the others to kill him. Even in death, the Azura King's eyes remained wide open, showing no fear. Goblin looked at the surrendered Azura King and asked, What was his name? Azura Moon immediately replied, Master, his name is Demon Flame Ghost. Goblin asked again, Demon Flame Ghost? He's not a pure-blooded Azura. Azura Moon nodded. Yes, he's a hybrid of the Ghost Clan and the Azura Clan. Azura Yu continued, It was Azura Ananda who brought him back then, and has taken good care of him ever since. Goblin nodded slowly after hearing this. I see, I understand. He is indeed a respectable warrior. After saying that, Goblin didn't say anything more and swallowed the corpse of the Demon Flame demon and the magic crystal in one gulp. Chapter 57, A Mere Feud for Killing One's Father. The demon flame, ghost's malevolent and ghostly aura, was almost as strong as that of the Ghost King. He vaguely sensed that even if he couldn't break through to the Emperor level this time, he was already only one step away. At the same time, the 5 King-level Snow Clan members and the old Patriarch were also searching for the Azura Emperor's whereabouts. But unfortunately, they still couldn't find him. After the Azura Emperor fled, he directly took over his territory. He wasted no time in slaughtering the Azuras who refused to surrender. As for those who were willing to submit, he did not fully trust them, but instead scattered them into various teams to prevent them from banding together and causing trouble. In the 94th year, he completely absorbed the demonic power of the demon flame demon, but still failed to reach the Emperor level. He could clearly feel that he was only one step away, but that step seemed as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. However, his strength still increased dramatically, especially his eye techniques, illusion techniques, and magical power. In the 96th year, he still hadn't fully taken control of the Azura Emperor's former territory. It was too vast and too PLE, and in recent years there had been no news of the Azura Emperor. The Azura Emperor was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to leap out and bite him at any moment. However, he only had some concerns. As long as the Azura Emperor didn't break through to the Emperor level, he couldn't truly pose a fatal threat to him. The real trouble was the possibility of an even stronger being emerging behind the Azura Emperor. In the 72nd year, he unexpectedly found Emoli. At this time, Emoli was still very young, only at the peak of the Lord level, and was no match for him at all. He didn't intend to kill Emoli directly, because this kid was very useful, and he didn't want Emoli to die too easily. After all, Emoli had killed him once before, and he felt that it would be barely appropriate for her to die 99 times in his place in the simulation. Looking at Emoli, who was forced to kneel before him with an arrogant oppression, he slowly walked over and asked her what her name was. Emoli didn't answer, only stared coldly at him, her eyes full of disdain. Sensing that the kid was about to spit, he preemptively kicked Emoli in the face, coldly cursing, "Can't you speak? Are you mute?" Emoli was stunned, clearly not expecting him to have such a bad temper. He then asked Emoli if she was convinced, and before she could speak, he offered her a chance. "Defeat me, and you will be the new leader of the tribe." With that, he raised his foot. The moment his foot left, Emoli suddenly sprang up, his ghostly claws lashing out. But just a second later, he stomped Emoli back under his foot, as if she had never stood up at all. Emoli was indignant, cursing him for being old and taking advantage of her. Emoli boasted that given 50 years, he would definitely surpass him. He casually reminded Emoli that he had killed his father. To his surprise, Emoli didn't care at all, instead saying that a mere grudge for killing one's father was nothing. The old man was dead because he was simply less skilled. He thought to himself that Emoli was now just as outmatched, but he didn't say it aloud. His goal wasn't to make Emoli truly hate him, but to make use of this excellent weapon. So he agreed to give Emoli 50 years. However, for the net 50 years, Emoli must obey his orders completely. If, after 50 years, Emoli still cannot defeat him, she will have to be his dog for life. Emoli agreed almost without hesitation. Emoli believed that she would definitely break through to the Emperor level in 50 years. But this old guy in front of her, even if given another 500 years, might not be able to over that hurdle. So he agreed readily, even with a hint of smugness on his face. He saw right through Emoli's thoughts, but didn't call him out, letting the kid continue to think he was clever. Then, he ordered Emoli to be taken away. After watching from the sidelines, the goblin couldn't help but ask him, "Aren't you just going to let Molly go like that? Aren't you going to ask her a few more questions?" He simply replied that Molly would keep her promises, and he knew the girl. The goblin, after hearing this, chose to believe him. Then the goblin asked why. If the chieftain wanted to subdue Molly, he had stomped on his face and what the point was. He replied with feigned profundity that he had his reasons for doing so and told the goblin not to ask further. In reality, he was simply taking the opportunity to retaliate. In the 77th year, after his berserk force reached its minimum level, it advanced to berserk aura, causing his strength to surge once again. Now, Even the old patriarch of the Snow Clan can only fight him to a draw. That same year, he finally received news of the Azura Emperor. The Azura Emperor had entered the depths of the demon beast forest and sought refuge with an even more powerful being. Those who could overpower the Azura Emperor were mostly Emperor-level Eperts. He didn't know if there were any stronger beings above the Emperor level, but he knew that even if he became an Emperor-level being, he would still be no match for an Emperor-level being. This made him somewhat uneasy. It was highly unlikely that an Emperor-level Epert would personally confront a King-level Epert for the sake of the Azura Emperor. However, the Azura Emperor might return with other Emperor-level Eperts to seek revenge. With his current strength, he wasn't yet powerful enough to handle multiple Emperor-level Eperts simultaneously. If the Azura Emperor could bring more than 4 Emperor-level Eperts, his defeat would be almost certain. In the 81st year, the Azura Emperor's revenge indeed came. This time, the Azura Emperor brought 3 Emperor-level Eperts, 5 King-level Eperts, 20 Lord-level magical beasts, and an army of hundreds of thousands of magical beasts, marching in a mighty force towards his clan. Looking at the army before him, he understood that this was probably the Azura Emperor's entire force. Over the years, his clan has grown considerably. Although no new Emperor-level warriors have emerged, for more King-level powerhouses have been added, and the number of Lord-level warriors has reached 53. The number of magical beasts capable of participating in battles has also aged 1 million. While there is a gap in high-end bat power, the lower-level army far surpasses the opponents, so he is not afraid. Chapter 58: Annihilation of the Enemy. The threat of an Emperor-level being. Soon, an earth-shattering war between magical beasts erupted in the forest. Millions of magical beasts clashed head-on, and after a full day of fighting, the magical beast forest was practically a river of blood. However, most of this blood came from the army under the Azura Emperor's command. On the first day, neither side's top batants personally engaged in battle, instead directing their magical beasts from the rear. However, the Azura Emperor's leadership skills were far inferior to Goblins. Although he had fought many battles in the past, he mostly relied on overwhelming force and had never truly devised a proper battle formation. His army is now far inferior to Goblins in terms of quantity, quality, and obedience. After the first day of fighting, Shura Emperor's 100,000-strong army suffered 20,000 to 30,000 casualties, while Goblins' million-strong army suffered almost no significant losses. The fiercely competitive Azura Emperor clearly couldn't accept this soot. The next day, he personally led his entire army into battle, with 3 other royal family Eperts joining the fray. Even so, the battle situation remained unchanged. With his exceptional military talent, Goblo kept Shura Emperor and his forces firmly under his control. 3 days later, Shura Emperor's army was completely wiped out, while Goblo's side paid the price of over 30,000 magical beasts. This loss deeply pained Goblin. He knew that every magical beast in his territory was meticulously bred, consuming 4 to 5 times the resources of ordinary magical beasts. But to completely eliminate these Emperor-level and King-level powerhouses, he had no choice but to continue using his army to wear down their magical power and stamina. Half a month later, the Azura Emperor and the other 3 Emperor-level powerhouses had become somewhat numb. The surrounding magical beasts remained scattered, constantly launching ranged attacks, as if they would never be killed. For more than half a month, they had hardly had a moment to truly rest. They had to fend off the siege of the Monster Legion, while also guarding against harassment from Goblin and other King-level powerhouses. Although their physical injuries were not fatal, the mental strain was being increasingly severe. Goblo, on the other hand, also paid a heavy price. Half a month of continuous siege resulted in the loss of 150,000 magical beasts. But this was a necessary cost. He knew very well that to leave the enemy no chance to turn the tide, he had to be ruthless. A month later, all 5 King-level powerhouses were killed by Goblin. He didn't immediately devour their corpses, but instead collected them, intending to deal with them slowly after the battle. As for the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses, their mental state was now nearing its limit. During this time, they tried countless times to break through and escape, even sacrificing their lives to unleash their full fighting power. But Goblin had already laid an inescapable trap, and under the layers of encirclement, They had absolutely no chance of escape. However, being able to be a royal level being was naturally beyond the reach of ordinary magical beasts. Even in this desperate situation, they managed to hold on for over a month. It wasn't until the 2.5 months later that the weakest of the 4 royal level vampires finally collapsed. Completely broken in spirit and weakened by the accumulated damage over the past 2 months, this royal level vampire only lasted a day before being killed by Goblin. Goblin immediately collected his corpse and magic crystals, preparing to enjoy them after the battle. On the 78th day of the war, the second royal level magical beast also collapsed. Surprisingly, this time it was the strongest of the 4 royal level beasts, the Berserker Bull Demon. His power was even greater than Goblin's. Even the strongest power cannot withstand endless attrition. Goblin, with a large number of powerful warriors, spent 3 whole days gradually wearing down Goblin's physical strength and magical power before finally killing him. The remaining 2 Emperor-level opponents were dealt with by Goblin and the Old Patriarch, respectively. By this stage, the opponents were already exhausted and powerless to resist, and were quickly defeated. As the Azura Emperor lay dying, he stared at Goblin with disbelief. He had originally thought that with 4 Emperor-level efforts by his side, he could easily kill Goblin. But only at the very end did he realize that the enemy before him was far more cunning than he had imagined. If he had another chance, he would have brought all his men and killed Goblin at all costs the first time he met him. Unfortunately, it's all too late now. In his final moments, the Azura Emperor burned his life force in a desperate struggle, but he faced a well-prepared ambush. Ultimately, Goblin gradually drained his strength, and he died completely on the battlefield. After more than 3 months of war, Goblin annihilated the enemy at the cost of an army of 310,000 magical beasts and 9 Lord-level magical beasts. After the war, he did not rally at all, because he knew very well that he had completely offended that Emperor-level powerhouse. Faced with this situation, the system offered another choice. First, lead the most elite members of your tribe to immediately leave the territory and hide away to recuperate. Second, head deep into the monster forest and seek refuge with that Emperor-level effort to demonstrate your sincerity. Third, directly lead your troops to attack the depths of the monster forest. Fourth, do nothing. Looking at the options presented before him, Goblin understood that each choice the system offered represented a crucial turning point. A wrong choice could potentially kill his simulated self on the spot, so he had to be careful. The third option seems unreliable. Even if he were only at the king level, or even at the emperor level, he might not be a match for a level emperor. Having already provoked the opponent, going to their doorstep is practically suicide. The fourth option can also be eliminated. Doing nothing is only the correct answer in very rare cases. That leaves only the first and second options. The second option is to apologize and surrender, which seems feasible on the surface. However, those in power are mostly cold-blooded, especially when the other party is a magical beast. No one can guarantee that the emperor-level effort will accept surrender instead of killing him on a whim. After much deliberation, Goblin concluded that while the first option also carried risks, it was at least as safe as the others. So he directly told the system to choose the first option. Faced with the threat of an emperor-level powerhouse, the simulated Goblin pondered for a long time before summoning all the magical beasts of Lord level and above together. A Lord-level magical beast asked in confusion, "Chieftain, is there something you need from us today?" Goblin looked around to make sure everyone was there, then calmly said, "I called you here today because our tribe is going to disband." The room fell silent the moment those words were spoken. All the magical beasts stared at him in disbelief, completely baffled as to why their chieftain would suddenly make such a decision. Chapter 59 Breakthrough to Emperor Level, Azura's Killing Aura. After a long silence, the Goblin finally couldn't help but speak up. "Chieftain, I don't understand. Why make this decision all of a sudden? Didn't we just win a great battle? Why disband? You must be joking. You always love to play tricks on us, and this time is no different, is it?" The surrounding monsters chimed in, all hoping it was just Goblin's joke. But Goblin's oppression remained serious, showing no sign of joking. Gradually, the smiles faded, and the previously lively atmosphere cooled down. After a moment, Goblin asked again, "Chieftain, can you tell us the reason?" Goblin looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what kind of being is behind the enemy we defeated some time ago?" One of the Snow Clan members said unwillingly, "Clan leader, even if a few more Emperor-level efforts we can wear them down. At worst, we'll just die. We don't want to leave." Although the others didn't speak, their eyes revealed the same thought. Goblin said solemnly, "Based on preliminary assessments, the demonic beast behind the Azura Emperor is at least at the Emperor level. We're already struggling to deal with 4 Emperor-level beings. If it were an Emperor-level being, everyone would die. It hasn't been easy for us to get to where we are today. We can't risk this with you." He paused for a moment, then added, "The disbandment is only temporary. If I break through to the Emperor level in the future, I will definitely recall you all." After he finished speaking, the scene fell completely silent. Those present were at least at the Lord level, and they were well aware of the gap in strength between different levels. The Emperor level was not the same as the Sovereign level. Those were almost legendary beings. While sheer numbers might have a chance to wear down a powerful opponent, with their limited strength, they had no chance of winning. Seeing that everyone understood the situation, Goblin continued to give instructions. "All those at the king level and above, eat with me out of the monster forest and head to the far north to continue living in the Snow Clan's territory. As for all those at the lord level, I have a task for you." Upon hearing this, all the lords perked up. Goblin glanced at them and said, "This mission is dangerous. You can refuse or accept it, but strictly speaking, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Everyone immediately focused their attention on him. Goblin continued, "After I leave, the people in the territory cannot be left unattended. Therefore, I intend to entrust them all to your management." Upon hearing this, all the lords showed excitement. They knew all too well the value of Goblin's tribesmen. They were the most elite force of their rank in the monster forest, and even a few thousand tribesmen would be enough to form a powerful force. Goblin didn't delay and quickly distributed his power. Any king-level members who didn't want to leave could stay and manage their tribes. How things developed afterward was up to them. That very night, Goblin led all the king-level and above tribesmen, along with all the Snow Clan, and swiftly left the monster forest. Because his decision was decisive enough, the evacuation went very smoothly without any obstacles along the way. 3 months later, they returned to the snowfield. Goblin began to devour the corpses of the powerful beings he had previously acquired. These corpses were of extremely high level in life, and having been sealed by ice magic, they remained intact after 3 months, with almost no loss of magical power within them. He didn't devour the Emperor-level corpses at first, but instead started with the 5 king-level efforts. After swallowing the first one, his magical power surged. By the time he swallowed the second, his body was already filled with magical power, as if any more would cause it to burst. Goblin immediately stopped, digesting the energy within his body before continuing to devour it once his condition stabilized. In the 83rd year, he refined all 5 corpses of king-level powerhouses. With the help of this immense energy, Goblin finally broke through to the Emperor level and evolved into the Emperor of the Frozen Goblins. He had reached a height of 7.5 meters. His physique was more coordinated. Every muscle contained explosive power, yet he did not appear bulky. His face was also more handsome than before, and he exuded the oppressive aura that only a royal-level powerhouse could possess. The change in appearance was merely superficial. The truly significant improvement was in strength. Goblin could clearly sense that his total magical power was now 3 times that of his king-level self, and his other attributes had also increased dramatically. His original superhuman body had evolved into an immortal one, and he had gained 5 powerful skills that only Emperor-level beings could control. At that moment, he even had the urge to return to the monster forest to confront that Emperor-level being and let him experience the pressure of a royal-level effort. However, after calming down, Goblin suppressed the thought. He took out the corpse of the Azura Emperor and swallowed it along with the magic crystal. The net instant, terrifying, baleful energy swept over his entire body. His blue pupils instantly turned scarlet, and he seemed to be losing his mind. Fortunately, Goblin's will was strong enough, and his strength was now far greater than before. He quickly suppressed the evil aura and began to absorb and refine it little by little. A month later, he successfully mastered the skill Azura Fiend Chi. Even more astonishingly, Azura Fiend Chi merged with his original beast Chi, evolving into Azura Frenzied Fiend Chi, which greatly enhanced his strength once again. Months later, Goblin finally fully absorbed the Azura Emperor's energy. Without stopping, he immediately began devouring the bull demon's corpse and magic crystals to further strengthen himself. In the same year, a young man with a cold demeanor arrived in the Snow Clan's territory. Goblo, who was in seclusion, suddenly sensed a strong sense of crisis. At his level, his premonitions were usually accurate, so he immediately left his seclusion and rushed to the clan's location. But as soon as he emerged, he smelled a peculiar stench of blood. It was the scent of the Snow Clan's blood. His sense of danger grew stronger, and Goblin immediately accelerated, charging into the ranks of the tribe. The next moment, he saw the ground littered with the corpses of snowmen and goblins. The old chieftain, covered in wounds, and the goblin were barely alive, while everyone else was dead. Chapter 60 Mutation. Eternally Frozen Animus Ghost King. When he arrived at the scene, the young man was looking at him with a half-smile. With just one glance, the anger in his heart surged completely, because he had already guessed that the other party was the Emperor-level powerhouse who would be knocking on his door sooner or later. He had expected this day to E, but he hadn't anticipated it would arrive so soon. Even though he had brought the entire Snow Clan back, and outsiders shouldn't know the location of their territory, everything before him showed that this place had been completely epossed. Upon seeing him, the young man spoke with a mocking tone. "So you're the guy who killed a Rakshasa demon? You've actually advanced to the Emperor level. Not bad, you do have some skill." As he spoke, he casually snapped the goblin's neck. Then, the young man tossed the goblin's corpse aside like trash. He watched this, his anger almost overwhelming his reason, but he didn't immediately act. Although he is only in his 80s, he possesses over 300 years of memories, and his temperament is far beyond that of ordinary people. He knows very well that even if he charges forward desperately, he cannot kill the Emperor-level effort before him. Instead, he will be easily annihilated by the other party. The young man was somewhat surprised to see that he hadn't lost control. He had originally thought that after killing the goblin would immediately pounce on him and fight to the death, but this royal-level ghost had actually managed to hold back. The next moment, the young man seemed about to attack the old patriarch. Without hesitation, he took the lead and fled frantically with the old patriarch. Along the way, he saw countless familiar corpses. Gobra, Moli, Shin, each of them had a contorted expression of pain before their deaths. A wave of grief welled up from the depths of his heart, almost engulfing him. Yet, the angrier he became, the calmer he grew. He memorized everything, knowing that he must now focus all his efforts on breaking through to the Emperor level and then return to eke his revenge. Just then, a playful voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Aren't you angry?" He turned his head sharply and found that the Emperor-level effort was already easily following beside him, as if his all-out escape was just a joke. He stopped, for this was his fastest speed ever. The young man looked at the old patriarch in his hand and suddenly said, "Do you want this guy to live?" He nodded with difficulty. The young man smiled and said, "Then be my subordinate. Your strength is indeed impressive. Most royal-level cultivators don't have your speed. As for what you lost today, I'll make it up to you double. How about it?" These words sounded like a solicitation, but the teasing in his tone was impossible to hide, as if the other party would change their mind the very next second if he agreed. He suppressed his disgust and whispered, "Okay." The young man burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you actually believe that? You really thought I'd recruit you?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. Knowing he was unlikely to hurt his opponent, he chose the most humiliating method, raising his hand to slap the man across the face. But this attack was easily dodged. Immediately afterward, a punch landed on his abdomen. In that instant, he felt as if his stomach had been pierced, and his internal organs were churning. The ensuing battle was completely one-sided. When he exhausted his last bit of strength, the young man didn't kill him, but instead looked down at him and said, "Your strength is indeed impressive. From now on, work for me, and I'll let you and that guy go." After saying that, he completely lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a magnificent room. Moments later, he realized he was back in the monster forest. The events before he lost consciousness resurfaced, and the rage in his chest could no longer be contained. Black and red patterns began to spread across his body, filling him with resentment, sorrow, and anger. His form mutated, evolving into the eternal frozen Inchful Demon King, with a level cap 24 levels higher than a normal Emperor level, making him even stronger than the previous eternal frozen Goblin King. He struggled to suppress his emotions, forcibly restraining his urge for revenge. It took him a long time to finally calm down. Fortunately, no one entered the room during that time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to maintain his posture. An hour later, he was still trying to calm himself. Then several succubi entered, one of them saying softly, "My lord, you're awake." He coldly asked, "Where is this?" The succubus replied seductively, "This is the residence arranged for you by the emperor. You can do whatever you want here." Her voice was enough to stir the heartstrings of an ordinary person, but his heart was filled only with hatred, without the slightest wavering. However, he also understood that he couldn't suppress his anger indefinitely. If he couldn't control himself when he saw that so-called emperor, all his restraint would be in vain. So, he vented his anger fiercely in his room. The next day, he looked at the dented sheets beside him, changed his clothes, and slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, he was in the form of a Snow clan member, and his height was no different from that of an ordinary person. Not long after, he arrived at the emperor's palace. Gazing at the enormous and magnificent building, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. But as soon as he entered, a surge of violent rage surged through his chest once more, because he saw that the emperor was eating, and what lay before him were the corpses of his own people. The emperor noticed his arrival, looked up with interest, and then elegantly tore a piece of flesh from the corpse, slowly chewing and swallowing it. "You've arrived. How was your rest?" The emperor's tone was as natural as if nothing had happened. He didn't reveal any flaws, simply replying calmly, "Thanks to you, I rested very well." The emperor smiled. "I heard that screams were ing from your room yesterday. It seems you are quite satisfied with what I prepared." He lowered his head. "Yes, thank you for your kindness." Perhaps finding it boring, the emperor finally stopped eating, lowered his eyes slightly, and said, "Now that you're mine, you can't just sit idle. I have some things for you to do." As he spoke, he casually tossed over a roll of parchment. He bent down and picked up the parchment. The emperor said calmly, "The contents are all inside. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Only eat when I need you." He suppressed all his emotions and respectfully replied, "Yes." After leaving the palace, he coldly opened the parchment scroll and emaned its contents. He had decided that until he reached the emperor level, he would transform himself into an emotionless ghost. When he truly breaks through to the net level, he will not let this guy die too easily. Chapter 61, The Frozen Kingdom. After reading the contents of the parchment scroll, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. It was a killing mission, requiring him to single-handedly kill 3 emperor-level powerhouses and bring back their heads. As for the rest of the bodies, he could do whatever he wanted with them. This kind of task would be practically suicide for anyone else. He understood that the emperor was deliberately making things difficult for him. How could someone who had just advanced to the emperor level possibly kill 3 equally powerful individuals in succession? But during his last encounter with the emperor, he had actually held back and hadn't truly gone all out until his magic power was exhausted. This was the moment he had been waiting for. For him, the most suitable task was actually killing. Only in intense battle could he unleash his rage without restraint. He also knew that the emperor had spared his life to humiliate him. But as long as he lived, he had the chance for revenge, so he could endure any humiliation, no matter how great. 3 days later, following the information on the parchment, he located the 3 targets. They were all royal-level winged demons, their bloodlines being the Black Sky Giant Eagle, the Gale Peregrine Falcon, and the Blazing Firebird, respectively, each possessing extremely strong advantages. To make matters worse, their territories were very close together. If one side broke out in battle, the other 2 would quickly arrive. After a brief deliberation, he decided to kill the flaming bird first. The Black Sky Eagle was too powerful, and the Gale Falcon was too fast. Neither could be dealt with quickly. Only the Flaming Bird, although possessing terrifying fire magic capable of threatening even Emperor-level efforts, was physically weaker than the other two, making it the only target that could be ambushed and instantly killed. He quickly infiltrated the territory of the Flaming Bird. The area was heavily guarded, but they couldn't stop him. He bypassed the patrols, silently entered the palace, and soon found the Flaming Bird's bedchamber. The Flaming Bird was currently indulging in its pleasures, completely lacking the alertness expected of a royal-level powerhouse. The parchment clearly stated that among the 3 royal-level beings, the Blazing Bird possessed the highest talent, but was also the most lazy, spending most of its time indulging in women. This was a key reason why he had listed her as his first assassination target. The fiery bird lay naked on the bed, still indulging in pleasure. Seizing this opportunity, he launched a surprise attack without hesitation. He knew his opponent would notice the moment he struck, so he made no attempt to conceal his movements, choosing instead his strongest killing move. The Flaming Bird reacted extremely quickly, rising to its feet instantly, a fiery shield appearing before it. But time was too short. Before the shield could fully form, its claws pierced through the flames and plunged viciously into its opponent's chest. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his body through the wound, and the icy poison spread rapidly. The Flaming Bird, being a fire-type creature, suffered far greater damage from the ice and water-based attack than other types. In a mere instant, all his strength seemed to be drained, and even his resistance became sluggish. He gave the other man no chance to breathe, his hand reaching directly for his heart. An astonishing burning sensation came from his palm, but with a single forceful tug, he ripped out the watermelon-sized heart. Right in front of the Flaming Bird, he swallowed the heart whole. A surge of violent fiery energy immediately assaulted his body, but he forcefully suppressed it. The Flaming Bird, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground, utterly terrified, staring at him with a look of utter horror. The 2 female winged beings on the bed were already terrified. The motion in the palace alerted the outside, and 3 king-level winged beings rushed in immediately. But when they arrived, he had already severed the head of the Flaming Bird and frozen the corpse into an ice sculpture. Since evolving into an eternally frozen, venomous demon, his ice has turned pitch black. At this moment, the black ice sculpture stands inside the room, yielding an indescribable eeriness. He had no intention of letting the 3 king-level winged beings who had just rushed in escape. The 3 sensed something was wrong and turned to flee, but the next moment, the entire room was covered by black ice. This was a new skill he gained after his mutation, Frozen Kingdom. The moment the skill was activated, the 2 winged girls were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and the feet of the 3 king-level winged beings were also frozen solid by the spreading ice, rendering them unable to move. He coldly stared at the 3 king-level powerhouses, his eyes devoid of any pity. Black ice slowly crept up their legs, engulfing their waists, abdomens, chests, and throats, finally silencing even their screams. The 3 men's life force rapidly dissipated, leaving them no chance to resist. Looking at the 3 king-level beings he had so easily killed, he realized that he had unknowingly grown so powerful. And all of this was thanks to the Emperor. He then collected the 3 corpses and immediately headed towards the territory of the Gale Falcon. The battle here ended too quickly. By the time the other winged people realized something was wrong, he would probably already be engaged in bat with his second target. In less than an hour, he arrived at the territory of the Gale Peregrine Falcon. Unlike the Blazing Firebird, both the Gale Peregrine Falcon and the Black Sky Eagle possessed the typical mindset of a king. However, paired to the posed Black Sky Eagle, the Gale Peregrine Falcon was more arrogant and conceited, which was why he had listed this guy as his second target. Upon infiltrating, he discovered that the Gale Falcon was in its self-constructed arena, watching 2 leader-level magical beasts engage in a bloody duel. Its eyes were filled with mockery, clearly enjoying the carnage. Many winged humans sat around, all watching the petition. He observed from shadows for a moment, when the Swiftwind Falcon seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in his direction, its eyes lighting up. He felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze. The next second, the Peregrine Falcon suddenly took off and flew towards him. He could sense that there was no hostility from the other party, but rather a strong possessiveness. Realizing this, he felt a wave of disgust. He never expected this guy to have such a fetish. He didn't discriminate against this kind of group, but if the object were him, he would absolutely not accept it. Chapter 62, Simulation ended. Seeing their emperor suddenly take to the sky, the winged people present were somewhat surprised, not understanding what he wanted to do. The next second, the Gale Falcon landed in front of him, and everyone instantly realized that the emperor had taken a liking to this inconspicuous beauty in his territory. After breaking through to the emperor level, his appearance has improved significantly. In order not to make his physique too conspicuous, he is currently maintaining his Snow Clan form. His temperament is aloof, and his appearance is stunning. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a peerless beauty. The swift falcon's gaze was fired on him, its eyes so lewd they seemed to want to devour him. He immediately realized this was his chance, so he feigned fear and backed away. The next moment, the swift falcon grabbed his hand and pulled him directly towards the palace. He outwardly displayed only lord-level power, feigning a struggle, which only excited Gale Falcon even more. Before long, the two entered the palace. But the instant Gale Falcon lowered his guard, an extreme chill erupted from his palm, instantly freezing the other's arm. The peregrine falcon finally realized something was wrong, but it was too late. His arm was firmly fied in place, rendering his superior speed advantage useless. His opponent, shocked and enraged, demanded to know who he was, but he didn't answer. Instead, he conjured an ice spear and thrust it towards the peregrine falcon's beak. However, the speed of the Gale Falcon remained astonishing, dodging attacks even at point-blank range and simultaneously counterattacking, unleashing a dense barrage of wind blades from all sides. But these wind blades were all blocked by the ice shield, posing no real threat whatsoever. The restrained Gale Falcon struggled in vain, unable to break free. An hour later, he successfully killed it, severing its head, and then killed 2 king-level leopards who came to its rescue. He then immediately headed to the territory of the Black Sky Giant Eagle. The Black Sky Giant Eagle and the 2 men were evenly matched in strength, and there were no unaffected incidents. He quickly killed them. 3 days later, he returned to the imperial territory with 3 royal-level heads. The emperor's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the spoils. The emperor knew that killing these 3 would be easy for him with his strength, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Remarkably, this time the emperor didn't humiliate him, but simply let him leave. He returned to his assigned palace and began to devour the spoils of his newfound power. Including the corpses he hadn't used before, he still possessed 8 king-level magical beasts and SI emperor-level magical beasts. In the 139th year, his strength rose to the peak of the emperor level. The emperor summoned him again, saying he had a new mission for him. He decided to continue to endure. He believed that with just a little more time, he could break through to the emperor level, and then he could truly take revenge on the emperor. But when he arrived at the palace, the emperor suddenly attacked without warning. He retaliated immediately, then looked at the emperor with suspicion. The emperor's face held a familiar mockery, his eyes equally the same as they had years ago. No explanation was needed. He immediately understood that the emperor had never trusted him from the beginning. The emperor kept him by his side merely as a plaything for his amusement. What the other side intended was to shatter his hopes when he was closest to achieving them. Realizing this, he no longer held back and launched a full-scale counterattack. He was now at the peak of the emperor level, virtually invincible among his peers. Even when facing an emperor-level opponent, he was no longer as powerless as he had been back then. Half an hour later, he left a deep wound on the emperor's face, his body already covered in scars. The emperor was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a royal-level being could actually injure an emperor-level being. For hours later, although he had lost an arm, he managed to escape from the imperial palace. Behind him, the blood-covered emperor chased after him in a rage. That blood wasn't his. It belonged to the emperor himself. Having served under the emperor for years, he had secretly made many preparations. 30 years ago, he began poisoning the emperor's food with a special kind of poison capable of harming even an emperor's body. This poison is colorless and odorless, and does not produce immediate effects after ingestion. in small amounts. It may even have benefits. However, over time, it accumulates and forms a special kind of magical power within the body. It shows no abnormalities under normal circumstances, but only erupts during prolonged, all-out battles, turning against its host and damaging their body. Although this method of poisoning couldn't kill even Emperor-level efforts, it was the only means he could find. The Emperor revealed his true form as he pursued. It was a bull demon, far more terrifying than an ordinary bull demon, standing 13 meters tall, with scarlet, ferocious skin, jet-black eyes, and enormous bat wings on its back. He thought the situation was dangerous enough, but things quickly got worse. 2 royal-level bull demons blocked his way, and several king-level efforts appeared one after another, completely sealing off his escape route. In this life-or-death situation, he fought for 3 days and 2 nights, killing 4 Emperor-level and 13 King-level warriors, and even leaving a huge wound on the Emperor's abdomen. In the end, he still died, his eyes filled with resentment as he lay dying. Simulation ended. Overall score: 86,300. Evaluation: halfway to Emperor. He can use his rating points to redeem the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1 level, costing 1,000 evaluation points. Option 2. Obtain complete memories of this life, costing 5,000 points. Option 3. Level up either Super Perception or Beast Force by 1 level, costing 2,000 points. This option can be selected repeatedly. Option 4. Evolve Steel Body into Superhuman Body, costing 3,000 points. Option 5. Evolve Gale and Thunder into Thunderous Strike, costing 10,000 points. Option 6. Evolve any skill: Regeneration, Focus, Hard Skin, Impact Absorption, Counterattack, or Block, costing 1,000 points. Can be selected repeatedly. Option 7. Obtain Life Mutation, costing 50,000 points. Option 8. Obtain the talent Devouring Magic Crystal, costing 20,000 points. Chapter 63. Collecting Memories, Free Mutation. Upon seeing the pop-up options, Goblin's gaze lingered on the memory section. He knew very well that once he received it, he would have to endure the simulated pain once more. The last memory infusion had already significantly impacted his mental state. This appearance was far more devastating. If he absorbed everything, it was entirely possible he would be corrupted on the spot. Thinking of this, Goblin made up his mind. If he could truly experience a corrupted mutation for free, he wouldn't want more. He immediately ordered the system to purchase all skills except for life mutation. The system quickly deducted 84,000 evaluation points, leaving him with only 2,300 points for the net simulated talent draw. The next second, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Scenes from the simulation flashed by as if he were experiencing them firsthand, and pain, anger, and murderous intent erupted simultaneously. Goblin's eyes quickly turned red, and his body began to change. His body gradually swelled, black linear patterns spreading from his skin, and a fierce aura emanated from him. After an unknown amount of time, Goblin finally regained consciousness, and his transformation was complete. At this moment, his race has transformed into an angry goblin. Upon reaching the mastery level, his level cap increases by 15 levels, and all 4 basic attributes increase by 50%. At level 30, the level cap increases to 45, and his strength skyrockets to 170. The skill bar has also be extremely lurid, with Super Perception and Beast Force made out, Superhuman Body, Wind and Thunder, High-Speed Regeneration, Absolute Focus, Steel Skin, Super Impact Absorption, Multiplied Counterattack, Predictive Block, Berserk, Life Regeneration, and the newly introduced Rage skill all included. This simulation undoubtedly greatly improved him. Although he is still an elite template, with these eager-rated attributes and skills, he is probably no match for 90% of leader-level creatures, and even ordinary leader-level creatures may not be able to pair with his stats. However, getting a free mutation didn't be without a price. Goblo was extremely agitated at the moment, wishing he could immediately rush into the depths of the monster forest and tear the bull demon emperor to pieces. Moreover, this mutation wasn't as strong as he had imagined, probably because it hadn't bind with the permanent freeze mutation. He suppressed his anger and asked the system how many magic crystals were needed for the net simulation. The system's answer was 15,000 Tier 1 magic crystals, or 300 Tier 2 magic crystals, or 30 Tier 3 magic crystals. Goblin realized the price had indeed gone up. Tomorrow would be the start of the net calendar month, giving him another free simulation. With his current strength, ordinary leader-level creatures were no longer a threat. Perhaps he could find a way to obtain third-tier magic crystals, which would be more efficient. But he suppressed the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. This was reality, not a simulation. If they encountered an uncontrollable and powerful enemy, the consequences could be dire. Playing it safe was the key to survival. Goblin stayed in the cave for a long time until he had completely calmed down before slowly emerging. It was already the net morning, and the valley was bustling with activity again. Rosetta led the goblins in training, while Goblin and Goblin led 2 hunting parties out. The troll also went out early in the morning. The other goblins were building houses, making weapons, and preparing food. The sounds of training and the aroma of food mingled together, giving Goblin the illusion of being back in the human world. With some time before class, Goblin decided to go hunting first. He was now more than capable of handling leader-level creatures, so he planned to venture a little deeper into the monster forest. While he needed to be cautious, he couldn't afford to miss any opportunities. He quickly left the valley and explored the outskirts of the forest. Before long, he discovered a small human team, and this team was clearly not Newers. He had encountered many humans before, but Newers were easier to fool, which was why he had brought Rosetta and the others back with him. With appearance teams, Goblin would usually have avoided them, as his strength was insufficient and the risk of failure was too great. But he wasn't going to let these humans go. They were clearly leaving the forest, and most likely already carrying spoils. Furthermore, their equipment wasn't very good. They were probably only around the level of elite creatures. Goblin observed them secretly for a moment, but didn't find any strong individuals. His super senses also told him that these people posed no threat to him. Since that's the case, he naturally had no reason to be polite. Compared to the hard work of hunting magical beasts and killing to obtain magic crystals, this was obviously much more efficient. The 4-man squad was walking along the road when the leader suddenly stopped. His teammates asked him what was wrong, and he frowned, looked around, and whispered that it was too quiet here. The other 3's impressions immediately changed. They were all experienced adventurers and naturally understood that a sudden silence in a certain area of the forest often meant that a powerful being was approaching. The male warrior immediately urged everyone to hurry up, but before he could finish speaking, a dark figure appeared in front of them. He reacted extremely quickly, instantly raising his shield to protect his chest. With a muffled thud, the massive 3-meter-tall black shadow slammed into the shield. The male warrior was sent flying backward, his bones feeling as if they were about to shatter. Before the others could even see what the dark figure was, Goblin struck again, his 2 claws instantly piercing through the bodies of the priest and the mage. Upon seeing this, the assassin immediately turned and fled, but before he could get far, Goblin caught up with him. In a short while, he easily dispatched the 4-man squad. Chapter 64 Seasonings. Goblin then began looting the spoils. A few minutes later, he was somewhat exasperated because none of the humans had a single spatial ring on them. As for whether he would feel guilty about killing humans, that feeling was now insignificant to Goblin. He had nearly 400 years of memories of living as a magical beast in his mind, and in his eyes, the difference between humans and magical beasts was not as great as he had imagined. However, the haul was quite good this time. He found 17 second-tier magic crystals and several weapons of different types on the 4 humans. As for the corpses, he didn't deal with them, because he already knew from the simulation that while human corpses were delicious to monsters, they contained very little magic power, which would quickly dissipate after death. What truly delighted Goblin was that he found seasoning in these humans, a small jar of salt and a small jar of sugar. Seeing these 2 things immediately lifted his spirits. Finally, he wouldn't have to eat bland roasted meat every day anymore. Then, he drew the human warrior's long sword and glanced at his reflection through the blade. Now, he was at least somewhat presentable, no longer considered ugly. Just like in the simulation, his appearance was slowly changing as he leveled up. At this rate, he would eventually be the person he envisioned. After packing up his belongings, Goblo didn't immediately return to his territory. Instead, he continued hunting on the outskirts of the monster forest. Being near the edge, he mostly encountered first-tier monsters, but thanks to the unexpected encounter with the human team, his haul for the day was already quite good. When he returned to his territory, he ran into Rosetta. Rosetta looked at him, clearly startled, her gaze lingering on the black lines on his body, her eyes somewhat lost in thought. She hesitated before saying, "Chief, it seems there are some changes in you." Goblin glanced at her and calmly replied, "There have indeed been some changes, but that's my little secret, and I hope you won't ask any further questions." Rosetta nodded quickly. Okay. For some reason, she felt that Goblin was much more dangerous than before, even making people instinctively afraid to get close. Goblo remembered something else and asked her, "Rosetta, are you interested in learning Warcraft language? If you want to learn, I can teach you." He was reluctant to teach her before because he didn't fully trust her. But after this simulation, Goblin knew that Rosetta could be absolutely trusted, so he decided to teach her the language of monsters. Rosetta was taken aback. "Huh? Really?" Goblo nodded. "Of course." She immediately said earnestly, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Goblo." From that day on, Goblin's evening lessons changed. He no longer personally taught all the goblins human language, but instead taught Rosetta monster language first, and then she would teach the other goblins after she learned it. After all, teaching one person is always more efficient than teaching a group. Soon it was mealtime. The goblins sat together, watching Goblin devour the meat with wide-eyed curiosity. They then noticed that their chieftain seemed to have grown even larger, and many more black markings had appeared on his body. However, paired to these changes, most of the goblin's attention was focused on the roasted meat in his hand. Even though it was all meat, the piece in Goblin's hand looked especially delicious. Goblin ignored the stares and focused on enjoying his meal. The roasted meat with salt tasted completely different. Even the simplest seasoning made it so much better than before. After eating and drinking his fill, he returned to the cave and began to plan how he could get more seasonings in the future. Otherwise, eating tasteless meat every day would be unbearable in the long run. He then began his training. Although he had gained a wealth of memories through simulation and no longer needed regular training to improve his skill levels, his body hadn't fully adapted to those techniques. He was practicing now to help his body catch up with the memories as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if you have mastered the skills but cannot unleash your full bat potential in actual bat, it would be a huge waste. He cultivated until late at night before resting. His days followed a similar pattern. Hunting during the day, teaching Rosetta and the others in the afternoons, and training alone at night. He avoided deliberately hunting human teams, lest he kill too many and attract the attention of the Adventurers Guild, which would cause trouble if they sent people to raid his territory. This kind of life lasted for about half a month before finally changing. Goblin discovered a special fruit in a monster forest that looked like a red cucumber, but tasted almost equally like a chili pepper. Having finally found something resembling a seasoning, Goblin was naturally not going to let it go. He immediately decided to cultivate this chili pepper. In his previous life, he had seen some videos and knew that chili seeds could seemingly grow into chili peppers, and this red fruit also contained seeds. So he cleared a small vegetable garden in a valley and buried the seeds at intervals of about 40 centimeters. Although he had no planting appearance and could only rely on luck, he also took the opportunity to record the environmental changes, wanting to see under what conditions this fruit would grow more easily. He also thought that for the next simulation, he shouldn't just read books on bat and leadership, but also learn some life skills. After all, life skills can be useful in many situations. For the next few days, Goblin went to check on the vegetable garden every day. He was already tired of the bination of fruit, roasted meat, and wild berries. If he didn't get any new seasoning, he wouldn't necessarily break down, but his mood would definitely get worse and worse. The plants in this world grow at an astonishing rate. The seeds germinated on the second day, grew taller on the fourth day, blossomed on the sixth day, began to bear fruit on the seventh day, and the fruit ripened on the ninth day. Looking at the garden full of red fruit, Goblin was very satisfied. In the past 9 days, he had done almost nothing but watering, and he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Just then, Rosetta appeared beside him and suddenly asked, "Is this a striped pepper?" Goblin paused, then said, "So this plant is called a striped pepper." Rosetta was somewhat surprised. "So the clan chief doesn't recognize him?" Goblin nodded. "Yes, I found it by chance in the forest. It tastes very unique, so I want to try adding it to grilled meat to see if it would be much better than fruit." Rosetta thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Goblo, do you need any help? My family used to be farmers, and I often helped with farming when I was a child, so I know a lot about plants. If you need help, I can assist you." Upon hearing this, Goblin's eyes lit up. This would save him a lot of trouble. Chapter 65, The Alley, seems to have been epossed. "Miss Rosetta, how about we go to the monster forest tomorrow? I think you should recognize quite a few fruits with unique flavors." "Okay," Rosetta agreed quickly. The next morning, the two met at the entrance of Goblin's cave. After Goblin confirmed she was ready, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her waist. Rosetta was startled and was about to retaliate when she found herself placed on his shoulder. Goblo explained, "I'm faster, and you'll be much more efficient sitting on my shoulders." Rosetta breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Goblin was enormous with broad shoulders, so she could sit fortably on one side. Goblin even took out a treated animal hide and handed it to her so she could sit on it fortably. Rosetta took the animal hide, somewhat surprised. She knew Goblin was different from ordinary goblins, but this thoughtfulness still surprised her. The two then left the valley and entered the monster forest in search of plants. Sitting on Goblin's shoulder, Rosetta felt a strange sensation. She had never imagined that one day she would ride on the shoulders of a giant goblin, traversing a perilous forest. The forest was eerily quiet, yet danger lurked in the air. Before long, they encountered an elite ironclaw black bear. The bear was a towering 3 meters tall, enormous in size, with sharp claws. A single one would be enough to wipe out Rosetta's former squad. Rosetta instinctively held her breath, but she quickly realized that Goblin had no intention of avoiding her. Instead, he walked straight towards the black bear. Remembering the strength he had previously displayed, she felt slightly relieved. Ironclaw Black Bear also spotted them, suddenly stood up, raised its claws high, let out a roar, and then ran towards Goblin on all fours. As the black bear drew closer, Rosetta's heart leaped in her throat. The next instant, with a loud bang, Goblin slammed his fist into the black bear's head. The massive bear head flew off, and the huge body crashed to the ground. Rosetta couldn't help but swallow hard. She had already thought Goblin was very strong, but now she realized that she had underestimated him. Goblin skillfully dissected the black bear's head, extracted the magic crystal, and dragged the carcass back to a small shed near the valley. That was a food storage point he had set up. Hunting parties could leave their prey here before the guarding goblins transported it back to their territory. After processing their prey, the two continued searching the forest for a whole day, but unfortunately, they didn't find any special materials. Goblin decided to eat back the next day. After returning to their territory, the two ate something and then continued their lessons. The following days were largely the same. On the third day, they finally made a discovery, a plant in the forest that resembled black pepper and tasted very similar. Goblin immediately gathered some to take back and cultivate. He handed the plants to Rosetta and said earnestly, "Miss Rosetta, the task of planting is now in your hands." Rosetta nodded and assured her, "Don't worry, Chief. I will take good care of them." After settling matters in his territory, Goblo finally got a rare day off. The month was almost over, but he still hadn't saved enough magic crystal for the simulation. At this rate, he'd likely only be able to do one free simulation before the end of the month. However, this simulation is crucial for him. Once he reaches the minimum level, he will likely evolve into a leader-level creature. At that point, he will have a certain degree of self-defense capability in a monster forest. It's the second to last day of the month, and tomorrow is the day the simulation will begin. But on this very day, the goblin who went out to scout brings back bad news. Recently, many humans have been spotted near the valley. Goblin immediately realized something was wrong. The humans had likely already noticed the anomaly. He had indeed wiped out 3 human squads this month, but the frequency wasn't high, and each operation took place far from the valley, so he shouldn't have been epossed so quickly. He quickly considered another possibility. Among the human squads he had killed, there might have been individuals of considerable status. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't have gone to such lengths to appear around the valley. Goblin didn't act immediately. Instead, he ordered the goblins to set up ambushes and traps at the valley entrance, ready to deal with any human attack. In a real crisis, he could also simulate and enhance his strength on the spot. After all, real time wouldn't flow during the simulation. Soon, Goblin began to personally direct the operations in his territory. He first moved a dozen or so boulders to block the entrance to the valley, and then had the goblins set up various traps nearby. At the same time, he distributed the stone spears that had already been polished. Now there were quite a few stone weapons in the territory, enough to ensure that each goblin was equipped with two. As the order spread, the entire territory instantly sprang into action. Rosetta, noticing everyone's unusual behavior, couldn't help but walk over to Goblin and ask him what was wrong. "Chief, has something important happened today?" Upon hearing this, Goblin hesitated briefly, but ultimately shook his head. "This has nothing to do with you. Go back and get some rest." Chapter 66. The Alley is Epost, a peak leader-level effort. "Chief, I also want to do my part for the tribe. Please tell me what it is." Rosetta was still unwilling to give up and wanted to participate in the net action. Goblin, however, remained firm. "This matter can only be resolved by us goblins. You go back and rest." It wasn't that he didn't trust Rosetta, but rather that they were now facing humans, and if anything went wrong along the way, the entire tribe could pay a heavy price. Rosetta wanted to complain, but seeing Goblin's cold gaze, she swallowed her words. She knew she couldn't cause trouble now, so she obediently returned to the cabin. That night, Goblin led his tribe in making preparations for a long time. Although the defenses were not yet fully plet, goblins were not made of iron, so he could only let everyone rest for the time being to conserve their strength and deal with any enemies that might appear at any time. He left the goblins, and a few reliable ones to keep watch, while he himself did not stand guard. He knew very well that when the real battle began, he would be the tribe's most important fighting force, and had to be in peak condition. Meanwhile, outside the valley, a human adventure team had already searched the vicinity. They circled the area several times, but found very few magical beasts, and one of them couldn't help but plain. "Oldemo, we've searched this whole area. There aren't any magical beasts at all. Let's go to another area." Another person chimed in. The Euro family's mission was to clear out the monsters on the outskirts, and they could get double the amount of corpses. There was no need to waste time here. The man called Luo Mo frowned and said in a low voice, "But I always feel that something is wrong here, like there's something hidden here." His Pan-Ions were unimpressed, thinking that the monsters in this area had long been wiped out by other teams. But just then, Oldemo suddenly pointed to a spot not far away. "Look, what's that over there?" The group looked in the direction indicated and quickly spotted a simple awning. Someone asked in bewilderment, "Why would there be an awning in a place like this?" One of them recalled a rumor that some high-level monsters possessed intelligence approaching that of humans and could even imitate humans in constructing things. But someone immediately countered that this was merely the outer edge of the monster forest. How could such beings possibly exist here? Oldemo didn't rush to conclusions, but suggested going over to take a look. After all, the third young master of the Euro family had gone missing in this area, and if this pavilion was indeed related to a high-level monster, reporting it might bring a reward. Upon hearing that there might be a reward, the other three immediately perked up. They quickly checked the area and found traces of monster activity in the pavilion, so they rushed back to inform the head of the Euro family. The steward was initially confused upon hearing the word shed. Old M.O. and the others quickly explained that there were traces left by magical beasts in the shed, and it was rumored that high-level magical creatures would build structures resembling humans. The butler pondered for a moment, realizing that this news might not be simple. Although they had searched the outer edge of the forest, powerful magical beasts might still be present there. If the third young master's disappearance was indeed related to this, they had to find out the truth. "Take me to see this," the steward immediately ordered. "If the situation is true, you will be rewarded handsomely." Soon, 4 adventurers, along with the butler and 10 efforts from the Euro family, arrived at that area. These 10 individuals, based on their magical beast bat strength, were at least at the peak of the leader level, and the butler was no ordinary person. Although the steward was old, he still possessed peak leader level strength. In his youth, He had even been a Lord-level powerhouse. Because of this, the other Eperts in the team, while somewhat nervous, dared not be negligent. If they were to encounter a high-level magical beast, their group alone might not be safe. However, the disappearance of the third young master was too far-reaching, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue the search. Before long, the group arrived at the edge of the valley and saw the pavilion. The steward initially suspected that the adventurers had staged the whole thing to scam the bounty, but as they got closer, he immediately realized something was amiss. Although the pergola didn't look old, the marks on it clearly indicated it had been there for some time, unlike a temporary structure. Coupled with the surrounding aura of magical beasts, it was indeed very suspicious. The butler nodded and said to Luo Ying and the others, "You've done a good job. You'll be rewarded when we get back. Now, continue searching the area and see if there's anything else unusual." The adventurers immediately became excited and dispersed to search. Little did they know that if they actually found Goblin's territory, even if they simulated the situation again, Goblin, with his current strength, might not be able to defeat them. An hour later, old Mo inadvertently parted the vines in front of the valley and revealed a hidden entrance. Although the entrance was blocked by huge rocks, it was still clear that it was originally a passable passage. Old Mo immediately shouted, "Sir, eat quick! I found something here." The butler hurried over, and his eyes sharpened instantly when he saw the valley entrance blocked by the boulder. He told everyone to step back, stood alone in front of the boulder, and took a deep breath. The next moment, he threw a punch, the force of which was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The boulder blocking the entrance shattered on the spot, scattering debris everywhere, and the valley that had been hidden for so long was thus epos to everyone. Upon seeing the scene beyond the entrance, a glint flashed in the butler's eyes. He was almost certain that the murderer who killed the third young master was likely hiding inside. He immediately ordered one person to return and report the location to the family, and then led 9 Eperts and 4 adventurers into the valley. As they advanced, they cautiously observed their surroundings, none of them depicting such a hidden place to iced on the outskirts. Just as the boulder was shattered, Goblin noticed the motion. His resting spot was on a small hillside, offering a clear view of the entrance. Although the butler only threw one punch, Goblin could tell that his opponent's strength was definitely not just at the leader level. If they fought head-on, he would most likely be in trouble. Without the slightest hesitation, Goblo immediately activated Plan B. He grabbed Gobmo, and the goblins he had been grooming, and raced towards the depths of the valley. Chapter 67, The Lake Monster, makes its move. In the valley now, the only one who could truly challenge a leader-level powerhouse was the monster in the center of the deepest lake. Goblin's plan was simple. As long as they hid nearby and didn't make a sound, the monster in the lake would be awakened when the humans rushed over. If the two sides were to fight, even if these humans were to kill the monster, they would certainly pay a heavy price. However, even now, Goblo doesn't know just how strong the monster is, because in each simulation, by the time he has the ability to investigate, the thing has already disappeared. One thing is certain, though. The monster in the lake is no ordinary creature. It's highly unusual for such a terrifying being to lurk in such a small lake. All Goblin can do now is use others to do his dirty work, trying to protect himself and his elite forces. Meanwhile, the motion caused by the butler and his entourage had awakened many goblins. They remembered Goblin's earlier orders. If they heard a loud noise, they should immediately rush out to fight back. Before the goblins could even make a move, one of the goblins that Goblin had left behind shouted, "Run with me." This goblin held a high position in the tribe, and since Goblin hadn't shown up yet, the sensible goblins had no choice but to obey and followed it as it fled. Goblin had originally intended to abandon the entire goblin pack, taking only the elites. However, he ultimately softened, leaving the ordinary goblins an escape route. Whether they survived or not depended entirely on their own luck. At this moment, the butler and his party had already entered the area of traps that Goblu had set up. Those traps might be effective against ordinary monsters, but against these Eperts, they were practically useless, at most only slightly slowing down their progress. However, the butler's suspicions only deepened upon seeing these rudimentary traps. Were there really high-level monsters here? If so, why would they set up such crude traps? Did humans live in a monster forest? And were the outer shelters also built by humans? With this suspicion in mind, they soon discovered the village built by the goblins. Looking at the rows of wooden houses before them, the steward's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. His intuition told him that something was definitely not right here. He coldly ordered search. The powerful figures behind him immediately dispersed. Before long, they discovered several goblins that hadn't managed to escape, as well as Rosetta, who was obediently staying in the wooden house. The goblins were instantly killed the moment they were epossed. Only Rosetta was spared. Looking at the humans before her, she finally understood why Goblin hadn't told her who their enemy was. If she were in Goblin's position, she probably wouldn't have said it either. The butler approached Rosetta, speaking as gently as possible. "Young lady, are you all right? Why are you here? And what's the story behind these houses?" Rosetta was unharmed. Her clothes were clean, and her hair was neatly styled. She didn't look like a captive brought in by goblins at all. Yet the steward remained polite, his manners exuding the elegance of a noble servant. Rosetta didn't hide anything and said directly, "This was originally goblin territory. The one who captured me was a very intelligent elite goblin. It could speak human language and acted like a human. It made me stay so that it could teach goblin martial arts." Everything she said was true, but the details were simply too outrageous. The butler's face clearly showed disbelief. He retorted, "Elite goblins? They could talk, and you're telling me they need to be taught martial arts? So, these houses and weapons were also built by goblins." Rosetta nodded seriously. "Yes, you guessed equally right." The butler was momentarily speechless. Rather than believing that a goblin possessed such intelligence, he preferred to believe that a group of humans originally lived here, and the goblins were merely magical beasts tamed by them. As for the goblin Rosetta mentioned, it was most likely a beast tamer. Thinking this through, the butler stopped asking questions and simply said, "Miss, we believe you. Take her away. We'll continue our investigation and be back soon." A leader-level Eppert immediately obeyed and led Rosetta out of the valley. Watching the valley recede into the distance, Rosetta sighed inwardly. Although she had revealed some information, she hadn't specified Goblin's echolocation. At this point, she had no better choice. Meanwhile, the butler continued deeper into the valley. Their direction was precisely the route Goblin and his Panions had taken to escape. Along the way, they effortlessly slew any magical beast they encountered. Goblin and his Panions were now hiding in a spot not too close to the central lake, yet still able to observe its surface. Everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting the arrival of the humans. Time ticked by, and Goblin grew increasingly nervous. The later the humans arrived, the more likely they were to hunt down his people along the way. Therefore, he actually hoped the humans would appear quickly so he could lure them to the lakeside as soon as possible. 3 hours later, the steward finally arrived near the central lake with 8 leader-level powerhouses and the 4 adventurers. The delay was due to their efforts in clearing out monsters along the way. The moment Goblin saw the humans appear, he immediately averted his gaze. The others followed his instructions, simultaneously shifting their eyes away. After all, Epperts of this level were extremely sensitive to being spied on from the shadows. The slightest carelessness could reveal their location. Upon arriving at the lakeside, the butler immediately sensed something was amiss. He had a feeling that what they were looking for might be right here. So after looking around, he spoke directly. "Friends hiding in the shadows, ye out and show yourselves. What's the point of hiding like this?" Upon hearing this, Goblin felt completely relieved rather than tense. He wasn't sure how wide the lake monster's attack range was, but the butler's shout was definitely enough to wake it up. Sure enough, the lake's surface remained unchanged at first. But a moment later, the central lake suddenly began to churn as if boiling, with large amounts of bubbles constantly rising from the water. Seeing this, everyone present immediately went into battle alert. The butler stared intently at the lake, a thought instinctively popping into his mind. Could the beast tamer's summoned creature be hiding in the water? The next second, a tentacle covered with countless mouths and eyes suddenly shot out of the lake, heading straight for the butler. The butler's expression changed drastically, and a greatsword instantly appeared in his hand. which he fiercely slashed at the tentacle. Chapter 68, The Terrifying Strength of the Monster in the Lake. Simulation begins. However, when the butler's great sword struck the tentacle, it did not sever it as he had expected. Instead, the sword sank into the tentacle, as if it were being swallowed by the mass of flesh. His oppression changed, and he immediately tried to pull the giant sword back, but he failed the first time. The suction cups on the tentacles had an astonishing suction force, gripping the sword tightly, as if refusing to let go. The butler gritted his teeth and used all his strength to finally pull out the weapon, then immediately retreated. He then realized that the monster in the lake was far more terrifying than they had imagined. He immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Watch out. This monster has a very strong suction force. Once you get entangled by its tentacles, you're done for. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two more enormous tentacles burst forth from the lake bed, attacking the others. One of the leader-level efforts was caught off guard and immediately entangled by the tentacles. The next second, a scream echoed across the lakeside. The person was firmly gripped by the suction cups. At first, only beads of blood seeped from the skin, but soon the area where the suction was applied burst open inch by inch, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His blood was being frantically drained, and his body quickly withered away. And hidden within those suckers were tiny mouths filled with fangs, greedily devouring his flesh. In a short while, a leader-level effort was drained of his life force and reduced to bones. Goblin looked up and witnessed this scene, a chill running down his spine. He immediately gestured to the goblins, signaling everyone to retreat. His intuition told him that he couldn't continue watching this battle. If he stayed any longer, he would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. After witnessing the entire process, the butler also felt a chill run down his spine and finally realized that they were no match for this monster. Without further hesitation, he gave the order, run. Although the monster in the lake seemed to have poor eyesight, it was extremely sensitive to sound. The moment demand was given, the lake's surface imploded again, and dozens of tentacles burst from the water, sweeping towards all the humans present. The adventurer teams were filled with despair upon seeing this. Even their leader-level efforts had been instantly killed. How could they possibly withstand it? The tentacles immediately gripped them tightly upon contact. Soon, one adventurer after another met the same fate, their flesh and blood drained, reduced to bones. The lakeside was filled with screams and splattered blood. The scene was utterly horrific. Led by Goblin, the goblins carefully spread out, none daring to make a sound. But one goblin, named Goblin Ming, couldn't help but glance back. He witnessed the scene of humans being drained of their life force, and screamed in horror. Goblin heard the sound, glared at him angrily, grabbed him without hesitation, and threw him directly into the lake. Although they were already quite close to the lake, the monster still caught the sound. 3 tentacles immediately chased after them, and Goblin didn't hesitate for a moment, turning and running away as fast as he could. Goblin and the Goblin demon didn't dare to utter a sound and fled for their lives. The goblin that was thrown out was caught by a tentacle, but before long, his body fell down and did not turn into bones like a human. It was clear that the monster didn't like the smell of goblin flesh. After absorbing a little, the tentacles glanced at the fleeing goblins with their eyes, and then voluntarily retreated back into the lake. Goblin noticed this, and a strange thought popped into his head. Did the monster find them unpalatable? But whether it tasted good or bad was no longer important. All that mattered was survival. And so, they ran frantically for a full hour, finally breaking out of the valley and fleeing deeper into the monster forest. Goblin didn't run aimlessly. He consciously chose a familiar direction, heading towards the elven territory. Along the way, they encountered several groups of humans, none of whom were particularly strong. Having just survived the pursuit of the lake monster, Goblin was seething with anger and decided to eliminate all the humans to vent his frustration. When he stopped, he realized that not a single goblin was following him. He had run too fast. The others had long been left behind. Goblin reached the foot of a large tree and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He was safe for now. As for the goblin and his panions, they were left to their own devices. Although they were his subordinates, and he had some affection for them, it wasn't enough to make him risk turning back. Meanwhile, Goblin, Gobra, and Gobbly, though separated from the group along the way, had successfully escaped to safety. Goblin looked around and suggested, "We probably can't catch up with the chieftain, so let's rest here." Goblin nodded, offering no objection. The goblin stopped and hid for the time being. Meanwhile, deep within the valley beside the central lake, the entire human force, including the old butler, had been wiped out. After devouring these humans, the monster in the lake became visibly excited, its tentacles flailing wildly along the shore. However, those tentacles could only travel a minimum of 5 kilometers away from the lake, unable to reach the entire canyon. If anyone could see deep into the lake, they would discover that the monster's true form was tightly bound by several chains. Even with its terrifying strength, it couldn't break free of those chains. Only after all the creatures within its attack range were killed did it gradually quiet down. Apart from the unpalatable corpses of goblins, it had devoured most of its prey. Goblin, who had already fled deep in the monster forest, was unaware of all this. The situation was too dangerous. Without hesitation, he immediately began the simulation. The most important thing right now was to increase his strength. Simulation begins. 2,300 remaining evaluation points detected. Randomly upgrade 1 Eisting talent. The talent Azure Eyes evolves into Azure Ishin, significantly improving eyesight and allowing the user to see the magical flow of monsters of the same or lower level. Goblo was somewhat surprised to see the randomly boosted talent. He hadn't expected it to be an enhancement of an Eisting talent, and the one being boosted was Blue Eyes. The Blue Eyes aren't as useful to him now, but evolving them would be nice, especially since the Blue Eyes can see the flow of magic power within monsters, an ability that's quite useful in the monster forest. In your first year, although you were already an elite-level monster, you ended up in an area inhabited by leader-level creatures due to your escape. This area is also the territory of the Oni race. That same year, instead of venturing deeper into the monster forest, you remained in the area to hunt monsters and improve your strength. Because of your enhanced senses and the blue eye, you avoided many dangers this year and successfully survived here. In the second year, your level increased to 36, but because you were constantly on the move and didn't have much time to hone your skills, your skill improvement wasn't significant. Chapter 69 Blackgrass. By the third year, he had reached level 40, and with his Eisting skills, he had a good chance of winning even against a boss-level creature. So he decided to go to the place where the goblin had devoured the blackgrass and personally retrieve the blackgrass that could boost his strength. That same year, he continued deeper into the monster forest. The journey to his destination was not smooth. Not long after, he discovered 4 demons lurking suspiciously nearby. With his current strength, dealing with these demons wouldn't be difficult, but wanting to avoid unnecessary placations, he deliberately avoided them. The deeper he ventured, the more demons he encountered. Although this was demon territory, their frequent appearances were clearly abnormal. What bothered him even more was that these demons were following the same route as him. He quickly realized that they were likely heading towards the same place as him. Before long, he arrived at the location the goblin had mentioned. It was a huge cavern where black herbs grew. Sure enough, a large number of demons had gathered near the cave entrance, along with Azuras and a race called the Demonized Beastmen. Seeing the 3 races gathered together, he didn't rush to attack, but instead chose to lie in wait and observe. He knew that the 3 races were roughly equal in strength, but the Azura race had an Azura Emperor, which gave it a higher status than the other 2 races. They were probably gathered here to distribute the entry qualifications for this cave. Soon, 40 Azuras, 30 ghosts, and 25 demon beastmen entered the cave. Judging from their numbers, the demon beastmen were probably the weakest of the 3 races. Normally, he would have left long ago, but there was something he wanted at the bottom of the cave, and he couldn't just give up. With the help of his blue eye, he could observe the flow of magical energy within these creatures from a distance and judge their employment strength. Those who entered the cave were at most leader-level beings. Those truly stronger than leader level remained outside to guard the area, awaiting the emergence of the younger members of the clan. Faced with this situation, he had no way to force his way through and could only wait patiently. Fortunately, The azure eye allowed him to monitor from a great distance, and the powerful figures of the three races did not detect his presence. A month later, the last demonized orc emerged from the cave. The three races argued for a while at the cave entrance, and finally each led their people away, leaving only 3 leader-level powerhouses to guard the place. One each from the demonized orc, the ghost race, and the azure race. He knew his chance had finally arrived, so he lay in wait nearby day and night, searching for an opportunity to infiltrate. On the 8th night, it was the turn of the demonized orc to be on duty. The orc was clearly not taking it seriously, frequently slacking off. Taking advantage of the orc's absence while it was relieving itself, he immediately unleashed his wind and thunder technique, transforming into a gust of wind and rushing into the cave. The demonized orc only felt a gust of wind pass by, but didn't notice anything unusual, nor did it go into the cave to check. Because the magnetic field of this cave was very special, the cave would collapse rapidly if any creature of the leader level or above entered, so it didn't even consider the possibility of an intruder. Upon entering the cave, he immediately began searching for black herbs. His blue eye could not only observe biological magic, but also see the flow of magic within plants. It didn't take long for him to find several black herbs inside the cave. However, the black grass was clearly still in its seedling stage. He knew very well that many plants were treasures when mature, but before they matured, they could be deadly poisons. Therefore, he did not rashly devour them, but could only continue to explore deeper. As he ventured deeper, he saw a massive mass of black energy at the very depths of the cave. Judging from the energy flow, it was likely plant matter, not animal. His heightened senses also warned him of the danger at the bottom, but not one he couldn't overcome. So he continued onward. The deeper he went, the more mature black herbs appeared. However, the magical power of each herb varied. Seeing these unharvested herbs, he quickly understood why. He knew from his previous life that each person could only consume one of these black herbs, and its effects depended on its age and quality. The goblin had consumed a mutated black herb in his previous life, which explained its astonishing power. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Not far ahead, a black grass possessed a magical flow completely different from the others. While the other black grasses flowed with black magic, this one was red and exceptionally violent. It appeared unremarkable on the outside, but the power it contained was clearly far more intense. He immediately realized that the black plant had most likely mutated. However, he didn't swallow it right away, but continued deeper into the area. He wanted to first determine what the enormous mass of black magic at the deepest point was. He encountered no other creatures along the way. It seemed that the younger members of the three races had already cleared out most of the creatures when they entered the cave earlier. Before long, he finally reached the deepest part of the cave. Standing at a distance, he saw a gigantic black plant rooted in the darkness. Hundreds of slender tendrils hung from the plant, each with an incredibly fine flow of magic. Judging from the trajectory of the magic, these tendrils possessed formidable cutting power, capable of easily tearing apart even the body of a leader-level creature. Upon seeing the giant black grass, he immediately made a decision. If the previous one was a mutated black grass, then this one was very likely the king of black grasses. He began to move quietly, approaching little by little. He stopped when the distance was only 20 meters. His intuition told him that this was roughly the black grass king's minimum attack range. One more step forward, and he could be attacked by the grass tendrils at any moment. He stared intently at the black plant. With absolute focus, his blue eye, and his super perception working together, he finally discovered that the plant's true weakness lay in its roots. Chapter 70 Demon Evolution Mage Evolution Path. Then, Goblin unleashed the thunderous gale, instantly increasing his speed. A gust of wind swept by, and fine arcs of electricity flashed in the air as he reached black grass in the blink of an eye. Before black grass could react, his fist had already slammed heavily into his opponent. With his superhuman physique, immense strength, and other skills and talents, the power he truly unleashed far outweighed what was displayed in his attribute panel. This punch, delivered with full force, directly severed most of the black grass's roots, and the grass's vitality visibly weakened. The tendrils of the grass stretched out wildly, but he easily dodged them all. Goblin didn't stop, continuing his relentless attack on the roots. After his second punch landed, only the last bit of root connected the black grass, and he immediately followed up with another blow, severing the final connection completely. The massive black grass crashed to the ground, twitching limply for a few moments before falling still. Confirming it was dead, Goblin immediately grabbed the blade and devoured it. With each bite, he felt his magical energy surge wildly within him. Soon, he even devoured the roots buried in the ground. As the black grass was completely swallowed, his level began to rise little by little, and his body gradually swelled. A new evolution was about to begin. However, this time it wasn't the original evolution, but a different path magical evolution. The focus of this evolution was no longer the physical body, but magic power. The magic power within him seemed to be forcibly amplified, increasing exponentially, and he became taller and thinner. Ultimately, he evolved into a leader-level creature, the Goblin Berserker. Goblin was somewhat surprised by this. He hadn't expected to embark on the path of a mage. However, the name sounded a little strange. What kind of mage was a Berserker anyway? The system quickly provided an explanation. Although he had evolved into a mage, due to the direction of his mutation and the influence of the skills he had mastered in the past, he was not a pure ranged mage, but a Berserker mage who was half bat and half magic, and his main bat style still leaned towards melee. Goblin immediately understood his role. To put it simply, he was a mage who had put all his attribute points into strength. He could even imagine himself charging in with his staff, smashing enemies to death with a single blow. After the evolution, he gained 5 new skills: body enhancement magic, anti-magic shell magic, mass berserk magic, weakness curse, and reckless spell. He could clearly sense that the magical evolution was no worse than the original evolution. The two were almost on the same level. After his strength increased dramatically, Goblin decided to leave the cave. With his current bat power, he was more than capable of dealing with the 3 boss-level creatures guarding the cave entrance, and there was no need for him to remain trapped there. He soon arrived at the cave entrance. The creature guarding the entrance that day was a leader of the Azura race. Although the creature was of a higher rank than him, judging from the flow of magic power, its magical strength was far inferior to his. Goblin first cast a physical berserk spell on himself, then put on the rampage spell, and then activated the thunderous gale, transforming himself into a whirlwind of electricity and rushing out. His speed was too fast. The Azura clan had no time to react. The next moment, Goblin used his noble iron fist as a mage to smash heavily into the Azura clan, who were known for their physical strength, making them realize the reality with a single punch. The Azura realized he was being attacked, but the blow was too severe for him to retaliate in the short term. Goblin naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity, relentlessly striking his opponent's vitals with his fists, and soon he had hammered the Azura to death. After dealing with the guards, he immediately carried the corpse and ran. Now that he had reached the leader level, he was fully capable of surviving near the elves, and there was no need for him to continue risking his life in the demon territory. Since the 3 guards rotated every other day, he had ample time to escape. Along the way, he continuously used the Shuanfeng Tianlei to accelerate, and relied on his super perception and the blue eye to avoid danger in advance, finally arriving safely near the elven territory. His plan was simple: find another opportunity to rescue an elf, then go to the elves to use their fountain of life. Before long, that opportunity arrived. This time, Goblin rescued a little elf from a group of human thieves and returned her to the elven territory. For this, he was welled by all the elves and successfully drank from the fountain of life. After that, he settled down near the elven territory. In the 6th year, his level reached the current minimum. In the 8th year, he evolved again, being a leader-level magical beast, the Saint Goblin. This form has a level cap 20 levels higher than ordinary leader-level creatures. Perhaps because he had previously chosen the path of a mage, his height was 5 at around 1.8 meters, and he gained 5 light magic skills, 3 of which were healing and support spells. Seeing that he seemed to have switched to being a priest again, Goblin didn't feel any resistance. After all, this was a simulated world, and in the end, it all came down to points. As long as the level cap was high enough, it didn't matter how the route changed. After evolving, he became entirely white and his appearance became handsome. Apart from his pointed ears, sharp teeth, and claws, he looked almost like a wingless, slightly tall elf. Having been purified by the spring of life for a long time, he successfully moved into the elven territory. This time, he had no intention of venturing out again, only planning to live out his life peacefully among the elves. Of course, he still planned to find an opportunity to kill that slime from his memories. In the 9th year, Goblin patrolled the elven territory daily, occasionally rescuing 1 or 2 elves, thus gaining increasing prestige within the tribe. Furthermore, his gentle demeanor after evolving into a mage made him quite popular, though he had no immediate plans to find a partner. In the 10th year, a conflict broke out between the demonized orcs and the elves. The elven queen displayed formidable power, easily repelling the demonized orcs. That same year, Goblin's strength increased so rapidly that the elf queen noticed him and took him as her disciple, personally teaching him nature magic. After drinking from the fountain of life for a long time, his physique was perfectly suited to learning the nature magic of the elves. Under the tutelage of the elf queen, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Both his leveling speed and skill learning speed far aged the queen's expectations. Furthermore, his total magical power significantly surpassed that of normal magical beasts, which greatly intrigued the elf queen. Of course, Goblin wouldn't tell her that this was an effect of the black grass. He simply said that he had a special talent and easily brushed it off. Chapter 71 Goblin is the Great Demon King. In the 17th year, Luo's level reached the peak of the leader level. The effect of the black grass far aged expectations, so he decided that he must eat that black grass in every simulation from now on. The elf queen was equally shocked. She had already thought highly of Luo, but she hadn't expected that she had underestimated this goblin's potential. That same year, the elf queen gave Law a new task. She believed that Law's magical studies were already solid enough and planned to have him be the elves' first teacher. Luo was somewhat surprised and asked her why she had entrusted him with such an important task. The elf queen frankly stated that it was precisely because Luo was intelligent and not overly kind like the elves that he was suitable to teach the next generation. The elves are too naive. It's time for a change. The queen took a deep breath after speaking. Clearly, this decision wasn't easy for her. Luo finally agreed, promising to teach the little elves well. Soon, Luo officially became the elves' first teacher. Because he was extremely popular within the tribe, the elves were all very excited when they heard about it. But by the 18th year, Law's image in the eyes of the elves had completely collapsed, and he was even secretly given the title of Great Demon King. The reason is simple. He invented homework and eames. The once carefree elves' appearance for the first time the malice of an alien education system. Luo also established an adult eam. The elves must take a major eam when they reach adulthood, and the higher their score, the more career options they can choose in the future, which further increases their already heavy academic pressure. The elves dared not curse him to his face, but only dared to give him nicknames behind his back. Soon, the terror Luo evoked in their hearts even surpassed that of the elf queen. Even adult elves weren't spared. Those elves who usually had nothing to do were also arranged by Luo to study and take eames. If they wanted to pursue corresponding professions in the future, they would have to pass the relevant assessments first. By the 19th year, Luo's infamy had swept through the entire elven education system. In matters of education, his power even subtly surpassed that of the elven queen. In contrast, the sprite's growth rate has accelerated significantly. Since Law began managing their education, the number of sprites going missing has decreased dramatically. They have finally realized that a kind appearance does not mean the absence of danger. That same year, Luo went on a trip, giving the elves a 3-month vacation. Upon hearing this news, all the elves in the elven race were overjoyed for a long time. When Luo returned, he brought Kana back to the elves. Kana became the elves' alchemy teacher, teaching them alchemical magic and alchemy. Faced with the new curriculum, the elves felt despair once again. In the 22nd year, due to an overall improvement in quality, the elven territory expanded almost daily, and the elven population grew rapidly. Seeing the elven tribe's increasing prosperity, the Elven Queen affirmed Luo's abilities. Soon after, she summoned Luo to her bedchamber and handed him a wooden bow. Luo immediately recognized that the bow was made from a branch of the Tree of Life, and even the blue, I could not see what was inside. The Elf Queen asked him to open the bow. Inside was a bright green fruit, somewhat resembling a peach, radiating a rich life energy. Luo asked what it was, and the Queen told him it was the Fruit of Life. The Fruit of Life, grown from the Tree of Life, is 1,000 times more potent than the Fountain of Life, and consuming it would greatly benefit Luo. Luo was momentarily incredulous that the Queen would so readily bestow such a precious gift upon him. The Elf Queen noticed his confusion and explained that Luo's contributions to the race over the years were evident to all. Compared to the prosperity of the elven race, a mere Fruit of Life was nothing, and she told him to accept it without worry. Luo didn't refuse too much. After returning, he couldn't wait to eat the Fruit of Life. Intense life energy erupted within his body. His energy began to surge wildly, and his very life essence subtly changed. He was no longer a pure goblin, but possessed a small amount of elven blood. At the same time, his already astonishing total magical power surged once again. A week later, Luo successfully crossed the threshold of the leader level, advanced to the lord level, and evolved into a Holy Spirit Goblin. The level cap of this form is 25 levels higher than that of a normal lord level creature. After evolving, his size did not continue to increase, but his figure became more proportionate, his skin became fairer, and his appearance was no less than that of any male elf. Seeing his reflection in the lake, Luo was even more grateful that he had stayed with the elves. He could sense that he now possessed at least the potential to reach the Emperor level, and as long as he continued to grow steadily, advancing to the Emperor level in the future would not be difficult. In the 31st year, Luo's strength increased significantly. Due to their long-term interaction, he and the Elf Queen developed feelings for each other, but the difference in their social status was too great, and neither of them took the initiative to make that move. However, now that Luo possesses elven blood, a relationship between them is no longer entirely impossible. In the 59th year, Luo's level reached the peak of the Lord level, and he received an epic grade staff as a gift from the Elven Queen. With his powerful staff, Luo's bad abilities were enhanced once again. In the 71st year, he broke through to the king level and evolved into a holy envoy goblin. Seeing his strength steadily increasing, he decided to stay among the elves and develop his abilities at his own pace. In the 80th year, Luo became the most powerful being among the elves besides the Elf Queen. It was also in this year that he and the Elf Queen officially united. In the 90th year, the Elf Queen gave birth to a son and a daughter. Both children were exceptionally gifted, possessing royal physiques from birth, and the future of the elven race was finally secured. In the 95th year, Luo's children, though only 5 years old, had already shown talents far exceeding those of their peers. Chapter 72, The Hero Arrives. That same year, you began to focus on nurturing your children. During this time, you didn't give up on nurturing other little elves, but since they didn't have the same talent as your children, you didn't pay as much attention to them. Your children have felt your heavy fatherly love at a young age, but you don't completely deny them a chance to breathe. They get enough sleep and have one day off every week. In the same year, you killed the Slime Lord and, after consuming him, successfully gained the ability to shapeshift. However, your current appearance is already very similar to that of an elf, so you haven't used the shapeshifting ability to change your appearance. In the 105th year, both of your children have successfully advanced to the leader level. This terrifying speed of advancement reminds you of Emoli. Judging by the time, Emoli should already be at the king level by now, and the Ghost King has also advanced to the Ghost Emperor. In the 114th year, a woman clad in full silver white armor appeared in the elven territory. The moment you saw her, you tensed up. This was the woman you encountered during the Monster Tide, the woman who killed you when you first advanced to the Lord level. Back then, you had no idea how strong she truly was. Now that you possess the blue eye, you can finally observe this woman's strength. Just one glance at her was enough to make you feel physically unaffordable. This woman's magic power far surpasses the Emperor level, at least reaching the level of the divine level. As for whether it ages the divine level, you're not sure, since you haven't witnessed the magic power of a divine level effort in this life. Furthermore, this woman wasn't alone among the elves. She had 3 Panions, a male warrior, a female mage, and a female priest. All 3 possessed top-tier, royal-level magical power, and aside from the priest, the others were likely stronger than the Elven Queen. The surrounding elves looked at the 4 seemingly powerful humans with some fear. After all, Goblin had mentioned in his previous lessons that most humans could not be trusted and harbored evil intentions towards these pure and innocent elves. Seemingly finding the elves' attitude towards him rather unfriendly, the hero felt strange. In his previous life, when watching anime, the elves always got along very well with humans, let alone a hero like himself. Goblin, who was watching the simulation, immediately became alert upon seeing this. A past life? This hero is also a transmigrator. Isn't this other world a bit too authentic? However, in that case, he would have to be more restrained. After all, this hero's current strength is no joke. Soon, the hero and his Panions focused their attention on you. They could tell you were the strongest present and expected to clash with you. However, the hero's gaze towards you quickly changed. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She simply couldn't imagine that such a handsome and gentle person could be a goblin. Noticing the hero's gaze, you realize that he likely possesses an appraisal skill and has probably already seen through your true identity. Hello, human lady. I wonder what brings you to our elven realm. If you eat with goodwill, we elves will you. But if you have any ill intentions, I advise you to leave our elven realm. However, upon hearing your words, the hero said with some disdain, "Humph, you elves? You're not an elf, so what gives you the right to say that? You're just using your transformation skill to turn into an elf to fool them, aren't you?" You were shocked when the other person told you that you had the ability to shapeshift. You guessed that the other person might have an identification skill, but you didn't expect that the other person could even detect what skills you had. I am indeed not an elf, but my relationship with the elves is not for you, an outsider, to judge. If you are so unfriendly, then please leave our elven territory. We elves do not wheel outsiders. After saying those words, you were prepared to fight, but unexpectedly, the hero and his Panions didn't make a move. Seeing the elves around you protecting you, the hero seemed to realize that you were indeed an elf. I apologize. I acted impulsively just now. We meant no harm. We came to the monster forest to fight a demon emperor, and we're just passing through. We'd like to rest for a bit on your territory. Is that all right? Of course, we're not staying for free. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. After the hero finished speaking, you didn't immediately refuse. Although this bastard had killed you in a previous simulation, for the sake of the tribe's safety, you didn't show your dissatisfaction too obviously. You decided that if you had the chance in the future, you would trick this guy. Tricking him once might not be enough. Mainly, you were afraid that one trick wouldn't kill him, so you decided to trick him 100 times. If he could still survive, then she would be lucky. I cannot decide your fate. Come with me, and I will take you to see Her Majesty the Queen. Thank you. After speaking, you led these people towards the Queen's palace. Along the way, you occasionally glanced at them out of the corner of your eye. You noticed that the hero's gaze towards you carried a faint hint of disgust. This wasn't just limited to you. She also showed the same dislike when looking at other male elves. However, when she saw women, her oppression remained completely unchanged. Therefore, you conclude that the hero likely dislikes men but also dislikes women, and his sexual orientation is probably normal. He may have suffered some trauma in the past, which is why he exhibits such aversion to men. You're gathering as much information as possible about the hero. After all, this guy might be your strongest enemy in the future. Not long after, you led a few people to the Tree of Life, where the Elf Queen resided. "Honey, you're here." A wise voice came from inside. You were startled for a moment, then realized that the heroes had concealed their presence very well, walking without making a sound, so the Elven Queen hadn't noticed. She said, "Ahem, Your Majesty, some humans have arrived. They wish to stay here for the night, so I've brought them here for you to see." Upon hearing your voice, the Elf Queen fell silent, and then the vines in front of you automatically parted, revealing the Elf Queen herself with dignified grace. Chapter 73, The Deal with the Hero. 5 royal-grade magic crystals. Seeing the Elf Queen's appearance, your lips twitched slightly, because you knew that although the Elf Queen always appeared dignified and elegant in front of outsiders, she was actually quite playful. The heroes looked at you with puzzled expressions. They had all clearly heard the Elf Queen call you darling. Especially the heroine. Her reaction is the strongest right now. She simply cannot imagine that a mere goblin could be the Elven Queen's lover. Mr. Goblo, are these the humans who wish to stay overnight? As she spoke, the Elf Queen turned her gaze to the 4 heroes, and then her expression became serious. She could tell that the 4 of them were quite powerful. Could you please introduce yourselves? I imagine you are no ordinary people. Ordinary people don't possess your level of strength. Of course, your majesty. Actually, I am a human hero, and these 3 are my panions. The reason we came to the monster forest this time is mainly to fight a demon emperor whose strength has reached the emperor level. Before that, we hope to use this place as our base. Hey, that's not what you just said. You just wanted to stay the night, you said angrily. I'm sorry, this is not a mandatory request. If you can grant our request, you can make any requests you may have. If it is within our power, we will try our best to fulfill them. After the hero finished speaking, the Elf Queen glanced at you, seemingly asking for your opinion. The heroine was astonished by this scene. She hadn't expected the Elf Queen to care so much about her opinion, even to the point of seemingly wanting her to be the center of attention. After thinking for a moment, you finally said, in that case, I hope that humans will stop secretly capturing and selling our elves in the monster forest and guarantee that our elves will not be implicated. If we are affected, you must protect the elves at all costs. Can you do that? Hearing your words, the hero hesitated. She knew very well that although most humans were kind, and only a small minority were evil, even that small minority was quite numerous, not to mention the many countries involved. She simply couldn't manage them all. I'm sorry, we can do the second point. We will absolutely not implicate the elves. But we cannot do the first point. However, I can have each kingdom draft new laws, such as making smuggling elves a serious crime punishable by death. Hearing the hero's answer, you understood that achieving this was no easy feat, so you nodded to the Elf Queen. Upon seeing your response, the Elf Queen quickly said, "Very well. I agree to allow you to use our elven race as your temporary base, and you are permitted to rest here. Oh, right, there's one more thing I want to add. This isn't difficult for you. You're not allowed to harass the elves in our territory. You can do that, right? Sure, of course, but if your elves provoke us on their own, you can't blame us. Yes, don't worry. We'll manage the elves well and won't let them bother you." After the negotiations, you and the heroes settled down in 2 tree hollows. Both hollows are very close to where you live, so you can respond immediately if anything happens. The next morning, the flower fairies responsible for waking everyone up rang the morning bell. Upon hearing the bell, the fairies immediately woke up and began their daily routine. The little fairies started their early morning exercise, followed by studying. The fairies prepared food, checked if there were any places in their territory that needed to evolve, and also cultivated fruit. The hero and his panions were also awakened by the sound of the bell. They then saw the elves in full operation. The hero found it incredible. She had met other elves before, and frankly, most of the elves she knew basically spent their days tending to flowers, eating fruit, and daydreaming a completely lazy race. Then she turned her gaze to you, who were drinking tea in the distance. She was almost certain that the reason this elven race was so different was definitely due to the changes you had brought about. You noticed the hero's gaze and smiled slightly in response. Your smile captivated the heart of the female mage beside the hero, or rather, any handsome male elf in your race could capture a mage's heart. Yes, the female mage's dream is to sleep with every handsome man in the world. Yet the truth is, she's still a girl who hasn't even held a boy's hand. The reason for all this was her noble status and cold gaze. Although she was stunningly beautiful, her eyes were exceptionally cold, giving off a feeling of looking down on everyone. You've received another piece of information. The female mage beside the hero is a secretly lustful woman who has little resistance to your good looks. For the next few days, the hero team went out to investigate during the day and returned at night. On the 5th day, the heroic squad found you. "What do you need me for, Miss Hero?" "Mr. Goblo, I imagine you are very familiar with the situation in the Demon Beast Forest. My question is, do you have any information about the Demon Emperor we are looking for? Upon hearing the hero's words, you didn't immediately reply, because you knew equally where the Demon Emperor was. There was only one Demon Emperor in this area, the bull demon you encountered in the last simulation. You knew from day one that the hero and his Panions were searching for that bull demon's territory. Seeing your hesitation, the hero immediately realized you definitely knew something. So he quickly said, Mr. Goblo, you know someone who can provide us with information. Whatever you want, I can give you. Hearing the hero's words, you didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, you said, I want 5 royal-level magic crystals. If you can, I'll tell you where the Demon Emperor is. You're taking advantage of our misfortune, the male soldier said angrily. You can also choose to find it yourselves. Hearing your words, the male warrior wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the hero. She then said, 5 royal-grade magic crystals, right? Okay, but do you really know where the Demon Emperor is located? You were surprised to hear the hero agree. Actually, you only wanted 2 royal-grade magic crystals and were waiting for him to haggle, but he agreed immediately. Chapter 74, he doesn't look like a bad guy. Of course, I wouldn't joke about something like this. As long as you can produce 5 magic crystals, I can immediately tell you all the information I know about the Demon Emperor, not just his territory, but also what race he is, how powerful he is. Hearing your words, the hero team was shocked. They couldn't understand how a goblin who had always lived among the elves could know so much about the Demon Emperor. However, they didn't press the matter. Instead, they took out 5 magic crystals. If you can really provide that much information, then giving you 5 royal-grade magic crystals isn't a bad deal. Taking the magic crystal from the hero, you take out a spatial ring. All the information you need is inside. You can study it carefully. Also, there are some items inside that can help you. Take them back and take a good look. After receiving the spatial ring, the hero said to you, Thank you. Your wheel, it's just business. Afterwards, the hero team took the spatial ring you provided back to study it. They didn't set off until the next day, but they made a point of thanking you before leaving. It seemed they were very satisfied with your solution. As you leave, call them back and hand them 10 small bottles containing the Fountain of Life. This is a fountain of life that I specially concocted. After you drink it, your magic power and injuries will be restored quickly. The effect is definitely several times better than human medicines. Hearing your words, the 4 of them were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected you to give them such a precious gift as an extra gift. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Mr. Goblo. Your wheel, and I wish you success. Yes, we will. With that, the hero team departed. The hero squad's reaction was entirely within your expectations. After all, you demanded 5 royal-grade magic crystals from them yesterday. With so many royal-grade magic crystals, even if the information you provided was invaluable, they would definitely be dissatisfied. But now you're giving them a seemingly precious gift, along with your blessings. They'll think you're a good person, and might even feel sorry for having previously thought so badly of you. On the other side, the male warrior of the newly departed hero team said, We didn't expect Mr. Goblo to be so nice. We misunderstood him. The female priest said, Yes, he really wants us to defeat the Demon King. This Fountain of Life is really powerful, much more effective than the best mana restoration potions we have. Hero, indeed, it seems I really misunderstood him. The female magician said, I could sense from the beginning that he wasn't a bad person. Hero, why? The female magician said, Doesn't look like a bad person. 3 people. Meanwhile, Goblin has already devoured one of the royal-level magic crystals and begun absorbing its magic power. If all goes well, after fully digesting the magic power of all 5 royal-level magic crystals, he will definitely be able to advance to the royal level. At that time, he will be the strongest among the elves. For months later, your strength has increased significantly. Meanwhile, the hero's team returns to the elven territory, battered and bruised. Seeing their sorry state, you're unsure whether they've succeeded or failed. The information you gave them was indeed all you knew. After all, their failure could have implicated the elves. So this time, you didn't betray them. You approached the 4 people. The hero's eyes lit up when he saw you. He said, Mr. Goblo, thank you so much for this. If it weren't for you, There might have been casualties among us. Your specially made Fountain of Life played a key role in this battle. So your campaign was successful? Yes. Congratulations. Come with me. I'll take you to see the Queen and treat your injuries. The hero said, "It's all right, Mr. Goblo. Once Lily's magic is fully restored, she'll be able to heal us. Until then, could we stay here for a while? This is our sponsorship fee." As he spoke, the hero took out a royal-grade magic crystal. "Will to stay with us," you said warmly. Then the hero's party settled in the Elven territory. After almost only one day of rest, the hero's injuries were completely healed, leaving you utterly astonished by her superhuman recovery ability. As for the other three Panions, it was a completely different story. Their recovery speed was much faster than normal humans, but it seemed they would need at least half a month of rest as well. Although the hero said she had killed the Demon Emperor, you still felt that the Bull Demon wouldn't be so easily dealt with. This concerned the safety of the elves, so after thinking about it, you decided to go and check the situation yourself. After you told the Elf Queen about this, you quietly left the Elf clan. The hero discovered your actions and secretly followed you. You also noticed the hero was following you, but you didn't oppose her, as you were only checking on her safety. A week later, you arrived at the Bull Demon's territory. Looking at the desolate scene before you, you were very satisfied. You then carefully explored the area and soon discovered some hidden corners that the other heroes had missed. Some bull demons still lived there, and you, of course, showed no mercy, killing them all. The heroine was surprised by your actions. She had initially thought you were working for the Demon Emperor and had some other motive for ING. It turned out you were just here to clean up their mess. It took you a week to clear out all the monsters in the Bull Demon's territory. You've also confirmed that the Demon Emperor did indeed leave after being killed by the hero, preparing to return home. A week later, you returned to your territory, and the hero's party bid you farewell. As you left, the hero gave you a deep look. She could roughly guess why you had gone to the Demon Emperor's territory to eliminate those demonic beasts. After this minor incident, the Elven territory continued to develop peacefully. In the 116th year, you absorbed all SI royal-grade magic crystals, advancing to a royal-grade magical beast, the Holy Light Goblin King. Your level cap is 19 levels higher than a normal royal-grade magical beast, and all your attributes have been further enhanced. Now your healing ability has reached a terrifying level. Even if a near-death magical beast is placed in front of you, you can instantly revive it. Chapter 75, The Evolution of the Tree of Life. In the 139th year, although you have cultivated very diligently, your progress in strength has not been fast. You know this is because you lack battles with strong opponents, which is why your progress is so slow. Even so, you have no intention of venturing out. You plan to remain hidden within the Elven territory, intending to live there until you die if no one bothers you. In the 150th year, a major event occurred within the Elven race. The Elven Tree of Life, now 10,000 years old, will ascend to be an ancient tree this year. After its evolution, all elves within this territory will receive the blessings of the ancient tree, and future generations of elves will possess even greater talents, leading to a more prosperous race. However, during its evolution, the ancient tree releases incredibly powerful life energy. This intense life energy attracts dark elves, who need it to cleanse themselves of their darkness and be normal elves. In addition, many magical beasts also covet this powerful life energy and will attack the Tree of Life. However, if too much life energy is deprived, the Tree of Life will not only be unable to evolve into an ancient tree, but it is also possible that it will wither and die. However, you're not too worried about this, because the elves you're currently with are different from other elves. Generally, elves still in the Tree of Life stage will have 1 elf king and 5 lord-level elves within their territory, with a total population of around 3,000 to 5,000. However, your race already has 2 emperor-level powerhouses, 3 elf kings, and a total of 23 lord-level or higher elves, with a race size of 17,000. This configuration is quite outstanding even among elves who possess the ancient tree. With such a powerful setup, are you confident that no dark elves or monsters can break through? However, after some time, the dark elves and monsters didn't receive much, but instead encountered the hero's party again. Decades had passed, And not only had the members of the hero's party not aged, but the party had also grown. The hero's party had now expanded to 7 members, including a beast tamer, a berserker, and a water mage. "Miss Hero, it's been a long time. You still look so young," you said politely. "Mr. Goblo, you're too kind. But it's been so many years since we last met. You haven't aged at all. In fact, you'd be even more handsome," the hero said, staring at your face with a serious expression. "Thank you for the compliment. May I ask what brings you here today?" "Mr. Goblo, there's no need to be so polite. We've been partners before, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. After all these years, Miss Hero has been much more worldly wise, and your strength has also increased considerably. You must be destined to be the strongest hero in history. I wouldn't dare say I'm the strongest, but it's already quite difficult to be a qualified hero. So, hero, what brings you here today? Let's not waste your time, okay? All right, then I'll be frank, Mr. Goblo. I hope you can join my team. Is that all right?" Upon hearing the hero's invitation, you were completely shocked. You never expected the hero to invite you to join his party. You must know, although it's not apparent from your appearance, you are, in essence, a magical beast. "Miss Hero, are you kidding me? I'm a goblin." "I know, but Mr. Goblo, from head to toe, even your personality, what part of you is similar to a goblin? People might believe you are an elf, but how could anyone believe you are a goblin?" "Thank you for the compliment, but may I take it as a sign that you look down on goblins?" "Of course not. I know that high-level goblins are not as ugly as low-level goblins. It's just that they have some goblin characteristics, such as green skin, sharp teeth and ears, and fierce eyes. You see, what makes you like one? But if you said you were an elf, 99% of people would believe you. Is that so? I want to ask why me. There must be many strong people among humans." "Yes, there are indeed many strong people among humans, but the role we need this time is very special. Because of the increase in members, relying on just one priest, she is no longer enough. We need to add another member. Because of the hero's team, the requirements for our team members are actually very high. The most basic requirement for a priest is that their strength has reached the emperor level. They must also have a certain level of batability, and they must be able to endure hardship and be on the front lines of battles year-round." The hero listed a series of requirements, and now you finally understand why. All these years, the hero's team has only had 7 members. "I'm sorry, Miss Hero. As you can see, I already have a family in the Elven territory, with both a son and a daughter. Moreover, the territory is currently at a critical juncture and cannot do without me. I cannot agree to your request. Mr. Goblo, I think you should seriously consider my proposal. Although being a member of our team is indeed tough, the conditions are top-notch. Here, you can enjoy the best appearance from the entire continent. Furthermore, from the first time I met you, I could tell you weren't the kind of person who would be content to stay in one place forever. Working with us will allow you to better showcase your true abilities." Upon hearing the hero's sincere invitation, you rejected him without hesitation. Afterwards, the hero's party stayed in the Elven territory for another month, visiting you every day to invite you to join them. It wasn't until the last day that the hero learned the Elven race was at a critical juncture, so they agreed to invite you again that year. Shortly after the hero's party left, a group of dark elves and magical beasts quietly gathered, ready to attack the Elven race at any moment. However, before they could fully assemble, the Elven scouts you trained had already discovered their presence. Instead of waiting to be killed, you took the initiative and infiltrated the enemy's gathering place alone. At the same time, 2 elf kings, along with 10 lord-level elves, 3,000 elf warriors, 1,000 elf archers, and 1,000 elf mages, attacked from 2 directions. Chapter 76, The Ancient Tree, The Reign of Blessing. The dark elves and monsters, who had not yet fully assembled, were unaware of the impending danger. You easily infiltrated the dark elves' ranks. You noticed that among these dark elves and magical beasts, the most powerful was a female dark elf whose strength had reached the king level. Unlike ordinary elves, who appear beautiful and pure, inspiring a sense of longing, the dark female elf in the distance possessed a youthful face, but a seductive and alluring figure. Her skin was pale purple, and she wore very little clothing, revealing large expanses of smooth skin. While she was undeniably alluring, she seemed less than pure. At night, You arrive outside the tent of the Dark Elf Queen. Although you can see from the outside that there seems to be only one person inside, you hear some embarrassing sounds, and you seem to understand something. You didn't let the opportunity pass, rushing in and attacking the Dark Elf Queen lying on the bed. Before she could even react, she suffered a devastating attack. Your holy light bolt pierced her chest. The Dark Elf King clutched his chest, knelt on the ground in agony, and stared at you in disbelief, saying, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Faced with the Dark Elf King's questioning, you did not answer, but continued your attack, almost every move fatal. Although you had been with the elves for a long time, your bat ability had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, you were even more suffocating than before. In less than a minute, the Dark Elf King had already entered a state of near death. "Spare me, please. I can be your woman," the Dark Elf King pleaded in his final struggle. However, without even glancing at the opponent, a beam of holy light descended, incinerating the Dark Elf King's body to ashes. The motion caused by the battle attracted surrounding monsters, and you were quickly surrounded by them and dark elves. You notice that several female dark elves are looking at you with lustful eyes, a lewd gaze that disgusts you, a long-time elven being. Without hesitation, you unleash the widest range attack you could muster, Holy Light Judgment. The instant you launch your attack, a massive white sphere of light appeared in the sky. All the magical beasts and dark elves present immediately realized something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was too late. You possess the ability to instantly cast any spell, so in the blink of an eye, Holy Light Judgment descended. The massive beam of light instantly wiped out all the monsters within a perfect circle 1,000 meters in diameter. When the judgment ended, apart from you, who was unharmed in the center of the arena, all that remained around you was scorched, smoking earth. The arriving elven army stared blankly for a long time upon seeing the enormous beam of light. "Is this the Emperor's power?" one of the Elf Kings murmured in disbelief. Subsequently, the two armies easily eliminated some of the dark elves and magical beasts that fled in the surrounding area, bringing the operation to a perfect close. In the time that followed, you conducted several more similar raids, killing many dark elves and magical beasts. In the 151st year, the Tree of Life evolved into the Ancient Tree. The Ancient Tree's height aged 1,000 meters. You didn't measure its circumference, but a preliminary estimate is that it would probably take 200 or 300 elves holding hands to encircle it. At the same moment of evolution, a rain of grace fell upon the territory. Bathed in this rain, the elves' strength increased, and many began to evolve, including the Elf Queen. Having spent many years at the royal level, this rain of grace propelled her to the pinnacle of the royal rank. Because you also possess elven blood, this rain of grace greatly benefits you, its effects being no less than 10 royal-grade magic crystals. Feeling the blessings of this rain of grace, you feel that your efforts this year have not been in vain. Besides the elves, the plants and trees within the elven realm have also evolved, their future fruits will be more effective, and the elven environment will be purified. The benefits of evolving from the Tree of Life into the Ancient Tree are beyond your imagination. You can feel that your elven bloodline has been much richer, and living on the Ancient Tree now will accelerate your evolution. The Reign of Grace lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, you and the Elf Queen gazed at each other tenderly. Nourished by the Reign of Grace, the Elf Queen's already stunning beauty became even more captivating, and you became even more handsome. 2 months later, the Elf Queen became pregnant. A month later, the hero's party returned to the elven territory. They were deeply impressed by the changes in the elves. Just like before, they came to invite you to join their party, but this time you firmly refused them again. Seeing that you're completely unyielding, even the bravest warrior has no choice but to tell you this. Mr. Goblin, if you'd like to join us at any time, please feel free to contact us. After saying this, the other person handed you a mirror. This was a tool for contacting them. In the 152nd year, your children were born, and this time it was twins again, a boy and a girl. However, these 2 children worried you a bit because the girl was very talented, even more so than her older siblings, but the boy's talent was average, no different from an ordinary elf. You were somewhat concerned about these children. You don't expect your children to be unparalleled powerhouses. You only hope they can live healthy lives. If they don't want to follow the path you've laid out for them, you're fine with that too. In the 160th year, your two eldest children both broke through to the emperor level. Ultimately, your son decided to take a seed from the tree of life and venture out to establish a new territory. Your daughter, however, decided to stay by your side. Meanwhile, your twins had grown up and understood things. In the 170th year, as her daughter grows older under your guidance, her strength improves rapidly, while your youngest son, due to his average talent, progresses slowly. However, he works harder than anyone else, putting in several times, even 10 times, more effort than his peers. You feel very gratified to see that your youngest son didn't give up on himself because of his lack of talent. Chapter 77, The Sith 100 Years. In the 190th year, your strength reached the peak of the Emperor level. Although you're only one step away from the Emperor level, you feel that you're still a long way off. In the same year, your youngest daughter had already reached the peak of the leader level, while your youngest son had only just broken through to the elite level. Furthermore, as he grew older, you noticed that your youngest son's appearance became increasingly ordinary, far less handsome than other elves. You realized that this might be due to the influence of your goblin bloodline. In response, you decided to give your youngest son a little extra help. You became exceptionally strict with him in his upbringing and spent more time with him than with others. Your youngest son, Goya, keenly noticed these changes. He realized that you were taking care of him, but instead of resisting, he gladly accepted his father's favoritism and felt no embarrassment whatsoever. You were astonished by your youngest son's posture and realized he might be well suited to be a leader. You consciously nurtured him in that direction, and after a while, just as you expected, no matter what major events occurred, your youngest son remained calm and collected, handling matters with remarkable posture and skill of behavior completely unlike that of a child. You even wondered at one point if your youngest son was a time traveler. Otherwise, such performance seemed far too exaggerated. In the 195th year, Goa mysteriously disappeared. You searched for him many times, but could not find any trace of him. In the 200th year, you are still far from reaching the emperor level, but your children are making rapid progress. In this year, Goya suddenly returned, and his physique is completely different from before. His talent has greatly improved, and he carries a faint but palpable killing intent. You realize that something had definitely happened to Goa, but you didn't ask. In the 220th year, you still haven't broken through to the emperor level, while Goya, in just 20 years, has reached the king level, even more terrifying than those born with the royal physique. Furthermore, based on your observations, Goya now has the ability to control the entire elf race. Therefore, you gradually relinquish power, intending to retire and hand over all authority to Goya. In the 240th year, Goya ascended to be the new emperor of the elven race. You and the elven queen retired at the same time, planning to enjoy a life of leisure and gardening. Over the past 20 years, your skill level has improved significantly, but your realm has remained unchanged. You feel that if you continue to live a four-table life, you may never be able to advance to the emperor level in your lifetime. You then thought of the hero's invitation. However, this thought only flashed through your mind for a moment before you dismissed it. You decided to wait and see. If, after 20 years, your level remained unchanged, then you would seek out the hero. In the 260th year, your cultivation level remained unchanged. You decided to endure another 20 years, and if your cultivation level did not change, you would then seek out the hero. In the SI 100 years, you still haven't broken through to the emperor level. Although you've supposedly been holding on for the past SI 100 years, you've actually experienced countless battles. You've consumed at least 500 magic crystals from emperor-level efforts alone, yet you still haven't broken through to the emperor level. You feel that you're only one step away from the emperor level, but you just can't seem to cross that line. Now, you're a little too embarrassed to go find the hero again, even though you don't look that old. So you decide to keep hiding, and you don't even know if the hero is the same one as before. In the same year, your youngest son, Goya, broke through to the emperor level. Being surpassed by your own youngest son left you with very myed feelings, both happy and somewhat dejected. Who could have imagined that your seemingly ordinary youngest son would be the first Epert in the territory to break through to the Emperor level? A few days later, the hero's party returned to the Elven territory. Seeing the familiar faces before them, you greeted them with a smile. The hero's party had grown again, now numbering 11. Hero, it's been a long time. I wonder what brings you here this time. It's been a long time, Mr. Goblo. We came here this time because we noticed that a new Emperor-level Epert has appeared in the monster forest. We didn't expect that it would appear in the territory of the elf race. What surprised me even more was that the one who broke through to the Emperor level was not you. Could it be Your Majesty the Queen? It is not my lover, but my youngest son, Goya. If you want to see him, be with me. Good. As you speak, you lead your hero team to Goa. After such a long time apart, you notice the hero's strength has increased significantly, but she hasn't yet broken through to the Emperor level. This is somewhat unexpected because so far, the hero is the most talented person you've ever met. If even she can't break through to the Emperor level within 100 years, then just how difficult is it to break through to the Emperor level? Then, you led your hero party to Goa. Upon seeing each other, the hero and Goa exchanged a deep look, both awestruck by the other's power. Goa, this is the hero. Hero, this is my son, Goa. Greetings, hero. I've heard my father talk about you before. You're just as powerful as he described. Thank you for the climate. I haven't been here for a long time. I never expected that an elf emperor would be born here. Mr. Goa is truly gifted. Upon hearing the words exceptionally gifted, both Goa and Goblin crouched down. Noticing their unusual behavior, the hero felt a bit strange. Then, Goa spoke up. May I ask what brings you here, hero? It's like this, there are two things in total. The first is that I want to meet this newly emerged Emperor-level Epert, and the second is something from before. What happened before? Goya asked curiously. Upon hearing Goa's words, the hero solemnly said again, Mr. Goblin, I would like to invite you to join my team. Is that all right? Hearing the hero's words, Goa was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the hero to invite his father to be his Panion. You hesitated upon receiving the hero's invitation. Although you are 100 years old, your body remains young and at its peak. Let me think about it carefully, okay, Miss Hero? Good. The hero's party then settled down among the elves, quietly awaiting your reply. Chapter 78, The Fall of the Hero. At night, you lie with the elf queen. Looking at your head, turned to the side, the elf queen whispers, still thinking about what the hero said during the day. You turn around, look at the elf queen's stunning face, and respond softly. I think you can go. Do you want me to go? Of course I don't want that, but I sense you want to go. If you continue to stay in the elven race, you might never break through to the emperor level. This is your lifelong dream, and I don't want to see you suffer like this. Besides, who said you could go alone? I'm going with you. Hearing the other person's words, you were shocked. You never expected to hear such words from the elf queen. Are you still hesitating because you're worried about the children? They're all grown up now. They don't need us to worry about them anymore. Yes, you're right. I'll give her an answer tomorrow, and we can go together. Good. The next day, you told the hero your thoughts, expressing your willingness to join her party, but only on the condition that the elf queen joins you as well. Upon hearing your answer, the hero showed a delighted expression and immediately agreed. It's clear she's very happy about the elf queen joining them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, you didn't tell anyone except Goa about your departure, so you left quietly. After joining the hero's party, you quickly became familiar with everyone. After spending some time together, you discovered that the members of the hero's party are all very unique, such as the chic female mage, the pure-hearted male warrior, the scheming priest, the reserve water mage, as well as the simp, Chow Chow, Nantong, and the female bronze. In summary, you and the elf queen are, so far, the two most normal members of this team. You often feel out of place with the hero team because you think you're not crazy enough. After a year in the hero squad, your outstanding performance has earned you the respect of everyone. However, your gaze often lingers on a female summoner named Michael. The reason you pay so much attention to her isn't because she's particularly beautiful or has a great figure, but because she's the traitor in the team and a bronze-ranked female summoner at that. She keeps staring at your wife, which annoys you greatly. After learning from the elf queen that Mitchell had invited her on a date and was frequently bothering her, you snapped and challenged Mitchell to a duel. Metchel was dismissive of your challenge, as you had been playing the role of priest in the party all this time. The stakes are high. If you lose, you apologize to Metchel for slandering her. If Metchel loses, she will be eppled from the hero's party. The hero wants to stop the bet, but she knows that Metchel was indeed in the wrong. Although it didn't have a substantial impact, putting herself in your shoes, she might have done something even more drastic. Soon, you arrived at a desolate desert. Regardless, you are both Emperor-level powerhouses. Even if your bat class is priest, your bat strength should not be underestimated. As the battle began, you vanished from your spot in an instant, so fast that even Metchel's naked eye couldn't catch it. The others watched this unfold in shock. The hero had thought you were strong, but he never imagined you were this strong. In the blink of an eye, you were standing in front of Michael, who had already summoned a king-level iron-toothed tiger. You punched Michael in the stomach. As a top-tier summoner, Michael possessed a damage transfer skill, and your punch instantly obliterated the king-level monster Michael had just summoned. Metchel was also sent flying. The power of your punch AJ'd the limit that a king-level creature could withstand, almost making everyone present gasp. How could a priest do that? Even a royal-level berserker would have a hard time achieving this. And your speed was incredible too. Now, the members finally understand why the hero invited you to join the team so many times. However, as a pected of a member of the hero squad, Michael managed to summon 3 king-level magical beasts and her own royal-level magical beast, the Howling Moon White Wolf, in an instant under such circumstances. However, you didn't take the 4 magical beasts in front of you seriously. Your eyes were only on Michael. You practically teleported in front of Michael in an instant and started beating her mercilessly. Your fists were covered in holy light, and each punch carried a scorching heat. Within seconds, the surrounding king-level magical beasts were annihilated. Howling Moon White Wolf tried to stop you, but was completely powerless. Although Michael had tried her best to frantically summon magical beasts and used every means at her disposal, she still couldn't stop your attack. Your attacks were too fierce. She had no time to catch her breath and couldn't summon a royal-level magical beast to contend with you. Half an hour later, Michael, with a swollen, pig-like face, apologized to you and your wife, then left the hero's party. The hero witnessed all of this without saying anything, only calming you down before speaking to Metchel. Soon after, Metchel left willingly, giving you a deep look as she departed. Afterwards, you and the Elf Queen went through many difficult battles as part of the hero's party. In the first 1,000 years, you and the Elf Queen still haven't broken through to the Emperor level, remaining stuck at the peak of the Emperor level. You know that this is your inner limit. Without some extraordinary opportunity, you may never be able to break through in this lifetime. You've underestimated the Emperor level. After all, the next step from the Emperor level is the God level, which is not so easy to reach. In the same year, the hero's lifespan was approaching. Unlike you magical beasts, although the hero's lifespan is indeed much longer than that of ordinary humans, she is still just a mortal. She lived to be 1,500 years old, which is considered very long among human Emperor-level powerhouses. The following year, a new hero appeared who looked very much like the hero in his youth. However, you had no intention of continuing to follow her and returned to the Elven realm with the Elf Queen, intending to live out your days there. In the 1,100th year, an unaffected being appeared in your territory. He was a young man with a sinister appearance. Although he looked very young, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 79, the first Demon General, forced to join the Demon King's army. That was the Demon King's top Demon General, whose strength was almost equal to the Demon King's, and whose level was the same, reaching the same godlike status. At this moment, this terrifying Demon General is smilingly looking at your family, inviting you to join the Demon King's army. You know, the Elven race is facing imminent calamity. The reason you are facing such a calamity is not because you once served under the hero. While you were under the hero, you always concealed your appearance and aura, so unless this Demon General himself is present, it would be impossible for him to recognize you. What you perceive as impending doom is that once you join the Demon King's army, your Elven race will be cleansed by the Demon King's magic. At that time, all the elves within the territory will be transformed into dark elves, and the ancient tree will be the tree of death. You tried to negotiate with the other party, but they had absolutely no intention of negotiating with you. After a futile resistance, you joined the Demon King's army. All the elves in your race, including Goa, were transformed into dark elves. Everyone's strength increased dramatically, and you even felt like you almost reached the Emperor level. However, having fought the Demon King's army multiple times, you know that paired to the side effects of the Demon King's power, this benefit is nothing. In the 1110th year, the side effects of the Demon King's power became particularly pronounced among ordinary elves. The originally kind, elves became extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, and developed an abnormal craving for human flesh. As you witness these changes in the elven race, you feel a profound sense of powerlessness. Perhaps that demon general knew you were once in the hero's party, and recruited you only to torment you. In the 1130th year, you yourself were also affected by the Demon King's power, and your personality became much more cruel. On the other hand, the Elf Queen has always remained true to herself and has never done anything bad until now. Seeing your changes, she is heartbroken but helpless. In the 1131st year, a new party of heroes arrived in your territory and began hunting down the corrupted elves. Using the crystal ball bestowed upon you by the Demon King to observe the entire territory, you watched the new heroes battle the dark elves, and for a fleeting moment, you regained your senses. Once upon a time, you fought alongside the hero on the battlefield, but now you've be his enemy. You've also noticed that the summoner who once opposed you, Metchel, is still alive and has joined the new heroes party. However, it's normal that she's not dead. Summoners are a very special profession. A very small number of summoners can prehend the talent of life sharing their lifespan with their destined summoned beast. This guy probably prehended this skill, which is why he's been able to live until now. You're a very generous man, but also very petty. Do you remember how this woman harassed your wife? If it weren't for your courage back then, you would have blasted her to smithereens. Now, God has given you this chance again, and you've decided to kill her. Even if you can't kill her, you want to teach her a lesson she'll never forget. Not long after, Goya arrived in your room. Looking at the scene in the crystal ball, Goya asked calmly, "It seems Father already knows about the heroes' party entering our territory. What are your plans to do?" Although Goa's strength far surpasses yours, he still treats you with the utmost respect and has never been negligent in his duties. What else can we do but kill them? We can't let them slaughter the elves. Anyway, after the hero dies, the net hero will appear soon, you said with a placated oppression, looking at the hero that appeared on the crystal ball. Upon hearing her answer, Goa hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Yes." After saying that, Goya went to deal with the matter, and then you followed him out, saying that you wanted to get involved too. Goya became increasingly suspicious, but he agreed nonetheless. Soon, you and Goa personally engaged in battle against this newly formed hero team. You meet the gaze of the hero before you, who stares at you in disbelief. "Mr. Goblo," he says, "how could it be you? How could you be my enemy? You couldn't have done this willingly, could you? During the period when she first became a hero, you provided her with a lot of guidance, making you practically her mentor. So, seeing you now, she's filled with disbelief. Whether it was voluntary or not is no longer important. We are enemies now," you said coldly. Then a black staff, its tip inlaid with a ruby, appeared in your hand. Seeing your indifferent oppression, the hero suppressed his extreme sorrow, drew the holy sword from his waist, and then the battle began. Once the battle began, you relentlessly beat Metchel, leaving her bewildered and questioning her very existence. Over the years, while your strength hasn't increased much, so has Metchel's. Although the number of summoned monsters has increased, their potential hasn't. She was no match for you, and half an hour later, you easily killed her. Then you focus your attention on the new hero fighting Goa. Although the hero was only a little over 100 years old, he had already advanced to the Emperor level, and his bat power was actually above Goa's. He was currently dominating Goa the entire time. You knew that the reason for this situation was not that the hero's strength was actually superior to Goa's. It's because when a hero fights a monster, she gains a special boost that allows her to unleash several times, or even 10 times, her original strength. It's normal that Goa couldn't defeat her. You joined their battle. Although you're only a royal level fighter, You're a support character, and your support abilities are parable to half an Emperor-level fighter. With your help, Goa's bat power skyrocketed, being almost equal to the hero's. The hero knows very well that as long as she kills you, she can easily defeat Goa, but she's been hesitating about it. Noticing the hesitation in the hero's eyes, you sighed inwardly. This was the child's problem, too kind and too attached to gratitude. Such a person was destined to be unable to defeat the Demon King. After realizing the hero wouldn't harm you, your support abilities greatly increased. You not only cast spells on Goa, but also placed various curses on the hero, causing a slight decrease in the hero's bat power. Even so, the hero still hasn't laid a hand on you. She still can't accept that you've been her enemy. Chapter 80 Simulation ends. Strength increases drastically. A month later, the battle continues. Looking at the somewhat disheveled but unscathed hero before you, you feel a sense of helplessness. The hero's strength is simply too exaggerated. Her strength lies not only in her destructive power, but also in her regenerative abilities, defensive capabilities, and magical power, all far exceeding ordinary prehension and imparable to those of a normal Emperor-level being. Gradually, the hero's other Panions killed off the king-level and Emperor-level powerhouses around you, the entire elite force of the Elven race, until only you, Goya, and the Elven Queen remained. The heroine stared at you intently, her eyes devoid of murderous intent. She seemed to be hoping you would change your mind, but you did not respond to her expectations. Your body has long been corrupted by the Demon King's power. Although you still retain your sanity, it won't be long before you are completely consumed by it, being a mindless walking corpse that only knows how to kill. Rather than that, it will be better to die at the hands of the hero to kill your own mentor. The hero might be able to overcome his soft-heartedness, though he might also suffer lifelong psychological trauma. Meeting your cold gaze, the heroine felt a deep sense of loss. She understood that you were no longer the person you once were. Your relationship was now that of enemies. Soon, with the help of her teammates, the hero killed Goa and the Elf Queen. Ultimately, you two fell to her sword. Before your last vestiges of consciousness faded, you saw the hero kneel helplessly before you. Even someone as strong as the hero could only watch as those important to him died before his eyes, forced to kill them himself. You realized that in this world, the only way to achieve true freedom was to be the strongest, so powerful that no one could restrain you. You are dead. Simulation over. Simulation complete. Overall score, 105,000. Evaluation, halfway to Emperor. You can use your rating points to redeem the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1 stage, consuming 1,000 evaluation points. Option 2. Obtain complete memories of this life, consuming 10,000 points. Option 3. Evolve Super Perception, LV.MA, and Beast Power, LV.M, each consuming 20,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option 4. Upgrade Superhuman Body LV1 by 1 level, consuming 5,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option 5. Wind and Thunder LV.1, upgrades level by 1, consumes 15,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option C. High Speed Regeneration LV.1, Absolute Focus LV.1, Steel Skin LV.1, Super Impact Absorption LV.1, Multiply Counterattack LV.1, Predictive Parry LV.1, upgrade any one skill by 1 level, costing 1,000 points, can be selected repeatedly. Option 7. Obtain Holy Light Mutation, consuming 100,000 evaluation points. Option 8. Upgrade the talent Azure Eyes to Azure Ishin, consuming 2,300 evaluation points. Looking at the options that appeared this time, Goblin fell into deep thought. The level of these skills was too high. In the simulation, he had advanced to the Emperor level, which was infinitely close to the Emperor level, and he only had 100,000 evaluation points. You can imagine how high the level was. In the later stages, even if you actually reach the Emperor level, the points you gain will probably only be enough to raise your level by a few levels or improve a few skills. At that point, the system's role will gradually diminish, and you'll have to rely on your own efforts in the real world. Goblin then stared at the skills listed, thought for a moment, and decided to allocate them as follows. Leveling up to the minimum level, by 15 costs 15,000 points. Buying the blue eye costs 2,300 points. Buying a memory costs 10,000 points. Then, buying the evolution of super perception and various beast forces costs 40,000 points. After that, upgrading high-speed regeneration, absolute focus, steel skin, and super impact absorption to the minimum level costs 36,000 points. Finally, 1,700 points are left. Although it could upgrade a minor skill level, it's unnecessary. It's better to save it for the net talent simulation draw. What pleased him most was that the blue eye only cost 2,300 points. You have to know that the improvement he would receive from evolving from blue eye to blue eye was huge. After purchasing these memories, Goblin's mind was flooded with a large amount of memories and knowledge, and his body began to undergo some changes. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded in Goblin's mind. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the special talent of photographic memory, grasped the basic principles of magic, which have evolved into elementary magic principles, then into intermediate magic principles, and finally into ultimate magic principles, level 1. After hearing the notification sound in his mind, Goblin finally recovered after a long time. The memories he had gained this time were too eagerated. The memories of 1,000 years made him feel a lot, and he even gained some skills along with them. His attributes have also been greatly improved. Name, Goblin. Race, Angry Big Goblin. Template, Elite. Grade, 45/45, 100%. Physical strength, 180. Strength, 245. Agility, 180. Spirit, 182. Charisma, 17. Skills, Prophecy LV.1. Beastly Aura LV.1, Superhuman Body LV.1, Wind and Thunder LV.1, High Speed Regeneration LV.MA, Absolute Focus LV.MA, Steel Skin LV.MA, Super Impact Absorption LV.MA, Multiplied Counterattack LV.1, Predictive Block LV.1, Berserk LV.1, Ultimate Magic Principle LV.1, Holy Light Judgment LV.1, Oracle LV.1, Holy Light Bullet LV.1, Life Reversal, Special Skill. Talents, Devour, Blue Eye, Medium Stomach from Monster Tales, Great Strength, Magic Expansion, Devour Magic Crystals, Photographic Memory. His skill bar has gained more skills, and his attribute list has also been greatly improved. His current strength is truly vastly different from what it used to be. Goblo thought that it would be great if he could get the summoner's life-sharing talent in the net simulation. He could bind to a magical beast with an extremely long lifespan to attend his own lifespan. After all, even if everyone is at the same level, different magical beasts have different lifespans. After a while, Goblin slowly returned to reality. His size had increased again, and his charm had also increased. He now realizes that when a goblin's appearance is enhanced, it simply means that it no longer looks like a goblin. The greater the difference between your appearance and that of a normal goblin, the higher your appearance level. He then took a deep breath and continued deeper into the monster forest. His current strength was enough to obtain the ghost grass. Chapter 81, Devouring Black Grass, advancing to leader level. Following his memory, Goblin walked toward the location of the black grass. Along the way, he did not encounter any demons, since the current timeline was 3 years different from the timeline in the simulation. 3 days later, Goblo arrived at the target cave. Although it was not open to the public, there were still powerful leaders guarding the entrance. The one guarding the entrance was a powerful member of the Azura clan, the strongest of the 3 clans. Although Goblo's current strength is far superior to this guy's, just to be on the safe side, he still plans to wait until the simple-minded demonized orcs are guarding the place before sneaking in. After all, he will be inside for a while, and he can't kill these guys as soon as he goes in, otherwise it will be very troublesome if he is discovered. The next day, the guards at the gate turned into demonic orcs, and it seemed they were rotating shifts every day. Upon encountering the giant orc at the cave entrance, Goblin produced a small holy light orb in his hand, and then controlled it to fly towards a distance. Boom! Under his control, the holy light bullet suddenly exploded. The demonized orc saw this and rushed over to check the situation. Goblo took advantage of this moment and entered the cave in the blink of an eye. Now his control over the Xuanfeng Tianlei has greatly improved, so it did not cause any strong winds or anything like that. The demonized orc had already seen the deep crater created by the holy light blast, but found nothing else. He then returned to the entrance of the cave to continue guarding it. Meanwhile, Goblo encountered an enemy immediately upon entering the cave, the bloodthirsty giant earthworm. This is a giant earthworm with a mouth full of fangs on its head and tail. It is a magical beast with extremely strong vitality and defense. Once entangled, it will inevitably have to go through a fierce battle with AO before it can escape. This cave is teeming with such magical beasts. The reason we didn't encounter them in the simulation was mainly because they were cleared out by the ghost race, the Azura race, and the demonized beastmen. A bloodthirsty giant earthworm? Its meat looks quite good. It should be rich in protein. A few minutes later, Goblin grabbed a section of the bloodthirsty giant earthworm and began to gnaw on it. Unlike ordinary earthworms, the bloodthirsty giant earthworm feeds on flesh and blood, so there was no mud inside its body. It was all firm and bouncy flesh and blood, and it tasted like beef, but with a strong, bloody smell. However, since Goblin is now a monster and loves the smell of blood, this strong smell of blood is actually a plus. As Goblin devoured the food, the bloodthirsty giant earthworm was soon completely eaten. He quickly encountered a second and a third. He ate all the bloodthirsty giant earthworms he encountered along the way. Perhaps because they live in the same cave as the black grass, the flesh of these bloodthirsty giant earthworms contained a lot of magic power, 5 times that of magical beasts of the same level. So he basically didn't let them go. Skill upgraded. Medium-sized stomach has evolved into large stomach. Has the stomach stretched out? The way this stomach has evolved is truly. While thinking, Goblin had already arrived in front of the black grass. We meet again. Oh, this is probably the first time you've seen me. If you don't want to suffer, stay there and eat me. Goblin muttered to himself as he looked at the black grass. Perhaps because he had received too many memories, he often talked to himself these days. Goblin quickly stepped into the black grass's attack range. The black grass launched an attack instantly, but the grass tendrils, which were strong enough to tear apart a leader-level Epert, didn't even leave a white mark when they landed on Goblin. Still want to attack me? Superman body and steel skin kid. Goblin said in a lecturing tone. However, black grass didn't react. Obviously, it didn't understand. Then he uprooted the entire black grass and began to eat it bite by bite. In the simulation, he had killed the black grass with 2 punches before eating it. Although he ate it immediately after killing it, some of its magic power should have been lost. Now that he was eating alive, the magic power should be preserved intact. Before long, Goblin had completely devoured the black plant. Soon, a strange sensation spread from his chest cavity outwards, and Goblin's body began to slowly shrink. Is it time for a demonic evolution? He thought to himself. Goblo wasn't particularly opposed to demonic evolution. After all, it was an evolution on the same level as the original evolution, and his memories of over 1,000 years had made him quite accustomed to the fighting style of mages. Then, Goblin felt a violent swelling inside his body. This was the feeling of magic expanding. The total amount of magic in his body was increasing at an extremely alarming rate. His appearance also began to shrink slowly, from a height of more than 3 meters to 2 meters, and blue lines appeared on the surface of his skin. These blue lines bind together, resembling ancient runes. The muscles in his body became more supple, and he looked much more coordinated and harmonious. Evolved into a leader-level creature, the Goblin Berserker, gaining new skills. Physical Enhancement Magic LV.1, Anti-Magic Shell Magic LV.1, Mass Berserk Magic LV.1, Weakness Curse LV.1, and Reckless Charge LV.1. At the same time, Goblin's attributes also underwent some changes. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin Berserker. At the leader level, the level cap is increased by 12. The base values of all 4 attributes are increased by 20%, and the spirit attribute is increased by an additional 300%. Template. Leader, Demon Evolution. After evolution, attributes are 1.5 times that of normal evolution, and 35 new skills are gained. Grade, 4,552, 0%. Stamina, 240. Strength, 305. Agility, 360. Spirit, 242. Charisma, 49. Skills, Prophecy LV.1. Ultimate Magic Principles LV.1. Holy Light Judgment LV.1. Oracle LV.1. Holy Light Bolt LV.1. Physical Enhancement Magic LV.1. Anti-Magic Shell Magic LV.1. Mass Berserk Magic LV.1. Weakness Curse LV.1. Reckless Charge LV.1. Talent, Photographic Memory. Looking at the updated attributes and the extra talents, Goblin was very satisfied. This way, he could go to the Elven territory just like in the simulation. However, this time, after receiving the fruit of life and the blessing of the Reign of Grace, he would no longer stay in the Elven territory. After all, the last simulation had already proven that without extraordinary opportunities, there was simply no way to break through to the Emperor level. Chapter 82, The Third Young Master of a Euro Family. Before that, Goblin planned to go back and see if he could find Goblin and the others, since Goblin and Goblin were very helpful most of the time. Moreover, considering their talents, with enough resources, they could at least break through to the king level. Besides, they've been together for so long and have developed a certain bond. We can't just abandon them so easily. Thinking this, Goblin arrived at the entrance of the cave. The guards at the entrance had now been replaced by demons. Although the demons were not as strong as the Asuras, they were the most sensitive in terms of their senses. The methods used to lure the demonized orcs before definitely won't be able to distract this guy. After careful consideration, Goblin fired a holy light bullet directly at the demon race, demonstrating the effectiveness of light attribute against them. The attack struck the head of the leader-level demon directly. The demon guarding the position didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded, and the rest of his body was dissolved by the light attribute magic. Goblin casually picked up the opponent's magic crystal and left the scene, heading back the way he came. Due to his increased strength, his speed had improved significantly. In half the time it took to get there, Goblin arrived at the location where he had separated from Goblin and the others, and then began searching. Thanks to the blue eye, Goblin's search speed was very fast. It had been almost a week since they separated, and in a week, anything could happen. Goblin didn't have much hope, but luckily, at dusk, he scanned the figures of several goblins with his blue eye. These goblins were currently huddled together for warmth in a cave. When Goblin walked over, he found that it was Goblin, Demon Goblin, and Goblin Girl. "Brother Gobra, are we going to die?" Gobra asked weakly. "No, how could we die? The chieftain will definitely find us." Goblin fortayed him, while Gobmo remained silent. In the past few days, he had truly felt how dangerous the monster forest was. "Chieftain, you must be all right," the goblin prayed silently in his heart. The next second, a slender figure appeared at the cave entrance. The moment they saw the figure, the three of them immediately became alert. Among the people they knew, there was no one like that. The first person they ruled out was Goblin, since Goblin's size was much larger than that. At the same time, the three of them felt an extremely strong sense of oppression from this figure. "Am I going to die here?" Goblin thought to himself. As the figure drew closer, the group got a clear look at the person. It was a human with delicate features, and upon seeing the three of them, the human gave a disgusted expression. He then shouted outside, "Damn it, there are goblins in this cave. I'll take care of them first, you guys and deal with their bodies later." "No," a response came from outside. The goblins were now able to understand a little bit of human language and roughly knew what the other person was saying. Suddenly, a sense of desolation filled the three of them. Their current condition was very poor, and if this human wanted to kill them, it would be an easy task. Just as the human drew his long sword from his waist, preparing to make a move, his hand was grabbed by a powerful green hand. He immediately realized something was wrong, but the next second, his head was grabbed by another green hand. Then, his head was forcibly pressed into the stone wall. When the three goblins saw this figure, they were incredulous. Although the figure had changed, the contours of the face and the aura remained the same. The goblin asked somewhat uncertainly, "Chieftain, is that you?" "It's me." After saying that, Goblin turned and walked out of the cave. He had just bypassed the four humans outside and Ian to kill this one. The four humans outside also heard the screams ING from their panions inside and were now on high alert. Soon, they saw a 2-meter tall green, humanoid monster appear in front of them. Goblin's face no longer resembled a goblin at all, so the four of them didn't recognize what kind of monster it was at first, only knowing that it should be a half-humanoid monster. One of the four, a blond boy, looked somewhat fearful. Noticing the boy's condition, the woman beside him foretold him, "Young Master Euro, don't worry. Everything will be all right. We will safely escort you back to your family." "Yes." The boy nodded seriously. "Yes, the blond boy in front of me is the missing third young master of the Euro family. He is not actually dead, but he's been missing for too long until there was no news of him. He had previously entered the monster forest for training, so the head of the Euro family thought he was dead and carried out a massacre of low-level monsters in a monster forest to vent his anger. Goblin and his people's valley were innocently affected. The third young master of the Euro family looked at Goblo in front of him with some fear. The reason he had been trapped in a monster forest for so long was because he had been attacked by a very powerful monster in the monster forest. That's why his team had been hiding in a monster forest for quite some time without showing themselves. Now, he was very afraid of Goblo, a monster with a strong aura. "Are you human?" After seeing Goblin's appearance, the magician among the four tentatively asked. However, Goblo showed no intention of answering. A white ball of light appeared in his hand. Seeing Goblo's action, the others were less tense, because what appeared in Goblo's hand was light attribute magic. Those who possess light attribute magic are usually magical beasts that are on good terms with humans. For Impel, light attribute magic may appear among the elves. However, the next second, Goblin shot out a light bullet that landed on a female warrior's chest. The female warrior looked down at the bloody hole in her chest, then collapsed in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, the remaining male mages and warriors immediately launched an attack. However, the mages' fireballs landed on Goblin without burning a single hair, while the warrior was sent flying by Goblin's claw. His body crashed into two large trees before ing to a stop, spitting out blood as he landed, clearly beyond saving. Goblo then casually threw a holy light bullet, which hit another male mage directly on the head, causing his head to explode. "Monster," young Master Euro said with a look of fear on his face. Goblin showed no mercy and crushed the boy's head. After killing his opponent, Goblo was unaware that he had unintentionally avenged the valley. If the patriarch of the Oro family hadn't sent people to slaughter low-level magical beasts, his son might still be able to return. But he did just that, and by sheer bad luck his son encountered Goblo. He could have returned safely, but now he's dead. Chapter 83, The Poacher Squad. After dealing with the humans, Goblin approached them and rummaged around them for a while, quickly finding 5 spatial rings. Among them were 4 small spatial rings and 1 medium-sized spatial ring, the medium-sized spatial ring belonging to the young man. Goblo felt it was unbelievable that he had obtained 5 space rings after hunting so many small teams before. It seems this blonde kid is of even higher status than I imagined, but it doesn't matter how high his status is, since I've already killed him anyway. Goblo then briefly checked what was inside the several spatial rings. He then discovered approximately 5,000 gold coins, 43 tier 3 magic crystals, 141 tier 2 magic crystals, and SI 100 tier 1 magic crystals, along with some miscellaneous equipment and daily necessities. However, his strength has increased again. The number of magic crystals required for the net simulation has reached 100 third tier magic crystals. To be honest, this number is not much. After all, he has already collected more than half of them. Hunting leader-level creatures is now a piece of cake for him. Goblin then entered the cave. The 3 goblins breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Goblin return safely. "Are you all right?" "It's all right, clan leader, we're fine. We're just hungry." "Are you hungry? Eat these first." As he spoke, Goblin took out some dried meat and bread from his spatial ring. "Let's eat these first." After saying that, Goblin handed over the food. After it was placed, the 3 goblins began to eat heartily. After they finished eating, Goblo immediately said, "Let's rest for a while, then we'll set off immediately to survive in a new place." "Yes, clan chief." Regardless, having just killed a human squad, Goblo decided not to linger too long to avoid unnecessary trouble. An hour later, Goblo led the 3 of them deeper into the elven territory. Along the way, thanks to the blue eye and the prophecy spell, Goblin dealt with almost all the monsters they encountered. Goblin's prophecy is not an active skill, but a passive one. The essence of prophecy is to enhance his super perception to the extreme, so he now has very precise control over danger and can almost avoid all dangers. 7 days later. This way, Goblo said. Yes. Upon noticing that Goblin had suddenly changed direction, the 3 goblins didn't say anything. The chieftain's sudden turnaround must have been for a reason. Not long after changing direction, Goblo soon saw a group of humans transporting several iron cages in the monster forest, heading towards the height of the monster forest. Inside the iron cages were 4 female elves and 3 male elves, all of whom looked very young, all under 100 years old. Upon seeing this, Goblin's oppression turned completely cold. Having lived with the elves in the simulation for so many years, he had developed a deep affection for them, and naturally felt a deep hatred for those who poached elves. Wait here for me for a while. I'll be right back. Yes. The 3 answered in hushed tones. Goblin had told them that this was not a valley, and they should always speak softly so as not to attract attention. Goblo then quietly walked towards the poaching team, which consisted of 10 people, including 8 leaders and 2 chieftains, all of whom were exceptionally strong. It's clear that elves must be very offensive in the human world, since even a leader-level powerhouse like this is willing to hunt elves. The leader of the humans seemed to have discovered something, glancing towards where Goblin had just been, but found nothing. Seeing nothing, he felt a little strange. His intuition was renowned for its accuracy, and over the years, it had never been wrong. Just as he was about to warn everyone, a strong sense of crisis came from behind him. He instinctively rolled forward, then a sharp pain shot through his back as his spine was shattered. He collapsed to the ground in agony, unable to move. Looking at the leader-level powerhouse he had swiftly defeated, Goblo sighed with some emotion. Compared to magical beasts, the human body was indeed quite fragile. If he had just attacked a leader-level magical beast, and the beast had reacted immediately, it would have only suffered minor injuries at most. But this human was killed instantly. After the others reacted to the sudden appearance of Goblin, another leader-level human thief immediately said, "Kill him." The remaining 9 immediately swarmed forward, attacking his 9 vital points. If this were a normal magical beast, it would have been certain death, and the battle would have ended instantly. Unfortunately, he was a mage who only allocated points to strength, so even without using magic, he could kill them with a single blow. The next second, Goblin's claw stabbed towards the leader-level human, while his other claw stabbed towards another person. Clang, clang. 7 metallic, clanging sounds rang out from Goblin's body. These attacks only pierced the outermost layer of skin, while Goblin's claws pierced the hearts of 2 people. After this encounter, the remaining 7 realized that something was wrong. The monster in front of them was definitely not something they could handle. Its body was too terrifying, and it was impossible to kill. Almost simultaneously, the 7 people let go and fled in 7 different directions. Seeing this, Goblu did not chase after them one by one. He stretched out his right hand, and 7 orbs of light quickly appeared in his hand. Then he launched an attack, and 7 holy light bullets shot out in 7 directions in an instant. Although the holy light bolt skill sounds simple, it is actually a skill of a lord-level creature when you convert it to a level. 7 light bullets instantly hit the 7 people, and their bodies exploded at the same time. Then, the 2 Gobro leaders who weren't quite dead finished them off with a blow. After fully understanding their statements, they began to leisurely search the bodies of these people. The final haul was pretty good. These poachers were quite wealthy, each possessing a small spatial ring, while the 2 leaders had medium-sized spatial rings. They also had a full 20,000 gold coins and a considerable amount of magic crystals, including 9 4th-tier magic crystals, which was enough to meet the needs of the net simulation. They also had 34 3rd-tier magic crystals and a number of 2nd-tier and 1st-tier magic crystals. In addition to these, Goblin also discovered some precious gems, making a fortune from this find. Chapter 84. Imminent arrival at the Elven Realm. Simulation begins. After cleaning up his spoils, Goblin approached the elves. The 7 elves looked at Goblin with fear in their eyes. They had just witnessed Goblin's performance, which was far more terrifying than the humans who had captured them. How could they not be afraid? Then, Goblin took out the key he had just found, opened the iron cage in front of him, and said as gently as possible, "It's all right. I'll take you home." As he spoke, Goblin unlocked their handcuffs and shackles. If it weren't for Goblu's brutal methods just now, they would have thought for a moment that Goblu was really a kind older brother. After their handcuffs and shackles were removed, one of the elves whispered to Goblin, "Thank you." He looked somewhat timid, and he seemed very afraid of Goblin. Seeing their oppressions, Goblo could understand. After all, they had just been hunting their prey, and then witnessed what had just happened. It would be strange if they weren't afraid of him. "Come with me," Goblo said. Several teenagers followed Goblu cautiously and joined up with Goblu and his group. Upon seeing the 7 elven teenagers, the 3 of them stared wide-eyed. It was the first time they had ever seen such beautiful creatures. They instinctively wanted to reach out and touch them, but Goblu immediately stopped them with a look. "Do you know how to get home? I'll take you home." Hearing Goblin's words, the little elves looked at each other. None of them had experienced much in their lives, and they were all panicked by this situation. After a long while, a boy stepped forward and said, "I think I remember how to get there." "Okay, then you'll be in charge of giving directions, and I'll take you back." "Okay, thank you, Uncle." Upon hearing the word uncle, Goblin's lips twitched. Strictly speaking, he was not even a year old yet. These elves in front of him, although they looked young, were at least 50 or 60 years old. It felt really incongruous for them to call him uncle. However, Goblo did not deny it. Including his memories, he was at least 1,000 years old. Before long, Goblo realized that the little elf boy had no sense of direction at all and was just pointing randomly. He guessed that the boy had only stood up to show off. However, Goblin didn't oppose the young man. Instead, he subtly changed his route and slowly approached Goblin. Soon night fell. Goblin used his blue eye to find a cave, killed the cave's original owner, Black Bear, and then took over the cave. Goblo lit a small fire inside the cave, and then the group gathered around it to roast meat. Looking at the roasting meat, the little elves felt a pang of worry. Elves generally didn't eat meat, and they had never eaten meat before. They were worried that Goblo might not have any other food. Seeing the worried looks on the little ones' faces, Goblin deliberately picked up a bare paw and took a big bite. Then his eyes kept falling on them, as if he wanted to eat their flesh. Seeing Goblin's appearance, the little ones were quite frightened, but they dared not show it too obviously, for fear of attracting Goblin's attention. They could only sit there trembling slightly. However, the next second, Goblin reached out his hand towards one of the little sprites. Don't want it? Don't you elves eat fruit?" As he spoke, a bag of tree fruits appeared in Goblin's hand without him noticing. The little guys were stunned when they saw the tree fruits in Goblin's hand. Then they noticed that Goblin was looking at them with a puzzled expression, completely unlike the fierce look he had when he was eating. A sense of guilt arose in the hearts of the little elves. They had been saved, yet they were still so wary of others. How could they be such little elves who couldn't distinguish right from wrong? "These tree fruits don't taste very good, but that's all we have right now. I'm sorry to have to make do with them," Goblo continued. Hearing Goblin's words, the little ones felt even more guilty. Seeing the children's oppressions, Goblin was secretly overjoyed. These honest kids were too easy to bully. As for whether he would feel guilty, that was impossible. The 1,000-year-old Goblin had no heart. He only cared about his own amusement. After handing over the tree fruit, Goblin gave Goblin and his pan-ions a vicious glare. These brats, whenever they had the chance, would stare intently at the elf as if they wanted to devour him. How could the elf not be nervous? But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, the elves are just too tempting. Let alone goblins and other magical beasts that act mostly on instinct. Even I, in my simulation, couldn't resist the temptation most of the time. So he only stopped them and didn't punish them. He figured that once the goblins and the others became more sensible, they wouldn't do that again. After dinner, everyone started to rest. Goblin personally kept watch. To prevent the goblins from doing anything against public order, Goblin found a board to separate them and made sure they slept far apart. With several goblins around, the elves couldn't sleep at all. They would open their eyes every now and then to peek at the goblin guarding the cave entrance. His broad back now seemed strangely reassuring. The next day, after eating something early in the morning, everyone continued on their way. Perhaps because of what happened yesterday, the little elves are not so afraid of Goblin anymore, and they are much closer to him. However, they're still afraid of Goblin and his pan-ions, mainly because the three of them have such blatant eyes that anyone would be afraid. Because there are so many people around him now, Goblin tries to avoid fighting as much as possible on his journey. Half a month later, there is now less than a week left until the end of the month. It is about 3 days' journey to the territory of the elves. Goblin plans to use up all the simulation opportunities and the free simulations for this month. At night, when everyone was resting, Goblin started the simulation. System, starting simulation. This simulation will use magic crystals. Simulation begins. 1,700 points remaining from the last simulation have been detected. Talent acquired, condensed essence. The host can secrete a certain amount of liquid daily. After being diluted with water, this liquid can be consumed by goblins of the same race. Consumption will increase the goblins' appearance points based on the host's strength. The host cannot consume this liquid themselves. Upon seeing the newly acquired talent, Goblin was stunned for a moment. What a great skill, he thought. With this skill, my tribe's bat power can be greatly enhanced. Net time, I'll save around 10,000 points to see what kind of talent I can draw with 10,000 points. Chapter 85 Dragon Tomb. In the first year, you fill the bucket with water from the river and place your hand on it. Soon after, a drop of green liquid dripped from your fingertip, and the water's surface instantly turned green at an astonishing speed upon contact. Looking at the liquid before you that resembled fell energy, you remained silent for a long time before continuing to drip it in. Finally, you added 3 drops of condensed essence to the bucket. With your current strength, you can produce a minimum of 3 drops of condensed essence per day. Then, you carried the bucket of thick liquid to the 3 goblins. You were wondering how to persuade them to drink the green, viscous liquid, but when the 3 of them saw it, their eyes widened as if it were some fine vintage wine. After receiving your permission, the 3 immediately began gulping down the liquid that resembled fell energy. As they drank it, you could see their magic power visibly increasing. After drinking 1 bucket, all 3 of them had their magic power slowly increasing. At their digestion rate, they should have finished digesting it by tomorrow morning, and their levels should have increased by about 3 to 4 levels. Just as you expected, the next day, all 3 of them leveled up by 3 levels. Every day after that, you made them drink this liquid. 3 days later, you arrived at the Elven realm. Because you had saved the little elf, you received a warm wheel from the Elven people. Your subordinates also benefited from your favor, having the opportunity to drink from the fountain of life. The next day, the 3 of them almost simultaneously evolved into elite creatures, while you experienced a significant level increase. And surprisingly, you did not mutate this time. Because of the essence of the condensed liquid, you plan to recruit more goblins for training. In this life, you settled down by a small river not far from the Elven territory. In the second year, you recruited 500 goblins in the monster forest, and within a year, you built a team of over 100 people with an average strength of at least elite level. Meanwhile, your territory has been established like a proper small town, and a huge lake has been dug in its center. Every day, you add a few drops of condensed essence to this lake, and the goblins draw their daily drinking water from it. Now, thanks to your constant nourishment, this lake has been a thick, green lake. Over the past year, you have frequently visited the Elven territory, and now your relationship with the elves is very harmonious. In the third year, your tribe has expanded to 2,000 people, and your army has reached 500. In your territory, only those with elite level strength are qualified to join the army, and your strength has reached the peak of the leader level. In the fourth year, you broke through to the leader level and evolved into a Saint Goblin. 3 leader-level creatures also appeared in your army. The effects of the condensed essence were much better than you imagined. Furthermore, due to your effective training, your army's bat power was extraordinary, and the amount of magic crystals harvested each time you went hunting was quite astonishing. Thanks to the magic crystals brought back by the army, your strength is improving at an astonishing rate. In the 10th year, your strength has reached the peak of the leader level. You plan to occupy the cave that produces black grass once your strength reaches the Lord level. In the same year, your tribe's population reached 10,000, and your army numbered 2,000. In fact, 5,000 goblins in your tribe had reached the elite level, but you did not want to increase the army size too much. You planned to keep the army size at about 1/5 of the total population. For you, the quality of the army is more important than its quantity. In the same year, your first creature to reach the level of a leader appeared among your subordinates, a goblin. Its exceptional abilities somewhat aged your expectations. In the 12th year, based on your memories, you found a very special secret realm. This is a secret realm that you discovered with the hero in the last simulation. This secret realm is one that you can currently conquer, and after conquering it, it will be enough for you to advance to the Lord-level creature. You led an army of 1,000, along with goblins and half of the leader-level goblins within your territory, into the entrance to this secret realm. The entrance to this secret realm is a mountain wall. The goblin stared at the mountain wall before him, his face full of doubt, but he remained silent, trusting that you would never make a mistake. Then, you arrived at the mountain wall and used the blood of a magical beast to draw a rather PLE magic circle on it. After finishing, you began chanting a spell, replenishing your magic power with the life-giving water you had prepared beforehand. By the time the incantation ended, you had consumed all the prepared water of life, and your own magic power was also largely depleted. Suddenly, the mountain wall in front of you opened, revealing a portal inside. After a brief adjustment, you led your army into the massive portal. Before entering, you instructed everyone to follow your commands and not to wander off. Your army is highly disciplined. Not a single goblin disobeyed. However, your army, under your command, marched for a long time in the secret realm without encountering any attacks. Yet no one felt anything was amiss, because this was always the case whenever they came out with you. Everyone was already used to it. After an unknown amount of time, you suddenly ordered the entire army to rest on the spot. All the goblins knew that the reason for the rest was that they were about to reach their destination, and a fierce battle awaited them. 8 hours later, all the goblins had rested, and your magic had fully recovered. You continued onward, and soon came to a huge stone gate. On the gate was a massive black dragon's head. Although only the head was visible, it showed no signs of decay and seemed as if it were still alive. The goblins were filled with fear simply by looking at this head. Yes, you have arrived at an ancient dragon tomb, specifically the burial site of a royal-level dragon. The dragon head above the gate is that of a king-level black dragon. Your goal is to obtain the legacy of this royal-level dragon. You take out a porcelain bottle containing dragon blood from your spatial ring. The dragon blood in this bottle was obtained from creatures with dragon bloodlines, such as earth dragons and dragon wolves. It contains their essence blood. After the blood was poured onto the grooves on the gate, it quickly spread throughout the entire gate, eventually forming a dragon's body drawn with blood. The dragon's head on the gate let out a tremendous roar. Chapter 86: Encirclement and Slaughter of the Corpse Dragon, Dragon Emperor's Secret Treasure. After the dragon's head exhaled a scorching breath into the air, the gate burst open, revealing the scene inside. A strong stench of decay filled the air, making you and the goblin army behind you feel nauseous. Before you stood a dragon corpse reaching 50 meters in length. Looking at the strongest race on this continent, you felt immense pressure. You knew that once you obtained what you wanted, the dragon corpse before you would revive, its strength roughly equivalent to that of a newly ascended king. Everyone, take out your iron chains and bind the dragon corpse in front of you, you said in a deep voice. As soon as you gave the order, all the goblins took out 500 extra-long iron chains that they had prepared beforehand and bound the dragon corpse in front of them tightly. You look up at the dragon ball floating in the air. This is your purpose. Every dragon with a bloodline purity of over 40% is born with a panion dragon ball. The growth of pure-blooded dragons is largely due to their dragon balls. Generally, after these dragons die, their panion dragon pearls are not taken away. Instead, their dragon pearls are buried with them in the dragon tomb, where they are placed above their corpses to suppress their fortune. It is said that doing so can enhance the dragon clan's luck. Whether this legend is true or false, regardless of whether it weakens the dragon race's fortune, you must obtain the dragon ball before you. Although you were excited, you didn't immediately grab the dragon ball. Instead, you began setting up a magic circle along the dragon's corpse. The reason we didn't finish off the dragon corpse while it was still immobile is because after being attacked to a certain intent, the dragon corpse will immediately transform into a corpse dragon, and under the illumination of the Dragon Ball, it can unleash 80% of its pre-birth bat power. Therefore, obtaining the Dragon Balls first before dealing with this guy is the logical strategy. However, you didn't rush to get the Dragon Balls. Instead, you drew a magic circle around the dragon corpse. This magic circle will be your main reliance in dealing with the dragon corpse later. These magic circles were learned when you were in the hero's party in your previous life, and they can unleash power far exceeding your current level. It took you a long time to complete the magic circle. Afterward, you took out a large bucket of the fountain of life, ready to replenish your magic power at any time. The next second, you soared into the air, snatched the Dragon Ball, and placed it into your spatial ring. Instantly, the corpse dragon beneath your feet opened its eyes. At the same time, you activated a magic circle and blinding holy light descended from the sky. The corpse dragon, which had just been about to get up, let out a shrill scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. "Press down," you roared. All the goblins simultaneously urged their strength, pulling on their chains to restrict the corpse dragon's movements. As the magic circle activated, the magic power within you decreased at an alarming rate. You calmly drank from the fountain of life to replenish your mana, while simultaneously casting a group berserk spell on the goblins. With your current strength, you can cast this spell on up to 100 goblins at a time. The corpse dragon had barely managed to rise when it was shoved back down by the goblins, who had cast a mass berserk spell. The holy light grand magic circle was constantly draining the corpse dragon's magic power, and black smoke continuously billowed from its body. This was a war of attrition. Whoever could hold out until the end would win. The corpse dragon attempted to unleash its breath attack, but its breath was significantly weakened by the holy light as soon as it was released. Furthermore, it was blocked by an invisible barrier shortly after it flew away. You didn't just set up one layer of magic array. This is another. Casting two powerful magic arrays simultaneously is something even a king-level expert would find difficult, yet it seems so effortless in the hands of a seasoned grand mage like you. Watching the struggling corpse dragon before you, you calmly drink from the fountain of life while simultaneously casting a mass berserk spell on the goblins. After casting a mass berserk spell on all 1,000 goblins, the corpse dragon was pinned to the ground, completely immobilized. Several large holes, deep enough to Epos bone, had been corroded in its body by holy light. Once its flesh and blood were completely corroded away, the corpse dragon would collapse and never rise again. However, the corpse dragon still did not give up the fight. To a normal person, this scene would probably make them feel admiration for the arrogant dragon before them. But you know that the corpse dragon before you is nothing but a walking corpse devoid of any feeling. The sounds it makes are merely bodily instincts, driven only by a bloodthirsty desire to kill. Therefore, you feel no pity for it. As time passed, several chains snapped amidst the corpse dragon's frantic struggles. The goblins who had been controlling these chains fell to the ground as they broke, but they quickly rose to their feet and helped those around them hold onto their chains, continuing to control the corpse dragon. However, the few broken chains acted like a fuse, and gradually, more and more chains snapped. A quarter of an hour later, all 500 chains were broken. The corpse dragon struggled to his feet, but as soon as he straightened up, he collapsed again, most of his flesh and blood having been corroded away. You looked at the dying corpse dragon, but didn't approach. Instead, you quietly waited until the last bit of flesh was completely corroded before removing the magic circle. A corpse dragon whose strength reached the king level was wiped out by you, a mere leader, leading an army of 1,000 men with an average strength of only elite level. The entire process was flawless, as perfect as a meticulously prepared banquet. Afterwards, you ordered the army, specifically a small contingent, to remain and deal with the corpse of the corpse dragon. The Dragon Ball has already been taken, and all the mechanisms within the secret realm have been deactivated. It's now just an ordinary graveyard. After removing the dragon skeleton, you have your men lift up the floor beneath it. This floor is made of refined iron and is incredibly heavy. It took 300 goblins to barely move it. As the iron floor is removed, a hole appears in the ground. Looking down into the cave, a dazzling golden light appeared before you. It was a mountain of treasure, piled high with gold coins, various magical weapons, and jewels. At a glance, it was impossible to determine equally how many gold coins were there. This is the Dragon Emperor's secret treasure, the true treasure of this tomb. The wealth within is likely equivalent to many years' worth of Ta revenue for an entire kingdom. Chapter 87, Absorbing the Dragon Balls, Evolving into the Dragon Demon. Soon, you had the goblins begin transporting the treasure and the dragon skeleton. The goblins didn't understand the use of the gold coins. They just thought they were very beautiful. You didn't intend to waste anything here. After you ordered the goblins to finish transporting the treasure, you instructed them to remember to bring back all the floor and wall tiles from the secret realm to their territory. After all, even the worst of these things are made of iron, and the secret chamber is entirely made of refined iron. Although you've seized quite a few iron weapons from humans over the years, your territory hasn't found its own iron mines and is still iron deficient. Naturally, you won't let this wealth slip by. You completely entrusted the transportation to Goblin, while you used this time to digest the Dragon Balls. Looking at the crystal-clear Dragon Pearl in your hand, you are well aware of the consequences of swallowing it and the dangers you might face. But you must take the gamble, because the sooner you consume the Dragon Pearl, the greater the boost to your talent. Otherwise, with your current talent, you would never be able to break through to the Emperor level. The allure of the Emperor level power was simply too strong for you, leading you to take the risk. After arriving at your training cave, you swallowed the Dragon Ball whole. The moment it entered your throat, it felt like you'd taken a swig of strong alcohol. Your throat burned with pain. For a moment, you felt as if your entire body was on fire in excruciating pain. You desperately pounded on everything inside the cave, screaming incessantly. Gobra, who was outside, heard the motion and immediately wanted to rush in, but he suddenly remembered your earlier instructions. No matter what happened inside the cave, do not rush in. Gobra hesitated for a long time, but he chose to believe you. After all, you are the omnipotent leader in his eyes. And soon after, fine scales gradually appeared on your body. 2 dragon horns grew on your head. Your fingernails continued to lengthen. The muscles on your body tore and quickly grew back. Your pupils turned into vertical pupils, and your magic power continued to expand. Your entire body was on the verge of collapse, but you persevered. Absorbing such a Dragon Ball was far too difficult for a leader-level being. Fortunately, your will was incredibly strong. Despite the physical pain, you never considered giving up. A pair of dragon wings burst forth from your back. Along with the pain, a thrilling surge of power. You can feel your attributes skyrocketing. You've broken through, advancing to a Lord-level magical beast, evolving into a very special Creaturia dragon demon, with a level cap 30 levels higher than ordinary Lord-level creatures. After advancing to the Lord level, the pain in your body gradually subsided, but you could sense that the power of the Dragon Ball had not been fully absorbed. It was merely temporarily dormant within you, and the remaining energy would be gradually absorbed in the days to come. Then, you took out a mirror and checked your appearance. Your height hadn't changed, but you were more muscular. Also, after this advancement, you mastered 9 new skills and a talent called Dragon Transformation. Using this talent, you can transform into a giant dragon, and your bat power will skyrocket. However, this skill also has a drawback. Prolonged use of Dragon Transformation will alter your thinking, causing you to mistakenly believe you're truly a dragon and acquire various dreaded traits of the dragon race. This side effect is more pronounced for those with weaker willpower. After advancing to the Lord-level creature, you immediately spread your wings and flew out of the cave. The Gobra at the entrance was taken aback when he saw you, and then asked, "Is that the clan leader?" "Yes, it's me," you replied calmly. "Chief, you finally yee out. Misha has he looking for you. She's still within the territory. Would you like to go and see her?" After answering, you didn't immediately go to Misha. Instead, you went to the central lake of your territory and dripped today's essence onto it. Even after advancing to the Lord level, you could still only drip 3 drops of essence, but the quality was vastly different from before. After these 3 drops, the entire lake's green color deepened. Only then did you go to find Misha. The moment you saw her, your desire suddenly became incredibly strong. But fortunately, your willpower successfully prevented you from doing anything that would violate the relationship between the 2 races. You know why this happened. You absorbed the Dragon Balls and became tainted with the blood of the dragon race. Dragons are inherently lustful, so it's normal for you to have such an impulse. When Misha saw you, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. You were already very handsome, and even more so after evolving. Now, you have dragon blood, giving you a strange charm that is fatal to the opposite SE. However, the pure-hearted elves rarely do anything too explicit, so Misha simply walked over nervously and said, "Mr. Goblo, this is the water of life for this month. Please see if there are any problems." "What problems could there be? I won't look at it." "Miss Misha, would you like to stay for dinner tonight?" "May I?" "Of course." This isn't the first time you've invited Misha, but she's always refused before. That night, you used your old-fashioned flirting techniques to completely captivate Misha. You proved with your actions that women don't dislike boring men, they just dislike ugly men. However, you didn't attack Misha that night. You just chatted with her and then sent her home. Your target is the Elf Queen. 3 months later, you finally emptied the dragon's tomb. Meanwhile, during these 3 months, the strength of the goblins within the territory has also increased significantly. Due to the condensed essence, the number of leader-level goblins in the territory now reaches 5. The number of head-level goblins has aged 3 digits, and 90% of the goblins have reached elite level. Then you ordered the tribe's blacksmiths to forge iron equipment at full capacity. After the tribe had some time to prepare, you planned to seize the Black Grass Cave. You knew how law the 3 tribes' control over the area was. Later, you even allowed creatures of chieftain level or higher to break in. The magnetic field inside was disturbed, causing the entire cave to collapse, and this treasure cave rich in black grass was lost. In the 15th year, the population aged 50,000, the army reached 10,000. The number of leader-level goblins reached 1,500. The number of leader-level creatures reached 17, and your level has also increased to 70. You begin gathering an army, preparing to take Black Grass Cave. Chapter 88, I'll give you a chance. Although the Ghost Grass Cave is jointly controlled by the 3 races, they control numerous resource points, making the Ghost Grass Cave insignificant to them. Even if you were to seize this territory, it's impossible for all 3 races to launch a full-scale attack on you at once. Soon, you led 1/3 of your territory's army towards the Ghost Grassland Cave. A week later, your army arrived not far from here. Because of your previous attack on the Ghost Clan, the defenses here have been strengthened. Although there are still 3 leader-level creatures, there have been 20 more head-level creatures and 150 elite-level creatures. The defensive force has increased significantly compared to before. Only 3 of the leader-level monsters are from the 3 major races. The rest are a Mied bag, representing various races. Although the defensive force is much stronger now, it's still nothing to you. Soon, before they could react, you led your army and swept through the area, capturing Ghost Grass Cave. A few days later, you will select 100 of the most talented leader-level creatures to devour the black grass. The Goblin and the others, whose strength has already surpassed the leader level, will not have the opportunity to devour the black grass now. In addition, these black grasses need at least 10 years to mature, and newly matured black grasses have little effect. Black grasses that are at least 20 years old are needed to provide some assistance to leader-level creatures. Most black grasses are unmutated. Unmutated black grasses, even if they are 100 years old, can basically only support them to advance to the leader level, or even less. This is also one of the reasons why the 3 races don't value this resource point as much. The value of black grass isn't as high as imagined, and its yield is also low. It's generally used by those less capable demon races. 3 months later, the Ghost Clan still hadn't received any news from the Black Grass Cave. So, they sent a token expedition to investigate. The Ghost Clan members discovered the army you had left there, and subsequently reported this to their higher-ups. A month later, the Oni army came to attack, but you, who had stayed behind, easily defeated them. The following month, the Oni army launched another attack, which you again easily defeated. 3rd, 4th. In the 17th year, a Lord-level powerhouse personally led an army to attack you and reclaim the lost territory of the Ghost Clan. However, upon seeing this Lord-level powerhouse, you decided to spare his life because he was your old lover, Ying. Ying led a 5,000-strong army of magical beasts towards the black grass cave. Seeing the camp you had set up near the cave, Ying was somewhat surprised, as it looked more like a human camp. It was the first time she had ever seen magical beasts set up such a camp. She was even more astonished when she discovered that it was occupied by a group of goblins, because this was the first time she had ever seen so many high-level goblins gathered together. The day after Ying's army arrived, Ying herself came to your camp to challenge you. The goblins' eyes widened at the sight of a stunningly beautiful woman in the opposing camp. Summon your leader out here. I want to see just how capable he really is, Ying said arrogantly. You just finished speaking and walked out of camp. You didn't want to appear so soon, but right now, no one in the camp except you is a match for Ying. Going there would only be suicide. At the same time, you are currently in a semi-dragon form, a dragon form you modified yourself. This form greatly increases your strength without affecting your mind. It simply increases your size significantly, and scales have appeared on your body. You now appear to be much taller than Ying. The moment you appeared, Ying stared intently, her gaze like that of a goblin looking at an elf. You must be the leader of these goblins, and you've reached the lord level, right? I didn't expect a lord-level goblin to be so handsome. How about it? Do you want to eat back to the ghost clan with me and be my man? Ying said, licking her lips as if she couldn't wait. You're quite good-looking too. Come back to my territory and be my woman. Okay, if you can beat me. After saying that, Ying rushed towards you. Because you were both powerful lords, Ying did not underestimate you. She could sense that you were in danger, and she went all out from the start. However, the next second, your figure vanished before her eyes. Then, Ying felt a sharp pain in her neck, the intense pain causing her to lose all strength in an instant. You then grabbed both of Ying's hands with one hand, lifted her up, and looked at her straight in the eye. The nightingale sensed an indescribable, terrifying pressure emanating from you, a pressure she had only ever seen emanate from the Ghost King. She couldn't understand why you, as a fellow lord-level being, possessed such terrifying strength. The Ghost Clan admired the strong, and she was captivated by your immense power. Afterwards, you knocked Ying unconscious, carried her under your arm, and took her back to the camp. Upon seeing their lord captured, Ying's army instantly fell into chaos and scattered in all directions. 15 minutes later, Ying woke up. You were sitting beside her when she did. Come back to the Ghost Clan with me. A strong man like you will be highly valued by the king, who will also forgive your past transgressions. You ignored Ying's question. Now your eyes are filled with lust. Ever since you acquired dragon blood, your desires have been rising daily, but the love that elves crave is too slow, and you can't bring yourself to sleep with your own goblins. Now you want to do something. When Ying noticed your lack of response and the burning desire in your eyes, before you could react, she kissed you. The warm, soft touch on your lips easily shattered your pride and willpower. The demon race doesn't value love. They only value desire. To them, as long as you're good-looking or strong enough, you can easily win over a member of the demon race. A month later, the Ghost King himself came to the Black Grass Cave. It was already incredible that this cave could send out a lord-level effort like Ying, but now even the Ghost King had You had Ying's left arm around you, while looking at the Ghost King with disdain. Noticing your oppression, the Ghost King wasn't angry. Seeing Ying's obedient appearance, the Ghost King smiled and said, "It seems your strength is truly remarkable, to be able to make Ying so docile. I'll give you a chance. Join the Ghost Clan. Ying is yours, and I can also bestow this burial chamber upon you." Chapter 89, The Cave of 10,000 Ghosts. All right, Ghost King, I could give you a chance to join me and be my subordinate. I can grant you the underground cave. Of course, I cannot grant you the nightingale. After saying that, Ying gave you a hard bite on the neck. Hearing your words, even the usually good-tempered Ghost King felt somewhat unfordable and said coldly, "Young man, don't be so arrogant. What kind of young man isn't hot-blooded? Are you going to fight or not, you old man? If you're going to fight, then hurry up and make your move." Faced with your arrogance and domineering attitude, the Ghost King finally lost his patience and attacked you. You shoved the nightingale aside and fought the Ghost King. Although you were only a lord-level creature, your strength, speed, and magic completely overwhelmed the Ghost King. Before long, the Ghost King was covered in bumps and bruises from your beatings. Soon, The Ghost King increased the distance between you, saying with some disbelief, "You're truly impressive. I underestimated you. Now I will unleash the true power of a Ghost King and prepare to face the baptism of Ghost Clan magic." As soon as the Ghost King finished speaking, the surrounding sky suddenly darkened, and dark clouds filled the sky. A look of worry appeared on Ying's face. Seeing this, you remained expressionless. Then you stretched out your hand, and a beam of white light shot into the sky. Sensing the terrifying magical power emanating from you, the Ghost King exclaimed in disbelief, "No, impossible. How can you possess such powerful magic? Who told you I'm a warrior?" As you spoke, several beams of holy light descended from the sky. The holy light judgment directly struck the Ghost King, easily crushing the shield he had created with his ghostly energy. You looked down at the defeated Ghost King, who stared at you in disbelief. He never imagined he would be defeated by a Lord-level being, and so easily at that. The way Ying looked at you was even more captivating. You were even more powerful than she had imagined. You walked up to the Ghost King, looking down at him, then squatted down and said coldly, "I can still give you a chance. Be my subordinate, and I can spare your life and give you whatever you want in the future." The Ghost King looked up, seeing the madness in your eyes. He knew he had no right to refuse. "Okay, I promise," he said with some difficulty. Looking at the Ghost King, you thought for a moment and asked, "You're not a pure-blooded ghost, are you, Ghost King?" Upon hearing your words, the Ghost King hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "My father is a member of the Ghost Clan, and my mother is a member of the legendary Immortal Spirit Clan." The Celestial Spirit Clan. Hearing this answer, you were very surprised because the Celestial race is a legendary race, extremely rare. You've simulated so many times, sometimes even encountering dragons, but never a Celestial race member. Therefore, you were shocked to learn that the Ghost King's mother was a member of the Celestial race. You noticed that the Ghost King seemed somewhat sad when he spoke of his mother, so you didn't press him about where his mother was and instead changed the subject. "All right, take me to the cave of 10,000 ghosts." Upon hearing the words 10,000 Ghost Cave, the Ghost King's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected you to know about this place. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was the highest level secret realm among the Ghost Clan, accessible only to king-level efforts, but also the most dangerous. However, it was his private realm, and he didn't understand why you knew about it. After struggling for a moment, the Ghost King calmly replied, "Yes." Afterwards, you followed the Ghost King into his territory. Under his guidance, the two of you began to venture deep underground, and before long, you arrived at the legendary cave of 10,000 ghosts. Hearing the constant wailing from within, you were very satisfied. The Ghost King was still behaving himself. According to your memories, this was indeed the cave of 10,000 ghosts. The main reason you came here was to obtain the bloodline of the Ghost Clan. Although it couldn't pair to the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, the Ghost Clan's bloodline was still quite powerful. You planned to collect the bloodlines of several powerful races to enhance your potential. After all, with a goblin's physique, breaking through to the Emperor level is far too difficult. So, you came up with the idea of altering your bloodline. Of course, you know there are great dangers involved. Your body might not be able to withstand these powerful bloodline explosions, and meaning so many bloodlines can have many unimaginable negative effects. However, this is a simulation, so you are fearless. You instructed the Ghost King to wait for you where you were, and to return shortly. The Ghost King obediently waited in place as you instructed. Upon entering the cave of 10,000 ghosts, you are instantly enveloped by intense ghostly energy. Ghostly energy constantly enters your body, causing you some pain, but this is equally what you desire. Then, you proceeded deeper into the cave of 10,000 ghosts. Soon, you encountered a ghost puppet. Instantly, the ghost puppet charged at you, but the next second, your fist landed on it. You felt as if you had punched a huge tree, but your fist was as hard as iron, so the ghost puppet was at a disadvantage. Before long, you physically eliminated the ghost puppet. The moment the ghost puppet was killed, its body dissipated into a dense wisp of ghostly energy, which then entered your body. You felt a chill run through you, and the energy continued to penetrate deeper. 2 days later, your skin turned bluish black, and a familiar demon tattoo appeared on your back. You have now successfully introduced the bloodline of the demon race, which now accounts for approximately 10% of your bloodline. However, you did not choose to leave because 1/10 of the demon bloodline was simply not enough to suppress the 1/10 of the dragon bloodline within you. To achieve balance, the demon bloodline you possessed would need to be at least twice that of the dragon bloodline. You look towards the deepest part of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. What you truly desired awaited you there. Soon, after dealing with a few more ghost puppets along the way, you arrived at the deepest part of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. In the distance, you saw a huge ghost face standing motionless. It was the ghostly demon statue of a warrior, the most powerful ghost in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, with strength approaching the peak of the king level. Killing him is already extremely difficult, but absorbing him will be even more dangerous. You observe him from afar. You know that this guy is far stronger than the current Ghost King. Otherwise, the Ghost King would have devoured him long ago. The next second, you acted without hesitation, and Holy Light Judgment instantly struck the opponent. Holy attribute attacks have terrifying destructive power against such ghostly creatures. With just this one attack, a small portion of the ghostly energy on the Ghost Path statue was consumed and dissipated. Chapter 90 Dragon Demon. The opponent has now fully noticed you. Then he opened his mouth wide, and thousands of imps flew out like a locust swarm. You calmly cast a Holy Light Shield on yourself, and then continuously use Holy Light Judgment to attack the opponent. You know that these ghosts have finite life force. They don't regenerate. They're consumed bit by bit. You just need to slowly deplete the ghostly energy on them. The Ghost King had been waiting outside the cave of 10,000 ghosts for 3 whole days. Now, he paced aimlessly back and forth, wondering what the situation was like inside. Every time he entered the cave of 10,000 ghosts, he couldn't endure it for more than 2 days. The ghostly energy inside was too dense, and his half-ghost, half-immortal bloodline simply couldn't withstand it. He couldn't fathom what would happen to someone with even a trace of demon blood after 3 days inside. However, considering your immense strength, he felt you might be all right. In his mind, whether you survive in this cave of 10,000 ghosts or not, he could accept it. If you fail, he continues as the Ghost King. If you succeed, he'll be happy to have such a powerful boss. Days later, when even the Ghost King was about to give up on you, you calmly emerged from the cave of 10,000 ghosts. You had now evolved into a dragon ghost demon, and your level cap was a full 35 levels higher than that of a typical Lord-level creature. From your appearance, apart from a new demon tattoo on your back, slightly bluer skin, and a colder aura, there were no other noticeable changes. The Ghost King could clearly sense that your strength seemed to have increased considerably paired to before, but he didn't dare to ask. He simply said, "Clan leader, what do we do next?" Hearing the Ghost King's words, you took out a cup, filled it with water, and placed your hand on it. 3 drops of dark green liquid dripped from your fingertips, instantly turning the water a dark green. Seeing this, the Ghost King subconsciously swallowed. You handed him the water and said, "Drink it." "Yes." The Ghost King didn't say much and drank the cup of water in front of him in one gulp. "How does it feel?" "My cultivation level seems to have improved slightly," the Ghost King said with some delight. Hearing the Ghost King's words, you already had some plans in mind. You had been wondering before if you obtained the bloodline of another race, your condensed essence could also grant that race some kind of enhancement. Now it seems that was indeed the case. This means that if any dragon-related creatures are tamed within the territory in the future, your condensed essence will be able to provide some enhancements to those creatures. However, there's still a problem. You're only one, meaning you're destined to release your essence in only one place. Your subordinates living in other locations are destined to be unable to absorb the essence you release. You then told the Ghost King the location of your territory and instructed him to send someone to your base every month. You would also provide the Ghost Clan with a certain amount of condensed essence each month. But in return, the Ghost Clan would have to hand over a corresponding amount of magic crystals each month. The requirements you set for the Ghost King aren't too high. From now on, you only need to submit 10 4th-tier magic crystals, 200 3rd-tier magic crystals, and 3,000 2nd-tier magic crystals each month. Given the strength of the entire Ghost Clan, submitting such a number of magic crystals each month is entirely achievable, considering the frighteningly fast rate at which magical beasts are produced in the magical beast forest. They even went so far as to organize a special monster horde to attack humans in order to deplete the monsters. So if the Ghost King can't even hand over this much, then it's somewhat of a perfunctory response. Then I'll head back, clan leader, the Ghost King said respectfully. After acquiring the bloodline of the Oni race, you return to your territory, intending to recuperate for a period of time and properly utilize the power you gained during this period. In the 22nd year, your strength reached the peak of the Lord level, and during this time, you have completely absorbed and digested the demonic energy within your body, making your demonic bloodline about half again as strong as before. At the same time, you have now absorbed 1/3 of the Dragon Ball. The dragon bloodline within you is double what it was when you first absorbed the Dragon Ball. Although you're only at the Lord level, your overall strength far surpasses that of a King-level Epard, and is approaching that of an Emperor-level Epard. Over the years, your relationship with the elves has grown increasingly close. With your help, no elves have gone missing again. Your security measures for the elves are exceptionally thorough. Even if an elf goes missing, you immediately send people to find them. Furthermore, you have actively participated in the development of the elven race, providing them with much assistance. Now, the relationship between the elves and you is inseparable. You approach the elf queen, who said gently, "Mr. Goblo, what brings you to our elf clan today?" "Yes, your majesty, there is something the elven race desperately needs. It concerns my future." Seeing your serious oppression, the elf queen's oppression also became much more serious. "Please tell me what you need. If it is something that our elven race can do, I will definitely help you." "Very well, what I want is the elven treasure, the fruit of life." Upon hearing the words fruit of life, the elf queen's oppression immediately changed. She didn't know where you had heard that their elven race possessed such a thing. After a moment, the elf queen shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Goblo. Our elven race does indeed have a fruit of life, but I have a use for this one." Upon hearing the Queen of Life's words, you paused and asked, "Could you tell me what you intend to do with it?" "I need this fruit of life to help me break through to the Emperor level." After the Elf Queen finished speaking, you were utterly shocked. You hadn't expected that the Elf Queen actually intended to use the fruit of life to break through to the Emperor level. You must remember that in your previous life, she had given you the fruit of life without hesitation. Now you understood just how much the Elf Queen had sacrificed for you in your past life. "I understand, your majesty. I was presumptuous." Just as you were about to leave, the Elf Queen called out to you. "Wait a minute, Mr. Goblo. Although I can't give you the fruit of life, I can tell you how to obtain it." Hearing the Elf Queen's words, your eyes lit up. The Elf Queen then said, "Among my mother's people, there is an eternal tree. Every 5 years, this eternal tree bears 20 fruits of life. Net year will be the harvest season. Use my letter of recommendation then. Perhaps you can secure 1 fruit of life." Chapter 91, The Eternal Tree. Upon hearing the Elf Queen's words, a hint of surprise flashed in your eyes, followed by some worry as you said, "The ghostly aura on my body is too strong. Will the elves over there not trust me?" "Don't worry, Mr. Goblo. Every 5 years, we members of the branch clans outside will send a junior back to our mother clan to participate in the petition for the fruit of life. Of course, we can ask for help from outsiders. The fruit of life that I have in my hand now was won back for me by a human back then." "Humans?" You were very surprised to hear this word. "Yes, a human. She was a very beautiful, kind, and powerful human lady." As she spoke, the Elf Queen sighed. Some humans were so kind, while others were so wicked, and most of the time, it was the wicked humans who came seeking them, the elves. "Mr. Goblo, may I have Misha take you to your mother tribe?" "Sure." After saying this, the Elf Queen immediately arranged for Misha to set off with you. You first returned to your territory, told the goblin that you would be leaving for a while, and asked him to watch over the territory, and then made some preparations before officially setting off. "By the way, Miss Misha, why don't you sit on my lap? That will make things much faster." Misha, who was initially basking in the joy of going out with you, was completely stunned after hearing your terrifying statement. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Misha said, blushing. "It's okay, you're very small. Sitting on me won't hurt." As you speak, your body suddenly begins to grow larger, dragon scales sprout from your flesh, and the dragon horns on your head also enlarge continuously. Before long, you transform into a majestic black dragon nearly 20 meters long. With your increased strength, your control over your dragon transformation has improved considerably, and you're no longer prone to losing control. Seeing the black dragon suddenly appear before her, Misha was stunned for a long time before exclaiming in shock, "Mr. Goblo, are you a dragon? I do have some dragon blood. Come on up. Miss Misha, I'll carry you and we'll be much faster." "Yes," Misha said nervously. Then, Misha nervously sat behind you. You felt something small and soft sitting on you, and it felt surprisingly nice. After Misha sat on it, she looked at your broad dragon back with a me of nervousness and shyness. Then, she carefully touched it with her hand, feeling what the dragon's texture was like. Although your back is very strong, your senses are extremely sensitive. You are very aware of what Misha is doing, but you don't oppose her. You simply let her do as she pleases. At night, you felt your spirit was slightly affected, so you landed in the monster forest and said, "Miss Misha, let's go down and rest for the night." "Are you tired, Mr. Goblo?" "Well, I can only transform in a dragon form for a limited time each day. I've almost reached my limit today. I'm not tired, but it would be a bit dangerous to continue traveling at night." "Okay, let's rest then." With that, you used the blue eye to find a relatively safe place to rest. After lighting a campfire, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat intimate. Misha tried her best to find topics to talk about, and after a harmonious night, they continued their journey the next day. On the 9th day, you finally arrived at the elven homeland. Having spent so much time together over those 9 days, your relationship with Misha had grown considerably. During those 9 days, you collected the essence of the condensed fluid produced each day in a bottle, intending to pour it into the central lake upon your return. Afterwards, you transformed back into human form. Soon after, Misha led you towards the elven mother tribe. In the distance, you saw the legendary eternal tree, the final evolved form of the tree of life, aging 10,000 meters in height. Compared to this ancient tree, the surrounding trees are as small as blades of grass. Keep in mind that the trees here are all over 500 meters tall, and their ages are estimated to be enormous. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the only eternal tree on the entire continent. "Mr. Goblo, you're stunned, aren't you?" I was a bit stunned. I had only heard of the eternal tree before, but this was the first time I had seen it in reality. It was truly awe-inspiring. Mr. Goblo is very calm. When I first saw it, my reaction was much stronger than yours. Let's go inside quickly. Good. As you spoke, you walked toward the elven homeland. Along the way, you encountered a patrol of elven soldiers. Because Misha was with you, they did not attack you. After you explained your purpose, they personally escorted you into elven territory. "Mr. Goblo, you must be very powerful," the male elf who led you along said enthusiastically. "Goblin, why do you say that?" "Because every contestant who can participate in the Fruit of Life petition is an extremely powerful person, especially someone like you who is not an elf." Misha suddenly interjected, saying proudly, "Yes, Mr. Goblo is extremely powerful. Ordinary lord-level beings are no match for him." Seeing Misha's proud expression, you find her incredibly cute. The male elf cheerfully led you into the elven mother tribe's territory. Not long after entering, you saw several royal-level elves. You were inwardly amazed, marveling at how worthy the elf race was of being the mother race. It seemed there weren't just royal-level elves here, but likely emperor-level elves, and even elves stronger than emperor level. This thought stirred a ripple within you. After all, in your previous life you tried your best, but still couldn't break through to the emperor level. Here, you might encounter beings beyond the emperor level, just like that demon general you were back then. You feel excited. Afterwards, you and Misha settled in under the arrangement of the elves. The battle for the Fruit of Life hasn't started yet, so you'll need to stay here for a few days. Because you are not an elf, you quickly attracted the attention of many elves. Those who have lived here for a long time often approach you to talk, especially the female elves. Many female elves were attracted by your unique charm and appearance and wanted to get to know you, which greatly displeased Misha. Chapter 92, The Miracle Tree Seed, Obtaining the Fruit of Life. You noticed Misha's mood, so although you chatted enthusiastically with everyone, You didn't develop deep relationships with them, which made Misha very happy. Misha is actually quite afraid that you might have any interactions with other women, because in her mind you are the best, and she's afraid that others will steal you away. The behavior of these elves these past few days has made her especially uneasy. The day before the battle began, Misha confessed her feelings to you, and you told her about it. Although you seemed nervous, you knew Misha would agree, and sure enough, she did, saying that being together was enough. You both gave yourselves to each other. The next morning, Misha lay on top of you, her snow-white body a stark contrast to yours. She traced circles on your chest with her soft fingers, and couldn't help but smile as she looked at your handsome face. After you mentioned Ing yesterday, Misha felt uncomfortable for a moment, but quickly recovered. After all, in the world of magical beasts, it's normal for powerful beings to have many mates, so she wasn't as resistant as you might have imagined. You grabbed Misha's hand. Look what I caught. You little rascal doing something naughty. You caught me, Misha said, blushing. Get up. The battle is about to begin. There's still some time, what's the rush? Then the two of you cuddled together for a while longer. You then arrive at the scene, and the battle begins. Because the elves are not warlike, bad events are only held during the final battle. Although other events are also competitive, fighting between contestants is strictly prohibited. The first event is a speed petition. On a route designated by the elves, whoever plets the designated 100-kilometer obstacle course first wins. During the race, any skill can be used and race equipment can be destroyed, but no petiter can be harmed. After learning the details of the first petition, you felt a pang of regret. The elves were still kind. If the demons had made it a speed obstacle course race, there would have been countless bloodshed. There are a total of 34 contestants at the Lord level, 30 of whom are elves, and the other 4, including you, are of other races. During your preparations, you unfurled your dragon wings, causing a stir. Everyone now sees you as a formidable opponent in this petition, as dragons haven't appeared in the tournament for a long time. And dragons are, after all, the strongest race on the continent. Of the 5 fruits of life, only 2 were allocated in the Lord level petition. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the dragon will take one, leaving the remaining members to compete for the final one. You don't know, once your dragon wings unfolded, they shattered the confidence of 90% of the petiters present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the referee announced the start of the match. Then, everyone felt a gust of black wind sweep by, and no one could see your figure anymore. Meanwhile, in the air, an elven elder whose strength had reached the emperor level saw you flying at full speed and was filled with shock. In terms of speed alone, no one could match your speed, let alone the Lord level. In fact, it could be said that you had already reached the level of a newer to the emperor level. At this moment, only one thought crossed his mind. The power of the dragon race is terrifying indeed. When the second-place finisher had only played 5% of the race, you had already reached the finish line. As the first-place winner, you received the highest score of 20 points and also the exclusive first-place reward, a fruit called the Swift Spirit Fruit. This is a very high-level fruit that permanently increases agility after consumption. After receiving the Elven prize, you were very satisfied and immediately ate the Swift Spirit Fruit. A light magical energy then flowed through your body, quickly merging with it, and your agility received a slight boost. The elves initially assumed you were a dragon skilled in speed, with other attributes perhaps not so outstanding. However, in the ensuing contests of magic, strength, and various other skills, you overwhelmingly defeated the other elves, leaving everyone present utterly captivated by your power. You've secured the top reward in every category, and your attributes have now significantly improved. In the end, only 8 people remain for the final assessment, a practical petition. This petition offered a large number of points, and the 2 with the highest scores would receive the Fruit of Life as a reward. Because you were first in all your previous projects, now you only need to defeat any one of the remaining 8 people to guarantee you a Fruit of Life. To ensure absolute fairness, this practical exercise involves each person fighting against 7 other people. The winner receives 5 points, while the loser receives no points. Soon, you entered your first battle. Your opponent was an elf girl who was a warrior. Upon seeing that her opponent was you, the female elf warrior's face paled for a moment, but she did not surrender. Instead, she urged you to go all out, hoping to find out how much difference there was between you and her. You punched the ground so hard that you destroyed the arena. The female elf warrior fell out of the ring and lost the battle. In the SI battles that followed, your opponents all chose to concede defeat and did not engage in further bat with you. Ultimately, you successfully obtained the Fruit of Life, which also attracted the attention of the Elven High Command. Several Emperor-level Elven powerhouses noticed you, speculating that you might have the potential to advance to the Emperor level. After the match, you were received by an Emperor-level Epert. Elf Emperor, you're here representing Windisa, aren't you? Goblin. Yes, Lord Moreau. Very good. I didn't expect that Windisa would be able to find a powerful dragon as a Pan-Ion. Very good, child. You have performed very well. I have a gift for you. As he spoke, he took out a seed. He then continued, these are seeds of the miracle tree. After you take them back, water them with the fountain of life. In just 3 years, they will grow into a large tree. The swift spirit fruit and the fruit of wisdom that you eat are all fruits picked from the miracle tree. Upon hearing the other person's words, you sincerely thanked them and accepted the tree seed. Afterwards, you stayed with the Elven Mother territory for a few more days, participating in the remaining celebrations, before returning to your territory with Misha in your carriage. Chapter 93, The Dictator Emperor. The first thing you should do upon returning to your territory is to thank the Elf Queen. Then, the seed of the miracle tree was planted in your garden, and Goblin was entrusted to care for it, with instructions to water it daily with the water of life. Then you returned to the cave where you swallowed the fruit of life in one gulp, and a rich life force imploded within your body. Almost instantly, you broke through the shackles of the Lord level and advanced to the King level magical beast. Last time, after eating the fruit of life, you felt incredibly fortable all over. But this time is different. The fruit of life has activated the power of the Dragon Ball within you, and an incredibly powerful and domineering magical force is surging through your body. It feels like someone is relentlessly hammering your organs with a hammer. Fortunately, your willpower was strong, and you successfully persevered. In the end, you evolved into a brand new king-level magical beast, the Eternal Night Dragon. Its level cap is a full 36 levels higher than that of ordinary king-level creatures, and the powerful force that erupts from its body captivates you. You realize that while the Fruit of Life played a crucial role, the Dragon Ball was the biggest help. You plan to hunt another powerful dragon, wanting to bathe in its blood, eat its flesh, and then devour its Dragon Ball, perhaps to make your dragon bloodline even stronger. As for the Dragon Ball inside you, you've already digested 2/3 of it. The final third can only be absorbed when you advance to the Emperor level. Then, I took out a mirror I prepared beforehand and admired you for a while. Apart from being even more handsome, your human form hadn't changed much. However, your appearance in both your dragon form and semi-dragon form has changed significantly. Your dragon scales have now turned blackish green, and they look much better than before, while also being more resilient. Most notably, your dragon wings are larger, wider, and more powerful than those of other dragons. At the same time, you have once again acquired 9 new skills, each extremely powerful. One of them, called Night Dragon Domain, has caught your attention. Within this realm, all enemies will be affected by the eternal night, their senses weakened, and they will experience random hallucinations. Their mental strength will also decrease, while your mental strength will be greatly enhanced. The greater the impact on the enemies, the greater your improvement. After the evolution was complete, you left the cave, and Misha, Kana, and others hosted a banquet to celebrate your increased strength. In the 23rd year, under your tutelage, the Goblin has evolved into a Lord-level powerhouse. In addition, some colossal beasts with dragon bloodlines, such as dragon wolves and dragon lions, have gradually appeared in your territory. Although their dragon bloodline was very diluted, their strength had all reached the Lord level, demonstrating just how powerful the dragon bloodline was. In the 34th year, your level rose to the peak of the king rank. Ing has also broken through to the king rank. Emoli was raised by you from birth, but you've been very low-key. Apart from the Elf Queen and others in the Monster Forest, few people know your true identity. The outside world has always believed that your clan is a small branch under the Ghost Clan. You are very satisfied with this situation. As long as you continue to keep a low profile, you should be able to break through to the Emperor level you've always dreamed of in this lifetime, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In the 39th year, you broke through to the Emperor level, completely absorbing the power of the Dragon Balls. Your powerful dragon bloodline almost transformed you into a dragon, evolving into the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. In your 40th year, seemingly influenced by your dragon bloodline, you've been much lazier. In your free time, you spend more time resting than training. At the same time, your desires have intensified, and you've developed a greater fondness for glittering things, ordering your subordinates to collect human gold coins. Even so, your progress in strength this year has not slowed down at all. This is the nature of the dragon race. Even if they lie still, their progress is no slower than that of other races. If they were to work a little harder, their achievements would far surpass those of other races. In the 44th year, the influence of the dragon bloodline on you has been increasingly severe. Now, you're not only lazy, irritable, lustful, and greedy, but you have also developed the fatal flaw of arrogance. Even when facing the elf queen, you occasionally reveal your proud bloodline. Because of your personality, the elves have been somewhat distant from you. In the 51st year, you have completely transformed into a tyrannical and autocratic emperor. You possess the most powerful army on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Forest, and the Azura, Ghost, demonized orcs, and even the elves have been forced to join your territory. The Elven Queen, to protect her people, had no choice but to be your empress. Seeing this, Goblin, who was watching the simulation, was speechless. His willpower, which he had always been proud of, had been so easily eroded by the bloodline of the dragon race, which surprised him quite a bit. In the 91st year, although you were very lazy and significantly reduced your cultivation time, you didn't completely stop cultivating. Compared to other dragons, you could practically be considered a model student. So you have indeed reached the peak of the Emperor level, and your strength far exceeds that of a normal Emperor level, even surpassing the strength you demonstrated in your last simulation. This is the Dragon Clan. Although your personality has been much more arrogant and cruel, you are not entirely devoid of intelligence. You can sense that in this life, you truly have a chance to break through to the Emperor level. Realizing this, you will be even more arrogant. However, over the years, due to your tyrannical and autocratic ways, you have killed many humans, thus attracting their attention. A human kingdom called the Kingdom of Triumph is planning to gather warriors to kill you. You are completely unaware of the humans' actions and continue to indulge in pleasure, as usual. In the same year, a human warrior whose strength reached the king level invaded your territory and began a frenzied hunt of magical beasts. But before he even saw you, he was easily killed by a goblin. Afterwards, many more warriors challenged you, but you easily killed them all. Human behavior has thoroughly enraged you, and you've decided to teach them a lesson. So you transformed into a giant dragon and flew towards the Kingdom of Triumph, storming into its capital. It was an ordinary night. The people of the capital city of Kygo were fast asleep, unaware that disaster was about to strike. Chapter 94. The dragon abducted the beautiful princess and queen. Looking at the beautiful human city before you, you showed no pity. You opened your mouth and spat out a large mouthful of black dragon breath, instantly igniting a raging fire within the city. Instantly, shrill screams erupted throughout the city. You continued your arson, and the human guards quickly discovered you. After all, your 50-meter-long dragon body was far too conspicuous. They attacked you, but your speed was too great, and most of their attacks missed. Even those that did hit couldn't penetrate your defenses, and you continued to run rampant in this kingdom. While causing destruction, you observe the kingdom situation. You discover that there are no emperor-level efforts in this kingdom. The most powerful being is only at the peak of the royal level. Therefore, you have no worries about your safety. Soon, the peak emperor-level human effort arrived before you. He was an old man clad in silver armor. Stop, evil dragon. You ignored them and continued to destroy the city. Seeing your movement, your opponent drew their long sword and charged to fight you. Being a peak emperor-level effort, you didn't completely ignore their attacks. The next second, you swung your tail at them. Although both were peak emperor-level efforts, your power was on completely different levels. It was just a simple sweep, and the opponent was sent flying backward, crashing into 10 houses before barely ing to a stop. However, you didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The dragon claw had already descended as soon as he got up. And so, you kept your opponent under control. Although other king-level reinforcements arrived later, they were still no match for you. You did whatever you wanted in the royal city. Eventually, that peak emperor-level figure abandoned the royal city and fled. You didn't chase after him, but after destroying the city to a great extent, you leisurely flew towards the royal palace. At this moment, the human king and his ministers were all gathered in the hall, discussing how to deal with you. The next second, a loud bang suddenly came from the ceiling of the hall, followed by moonlight shining in. You had ripped the ceiling off the palace. Seeing your ferocious face, the ministers and the king were filled with terror. You then gave them a kind smile. This smile made your already ferocious dragon head even more terrifying, and the ministers present were so frightened that they kept begging for mercy. Only the king stood still. You notice the king's legs are trembling violently, and there seems to be some liquid beneath him. A look of disgust crosses your face. Then, your gaze falls on the beautiful princess and the stunning young queen not far away, and you be excited. Goblin paused for a moment upon seeing this. Another me? What are you doing? Why are you so excited? Looking at the princess is one thing, but why are you looking at the queen too? Goblin almost beat his chest in frustration as he looked at his pathetic self in the simulation. You landed in the main hall and walked step by step toward the crowd. Your gaze always fixed on the princess and the queen. The princess and queen felt a chill run down their spines as you looked at them. The next second, you spoke up. It was you who kept sending people to harass me in the monster forest. As you began to speak, the expressions on the faces of those present became even more terrified. Speak, you said impatiently. Yes, your majesty the dragon, I will never dare to do it again, the king stammered. You'd better not do it again. This is just a small lesson. From now on, send 10 innocent girls to my place every month, or next time it won't be as simple as just causing trouble. Seeing his simulated self uttering these wild lines, Goblin completely lost his posture. He couldn't believe he could say such things. Could the bloodline of the dragons really have such a profound influence on a person? They're even demanding the sacrifice of young girls. Are they going to eat children yet? Goblin is now almost reluctant to see how his simulated self will develop. It's just too outrageous. Yes, Lord Dragon, the king replied in terror. Seeing the king's terrified expression, you were very satisfied. Then, you attended your dragon claws and, right in front of the king, snatched his princess and queen, flying towards the depths of the demon beast forest. Seeing you leave, the king first collapsed to the ground, then breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved that you hadn't done anything to him, only taken his beloved daughter and newlywed queen. He was also somewhat relieved that the queen was new and still a pure young girl. That dragons seemed to only like pure young girls, so he probably wouldn't be angry. Not long after, a man dressed in full armor rushed in and said aimlessly, Your Majesty, are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Useless trash. If it were up to you, I would have been dead long ago. Facing his general, the king abandoned his previous timid and cautious demeanor and roared angrily. The man was berated mercilessly, but dared not retaliate. Go quickly, prepare 10 beautiful and pure young girls, and send them to the monster forest. Yes, I'll go prepare it right away. On the other side, you are flying in the air, with the princess and queen now on your back. They look terrified, as if they can already imagine their tragic fate. Soon, you flew back to your territory with the two of them. Your current dwelling place is no longer the dilapidated little wooden hut, but a vast and magnificent castle, large enough to accommodate your enormous dragon body. This castle was built for you by the races captured by your army. After entering the castle, you put the two people on the ground and said coldly, Come with me. However, the moment you placed them both on the ground, the princess collapsed to the floor, her eyes filled with terror. The queen, who appeared to be only slightly older than the princess, though also frightened, stood regally watching you. Unlike the pampered princess who had been spoiled since childhood, not long ago, the queen was a princess of a poor, small country. To protect her country, she had no choice but to marry an old king who was more than 50 years her senior. And now, Before she could even fulfill her duties as queen for a single day, she had been snatched away by this monstrous dragon before her. To her, you and that old king are both scoundrels. Looking at the queen, who was putting on a brave face, you suddenly felt a strong urge to conquer her. The next second, to their astonishment, you began to shrink your body, and soon you transformed into an incredibly handsome man. Chapter 95: The Power of the Demon King. Advancing to the Emperor level. As your appearance changed, both of them were stunned. 1 second you were an ugly, evil dragon. The next you had transformed into a handsome prince who seemed to have appeared out of fairy tale. For a moment, the two even thought they were dreaming. "What? Are you stunned?" you said coldly. Upon hearing your words, the princess, slumped on the ground, nodded subconsciously, while the queen continued to look at you defiantly. Noticing their oppressions, you said coldly, "Come with me." Hearing your words, the two hesitated for a moment before following behind you. You could see the princess's face was slightly flushed. She seemed to be lost in thought. The queen, watching your retreating figure, wore a ple oppression. The next morning, Misha came to your room and saw two strange women lying on your bed. She looked somewhat worried, but she still came over, gently came to your side, and tenderly kissed you on the cheek. Then she said, "Darling, it's time to get up." You slowly opened your eyes and, seeing that it was Misha, pulled her onto the bed. After lying there for a while, the noise you made woke the two princesses and the queen. They were astonished to see a strange, beautiful woman suddenly on top of you, their beautiful fantasies shattered. At noon, you leisurely got up, looking at the three people beside you who were already awake but dared not disturb you. You asked Misha to take them to their future room, and then began another day of decadent living. After waking up, you'll be forced to eat the meat of 3 boss-level magical beasts. You won't do it yourself. Instead, the elf queen Undissa will sit on your lap and feed you. While serving you, Undissa will wear a humiliated expression on her face, and you enjoy bullying her like this. Before long, humans sent you 10 beautiful virgins, and you continued your debauched and immoral life. In the 75th year, you finally had your first child. It was the queen who conceived your first child. It seems that after acquiring dragon blood, although you became much more lustful, your fertility seemed to have declined significantly, so you cherished this child very much. During the queen's pregnancy, you treated her very well, even better than you treated Misha and Wendy. In the 76th year, your child was born. The queen did not lay a dragon egg, but rather a baby boy with 2 small horns on his head. Upon seeing the child, you were overjoyed, and the entire nation celebrated his birth for 3 days and 3 nights. You named him Rome. In the 72nd year, you favored countless people, but Rome was still your only child. Therefore, you doted on him immensely, and you would find ways to give him whatever he wanted. Because of your excessive pampering, Rome, at such a young age, already had a host of bad habits. But he inherited your talent. He was born with a royal physique, but unlike ordinary people with royal physiques, he was born at the royal level, only at level 1. However, it was still a genuine royal level. With such terrifying talent, reaching the emperor level, or even surpassing the emperor level, would definitely not be a problem for him in the future. In your 80th year, you continue living the same life. Your original plan was to obtain the ice crystal and other treasures from the Snow Clan after acquiring the Fruit of Life, but now you seem to have forgotten your original plan. In the 86th year, the Demon King's first demon general arrived in your territory. Looking at this terrifying figure before you, surpassing even the emperor level, Feng Chen's memories resurfaced in your mind, instantly making you much more alert. In this simulation, because you were far too arrogant, you still couldn't escape being cleansed by the Demon King's power. However, unlike last time, this time, after being drawn in by the Demon King's power, the barrier between you and the Emperor level was instantly shattered. You successfully advanced to the Emperor level and evolved into the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Seeing your evolution, the Demon General was slightly surprised. After instructing you to behave as a dragon and not be too ostentatious, he left. This time, after you were corrupted by the Demon King's power, although you advanced to the Emperor level, you were still affected by the Demon King's power, but the impact was not significant. After all, before you were corrupted by the Demon King's power, you were lazy, tyrannical, lustful, greedy, and arrogant. Even now, corrupted by the Demon King's power, you remain lazy, tyrannical, lustful, greedy, and arrogant. Life hasn't changed much, it's even improved. In the same year, a party of heroes arrived in your territory and launched a campaign against you. Unusually, when faced with the heroes' party, you set aside your arrogance and didn't send mere soldiers to deal with a legendary hero. Instead, you personally fought alongside your people. Over the years, although you've lived a decadent life, there's one thing you've never forgotten: adding 3 drops of condensed essence to the central lake every day. As a result, your army is now incredibly powerful, with dozens of emperor-level efforts and over 100 king-level efforts, and your clan's total population has reached nearly 10 million. After entering your territory, the heroes' party began an endless battle. The surrounding monsters seemed inhospitable, advancing wave after wave, fearless and incredibly disciplined, as if they were being mondayed. This was the first time they had ever faced such a fierce and arduous fight. You stand at a distance, watching the blood-red figure being surrounded by the horde of beasts. The hero's silver-white armor is now completely stained red with blood. You felt no heartache over the killing of your people. Influenced by your dragon bloodline and the power of the Demon King, you are now extremely indifferent to those unrelated to you, treating them merely as tools. Half a month later, the hero and her Panions had hosted most of their magic power, and even the priest and the team had been killed in battle. This was the first time the hero's team had suffered a loss since its formation. Looking at the seemingly endless horde of beasts before them, the other 2 members besides the hero were now utterly desperate. 3 days later, the female mage fell in battle. 5 days later, the male warrior perished. Now, only the hero remained in her party, facing this million-strong monster alone. Chapter 96: Bloody Battle. Even though the hero was in dire straits, you still didn't choose to engage in close bat, but instead occasionally harassed him with breath from behind. Having been raids in arms with the hero for hundreds of years, you know very well that although the hero before you may seem to be cornered, he is not actually in a desperate situation. A hero is someone capable of creating miracles in any predicament. In fact, it could be said that this is the hero's most powerful moment. If you rashly approach a hero, you might very well be killed. Therefore, to be on the safe side, you choose to only engage in ranged bat, and even disappear from time to time. On the 94th day of the siege of the hero, looking at the hero still persevering, you are incredibly grateful that you didn't go in to die. In these sighty days, the hero has been driven to the brink of death 3 times, but each time she actually broke through in the face of battle, and now her level has reached around the mid-level of Emperor. She has endured it all. Alone, with only a holy sword, she has killed more than 700,000 magical beasts in these 94 days. However, your race has a total of around 9 million magical beasts. While 700,000 may sound like a lot, it's actually negligible. There are approximately 3 million magical beasts remaining on the ground, and over 5 million reinforcement from other territories are still arriving in droves. As for why your race has such a terrifying number of magical beasts, it's because you've never restricted their reproduction, nor have you ever organized magical beast hides activities that lead to certain deaths and reduce the number of magical beasts. You don't believe that the hero alone could kill all 9 million magical beasts in your territory. On the 113th day, the hero's movements had been noticeably slower than at the beginning. She knew she had truly reached her limit. She began to gather her magic and life force, charging frantically through the beast horde, attempting to find you, the mastermind behind it all. But no matter how she charged, she was met with an endless sea of beasts, and there was no way for her to break through. In fact, she had tried to fight her way out before, but she had failed each time. Inside the castle, using the crystal ball given to you by the Demon King, you coldly observe this scene. The heroine's life is nearing its end, and you have no intention of witnessing her death. You only know that in such critical moments, one must be especially cautious. On the 126th day, as the hero's life was about to end, suddenly, a beam of white holy light descended from the sky, striking the hero who was on the verge of his limit. All the magical beasts within a 500-meter radius were incinerated by this holy light. This is a skill that the hero can only use once in his life, and it is also a passive skill. When his life ES to an end, he will receive the goddess's blessing. After the blessing ends, the hero's condition will instantly return to full, and their strength will increase significantly. It's even possible that they will break through to a higher realm in a short period of time. However, this move isn't without its price. It lasts for 3 months. If the hero hasn't broken through to the net realm after 3 months, they will surely die. If they successfully break through to the net realm within 3 months, they will be fine, but this life-saving skill will never be available again. At the same time, this is truly the hero's last resort. If she still cannot break through the encirclement in this state, then she really has no other options left. Seeing the hero recover, you burst into a tirade of abuse. You thought you had overestimated her, but you underestimated her after all. After cursing the hero for being overpowered. Calm down. So what if you've recovered? There are still over 7 million magical beasts in your territory. Let her kill them. Let her recover again if she dares. However, after recovering, the hero's eyes flashed with golden light, and he suddenly looked in your direction. Seeing this through the crystal ball, your pupils contracted sharply. You didn't understand how the hero had discovered you, but you knew your task now was to escape as quickly as possible. In reality, after receiving divine protection, the hero temporarily possessed some god-level skills, such as the Eye of the Gods. She used the Eye of the Gods to discover your location. Then, the hero charged towards you in a straight line at astonishing speed. None of the monsters in her path could withstand a single strike from her sword. Seeing this, you didn't choose to sit and wait for your death, but instead fled immediately. Even if the hero was strong, so many monsters could hold her off for a while, although you knew that the hero would catch up with you sooner or later. But before she catches up, you need to wear her down as much as possible. On the 151st day, after slaying countless monsters, the hero has finally caught up with you. Although they are now all your subordinates, you know that you have nowhere left to retreat. You have no choice but to fight head-on. The hero swung her sword at you, a strike powerful enough to kill any other monster in your territory, but you blocked it. Seeing this, the hero wasn't surprised. She hadn't expected to kill such a terrifying creature with a single blow. You two began a fierce exchange of fire. Although you've only recently reached the Emperor level, the hero finds you incredibly troublesome. At the same time, 13 royal-level magical beasts from your clan, including Goblins, arrived at the scene immediately to provide support. They were all very clever. Instead of confronting the hero directly, they ambushed him from his most vulnerable spot, just like you did before. The hero is now surrounded and attacked from both sides, his situation even more difficult than before. She has fought other Emperor-level magical beasts before, but none of them possessed your strength, cunning, treachery, or caution. You are, in short, the most formidable opponent she has encountered in her entire hero's journey. On the 156th day, neither you nor the hero have inflicted any significant damage on each other. A large number of the magical beasts that helped you have died, and a royal-level magical beast has also perished at the hero's hands. On the 161st day, you seized the opportunity and left a wound in the hero's abdomen, but at the cost of having half of your right wing severed. During this time, the hero also killed 3 more royal-level magical beasts. The wounds inflicted by the Holy Sword are extremely difficult to heal, causing your instant regeneration to seem to have failed. Your wings show absolutely no sign of healing. On the 170th day, both you and the hero are severely wounded, bearing numerous large and small injuries. Now, only the Goblin and Goblin remain among your royal-level magical beasts. The Elf Queen is not present. In this life, she hates you, and she chose not to help you. Chapter 97 Simulation ends, The Sin of Greed. On the 177th day, both of your wings were completely severed. Your left leg was cut in half, you lost one eye, and you have a deep wound on your abdomen that epauses the bone. The Goblin and the Goblin have also died in battle. The hero's right hand was severed, and his left leg was riddled with 31 gaping holes, along with numerous other wounds of varying sizes from which blood continued to flow. Your injuries are roughly the same. On the 190th day, the hero severed your dragon head with a single sword strike, and, in your final moments, you pierced the hero's entire body. You and the hero perished together. You are dead. Simulation complete. 1,505,000 evaluation points awarded. Evaluation. You are a cruel and cunning emperor, a terrifying monster worthy of being recorded in history, and a rare instance who, despite not being a demon king, can kill a hero. Upon seeing the score he had earned in this evaluation, Goblin was pleasantly shocked at a whopping 1.5 million points. He had expected the number of points he would gain after breaking through to the emperor level to be enormous, but he never imagined it would be this outrageous. After calming down, Goblin guessed that the reason he had so many points this time was because he had killed the hero, since strength was not the only criterion for points. You can use your rating points to redeem the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1 level, consuming 5,000 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly. Current level cap is 52. Option 2. Obtain complete memories of this life, consuming 50,000 points. Option 3. Prophecy LV.1, Beast Aura LV.1. Each level increases by 30,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option 4. Upgrade Superhuman Body LV1 by 1 level, consuming 5,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option 5. Wind and Thunder LV.1, upgrades level by 1, consumes 15,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option C. Increase the level of any one of the following skills by 1 level. Multiplied Counterattack LV.1, Anticipatory Block LV.1, or Berserk LV.1. Costs 1,000 points. Can be selected repeatedly. Option 7. Obtain the skill Demon Statue of the Demonic Path, consuming 150,000 evaluation points. Option 8. Obtain Talent Essence, consuming 100,000 evaluation points. A special option for the first kill of the hero. Randomly obtain one of the 7 deadly sins, consuming 1 million evaluation points. Upon seeing the reward options that appeared, Goblin's eyes remained fixed on the 7 deadly sins at the bottom. Putting aside the other options for the time being, this one was a must-have. Obtaining any one of the 7 deadly sins would be a win-win situation, but if possible, he would still prefer to obtain either the sin of gluttony or the sin of pride. Goblin quickly made his choice. I purchased one of the 7 deadly sins, spending 1 million points. It cost 35,000 points to level up to level 52. Purchase Talent Essence for 100,000 points. Purchase the Innate Ghost Path Golem for 150,000 points. Upgrade the skills Wind and Thunder and Superhuman Body to the minimum level, costing 180,000 points. Upgrading Multi-Shot, Anticipatory Block, and Berserk to the minimum level consumes 27,000 points. A total of 1,492,000 points were spent, leaving 13,000 points. Goblin did not plan to spend any more points and intended to save them for the net simulation to draw talents. The reason why Goblin did not save more than 100,000 points to draw talents was mainly because the points spent on each talent purchase were often dozens or even hundreds of times the purchase price. If you spend too much money on the draw, you probably won't be able to afford Goblin. System reward has been issued. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the sin of greed. After receiving the reward of the 7 deadly sins, Goblin was still somewhat disappointed. He would have preferred the sins of pride or gluttony. As for the sin of greed, he only knew that in hell, the demon Mammon represented greed. Mammon was the embodiment of money and would tempt people to kill each other for wealth. Other than that, he didn't know anything. Goblin quickly checked his current attributes. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin Berserker. Template, Leader. Grade, 5,252, 0%. Stamina, 275. Strength, 340. Agility, 277. Spirit, 410. Charisma, 59. Skill, Sin of Greed, Special Skill Prophecy LV.1. Beastly Aura LV.1, Superhuman Body LV.ma, Wind and Thunder LV.ma, High Speed Regeneration LV.ma, Absolute Focus LV.ma, Steel Skin LV.ma, Super Impact Absorption LV.ma, Multiplied Counterattack LV.ma, Predictive Block LV.ma, Berserk LV.ma, Ultimate Magic Principle LV.1, Holy Light Judgment LV.1, Oracle LV.1, Holy Light Bullet LV.1, Physical Enhancement Magic LV.1, Anti-Magic Shell Magic LV.1, Mass Berserk Magic LV.1, Weakness Curse LV.1, Reckless, Spell LV.1, Demonic Golem LV.1, Life Reversal, Special Skill. Talents: Devour, Blue Eye, Monster Tails, Large Stomach, Mighty Strength, Magic Expansion, Devour Magic Crystals, Photographic Memory, Condensed Essence. In terms of skills, it can be said to be quite lurid. However, what Goblin is most concerned about is the newly acquired skill, the Sin of Greed. After carefully studying this skill, Goblin discovered that the Sin of Greed has a great background. The Sin of Greed has the following abilities. Firstly, you can use jewelry and money to exchange for powerful abilities, such as improving your four-dimensional attributes, skills, or even level. This is somewhat similar to purchasing with system points, except that you only need money to buy anything you want. Secondly, you will gain the skill Greed Awakening, which is an active skill. After being released, it will greatly increase all attributes and grant a series of skills such as Greed Claw, Greed Eye, and Greed Body during its duration. Thirdly, the Sin of Greed can amplify the greed in people's hearts, causing them to fight. After death, their souls will be harvested by the person who released the Sin of Greed, enhancing the power of the releaser. Most importantly, these souls can continuously enhance the abilities of the Sin of Greed and unlock other skills of the Sin of Greed. After understanding the power of the Sin of Greed, Goblin swallowed hard. This simulation had truly been incredibly rewarding. When choosing his reward this time, he didn't choose to collect memories. He vaguely sensed that if he collected memories this time, he might be affected by the dragon's memories, and he didn't want to be like the person in the simulation. Chapter 98, Purchasing Attribute Points. Coming to his senses, Goblin felt another change in his body. The simulated demon tattoo appeared on his back, and now he could use the demon golem. The free simulation attempts for this month haven't been used yet, and there are only a few days left until the end of the month. However, since the simulation just ended, Goblin doesn't intend to start the net one immediately. After a good night's rest, the little elves were somewhat dazed when they saw Goblin the next day. It had only been one night, so why had Goblin changed so much? Why is he suddenly wearing clothes? Has the weather gotten colder? And his face seems to look better. Besides that, the elves vaguely sense that Goblin's aura has been much more dangerous. Seeing the seven little guys' cautious demeanor, Goblin felt somewhat helpless. This sudden change was indeed difficult to accept at first glance. Fortunately, the Goblins were used to their frequent changes, so they didn't find it particularly unusual. Goblin was relieved that his personality hadn't changed much after acquiring the Sin of Greed. Of course, it was also possible that his personality would change once he became more powerful. Let's continue on our way. We should be able to reach the elven territory soon. Upon hearing his words, the little elves nodded quickly. As he walked, he checked what he could get for his current wealth. He had about 27,000 gold coins scattered around him, as well as some gems and other items. This wealth should be considerable and could be exchanged for many things. As he walked, he used the Sin of Greed to check what he could exchange for. Then, in Goblin's consciousness, a demon with a human body and two bird heads appeared. This was the image of Mammon, the god of greed. At this moment, Goblin noticed that this guy had no consciousness and that he could control him at will. Then, items that could be exchanged appeared in front of Goblin. He quickly discovered that 27,000 gold coins couldn't buy much. For Imple, attribute points were incredibly expensive. A single free attribute point cost a whopping 10,000 gold coins. Charisma attribute points, on the other hand, cost 5,000 gold coins each, which was much cheaper than normal attribute points. He frowned at the exorbitant price of attribute points. Then he checked some skills and found that some skills were much cheaper, but those he could afford were useless. The slightly better skills were ridiculously expensive and useless, not even as good as attribute points. The better ones were completely unaffordable. In addition, the gems he carried were worth 60,000, which could be exchanged for SI attribute points or other skills. After a moment's thought, Goblin decided not to buy any other skills. Instead, he spent all his gems and 20,000 gold coins to buy 8 attribute points. He put all 8 points into his mental attribute, since, based on the Sin of Greed skill, he should now be considered a mage. After the exchange was complete, Goblo could feel that his spirits had indeed improved, his attribute points had indeed changed, and the demon with 2 bird heads and a human body in his mind had also disappeared. After spending a lot of money, he realized the importance of money and seemed to see a bright future for himself. After all, not to mention anything else, there were more than 10 million gold coins in the tomb of the Royal Dragon clan alone. If the price of attribute points never changed, that would be 1,000 attribute points. Goblin could almost picture himself glaring at his enemy until he was dead. As he pondered this, he took out a bucket, filled it with water from the river not far ahead, and then dripped 3 drops of condensed essence into it. Instantly, the water in the bucket, just like in the simulation, turned into a viscous, green liquid resembling fell energy. Looking at the 3 goblins again, their eyes revealed a longing as they gazed at the bucket of water. "Drink up. I'm going to check on the elves." "Yes, clan chief." After saying that, the 3 of them rushed to drink, wishing they could bury their heads directly in the bucket. Because of the changes that occurred in Goblu, the 7 little guys reverted to their initial state when they first met, being cautious and careful, afraid of provoking Goblu. Looking at the 7 little ones, Goblo felt somewhat helpless. Elves are arguably one of the purest races in the world, especially these innocent children who are even more sensitive to malice. Although Goblin meant no harm to these little guys, it's understandable that they felt uncomfortable with the aura emanating from him, given that he possessed skills like the demonic statue of the demon and the sin of greed. Thinking it over, he cast a holy light spell on himself, slightly covering the magical power on his body that would frighten the little elves with his holy attributes. However, the next second, a jet black holy light spell landed on him. He was stunned, and the little elves were also stunned. After acquiring the sin of greed, his magic power had now completely turned into dark magic power. Using a skill like Holy Light spell could indeed heal him. However, for some creatures with divine attributes, his Holy Light spell is no different from Udu. For a moment, Goblin didn't know what to say to ease the awkward atmosphere. In the end, all I could say was, "Let's rest a little longer and then continue on our way. We should be able to pick up the pace for the rest of the journey." "Okay, sir." Not long after, the Goblin and his panions returned with empty buckets. Goblin could clearly see that the 3 of them had more magic power and their strength had improved slightly. In the afternoon, he increased the speed of his panions a little. Before long, he noticed several elves patrolling not far ahead. It seemed to be an elf patrol team. Seeing this, Goblo felt a glimmer of hope. He had finally encountered some elves. He quickly ran over, and the 5 adult elves on patrol immediately became alert when they saw Goblo running towards them. They could also sense the dangerous aura emanating from Goblin. Before he even entered the group's attack range, he said, "I rescued a few elves from humans. You're elves, right? Take them back with you." Upon hearing Goblin's words, all 5 stopped their attack gestures, but remained extremely cautious, as the humanoid monster in front of them looked quite evil. But the next second, Goblin waved to the back, and Goblin and his panions appeared before them with 7 little elves. Chapter 99 Simulation begins. New talent reaches its pinnacle. The moment she saw the 7 little guys rushing over, a female elf in the elf patrol team excitedly ran over and hugged one of the little elf boys. "Bro, I'm so glad you're okay. You can't run around like that anymore, okay? I was so worried about you." "Sister, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again." "It's all right. It's good that you're all right. Quickly thank this uncle. He's the one who brought you back, right?" "Yes. Uncle Goblo rescued us from the humans." Hearing the way the other party addressed him, Goblo felt a little helpless. If you didn't include the memories from the simulation, his body was actually less than a year old. Maybe, according to age, these 7 little brats in front of him were his grandparents. Then, one of the adult male elves stepped forward and said, "So your name is Goblo. Mr. Goblo, thank you for your help. If you don't mind, I would like to invite you to our tribe. Would you be willing to give us a chance to treat you well?" "It is my honor," Goblin said modestly. Although Goblin didn't show any signs of being dangerous, the elves still looked at him with great wariness. They didn't know why, since Goblin seemed to have no faults. Goblin naturally noticed the elves' wariness. At that moment, he realized that the sin of greed had indeed had an impact on him, and a very strong one at that. He feared that he would find it difficult to live a normal life again. Because of the patrol team leading the elves, their speed was much faster, and they arrived at the elf territory on the second day. Mr. Goblo, I'll take the children to rest first. He'll take you to see our elders first. Okay. Goblo nodded. He knew that outsiders visiting the elven race for the first time had to meet with the elven elders first. Afterwards, he went with the others to see the elders of the elven race. As for the goblin and the others, they stayed nearby and did not enter the territory. It wasn't that he thought the goblin and the others were shameful that he didn't take them along. Rather, he was afraid that the goblins would lose control. After all, these three guys had been staring at the elves every day for the past few days, and if he hadn't tried his best to stop them, they would have been killed by the elves long ago. However, Goblo didn't notice that after he entered the elven territory, the roadside vegetation along the way began to turn yellow and wither at an extremely slow pace, which even Goblo didn't notice. At this moment, Goblo was still immersed in the beauty of the elven landscape. Soon, the group brought him to Misha. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Goblin was somewhat dazed as memories from the simulation surfaced. Fortunately, he didn't do anything out of line and simply looked at Misha politely. When Misha saw Goblin, she frowned slightly. She noticed the strange magic emanating from him, and at the same time, Goblin gave her a very strange feeling. Even though it was their first meeting, Goblin's eyes seemed to know her as if he had known her for a long time. Did they have some connection? Senior Misha, this is Mr. Goblo. He just brought back our 7 lost little ones. He is a benefactor to our elf race. Hearing what the other person said, Misha was a little surprised. Just as she was about to reach out and shake hands with Goblin to thank him, she suddenly stopped and stared intently at a small blade of grass slowly withering beside Goblin. Goblin noticed this as well because of Misha's unusual behavior. Goblo's pupils suddenly contracted. The side effects of a sin of greed were greater than he had imagined. Before Misha could speak, Goblo said, "Excuse me." After glancing at Misha, he turned and left. Seeing Goblin's retreating figure, Misha wanted to speak to stop him, but she couldn't utter a word. She knew that some magical bees carried very dense demonic energy, which would seriously pollute the elven environment after entering the territory of the elven race, causing unpredictable consequences. Clearly, Goblin was such a magical beast. But Goblin was clearly the hero who saved the little elves in their territory, and she knew she shouldn't treat him like this, but letting Goblin stay in the elf community would only affect the elf community's environment. After Goblin left, Misha came to her senses. For some reason, she felt that Goblin's last look at her seemed somewhat sad, but she really couldn't remember where they had met before. On his way back, Goblin saw the plants slowly withering. He looked somewhat helpless. Ever since he encountered the elves in the simulation, he had been thinking about what he would do when he actually came to the elves. He never expected that he would be unable to enter the entire sin of greed now. Judging from this, it seems the time for him to reunite with his wives will be later. Before long, the 3 goblins who were waiting saw Goblin out. "Gobra, Chief, that was fast. I thought you'd stay inside longer." "Goblin, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all." After internally criticizing it, Goblo didn't say anything about Gobla, since it wasn't real and he naturally wouldn't get angry. "Let's go. We'll stay nearby for the time being." "Yes, Chieftain," the Goblin replied solemnly. Subsequently, following his memory, Goblin settled near a pool not too far from the elven territory. Since today is the last day of the month, if he doesn't use the simulation, the free simulation attempt for the month will be wasted. After instructing Goblin to keep watch at night, Goblin entered the simulation again. Simulation begins. 13,000 points remain from the previous simulation. You have obtained the talent Peak of Perfection. After obtaining Peak of Perfection, your level cap is unlocked to Emperor level, and your skill training speed and leveling speed will also be greatly increased. Goblo could sense how powerful his newly acquired talent was, but he would have to wait and see what happened in the simulation to find out just how powerful it was. In the first year, you left the elven race for your own reasons. However, a few days later, the elven race found you nearby. Misha then offered to host a special dinner for you outside elven territory, even though you couldn't enter elven territory. She promised that as long as you didn't harm the elven race, you would always be their friend. Seeing the Tet appear in the simulation, Goblo felt that the elves were quite considerate, as he was now part of the elven race. It's like a mosquito in summer or a wisdom tooth in your mouth. What does this sentence mean? It's best to avoid it. To the elves, he is now the kind of person they would rather not have. Chapter 100 Soul Contract. He was quite surprised that the other party would thank him even after all this. Thanks to the warm hospitality of the elves, you and the goblin were able to taste the water of life and befriend Misha and the others. In the same year, you learned to use the sin of greed to turn things like dirt into gold coins or magnificent jewels. You used these riches to deceive some goblins and obtain their souls. A hideous, short goblin with greedy eyes stared at the gold coins and jewels you had conjured from the mud and excitedly said, "My lord, is what you say true? If I work hard for you for a year, you will give me all this treasure." "Of course it's true, but you have to do what you promised me and work for me diligently for a year. If you break the contract or fail to do what I asked of you during this year, I will take away your soul and all your lifespan." As he spoke, you took out a contract. Contrary to his expectations, demons cannot directly plunder human souls. To obtain the souls of other beings, one must agree to sign a soul contract. Hearing your words, a hint of fear appeared in the goblin's eyes, but after hesitating for a moment, it nodded and agreed to sign a contract with you. Wealth was too attractive to such greedy creatures as goblins. Because humans pursued wealth, so goblins firmly believed that wealth was a good thing. Then, the goblin dripped his blood onto your contract. You used the same method to sign the same contracts with hundreds of goblins in a short period of time. In the first month, after you used some underhanded tactics, 70% of the goblins couldn't hold out and were ultimately reaped by the contract, their lives and souls taken. After their deaths, the deposit you gave them turned into a pile of useless dust. At the same time, you also tasted the flavor of the soul. Originally at the peak of the leader level, you directly advanced to the leader level creature, the Goblin Soul Shaman. Although they are merely the souls of low-level goblins, these souls can indeed bring you a significant boost. The most noticeable effect is that the mammon in your spiritual world has been larger and slightly more solidified. But there's one thing you really hate. The souls of these low-level goblins taste disgusting. If you were to pair them to a dish, they'd remind you of canned herring from your past life. And now, you've already eaten over 70 cans of herringable, but utterly repulsive. But the improvement in these souls is so obvious that you can only continue to endure this disgusting feeling. By the third month, not a single goblin who had signed a soul contract with you had managed to survive. In the second year, due to reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, your talent for cultivation greatly improved, causing your high-speed regeneration, LV.MA, and steel skin, LV.MA, to evolve in a super-speed regeneration, LV1, and diamond skin, LV1, respectively. That same year, another human poaching party planned to hunt elves. Seeing these humans, a bold idea arose in your mind. You knew their purpose in capturing elves was nothing more than wealth. So you specifically found a cave and used rocks to conjure mountains of gold coins and jewels. Under your guidance, these poachers were easily lured into this cave. Looking at the mountain of treasure before them, the 5 members of the poacher team were completely stunned, staring blankly at the scene before them. Before they could react, you appeared before them. The 5 were somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the orc, as orcs were relatively rare in the monster forest. They usually lived in barren deserts. Although the creature before them was a lowly orc, its appearance was extremely strange, and it gave them a mysterious and dangerous feeling. You spoke first, saying, "Do you want my treasure?" "Oh, what? Do you want my treasure?" You repeated what you had just said. "You mean all this treasure is yours?" "Yes, do you want it?" "Yes." One of the humans answered almost without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with greed. If he could take just 1/10 of the gold coins inside, he would never have to worry about money again. "If you want it, sign a contract with me. As long as you pay a negligible price, pass a small test, and promise not to reveal what's going on here, you can obtain the wealth you read as much as you want." As you speak, 5 soul contracts constructed in demonic language appear out of thin air before the 5 people. Drip your blood on them, and the contracts are established. Then, you can use this package to pack up any wealth you can take with you. Hearing your words, these people didn't immediately sign the contract. Your appearance was too strange. They remained wary of you. "What kind of test are you talking about?" asked the oldest-looking member of the group. It's very simple. As long as you can leave the monster forest alive within 5 days, you've passed the test. Hearing your words, all 5 were somewhat surprised because they were already close to the middle level of the monster forest. The monster forest was vast, and 5 days was already a very tight time frame to leave. If they encountered more monsters along the way, it would be easy to fail the challenge. This is too difficult. A female thief couldn't help but say. That's why I said this is a test. If you don't even dare to take this small risk, don't even think about getting treasure from me. However, before Goblin could finish speaking, a male thief had already cut his thumb and dripped his blood onto the soul contract. The contract was now in effect. The thief felt as if he had lost something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. With the other 4 watching, he took the bag Goblin handed him and began frantically filling it with gold coins. In just a few minutes, he had filled it with tens of thousands of coins. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, signing soul contracts with Goblin and starting to fill the bag with their own gold coins. After witnessing this scene, a sinister smile appeared on your lips, and your claws began to attend. Now that the contract is established, you never said you wouldn't stop these 5 from leaving the demon beast forest. The cave echoed with agonizing screams. You severed the limbs of these 5 humans. They glared at you with anger and fear, cursing you, but you ignored them. They were incapacitated. 5 days later, the contract took effect, and their souls and lives became your nourishment. Chapter 101, 10 million gold coins to purchase a magical artifact. Compared to the souls of goblins, human souls are like various delicious dishes, each with its own unique flavor and taste. You can discern that the owners of these 5 souls were all wicked people in their previous lives. Their souls are filled with resentment. Besides this, their souls possess a peculiar flavor, indescribable yet seemingly extremely addictive. Furthermore, the quality of human souls is incomparable to that of goblins. These 5 humans were probably around the leader level in their previous lives, and they directly raised your level by 1. Keep in mind that you are now a leader level creature. The goblins you consumed earlier were either ordinary or elite, with a few being leader level. The boost you receive from consuming 1 leader level human is roughly equivalent to consuming the souls of 15 leader level goblins. This disparity has given you some other ideas. Perhaps you could travel to human cities and harvest the souls of some evil people. However, your current appearance would be far too conspicuous in a human city. So, you use the power of the sin of greed to try and to change it for a disguise skill. A low-level disguise skill costs 30,000 gold coins, which isn't offensive, but you don't have one. In the past 2 years, only this one poacher team has and they're very poor. The gold coins and jewels you conjured from rocks and dirt are obviously unusable. You've set your sights on the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Although your territory is still in its early stages, with only 200 members, you've now acquired the sin of greed, and your bat power is on a completely different level compared to before. You should now be strong enough to kill a king-level dragon corpse. However, you chose to play it safe and didn't go immediately. In the 3rd year, after consuming the souls of the 3,000th goblin, your level has reached the peak of the leader level. However, the direction of your mutation this time, the Goblin Soul Shaman, is not particularly powerful. Its level cap is only 20 levels higher than that of a normal leader level, so your current level is 70. Even so, after using the Awakening of Greed, your strength will increase several times over, making you much stronger than at this stage in your previous life. You will be more than capable of dealing with a king-level dragon corpse by yourself. You have led an army to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Your purpose in bringing the army is not to have them help fight the corpse dragon, but simply to have them help transport supplies from within. The journey was smooth, without any unexpected incidents. You successfully reached the location of the Dragon Emperor's remains. As before, after taking the Dragon Ball, the Dragon Emperor's remains immediately revived. The instant the corpse dragon awoke, you used Greed Awakening. Immediately, another head grew from your neck, a pair of wings appeared on your back, your claws became sharper, your limbs thickened, and your torso strengthened. You sensed that your base attributes had increased 5-fold, far exceeding the limits of the king level. Faced with your transformation, the corpse dragon remained completely unfazed. After all, he was now nothing more than a walking corpse. The corpse dragon charged at you, its massive fangs about to pierce your body. You immediately reached out and grabbed its upper and lower jaws. Then with a sudden burst of strength, you ripped the lower jaw off. Despite losing its jaw, the corpse dragon seemed oblivious, continuing to attack you relentlessly with its head, occasionally unleashing a breath of dragon's breath. Previously, his dragon breath could travel hundreds of meters, but now, it's like it's aged. It only lasts a few meters like a weak water gun, falling towards the ground and causing no harm whatsoever. Then, you use the secret technique, evil spirit possession. This is the strongest skill you gain after advancing to the soul shaman level. It summons an evil spirit one tier higher than you to possess you, increasing its strength by 80% of its former power. After using the evil spirit possession technique, a gigantic phantom of an Azura appeared behind you, and your attributes increased significantly once again. Then, you jumped onto the back of the corpse dragon and tore off a piece of flesh from its back with a single blow. The corpse dragon struggled frantically, its immense strength enough to fling away any creature below the king level. But you seemed welded to its body, unable to shake it off no matter what you did. You kept trying to dismantle the corpse dragon's body. 15 minutes later, the corpse dragon, now almost entirely reduced to its spine, collapsed heavily. You then ordered your troops to begin moving the valuables, while you yourself lifted the floorboards beneath the corpse dragon and jumped directly into the small mountain of gold coins. Afterwards, you began using the wealth here to purchase skills you could use. The first one you naturally wanted was disguise. You spent 100,000 gold coins to buy an intermediate level disguise skill. You could afford a higher level one, but it wasn't necessary. The intermediate level disguise skill was sufficient for your current needs. Immediately afterwards, you started frantically buying attribute points. You had over 10 million gold coins, and at one attribute point for every 10,000 gold coins, that was over 1,000 attribute points. But soon, you discovered that things weren't quite what you expected. You found that after increasing a single attribute point to 500, the price of that attribute point immediately skyrocketed to 50,000. After raising all 4 stats to 500, you realized you'd only spent a little over 1 million gold coins. Out of desperation, you started investing in the charisma attribute, which is very cheap, costing only 5,000 gold coins per point. After raising your charm stat to 90, further increases would require another 50,000 gold coins. Instead of continuing to increase your charm, you spent 5 million gold coins to purchase a magical artifact that could be upgraded, the Wand of Resentment. You originally planned to buy some skills, but while browsing items, you discovered this magical artifact called the Wand of Hatred. After learning about its uses, you bought it without hesitation. Then, you used the remaining 3 million gold coins to purchase a skill called Absolute Rationality. You remember the side effects of eating the Dragon Balls in your past life, and you plan to eat them again in this life. Therefore, you purchased this type of skill that can help you control your emotions to avoid falling into the same situation as in your past life. You instantly learned these new skills, and at the same time, a completely black wand appeared in your hand, its top inlaid with a black crystal skull. Chapter 102, Soul Devouring Dragon Witch, Human Town. The Wand of Hatred is now a brilliant level weapon, equivalent to a boss level weapon, which is suitable for Goblin in his current state. The reason for choosing this magical artifact is mainly because it can grow and its attributes are very payable with Goblin. All spells cast through this wand will increase in level by 3, allowing the casting of spells up to level L.MA. In addition, the magic cast from this wand consumes half the mana and increases casting speed by 60%. Furthermore, the Wand of Hatred possesses a skill called Soul Imprisonment, which can imprison souls. The energy within the imprisoned souls will not dissipate, but will instead grow stronger, which is the main reason you chose this wand. After purchasing these items, you only have 300,000 gold coins left. You didn't use them all at once because you'll be traveling to a human country later, and bringing some real gold coins will be useful. Afterwards, you return to your territory, where goblins were carrying away treasures obtained from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. You went to a cave, took out the Dragon Ball, took a deep breath, and then ate it. The affected excruciating pain struck. Because your strength this time was greater than in the last simulation, the pain you felt was not less severe. In fact, it was even more intense. This time, you absorbed far more energy from the Dragon Balls, 40% of their energy in one go. Your screams echoed outside the cave, yet Gobra still chose to believe in you, thinking you could pull through. 1 month later, you will advance to a Lord-level creature, the soul-devouring dragon, which, with a level cap 37 levels higher than the average Lord-level creature. After this advancement, aside from possessing a pair of dragon horns, you will resemble a handsome man with a gentle and refined demeanor. If you didn't possess Lord-level strength, with your appearance, you'd likely be captured by human poachers and then auctioned off to wealthy upper-class women for an astonishing price. After successfully advancing, you tried using the intermediate disguise technique. Instantly, you transformed from a handsome man into a beautiful woman with a slender figure. You quietly admire your reflection in the mirror. Your transformed appearance makes you just as beautiful as Misha and the others. After admiring yourself for a while, you change back to your original form. You decide that in the future, when facing human men, you will use this appearance to lure them and trick them into signing a soul contract. After doing all this, you handed over the affairs of the territory to the Goblin. After so much time learning from him, those who had been with him for a while had to be sensible and would no longer be unable to resist pouncing on elves when they saw them. Then you disguise yourself as a beast tamer and take Gobra and Gobri to a human city. Gobra and Gobri play the roles of the monsters you have tamed, and you wear decorative collars around their necks. 9 days later, you will arrive at the nearest human town to the monster forest. This town primarily provides rest, food, and lodging for adventurers. When you entered this town, your outstanding appearance and 2 unique goblin battle pets attracted a lot of attention. The appearance you are using now is your true appearance. You just used an intermediate disguise technique to hide your 2 dragon horns and also change your eyes to normal human pupils. Just as you were choosing an inn, a beautiful and fit female adventurer ES up to you and strikes up a conversation. Hey buddy, just came out of the monster forest? Want to have some fun with us? It's free, the female adventurer said. Her eyes fied on you with a fiery gaze. Her intentions were very clear. No, I'm a little tired today and want to get some rest. You politely declined. There's more than one of us. If you want, the 3 of us can play together, the female adventurer said, pointing to 2 panions not far away. You looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a cute, innocent-looking girl about 1.5 meters tall and a voluptuous, alluring older woman staring at you. You hesitated for a moment before saying, I think I'll be staying here for a while. I'd like to find a place to stay first. Can you wait for me? Of course, young man. Why don't you eat to our tavern? We happen to have some vacant rooms at the tavern where we're staying now. Okay, well. Afterwards, you followed the 3 to the tavern where they were staying. Amidst the envious look on the waiter's face, you booked a rather large suite. After you put your things away, the 3 of them eagerly drag you off to play. While having fun, you chatted with them and learned a lot about the town. For example, where's the casino in this town? And because this town is inhabited by adventurers, there are many abandoned babies and such. The next day, although the 3 wanted to continue having fun with you, you left first, citing some unfinished business. They were disappointed, but let you go, since you were now living in the same place as them, making it easy for them to find you. Then, you used a disguise technique to transform yourself into a Sei woman and arrived near the casino, waiting for your prey to appear. Not long after, a human man was kicked out of the casino. After uttering a harsh threat, he was about to leave when he suddenly saw you not far away. The man's eyes widened immediately, and he quickly approached you to strike up a conversation. Ma'am, do you need any help? Hearing the other person's words, you timidly looked up and then said, I'm looking for a suitable fiancé who has never been in a relationship. Sir, are you married? No, ma'am. I'm still single and have never been in a relationship. Although he is already a father of 3, the man still insists that he has never been in a relationship. He claims that his wife was given to casino owners to pay off his debts, and that he sold all his children. No one can outpost his true colors. Upon hearing the man's words, your eyes suddenly lit up, and you said, Sir, could you be my fiancé? I really need a suitable fiancé right now. Of course, it would be my honor. Because of his long-term alcoholism and decadent lifestyle, coupled with the temptation of beautiful women, The man was instantly swayed and easily believed such an outrageous lie. Chapter 103, Soul Imprisonment, Sleeping Potion. Then you led the man into a small alley, took out a soul contract and a bag of gold coins made from soil, and said, "Sir, being my fiancé requires signing a contract. Please sign this contract, and after you sign, these gold coins will be yours." Sir, you've really never been in a relationship before, right? If you've been in a relationship or married before, signing this contract will be at a price. Upon seeing the bag of gold coins you produced, the man was overjoyed and quickly said, "I assure you that what I just said is true, not a single lie." He forcefully suppressed his excitement as he spoke. "Okay, now that the contract is signed, these gold coins are yours, and then we can do what we need to do next." Before you could finish speaking, the man snatched the soul contract away and hurriedly tried to sign it. "Do you have a pen?" he asked aimlessly. "This contract is a bit special. All you need to do is drip a drop of your own blood on it." Hearing your words, the man hardened his heart, bit his finger, and the first drop of blood fell on the soul contract. Instantly, a faint red light appeared on the soul contract. "Congratulations, sir. The contract has been successfully signed. Here are the gold coins you were promised." As you spoke, you tossed the bag over. The moment the man caught it, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, but he ignored it, still caught up in his intense excitement. However, if someone were present, they would notice that the man's eye sockets were sunken, abnormal dark spots were appearing on his face, his pline was rapidly turning pale, and terrifying dark spots were visibly appearing on his body. With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, still reeling from the unaffected windfall. You slowly crouched down and said in a slightly playful voice, "Sir, you're a liar. You didn't abide by the terms of our contract, and now you're being punished." Upon hearing your words, the man slowly raised his head and discovered terrifying fangs in your mouth and delicate scales on your face. You were no longer the beautiful woman you had just been. He immediately showed a look of horror and then tried to run away. He had just obtained so many gold coins, so why should he die so easily? However, the originally bulging bag of gold coins suddenly became loose. You kicked the bag of coins away, epossing all the dirt inside. "I'm so sorry, sir. Because of your deception, the gold coins have turned to dust, and your fiancé has vanished." "I'm sorry, please let me go. I'll give you anything you want," the man said with difficulty. "Fine, I want your soul and your flesh." As you spoke, amidst the man's despairing oppression, you forcibly extracted his soul from his body. Looking at the new soul before you, you frowned. You had sensed it before that this man's soul was extremely corrupt, but you didn't expect it to be even more disgusting than you imagined, like spoiled food, emitting a rotten smell. Without any hesitation, you threw this soul into the wand of hatred, imprisoning it there. There, the soul will be tormented by extreme pain, increasing its hatred and causing it to grow powerful, transforming into an extremely evil demon. For you, the scent of a malevolent spirit and the power it brings are far more potent than the worthless soul of this. After throwing the man's soul in, you could faintly hear his soul's wails, but you didn't care. Then you stuck the wand of resentment into the man's corpse. Soon, the wand began to absorb the man's flesh and blood, and the corpse shriveled up at a visible speed until only skin and bones remained. Then a ball of eerie blue flame appeared at your fingertips. You flicked the flame onto the man, and soon his body turned into a pile of black ash, as if he had never iced it in this world. You blocked the casino entrance, and in less than a day, you successfully deceived 21 such humans with clumsy lies. Of course, you had more suitable lies than those of the betrothed, but you used this lie simply to pursue efficiency. These rotten humans seem to have no wrinkles on their brains. You can fool them one by one. You finally went home late at night. Not long after you got home, there was a knock on your door. It was those girls who had tried to chat you up earlier. "Is there something you need?" you asked, feigning ignorance. "Mr. Goblin, do you have time? We'll take you to a thrilling place," the other person said excitedly. "I have time." You agreed immediately, and you could tell that they seemed to have some other purpose today. "That's great. Come with us." You followed the three men out of the tavern. Soon, you arrived at a secluded grove of trees, where you discovered several men dressed as thieves hiding. Seeing this, you realized what they intended to do to you. Mr. Goblo, please eat this. It will enhance your abilities. When you see the pills the girl hands you, you smell that they are sedative. Seeing that you hadn't moved, the girl asked stiffly, "What's wrong, Mr. Goblo?" Seeing your expressionless face, she suddenly became excited, saying with a somewhat sickly expression, "Did you find out?" As you spoke, you easily blocked the human thief who attacked you from behind. Then, SI chains with dragon heads appeared in your hands, flying in SI different directions and locking each of the SI men and women in their chains, much to the horror of their eyes. Then, they felt an irresistible force pull them towards you. Looking at the SI people in front of you, you said coldly, "What a surprise. You're planning to kidnap them and sell them to slave traders, aren't you?" Now that you've guessed their purpose, all SI of them looked terrified. The woman who gave you the drug said in a panic, "Mr. Goblo, please let us a plane. We just wanted to." Before she could finish speaking, you pulled out SI soul contracts and said, "How about we play some Essending games? The winner will not only live, but also receive a generous reward from me." As you spoke, you took out a sack full of gold coins and said excitedly. Seeing the gold coins you took out, the SI men's eyes were filled with greed, and they quickly asked you what game it was. It's very simple. It's a game of trust. Chapter 104, the game of trust. The rules of the game are, I will give each of you 2 different cards, 1 red card and 1 blue card. The red card represents keeping it all to yourself, and the blue card represents sharing it. In each round, I will give you a different amount of gold coins. Then, in each round, you can choose to keep it all to yourself or share it. If everyone chooses to share it, I will distribute the money equally among the SI of you. However, if less than half of the people choose to keep it all, then the money will be distributed equally among those who kept it all, and those who chose to share will get nothing. But if half or more of the people choose to keep it all, then none of you will get any coins. The distribution results for each round are kept secret. The person who ultimately collects the most gold coins will survive and can take all the gold coins with them. You can discuss the distribution among yourselves during the rounds. The game consists of SI rounds in total. After you finished speaking, the SI people present looked at each other, and you saw greed in their eyes. Only the shortest girl asked, "Can we choose not to participate in this game?" "Of course you can. Then you can just die." The SI of them obediently signed a soul contract with you. The first game began quickly. You let them discuss for a while, and looking at the cards the SI players handed in, a smile crept onto your lips. 2 people had chosen to keep everything for themselves, while the others had chosen to share. You then distributed the gold coins that each of them was entitled to. After receiving their first round of gold coins, the humans immediately started arguing. Clearly, some had chosen to betray them. You stood by quietly, watching them fight without intervening. The second round then began on time. These people were clearly affected. You were very satisfied with the cards they handed in. As you affected, all SI chose to keep them all for themselves, meaning no one received any gold coins. The 4 people who had no coins in the previous round, and who also failed to obtain any coins in the second round, completely erupted into a heated argument. In the following 4 rounds, they used every means at their disposal, selling everything they could think of to force others to share. However, in the remaining 4 rounds, no one received any gold coins. At the end of the final round, the 2 who received gold coins in the first round were beaming with pride. They were now the ones with the most gold coins. Not only had they survived, but they had also obtained all the wealth, while the remaining 4 looked utterly dejected. "Give me all the gold coins you've obtained," she said coldly. Then, the smallest girl and one of the male thieves each produced 300 gold coins. The other 4, witnessing this, glared angrily at the 2. It was their betrayal that had brought them to this state. The next second, the 4 people's bodies weakened at a visible rate. Seeing their terrifying state, the other 2 felt somewhat fortunate and chose to devour them all themselves. "Well then, let's see who has the most gold coins." Hearing your words, the petite girl said somewhat smugly, "We must have the same number of gold coins because we were the only ones who got gold coins in the first round." "Oh, they're the same amount. That makes things easier." After saying this, the 2 suddenly felt their bodies be heavy, as if something was being peeled away from their bodies. "What are you doing? We clearly won." However, After hearing the other person's roar, you shook your head and said, "No, no, no. I said before that the person who gets the most gold coins would win. You weren't the same person, so none of you won." After saying this, the two tried to resist, but the next second, their bodies went limp and their souls were taken into your possession. You can clearly see that the souls of these SI people are far superior to those of the previous ones, both in quality and essence. This is because, firstly, their own strength was greater than that of the previous gamblers. Secondly, there was the intense resentment they felt upon death. And thirdly, they died because of their greed for money. Among the gambler souls you encountered before, you discovered that these 3 points are essentially what can improve a soul's quality, especially the third one, which has a particularly significant impact on you because you possess the sin of greed. Souls killed through harsh methods not only taste worse, but their quality also declines slightly. You did not choose to place the souls of these SI individuals into the Wand of Hatred, because their quality has aged the current upgrade limit of the Wand of Hatred. The Wand of Hatred can currently only upgrade the quality of ordinary or weaker elite-level souls. For a period of time afterward, you lured all sorts of villains into this human town, such as a drunkard who enjoys domestic violence, a human trafficker who goes around kidnapping people, and someone who is obsessed with beautiful women. After spending a month in the town, you noticed a sharp decrease in the number of bad guys and a significant improvement in the town's safety. You realized it was time to leave. Over the past month, your deception skills have been increasingly refined, and everyone is now completely under your control. At the same time, you've realized that the more favorable the rules of the game are to humanity, the stronger the resentment and deep regret will be in the face of defeat, ultimately elevating the quality of their souls. So, around mid-month, the rules you set made it increasingly likely that humanity would win, but in reality, humanity was always destined to lose. Because this is a small town frequented by adventurers, with a large population flow, and because you always do things very cleanly, leaving virtually no trace, and because your targets are all the lowest class, hopeless scum, your month-long criminal activities haven't attracted much attention. In this past month, your strength has increased dramatically. You've leveled up, and your other skills have improved even more. This is the benefit that a human soul brings you, and this is even for a low-level soul. After leaving the human town, you arrived in a city called Floating Flower City. It's much more prosperous than the town, and its dark side is far more widespread, expanding your clientele and increasing your employment opportunities. Just like when you entered the human town, you strolled around the tavern in your original form, attracting many people to chat with you. From them, you gleaned a considerable amount of information about the city, discovering that Floating Flower City was far darker than you had imagined. Chapter 105 Rapid Progress. Not long after, a somewhat plump woman, who looked to be around 30 years old, approached you and asked if you could have a drink with her. Her lavish jewelry suggested she was wealthy. You declined the invitation. The next day, you arrived at the largest casino in Floating Flower City. However, your primary target this time wasn't the gambling addicts within the casino, but rather the casino itself. Upon entering the casino, a woman with a graceful figure will soon approach you and warmly greet you. You didn't disappoint the goddess's warm hospitality. You had changed the gold coins you transformed from mud for 100,000 gold coins and chips, and even tipped her 1,000 gold coins. The goddess was so moved that she let you bury your arm in it. Then, using your exceptional gambling skills, you turned those 100,000 gold coins into 10 million gold coins in just half an hour. Even if the casino cheated, they couldn't beat you. Your incredible winning streak has attracted a lot of attention, and everyone is betting against you. The dealer is sweating profusely, and the casino manager has arrived at the scene. For a small city like Floating Life City, 10 million gold coins is an astonishing sum. If you win a few more rounds, this casino will go bankrupt. After the casino manager arrived, he immediately replaced the dealer and then smiled at you, saying, "Are you here to cause trouble?" He's just a normal customer. What? Do you think people are trying to cause trouble just because you lose money at your casino? Of course not. How about I play a few rounds with you? Hearing the other person's words, you looked up at the person in charge, and your eyes met. While the person in charge was admiring your beautiful eyes, they were also wondering how much they could sell you for at an auction. Then you began gambling. Unsurprisingly, the casino manager, extremely confident, lost the first round. Your 10 million chips turned into 20 million. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, after losing 2 more rounds, the casino manager said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Our casino has some matters to attend to today and will be temporarily closed. Please go and exchange your chips. As for this gentleman, since you are exchanging a relatively large amount, please follow me." When the person in charge said this, their gaze was kind, as if they were genuinely inviting you. However, even from a distance, you could sense their anger. They were furious and had called you over alone. Who knows what they wanted you to do? You went over anyway, and once you entered the private room, several people immediately surrounded you. "What does this mean?" you asked, puzzled. However, the casino manager just laughed and said, "It's nothing, young man. You're still too naive. Do you really think winning money at the casino is that easy?" Seeing the casino manager's appearance, you feigned fear and said, "Aren't you going to pay up? Give me the money, ha. What are you laughing at? If you don't pay me, I'll just have to take it myself. If you're so capable, then do it yourself." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that all the thugs around him had collapsed, and you were just staring coldly at him. The casino manager knew he had probably bitten off more than he could chew this time. You walked towards him step by step, and he said in terror, "What are you going to do?" "It's nothing, just a lesson for you. I don't think you'll object to crippling your limbs, right?" "I have a problem with this," he shouted in panic. "You have a problem with that? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Let's make a bet." "What a bet on?" He knew he had no other choice but to seize this last opportunity. "It's simple, let's pair sizes. But this time, I'll be the banker. It'll be a 1-round showdown. If you win, not only will I let you go, but all the money you won before will be null and void." "What if I lose?" "Losing is simple. The casino is mine, and you have to give up your soul and body." "How about that? A fair bet, right? If you win, you gain everything, but if you lose everything completely." Upon hearing the word soul, the casino manager fell silent for a moment. He knew equally what kind of mechanisms were in place at the dealer's position. Generally speaking, in their casino, not being the dealer meant certain defeat, but this was his only chance, and perhaps there was a glimmer of hope if he did it. However, after thinking for a while, he said, "Can I offer you 80 million gold coins in exchange for your departure?" Although he did not have 80 million gold coins, he still said it. "Sure, if you can afford it." After a brief standoff, he chose to sign a soul contract with you, something he genuinely couldn't produce. Unlike ordinary people, the casino's manager possesses leadership-level power and has held a high position for many years. You can sense that his soul must possess a very special quality. The betting game begins soon. You choose the size of the points, and the higher one wins. He quickly rolled the dice and revealed 3 twos. Upon seeing this, his face turned deathly pale, and a victorious smile spread across his face. You slowly revealed your results. A 1 and a 2 appeared before you. While 1 die remained covered, its face now extremely pale. His face showed disbelief, yet hope returned. Could it be that the mechanism was installed backwards today, which is why the house keeps losing? He thought, his excitement barely contained. However, when you revealed the answer, showing 4 points, his expression froze completely, and you also revealed a mocking look. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be just a hair's breadth away? You cheated," he roared in despair. "It's entirely possible. Why can't it be just a little off? A bet's a bet, and everything you have is mine now." As you spoke, the casino manager suddenly felt dizzy, and amidst his utterly terrified oppression, you attracted his soul. Unlike the souls you've consumed before, his soul carries an extremely strong flavor, a taste of despair and resentment. After consuming it, your level will directly increase by half a level. Afterwards, you took over the casino, welling those who gambled with their lives, and your soul collection progressed much faster. In the 4th year, you reached the peak of the Lord level. Keep in mind, your level is significantly higher than a normal Lord level, and you reached the minimum level within a year. That means you gained over 30 levels in that single year. Chapter 106, Advancement to King Rank. Charisma increased to 100. Meanwhile, because of you, most of the villains in Floating Flower City have died at your hands, leading to a significant improvement in the city's security. Seeing the rapid development of Floating Flower City, You know that you've almost fully developed it. It's time to leave. You sold off all your valuables in a very short time. After such a long period of management, you now have 130 million gold coins. Logically speaking, with your abilities, you should be able to earn even more gold coins, but your mind isn't on making money, and the gamblers in Floating Flower City also have limited funds. After selling all your assets, you had 150 million gold coins. Before leaving Floating Flower City, you used these gold coins to significantly boost your strength. Although you had achieved absolute rationality, you still spent 3 million gold coins to purchase a skill called Clear Mind. To ensure that certain bloodlines wouldn't affect your thinking in the future, you spent less than 10 million gold coins to raise all your attributes to 1,000 points. After reaching 1,000 points, it costs 1 million gold coins to buy one more attribute point. So after raising your attributes to 1,000 points, you didn't continue to improve your base attributes. Subsequently, you spent 120 million gold coins to purchase the bloodline of a royal-level ancient demon dragon. The reason you bought the ancient demon dragon bloodline was because you saw that it could greatly enhance the purity of your dragon bloodline. Dragons are the most powerful race on the entire continent, and you had heard of it before. Even the current Demon King's true form is a demon dragon. Therefore, you know that as long as you can remain rational, enhancing the purity of your dragon bloodline is definitely a worthwhile option. You begin absorbing the bloodline of the ancient dragon, a pain even greater than when you absorbed the Dragon Ball spread throughout your body, but you persevered. You had already digested half of the Dragon Ball, and the total proportion of dragon bloodline in your body had reached about 10%. But in less than a quarter of an hour, the strength of your dragon bloodline has doubled and continues to rise. It finally stopped when it reached 45%. This 45% increase is because you activated the Dragon Pearl while absorbing the bloodline of the ancient demonic dragon. The Dragon Pearl has now been completely digested, and you even have your own Dragon Pearl now within your body. At the same time, you have evolved into a king-level creature, the soul-devouring ancient dragon witch. Your level cap is 38 levels higher than that of other king-level creatures. Furthermore, this advancement has granted you 15 new skills, 9 of which are dragon-type skills, incredibly powerful. Perhaps due to your clear mind and absolute rationality, your thinking hasn't changed after advancing to the king level. You remain very rational. In the 5th year, you arrive in a new human city, replicating your appearance from the previous city, continuing to reap the souls of the wicked. In the 6th year, you arrived. In the 9th year, you reach the peak of the king level. You have also arrived in the capital of the Triumph Empire. This time, something unusual happened. You encountered several old acquaintances in the capital. Several heroes are also in the capital and have run into you. The current hero is a royal level Epard, a whole level higher than you. You feel helpless after encountering him. Although your disguise technique has advanced to a high level, the hero's eyesight can definitely see through your true form. You also know that with your strength, there's absolutely no way you can escape from him. You immediately use the sin of greed, frantically searching for anything that could save you. However, you quickly spent every gold coin you accumulated, and now you only have 30 million gold coins left. For a normal person, this is wealth that they could never spend in 10 lifetimes. But for you, 30 million gold coins can't buy anything at all. As the hero's party drew ever closer, you quickened your search. You wanted to buy some sacred items, such as elven bloodlines, to make you appear harmless. However, the sin of greed couldn't buy everything. Those that were mostly evil items. You only found the bloodline of a dark elf. Out of desperation, you spent 5 million gold coins to raise your charm from 93 to 100. You discovered that the charm attribute could continue to increase after reaching 100, but the gold coins required to raise it by 1 point were not 10 million. Instead, you had 100 million gold coins. Left with no other choice, you used 20 million gold coins to purchase the highest level of charm, and used the remaining 5 million to buy advanced disguise, doing everything in your power to conceal your demonic nature. For reasons of absolute rationality, you knew that your dragon bloodline was nothing paired to the demonic nature brought about by the sin of greed. It absolutely could not be epos. As for direct bat, that's definitely out of the question. Don't you think you, at your king level, can defeat a hero? So you plan to overtake from the side, using seduction as your main tactic to see if the hero will take the bait. The moment you raise your charm to 100 points, the hero walking towards you stops in his tracks. 100 charm points is the limit a normal being can reach. Whether it's appearance, temperament, or anything else, you can't find a single flaw. Logically speaking, as long as the other person still has feelings, they can't escape your grasp. As for raising your charm to over 100 points, breaking through the limits mortals can reach, you could charm not only humans but even gods. Unfortunately, you don't have 100 million gold coins right now, so you can't break through that limit. Even so, you succeeded. You successfully charmed everyone, men and women alike, including the hero. Even a passing dog couldn't help but glance at you twice. Seeing the hero still walking towards you, thanks to your absolute rationality, you showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, you smiled calmly at the hero, fully displaying your charm. Upon seeing this, the hero froze, no longer daring to approach you. Upon discovering this, instead of taking the opportunity to escape, you walked towards the hero. Seeing you approach, the hero's heart began to race, and his teammates behind him were filled with anticipation. Their posture was far inferior to the hero's, and unlike him, they no longer felt any aversion to men. The female mage had even begun considering having several children with you. Chapter 107, If I Were a Dragon, Would the Hero Kill Me? As you drew closer, the hero's face flushed slightly. Even this usually righteous hero couldn't help but feel a flicker of fantasy within him. Good afternoon, hero, you said politely. Charm is an all-around boost, which naturally includes voice. Your voice attribute is now made out. However, just when you thought you were about to succeed, a faint golden light appeared on the heroine, and then her oppression gradually calmed down. She forced herself to remain calm. You didn't epic the hero to have this trick up his sleeve. You used to think the hero genuinely hated men, which was why he never had a partner. But now you understand why. Whenever the hero gets excited to a certain point, he automatically triggers a forced calming effect. No wonder the hero in your memory has always been cold and aloof, without much emotional fluctuation. Now you finally understand the reason. You know me, the hero said coldly. Yes, I saw you once from afar. You haven't changed a bit since then, hero, you replied calmly. Hearing your answer, the hero looked puzzled. She had no memory of you. Logically, if she had actually seen you, she shouldn't have no recollection of you at all. It's normal that the hero doesn't remember me. I was just a child back then, and I was peeking at him from the crowd. Upon hearing your answer, the hero gave you a deep look, but ultimately couldn't tell whether you were lying or not. He then said coldly, I'm not curious about any of that. I just want to know why a dragon like you would appear in a human city. As a pected of the hero, you saw through my true identity immediately. This place isn't very convenient. Let's find somewhere easier to talk, you said softly, looking at the growing crowd around you. The hero nodded in agreement. You then put on a veil and hat that covered most of your face and went with the hero and his panions to a tavern. Inside a private room, you removed these items and the disguise, revealing your 2 dragon horns. The heroine was shocked to see the dragon horns appearing on your forehead. She realized you had used a disguise technique, but she assumed you had done a great deal of disguise to conceal your appearance. She never imagined you had only used a disguise to conceal the dragon horns. You really do look like that. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of excitement, but was quickly suppressed by forced calm. Seeing the hero's demeanor, you were very glad you purchased absolute reason instead of forced calm. Otherwise, it would have been quite unpleasant to lose your posture while in a moment of excitement. So, Sir Dragon, can you tell me why you're in Human City? You're a king-level dragon, extremely dangerous to ordinary humans. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I might have to epple you. As a pected of the hero, you truly care about the safety of humanity. I'm just tired of being in the dragon realm. Everyone around me seems so arrogant and it's so boring. Can't I even eat and live in the human world? Hearing your words, the hero understood that dragons were indeed arrogant and haughty. At the same time, she was also puzzled as to why you were like this. Since you were also a dragon, you should be incredibly arrogant as well. I can't believe you right away. Stay with me for a while, and I'll observe you. If I'm sure you're harmless, I can allow you to live in the human world. Would you like me to be your personal pet, hero? As soon as you finished speaking, the hero spat out all the tea he had just drunk and then triggered force calm 3 times in a row within 30 seconds. Then, her voice trembling slightly, she said, What nonsense are you talking about? I'll say it again. Hero, you want to keep me by your side, treating me like a devoted pet that will obey your every whim. Hearing your embellishments, the hero's face grew increasingly flushed, and his body began to tremble. He repeatedly triggered forced calm, and it took him quite a while to finally regain his posture. She took a deep breath and then said, I'm sorry if my words have caused any misunderstanding, but I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to see if you were really a dragon. Okay, I understand. If I were a dragon, would you kill me, hero? Upon hearing your words, the heroine was momentarily hesitant to look at you. She then turned her face away and, after a moment, said coldly, If needed, I will. Looking at the hero's posed demeanor, you know she's telling the truth. That's just who she is. Even if she likes or loves something, if it conflicts with her sense of justice, she will painfully eliminate it. You've got guts. I'm starting to fall for you. The heroine didn't answer your question, but the faint yellow light emanating from her betrayed her true feelings. Then you turned your gaze to the female mage and priestess and said, It seems we'll be spending some time together. My name is Goblin. Let's get acquainted. Upon hearing your words, the female wizard suddenly stood up and loudly proclaimed, My name is Merlin Clark. Nice to meet you. She didn't dare look up at you the entire time. You know Merlin has a very reserved personality, but his heart is wilder than anyone else's. Right now, he's probably already fantasizing about our future life together. After all, this guy likes any attractive woman. So you calmly replied, Okay, Miss Merlin, I'm looking forward to our future life together. Then you focus your attention on the seemingly innocent and delicate female priest, who is actually quite cunning. She said in a cute tone, Mr. Goblin, my name is Lucy Lily. You could just call me Lily. I'm looking forward to living with you in the future. I'm looking forward to it too, Miss Lily. After officially getting to know the hero's team, you breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing the first hurdle. At the same time, you were even more eager to make money now, because you needed to stay by the hero's side for a long time, and you feared that your sophisticated disguise wouldn't be enough to epose the demonic aura within you. Hero, I have 2 more pets. May I go and pick them up first? Okay, we'll go with you. As you speak, you arrive at your rented room. Pushing open the door, you see 2 green-skinned humanoid beings sitting inside, cultivating their magic. Hearing the door open, Gobra and Goblin immediately open their eyes. Upon seeing the trio of heroes behind you, the 2 immediately became alert. Let me introduce you. These 2 are Gobra and Goblin, you said, ruffling their hair. Merlin looked at the 2 goblins being patted on the head. She now wished she were one of them. Chapter sto Oshim, I'm quitting. You notice something strange in the hero's eyes. Although Goblin and Goblo had already reached the leader level and their appearances were highly similar to humans, and both were quite good-looking, the hero still recognized them at a glance. Seeing the hero's oppression, you said in a slightly dejected voice, It seems the hero already knew. I'm actually a goblin, the child of a dragon. You lied oppressionlessly. Hearing your words, the 3 men's oppressions didn't change, but they were incredibly shocked. They never imagined that you were the child of a goblin and a dragon. Looking at the 3 of them, you said with a hint of sadness, So you also think that goblin blood is disgusting, right? Even though my father is the Goblin King. You're spouting nonsense, but the 3 of them still believed you. After all, you weren't completely lying. You are indeed a goblin's child. The hero said with some guilt, I'm sorry, we didn't feel disgusted. All life is equal. Bloodlines are not something we can decide, but we can control our own behavior in the future. I hope we can get along well in the future. After the hero finished speaking, you looked up at her, then nodded emphatically. Your convincing acting successfully fooled the 3 members of the hero's party. Meanwhile, the hero was imagining a story about you, that you were constantly ostracized and scorned by the dragons because of your goblin bloodline, which is why you came to the human world seeking belonging. The female mage, however, thought differently. She had initially assumed you were a high and mighty pure dragon, but it turned out you also had goblin blood. She had heard that goblins were infatuated with human and elven women. The female pastor seemed to be plotting something as well. Judging from the different oppressions on the 3 women's faces, and knowing them as you do, You could basically guess what they were thinking. After a while, the hero spoke up. While you've been with us, would you like to try being an adventurer? I can guarantee that we'll earn much more than a normal adventurer team. Does the reward refer to gold coins? You asked, your eyes shining. Seeing your appearance, the hero remembered that dragons seemed to have a great fondness for things that glittered with gold. Yes, it's gold coins, enough to pile up into a small mountain. The hero quickly replied. All right, I'm willing to be an adventurer for a while. Seeing that you agreed, the hero's mood improved considerably. After all, you are a king-level expert and a dragon king at that. Your strength is definitely not lacking. You also have your own plans. Once the hero fully trusts you, you'll leave the hero's party and continue harvesting souls. Right now, the most important thing is to survive. And so, by a twist of fate, you rejoin the hero's squad. On your very first day, the hero began taking you on missions. You know the hero's squad is incredibly busy, with almost no rest. It's precisely because of this that the hero's potential was severely depleted, which is why it took so long for him to break through to the Emperor level. Otherwise, with his talent, he could have broken through to the Emperor level much earlier. The hero is currently still at the Royal level. This was a mistake in the previous chapters and has been corrected. Because you are a dragon witch, you don't appear particularly strong. You even look like you could be easily knocked over. But when you smashed a king-level bull demon with a single punch, the way the 3 members of the hero's team looked at you changed. Of the 3, only the hero could kill a monster of the same level so easily. In other words, if you were to advance to the Emperor level, your bat power might rival that of the hero. Because of your performance, the hero has taken you seriously. After a month of continuous missions, you earned 10 million gold coins, enough to buy the highest level disguise. At the same time, you threw a tantrum in the team. I quit. This is exhausting. Every day, I have to do missions. I don't want to be an adventurer anymore, you said angrily. Your sudden outburst of anger left the 3 members of the hero's squad completely bewildered, especially the female mage. This past month had been the fastest she'd ever joined the squad. Not only were the tasks much easier, but she'd also been able to admire beautiful women every day. Now you're saying you're quitting? She simply can't accept it. After a while, the hero said with a stern face, Goblin, is this all the determination and perseverance you have? Only a month. You can't even keep going. Do you know how many humans you've saved in this month? How many more humans need you to save? You just quit like that? How can you face those people? In desperation, the hero resorted to moral blackmail. However, this kind of moral blackmail is completely ineffective against someone as immoral as you. You yell at the hero, what does this have to do with me? I'm not human, and didn't we agree that I would only be an adventurer for a while? I've already done that, and I don't want to live this kind of life forever. You sit down on the ground, completely unmoved by reason. Hearing your words, the heroine paused for a moment. Her memory was excellent. She naturally remembered that you hadn't said you wanted to be an adventurer forever, but that was no challenge for her at all. My condition for making you an adventurer was to keep an eye on you and ensure you're not a dragon. It's only been a month, too short a time. I can't make an accurate assessment of you yet. Besides, your strength is a significant threat to ordinary humans, and we don't yet know your true nature. Furthermore, most dragons are evil, and you have goblin blood. I can't trust you. The moment she finished speaking, the scene fell silent. The heroine realized what she had said, and the yellow light emanating from her body betrayed her inner turmoil. You also dropped your earlier unreasonable behavior, simply staring blankly at the hero, looking utterly dejected, before turning and leaving without looking back. You wander aimlessly down the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. You haven't used any advanced disguise techniques to conceal your dragon horns. You simply keep walking forward with a blank stare. Several slave traders have their eyes on you, but you seem oblivious, continuing to walk on. Soon, the female priestess and the female mage caught up and hurriedly said, Goblin, I'm sorry, the hero didn't mean it that way. He really didn't mean it that way. He was just acting impulsively. Did you blurt out your true feelings in a moment of panic? You countered, and the two fell silent. Chapter 109, The Kingdom of Insects. Of course you know the hero didn't mean it. You know him better than anyone else, and you're well aware that he only said those things in a moment of panic and is probably regretting them now. But that's equally the effect you wanted. Joining the hero's party will indeed bring you a lot of money, and your safety is guaranteed. But there will always be a day when they are epossed, and following them all the time, without any chance to harvest souls, the progress of strength is too slow. So I deliberately used this set of unreasonable, petty, green tea, White Lotus, little fairy boy, and absolute genius tactics, followed by a smooth little bow, a set of fist techniques that made the three of them question their instance. On the other side, the hero remained standing, then suddenly slapped herself hard, a trickle of blood running down her chin, before chasing after the fleeing hero. When the hero arrived, only the priest and the female mage remained. "Where is he?" the hero asked aimlessly. "He went back to the hotel to pack his things. He said he never wants to see us again." The pastor sighed and then replied. The hero rushed to the hotel and ran into you, who had already packed your things and was with Goblin and Goblin. "Where are you going?" You didn't answer the hero, but simply walked away from her. Seeing this, the hero grabbed your shoulder and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want you to leave, and in my haste, I said those things. Can you give me another chance?" "Who are you? Do we know each other?" You said coldly. "Can you stop being so childish? How old are you? Why are you still using such childish tricks? Is it really that funny? Is it wrong to be 9 years old this year? I'm just childish," you said honestly, still spouting such nonsense. "See, you still don't believe me," you replied coldly. "How could I not believe you?" "Oh, so you've told me your name? I only know you're a hero, but I don't know your name, who you are. I am indeed 9 years old, but you don't believe me. You still don't believe what I say." Hearing your words, the hero was speechless, feeling you were being unreasonable, unaware that you were telling the truth. You do indeed appear to be a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but the hero knows that dragons have extremely long lifespans. Looking 15 or 16, you're actually probably 150 or 60 years old. Saying you're only 9 is like farting in her eyes. "What will it take for you to forgive me?" "How ridiculous. Do I have to forgive you? Do you think you can't live without me? Goodbye." Seeing your resolute oppression, the hero persisted, but in the end, you left without hesitation. Watching your receding figure, the three felt a pang of regret. They might never see you again. "What do we do, Net?" Lily asked. The hero said, "We'll do what we have to do. Next time I see him, I'll apologize to him and invite him to join us again." To avoid encountering the three heroes again, you didn't choose the nearest city, but instead continued south, arriving at a kingdom called the Insect Kingdom. As the name suggests, this country is infested with insects, and the most common profession here is that of an insect master, whose ability is to control all sorts of insects. You don't like insects. The reason you chose this kingdom is because its crime rate is high enough. A high crime rate means more targets for you. Although you are now a complete demon, you have no intention of hunting kind humans. This is your last vestige of conscience. Soon, you entered the capital city of the Insect Kingdom. Because you needed to gather information about the city, you didn't conceal your appearance on your first day. The moment you entered, you were targeted by many people. Faced with these malicious glances, you acted as if you hadn't noticed, appearing like a naive teenager. Your behavior only excited those secretly watching you. Not long after, a strong middle-aged man walked towards you. Just as he was about to pat you on the shoulder, you said, "Uncle, if you dare to put that worm in your hand on me, I'll break your bones one by one." You turned around and said to the man in front of you with a smile. Hearing your threat, the man's hand froze in midair, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Being able to see through his little trick proved your strength was definitely not weak, at least above his. He didn't continue to cause trouble and turned to leave. You didn't provoke him on the street. Instead, you looked up at the queen-level woman staring at you from the pavilion not far away. In a kingdom, the emperor level is generally the strongest, and there are usually only one or two. The number of queen-level individuals is also extremely limited, generally not age 10. Therefore, you're very likely facing off against one of the top 10 strongest individuals in the kingdom. Unlike a normal king-level being, this king-level being in front of you looks far too young, appearing to be only 15 or 16 years old, about your age. However, it's not easy to get information out of such a powerful person, so you smiled slightly at her and left. The girl stared blankly at your retreating figure, then immediately chased after you, but couldn't find you anywhere. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. You arrive at a tavern with a strong local flavor and learn about the city. You discover that the insect kingdom is very backward in many ways, including its casinos, which only offer dice games. Knowing this, you use your disguise skills to transform yourself into a stunningly beautiful woman. Your female version looks very similar to your original self, like an older sister to your original self. However, a disguise is still a disguise. It lacks the liveliness of your original self, but still stunning. Afterwards, you went to the casino in the capital of the insect kingdom, easily won a large sum of money, and after physically stealing the soul of the casino manager, took over the casino and continued your old ways. However, when gambling against others, the opponent is always too focused on your appearance. So most of the time, the souls you capture are seduced by beauty rather than money. Therefore, when gambling, you use disguise to put on a more ordinary face, only resorting to this off-the-table tactic when facing a stronger opponent. On the other side, the girl who made eye contact with you earlier is now tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. She really is only 17 years old, just like she looks. However, she is the holy maiden of the Zerg, exceptionally talented, and with the training she received from a young age, she was able to break through to the king level at such a young age. The girl was utterly captivated by your beauty the moment they met today. She now deeply regrets not chasing after you sooner, fearing she might never see you again. Chapter 110 Zerg Saintus. You have no idea that your first appearance in the capital caused so many young men and women to lose their appetite and sleep. But even if you did know, it wouldn't matter to you. After all, it wasn't you who was losing your appetite and sleep, so you have no say in the matter. You are happily reaping souls and rapidly increasing your strength. At the pace of this simulation, it won't be long before you advance to the Emperor level. In this life, with your talent, as long as you are careful, advancing to the Supreme Emperor level is absolutely no problem. Using your attentive appearance, you added numerous games to the casino and hired many attractive waiters, greatly increasing customer traffic. Many people lost everything at your casino, yet you never received any negative reviews. This was mainly because those who lost everything at your casino had little opportunity to give you a bad review. Unlike in the cities before, you've been much busier since arriving in the capital of the insect kingdom. You often personally work as a dealer because, unlike in the cities before, where gamblers would only use magic to cheat. However, these guys from the insect kingdom often use insects to cheat because they can control them, making it difficult to guard against. If you don't participate, the casino often ends up with a loss. Thanks to your efforts, the number of people cheating at your casino gradually decreased, and the casino returned to normal operations. However, because your casino was completely unable to cheat, the number of people ING to your casino gradually decreased. You find this strange because while your casino doesn't allow cheating, it offers a variety of games and has attractive and generous staff. It shouldn't be experiencing such a rapid decrease in customers. After some investigation, you discovered that other casinos had also installed the same equipment as your casino and hired even more attractive and generous staff. You are furious at these unscrupulous vendors who engage in unfair competition, so you be up with a way to get your customers back and prevent this kind of unfair competition from happening again. You used various methods to punish these illegal vendors, preventing them from cheating people again. You, in turn, devoted yourself to helping them run the casinos they left behind. In just 1 month, you acquired the operating rights to 1/3 of the casinos in the entire capital. It wasn't until you reached a casino in the south of the city that some unexpected situations arose. The real owner of this casino isn't the manager of the casino you won from. It's someone else entirely. So, after you caused trouble at this casino, the real owner of that casino came knocking on your door. Upon seeing the other person, you were somewhat surprised because the person in charge behind that casino was actually the girl you met on your first day in the capital. But then you suddenly felt relieved. Someone who could run such a large casino in the capital was either a lord or a king. Your chances of running into her were quite high. You were sitting in your room, looking through a one-way window at the girl causing trouble outside, and say to your subordinate, "Bring her over here." "Yes, boss." After you finished speaking, your subordinate went out and told the girl about your invitation. The girl followed him to your office. The girl, who was originally arrogant and domineering and walked with a swagger, paused for a second after seeing you. Then you greeted her and said, "What a coincidence. We meet again. You still remember me?" The girl said with a hint of surprise upon hearing your words. "Well, after all, it's hard not to remember someone with such a cute face." The girl was indeed beautiful, but you remember her mainly because she was one of the few kings in this city. "Thank you," she replied shyly. "So, you're the real owner of this casino?" "Yes, but if you like this casino, I'll give it to you." Hearing the girl's words, you were somewhat surprised because this casino wasn't small in scale. Even for a king-level being, it should represent a considerable fortune. You realized that the girl before you was probably no ordinary king-level being. "No need for the gift. Let's do it my way. We'll have a gamble. If I win, the casino is mine. If I lose, I'll give you a casino of the same size." "It's really nothing. This casino is nothing to me. Let's have a match." "Oh well." As you expected, you won easily. The girl deliberately let you win to gain your favor. You sensed the girl's special identity. Your disappearance might cause unrest, so you didn't sign a soul contract with her. Of course, another reason is that the other person's soul isn't evil. After devouring so many souls, your sin of greed has already evolved. Now that your soul is still inside the other person, you can see what their soul is like. A normal person's soul is gray. A purely good person's soul is white, and an extremely evil person's soul is black. The soul of this girl in front of you is white with a touch of gray, which proves that this girl is actually kinder than most people. This is quite surprising to you, because most king-level beings have souls that are grayish-black, with a few being pure black. You've never seen a king-level being possess such a pure soul. Afterwards, your process of acquiring other casinos became exceptionally smooth, thanks in no small part to the girl's help. Ultimately, within 3 months, you successfully unified all the casinos in the entire capital, a process that went far more smoothly than you had imagined. Unlike the girls you've met before, this young woman openly expresses her affection, leaving you amazed by her 100 points of charm. After some time, you learn the girl's identity. She is the most talented Zerg Saintess in 1,000 years, and has the potential to break through to the Emperor level. In short, she will be the most noble person in the entire Zerg kingdom. In the 10th year, the girl confessed her feelings to you, but you rejected her. You could sense that she wasn't someone who only cared about appearances. She was sincere. In this life, you don't want to be bound by love. You only want to focus on improving your strength, and you don't want to hinder her future. You told the girl that you discussed this further when you broke through to the Emperor level. Because of your words, the girl, who had been somewhat discouraged, became more diligent again and came to see you much less often. And you can now focus on improving your strength. All the casinos are now under your control, and your speed in harvesting souls is astonishing. Chapter 1:11 Zerg Holy Land. In the 15th year, the Zerg Saintess Huaroer has grown significantly in all aspects. She can no longer be underestimated. Unlike the kingdom where the hero resides, the kingdoms in the southeast have names somewhat similar to the country you lived in your previous life. As usual, Huaroer came to see you every month, and you met her. However, unlike before, this time she didn't need simply to ask you out. She needed your help. "Arrow, can I ask you for a favor?" "What do you mean?" This was the first time Huaroer had asked you for help, and you didn't intend to refuse. If the matter wasn't too difficult, you planned to help her. "Well, this is a bit difficult. If you feel it's too much trouble, you can refuse. I'm about to advance to the Emperor level. Our Zerg's way of advancing to the Emperor level is a bit special. In addition to reaching the target level, we also need to master a Zerg that is above our current level. In other words, I need to conquer an Emperor level Zerg in order to advance to the Emperor level. Fortunately, I can find helpers. I can find 3 other king level ally supporters. So, you want me to help you conquer that royal level insectoid?" "Yes, of course. I know this favor is a bit difficult, and I can understand if you don't want to." "I agree. Real. Hearing your answer, Huaroer was very excited. She initially wanted to take advantage of her excitement and kiss you, but when she met your gaze, she chickened out. Because she liked you so much, Huaroer was overly concerned about your feelings, afraid that she might accidentally upset you. You noticed Huaroer's little thoughts, and then gently patted her head. Your sudden touch made Huaroer's body tremble slightly, and you could tell that she was very happy. Then you said, Go back and prepare. I also need to prepare so that I can go with you to deal with the royal level magical beast. Good. With your current strength, you could easily defeat even a single, not too outrageously mutated royal level magical beast, let alone team up with others. Naturally, you wouldn't refuse her request. Besides, you want to see what this royal level insect king is like. A week later, Hua Rower arrived at your residence, riding a giant lord-level beetle to pick you up. Upon arrival, you found a man and a woman standing behind Hua Rower. Although both appear to be young, their strength had already reached the king level. As you know, humans experience a slower aging process after reaching the king level, so the two people in front of you are probably not young either. However, the shock you brought to the two of them was even greater. They had always known that their saintess had recently found someone she liked, which was why she was always going out. Originally, they had strongly opposed it. After all, Hua Rower is young, beautiful, and exceptionally talented. She's destined to be the leader of the insect masters, practically the apple of the insect race's eye. How could they possibly be happy that she's suddenly been seduced by some random man? And because you haven't aged a bit in the past SI years, time seems to have stopped for you, so you still look like a teenager. They even suspect that Hua Rower is an old cow eating young grass. So now, they understand Hua Rower. Hua Rower has good judgment. Arrow, let me introduce you. These two are my friends, Sister Guku and Brother Gujun. Hua Rower turned to the two and said, "This is Mr. Goblo, a very, very good friend of mine, and also our partner this time." After Hua Rower finished her introduction, you greeted the two of them, and that was it. Then, Hua Rower began to introduce you to the destination you were going to. Arrow, the place we're going to this time is the sacred land of our insect race. Many powerful insect kings and queens live there. You must stay with us. Wandering around is very dangerous. As Hua Rower spoke, she took out a red rope, then used one end of the rope to tie your left hand and the other end to tie her right hand, claiming it was to prevent you from getting lost. You looked at Hua Rower with a suspicious gaze. Hua Rower blushed slightly, but still showed no intention of untying the knot. You ultimately didn't untie the red rope, saying, "It's all right. If we really encounter danger, this red rope will break with a gentle pull. It's no big deal." "Yes, indeed," Hua Rower quickly echoed. Seeing that you were tied together with red rope, Guku's eyes became a little envious. The next second, Gujun took out a red rope and asked tentatively, "Should we tie ourselves together too?" Upon hearing Gujun's words, Guku nodded quickly. Seeing the two of them, you were a little surprised. "Aren't you siblings? Your names are so similar. I thought you were siblings." "No, we are husband and wife. We are both members of the Gu clan." As you chatted, you arrived at the Zerg Holy Land that Hua Rower had mentioned. Before you appeared a range of mountains hidden in the mist. You could vaguely sense mosquitoes lurking within the mist. After a mosquito the size of a palm flew past you, you suddenly felt unwell. "Hua Rower, a Luo, this is the sacred ground of our Zerg. Our target this time is inside." You nodded gently. Afterwards, you entered the sacred ground. Once inside, your vision was obscured by a thick fog, with visibility reduced to no more than 5 meters. However, due to the special structure of your eyes, this fog appeared to you as if it didn't iced, and you could still see very clearly. Now you can understand why Hua Rower tied a red string around your neck. If you were a normal human, it would be very easy to get lost if you weren't tied together. The two, Gujun and Gujun, have been following you. You realize they aren't following you with their eyes, but rather with a special insect to guide them, which is why they haven't gotten lost. As you venture deeper, all other sounds seem to disappear except for the loud chirping of insects. You can clearly see various venomous insects and snakes hidden in the mist, but these creatures are not particularly venomous. They dislike the scent of insect repellent on you and retreat as you approach. Not long after, you saw a gigantic spider with legs at least 5 meters long emerge between two large trees. Its strength had reached the Lord level. Keep in mind, you'd only been here less than 15 minutes, and you'd already encountered a Lord-level creature. You realized this place was far more dangerous than you'd imagined. Chapter 1, 12 Golden Armored Emperor Scorpion. Insects have very sensitive senses. This giant spider realized you were in great danger, so it didn't attack you and even retreated. As the four of you continue deeper, the surrounding fog seems to thin out a bit, but the strength of the insects around you is constantly increasing. You can often see these poisonous insects fighting each other. You could say this area is covered in their green blood. Hua Roer, who is walking at the very front, has somehow managed to keep all the mosquitoes away from you. Half a day later, you encountered your first king-level venomous insect, a 20-meter-long black centipede. Its skeleton emitted a black glow. Each leg was covered in sharp barbs, and its massive mouth was filled with sharp teeth. The serrated edges of its mouth were chilling. After discovering the centipede, you exchanged glances, then saw Gu Jun nod. This time, in addition to subduing the royal insect, Gu Jun and Gu Ku would each subdue a king-level insect. Then, the four of you would act simultaneously. You noticed that Gu Jun lifted his clothes, revealing a huge golden centipede tattoo on his body. Then, the golden centipede tattoo seemed to be alive, slowly moving. The next second, it actually detached from his body and transformed into a giant centipede about the same size as a black centipede. From Gu Ku's body crawled thousands of small, venomous insects of all kinds: spiders, scorpions, snakes, you name it, all swarming towards the black centipede. This motion startled the king-level black centipede, which immediately charged at the golden centipede, and the two instantly clashed. While the two giant insects were fighting, the small insects released by the coca secretly crawled onto the black centipede and attacked the weak points on its carapace. For a moment, the black centipede was attacked from both sides. Then, you and Hua Roer made a few moves and completely suppressed the giant black centipede. As it fell, Gu Jun approached, then cut open his own hand to begin subduing the giant black centipede. Hours later, Gu Jun successfully subdued the centipede. The centipede then began to shrink and slowly crawled onto Gu Jun's body. It then tore through Gu Jun's flesh and gradually merged into his body. Judging from Gu Jun's increasingly pale face, this process was not easy. At the same time, you also noticed that besides the large golden centipede on Gu Jun's body, there was also a large spider on his chest. Including the black centipede now, he should have mastered 3 king-level insectoid creatures. You suddenly be curious. If having a few tattoos means controlling a certain number of insects, do you remember Hua Roer saying that, as the insect clan's holy maiden, she could tame 10 king-level insects at the king level, and she's already tamed 9? Is he covered in Zerg tattoos? Thinking about this, you can't help but think of the demon tattoo on your back. Looking at it this way, a spirited young man paired with a spirited young woman, not bad at all. After successfully taming the ancient falcon, he was visibly weaker. You rested for a while before continuing your journey. This time, not long after, you encountered a king-level venomous snake, but Guka didn't take a liking to it, so you continued on your way. As darkness approached, a king-level poisonous butterfly appeared before you. Guka fell in love with it the moment she saw it, and you worked together to help her capture it. While absorbing its power, Guka removed her outer garment, leaving only her bodice on. You respectfully looked away. You can swear on your integrity that you absolutely did not see the butterfly on the lower abdomen of the coca plant, nor the venomous snake on its back. It wasn't until late at night that Guka successfully tamed the poisonous butterfly, which appeared on his collarbone. You did not continue your journey that night, but rested for a day before continuing deeper into the Holy Land. The next day, you found nothing. No. By the 5th day after you entered the Holy Land, the scenery around you had undergone a tremendous change. Unlike the outside, the depths of the Holy Land were completely free of mist. The environment here was beautiful, and the magical energy was abundant, a world apart from the outermost environment. On this very day, you finally reaped your rewards. You clearly saw a gigantic golden scorpion quite a distance away. Judging from the flow of magic power, it was definitely a royal-level scorpion, and even among royal-level scorpions, it could be considered a powerful one. If Hua Roer and the others hadn't brought you here today, it would have been extremely dangerous for them to face this scorpion. But now that they've brought you, are you confident you can take it down single-handedly? Because you possess the blue eye, you can see farther than others. Therefore, when you saw the scorpion, the others didn't, and you noticed your direction shifted slightly from a scorpion's. You pointed out, I spotted a huge golden scorpion in the distance. Knowing that your eyesight was extraordinary, The three quickly asked, "Is it a royal-level magical beast?" Judging from its appearance, it should be a royal-level magical beast. We should be able to take it down. Hearing your words, they were all pleasantly surprised. They then asked you to lead the way. Your red thread is still tied and has never been separated. So when you walked in front, Hua Rower felt like you were pulling her along, and she liked that very much. Not long after, they also saw the giant golden scorpion. However, upon seeing it, Hua Rower and the others' oppressions turned grim because Hua Rower had heard about this scorpion from the elders of her clan. The golden armored emperor scorpion is so named because this scorpion has the potential to reach the emperor level. Logically speaking, encountering a king-level golden armored emperor scorpion should be considered extremely lucky, as capturing it now could very well allow it to grow into an emperor-level insectoid in the future. However, even a royal-level golden armored emperor scorpion isn't so easy to deal with. In Hua Rower's estimation, the four of you working together should only be able to barely defeat a relatively weak royal-level insectoid. This royal-level golden armored emperor scorpion in front of you is likely to be much more difficult to handle. However, opportunity often yes with danger. If she subdues this golden armored emperor scorpion today, she will definitely be able to advance to the emperor level in the future, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, she still has some unused methods. If she seizes the opportunity, she may have a chance to defeat this golden armored emperor scorpion. Chapter 113 in Peril. Hua Rower. Trust me, I have a way to defeat it, as long as you cooperate with me. Hearing Hua Rower's words, you hesitated, having initially intended to volunteer. You thought it best to let her handle it herself if she could manage, as it would be a good learning experience for her. And if she proved outmatched, you could always back her up. However, Gu Jun and Gu Ku hesitated after hearing Hua Rower's words. They had already achieved their goal for ING out. They could accept Hua Rower dealing with a relatively ordinary royal-level insectoid. But this golden armored emperor scorpion was no ordinary magical beast, and they were hesitant to agree so easily. Seeing the hesitation in their eyes, Hua Rower didn't urge them. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and their hesitation was understandable. However, it was absolutely impossible without their help. So she said, "If you're willing to help me, I can give each of you an extra bottle of Insect Emperor's Allure on top of the original price." Upon hearing Hua Rower's words, the two men's eyes lit up. The Insect Emperor's Allure, a top-tier treasure reserved only for holy maidens, held immense appeal for them. Almost immediately, they nodded in agreement. "You're too kind, holy maiden. We agreed beforehand, and we will naturally help." They thought to themselves that as the holy maiden of the insect clan, Hua Rower must possess some kind of treasure. Even if they couldn't defeat the golden armored emperor scorpion, they believed Hua Rower would have a way to ensure their safety. Then Hua Rower glanced at you, but before she could speak, you said, "Don't worry, I have some ways to protect myself. This guy can't kill me. I promised you, and I won't go back on my word." Seeing your serious oppression, Hua Rower nodded emphatically. Then she took out 2 new red ropes, handing one to you and the other to Gu Ku and the others. "This is a lifeline. If we're tied together, when one of us is injured, the other can help absorb the damage. That way, even if we suffer a fatal wound, because someone else is bearing the brunt, it will only be a more severe injury, not an instant death." Hua Rower took out this red rope to protect your safety. In her opinion, your strength is definitely inferior to hers, so she wants to protect you. After hearing Hua Rower's explanation, Gu Jun and the others immediately put on the red rope. After you put them on, the 2 red strings suddenly disappeared. You could feel that your lives have been briefly connected. These red strings can only be worn by both people willingly, and if you want to untie them, only one of you needs to untie them. Then, Hua Rower revealed her trump card to you. As the Holy Maiden of the Zerg, she had made a pact with a venomous snake of extraordinary potential at birth, making it her natal magical beast. She could use a secret technique to temporarily elevate her natal venomous snake to the mid-stage of the Emperor level. Combined with their numerous king-level venomous insects, it was highly likely they could defeat the golden armored Emperor Scorpion before them. The only drawback of this secret technique is that the casting time is rather long and it creates a lot of noise. Before that, the 3 of you need to hold it off. 3 king-level beings holding off a high-level emperor-level magical beast is undoubtedly a difficult task, but you still agreed. So, while still some distance from the golden armored emperor scorpion, you all summoned your venomous creatures. Gujun summoned 2 giant centipedes, 1 gold and 1 black, as well as a giant green spider. Guku also summoned 2 venomous butterflies and a venomous snake. Sea king-level venomous creatures appeared on the field. The golden armored emperor scorpion spotted you immediately and charged towards you. Hua Rower has already summoned her natal venomous snake and is currently using a secret technique to level it up. Soon, the 2 king-level centipedes and the golden armored emperor scorpion collided. Although there was a significant difference between king-level and emperor-level, they weren't instantly killed. So, the 2 giant centipedes were simply sent flying, and their shells developed cracks. Meanwhile, 2 poisonous butterflies continuously scattered venomous powder in the air to weaken the golden armored emperor scorpion, while the spider used its silk to restrain its opponent, and the venomous snake constantly sprayed venom. You, on the other hand, continuously cursed the opponent from the rear, applying various weakening buffs to the golden armored emperor scorpion. Yes, the abilities you displayed in front of Hua Rower were those of a mage. After all, your current appearance is that of a gentle young man, and charging in a fight doesn't quite suit your temperament. The strength you displayed is at the peak of the king level, slightly stronger than both Gujun and the other 2. Seeing your performance, they were both somewhat surprised, with impressions as if they hadn't realized you hadn't shown your true abilities before. However, this also gave them more confidence. Despite being buffed with so many weakening effects, the golden armored emperor scorpion remained incredibly powerful, knocking away 2 giant centipedes with a single blow from its 2 large claws. It then continued to approach you, and the 3 of you used every trick in the book to frantically distract the golden armored emperor scorpion and prevent it from interrupting Hua Rower. After the 2 giant centipedes were beaten until they were spitting green blood, the wings of the 2 butterflies were broken, the venomous snake was cut in 2, and the spider's legs were severed. Hua Rower's side was finally finished. A huge, 7-colored python appeared on the field and went straight for the golden armored emperor scorpion, wrestling with it. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Then, she summoned her other 9 king-level venomous insects to gang up on the golden armored emperor scorpion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Gu couple retrieved all their poisonous creatures, nurturing their precious venomous insects with their own bodies. They then used various methods to help them as much as possible. Under your bind attack, the golden armored emperor scorpion flew into a rage and launched a frenzied counterattack. Before long, the king-level venomous insects were severely injured one after another. However, Hua Rower remained very calm and posed, still methodically directing the venomous insects in a war of attrition. 11 hours later, Hua Rower's natal venomous snake had degenerated into a peak king-level venomous snake. Meanwhile, of her other 9 king-level venomous insects, only 4 remained capable of fighting. However, the golden armored emperor scorpion was also in poor condition, covered in wounds and constantly bleeding green blood. It was only a matter of time before it was captured. Then the golden armored emperor crab let out a tremendous, mournful cry, and it was this cry that turned your faces pale. Because in the distance, a chirping sound very similar to this one could be heard. Chapter 114, Awakening of Greed, Betrayal. Then you heard a huge creature charging towards you. Run, Hua Rower said painfully, watching the royal-level golden armored emperor scorpion that was about to be captured by them. However, as soon as you turn around, a peak-level golden armored emperor scorpion, twice the size of a royal-level golden armored emperor scorpion, blocked your retreat. This one was different from the one you were about to defeat. Not only was it larger, but it also had wisps of golden lines on its body. Hua Rower's face turned pale because she knew that these golden lines were a sign of being an emperor. In fact, it could be said that this golden armored emperor scorpion had already stepped 1 foot into the emperor level, and entering the emperor level was only a matter of time. It was much stronger than an ordinary peak emperor level. All 3 were filled with despair. They knew they were doomed. The next second, the half-step emperor-level golden armored scorpion spat out a mouthful of golden liquid at the heavily wounded creature. Then, The cracks on the wounded creature's body began to heal. It's a female beast, Hua Rower said in despair. Unlike male beasts, female beasts, while slightly weaker and bad, possess powerful healing abilities that can be used on other poisonous creatures. Originally, Hua Rower thought that if she attacked with all her might, she could at least kill the male beast, but now it seems there is no hope. After giving the male beast some minor treatment, the female beast charged at you frantically. The group was almost ready to give up when you suddenly stepped in front of them. At the same time, Hua Rower noticed that the life-giving red thread connecting you all had snapped. She understands that you're facing the female beast alone. I have a way to distract her. You all focus on the male beast. As you spoke, your eyes began to redden, and a terrifying demonic power spread outwards. This hellish magic instantly stunned everyone present. Hua Rower and the other two looked at you in disbelief, yet a glimmer of hope also appeared in their hearts. Upon sensing your terrifying magic, the two golden-armored Emperor Scorpions immediately retreated a few steps. After realizing what was happening, they simultaneously launched an attack on you. You take down the male beast. I'll lure the female away. Upon hearing your words, the three immediately sprang into action. You, however, had fully unleashed the power of greed awakening, transforming your body completely into that of a greedy demon. Two bird heads appeared on your human form, and a pair of wings sprouted from your back, making you appear as if the demon god-mammon had descended upon the land. Then you appeared in front of the female beast with astonishing speed, kicking her directly. A small crack appeared in her seemingly indestructible shell, and the female beast was forced back several steps. The three of them glanced at you while dealing with the male beast. Seeing you kick back a female beast whose strength had reached the half-step emperor level, the three were greatly shocked. Their morale soared, and the three of them managed to forcefully repel the male beast, which had recovered somewhat. You see that the three of them are doing quite well, putting all their strength into fighting the female beast. The female beast's defense is extremely strong. Your all-out attack can only barely create a tiny opening. However, her recovery ability is even more outrageous. This tiny opening is repaired in the blink of an eye. With your current strength, you can only perform the first stage of the greed awakening, which is insufficient to defeat the female beast. Realizing this, you gradually led the female beast to a more distant location, moving her further away from the three of you. In any case, the ultimate goal of this trip is for Hua Rower to obtain her first royal level Zerg. With you gone, Hua Rower felt much more at ease. Due to the previous losses, only Hua Rower and her two Panions had 2 attack type and 2 control type insect kings left to fight. Without a tank in front, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Gu Jun hardened his heart, and a layer of black and gold armor appeared on his body. This was a unique ability of their Gu clan, which allowed them to gain 10% of the attributes of each insectoid they conquered. However, this attribute could only be used for a short burst, essentially a transformation skill. Then, Gu Jun charged forward and engaged the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion in direct bat. Fortunately, the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion's fighting strength was now far less than before, and Gu Jun was barely able to hold on. Seeing Gu Jun's actions, Hua Rower almost burst into tears and resolved to make amends to him in the future. However, as time passed, the magical power within the three of them rapidly declined. In contrast, the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion, having received treatment previously, now possessed a slight advantage. After the collision, the ancient falcon was heavily struck by a scorpion tail and sent flying backward, crashing into 10 trees before ing to a stop. Because of the life link established with the ancient falcon, Guko also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then Gu Jun struggled to his feet. Fortunately, Guko had shared half of the damage with him, so his injuries weren't as severe as he had imagined. However, the next second, the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion appeared before him. Gu Jun looked up in disbelief, then knocked him away. Shouldn't the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion be attacking the insect kings who were acting as backers? Why was it here? Looking directly into the SI eyes on the head of the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion, Gu Jun saw mockery in its gaze. At that moment, he understood that the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion had reached the Emperor level, and its intelligence far surpassed that of normal magical beasts. He knew that as long as he dealt with it, the remaining few would be no problem. The next second, the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion clamped down with its pincers. Seeing this, Gu Jun wasn't afraid, because he was linked to Gu Ku and wouldn't die so easily. However, the instant the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion's pincer struck, a look of terror appeared in Gu Jun's eyes. For just moments before, he had realized that the lifeline connecting him and Gu Ku had snapped. He didn't choose to cut the red rope, meaning that Gu Ku unilaterally untied it. He glanced at the tall, beautiful woman in the distance in disbelief, but she didn't even look at him and simply turned and ran away. Then, due to that momentary shock, Gu Jun's body was cut in two, and he was clearly not going to survive. "Brother Gu Jun," Huaroer cried out in anguish. Gu Jun had watched her grow up. He was like family to her. Gu Ku, Gu Jun's lover, didn't even glance at him before fleeing. She couldn't accept Gu Jun's fighting style. She felt it would kill her sooner or later, and surviving was the most important thing to her now. After its upper and lower body were severed, the ancient falcon did not die immediately, but stared blankly at the red line that only it could see. He suddenly remembered what Goblin had said before. When faced with real danger, the red rope would snap with a gentle pull. "It really does break easily," Gu Jun said with a hint of relief. Chapter 1, 15 Emperor-level skill, Corrosive Dragon. The next second, the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion's massive jaws snapped down towards the ancient falcon's head. The next second, Huaroer, controlling one of her highly venomous dragonflies, snatched the ancient falcon's upper and lower body from the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion's grasp. Then they pieced his upper and lower body back together. The life force of a king-level human is incredibly strong. Although his body was cut in two, his intestines didn't immediately spill out. Instead, they were held together by magic, forcibly continuing to function. Huaroer gave Gu Jun a pill. This was a concentrated form of the insect emperor's allure, a miraculous medicine that could prolong Gu Jun's life for a while. "Brother Gu Jun, I will definitely get you out of here." Meanwhile, you and the female beast were locked in a fierce battle. You were incredibly grateful that you had separated the female from a male, because the female's healing abilities were simply too powerful. If you had kept her with the male, he would probably be almost fully recovered by now. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, you continued your relentless attacks, but you knew very well that in this state of awakened greed, you could only hold out for another half hour. You were prepared to run away at any moment. Suddenly, a mournful cry came from afar. You heard it very clearly. It was the voice of a male beast. It seems that Huaroer and the others are making good progress. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huaroer, having appended a significant portion of her life force, finally defeated the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion. She is now capturing the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion. Meanwhile, you can hear the male beast's mournful cries, and the female beast naturally hears them too. She rushes back to save the male, but you frantically block her. Your attacks land on the female, but she ignores them all, only wanting to desperately save her mate. Seeing the female beast's panicked state, you realize this was an opportunity. Quickly, you broke both of her scorpion legs. Instantly, the female beast cried out in pain. Hearing this, the previously silent male beast tried to struggle, but Huaroer held him firmly down. Then, the female beast regained consciousness and realized that she could only save her mate by dealing with you first. She fought you again. Since you didn't know how long it would take for Huaroer to absorb the Emperor-level Insect King, you could only try your best to stall for time. Soon, the last half hour of the Greed Awakening event will end. Left with no other option, you can use amplification skills like the Demonic Statue to boost your strength. Fortunately, you possess Dragon Blood, so even without the Greed Awakening boost, you can still unleash the bat power of a high-level Emperor. Furthermore, the female beast bat's strength is inherently weaker than that of creatures of the same level, and she has now suffered an injury that cannot be healed in the short term. The two of you are evenly matched. A day later, Huaroer finally completely subdued the male beast, and her true form also advanced to the Emperor level. She then glanced into the depths and realized she hadn't heard any sound from you for a long time. She didn't think you were dead. She guessed you had probably already found a safe place to leave the Holy Land, given your extraordinary strength. Therefore, She chose to rescue the critically injured Goo Falcon first. On the other side, the terrain around you and the female beast have changed, and the battlefield has shifted, being much farther away from Hua Rower and the others. The female beast realized that her mate had likely lost, and she was now filled with rage, wanting only to kill you to vent her anger and then rush over and slaughter all the humans. 3 days later, Hua Rower finally left the Holy Land with Gu Jun, but upon seeing that you had not yet arrived outside, she immediately realized that you had not returned. So she hurriedly sent Gu Jun back for treatment, and then rushed back into the Holy Land to rescue you. Since neither you nor the female beast have been conserving magic power, your magic power consumption is currently very high. Because you are very calm, your condition is much better than the female beasts, and your magic power is inherently much higher than that of other magical beasts of the same level. Therefore, your total remaining magic power is also much higher than the female beasts. However, the female beast is still a half-step Emperor-level magical beast, and even so, it still holds an absolute advantage. Once it calms down, your chances of defeat will increase significantly. Gradually, you notice that the female beast's attack rhythm had slowed down considerably. You immediately realized something was wrong. The female beast had gradually regained her posture and understood that continuing to act impulsively would likely result in her being killed by you. So she had found her own rhythm of attack. You certainly wouldn't allow the female beast to enter such a foreseeable attack state. So you fight while using the sin of greed. You now have approximately 130 million gold coins in your spatial ring. You can temporarily purchase some items to boost your attack power. Because of your absolute rationality, you remained completely calm while selecting items and fighting. Very quickly, you found a skill that suited the current situation, Corrosive Dragon. This skill costs equally 100 million gold coins. The reason it's so expensive is because it's a genuine Emperor-level skill. The reason this skill was chosen is because, among Emperor-level skills, it has a relatively low resource consumption, and you just happen to meet the minimum requirements for its activation. Of course, even at its weakest power, the Corrosive Dragon could definitely penetrate the female beast's defenses. Furthermore, the Corrosive Dragon possesses extremely strong corrosive abilities. Once even a tiny bit gets on it, it will be relentlessly corroded by the Corrosive Dragon, making it difficult to remove, which conveniently suppresses the female beast's powerful regenerative abilities. After making the purchase, you immediately gather your strength, confident that this attack will not miss. Seeing the Corrosive Dragon constantly gathering on the wand of hatred in your hand, the female beast felt an extremely strong sense of crisis, and a golden shield appeared around her. The female beast knew she couldn't dodge the attack, so she made no attempt to evade, focusing all her energy on defense. Gradually, as the corrupting dragon took shape, the surrounding trees began to wither, and the clouds in the sky were stained purple, slowly forming a huge purple cloud vortex. Centered on you, the surrounding poisonous creatures frantically fled for their lives, while the 3 royal-level magical beasts watched this scene from afar. Huaroer also noticed this scene and quickly rushed towards you. Gradually, a purple dragon head slowly emerged from the clouds, its target the female beast on the ground. Seeing this, the female beast showed no fear. A gigantic scorpion phantom, 5 times her own size, appeared around her, and her shield solidified several times over. Chapter 116 Devouring Female Beasts, Dragon Scorpion Poison Witch. The female beast's attack is approaching Emperor-level power, but it's not Emperor-level after all. Compared to your Corrosive Dragon, it's definitely much weaker. Furthermore, the female beast has far less residual magic power than you, so this attack definitely can't defend against the Corrosive Dragon. At most, it can only reduce its power somewhat. The Corrosive Dragon in the sky suddenly descended, charging towards the female beast. The protective shield she had painstakingly created shattered in less than 5 seconds, and a massive amount of venom instantly engulfed her. The female beast continued to scream in agony, and as your attack ended, a strong sense of weakness swept over you. Although you could have retained some magic power if you had used the smallest possible attack, you chose to unleash all of it just to be on the safe side. So now your magic is depleted. You see the female beast still struggling and realize she won't be killed by this attack. Although Corrosive Dragon is an Emperor-level skill, its effectiveness is greatly reduced when used by a peak King-level user like you. While the attack is still Emperor-level, it's at best equivalent to a serious, special effects enhanced Emperor-level basic attack. If the female beast hadn't appended so much energy beforehand, this move wouldn't have had such a stunning effect. Gradually, the female beast slowly crawled out of the pile of venom. It could be seen that most of her shell had been corroded, revealing the tender flesh beneath. Golden blood was flowing everywhere. Furthermore, there were heavy purple marks on the epost's flesh. She had been poisoned. These toins, though potent, only suppressed the female beast's regenerative abilities. Otherwise, they merely caused her some pain. You watched helplessly as the female beast crawled towards you, too weak to stand up and resist. Most people would have been helpless in such a situation, but you are no ordinary person. The sin of greed. I need to buy recovery potions. Then, you use the remaining gold coins to immediately purchase a large quantity of mana-restoring potions. In the blink of an eye, you used 10 million gold coins to restore 1/3 of your mana. The reason it was so expensive is because you were currently in a state of mana depletion. At the same time, you can recover 30% of your magic power over 3 hours. The reason for this choice is that recovery potions that can restore king-level magic power are extremely expensive, and you didn't spend all your money on instant recovery potions. You have 15 million gold coins left, and you plan to keep them as a reserve in case of unforeseen circumstances. The instant your magic returned, you didn't launch a fierce attack on the female beast. Instead, you gradually whittled her down. Affected by the Corrosive Dragon, the female beast's regenerative abilities were essentially depleted, and its injuries are severe. You know that a monster in this state is extremely dangerous. Therefore, you didn't choose to directly engage it in a fight, but instead whittled it down from a distance, intending to kill the female beast little by little. As you predicted, the female beast launched a frenzied counterattack before her death. You calmly dealt with it, and 3 hours later, the female beast's movements had slowed to a snail's pace. You successfully killed her. Faced with the female beast's corpse, you hesitated for a moment, then began to devour it greedily. The insectoid race was also a type of magical beast, and you wouldn't waste a corpse that had 1 foot in the Emperor level. The moment you took the first bite, you felt a sharp pain in your internal organs. You had already guessed that the female beast's flesh was poisonous, so eating it was definitely very risky. However, you still chose to ignore the risks and continue to devour. After all, your devouring talent is no joke. It basically grants immunity to most toins. You already tested it during the battle. The female beast's poison couldn't kill you at all, at most leaving you half dead. It's worth the risk. Soon, you completely devoured the female beast's flesh and blood, leaving only a royal-grade magic crystal in place. You sensed your body was about to break through, so you immediately swallowed the royal-grade magic crystal as well. After all, the benefits of absorbing a royal-level magic crystal when you're at the king level are incomparable to those when you're at the royal level. As you devour the magic crystal, the excruciating pain in your body doubles, and your body gradually grows larger, slowly transforming into your beast form. At the same time, a scorpion tail grew out from behind you, and thin scales appeared on your dragon wings. Your beastly body has turned a heavy, dark gold color, and golden venom is constantly flowing from your body, quickly filling the surrounding area. This golden venom looks harmless, but any vegetation that is into contact with it will be instantly corroded. 2 days later, Hua Rower arrived and saw you evolving. But upon seeing you, Hua Rower's eyes were filled with fear, because your current form was that of a beast still evolving, a demon she had never seen before. However, she could sense that you were far more terrifying than the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion. Instead of attacking you, she went elsewhere to search for your whereabouts. 3 more days have passed, and you have finally advanced to the royal-level creature, the Dragon Scorpion Poison Witch. Your level cap is 40 levels higher than that of a typical royal-level creature, and your beastly height has reached a full 35 meters, much taller than a normal royal-level creature. Correspondingly, all your attributes have increased significantly, and you have gained the attribute of extreme venom. As for you in human form, apart from your hair and pupils turning golden, there were no other changes. And the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion, due to its extremely high level, as be the strongest bloodline within you, second only to the Dragon Clan. After the evolution ended, you came to your senses and glanced around. Perhaps due to your evolution, there were no living creatures within a kilometer radius. Only scorched, poisonous earth remained, and not even a corpse was left. Afterwards, you plan to leave. The biggest beneficiary of this trip is none other than yourself. Because of your speed and the fact that you were unaffected by the fog, you left the Holy Land in less than a day. However, you didn't find Hua Rower at the entrance, so you guessed she had gone home. Therefore, you went to Hua Rower's residence. Afterwards, you learned from Gu Jun, who had been saved but was still weak, what had happened at. So you went back and found Hua Rower, who was looking for you in the Sacred Land. After this incident, Hua Rower likes you even more, but you still maintain your stance. Wait until Hua Rower breaks through to the Emperor level before considering anything further. Chapter 117 Re-encounter with the Hero. In the 22nd year, your strength has improved rapidly, and you have greatly enhanced your skill level and power by utilizing the Sin of Greed. Now, you can be said to be a royal level player with almost no weaknesses. In the same year, an unaffected person appeared in the capital of the insect kingdom Hero. They had actually to such a remote kingdom. The position of the hero's team has now changed. That male warrior has also joined the team. The reason you discovered them is because a year ago, you purchased a skill called Eye of the Demon Emperor. This skill is also one that only Emperor-level cultivators can master. However, after advancing to the royal level, your magical power, which is several times greater than that of other cultivators at the same level, allowed you to successfully use this skill. Besides greatly enhancing your eyesight, increasing your resistance to illusions, and boosting your mental attack skills, the Demon Emperor's eye also. You can also monitor a region. With your current strength, you could monitor most of the capital. However, in that case, your recovery speed wouldn't keep up with your consumption rate. Therefore, you only monitor the area under your jurisdiction. In this way, your mana recovery rate is greater than your consumption, allowing you to monitor 247 and also train your mana endurance. While you were somewhat surprised by the hero's arrival, you weren't panicked. You now have perfect control over all your magic. Unless you deliberately reveal it, no one can see through your possession of demonic power. Meanwhile, today is also the day Hua Rower is ing to see you. You suddenly remember that the hero repeatedly invited you to join his party. Is it possible that she invited Hua Rower to join the hero's party as well? It's very possible. While you were thinking, Hua Rower had already looking for you. Hero, I'm here. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Meanwhile, the hero squad appeared not far from your residence. You guessed right. After hearing about the Zerg Saintus, the hero did indeed have the idea of inviting Hua Rower to join the hero squad. The reason they found their way here is because they first went to visit Hua Rower, but she wasn't home. They were told that Hua Rower might be here, so they came here. As usual, you warmly received Hua Rower. However, not long after, an announcement came from outside. Goblin came over and said, "Master, someone is looking for Miss Hua Rower." You came here to find Hua Rower? Yes. After receiving a positive reply, you guessed that this group of people might be the hero, but it's more likely to be someone else. After all, it's only the hero's first day in this city, and it would be too far-fetched for him to know that Hua Rower was here. Do you know who came looking for Hua Rower? You asked Goblin. Master, it's the hero and the others. Although Goblin had only met the hero briefly 13 years ago, her image was still etched in his mind. After all, the shock the hero had given Goblin back then was so great that it was hard for any magical beast not to remember her after seeing her. It really is her, you thought to yourself. Finding yourself while searching for Hua Rower is truly absurd. Hua Rower, standing to the side, was also shocked and asked, "Is it the legendary hero?" You nodded, then said, "Let's go see her." "Okay," Hua Rower said with some anticipation. As she spoke, she took your arm. After so many years together, you've grown accustomed to each other's presence. Now, all that's needed is for Hua Rower to break through to the Emperor level, and then she can smoothly move on with the rest of her life. The hero was chatting with his teammates when a last male warrior to join said, "I wonder what this legendary Zerg Saintus is like. I've heard she's incredibly talented and stunningly beautiful," he said with some anticipation. "We'll see them soon. the hero said calmly. She was also very much looking forward to the new member joining the team. Because the breeding rate of magical beasts was increasing rapidly, she had recently recruited a new member, which greatly relieved the pressure on the team. However, for people were still not enough. They needed to recruit more members. Not long after, Hua Rower appeared before the hero, arm in arm with you. Apart from your fur turning golden, you looked equally the same as you had 13 years ago, still the same young boy. The three heroes were speechless with shock when they saw you with the Sanus's arm around yours. None of them had expected that after 13 years, you would reunite under such a fortuitous coincidence. Hua Rower keenly noticed the three people's gazes. She quickly realized that their impressions weren't the same shocked look they had when they first met you. You had met before. Hua Rower became wary. Coming to his senses, the hero Hua Rower said, "You must be the Zerg Saintess, Miss Hua Rower, right? We'd be to see you. Would you like to have a chat with us?" Okay. Although Hua Rower was wary, she didn't refuse the hero's request. "You found a suitable place to talk," the hero said. "Miss Hua Rower, let me get straight to the point. The main reason we've here is to invite you to join our hero team. We've heard about your deeds, and we can guarantee that although it will be a bit tough for you if you join our team, the resources you'll receive will definitely be better than what you have now." "I'm sorry. I have no intention of joining the heroes team right now." If it weren't for Goblin, Hua Rower might have considered the suggestion, but now that Goblin is involved, she directly rejected it. Seeing that Hua Rower refused immediately, the hero glanced at you, roughly guessing the reason, and then said, "We will stay here for a while. You can reconsider. How about it?" Hua Hua nodded. Indeed, there was no need to be so definitive. "Besides that, there's one more thing." Saying this, the hero looked at you and said, "It's been a long time, Goblo. I'm sorry about what happened before." You shook your head slightly, while Hua Rower had an impression that said, "So you two knew each other before. I'd like to invite you to join our hero squad again. Is that all right?" Hearing the hero's words, you shook your head and said, "No, I don't like fighting and killing. I just want my peaceful life now." The hero wanted to say something more, but didn't know what reason to use to persuade you, so he could only say, "In a while, the monster tide will attack this city. We'll be staying here for a long time, and I'll be back net time." Chapter 118, The Truth About the Monster Tide. After that, the hero would eat to see you every day, and you met her each time, but you never agreed to what she asked for. During this time, Hua Rower would eat to see you every day. Every time she saw Hua Rower being affectionate with you, the hero felt her breath catch in her throat, as if a fire was burning in her chest, and she felt like she was going to grind her teeth to dust. She was jealous, and she knew she was jealous of Hua Rower, but she wouldn't admit it, so she swallowed these painful emotions, and the result was that she became more and more miserable. Looking at the hero, you realize she doesn't actually like you that much. Why? Because you're the best she's ever met, and deep down she feels you deserve her. That's why she's so upset about your closeness with Hua Rower. But she's not the type to bully someone who'll snatch what she likes, so she only feels hurt inside and doesn't show it outwardly. You saw through the hero's thoughts, but you showed no sign of backing down. Instead, you increased your interactions with Hua Rower. Seeing the hero suffer brought you inexplicable pleasure. After all, she had killed you twice in previous simulations. You're not petty, but you always seek revenge. If the hero kills you twice, you can forgive her if she dies 200 times for you. Meanwhile, the monster horde is relentlessly closing in on you. Using the Demon Emperor's eye, you see the advancing monster horde. Although you participated in the monster tide before, you were so caught up in it that you didn't see it as clearly as an observer. Now, with the eye of the Demon Emperor, you realize just how terrifying the monster tide truly was. Countless magical beasts of varying levels surged forward in a dense, unbroken swarm, stretching as far as the eye could see. At the current rate, the beast tide would reach the capital in just 3 days at most. Fortunately, you began your defenses many days ago. At the same time, you realize that the monster tide is a huge opportunity. The corpses of so many monsters, along with their magic crystals, can absolutely drastically increase your strength. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. As you predicted, the monster tide has arrived as scheduled. You and the heroes stand together to resist the monster tide before you. This monster tide is considered a medium-sized one, with approximately 5 million monsters. You once used 1,000,000 magical beasts to trap the hero and her pan-ions, and then used 10 million magical beasts to take them both down with you. But these 5 million magical beasts are not comparable to those you used back then. Your magical beasts are basically top tier among their level, so 1 million against 5 million is not a problem. Therefore, dealing with this wave of magical beasts should not be a problem either. And now, unlike when they face your monster army, the hero's party isn't without reinforcements, so holding out shouldn't be a problem. Soon, all the powerful beings at the king level and above in the capital began to resist the onslaught of the monster tide. You joined them as well. Because you're a mage, your attack range is much larger than others, so in terms of killing enemies, your efficiency is actually the highest on the field. Your amazing performance quickly attracted everyone's attention, especially the hero. When you were in her team, you acted more like a warrior. She never expected you to be a mage, and with strength far exceeding that of a typical royal-level mage. No wonder you have dragon blood. Although the monster horde has reached 5 million, most of them are elite-level monsters. The horde has been going on for 3 days, but it still hasn't entered the area within 500 meters of the capital. This 500 meters is like an absolute domain. The monster tide finally ended on the 27th day. Almost all 5 million monsters were wiped out. You notice that at the very back of the tide, there are quite a few Lord-level and King-level monsters, but throughout the entire ordeal, these King-level monsters showed no intention of attacking. Seeing this, do you have any doubts? You know these guys are just here to supervise the battle. Besides consuming the monsters, the monster tide also has another purpose: to stimulate the potential of these low-level monsters through intense bat. These magical beasts that eat to fight, as long as they advance to the Lord level during the battle, will be saved by these high-level bat ants, thus avoiding death. You speculate that the Demon King is doing this to improve the genes of these magical beasts. After all, powerful magical beasts always produce even more powerful offspring, and the Demon King is leading the entire demon race to be stronger. However, you don't know why the Demon King would do this. After all, the demon race is now the most powerful force in the entire world. For now, you can only attribute it to the Demon King being a responsible Demon King. The others were oblivious to your thoughts. They were still basking in the joy of repelling the monster horde. However, not long after, a raven-like magical beast with emperor-level strength slowly flew towards you. Upon seeing this raven, you weren't nervous at all. You knew why it was ING. The raven spoke, saying the net wave of magical beasts will attack Ice City in 4 months. After saying that, the raven left as if it had pledged its mission. Seeing this, many who were already prepared were stunned, while the brave team looked on with an air of nonchalance, intending to make some preparations before heading to the Ice City. Yes, this crow was sent by the Demon King to deliver a message. He's blatantly using the hero as a tool. The hero knows he's being used, but he's powerless to do anything about it, and can only follow the crow's instructions to travel to the distant Ice City. Ice City is truly very far away. Even if the brave team sets off now, it will take at least 3 months to reach it, assuming they encounter no problems along the way. If there are no unexpected events along the way, and we arrive in 3 months, we'll have a month to adjust. But if something goes wrong, and we're delayed, we won't even have a month to adjust. As for arriving late, that would be even more serious, since most cities don't have any royal-level efforts stationed there. If the hero fails to arrive within the allotted time, the likely it will be the fall of the city and the death of all, leaving her only to find ruins. In previous simulations, you followed the hero and witnessed similar scenes countless times. However, as a magical beast, you've long since lost the ability to empathize with humans, and this is even more true now. After defeating the monster horde, it's time to divide the spoils. The hero team is supposed to take 50% of the magic crystals harvested during this monster horde. That's the unspoken rule. However, because of your outstanding performance, you alone will receive 15%, which is 750,000 magic crystals. Chapter 119 Ruby, the Darkened Hero. It's fair to say that your allocation is slightly more than that of each member of the hero squad, second only to the hero himself. However, no one objects, because you're now the top expert in the capital, and your contributions in this battle against the monster tide were truly indispensable. The hero's party stayed here for another week. During this week, the hero still came to see you every day, but was repeatedly hurt emotionally. A warrior who had been undefeated for years suffered utter defeat before you. A week later, the heroine left. Although she was reluctant to leave, she had no choice but to fulfill her duty. Before she left, she asked you why you and Huaroa were so close but not married. You told the hero to focus on cultivation for now, and to truly be together once they both break through to the emperor level. After receiving your answer, the hero was somewhat puzzled. She could only attribute it to the insecurity he felt about his past life, believing only absolute strength could bring him a sense of security. In the 23rd year, you devoured all the magic crystals you had acquired. You discovered that while devouring souls did indeed provide a rapid boost, it was primarily a boost to your mental attributes. Your physical improvements were entirely driven by your increased mental attributes. However, absorbing magic crystals has also significantly improved your physical attributes. In the 25th year, the capital of the insect kingdom has been a model city, but only on the surface. Because the capital has a very large population, even after you deal with a group of bad guys, new ones will eat in. Your business of selling your soul continues. You show no intention of moving. In the 28th year, your beastly aura broke through its limits, evolving into the beastly source flow, comparable to an emperor-level skill. Unique energy fluctuations flowed throughout your body. After evolving into the Berserker Source Flow, Level 1 Berserker Source Flow not only includes all the effects of Berserker Chi, but also allows each of your normal attacks to deal 50 times your original attack power. Furthermore, as long as your attack touches the opponent's body, your Berserker Source Flow will annihilate the area hit, and the annihilated portion will be absorbed by you and be your magic power. Simply put, after advancing to the Berserker Source Stream, your normal attacks now have special effects like critical hits, lifesteal, annihilation, poison, stun, 8 special effects in one punch. In the 29th year, you reached the peak of the Emperor level. Your progress was so rapid that even you were astonished. Your bat strength is now comparable to that of an ordinary emperor. However, in the same year, the hero returned to the capital, and this time, his level had broken through to the emperor level. You don't understand how the hero did it, since under normal circumstances, it would have taken him a full 100 years to break through to the emperor level. Yet he broke through so quickly in this life. After the initial shock, you notice something different about the hero. His holy sword has changed. Before, it was just a bright silver sword, no different from any other ordinary sword. But this time, you discover a red gem on the hilt, and you vaguely sense that the sword has been more powerful than before. Besides, the blade of the holy sword has also turned slightly wider, and it gives off a sharper feel. Do you think the changes in the hero's strength and the holy sword are related to that red gem? You asked the hero if his visit was because another monster tide was approaching, and he told you that he came to take you away, not because of the monster tide. Are you kidding me? I didn't leave you 7 years ago, and I won't this time either. The people of the insect kingdom probably don't know your identity, the hero said with a hint of threat. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. I just want to take you away. You probably don't want Huaroa to know your true identity either. It won't matter to her even if she finds out. Oh, it seems she doesn't know yet. Listening to the hero's tone, you felt something was off. The hero before you seemed changed. His eyes no longer held the clear, innocent naivete of before. You see a deep ambition in the hero's eyes, and the only change in her is the red gem on the holy sword. You guess that this red gem has influenced her. How did you get this red gemstone? Want to know? If you do, eat with me. What if I say no? Do you think you have the right to say no? If that's your attitude, please leave, hero. What if I say no? The hero, the savior of the world, shouldn't make things difficult for me, right? Unfortunately, I intend to make things difficult for you today. As she spoke, the heroine walked towards you step by step. With each step she took, you took a step back. Before long, you were cornered. Although the heroine was a woman, she was very tall, a full 185 centimeters, the tall and slender type. Because of your current boyish body, you were a full half head shorter than her. The brave warrior looked down at you, his eyes filled with aggression. You could sense that your usual unreasonable tactics were no longer effective. Speaking of which, I've never signed a contract with a magical beast before. How about it? Want to be a sacred beast? Although it was a question, the hero's tone left no room for argument. Faced with this domineering CEO, you feel somewhat helpless. At the same time, you absolutely don't want to sign a contract with a hero. After all, although you can perfectly conceal your aura, being the hero's sacred beast might allow him to sense everything about you. I don't want to, you said, somewhat angrily. Seeing your angry oppression only fuels the hero's excitement. Not long after, Hua came to find you. You told her the truth that you were actually a magical beast. Unexpectedly, Hua showed an extremely shocked depression. You tried to grab Hua hand, but she instinctively shook it off. Her reaction surprised you. Based on her previous behavior, you thought she wouldn't mind even if you told her you were a monster, but the result clearly disappointed you. You were forced by the hero to leave the insect kingdom. Hua didn't out to see you off when you left. She was still shocked that you were the child of a goblin and a dragon. She had indeed liked you before, but she also thought monsters were truly disgusting. Just thinking about the ugly appearance of goblins made her want to vomit. She suddenly remembered the terrifying monster she encountered in the Holy Land years ago, and realized that it was your true form. All her love for you turned into hatred. Chapter 1:20 Legendary Gem. Looking at the brave warrior walking ahead, you think of Hua situation and feel a sense of helplessness. Your goodwill towards humans decreases significantly. After learning that you were a magical beast, Hua went back and locked herself away. Her parents had both died at the hands of magical beasts, and she hated all magical beasts in this world, including the insects she controlled. The only reason she was kind to her insects was to better utilize them. That's why she was so angry after finding out you were a monster. You deceived her, and what angered her even more was that she actually fell in love with a monster, which went against her beliefs since childhood. Goblin, who was watching the simulation, felt somewhat helpless. Hua was indeed not a good match. She was prone to taking her anger out on him. It wasn't like he had killed her parents. How could she take it out on him? However, not having experienced someone else's suffering, Goblin didn't feel too angry. After you left with the hero, you secretly observed the ruby on the hero's holy sword while adventuring. Although your actions were very discreet, the hero quickly discovered them. After finding out you were peeking at her ruby, the hero flew into a rage and gave you a fierce scolding, but she didn't lay a hand on you, showing that she still had some sense of reason. Afterwards, the hero carefully protected her ruby, while repeatedly asking if you wanted to be her sacred beast, which you firmly refused. In your 30th year, after spending a year with the hero squad, you've returned to this nomadic life. However, because you can collect magic crystals everywhere, your strength is increasing rapidly. This year, the hero's temper has been more volatile than before, and at the same time, he seems to be searching for something. In the 33rd year, you arrived in the far north. Deep within this land, the hero found a sapphire almost identical in appearance to the ruby, only differing in color. At that moment, you learn the name of this gem, the legendary gem. There are 5 in total. Collecting them all will unlock the full power of the holy sword. The next day, the sapphire was set into the hero's holy sword, and you could sense that the hero's strength seemed to have increased significantly. The hero was unaware of the legendary gem until your involvement created a butterfly effect, leading her to accidentally obtain it. But strangely, the hero's personality didn't continue to change after obtaining the sapphire, making you suspect that the hero's change wasn't caused by the ruby. Due to their increased strength, the hero team now faces monster hordes with much greater ease, and can even frequently venture deep into the monster forest to kill the monsters. Logically speaking, with the heroes so active, the monster tides shouldn't be happening so frequently. But they have, changing from once every 4 months to once every 3 months. While you're holding off the monster tide, you're also making time to search for new gems. In the 41st year, you broke through to the Emperor level, being the 2nd Emperor level powerhouse in the hero squad. With your breakthrough, the heroine's gaze towards you has been even more fervent. You are even more outstanding than she imagined. She knows that without the legendary gem, she wouldn't have broken through so quickly, but you didn't rely on those. In the same year, the hero again requested to sign a contract with you, wanting you to be her sacred beast, but you declined this invitation. But unlike before, when the hero would let you rest for a while after you refused, this time she forced you to accept. You don't understand if it's because she really wants a sacred beast with the strength of an emperor, or because she's influenced by the ruby. Then you agreed to settle the matter through a battle. If the hero could defeat you within 1 hour, you would sign a contract with her. But if the hero failed to defeat you within 1 hour, you would be freed and she would never force you again. Soon, you two started fighting. After just one exchange, you sensed the hero's immense power. Having broken through to the emperor level, your level cap was 37 levels higher than a typical emperor, but you were still defeated by the hero in the first move. Similarly, the brave warrior was also awestruck by your strength. He was no longer so confident that he could defeat you in an hour. Soon, you had been fighting for half an hour. The hero's oppression was grave, and you were already covered in wounds, but you could still hold on. The hero advised you to surrender, but you refused, so the fight resumed. Finally, an hour passed, and it felt like an eternity. By the end, you were severely wounded, but you still hadn't surrendered. "I won," you said weakly. "I didn't want to hurt you, so I let you hold on for an hour. Look at you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. I won." Seeing the hero refuse to admit his defeat, you can hardly believe it. These days, heroes aren't just hot-tempered. They've even lost their sense of honor. "How could you do this? You don't deserve to be a hero." Upon hearing your words, the hero became enraged and grabbed your neck tightly. You felt as if she were about to snap your neck. Gradually, you felt your consciousness fading and you passed out. When you regained consciousness, your hands and feet were bound with iron chains. It's unknown what material these chains were made of, but even you, an emperor-level effort, were unable to break free. You want to speak, but you find you can't make a sound. Your voice is ruined. You stare in disbelief at the hero sitting beside you, who remains remarkably calm in the face of your gaze. Then you look at the ruby on the holy sword. You used the sin of greed to spend half of the gold coins you had accumulated over the years, all of it to improve your eye technique. You could vaguely see wisps of black energy swirling around the ruby. Although this black energy was only a wisp, it was exceptionally evil, and you recognized it was the aura of the Demon King. However, after you found out, you wrote down what happened to the hero, but he didn't believe you at all and was so angry that he almost broke your hands. She only stopped after you made an extremely painful oppression and warned you never to covet the ruby again. After that, the hero's attitude towards you became increasingly hostile, often doing things against your will, but he never went all the way. Chapter 121 Brain Outage. The reason she didn't go all the way wasn't because she was particularly kind, but because she was extremely proud. She only went all the way if you begged her. Before that, if you don't beg her for help every day, she will humiliate you every day. Upon witnessing this scene, Goblin, who was watching the simulation, became furious. "Well done, you brave warrior. Well, dying 200 times in my place isn't enough for you to atone for your sins." However, the rest of the hero's party treated you very well. The hero complained that you were chained because your dragon nature was too strong and you would occasionally lose control. For everyone's safety, they chained you. As for your loss of voice, it was only temporary. You're forced to cooperate with the hero due to her coercion. You know that the entire hero's party bind is no match for her. If you tell others that the hero has been corrupted by the Demon King's power, it's questionable whether they'll believe you. Given the hero's current temper, she'll likely kill them all. In the 55th year, the hero's strength has grown ever greater, but yours has progressed slowly. You know very well that the reason for this slow progress is because of these chains. In addition, you also discovered that the hero's forced calmness seems to have stopped working. You initially thought it was because her emotions hadn't reached the point where forced calmness was necessary, but the hero hasn't triggered this skill in the past few years, so you suspect that the hero's skill has truly stopped working. You know, the hero was able to reach that level before largely because of her forced calmness, but now that's stopped working. No wonder she fell so quickly. You can endure the hero's humiliation, but you can't accept your slow progress. You start to struggle with whether to obey the hero. After all, this is just a simulation world. Even if you do outrageous things in the simulation, In reality, you're still an honest and kind goblin. Just when you're still agonizing over whether to accept it, since you can't resist, a hero appears right in front of you. Her sudden appearance interrupted your thoughts, and you decided to use your mature man's methods to defeat this ill-tempered young virgin. The next second, tears streamed down your face. Seeing your pitiful state, the hero was stunned, because this was the first time in so many years she had seen you cry. Before, no matter what method she used, you would never utter a sound. Then you pointed to your throat, tears streaming down your face. Realizing you wanted to speak, the hero hesitated. She was still in the early stages of being corrupted by the Demon King's power, and her mind was actually quite clear. Ultimately, she decided to first remove the restraints from your throat to see what you wanted to say. Soon, you felt a relief in your throat, then you let out two soft itches, and after making a sound, you let out a long sigh of relief. These two sounds stirred the hero's heart. If he had maintained his forced posture, he would likely have been blinded by a frenzy of golden light. What equally do you want to say? Just say it. I give up. I don't want to be locked up like this anymore. I want to speak. I'll never run away again. I'll listen to you from now on, you said, your voice trembling slightly. After you finished speaking, the hero felt refreshed and invigorated, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction filling his heart. Although you outwardly yielded, you've already decided in your heart how to get revenge on this ill-tempered virgin. Could you help me untangle these? You asked timidly. Okay, but you know what to do, right? Hearing the hero's words, you hesitated for a long time before finally saying, I haven't done it yet. Can you give me some time to prepare? After you finished speaking, the hero looked incredulous. She thought you and Huaroer had already progressed to that stage. An excited expression appeared on the hero's face. I can give you some time, she said cheerfully. Can we untie this first? Of course not. Is this okay? As you spoke, you moved your face closer to the hero. The next second, the hero felt a soft touch on her lips, and she felt as if she had been electrocuted. However, this wonderful feeling only lasted for a moment. When she looked at you again, she found that your face was flushed, and you were looking at her with longing eyes. Could you please untie this for me? It's really uncomfortable wearing this. Seeing your shy yet frightened expression, the hero's brain went blank. She didn't know why, but she unconsciously did as you said. A few minutes later, the hero left your room in a daze, his mind filled with the kiss he had just experienced. As the hero departed, you stretched your wrists and feet, finally feeling relieved. The shackles were broken, and you felt a wave of relief. You glanced in the direction the hero had gone. You dare imprison me, huh? I'll torture you to death, you little virgin. You have absolutely no intention of offering yourself to the hero. You're going to keep her hanging on, making her see you, but unable to have you, yearning for you, but unable to obtain you. The next day, the hero told everyone that your magic power had now completely stabilized, so you no longer needed to carry those things. Everyone celebrated this achievement. During the meal, you deliberately sat opposite the hero. The hero was a little unhappy that you weren't sitting next to her, but she didn't say anything. But midway through, the hero suddenly felt something soft kicking her leg. Without making a sound, she glanced under the table and discovered that you had unknowingly removed your shoes and socks, revealing flawless, white, and tender feet, which were resting on her lap. She looked up at you and saw that your face was expressionless, and you were eating as usual. Her heart began to race. She hadn't expected you to be so bold. She was afraid of being discovered. That would be too embarrassing. But besides that, she felt incredibly excited. She was thankful the tablecloth was there to hide it. Otherwise, everyone could have easily seen their little interaction if they had just looked down. Gradually, she saw your jade-like feet slowly reaching upwards. Her heart leaped in her throat. The crucial moment was approaching, and her heart was pounding at its limit. Lore Brave. Suddenly hearing someone call her name, the heroine's heart skipped a beat. She slowly looked up and saw that it was Merlin who had called her. Then she realized that everyone at the table had stood up, except for her. Everyone was staring at her, and in that instant, her heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 122, 2,000 years later. She could only bite the bullet and say, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something and my mind wandered." What's wrong? Upon hearing the hero's words, Merlin said, as a pected of the hero, You must be thinking about the net monster tide. The hero nodded slightly. Merlin, that's right, we're celebrating Aro's newfound control over his magic, so let's all raise a toast to him. Hearing Merlin's explanation, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. Then she noticed that you had somehow put on your shoes and socks, and were now standing up like everyone else. Seeing your calm demeanor, the hero mentally labeled you a little devil. In that dangerous situation, just now, you didn't even try to warn her. After the banquet, the hero cornered you, grabbed both your hands with one hand, raised them above his head, and pinched your chin with the other, saying, I hope you can explain what just happened. It happened so suddenly, I didn't expect it. Really? You seem quite skilled just now. As she spoke, she tightened her grip slightly, and you pretended to wince in pain before replying. Well, I'm not grown up yet. ? A bad feeling rose in the hero's heart. My lord, do you know at what age dragons reach adulthood? Even the fastest dragons to reach adulthood are at least 150 years old, right? You're not even that old yet. As he spoke, the hero took out a transparent crystal and handed it to you. Soon, 5 white streaks and 5 gray streaks appeared on it. A white mark means you're 10 years old. A gray mark means you're 1 year old, which means you're only 55. Converted to human years, that's only SI years old. She suddenly remembered that you told her 40 SI years ago that you were only 9 years old, and it was actually true. Now she finally understood why you had remained a virgin. Seeing the hero gradually cool down, a sly glint appeared in your eyes. As long as the hero remains conscious, even if she's only slightly affected by the Demon King's power, it won't matter. You know her too well. Then the hero glanced down at you. Her feelings ple. It meant she would have to abstain from SE for another 100 years. But she was already over 200 years old. She had endured 200, so another 100 was nothing. She decided to continue to endure. In the days that followed, the hero's attitude towards you wasn't as passionate as before. Instead, he often took care of you, like an older sister looking after a younger brother. Meanwhile, as your interactions became increasingly intimate, the hero lowered his guard against you. Her possessiveness towards you is growing stronger, and she enjoys the thrill of raising you little by little. However, influenced by the Demon King's power, the hero's personality gradually became increasingly arrogant, believing that everything was under her control. In the 60th year, you successfully escaped the hero's control and went directly to the deepest part of the monster forest. This time, you're determined not to let her find you again. After discovering your disappearance, the hero searched for you frantically, but this time, you had truly vanished completely. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find you. The hero realized that this time, she might really have lost you. In the 61st year, you entered the deepest part of the demon beast forest. You can feel that the energy accumulated within you is now powerful enough. What you need now is to constantly fight against strong opponents or to slowly erode your strength over time. In the 100th year, your skill level has increased significantly, but the level itself has only increased by 1. This is not surprising to you, as you understand that improvement slows down after reaching the Emperor level. In the 160th year, your level has increased by 1. In the 240th year, in the 720th year, in the 1200th year, your level progress has been slow, but you have had enough time to hone your skills. Although you have only been cultivating these past years, you have not found it boring at all, and have even to enjoy this peaceful life. In the second 1,000 years, you are only 3 levels away from reaching the minimum Emperor level. However, you are already 2,000 years old. 2,000 years old is the prime of life for dragons, as living to 10,000 years old is not difficult for them. But this is not the case for you, because your dragon bloodline was added later. Although it greatly increases your lifespan, your total lifespan, after being enhanced by various bloodlines, is approximately 4,000 years. After all, goblins are a relatively short-lived race. In fact, it's quite remarkable that you've achieved a lifespan of 4,000 years. However, these last 3 levels are extremely difficult to advance. Even if you manage to reach the minimum Emperor level in the last 2,000 years of your lifespan, you still won't be able to break through to the Emperor level and achieve a qualitative leap. Moreover, in these 2,000 years, you've already absorbed all the magic crystals and souls you collected before. Without the help of resources, your cultivation will definitely not be fast. So, after some thought, you decided to go on an adventure. You flew through the depths of the monster forest in your beast form. Although you didn't unleash much magic power, no monster dared to mess with you. Through the Demon Emperor's eye, you can find treasures and defeat opponents very quickly. In the year 2008, you discovered a mysterious giant cave leading to the underground. Using your Demon Emperor's eye, you observed that countless powerful magical beasts were hidden within this cave. Even the weakest of these beasts was at the king level, and there were quite a few emperor-level beasts as well, with the number of emperor-level beasts approaching 3 digits. You realized that there must be some treasure inside this giant cave, otherwise it wouldn't have attracted so many high-level magical beasts. But this giant hole may also contain endless dangers, yet you still decide to enter. Shortly after entering the giant cave, you encountered 2 king-level magical beasts. While these beasts won't significantly boost your current strength, consuming them gives you a chance to acquire their skills. You easily killed them, then devoured their corpses and magic crystals before continuing deeper into the realm. Along the way, you'll encounter 1 or 2 magical beasts every now and then, and you won't let any of them escape. Until you reached a depth of about 1,000 meters underground, you encountered your first Emperor-level magical beast. However, unlike you, this Emperor-level beast had only recently entered the Emperor-level realm and was still far behind you. Chapter 123 Simulation ended. Advancement to boss level. Your opponent this time is a pure-blooded bat-type magical beast. This Emperor-level bat uses an extremely terrifying sonic attack, which has caused you considerable trouble, but it's only trouble. After all, it has only recently entered the Emperor level, while you have been at the Emperor level for nearly 2,000 years. There is a gap between Emperor levels. Soon, you beat the bat so badly it was unable to care for itself, almost tearing off both of its wings. It also suffered numerous wounds. A day later, you killed this Emperor-level bat. Then you consumed it and its magic crystal. Powerful magic flowed through your body. Instead of continuing to venture deeper into the cave, you remained where you were, beginning to digest the magic within you. In the year 2009, you absorbed all the magic power of the Emperor-level bat monster, greatly increasing your own magic power, but your level did not increase. During this year, some ignorant king-level and Emperor-level monsters came to cause you trouble, but you easily dealt with them all. Afterwards, you continued deeper into the cave, intending to absorb more Emperor-level magical beasts. In the 2100th year, your level has reached the peak of the Emperor level, but you have only reached the middle level of the cave. You are glad that you made the decision to venture out, otherwise you would still be stuck in the last 3 levels. That same year, you encountered a very strange slime. Unlike ordinary slimes, which are typically large, high-level slimes should be much bigger. This slime was the size of a regular slime. But through the Demon Emperor's eye, you observe that the slime before you possesses astonishing magical power, even surpassing your own at the peak of the Emperor level. This slime is definitely an Emperor-level being, or even higher. You stared at each other for a long time before the slime finally made its move. Although it was a slime, its attacks were very strange. It used various magical beast techniques, making it very difficult for you to handle. What's terrifying is that you discover your power is actually inferior to this slime. This slime isn't a peak Emperor-level being, but a demigod-level powerhouse, capable of advancing to God level at any moment. Furthermore, this slime's devouring ability is terrifying. Almost all the magical attacks you use can be absorbed by it and converted into its own magical power. Your melee attacks are useless. This slime demigod's resilience has reached its peak, and your attacks are almost completely ineffective. Similarly, the slime also finds you extremely troublesome. It has never encountered an Emperor-level being as powerful as you before. Your battle has continued relentlessly from day to night, and from night to day, seemingly tireless in your fighting. In the 2110th year, you and this slime have been fighting for a full 10 years. Normally, even an Emperor-level being couldn't sustain a battle for this long, but both of you have extremely strong regenerative abilities, and your magic power seems inexhaustible. However, your magic has its limits. You've used up all your trump cards and survival techniques, and you can't hold on any longer. But the slime in front of you seems to still have some strength left. In the end, you were devoured by the slime. After devouring you, the slime advanced to a god-level slime, and you died. Simulation Plate. 1,405,000 evaluation points awarded. Evaluation. Peak Emperor level. 1,000-year-old demon, Urgin. Upon seeing the system's evaluation of him, Goblo nearly vomited blood. What did Virgin even mean? You can use your rating points to redeem the following items. Option 1. Obtain Demon Evolution, consuming 100,000 evaluation points. Option 3. Prophecy LV.1, Beast Aura LV.1. Each level increases by 30,000 evaluation points, can be selected repeatedly. Option 8. Obtain the talent Peak of Perfection, consuming 1,200,000 evaluation points. Seeing the points reward he received this time, Goblo frowned. The Peak Emperor level only had 1.4 million evaluation points. In that case, the reason he was able to get so many points last time was mainly because he killed the hero. Also, the tribe he created in the last simulation should have given him some bonus points as well. Goblo quickly made his choices among the 8 rewards. Reaching the pinnacle was definitely a must, as was Demon Evolution. He also needed to upgrade the level of Beast Aura by 3 levels. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 1.39 million points, leaving only 15,000 points for the net simulation. Then, Goblin felt his body begin to change. Not long after, he plet this evolution. Thus, in reality, Goblin has evolved into a leader-level creature, and his attributes have also changed. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin Archmage. Template, Leader. Grade, 5,259, 0%. Stamina, 390. Strength, 450. Agility, 420. Spirit, 630. Charisma, 69. Skills, Berserker Aura LV4. Magic Control LV1. Basic Magic Recovery LV1. Magickin LV1. Demon Mud Swamp LV1. Demon Summoning LV1. Talent, Unparalleled. Goblin was quite satisfied with his new attributes. Now he had some fighting power in real life, and the 5 new skills he had acquired were not bad at all. When he came to his senses, the sky outside had not changed at all, and the Goblin was still keeping watch outside. Because he hadn't purchased any memories this time, Goblin's memories were not confused at all. Time flew by, and it was already the net day. The 3 goblins were stunned when they saw Goblin's new appearance, because they felt that Goblin was being less and less like a goblin. Although his skin was still green, his features were being more and more refined, and his figure was being more and more handsome. Instead, he looked somewhat like the elves they had seen yesterday. The Goblin and Goblin brothers were all right, since they were both male, but after Goblin saw the changes in Goblin, her eyes slowly started to look strange. However, Goblin didn't care about Gobley's gaze. After all, it was just the nature of goblins. Then, he took out a bucket, dripped 3 drops of the essence into it, and gave it to the 3 people to drink. Come with me. I'll take you to a new place today, Goblin said calmly. Yes, clan chief. Then, based on your memory, Goblin found a goblin village about 50 miles away from the elves. Chapter 124, A Airy, Clever Big Goblin. Because the 3 goblins are still ordinary creatures, Goblin and his Panions did not travel very fast, and it took them 2 days to reach their destination. However, by the time they arrived at their destination, the Goblin had already reached level 20, which is the peak of ordinary creatures. If they could find him some more materials, or if he worked hard on his own, he would be able to break through to the elite level. Upon arriving at his destination, Goblin glanced at the goblin village not far away. About 200 goblins lived in the village. In the real world, he still felt that it was better to proceed cautiously. After all, this was not a simulation, and it was easy to lose his life. With his current talent, it shouldn't be long before he could reach the peak of the leader and go to the Dragon Tomb to retrieve the Dragon Emperor's treasure. As he made his plans, Goblin arrived at the village. His purpose in ING here was to subjugate the village, recruit a group of followers to work for him, and continue to develop his tribal plans. After scanning the area briefly with his blue eye, Goblin discovered that it was still the same as he remembered. The most powerful goblin was an elite-level goblin, while the rest were all ordinary-level goblins. Ultimately, Goblins are mostly creatures with limited potential and are lazy, so high-level goblins are very rare. The only advantage of goblins is their reproductive ability. They can give birth to a whole litter at once. It is precisely because they are so prolific that these weak creatures iced in forests all over the world. After confirming there was no danger, Goblo walked into the village. It was called a village, but there were no decent buildings. Most of the buildings were just a few branches pieced together and covered with leaves. With Goblin's arrival, the goblins in the village immediately became alert, but they did not launch an attack because Goblin's aura was too strong and they dared not make a move. Goblin then walked up to an ordinary goblin. The goblin stared at Goblin, whose legs trembled. Then it said in the monster language, "Tell your leader to eat out and see me." After saying that, the goblin immediately ran away. Not long after, a large goblin, much larger than the other goblins, came out from inside. Because Goblin is now evolving into a mage, he looks about the same height as the giant goblin, except that Goblin is very fat, with all the flesh on his face squeezed together. Upon seeing Goblin, the giant goblin strode aggressively toward him. Although the elite-level giant goblin possessed some intelligence, it was clearly not much. In its mind, monsters were simply those that were larger. The goblin in front of it was about the same height as itself, but it was fatter, so it was stronger. 5 minutes later, the eldest goblin, his face bruised and swollen, led the goblins from the village to kneel obediently before Goblin. Goblin then glanced at Goblin Demon, who immediately said arrogantly, "Are all the goblins here?" The big goblin nodded quickly. "They're all here, they're all here." The goblin then glanced at Goblin, who simply nodded. The goblin continued, "Very good. This is Goblin, and he will be your chieftain from now on. Do you understand?" I know. After easily subduing the tribe, Goblin seemed to have returned to his old days in the valley. However, these goblins had not received any training, and everything had to be started from scratch. Fortunately, he now possessed the essence of condensation. That night, Goblin settled down in the village. He naturally stayed in the place where the big goblin had originally lived. It was a stone house built of stones, much better than the other houses. Before moving in, he had the other goblins clean it up properly. I thought the first night would be easy, but soon after, I heard the voice of the big goblin outside. "Chief, are you there?" "What is it?" you asked, somewhat puzzled. "I brought some people with me. Would you like to choose some?" Hearing what the other person said, Goblin walked out with some doubt. Then, he saw 2 female goblins standing behind the big goblin, a female lizard man who looked very weak, and a female frogman. Goblin instantly understood what the other person meant, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, he actually knows to find people to serve him in bed and please him. I originally thought this guy was stupid, but now it seems he's not stupid at all. He's quite shrewd. However, these monsters look too monsters. Goblo really can't bear to look at them. "No need. You take them away. I need to rest." "Yes, chieftain. By the way, what's your name?" "Chief, my name is Gobug." "Okay, you can go now." "Yes." Seeing that Goblin wasn't interested, the big goblin didn't dare to bother him any further and left with his group. The following day, due to the essence of the condensed liquid, Goblin broke through to the elite level, and Goblin also reached the peak of the ordinary level. Because of their close relationship with him, he planned to train them to the elite level first. He didn't intend to distribute the condensed essence equally, but rather to reward them according to their merits, using the condensed essence to motivate these goblins. Subsequently, because they've been trained by Goblin, after evolving into giant goblins, they did not be as fat as Goblin. After evolving, although the 3 of them did not have much muscle, their limbs were much thicker than those of ordinary goblins. Furthermore, the 3 of them are more attractive than before, no longer having those distorted features. Especially Gobbly. Now even if a human came over, you could tell she is a female goblin. Afterwards, Goblo called Gob over and divided the 200 goblins in the territory equally among them, about 50 each. Goblin will be in charge of hunting, Goblin will be in charge of training, Goblin will be in charge of logistics, and Goblin, you plan to teach him management and construction. Judging from Goblin's overtures last night, you can tell that this guy is a rather clever goblin. Soon, the territory started operating as quickly as before. Goblo wasn't idle either. After advancing to the boss level, He wanted to conduct the net simulation, which required 2,000 boss-level magic crystals. Collecting 2,000 boss-level magic crystals within a month was no easy task, but it wasn't impossible. Once he collected them, he could conduct 2 more simulations this month, accelerating his progress and strength. Chapter 125, Hunting Monsters, Demonized Orcs. Goblin used his blue eye to search for targets in the monster forest. Before long, he discovered several leader-level monsters. This area was already close to the middle layer of the monster forest, so finding high-level monsters was not a very difficult task. Seeing that the 3 leader-level giant forest wolves had not noticed him and were still searching for prey, Goblin did not chant any spells. A huge black ball appeared in his hand. Now, apart from some spells that required charging, all his other spells were instantaneous. The next second, the magic cannon in his hand was fired, and the black ball exploded in the center of the 3 forest giant wolves. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, destroying the surrounding trees and turning the 3-headed forest wolf into minced meat, leaving the surrounding soil scorched black. Upon seeing this, Goblin frowned. That was too heavy-handed. We can't eat all this meat. Luckily, the magic crystal wasn't damaged. After some internal reflection, Goblin decided that in the future, he would no longer use magic to deal with these leader-level monsters. He would simply use brute force. He then continued patrolling the monster forest. Before long, Goblin discovered a wild Chloe, and it was a Lord-level Chloe. You know, 1 Lord-level magic crystal is worth 10 boss-level magic crystals. If he could hunt more Lord-level monsters, he might be able to collect enough magic crystals for the simulation this month. Just like when he dealt with the timber wolves, Goblin used the magic cannon again. The Chloe was eating at the moment, and it seemed that because of its immense strength, the Chloe was not very cautious. So the magic cannon hit the Chloe directly, and a huge explosion was heard. One of the Chloe's wings was injured. Large patches of feathers were charred black, and the flesh inside showed signs of being cooked. The attack was very effective. The Chloe stared fiercely in Goblin's direction. Upon discovering that the one who had provoked it was merely a leader-level magical beast, the Chloe instantly flew into a rage and immediately tried to fly over and attack Goblin. But soon it discovered that its wings were injured and it could not fly, so it charged toward Goblin like a free-range chicken. Seeing the now completely deflated Chloe bird in front of him, Goblin threw a blackened holy light bullet in his left hand and a magic cannon in his right, directly at Chloe bird. Upon seeing this, the Chloe stopped charging, and a green barrier appeared around its body. Then, the corrupted holy light bullets and magic cannons landed on the barrier. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the Chloe looked at Goblin with disdain. The next second, a crack appeared on its barrier. Seeing this, the Chloe realized something was wrong, and then the crack spread rapidly. Crack! The barrier shattered with a crash, and then Chloe discovered that Goblin had once again gathered a corrupted holy light bullet and a magic cannon in his hand. Because Goblin's magical power far exceeds that of a normal leader, the magic he releases is much more powerful than that of an ordinary person, and it can sustain him in battle for an extremely long time. He also doesn't need to chant to release his skills. This led to the following scene. Goblin's attacks seemed to have no cooldown, firing wildly, and every blackened holy light bullet or magic cannon shot that hit the ground created a huge crater. The Lord-level Rockbird is now completely unable to fight back and is frantically fleeing. If it is not careful, it will be blown away by the huge explosion. 5 minutes later, a magic bullet struck the fragile neck of the crocodile, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. The Lord-level crocodile was no longer able to rise. Goblin then took the other party's magic crystal and then looked around. The scene was full of craters and pits. Net time, let's increase the attack power. Otherwise, the damage to the environment will be too great. After reflecting on his actions, he continued hunting. That night, the Goblin returned with his hunting party. Although it was his first time leading these goblins, the result was quite good. They had hunted 15 first-tier magical beasts in one day. Goblin looked at the magical beast the Goblin had brought back and was somewhat shocked. So powerful. Goblin, you can actually hunt so many magical beasts. Because our strength has increased, the number of team members has also increased, so the number of monsters we can hunt has naturally increased. Why does an increase in strength and numbers lead to a greater chance of hunting magical beasts? Because your strength has increased little. As the two continued their endless conversation, the surrounding rocks suddenly began to shake. The goblin noticed something was wrong. "Hey, Goblin, do you feel anything?" "What did you feel?" Gobra asked, his face full of confusion. "The ground seems to be shaking." "The ground," Gobra said, noticing that the ground seemed to be shaking. As they were talking, a black dot approached them. They looked in the direction of the dot, and then saw a familiar figure walking towards them, followed by two huge black goblins. This is Goblin's new skill, Demon Summoning, which allows him to summon two low-level, leader-level dark creatures to help him in battle. However, leader-level creatures are obviously of little help to him, so Goblin uses this skill to help him move things, which is quite convenient. With Goblin's arrival, all the goblins wore impressions of shock, especially Gobug, whose jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Because of his hunting trip, he killed 2 Lord-level creatures and 11 leader-level creatures. These creatures were all very large, mostly over 10 meters long. One of them would be enough for all the goblins to eat, but there were a total of 13. Especially the 2 largest ones, which they would have fled from in the past when they saw such terrifying monsters, were hunted down by Goblin so easily. At this moment, the goblin's fear of him reached its peak. He then instructed Goblin to break down the monsters, making 2 Lord-level creatures into roast meat and preserving the rest of the meat. As night fell, the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the goblin camp. The goblins instinctively walked toward the source of the smell and then saw you standing next to the roasted meat. Goblin was very satisfied with what he saw. It seemed that these goblins were relatively easy to manage. This time, the aroma of meat attracted not only the goblins, but also everything else. Goblin saw several small figures hiding not far away, peeking. Because of the blue eye, he had already seen through the identities of these shadowy figures, demonized beastmen, the most miserable of the 3 races. Chapter 126, Demonized Orc Island. This place is very close to the territory of the demonized orcs and the ghost race, so Goblin wasn't surprised to encounter demonized orcs here. Furthermore, these mutated orcs clearly didn't look very old. They all appear to be around 16 or 17 years old. He recalled his simulated memories, his first time visiting the territory of the demonized orcs. Despite being a powerful race comparable to the Asuras, the demonized orcs lived a very miserable life. In his memory, many low-level demonized orcs couldn't even get enough to eat. There are many reasons for this situation, such as the fact that the demonized orcs have a large appetite, a high reproductive rate, low intelligence, and live on the most barren land. Of course, these are not the most important issues. The most important issue is the long-term oppression by the Asura and ghost races. Although the 3 races are called the 3 major races, the demonized beastmen have to offer a certain number of their people to the Asura race as slaves every year. If they don't ply, the Asura race will massacre the demonized beastmen. The reason why the Asura race does this is mainly because the demonized beastmen reproduce too quickly and are the strongest of the 3 races. If they are given enough time to breathe, they may surpass the Asura race. Another point is that while they value the demonized beastmen, they also look down on them. Most of the Asura race, including the Asura Emperor, believe that the demonized beastmen are vulgar, unintelligent, and unworthy of being called one of the 3 major races. They want to humiliate the demonized beastmen by enslaving them. Therefore, every year many young demonized beastmen are forced to go to the territory of the Asura race to serve them. The Ghost clan would take advantage of this to plunder the demonized beastmen, but they wouldn't completely crush them. Instead, they would leave them a chance to live. After all, if the demonized beastmen were wiped out, the Ghost clan would likely be the ones oppressing the Asura clan. Because of the exploitation by both races, many demonized beastmen cannot survive their childhood. Thinking about it, Goblin thought that he might be able to subdue some demonic beastmen first. In fact, demonic beastmen are similar to goblins, just enhanced versions of goblins. "Come here," Goblin said to the 3 demonic beastmen who were spying on them. Seemingly sensing that Goblin meant no harm, 3 emaciated young demon beastmen approached you. Upon seeing the 3 demon beastmen, The goblins were somewhat frightened. These three skinny guys were actually elite-level demon beasts. Submit to me, work for me, and I can guarantee you'll have a full stomach every day from now on. As soon as you finished speaking, the eyes of the three men in front of you lit up. Goblo's tone wasn't very friendly. He knew that as long as the demonized orcs were well fed, they would obey him. That's what he did in the simulation. 15 minutes later, a group of goblins and 3 mutated orcs were feasting around the campfire. Especially the 3 demonic orcs. They were practically in tears from the food. 2 Lord-level magical beasts were devoured by these people, but the main bat force was Goblin, who, with his large stomach, ate an entire Lord-level magical beast by himself. The net day. You mean you can bring more demonized orcs to my territory? Sir, if you can ensure they are well fed, we can guarantee they will swear allegiance to you. How many people are there in total? The other person said, scratching his head and then counting on his fingers, looking rather dim-witted. Seeing their troubled expression, Goblin felt somewhat helpless. He shouldn't have expected them to count. Take me there. Yes, the demonized orc said excitedly. In his eyes, Goblin had fed them well yesterday, and Goblin was the best person in the world. After explaining to Goblin and the others what they needed to do in the next few days, Goblin followed the 3 of them towards the territory of the demonized beastmen. 2 days later, they arrived at a barren land. It was hard to imagine that such a desolate place could iced in the rich demon beast forest. Returning to this place, Goblin felt no emotion whatsoever. How much longer until we reach your tribe? We'll be there soon, sir. This time, it only took Goblin half an hour to get to the tribe where the 3 of them lived. After seeing the situation clearly, Goblin became excited because there were more than 70 demonized beastmen in this tribe, both men and women, and most of them were young demonized beastmen, which was very rare. Once trained for a period of time, they will be a formidable fighting force. In addition, the reproductive ability of the demonized orcs is comparable to that of goblins. In just a few years, they can train a reasonably strong army. My lord, may they all go to your territory? The demonic beastman who brought Goblin asked cautiously. Sure, eon over. I can afford to support this many people, as long as you work for me from now on. That's great, thank you. Tell your people about this. Yes, sir. After saying that, the 3 excitedly told everyone in the village about it. Before long, demonized beastmen came to you one after another, but they didn't look at you with much trust and were somewhat wary. After most of the people had arrived, Goblin slowly took out the corpses of 3 leader-level creatures from his spatial ring. Looking at these high-level magical beast corpses, the demonized beastmen present swallowed hard. This is a gift for you. Eat up. After you're done, eat with me to my territory. You won't have to go hungry here anymore. After Goblin finished speaking, the gazes of the demonized orcs present softened considerably when they looked at him. Then they scrambled to eat the monster meat. However, not all the demonized orcs were grateful to Goblin. The largest of these orcs, the only one whose strength had reached the level of a leader, was now staring fiercely at Goblin. Stop! Don't move, he suddenly shouted. Upon hearing his words, all the demonized beastmen stopped and then looked back in fear at the largest demonized beastman. Before they came, the 3 smaller demonized beastmen had told Goblin that there was a very powerful demonized beastman in their village who was in charge of them, and that they had escaped while that guy wasn't paying attention. Goblin knew that these demonized beastmen were managers chosen by the Azura clan to manage low-level demonized beastmen, with each person managing about 50. Then every year, these administrators would take some of the more outstanding-looking or stronger demonized beastmen from the village to serve as slaves for the Azura clan. To put it bluntly, these managers are just dogs kept by the Azura clan, and these dogs only know how to bully their own kind. They're very useful. Chapter 127, Building a Lake. Kid, I don't care who you are. You'd better mind your own business in our village. Hand over all the food you're carrying, and I might spare your life. The manager's eyes revealed a greedy glint. Upon hearing the other person's words, Goblin beckoned to them, making a provocative gesture. Although the other party did not understand what Goblin's actions meant, it did not stop him from being angry. You can't understand me, huh? You're asking for it. With that, he charged at Goblin. Smack! A crisp slap came from the other person's face. The mutated orc's body was sent flying by the slab, rolling several times on the ground before finally NG to a stop after crashing into a stone house. After struggling to pry open the surrounding rocks and crawl out of the ruins, Goblin calmly walked up to the other person and said, "What did you just say? You said you'd spare my life if I brought out all the food." When he heard Goblin's words again, his eyes were much clearer, and the initial unruliness and arrogance were no longer visible. The slap knocked out half of his teeth, so he's not speaking very fluently now. "I've already poked it, Yuan Liang's place. I forgive you. Yes, please give me another chance." "Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Go ask them, and if they can forgive you, then I can forgive you too." In reality, Goblin wasn't angry, because he knew very well that any other demonized beastman born in such an environment would most likely have done something similar to the demonized beastman in front of him. He had no other choice but to do this. Moreover, if he could subdue this guy, he would immediately gain a leader-level subordinate. He could then train this guy properly and let him continue to manage the demonized orcs. As long as he was a normal demonic beast, he shouldn't betray him in the future. Besides, even if he betrays me, it doesn't matter. With his current strength, unless it's the Ghost King or the corrupted Beastman King who makes a move, no one can be my opponent. He then pleaded with the group of young demonized beastmen to apologize. Although he looked miserable, the demonized beastmen forgave him because of his past tyranny. "My lord, they have forgiven me. Since they have forgiven you, I will not hold it against them anymore. From now on, you will stay with me." Then, under Goblin's watchful eye, these demonized orcs devoured the corpses of the 3 leader-level magical beasts. Afterward, Goblin seemed to remember something, took out a magic crystal from his spatial ring, and said, "Do you have any of these stones at home? If so, bring them to me, and I'll trade you some magical beast meat." Upon hearing Goblin's words, the demonized beastmen nodded hurriedly. Yes, sir, we'll go get it for you right away." As they spoke, the group of demonized orcs returned to their dwellings. Before long, each of them handed over a dozen or so first or second-tier magic crystals to Goblin. Seeing the magic crystals they took out, Goblin felt slightly disappointed. All these magic crystals together were probably only worth a few 4th-tier magic crystals, which wouldn't be of much use to him. However, it was better to have some than nothing. Take these magic crystals with you. If you want to eat meat on the road, just bring your magic crystals and trade them with me. After saying that, he set off with the goblins. Because they were full, the group of demonized beastmen were in a much better mood, although they were still a little afraid when they looked at Goblin. Some of the demonized orcs even felt that leaving with Goblin was not a good option, so they planned to find a chance to escape. However, after Goblin used a magic cannon and a corrupted version of the Holy Light to blast a giant python to death right in front of them, they no longer had any intention of escaping and planned to live the rest of their lives as obedient corrupted orcs. 3 days later, Goblin's magic cannon leveled up to LV2, and for the first time in real life, he experienced the terrifying power of reaching the pinnacle. This boost to his talent is no small matter. You have to understand that magic cannon is a leader-level skill, but only about a week has passed since he acquired it, and his level has already increased. This was something he would never have dared to dream of before. Soon, Goblin returned to the village with the mutated orcs. Although he was not there, the village continued to function normally, mainly because Goblin was quite good at hunting and brought back enough prey every day, ensuring that everyone did not go hungry. However, upon seeing the group of mutated orcs behind Goblin, the goblins became tense. After all, the average strength of the demonized orcs was around the elite level, while the average level of the goblins was only ordinary. It was normal for them to be afraid. Soon, Goblin allocated an area for the demonized orcs to work. That means digging an artificial lake in the center of the village, and the water in this artificial lake must be flowing and not stagnant. While leading his men in training, Goblin secretly observed the situation of the demonized orcs. He didn't understand why Goblin wanted these demonized orcs to dig pits here. The mutated orcs were incredibly efficient. Despite lacking useful tools, their amazing physical abilities allowed them to dig a huge pit in just 3 days. Goblin then installed and connected the water-drawing device he had made to the pit, and that very night, water was drawn from the river and goblins and mutated beastmen gathered around the lake. With their large, untainted eyes, free from the taint of knowledge, they watched in astonishment as the water was continuously introduced. Goblin, everyone disperse. The chieftain said that starting tomorrow, the goblins will draw water from this lake for drinking in daily life. Note that the water in this lake can only be used for drinking and cannot be used for anything else. Also, note that this pool is for the goblins. The demonized orcs will dig another one. After Gobmo finished speaking, everyone gradually dispersed, but that night, he still notified them one by one. At the same time, Goblo also dropped 2 drops of the gel essence into the water. The moment the green gel essence was dropped in, it spread quickly in the pool, just like 2 drops of ink, without affecting the overall color of the pool. Since only 3 drops of essence can be condensed each day, Goblo decided to put 2 drops in everyone's daily drinking water and give the remaining drop as a separate reward to the high-ranking members like Gobmo, since they were his capable henchmen and naturally deserve more benefits. In addition, Goblo plans to build a city in the monster forest. Going outside the monster forest is too dangerous, as he will always encounter dangerous figures like heroes. This place is close to the elves, and the location is also good, so he decided to settle here. Chapter 128 Elfbanket. The next day, Goblin went to the pool to check and found that it was now 1/3 full. He then dripped 2 drops of the essence into it, and Goblin seemed to be able to smell a pleasant fragrance from the water. Afterwards, Goblin went back and started his morning exercise. Not long after, Goblin and his Panines arrived at Goblin's residence with a cart full of roasted meat that had already been prepared. Goblin had gotten up early that morning to make the roasted meat. Goblo also took out a bucket of water infused with the essence of the condensed liquid, divided it into 4 cups, and gave them some to drink as a special treat for them. After breakfast, the daily routine began again. The more than 70 demonized orcs who had joined the territory were divided into 4 units. Because these demonized orcs were all elite-level creatures, the construction speed within the territory was much faster. Half a month later, Goblin's village has been quite presentable, and in this short period of half a month, 8 more elite-level goblins have appeared in the territory. Although the essence of the condensed liquid was diluted many times by the lake water, Goblin is now a leader-level creature after all. Even with the dilution by a large amount of water, the effect of his essence of the condensed liquid is still acceptable, helping some goblins whose level was already close to the bottleneck of the ordinary level to break through the limitations. In addition, the diet of these goblins these days has been really too extravagant. They eat at least the meat of leader-level monsters, and most of them eat the meat of chief-level monsters. It is quite normal for 8 of them to break through to the elite level. The 4 goblins are even more eager-rated. Because Goblin gave them special training, their strength has now far surpassed that of the other goblins. Goblo was hunting in a monster forest as usual when he unexpectedly spotted several elves who seemed to be searching for something in the forest. He naturally wanted to build good relations with these elves. "What are you looking for?" Hearing the voice suddenly ing from above, the 4 elves looked up and saw a magical beast of unknown race speaking to them. Then one of the elves said, "Are you Mr. Goblo?" "Yes, that's me." "What's wrong?" "That's great. We came out to find you. Last time, the Elf Queen was very angry when she heard that we had driven away the distinguished guests who had saved the little elves, and she sent us out to find you and apologize." After the other party finished speaking, Goblin paused for a moment, suddenly remembering what happened in the simulation. It seemed that in the first year of the simulation, these elves came out and found them, and held a separate banquet outside the elven territory. This time, it seemed that there was no banquet, and he left there with Goblin and the others, which is why they were in such a hurry to and find them. "It's okay. I'm not angry, I can understand." Hearing Goblo's words, the elves felt even more guilty and quickly said, "Mr. Goblo, we have prepared a private dinner for you outside the elven territory. Would you like to join us?" After the other person finished speaking, Goblo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay. By the way, we heard you have 3 friends with you. Would you like them to eat along?" "No need for them. You wait here for me for a while. I'll go back and give you some instructions, and then I'll go with you." "Okay, Mr. Goblo. Is there anything we can help you with?" "No." "Yes. Although nothing went wrong when I took the goblins to the banquet in the simulation, things could change in reality. What if those guys suddenly went berserk at the banquet? After Goblin left, the elves chatted. Wasn't it said that Mr. Goblin had a very evil aura? I didn't feel anything special just now. Although he was more terrifying than a normal magical beast, he didn't seem that eager-rated. I don't know either, but it's all right. Elder Misha couldn't be wrong. It's possible that Mr. Goblin has found a way to conceal his aura during this time. Goblin returned and told the goblin demons to manage the tribe well. At the same time, he used demon summoning to summon 2 leader-level demons, instructing them to protect the tribe and keep an eye on the leader-level demonized orc before leaving. Before long, Goblin returned to the 4 elves. Mr. Goblin, you're so fast. If you can't speak, then don't speak. Goblin thought to himself as he said, because I live very close to here. Okay, take me there. Okowo. Along the way, Goblin chatted and laughed with the elves. After advancing to the leader level, he also noticed that his demonic power had subsided and was not as obvious as before. Soon, Goblin followed the others to the vicinity of the elven territory, and then they went back to inform Misha and the others that they had arrived. When Misha saw Goblin again, she was somewhat surprised because she could sense that Goblin's strength had now reached the same level as hers, both being leader level. Mr. Goblin, it's only been a few days. I didn't expect you to advance so quickly. Congratulations. Misha said sincerely. I was lucky and managed to break through by sheer luck. I see. We've here to sincerely thank you and to apologize for my previous behavior. Oh, so how will Miss Misha apologize? I brought you many delicacies from our elven race, as well as our elven specialty, the water of life. Would you like to try them? Besides that, I sincerely apologize to you. What do you think? The two chatted peacefully and naturally, just like old friends who had known each other for many years. The more they talked, the more surprised Misha became. After all, Goblin was a goblin, and she couldn't understand why Goblin was so smart and so easy to get along with. The next day, Miss Misha, I would like my people to taste this water of life as well. May I take some back with me? Of course, I can trade something for it. As he spoke, Goblin took out some magic crystals, which were also somewhat useful to the elves. No need, Mr. Goblin. This water of life is not a very precious thing for us elves. I will prepare more for you, so you can take it back with you. Okay, thank you. After obtaining the water of life, Goblin parted ways with the elves. Although he drank the water of life again, Goblin felt that the changes in his body were not as drastic. According to his guess, it was probably because his level was too high and the magic of the sin of greed was too strong. However, even so, after digesting the water of life in his body, his level should be able to increase by 1 level. Chapter 129 Simulation begins, Demonized Orc King. After bringing the water of life to Goblin and the others, Goblin returned to his daily life. Until the last day of the month, Goblin still hadn't collected enough magic crystals for the simulation. The main reason was that although there were Lord-level and Leader-level magical beasts in the vicinity, their numbers were not large. System. Starting simulation. Simulation begins. 15,000 points remaining from the previous simulation have been detected. The talent Magic Expansion has evolved into Magic Overload, meaning the magic power within the body will continuously increase over time. Although the talent was only mentioned in a sentence, Goblin felt a vague unease after seeing it. The magic power would continue to increase, and there was no indication that it would stop. So, was it possible that this ever-increasing magic power would have some kind of impact on him? In your first year, you were the chieftain of the Goblin tribe. During this year, you continuously develop your tribe, build your territory, and hone your strength. In the second year, your territory was developed very smoothly, and because of the sin of greed, your level rose to the peak of the leader level. At the same time, you discovered that the magic power within your body increased by an additional 20%. In the same year, you obtained the Dragon Emperor's treasure, used a large amount of gold coins to purchase skills such as absolute rationality and clear thinking, and also swallowed a Dragon Ball. You have evolved into a Lord-level, soul-devouring dragon witch, and your magic power has increased significantly. In the third year, instead of going to human territory, you stayed in the monster forest, diligently developing your domain. Meanwhile, your magic power naturally increased by 20%. In the fourth year, your magic In the 5th year, your magic power naturally increased by another 20%, and now your total magic power is astonishing. Your race is now on the right track, and your territory now looks like a very prosperous human town with the necessary city defenses in place. The population of these groups has also seen a significant increase. The number of goblins has aged 4,000, with 1,000 of them having broken through to the leader-level magical beasts. In addition, the number of demonized orcs has reached SI 100. At the same time, you also tamed some magical beasts that had reached the Lord level and possessed extremely rare dragon blood. Because you frequently visit the territory of the demonized orcs and bring them back, you have attracted the attention of the demonized orcs. The king of the demonized orcs has begun investigating this matter, but because you always do it very cleanly and leave no evidence, he cannot find you for the time being. In the 7th year, in a village of demonized orcs, you encountered a Lord-level demonized orc named Sei. After a friendly exchange, he did not surrender to you. You admired him and wanted to recruit him, but unlike other demonized orcs, he was very principled and did not surrender. So you tied him up and took him back. Looking at the strong Sei in front of you, you smiled and said, "What do you want in return for your surrender?" "I will never surrender. Even if you kill me, I will not. I will never betray my king." "Interesting. If I were to capture your king, would you surrender?" After you finished speaking, Sei suddenly let out a disdainful laugh. "You capture my king? With your abilities, the king is invincible. If you can really defeat my king, I will submit to you and do whatever you ask of me from now on." "Okay, you said it. Don't go back on your word." Sayer always keeps his promises. After speaking with Sei, you took him back to your territory and temporarily imprisoned him in a dungeon. After all, apart from you, no one else in the territory is a match for Sei right now. Afterwards, you traveled again to the territory of the demonized orcs to find their king. It didn't take long before you arrived. Once there, you used an intermediate-level disguise technique to transform yourself into a high-ranking demon. In the territory of the demonized orcs, the Oni race holds a very high status, let alone a high-ranking Oni like yourself. Upon arriving here, you casually grab a mutated orc and ask, "Tell me, where does your king live?" The one you captured was a leader-level demonized orc. After you released your lord-level aura, the orc said somewhat fearfully, "The king lives in the royal palace. I will take you there." As you spoke, this demonic orc led you for a whole day before finally arriving at the residence of the demonic orc king. After confirming the location, you let him go, giving him a piece of high-grade demonic beast meat as a reward. The leader-level demonic orc departed excitedly. Then, you arrive at the so-called royal palace and say to the guard at the entrance, "I have business with the king. Take me to see him." Upon seeing that you were a lord-level demon race member, the two demonized orcs dared not delay and quickly said, "Please follow me." Before long, you were brought before a palace where a guard said, "Your Majesty, a lord of the Ghost clan wishes to see you." "Let him in." A somewhat wild voice came from inside the palace. Then you were taken inside. Upon seeing you, the demon beastman king was somewhat puzzled, for he knew all the lord-level demons of the Ghost clan, but had never seen you before. Seeing the corrupted orc king says is quite normal, since you've seen him many times in the simulation. You're a newly promoted lord-level member of the Ghost clan. "What do you want with me?" "Well, your Majesty, I have taken a fancy to a demonized orc named Sei. I wonder if you know him." "Sei? That's my 4th son, a valiant warrior." "You say you've taken a liking to him. What do you mean?" "It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted him to submit to me and be my subordinate. But he said he would not betray his king. So, I've here now to defeat you, make you submit to me, and then make him submit to me." After you finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the room. Seth suddenly said, "I understand. You feel that you're living too fortably and don't want to live anymore. So you came to find me." There was a hint of anger in his voice. Clearly, he wanted to kill you. You can interpret it that way. Anyway, I'm here to defeat you. Before you could finish speaking, Seth charged towards you. As the king of the demonized beastmen, he possessed the strongest body of his race. The Ghost King was far inferior to him in physical strength. Faced with Saz's attack, you didn't panic, but quickly cast a magical barrier around yourself. Chapter 130 Priceless Gem, Magic Conversion. Saz punched your barrier, causing a crack, but the barrier was automatically repaired by magic in a net second. Then, you used a Lord-level attack spell to directly hit Saz. Faced with your attack, Saz chose to take it head-on. As a result, the magic cannon did not knock Saz back more than a few steps, but it did cause some minor injuries to Saz. Feeling the pain in his body, Saz was a little surprised, because ordinary Lord-level creatures do not have such high attack power. He then charged over and unleashed a barrage of attacks on your magic shield, but it didn't have much effect. Your magic shield could basically repair itself instantly after any damage occurred. Then, you retaliated with magic attacks that had almost no cooldown, and after 5 minutes, Saz was unable to fight back. A quarter of an hour later, Saz roared, "Enough! I am the great king of the demonic orcs. The most powerful demonic orc. You are just a lowly ghost lord. How dare you treat me like this?" Boom! A giant magic cannon blasted Saz away, followed by dozens of other magic cannons of the same size, exploding where Saz landed. Ugh! Saz let out a weak groan. But you showed no sympathy and continued your attack. An hour later, looking at Saz, who was suppressed on the ground by your magic and unable to move, you said coldly, "Submit or continue." "I surrender," Saz said with difficulty. You withdrew your magical suppression. Feeling the magical suppression around you disappear, Saz slowly raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "Do I need to go with you to see Sacro now?" "No, you should first learn about your new master's identity." As you spoke, you removed your disguise, revealing your true form to Sacro, watching your shrinking body and the dragon aura that slowly emerged. Sacro gradually came to terms with it. He couldn't accept being defeated by a Lord-level demon, but being defeated by a Lord-level creature with dragon blood seemed less unacceptable. "From now on, you can call me Master. By the way, there should be quite a few gems in your territory, right? I remember that although your demonized beastman's territory is barren and plants can hardly survive here, it seems to have many gold and gem mines." Hearing your words, Saz nodded quickly, then took out a very exquisite wooden bow from the room. He opened the bow, and inside lay 40 gems of different colors, neatly arranged. "Master, this is the highest grade gem produced in our territory. What do you think?" After carefully examining these gems, you discovered that even the cheapest one could be exchanged for 3 million gold coins in the Sin of Greed's trading market, while the most expensive could be exchanged for 14 million gold coins. The total value of these 40 gems is approximately 320 million gold coins. Seeing this price, you said, "Not bad. These are indeed top-grade gems. I'll take them for now. Come back to my territory with me." "Yes." After saying this, you spent all the gems on your way home. First, you bought back the wand of hatred that you had been longing for. When the wand, with its tip inlaid with a jet-black crystal, appeared in your hand, you felt that using it would greatly enhance your bat power. You've already decided what to do with the remaining gold coins. Having gone through so many simulations, you are very clear about the strengths of each race, such as the powerful physique of the demon orcs, the eerie magic of the ghost race, the sacred life magic of the elves, the Azura race. After learning about so many races, you've to one conclusion: dragons are the most awesome. So you directly used 120 million gold coins to purchase the bloodline of the ancient dragon emperor. As for why you didn't buy a higher level one, it's because you can only absorb this level of dragon bloodline right now. But even so, it's powerful enough. Of the remaining 200 million gold coins, you used 50 million to purchase a skill called Magic Conversion. This skill is very special. It can increase your attribute points by permanently reducing a portion of your magic power. In the past, you wouldn't have even glanced at this skill. But now that you have the talent of magic overload, your magic power will keep increasing. One day, your body will be unable to withstand such terrifying magic power, leading to irreversible consequences. That's why you purchased this skill. You have 150 million gold coins left, but you didn't use them immediately. Instead, you plan to look for any particularly useful skills when you have some free time. After returning to your territory, you took Saz to the dungeon. Seeing the honest-looking Saz following behind you, imprisoned in the dungeon, initially thought he was mistaken. However, as Saz's son, he was intimately familiar with Saz's presence and naturally recognized that the person following you was the real Saz. Seeing your smug look, Say felt a tightness in his chest, as if he couldn't breathe. He was so angry that he wanted to hit you, but he suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, Say, always keep my word. Master, from now on, I will obey your orders. Very good, be out with me. I'll give you instructions on what to do later. Yes. After subduing Saz, you gradually transferred some powerful demonized orcs to your territory, providing them with ample food to improve their lives. However, you did not allow them to rebel against the Azura race immediately. Because your current strength is insufficient, you don't have absolute confidence in defeating the Azura Emperor. You'll need to reach at least the peak of the leader level or the king level before you can kill him. To be on the safe side, you plan to remain patient for another year or two, waiting until your strength has improved. At the same time, the demonized orc race will contribute a certain amount of gems to you every month from now on, giving you a large amount of funds. You use the sin of greed to continuously purchase passive skills such as magic control, strength amplification, and steel bones to improve your basic strength. In the 8th year, with your help, the lives of the demonized orcs have improved day by day. The survival rate of young demonized orcs has been steadily increasing, and the adult demonized orcs have been increasingly stronger. Saz and the others are now completely convinced of your abilities. Correspondingly, the gems contributed to you by the demonized orcs have allowed your strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, you discover Sakro's astonishing talent and begin to focus on developing Sayer. Chapter 131 Hidden City, Killing the Azura Emperor. In the 9th year, your strength reached the peak of the Lord level, and you build a huge city in a monster forest. This city is very special. From the outside, it seems no different from an ordinary human city, but in fact it is composed of above-ground and underground structures. It is estimated that after the city is fully plet, it will be able to accommodate 5 million monsters. Furthermore, the city has a unique water system. You have set up 3,000 wells in the city, all of which are connected to the lake in the city center. Your people no longer need to travel to the city center to fetch water. You named this city the Hidden City, and using the magic circle you purchased in the Sin of Greed, you set up a hidden restriction on it. Without your permission, it will be difficult for ordinary people to find the city. Meanwhile, your people have grown to 100,000, primarily consisting of goblins, demonized orcs, lizardmen, and some high-level magical beasts with dragon bloodlines. Over the past 9 years, you have taught your people how to use currency. Now, the residents know how to earn money through labor and then use that money to buy their daily necessities. The Hidden City is developing at an astonishing pace. During this time, you have maintained good relations with the elves and frequently trade with them. In addition, you plan to open the Hidden City to humans after a period of time. The reasons for opening it to humans are twofold. First, to earn gold coins from adventurers, and second, to collect some of the more greedy human souls. As for whether humans will cause trouble, you've already considered that. You've purchased the Demon Emperor's Eye, and due to the magic overload, your magic power is now sufficient to barely allow you to activate it. And you plan to devour the bloodline of the ancient Dragon Emperor after some time, advancing to the king level. At that point, your Demon Emperors, I will essentially be able to monitor the entire Hidden City. 1 month later, you absorb the bloodline of the ancient Dragon Emperor, successfully advancing to a king-level magical beast, the soul-devouring ancient dragon, which, with a level cap 38 levels higher than a normal king-level beast. Just as you imagined, your magic power is now sufficient to sustain you 247, keeping the Demon Emperor's Eye active to monitor the entire Hidden City. If humans cause trouble in your Hidden City, you could detect it immediately. However, instead of immediately dispelling the magic array of Hidden City, you went to the Azura clan, intending to first completely unify the 3 major clans. Upon arriving at your familiar territory, you found the Azura Emperor, just as you had imagined, indulging in debauchery in broad daylight. Seeing the Azura Emperor enjoying himself so much, and remembering your own dedication to the territory during this time, you were filled with rage. You launched a direct sneak attack on the Azura Emperor, but instead of using magic, you cast a top-level body enhancement spell and a top-level berserk spell on yourself before charging in to attack him. You wanted to give this guy a good beating, punching him every time you wanted to vent your anger. Because the Azura Emperor was completely unprepared, your sneak attack was very successful. One punch swelled up his face, and realizing what had happened, the Azura Emperor was enraged and immediately retaliated against you. Because you weren't using magic, the fight between you two appeared to be evenly matched. However, your bat skills and total magic power far surpass those of the Azura Emperor, so you still have the advantage. Not long after, the Azura Emperor was covered in sweat. He still hadn't realized what was happening. He had simply been enjoying himself in his palace when you suddenly rushed out and beat him up. Wait, I can't beat them. I admit defeat, the Azura Emperor suddenly shouted. However, you didn't stop. Instead, you stomped the Azura Emperor to the ground and said, "Take it out." Hearing your words, the Azura Emperor was somewhat shocked, then slowly took out an incredibly vibrant ruby from his robes. Upon seeing this ruby, you kicked it away. This type of ruby, when infused with magic, explodes, forming a red, poisonous mist. This mist will drive demons below the Emperor level insane, causing them to hallucinate. This is a specialty of the Azura race. The Azura Emperor used this underhanded tactic when he fought you before. You know this guy too well. Azura Emperor, who are you? What do you want to do? How do you know what I'm going to do? Nothing much. I just wanted your Azura race to submit, so I came to attack you. Bring your people to surrender, and from now on, pay me tribute every year. You can continue to be the Azura Emperor. How about it? After you finished speaking, the Azura Emperor's oppression became somewhat uncertain. After all, being brutally beaten by a mere king-level creature like you, and then being expected to be your underling, was certainly unacceptable to him. Looking at the Azura Emperor, you decide that after he announces the Azura clan's surrender to you, to the entire Azura race, you will kill him. Because you know very well that the Azura Emperor is cold-blooded, cruel, despicable, and cunning. He is vengeful and unwilling to be subservient to anyone. Even if he surrenders to you now, there's a high probability that he will betray you at a crucial moment in the future. You have 10 seconds to consider, you say, activating your resentment wand and simultaneously beginning to gather a magical cannon. Seeing you conjure a magic cannon, the Azura Emperor suddenly realized you were a mage and that you had just subdued him with your physical strength. At the 9th second, the Azura Emperor spoke, "I agree." You hurled a magic cannon in your hand into the distance, and instantly, a mountain peak was completely destroyed. Seeing this, the Azura Emperor felt incredibly fortunate. Otherwise, that magic cannon shot would have definitely hit him. In the days that followed, news of the Azura clan's surrender to you spread throughout the entire clan. Several Azura kings had also eaten to know you. After the entire Azura clan had surrendered, you made a bet with the Azura Emperor. The stake was the Azura Emperor's soul. If you won, he would gain his freedom. The Azura Emperor chose to gamble with you, and the result was equally as you expected. You won, gaining the soul, corpse, and magic crystals of a royal-level powerhouse. The Azura Emperor was completely devoured, leaving not even ashes. The Azura race differs from the demonized beastmen. While their territory doesn't produce precious gems, it boasts abundant cultivation resources. For example, they possess over 30 places similar to the Black Grass Cave, along with other higher-level cultivation locations. It is precisely because of these resources that the Azura race is more powerful than other races. After subduing the Azura clan, subduing the Demon clan was even easier. Chapter 132, the hero arrives at the hidden city. The Ghost clan is similar to the Azura clan in that they also have a lot of cultivation resource points. However, their resource points are basically only suitable for the Ghost clan, which is why they have been able to retain so many. Otherwise, they would have been taken away by the Azura clan long ago. In the 10th year, due to completely devouring the Azura king, your strength increased significantly, and your magic power also grew considerably. Perhaps because your level increased so rapidly, your body's tolerance has been constantly increasing. So although your magic power has increased a lot, you haven't felt any discomfort. In the same year, you significantly reduced the strength of the magic circle surrounding the hidden city. Humans of elite level and above can now easily locate the hidden city with a little care. As you predicted, the hidden city was soon discovered. It was a wounded human squad that had been chased by magical beasts and, in their panic, found the hidden city and sought refuge there. The demons within the city, following your instructions, rescued these humans and warmly welcomed them. Initially, the humans couldn't believe their plight after being rescued by the demons, but they were filled with gratitude after being treated so well. Until the very end, when faced with the exorbitant fees, the humans' oppressions turned to astonishment. Although these fees were twice as high as in human cities, they still chose to pay, knowing that not paying would have severe consequences. After these humans returned home, they chose to repay kindness with enmity. Although they had been charged exorbitant fees, they were indeed saved by you. A few days later, you discover that several human scouts have arrived near the hidden city. You know their purpose, but instead of capturing them, you let them leave after pleading their investigation. Not long after, the humans who had fled to Hidden City returned with an army of about 500 men, each with an average strength at the leader level, to attack. You weren't surprised by this, and you were already prepared. If Hidden City wanted to make a deal with the humans, this would definitely be the first step. The human army commander looked on in disbelief as he saw the fully armed demons on the city wall. He wasn't unfamiliar with fighting demons, but he had never fought against a demonic beast legion that appeared to be so disciplined. He realized that if he chose to go to war this time, his chances of survival would be slim. "Lord City Lord, this is the city I was talking about, built by the demon race," said the mage among the humans who had fled to Hidden City earlier, somewhat excitedly. You did a very good job." Although it was a compliment, his tone was very serious. After thinking for a while, the city lord said, "Let's go back." "Lord, what did you say? How can we go back?" "That's a city built by magical beasts. If we don't destroy it now, they'll only grow stronger." However, the city lord ignored his words and led his army back. After the reconnaissance troops returned with their report, he had no real intention of attacking the monster city. The fact that he only brought 500 men this time proved that he truly had no intention of attacking. He simply wanted to see for himself what this city built by monsters looked like. Now that he has seen it, he understands it, and he is deeply moved. "Lord, we really can't let them go." "Shut up," the city lord roared. The mage was somewhat incredulous after being yelled at by the city lord, but he didn't say anything more. Soon, they left the detection range of the Demon Emperor's eye. Seeing this, you're somewhat disappointed. This city lord is much smarter than you imagined. He didn't attack you. Originally, you wanted to fight him, capture him, and then negotiate with the humans. In the 11th year, a full year has passed, and still no human army has to cause you trouble. However, your hidden city has become famous among human adventurers. Now, human adventurers eat a hidden city to spend money every day. Things have progressed somewhat unexpectedly. Some adventurers have even to the hidden city specifically for leisure. To collect these human souls, you specifically opened 2 casinos in Hidden City. You've realized your dream of earning human gold and souls without leaving the monster forest. This is a small step for Hidden City, but a giant leap for the monster forest. In the 19th year, your magic power has grown to an astonishing level. Although you are only a king-level being, your total magic power is comparable to that of a newly ascended emperor-level magical beast. The permanent population of your hidden city has also reached 4 million. This number could have been much higher, and it is very close to the limit of Hidden City. You've created multiple defensive barriers for Hidden City, to the point that even a royal-level effort couldn't break through them. That same year, the familiar hero team arrived at the gates of the Hidden City. Seeing them, you felt a chill run down your spine, as they had arrived earlier than you had anticipated. You had assumed the heroes were still young and weak. You should be busy dealing with the monster hordes, and you predict the hero won't arrive for at least another 20 years. But it doesn't really matter. You have a way to deal with the hero, your charm points are ready, and you plan to settle accounts with the hero from the last simulation. However, for now, you decide to observe the situation, first using the Demon Emperor's eye. Merlin. Hero, this is the legendary city of monsters. I've heard that humans and demons live in harmony here, and it's a popular resting place for human adventurers in the monster forest. Many adventurers here to rest. Shall we attack this city? Hero, not yet. If this city is truly an adventurer's paradise, just like the legends say, then leaving it is not out of the question. However, we still need to investigate who is secretly controlling this city and why the monsters in this city can coexist peacefully with humans. Good. With that, the heroes' party entered the hidden city. Not long after entering, the three heroes saw several demons and humans chatting, seemingly old friends. The hero instantly became alert. He discovered that the demon was only an elite-level creature, yet could speak human language. Based on past appearance, only monsters at least at the leader level could speak human language. For an elite-level monster to speak human language was definitely suspicious. You used the Demon Emperor's eye to see that the hero didn't wreak havoc after entering, which surprised you. It seems the hero is much more rational than you imagined. Chapter 133, A Bold Idea. The deeper the hero's party ventured into the hidden city, the more astonished they became, for everything here was so harmonious. Even in human cities, such peaceful scenes were rare. Even more outrageous. Not long after, a little ghost who looked only 3 or 4 years old ran up to the hero, took out a flower and gave it to him, saying, "Pretty sister, this is for you from my brother. He wants to get to know you." Upon hearing the little demon's words, the hero looked in the direction the demon was pointing and saw a somewhat wild-looking leader-level demon staring at him with a look of fascination. After politely declining, the leader-level demon departed with some regret. Seeing this, the hero was even more astonished. He now wanted to know who the master of this monster city was, that they could manage it so exceptionally well. Then, the hero looked up at the sky. She could sense that she had been monitored by something since entering the city of monsters. She guessed that what was monitoring her was the mastermind behind the city. Through the eye of a monster, you meet the hero's gaze. You realize that the hero will find you sooner or later, but now is not the time to leave. After showing the hero the trades, lifestyle, entertainment, and other aspects of the hidden city, you made out your charm attribute and purchased the highest level allure and concealment skills before going to meet the hero. This time, you approached the hero with a hint of revenge. You felt an indescribable surge of power when you devoured the Azura Emperor's soul. Now you have an incredibly audacious idea. What would happen if you devoured the hero's soul? If you devoured both the hero's soul and body, what terrifying creature could you evolve into? This thought only flashed through your mind for a moment, but could never be erased. The instant you observed the hero with the Demon Emperor's eye, you could sense that the hero's soul was incredibly beautiful and contained an exceptionally powerful force, far more than just a royal-level soul. You appeared before the hero on your own initiative, and then said with a smile, "Miss Hero, were you looking for me?" Upon hearing your voice, the 3 members of the hero squad turned around simultaneously and saw you with a beaming smile. The 3 of them were immediately amazed, as their eyes were equally as they had imagined. A faint golden light shone on the hero, and then she replied, "Are you the master of this city?" "Yes, hero. If you have any questions for me, how about I take you somewhere to talk? This place isn't really suitable for chatting." After the hero agreed to your proposal, you led him to your palace. On the way, the hero watched your retreating figure, his body occasionally flashing with golden light. Seeing him frequently trying to force himself to calm down, you inwardly chuckled at the young girl's quick wit. Upon arriving at the palace, the hero, observing its lavish decorations, began to speculate about you. After arriving at your room, you asked Ing to pour you some tea, and then smiled and said to the hero, "Hero, you can ask me any questions you have now." I want to ask, are you human?" "Oh, do I look very human?" you replied with a smile. "Yes, because you look very warm, and your smile is like that of an angel. I think most magical beasts can't do that." "Haha, it's truly an honor to be praised like that by the heroine." But heroine, things that appear beautiful on the outside are usually not angels, but rather demons in disguise. You told the hero the truth, but the hero just shook his head, indicating that he didn't believe you. If a demon can disguise itself like you, then only a being of the Demon King level could do it. "Haha, I'm not as powerful as the Demon King." "Hero, you're quite the chatterbow. I bet many women like you. After all, you're so handsome and beautiful, and you can talk so well." Hearing your praise, the hero's body shone with golden light once more. After calming down, she slowly said, "No, although many men like me, I generally don't have much contact with them. I usually like to cultivate and hunt monsters. I don't dress up much. This is just my most authentic self. Seeing the hero suddenly start putting on airs, Merlin and Lucy keenly sensed that the hero was now showing off, implying that she was popular and a very high-quality woman. Looking at the naive hero before him, Goblin's inward mockery deepened. I didn't expect the hero to surrender before you even earned your strength. This is too easy a free kill. They've only exchanged a few words, and the hero's already lost his bearings. A virgin like her is a virgin. She's probably forgotten why she came. But it's all right, Goblin will remind her. After all, to truly obtain the hero's soul, he needs to offer at least 9/10 of his sincerity. Hero, is there anything else you wish to ask? Regarding whether I am human, I am indeed not human. As you spoke, two smooth, beautiful dragon horns appeared on your forehead. Upon seeing your dragon horns, the hero paused for a moment, then said in disbelief, "You're a dragon." Yes, as a pecta to the hero. You guessed my identity just by showing a pair of dragon horns. But it's a pity I'm not a pure-blooded dragon. So, Sir Dragon, why did you create this city of monsters? Do you have any affection for humans? After the hero finished speaking, you shook your head. Seeing you shake your head, the hero became a little nervous, afraid that you would turn hostile at any moment. Deep down, she didn't want to kill such a beautiful creature. I don't have a fondness for humans. I have a fondness for all races, and I love gold coins, so I created this hidden city. After you finished speaking, the heroine was stunned. She hadn't expected such an answer. However, she then remembered hearing in her previous life that dragons were inherently promiscuous and could produce offspring with almost any creature. Suddenly, she felt that what you said was true. Hero, do you believe what I'm saying? Yes, I believe you. Real. Real. After saying that, you and the hero stared at each other for a while. After the hero flashed with golden light for the 5th time, you looked away and said, "Hero, you're really easy to fool. You believed such an obvious lie." "Is it a lie?" the hero asked, somewhat surprised. "Haha, it's true, I'm not lying." Chapter 134, Soul Devouring Azure Dragon. The heart of a hero is toyed with by you, leaving him in a state of constant turmoil. Does the hero have any other questions? Did you really have no other purpose in building this city? Why did you set up so many defensive magic arrays on the city walls, as if you were certain that someone would attack this city? Hero, your question is rather unprofessional. Do you really think our hidden city will never be attacked by other forces? Upon hearing your words, the hero paused, realizing he had indeed asked a pointless question. Hero, if you have no further questions, I would be very happy to wheel you to stay in Hidden City for a while. However, prices in Hidden City are quite high. Oh, and please note a very important rule in our city. Unless attacked first, you cannot harm or kill any demons. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Hearing your sudden change in tone, the hero nodded vigorously and agreed to your terms. All right, hero, since there are no further questions, please leave. We have many inns in Hidden City. You may rent one if you are interested. Hearing your words, the hero was somewhat taken aback. She didn't understand why you, who had been so enthusiastic just moments before, would suddenly tell her to leave. After hesitating for a moment, she still left with her 2 teammates. The 3 members of the hero's team would take a few steps and then turn back, but they didn't see the figure they were expecting. The hero felt a sense of loss. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. Afterwards, the hero stayed in the Hidden City for another week. Once he confirmed that nothing unusual had happened, he went to deal with the net monster wave. Watching the hero's departing figure, you weren't in a hurry. After all, collecting the hero's soul required careful planning. In the 26th year, your level rose to the peak of the king rank, and your magic power also increased to an extremely terrifying level. During this time, the hero came to the Hidden City every year. You knew the purpose of her visit, but you did not go to see her. Each time, you only secretly observed her through the eye of the Demon Emperor. Meanwhile, Hidden City has now gained the recognition of a large number of adventurers, and human adventurers can now be seen in almost every corner of the city. With so many powerful individuals in Hidden City now, your safety is guaranteed even without you. Therefore, you plan to leave Hidden City after breaking through to the Emperor level to do something else very important. You open the purchase interface for the sin of greed and spend a full 1.1 billion gold coins to buy a share of the ancient Dragon Emperor's bloodline. In this life, you only intend to enhance your dragon bloodline and have absolutely no intention of absorbing any other bloodlines. Soon, you absorb the bloodline of the ancient Dragon Emperor. The proportion of dragon blood in your body is increasing at an astonishing rate. At the same time, the immense pain you feel almost makes you faint, but you manage to stay conscious. Your body slowly transformed into a giant azure dragon. Having absorbed only half of the ancient Dragon Emperor's bloodline, the concentration of dragon blood within you has already reached 55%, completely surpassing other bloodlines. Simultaneously, you have begun to evolve towards the Emperor level. 1 month later, in the central palace of Hidden City, a colossal azure dragon, 40 meters long, appeared. The concentration of dragon bloodline within you has reached 75%, and you have evolved into a royal-level magical beast, the soul-devouring azure dragon, whose level is a full 55 levels higher than that of a normal royal-level magical beast. An unprecedentedly powerful force has appeared within your body. You can feel that you are now capable of defeating an emperor-level effort. Then you revert to human form and notice that you appear younger than before. Previously, you looked about 16 or 17, but now you appear to be only 14 or 15. You understand why this is. After evolving into the soul-devouring azure dragon, your lifespan has aged 10,000 years. Your lifespan has increased, so proportionally, you are now younger. Then, you transformed back into your dragon form and flew directly towards the far north. There, you found something you desperately wanted, the blue legendary gem the hero had obtained in the previous simulation. Each legendary gem could significantly enhance a hero's strength. So, you want to steal the hero's power and see if you can use that legendary gem yourself. After evolving into the soul-devouring azure dragon, your flight speed increased dramatically. You reached the far north in just 1 day. You didn't visit the Snow Clan because they no longer offered you anything, and you had no desire to absorb their bloodline. Soon, you've reached the deepest part of the far north. The environment here is extremely harsh and fraught with danger, but fortunately, your physique is strong, so you don't feel the cold. Not long after, you encountered a white giant bear, also of royal rank. Upon seeing you, the bear was intimidated by the dragon aura emanating from you and immediately turned and fled. However, you showed no intention of letting it go. You immediately attacked the giant bear, which was about the same size as you. In the blink of an eye, you caught up with it, and the bear had no choice but to fight back. However, even though it was also a royal-level magical beast, you bit off one of the giant bear's paws in one bite, then easily tore through its tough fur with your claws. After the giant bear let out a scream, you ripped its head off. You killed royal-level magical beasts like killing chickens. Afterwards, you consumed the giant bear's carcass and the magic crystal, and then continue your search for the legendary gem. Because you didn't purchase any memories during the last simulation, you'll have to find the legendary gem yourself. You initially thought things would go smoothly, but a month later, aside from killing some monsters, you've gained nothing, not even a glimpse of the legendary gem. You realize that perhaps only a hero can find this gem, and continuing like this might just be a waste of time. However, you are not resigned to this, and after searching for more than half a year in the deepest part of the far north, you finally gave up and returned to your territory. You sent people to search for traces of the dragons. Unable to steal the power of the hero, you could only search for traces of the dragons. As for why you didn't continue to buy bloodlines in the sin of greed, it's because your wealth is running low. If you continue buying through the sin of greed, you can only purchase the bloodline of a god-level dragon, but even a single drop of god-level dragon blood costs over 10 billion gold coins, which is unaffordable even for you. Your dragon bloodline concentration has already reached 75%, so low-level Mied blood dragons are practically meaningless to you. Chapter 135, The Red Dragon Clan. In the 28th year, the hero returned to the Hidden City. This time, unlike before, after entering the city, the hero seemed to have made up her mind and walked straight towards your palace. You realized that your opportunity had arrived. Knowing the hero's nature, she certainly wouldn't say it directly, but rather invite you to join her party and then slowly cultivate a relationship with you. Chief, the heroes have arrived. Goblin's voice came from outside the door. Go prepare some food, and then invite the heroes in. Yes. After speaking, Goblin, following Goblin's instructions, invited the hero in. Upon seeing the hero again, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Looking at you, who seemed shorter and younger than before, he paused for a moment, swallowed hard, and resisted the urge to ruffle your hair, asking, Mr. Goblin, you seem to be stronger, and you also seem to be younger. You do look a bit younger. Hero, you eat to our hidden city every year, but this is the only time you've eat to see me. Is there something you need? So he knew all along. The hero was somewhat surprised. I thought I was very discreet, but I didn't expect I couldn't hide it from you. You really are Mr. Goblin. Hero, could you please just say what's the matter this time? Yes, I'd like to invite you to join our hero squad. I know this request might be very presumptuous, but I'm sincere. Please feel free to tell me your requirements. After the hero finished speaking, you hesitated for a moment, then said, joining your team is unlikely, but perhaps we can sign a contract. A contract? That's quite interesting. I wonder what kind of contract you'd like to sign with me. Hero, you probably don't know what kind of dragon I am. I haven't heard you mention that before, but you look a lot like the most beautiful dragon spirit in legends. Hearing the hero's words, you chuckled and said, Hero, you're still as eloquent as ever. But unfortunately, you're wrong. I am an evil dragon. Have you ever heard of the soul-eating dragon? No. The hero honestly shook his head, a hint of worry in his heart. After all, you claim to be a dragon, and he didn't want to fight you. The soul-devouring dragon can enhance its strength by devouring the dragon souls of others. But the prerequisite for devouring a soul is to help the other party fulfill a wish. In other words, it means making a deal with me using your own soul. I think you understand, hero. Your current strength has reached an astonishing level, basically on par with the hero, or even stronger, so you're not afraid of her turning against you now. You want my soul. With a flash of golden light, the hero instantly regained consciousness. You be so young now. Did you also devour someone else's soul? The hero said, sounding both excited and shocked. Don't get so excited, hero. I be young because I accidentally obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, which greatly increased my lifespan. That's why I'm so young. I only make contracts with evil creatures and devour evil souls. However, Hero's soul is just too tempting, so I couldn't resist. As you spoke, a sickly flush appeared on your face, as if you were utterly captivated by the soul of the hero. The heroine felt a chill run down her spine as you looked at her, yet a faint sense of anticipation stirred within her. Accompanied by a faint golden light, she calmly said, Do you know what you're saying? I know, I'm just telling the truth. But the hero's soul is very powerful, and I can't completely devour it in one go. If the hero signs a contract with me, I can take your soul in 10 times. How about it? If you sign a soul contract with me, I can grant you 10 wishes. Before the 10th wish is fulfilled, your soul will not appear in any way. Isn't that a good deal? This time, however, no golden light appeared on the hero's body. After realizing you were serious, the hero paused for a long time before saying, word by word, no, possible. Seeing the hero's serious expression, you weren't angry. Instead, you said in a slightly seductive tone, impossible? That's a pity. Hero, you can make 9 wishes and just don't make the last one. That way, I won't be able to take your soul. I told you, it's impossible, Mr. Goblin. I misjudged you. I originally thought you were a kind dragon, the hero said with some disappointment. Hero, you are too young. There are no kind dragons like you. I established the hidden city only to amass wealth and to see all sorts of races. Since you are unwilling to trade with me, please leave. However, if you ever need my help, you are always will to and trade. Seeing your calm demeanor, the hero wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Moreover, your hidden city is considered a very good city by the standards of human society, and no one but you can manage it well. Furthermore, she herself doesn't want to harm you. Under pressure from all sides, the hero could only choose to leave silently. After the hero left, you returned to your normal life. In the 31st year, your beastly chi evolved into the beastly source flow, greatly increasing your strength. In the 32nd year, your subordinates learned of news about the dragons, and you immediately went to the location reported to you. Just as your subordinates reported, This is indeed a gathering place for dragons, specifically red dragons. After observing from a distance, you discover that there are a full 71 red dragons in this gathering place. And the leader of this group has reached the emperor level in strength, and is not just a beginner emperor. You want to devour these red dragons, but with your strength, you're no match for this red dragon emperor. So you haven't focused your attention on the red dragon emperor. You've decided to target the smaller dragons first, and perhaps, after increasing your strength, you'll be able to defeat this emperor. After that, you followed this red dragon clan. However, the dragons were lazier than you imagined. For a full SI months, these dragons didn't move an inch, resting in the same spot. They barely moved, and not a single dragon was separated from the others. However, you didn't give up and continued to follow them relentlessly. In the 34th year, you finally seized an opportunity and found a lone red dragon. Chapter 136, The Irresponsible Red Dragon Emperor. However, you didn't rush to attack. Instead, you waited until you were sure it was far enough away from its pack before transforming into the soul-devouring azure dragon and flying towards it. This lone red dragon is also at the emperor level, and its bloodline concentration seems quite high. Because you've purchased multiple skills to conceal your presence over the years, the lone red dragon hasn't noticed you. You aimed at the red dragon's neck and swooped down, intending to kill it with a single blow. A flash of blue light streaked across the sky, and before the red dragon could react, its head had already been severed from its body. Looking at the constantly changing scenery around it, the red dragon still hadn't realized its head had been severed. Your size is already much larger than this red dragon, and combined with your physical advantages, your attack on it was devastating in an instant. Your dragon claws pierced the opponent's neck as easily as cutting tofu. Then with a flick, you severed their head. The claws are still flying with their heads in their grasp. After a few seconds, the red dragon finally realized its head had been severed, but it was now powerless to do anything. It tried to open its mouth to call for help, but your claws were firmly gripping its mouth, preventing it from opening it at all. Then you tightened your claws, finally crushing the red dragon's head. After killing it, you began collecting your spoils. Finding a dragon pearl inside the dragon's body, you breathed a sigh of relief, proving that the dragon's bloodline concentration was over 40%. Afterwards, you swallowed the red dragon's dragon ball in one gulp. After swallowing it, you discovered that the red dragon's bloodline concentration had reached approximately 50%, which could indeed bring you some enhancement. However, you didn't immediately consume the remaining magic crystals and the red dragon's corpse. Instead, you collected both items, intending to gather them first, remove the impurities, and then consume them. 3 months later, you have fully digested the Dragon Ball, increasing your bloodline concentration by 4%. You continue to follow the Red Dragon clan and scavenge for any remaining loot. In the 36th year, you slew a king-level red dragon. In the 39th year, you killed 2 royal-level red dragons, and in the same year, your level reached the peak of the royal level. In the 45th year, you slew a king-level red dragon. That same year, you sensed that due to the enhancement of your bloodline and the increase in your own magic power, your current strength was now infinitely close to that of the Red Dragon Emperor of this race. However, you still had no intention of going up to fight him, choosing instead to pick off the weaker opponents. In the 51st year, you killed 3 royal-level dragons. As the number of their kind dwindled, the leading Red Dragon Emperor didn't care. It never intended to concern itself with these red dragons anyway. If they got lost, they got lost. It only wanted to do what it pleased. In your 60th year, you killed 2 more royal-level red dragons. At the same time, the concentration of dragon blood in your body has reached 85%. Now, consuming a royal-level red dragon might not even increase your bloodline concentration by 1%. In addition, the Dragon Ball within you has also changed. Originally blue, it has now BME of blue and red, and you have learned many fire tribute skills. You realize this is because the dragon bloodlines you absorbed before were all green dragon bloodlines, which are different from red dragon bloodlines. Therefore, you've recently begun to consider whether it's necessary to absorb the bloodlines of all 5 color dragons, perhaps to create a new dragon race. The Red Dragon Emperor, while seemingly indifferent to the fate of his fellow red dragons, sensed something amiss as his clan dwindled in number. He suspected they hadn't simply wandered off, but had been attacked. It can accept its people going missing, but it cannot accept being attacked because that would be a slap in the face, and it cannot allow such a thing to happen. Then you are shocked to discover that the Red Dragon Emperor has begun searching the surrounding area for the person who attacked their people. Of course, the reason you are shocked is that almost 30 years have passed, and this emperor is only now discovering that his people disappeared because they were attacked. You mentally labeled the Red Dragon Emperor as unqualified, but instead of confronting him directly, you crouched at a distance. Your eyes are by nature the Dragon Eye, the Azure Eye, and the Demon Emperor's Eye, giving you far superior vision paired to a normal Emperor-level dragon. The place you hid was completely undetectable to him. In the Sidey first year, the Red Dragon Emperor gave up the search for the murderer. It was simply too exhausting for him. He had already done remarkably well to persist for a year. At the same time, it made a bold decision. It took all the female red dragons from the pack, leaving all the male red dragons to remain in place and await orders. Seeing the Red Dragon Emperor's actions, you cursed him as a scumbag dragon. You initially thought he was just an irresponsible emperor, but now it seems you could discard that assumption. He truly is an irresponsible emperor. The male red dragons remained where they were, not understanding why their emperor had left them there, but they could only obey. After confirming that the Red Dragon Emperor had left, you slowly flew over from the sky. The red dragons couldn't take their eyes off you after they saw you. Dragons are inherently lustful. They love all things beautiful. Your dragon form is among the most striking in appearance among dragons, instantly attracting the attention of all the red dragons present, even though you are the same gender. However, your size is significantly larger than the red dragons present, and your bloodline purity is also much higher. Therefore, these red dragons did not do anything outrageous. Some of them cautiously approached and then took out their treasured gems to show their goodwill towards you. Seeing the red dragon's actions, you find it somewhat amusing. You originally intended to eat them, but now you've changed your mind. As for why you changed your mind, firstly, your current dragon bloodline concentration is too high. Even if you devoured all the dragons present, you wouldn't be able to raise your bloodline concentration above 90%. Currently, only a red dragon at the emperor level could significantly increase your bloodline concentration. Secondly, such a red dragon legion, if completely subdued, would be an extremely powerful force for any faction, far more worthwhile than consuming them. Recalling the Red Dragon Emperor's previous actions, you arrogantly addressed the red dragons. The emperor is gone. He ordered you to follow me from now on. Do you have any objections? Chapter 137, Soul, Flame Dragon Emperor. Although you spoke in a condescending tone, not a single red dragon became angry. The bloodline concentration of almost all the dragons present did not age 90%. They sensed the pure dragon bloodline within you, and under this absolute bloodline suppression, not a single red dragon dared to disrespect you. They didn't doubt your words and followed you away. You led the red dragons to the largest volcano near Hidden City. After all, red dragons are fire attribute creatures, and volcanic terrain is more suitable for their lives. Although it's said to be the largest volcano, it's just a fairly ordinary one and doesn't hold much appeal for these red dragons. So you returned to Hidden City, retrieved a large amount of gems and gold coins, totaling a whopping 2 billion gold coins. Afterwards, you purchased 5 top-grade Olkin crystals from the Sin of Greed, placed them in a volcano, and set up a magic circle to increase the concentration of fire elemental particles in the volcano. After confirming that the red dragons were living very fortably there, you left. At the same time, you summoned a group of demonized orcs to begin building a city around the volcano. Afterwards, you returned to Hidden City, intending to cultivate for a while before searching for the Red Dragon Emperor. Before leaving the Red Dragon Emperor, you secretly left some marks on several female red dragons around him. As long as you approach them, you can sense the presence of these marks, which will help you find the Red Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, you took the most powerful royal-level dragon among these male red dragons into your service, intending for him to work for you. He didn't refuse your request. In fact, he seemed decided. Seeing his reaction, you suspected he had homosexual tendencies, but after much deliberation, you still brought him back to Hidden City. In the 77th year, your level broke through to the Emperor level, evolving into the Soul Flame Dragon Emperor. Your level cap is 60 levels higher than other Emperor-level powerhouses of the same level. Furthermore, due to the continuous increase in magic power over the years, your current magic power has reached an unbelievable level. Now, even the strongest warriors at the royal level are no match for you. In the 70th year, you found a Red Dragon Emperor. When you found him, he was bathing in a volcano with an extremely high concentration of fire element, surrounded by 22 female red dragons. Without the slightest hesitation, after transforming into the Soul Flame Dragon Emperor, you charged towards the Red Dragon Emperor, who was bathing. Before the Red Dragon Emperor could react, he felt as if something heavy had crushed his abdomen, slamming him into the depths of the lava. The surrounding female red dragons were attracted by the huge motion. Then, they saw a handsome dragon emperor, 70 meters long and with blue and red markings, emerge from the very center of the volcanic lava. This dragon emperor was much more handsome than the previous middle-aged red dragon emperor, and it made their hearts flutter. The next second, you plunged headfirst into the lava. The red dragon emperor finally reacted and immediately began to resist you. Although both are emperor-level magical beasts, the red dragon emperor is 20 meters larger than you. This isn't because it's stronger, but because it's much older. If you were that old, you would be even larger. Although you're slightly smaller in size, your dragon claws are sharper and more powerful. Your dragon breath travels farther, is more abundant, and lasts longer, completely free of the anxieties of a middle-aged dragon like the red dragon emperor. Therefore, upon contact, your power directly overwhelmed the red dragon emperor, forcefully pulling it out of the magma and tossing it into the sky battlefield, where it was more advantageous to you. Once the red dragon emperor finally regained his footing, you appeared behind him, your claws embedded in the base of his wings, firmly securing yourself to his body. No matter how hard the red dragon emperor struggled, he couldn't shake you off. Then you continuously used dragon breath, spraying it at the red dragon emperor, inflicting damage on him. Although the red dragon emperor resisted fiercely, it didn't take long before you used absolute power and magic to completely suppress him. All his resistance seemed utterly ridiculous. 5 days later, the red dragon emperor's resistance had weakened considerably. Although he still possessed considerable magical power to resist, his willpower was easily broken. From birth, the red dragon emperor had been the best among the red dragons. At birth, he already possessed the strength of a king, and his entire race was proud of his birth. His upbringing was marked by extreme arrogance. There was nothing he couldn't do if he wanted to. Later, the entire clan was entrusted to his management, and the red dragon emperor did not disappoint them, being the second youngest red dragon emperor in history, breaking through to the emperor level at only 100 years old. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy so utterly helpless, which dealt him a huge blow. You were shocked to feel the red dragon emperor beneath you resisting more and more weakly. This was the weakest-willed opponent you had ever encountered. The emperor-level powerhouses you had faced before, even knowing they were no match for you, would fight with all their might and cause you immense trouble. You never imagined that the mighty red dragon emperor was actually a cowardly bully who preyed on the weak. 3 days later, you learned of the red dragon emperor's fate. In his final hour, he clearly still had the ability to resist, but he simply didn't. You felt utterly disgusted by this behavior. The surrounding female red dragons, seeing their powerful emperor killed by you, did not flee. Instead, they cautiously approached you, then slowly lowered their heads, attempting to appease you. You didn't make things difficult for these female dragons, and took them all back to the hidden city. Because these female dragons were too large, you didn't keep them in their red dragon forms, and then dress them in matching maid outfits according to your preferences. After dealing with these female red dragons, you begin absorbing the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Pearl. Unlike ordinary dragons, this red Dragon Emperor's bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form, with a bloodline concentration reaching a full 80%. The strength of his Dragon Pearl is very close to yours. After consuming his Dragon Pearl, you experience a long-lost thrill. In the 80th year, you finally fully digested the red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Pearl, magic crystal, and body. At the same time, Your bloodline concentration had reached 89%. Chapter 138, The Power of Tea, Ninth Dan. Although you're only 1% away from reaching 90% in terms of bloodline, you can sense that 1% would likely require consuming another Dragon Emperor like this to break through. You continue to send your subordinates to search for news of the dragons, while simultaneously continuing to manage your hidden city. Now, not far from Hidden City, you have established 4 other cities. These 4 cities are now inhabited not only by magical beasts, but also by many humans. You are now reaping a considerable amount of souls and money every day. In the 85th year, the hero returned to the Hidden City. However, unlike before, when the hero always came to see you, this time she was merely passing through. She brought a large sum of money with her, intending to trade with you. Looking at the long-absent hero, you smiled just as you had when you first met him. But the hero's oppression was incredibly PLE. You've even more beautiful than before. It seems you've had a good time these past years. No wonder you're a dragon, the hero thought to herself. At the same time, she noticed a change in your strength. Unbeknownst to her, your strength had actually reached the Emperor level, completely surpassing hers. This was something she hadn't expected. Hero, it's been a long time. You've to see me this time because you've to a realization and want to make a deal with me. Is that it? As soon as you spoke, the hero's oppression turned somewhat cold. He then said, I do indeed want to make a deal with you this time, but not with my soul. Instead, I'll use these things to make a deal with you. The hero tossed you a spatial ring. You looked inside and discovered 3 royal-grade magic crystals and a gem worth 300 million gold coins. The hero is truly generous. I wonder what you wish to trade with me this time. Inside the monster forest, there is an emperor-level magical beast, which appears to be a bull demon. We came here specifically for this emperor-level magical beast. I need you to provide me with information about it. The more detail, the better. Can you do that? Hearing the hero's words, you were somewhat surprised. After all, according to the normal trajectory, the hero should not have killed that emperor-level bull demon for another 20 years. His early action must have been influenced by you. Of course, brave warrior. I'll go and prepare the information on that emperor-level bull demon for you right away. But I must make it clear to you first that emperor-level bull demon is extremely powerful, and you might be in danger. It's okay. As long as your information is detailed enough, you don't need to worry about these things. Are you sure you don't need to? My hero, if you sign a contract with me, I can actually help you kill that bull demon. Think about it. You have 10 chances, so using one won't hurt at all. I've already said it. I would never sign such an evil pact with you. The hero is truly stubborn, you said, sounding somewhat annoyed. Then you turned your gaze to the 3 panions behind the hero and said with a smile, if the hero is unwilling, what do you gentlemen think? Your souls are much stronger than ordinary people's. I can grant each of you 5 wishes, and only after you've made 5 wishes will I take your souls. Except for wishes that won't affect my life, you can make any wish you want. Upon hearing your words, Merlin and Lucy both stirred slightly, especially after you said that any wish could be made. Some other thoughts arose in their minds, and then they looked at the hero, only to find that he hadn't said anything. Just as Lucy was about to speak, the newly joined male warrior among them spoke up, saying righteously, "Shut up, you despicable dragon. Do you think we care about your wish? We will not make a deal with an evil creature like you. From now on, we, and the hero, will never be looking for you again. Give us back our spatial rings. You can just stay and guard your hidden city for the rest of your life." The male warrior's words silenced Merlin and Lucy. They had genuinely wanted to make a deal with him, but now that he had spoken, things were placated. Furthermore, the hero froze, especially after the warrior uttered the words, "We will never be looking for you again." She still very much looks forward to meeting you. After all, you're the first person to have amazed the hero. Seeing their reactions, you realize your opportunity has arrived. It's time to make your move and show everyone your tea ceremony skills. After the male warrior finished speaking, you fell silent, then looked up at the hero, handed him the spatial ring, and said with a hint of disappointment, "Does the hero think the same way?" This was the first time you'd spoken to the hero in such a dejected tone. The hero wanted to reply no, but remembering how you'd treated her before and not wanting to embarrass her panion, she pursed her lips, then took the spatial ring back and nodded gently. Seeing the hero's appearance, your oppression suddenly turned somewhat forlorn. Then you said sadly, "So that's how it is. I originally thought that the hero treated me differently from others, but I was just overthinking it. This is the information you need about the Emperor-level bull demon. I gathered this information before. Take it. Be careful and don't get hurt. Consider this a gift from me. Let's not meet again." After you finished speaking, the 4 members of the hero's squad stared at you in disbelief, especially the male warrior who had just spoken. He felt his face slapping repeatedly, filled with regret for what he had just said. The hero was stunned for a long time before saying in disbelief, What do you mean by this?" "It's nothing. I'm just tired. You can go now." With that, you turned and left, leaving the 4 with a forlorn figure. Seeing this, the hero wanted to chase after you, but was stopped by Crimson, the most powerful of the female red dragons you've tamed. You demonstrated your 9th level T power to the 4 heroes, and now they all feel guilty. They think you were just joking about taking their souls. After all, how could the Lord of Hidden City, who is so well managed and thriving, be a bad person? At this moment, Crimson glared fiercely at the hero with her bright face, then said, "Hero, my master is tired. Please do not disturb him any further. He has also said that you should leave." Chapter 139 Actually, the contract wasn't entirely unnecessarily untreatable. The hero left your palace somewhat dejectedly, his mind constantly replaying your words. What does very tired mean? Did he really intend to take my soul? He always greets me with a smile. And if he really wanted to take my soul, why would he give me 10 chances? I made 9 wishes, and then refused the last one? Wouldn't he get nothing then? Every time he knows I'm ing. Is he waiting for me all along? Could it be that he wants to take my soul, just to get my attention? Because of your actions, the hero has fallen into a state of overthinking. After you saw him off, you continued with your daily life. You know that the reason the hero is so easily swayed is mainly because you made out his charm attribute and bought the highest level of allure. Otherwise, the hero wouldn't have been so easily swayed. And today, I must thank the male warrior beside the hero. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to argue with him. It's safe to say that collecting the hero's soul is just around the corner. After the hero's party returned, they studied the information you gave them. Seeing this detailed strategy guide, the 4 felt unworthy of such help. In the end, the hero handed the money he had given you to the guard, asking him to pass it on to you and tell him that she would apologize to you upon her return. After seeing the space ring the hero returned to you, and the words he wanted to convey, you couldn't help but smile. The hero was always so innocent. If it weren't for your particular desire for the hero's soul, you wished you could keep playing with him like this forever. For months later, the hero and his Panines returned to Hidden City. They looked travel-worn, indicating that their campaign against the Emperor-level bull demon hadn't been entirely successful. However, since no one had been killed, it could be considered a success. Upon his return, the hero immediately went to your palace. "Crimson Girl, could you please inform them that the hero has arrived?" "Miss Hero, my master said he doesn't want to see you again." "What do you take my master for?" "Someone who can see you whenever they want and not see you whenever they don't want to." "Miss Scarlet, I just want to apologize to him. I was wrong before. I misunderstood him. Please just let me see him." Meanwhile, you're in a nearby attic chatting with Queen Wendisa. Because of your good relations with the elves, Wendisa occasionally ES to you for advice on the elves' development. Naturally, you don't refuse Wendisa's requests, and with your suggestions, the elves are being better and better. Noticing your gaze was directed towards the window, when he followed your gaze and saw the hero in the distance. After recognizing him, she seemed somewhat lost in thought, and then said, "Aren't you going to see the hero? Haven't you always liked him?" "Yes." In Wendy's eyes, you were a secret admirer who deeply loved the hero. Hearing Wendy's words, you understand Wendy's feelings for you, but you can't reciprocate right now because your current task is to win over the hero. The hero is ambitious and certainly won't tolerate a man having several women at the same time. So, if you want to win over the hero, one crucial point is that she must be your first target. Before that, don't have any intimate interactions with other women. So you pretended not to notice Wendy's thoughts and said, "But I said some really hurtful things to her before, and I said I would never see her again." Hearing your words, Wendy was somewhat surprised, then secretly pleased, but she still tentatively asked, "Do you still like her?" Upon hearing Wendy's words, you silently apologized to her and then fell silent. Seeing your reaction, Wendy's face paled. She really wanted to muster the courage to tell you to stop liking her, but she still said, "Then go ahead, it's okay." Doesn't she want to see you right now? Go ahead, being too stubborn isn't good. In real life, Goblins sighed upon seeing Wendy's appearance. After all, in previous simulations, Wendy's true personality had been that of a vibrant and energetic young girl. Her current cautiousness suggested immense inner turmoil. Your other self, you're a beast. Then we continued watching the simulation. Then I'm leaving. Okay, go ahead. Then, you arrive before the hero who is arguing with Crimson. Just like when you first met the hero, you still have a smiling expression on your face. Upon seeing your arrival, the hero rushed over. Crimson tried to stop her, but you said calmly, "It's all right, Crimson. I'll have a chat with the hero." Hearing your words, Crimson stopped trying to stop you. Then when the hero spoke, she said, "It seems that the hero has successfully defeated the enemy this time. Congratulations." Upon hearing your words, the hero quickly replied, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for the information you gave us, we might have suffered our first casualties. Also, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I really didn't mean to not eat to see you. It's just..." Seeing that the hero didn't finish her sentence, you know, she meant simply that she previously thought you were an evil demon. You're not angry about that, because you were. Looking at your face, the hero couldn't utter the second half of her sentence. After a long pause, she finally said, "Actually, the matter of the contract before wasn't entirely unnecessarily negotiable." However, upon hearing the hero's words, you didn't show excessive excitement. On the surface, you maintained your smiling demeanor. Only your smile became even brighter. After all, if you appeared too excited, you would reveal your true purpose. "Oh, so the hero is now willing to sign a soul contract with me. You should know that once we sign a soul contract, our souls will be linked. This is a contract that belongs only to us." You spoke of the soul contract that devoured the hero as if it were a love confession, stirring something within the hero. After all, while the hero is a hero, she is also a woman, a young woman who has never been in love for over 100 years. Her yearning for love is far greater than that of a normal young woman, and your words about a soul connection deeply moved her. She almost agreed, but as several golden lights appeared, the hero calmed down. Seeing this, you weren't angry, but you knew that it wouldn't be long before the hero would ask you to sign a contract. Once you obtain the soul of a hero, reaching godhood is not out of the question. Chapter 140, Can Any Wish Really Be Granted? Seeing the slight hesitation on the hero's face, you did not urge him to sign the contract. Instead, you said, "There's no rush with the contract. But you won't be like before, not ing to Hidden City for decades, will you? When we first met, you would make time to eat every year." When you spoke, there was a hint of expectation in your tone that was difficult for others to detect, but everyone present keenly sensed it, including the hero. The brave man quickly replied, No, I will definitely eat every year from now on." Really, the hero answered firmly. You nodded gently in response. Wendysa walked over to you at some point and said, "Arrow, is this the legendary hero? Can you introduce him to me?" As Wendy spoke, she winked at you as if to say, "Let me check it out for you." "Brave warrior, this is Queen Wendysa, my friend." Hearing the word friend, the hero remained vigilant. When Wendy appeared, she felt a strong sense of crisis, simply because Wendy was too beautiful. Her first impression of the elf queen was that she was incredibly fair-skinned, flawless, and that words like ice-like skin and jade-like bones and flower-like face and moon-like beauty were insufficient to describe her. Her beauty wasn't the kind that was without fault. Rather, it was an extremely domineering kind of beauty that drew the attention of everyone present the moment she appeared. As a woman herself, the hero felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Of course, the hero is no less impressive. Paired to the elf queen, he's only slightly inferior. Moreover, his physique is incredibly ruthless, unmatched among those of the same level. It's just that her years of warfare have altered her mindset, causing her to overlook this beauty. "So you're the elf queen. I am a hero. Perhaps I will have to visit you in the future." "You're too kind. brave one. I've long heard of your heroic deeds, but this is my first time meeting you in person. You are indeed as powerful as the legends say, far stronger than any male warrior. The heroine realized the elf queen was implying she was like a tomboy. She narrowed her eyes, realizing the elf queen might be her rival in love. Only those with great strength can protect the people they love. Those who lack strength cannot even protect their beloved partner. After speaking, the hero and the elven queen stared intently at each other, a palpable tension rising between them. Seeing this, you felt a surge of excitement. You hadn't originally intended to use Wendy, but now that she had taken the initiative, it would ignite the hero's competitive spirit, making it easier for you to form a contract with him. After a long while, Wendy spoke up. Hero, you seem to have a lot of free time. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Arrow and I have some things to discuss. The heroine was about to retort, but a flash of golden light calmed her down. Indeed, she had other matters to attend to. It had taken so long to kill the demon emperor. The net wave of monsters was already gathering. She needed to race against time to reach the net city. Thinking this, the hero took out a magic crystal and handed it to you, saying, Arrow, this is a gift from me, and also a gift of apology. You look at the emperor-level magic crystal in front of you with some surprise. You didn't expect that the hero would give you the magic crystal that he had risked his life to obtain. You should know that they almost lost their lives for this magic crystal. Seeing this, Wendy felt somewhat helpless. Although she was the queen of the elven race, she couldn't produce an emperor-level item for the time being. No need. How could I possibly need this emperor-level magic crystal? You should keep it to upgrade your weapons and increase your strength. If your strength increases, your safety will be better guaranteed. Hearing your words, the hero was deeply moved. She hadn't expected you to be so concerned about her safety. She then said, but without the information you provided, we might have died in the monster forest. Giving it to you was a decision our team made. I said no. If you want my forgiveness, make good use of this emperor-level magic crystal, instead of using it to curry favor with others. This is being responsible for yourself and for others. Hearing your words, the hero felt a warmth in her heart. After a long while, she couldn't persuade you otherwise, and took back the emperor-grade magic crystal, promising to make good use of it. Then, the hero's team left. Afterwards, the hero returned to see you every year, just as you had promised. However, the hero discovered that almost every time she returned to see you, Wendy would also eat to see you. Wendy's beauty made the hero feel extremely uneasy, especially after hearing that he had never been in a relationship with anyone. Her possessiveness reached its peak. Noticing the hero's feelings, you be increasingly kind to Wendy, almost as kind as the hero himself. This has further fueled the hero's possessiveness. After the hero discovers that Wendy has everything she has, her mindset shifts slightly. She urgently wants to get closer to you and reduce the number of times you see Wendy. The hero thought of a soul contract. No matter how close Wendy is to you, she can't possibly sign a soul contract with you. But if she were to sign a soul contract with you, your souls would be inextricably linked. No matter what Wendy does, she could never obtain such a special relationship. During your interactions with the hero, you occasionally in contact with people you've formed soul contracts with. Your meticulous care for them further strengthens the hero's resolve to forge a soul contract with him. As time passed, this idea became deeply ingrained in the hero's mind. Only by signing a soul contract with you can he completely defeat Wendisa. In the 101st year, in the hidden city, at the inn where the hero's party was staying, a furtive figure suddenly emerged from the inn. After confirming that no one was around, she quickly ran towards your palace. Although it's nighttime, you're no longer asleep. Seeing the figure appear outside the palace, excitement gleams in your eyes. Are you really going to sign a soul contract with me, Lady Merlin? Hearing your words, the female magician Merlin nodded emphatically, then asked somewhat nervously, is it really true that any wish can be granted? Of course, aside from killing me or sealing me away, I can help you with anything I'm capable of. Chapter 141, The First Wish. After receiving your affirmative reply, Merlin nodded emphatically. I'm sure. I want to sign a soul contract with you. I can get 5 wishes, right? Yes. As you spoke, a parchment covered in strange writing appeared in the air. Ms. Merlin, Now that you are aware of all the precautions, all you need to do is drop a drop of your blood on the contract, and the contract will officially take effect. Hearing your words, Merlin swallowed hard. Looking at you, she suddenly felt incredibly thirsty. She had known you for nearly 100 years, and now she had finally mustered the courage to eat to you, specifically to sign a soul contract. Because Merlin is too insecure, she doesn't believe she can win you over through ordinary communication, so she hopes to please you by signing a soul contract. Then Merlin took out a dagger, gently cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the parchment in front of him. As a faint blue light appeared on the parchment, Merlin felt a connection forming between himself and you. All right, Miss Merlin, the contract is now complete. You have 5 wishes, and you can make them at any time. I can grant all your requests. Then, can I make a wish now? Merlin asked hesitantly. Of course, as I said, it can be done any time, as long as it's within my capabilities. Yes, I understand. My first wish is, I want you to be my secret lover. He stammered through the last sentence, and even with your shamelessness, you were momentarily stunned after hearing Merlin's wish. Then, in the blink of an eye, a gentle smile appeared on your face again. Sure, that's within my capabilities. I wonder, Miss Merlin, what kind of secret lovers would you like us to be? Seeing that you looked calm, Merlin grew bolder and spoke without hesitation this time, saying, That's right, in front of outsiders, we'll maintain the same relationship as before, but when we're alone, we'll do everything lovers do, okay? Since this is Miss Merlin's first wish, of course I can. From now on, I am Miss Merlin's secret lover. As you spoke, you walked toward Merlin. Seeing you approach, Merlin's heart began to race, his face flushed, and anticipation began to rise within him. You did not disappoint Merlin's expectations. After approaching Merlin, you gently bit her earlobe, your soft tongue lightly licking it. A powerful, tingling sensation, like an electric current, instantly swept through Merlin's body. Then, her body went limp, and she collapsed into your arms. Feeling the astonishing softness against you, you whispered in Merlin Clark's ear, Is this what Miss Merlin meant by doing things between lovers? As soon as you finished speaking, the inexperienced Merlin felt a surge of intense shame and unprecedented excitement, and then nodded, suppressing his embarrassment. Okay, I understand. After you two had been cuddling for a while, just as you were about to deepen your conversation, Merlin glanced at the sky outside and said somewhat flusteredly, I have to go back. Otherwise, they'll be suspicious if they see me out. Miss Merlin is sharing a room with someone else? No, we each have our own room, but Lily often asks to see me at night. She might eat today too. I'll see you next time I have time. Good. After saying that, Merlin ran away quickly. You can see that a trace of black demonic energy appeared on Merlin's body. This is a sign that her soul is beginning to be devoured. As the number of wishes Merlin makes increases, the greed in her heart will be magnified infinitely. 5 wishes may sound like a lot, but once that door is opened, she'll want more. Once her greed reaches a certain point, it won't be long before she uses up all 5 wishes. Merlin quickly ran back, but at the entrance of the inn, she unexpectedly ran into the hero, who was acting suspiciously, just like when she went out to find Goblin to sign the contract. The hero was startled to suddenly encounter Merlin. After a long while, the hero finally spoke up and asked, Merlin, why are you still out so late? I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. I'm back to rest now. Where's the hero? It's so late. Why are you going out? Where are you going? I couldn't sleep either, so I went out for a walk. Oh, I see. Then I won't bother you any longer. I'll go back and rest now. Good. After saying this, Merlin returned to his room. The hero watched Merlin's departing figure, glanced again in the direction of Goblin's palace, hesitated for a moment, and then went back to his room. Not long after, Merlin left the hero's party and settled in the hidden city. If it were a normal retirement, the hero wouldn't have let Merlin, the super mage, go so easily. However, in order to retire smoothly, Merlin deliberately suffered a severe injury during a mission and injury that couldn't be healed in a short time, thus finally retiring successfully. After Merlin's departure, the pressure on the hero's party increased significantly. Merlin's role was primarily focused on large-scale monster slaying, and while the hero consistently defeated the strongest opponents, Merlin's tasks were equally crucial. Without Merlin, the hero's party lost its means of large-scale bat, and within a year, they suffered their first casualty. The male warrior they had recruited earlier had died in battle. During this time, the hero also recruited other mages, a total of 3. However, mages with exceptional talent and outstanding strength like Merlin were extremely rare. The 3 royal-level mages couldn't pair to the effectiveness of Merlin alone. The hero realized that his party couldn't afford to lose Merlin, just as the West couldn't afford to lose Jerusalem. So the hero, shameless as ever, went to the elf realm, hoping Wendy could help heal Merlin. However, after seeing Merlin's injuries, Wendy sighed and said that Merlin's injuries were beyond the elf race's ability to heal. Upon learning that her injuries were incurable, Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. She had used her second wish for this, hoping to make it appear as if she were beyond saving, only able to live a simple life and unable to return to the battlefield without harming her own body. Chapter 142, You have no idea what your master has sacrificed for you. Merlin initially thought this wish would be difficult to fulfill, as it wouldn't be easy to evade the checks of the hero and the elven queen. However, unexpectedly, you easily helped Merlin realize her wish. After evading the inspection, Merlin silently calculated that she still had 3 more wishes left. If she used them wisely, she wouldn't run out. You are somewhat speechless about Merlin's second wish. Merlin has great strength, but she has such a personality. Faced with the hero's invitation, she actually had to waste a wish by pretending to be sick, even though she could have refused outright. But she lacked even that courage. She had dared to exchange soul contracts with him. Yet she acted like this in front of the hero. It's easy to imagine that if Merlin didn't possess such powerful magical talent, he would have had a very difficult time surviving in this society. A few days later, the hero will find you. Luo, our team really needs Merlin back right now. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Is that all right? What kind of help? Help me heal Merlin. Although she made a request, the hero didn't say she wanted to sign a contract with you. She wanted to get it for free. Upon hearing the hero's request, you hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said, Okay. Hearing your conversation, Crimson's eyes widened, while you glanced at her, signaling her to keep quiet. The hero noticed the interaction between you and Crimson, but she didn't ask what had happened. Then I'll go back and bring Merlin back. Good. After the hero left, Crimson excitedly said, Master, when you soul devouring dragons fulfill someone's wish, don't you have to consume your own soul if you don't sign a contract with someone else? Why didn't you sign a soul contract just now? Hearing Crimson's words, you looked somewhat dejected and said, The hero doesn't like making contracts with people. If I keep bringing this up, she'll hate me, won't she? Master, this will not only deplete your soul, but also your lifespan. After you brought Scarlet back, you kept instilling in her the idea that if you didn't sign a contract when fulfilling someone else's wish, you would bear the consequences on their behalf. Scarlet seemed to enjoy the lies you fabricated. Okay, I'm gonna rest now. Call me when they arrive. Yes. Seeing that you were unmoved by reason, Crimson didn't know what to say. Not long after, the hero brought Merlin to you. Merlin looked a little nervous when she saw you, because she knew you could heal her, having heard the hero say that you could. Meanwhile, Merlin's oppression towards the hero is somewhat strange. She happened to encounter the hero on the night she signed the soul contract. She suspects that the hero may have also signed a soul contract with you, and that you reluctantly agreed to help heal her. Thinking about this, Merlin felt it was very likely. Afterwards, you took Merlin back to his room for private treatment and instructed the heroes to wait outside. After entering the room, you say, I'm sorry, Miss Merlin, this wish has failed. You still have 4 wishes left. Hearing your words, Merlin shook his head and said, It's all right, I don't blame you. But our pretense of treatment will take some time. What are we doing here during that time? Hearing Merlin's words, you understood what he meant, and so you walked towards him. Outside the door, the hero and Crimson waited anxiously. Crimson's gaze towards the hero was filled with hostility. Noticing the Crimson gaze, the hero glared back. Ever since she met Crimson, this woman had been making things difficult for her, so naturally she wouldn't give Crimson a friendly look. I really don't understand how Master could have fallen for someone like you, Scarlet said indignantly. Miss Scarlet, why do you keep making things difficult for me? You like your master, don't you? Because you like him, You're trying to trip me up like this. Do you think I'm as shallow as you? You have no idea what your master has sacrificed for you. What do you mean? What has Goblin done for me? However, Crimson remained silent. She knew that if word got out, Goblin would definitely blame her. Seeing Crimson's oppression, the hero began to question her. But Crimson remained silent. She wanted to see Crimson's heinous oppression. 2 hours later, the door suddenly opened, and Goblin walked out of the red room, looking somewhat pale. Upon seeing this, the hero quickly went up to him and asked, "Goblin, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just used up too much magic." Crimson, seeing this, looked at him with concern. Not long after, Merlin emerged, looking radiant and much better. Seeing this, the hero acclaimed excitedly, "Well back, Merlin." Merlin smiled at the hero, but her smile seemed somewhat forced. Then the two left. Merlin glanced at you with a hint of reluctance, knowing he would return to his old life, with fewer opportunities to see you. After the two left, Crimson rushed over to help you. "Master, how are you now?" "I'm fine. I overheard what you and the hero were saying inside. Didn't I tell you not to tell her those things?" you said sternly. Hearing your words, Crimson said with a choked voice, "But that bastard has no idea what you've sacrificed." Seeing Fei Hong's appearance, you ultimately didn't scold her, but instead told her to go and rest. Every year thereafter, the hero will eat to find you, but she will occasionally ask you to do things for her, such as helping to heal a critically injured human or preparing information. To maintain your public image, your body visibly weakens in front of outsiders, but you always wear a smiling face in front of the hero. When he came to visit you, she was surprised to find that you needed Scarlet's help to walk, so she quickly came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Before Crimson could speak, you said, "It's nothing, I just got injured and am not feeling well." "Did Wendy eat to see me for something?" "What kind of injury did you suffer? How could it be so serious?" Wendy asked aimlessly. "It's nothing. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. I want to rest today." "Okay, you go and rest first. I'll go get you some things to help you recover." "Need not." Before you could finish speaking, Wendy ran back. Chapter 143, I've here to sign a soul contract with you. After Crimson helped you into your room to rest, she was just about to go find Wendy to talk about the hero when she found her hand being held by you. "Crimson, don't do anything unnecessary. Don't say anything unnecessary," you replied weakly. Hearing your words, Scarlet's eyes filled with tears, and she nodded solemnly. However, she had already made up her mind to tell Wendy about it. After warning Crimson, you fell asleep peacefully. You knew that after your constant brainwashing, Crimson had long since reached her breaking point. She would either tell the hero herself or tell Wendy. After this appearance, even with forced calm, the hero would definitely sign a soul contract with you. As you predicted, Crimson transformed into a red dragon immediately and flew to the Elven territory. She told Wendisa that you had sacrificed your lifespan and soul for the hero. Upon hearing Crimson's words, Wendisa felt immense heartache and extreme anger directed at the hero. She couldn't believe he could be so shameless, not even noticing your condition. 2 months later, the hero returned to the hidden city, but this time she was stopped at the gate by Wendisa before she could even enter. "What are you doing? Let me in. You don't deserve to be here. You beast. You don't deserve to be a hero." Hearing Wendy's curses, the hero felt utterly bewildered. "Why am I not worthy of being here? Do you know what kind of relationship I have with Arrow?" "I know. It's all about using relationships." "You're using Arrow." "How did I use Arrow? How are you being used? Don't you know the answer in your heart? Every time you eat here, you ask Arrow for help. These favors are either saving dying Panions or helping to defeat powerful enemies, but Arrow has never asked you for a single reward. You've taken everything without giving anything in return. What is this if not exploitation? You damned vampire." After being scolded by Wendy, the hero felt a flush of heat on her face because she realized that things seemed to be as Wendy had said. Every time she came to you, she had something to ask for, and she felt a little guilty. All of this was done voluntarily by Arrow, and I even offered him compensation, but he refused. Of course Arrow doesn't want it. The rewards you gave him are of no help to him at all, and you don't know what Arrow has lost. What do you mean? What will I lose by helping Arrow? So you really don't love Arrow at all. If you truly loved him, how could you not have noticed his current state? Arrow is about to die. When Disa roared, hearing you're about to die, the hero felt a surge of disbelief. She couldn't understand why you wanted to die. Then when Disa explained that if a soul-eating dragon helps someone fulfill their wish without a soul contract, it will continuously deplete its own lifespan and soul. The more times it helps, the more it loses. How could this be? How could this happen? The hero acclaimed, filled with deep regret. Then the heroine remembered the strangeness in her interactions with you. It seemed that every time you helped her with something she asked, you would leave quickly, always saying you had something to take care of. The heroine believed you, but now it seemed to her that these were just excuses. The hero remained silent for a long time before saying, I'm going to see him. Stop being disgusting. What else do you want to do to Arrow? You're about to kill him. Do you really want Arrow dead before you're satisfied? The hero ignored Wendy, who was consumed by immense guilt, and even the flashing golden light couldn't calm her down. When he tried to stop the hero, but the difference in their strength was too great, and she was easily defeated in no time. The hero quickly arrived at the palace. Looking at the palace before him, the hero suddenly thought, in the beginning, you would always greet me with a smile when I came to the palace. I wonder when it started, but you stopped NG out to greet me. She initially thought you were too busy, but now it seems that's not the case. There's so many details, yet she never paid attention to them. Meanwhile, you're sitting in your room, observing the hero's every move with the eye of the Demon Emperor. You know that the hero has taken the bait. Although this was a trap you set, you do not feel guilty because the hero does not like you as much as she thinks. Her reasons for pursuing you are the same as before. She pursued you because you're the best. If she truly liked you, she would have noticed those subtle things you deliberately revealed long ago. Shortly after, the hero arrived at your room door. She initially wanted to knock, but then she thought that if she did, you might pretend to be perfectly fine and fool her as before, so she didn't hesitate and simply pushed the door open. Then she saw you lying weakly on the bed, your face pale. Seeing this scene, the hero suddenly remembered a long, long time ago. When you first healed Merlin, your face was just as pale. From that moment on, she should have noticed your unusual condition. A strong sense of guilt began to spread and grow in the hero's heart, and the golden light constantly emanating from her body showed just how guilty she felt. Then you slowly opened your eyes and said, Crimson, why didn't you knock before ING in? Before you could finish speaking, you noticed the hero in front of you, and a look of panic appeared on your face. Seeing the oppression on your face, the heroine felt even more guilty. It was the first time she had ever seen such an oppression on your face. I'm sorry, she said silently in her heart. However, you quickly calmed down and acted as if nothing was wrong, saying, Why did you suddenly be here today, hero? You didn't tell me beforehand. I wasn't prepared. Could you please go out for a moment? I'll prepare myself before ING out to see you. Seeing your feigned posure, the hero ultimately didn't oppose you, simply nodded and withdrew. A few minutes later, you appeared before the hero with a calm expression, and, as before, you smiled and said, Hero, where's the person you brought back this time? Bring him here quickly. I'll heal him for you. Hearing your words, the hero's heart bled. She had caused you so much harm, and you were still thinking of her. She truly didn't know what to do. Then, the hero said calmly, I came here not to have you save people, but to sign a soul contract with you. Chapter 144 Praise of the Demon. Upon hearing the hero's words, a brief look of shock crossed your face before you said, Hero, this joke isn't funny. All right, tell me what brings you here. Hearing your answer, the hero paused for a moment, then said, I'm not joking. I really want to sign a soul contract with you. My matter this time will only be effective if a contract is signed. But if you sign a contract, your soul, you couldn't bring yourself to say the rest, because you had told Crimson that the soul-eating dragon couldn't refuse anyone who offered to sign a soul contract with you. If you refused, you would be punished by a curse. Crimson told Wendy about this, and Wendy told the hero, so she knows you can't refuse, but you're still resisting like this. The hero knows you've tried very hard. What's wrong? I just need to make sure I don't use all 10 wishes. Besides, didn't you want to sign a soul contract with me? Let's do it now. After saying this, a golden light appeared on the heroine's body. After calming down, she regretted saying those words. Well, all right. You sensed the hero's regret, so you had to agree quickly, otherwise she might change her mind again. Besides, agreeing now wouldn't affect your current persona, so you didn't let the opportunity slip by. Seeing your difficult answer, the hero felt a little regretful. After all, you would definitely forgive her. But upon closer inspection, this kind of contract that involved selling one's soul was still too dangerous. However, after careful consideration, she still did not refuse. Then, the familiar parchment, inscribed with eerie writing, appeared in the air. The hero cut his finger, dripping a drop of blood onto it. Instantly, the parchment emitted a faint blue light. After the contract was established, the hero felt a slight connection between their souls. Other than that, he felt nothing else. After signing the contract, the hero immediately said, "Now I need you to promise me the first thing. You must never help others without signing a soul contract with them again." Hearing the hero's words, you were speechless. You knew. "Yes, I understand now. This is my first wish, and you must fulfill it." Since a contract has already been signed, the hero decided to be generous and used his first wish to increase your favorability. "Okay, I promise you. I'm a little tired now and want to rest." Because the heroine had made it clear she knew you were physically weak, and you had no intention of continuing to pretend, the two of you parted ways with reluctance. On her way back, the heroine gradually calmed down. Realizing she had indeed signed a soul contract with you, she found herself feeling more worry and distress than joy. After all, this contract was far too dangerous for her. If she accidentally used up all 10 wishes, her soul would be taken by you, which was definitely not a good thing. Meanwhile, you, having finally signed a contract with the hero, are now popping champagne in your room. For a while afterward, the hero was very careful and didn't make any more wishes, and your physical condition began to slowly improve. In the 151st year, your level has reached 124. Although it's still some distance from your current minimum level of 160, it's considered a very high level among Emperor-level powerhouses. At the same time, your magic power has also reached an astonishing level. In the same year, although the hero didn't make a second wish, Merlin had already made 4 wishes to you. With one more wish, Merlin's soul will be taken by you. Because of these 4 wishes, Merlin is now very different from before. She was greatly corrupted by the sin of greed, but Merlin's behavior wasn't in terms of avarice. After being corrupted by greed, Merlin became addicted to alcohol, and this was the first time that his drinking had put the group in danger. At this moment, the hero team is in a place called the Death Mountain Range, which is the territory of Mazan, the 18th demon general under the Demon King. Their purpose in ING here is to defeat Mazan. Although Mazan is only an Emperor-level being, he is still a very powerful being among Emperor-level beings. His level cap is 155, and he has now reached level 131. He also has hundreds of Emperor-level subordinates. The average strength of the Brave Squad is still hovering around the Emperor level. How could they possibly be a match for Mazan? This time, they underestimated their opponent. The SI members of the squad were hiding in a cave. All SI bore some injuries, and their priestess, Lucy Lily, was unconscious and severely wounded. Merlin sat in a corner of the cave, his face filled with remorse. If it weren't for her, they could have at least escaped and wouldn't be in this predicament. The heroine looked gravely at the demons lurking in the distance outside the cave. She was in dire straits. If these demons discovered the cave, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Thinking of this, she silently prayed, "Arrow, I'm using my second wish here to rescue us from the Monster Mountain Range." After praying, the heroine's spirits didn't rella. Strictly speaking, this was the first wish she made to you. You are currently cultivating in Hidden City. Your Berserk Source Flow skill has now reached level 5. This skill is ridiculously difficult to master. After so many years, you've only increased your proficiency by this small amount. You feel that it might take several thousand years to raise Berserk Source Flow to level 5 Ma. As for breaking through to the net level of this skill, the difficulty is likely to be astonishing. Then, you sense the hero pleading for your help and making a second wish. You immediately transformed into the Soul Flame Dragon Emperor, a colossal dragon 85 meters long, shimmering with blue and red, and flew swiftly towards the hero's location. Your current flying speed is quite astonishing. It will only take you half an hour to reach the Death Mountain where the heroes are. Time ticked by, and the hero team desperately tried to replenish their magical energy. However, less than 15 minutes later, they were discovered by Mazan's minions. A scythe demon, a direct descendant of Mazan, spotted the hero team and immediately sounded the alarm, attracting all the surrounding demons. Seeing this, the hero team had no choice but to fight back with all their might, because the hero didn't know when you would arrive, so they were prepared to risk their lives at any moment. Chapter 145, Obtaining the Legendary Gem. Soon, the hero team broke out of the cave. They didn't choose to defend it, because Mazan had many powerful magical beasts under his command. They could easily collapse the cave without much effort, and if that happened, things would be much more placated. Not long after, Mazan reappeared before the hero's party. Mazan was a giant black mantis, 80 meters tall, and his human form was a 3-meter-tall scythe demon. Facing the hero's party, Mazan fought in his more powerful black mantis form. Although this makes him a larger target and more difficult to dodge attacks, Mazan prefers to fight in this form. Soon, the hero was fighting Mazan, while the rest of the team fought other magical beasts. Due to the huge level difference, even the hero was no match for Mazan and was repeatedly defeated. Even though she made some breakthroughs in strength, she was completely unable to fight back and could only try her best to stall for time. Looking at the hero struggling before him, Mazan didn't rush to kill him. Instead, he savored the pleasure of this torment. Including the one before him, he had killed a total of 4 heroes. Many demon generals with higher ranks than him hadn't killed so many heroes. Seeing Mazan's increasingly excited oppression, the heroine breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that Mazan wanted to torture her, not kill her. Time ticked by, and suddenly Mazan felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned and used his arms to block the massive fireball hurtling towards him. The hero looked up and saw a colossal dragon, 80 meters long, with blue and red markings on its body, staring at him. Upon discovering your arrival, the hero completely relished. Then you swoop down in one direction, unleashing dragon breath as you descend. Any creature that is in a contact with your breath, unless its strength reaches the king level or above, will be instantly incinerated into black ash. Even king-level magical beasts can only withstand it for a few seconds. Seeing the suddenly appearing dragon, Mazan realized just how powerful you were, so he abandoned his contempt and charged at you. However, you had no intention of engaging Mazan in bat. After all, the hero's only wish was for you to rescue them. So, you coiled your tail, hoisting all SI of them onto your back, and then began to flee. Seeing this, Mazan spread his wings, leading a large number of demons, and began to pursue you. Although you are very fast, Mazan is not slow either, and is even faster than you. Having reached the Emperor level and been an Emperor for many years, Mazan's skill level is not much lower than yours. The overall strength of the two of you is basically the same. Seeing that escape was impossible, you chose to stay, saying to the hero and the others, "You guys go first, I'll eat back for you after I've dealt with these guys." The hero seemed about to say something, but then you spoke up, "If I die, you'll sense it. After all, we have a soul contract. Besides, with you all here, I need to focus on protecting you. I don't have the energy to care for the wounded right now." Hearing your words, the hero team left without a word. This was the first time they had been treated as a burden, but they weren't angry. They only resented their current weakness. Watching the hero's party escape, Mazan was furious. His men were too slow and hadn't caught up yet, so they could only watch helplessly as the hero's party fled. He launched an enraged attack on you, his scythe-like arm slashing down on you in an instant, sending sparks flying across your dragon scales. Clearly, his attack had failed to penetrate your defenses. Then, you struck him with your claw, but Mazan, being a speed-type fighter, dodged your attack. However, you didn't completely avoid it. The magic on your claw grazed his body, leaving a small wound. Clearly, 10 of his attacks wouldn't have been as effective as one claw strike. Simultaneously, he unleashed a domain skill typically mastered by Emperor-level efforts, Hunting Kingdom. You've also used your domain skill, Death Realm. Your domain skill is clearly stronger than Mazan's. Although Mazan's level is higher than yours, his overall strength is slightly inferior. However, you won't be able to kill him in a short time. After a while, Mazan's subordinates caught up. The terrifying lineup of hundreds of royal-level magical beasts was something even you couldn't defeat with so many powerful minions. Ultimately, you and Mazan had no choice but to give up. Neither of you could do anything about the other. Afterwards, you returned to the hidden city. Seeing that you were safe and sound, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the hero said to you, "Arrow, I hope you can help me fulfill my third wish. I want to break through to the Emperor level. Can you do that?" Through this battle, the hero fully realized her own weakness. She must continue to be stronger. Hearing the hero's request, you nodded. Naturally, you wouldn't refuse his request to continue, saying, "Okay, I can help you break through to the Emperor level. Come with me after you've recovered from your injuries." After some time, the heroine recovered from her injuries, and you led her towards the far north. The heroine didn't know why you brought her there, but she didn't ask. As you got closer to the far north, the heroine had a stronger feeling that something in this far north was very important to her. You know, since the legendary gem is the sword of the Holy Sword, then the Holy Sword and the legendary gem should be able to sense each other, or rather, the hero should be able to sense them. The reason you brought the hero here is twofold. First, to help her break through to the Emperor level and fulfill her wish. And second, to obtain the specific location of a legendary gem so you can retrieve it during your next simulation. You must have sensed it, right? You suddenly said. What do you feel? Bring out your holy sword. Good. The hero drew the holy sword, and then she noticed it began to tremble slightly. Very good. Let's follow the guidance of the holy sword and continue forward. All right, the hero said, inexplicably excited. Finally, guided by the holy sword, you found the legendary gem. However, you were surprised when you found it, because the legendary gem wasn't found in one place. It had been devoured by a powerful magical beast, so its location was constantly shifting, which was why you couldn't find it before. Then you killed a monster and retrieved the legendary gem. Chapter 146 Argument. After the hero equipped herself with this blue legendary gem, the power of the holy sword nearly doubled. At the same time, her own strength and talent improved significantly, and she advanced to the Emperor level within a few days. After easily breaking through to the Emperor level, the hero was extremely excited. She was now very glad that she had signed a contract with you. Otherwise, she didn't know how much longer it would have taken her to break through to the Emperor level, and she would definitely have died at the hands of Mazan this time. Unconsciously, her mindset changed. After reaching the Emperor level, the Demon King seemed to have realized this as well. Similar to raising the world level, he intensified the monster tides, making the heroes even busier than before. In the 171st year, the hero made his fourth wish to you, to reduce the frequency of the monster tides by half. You granted this wish, personally helping the hero withstand half of the monster tides. Meanwhile, you're using a large amount of your gold to upgrade your shape-shifting and stealth skills. The reason for this is that you're afraid of being discovered by the Demon King. You can't withstand his high-level demon generals. Upgrading your shape-shifting is to use different forms to help the hero resist the monster horde, minimizing your chances of being outpost. Because you raise your stealth ability to demigod level, you are able to live a long and peaceful life. In the 200th year, your level reached 129. A level increase of 5 levels every 50 years is quite astonishing among Emperor-level beings. At the same time, you use 10 billion gold coins to purchase a method for advancing to God level within the Sin of Greed. After seeing the method to advance to godhood, you were completely stunned because the most basic requirement for advancing to godhood is reaching level 200. However, the normal Emperor level cap is 100. This means that a normal Emperor level can never break through to the God level. They need to continuously mutate until the level cap reaches 200 before they can qualify to enter the God level. Aside from this hurdle, you haven't received any other information. For 10 billion gold coins to acquire this information, you think it's worth it, at least you have a direction. However, the difficulty is extraordinary. In the 240th year, the hero used 2 wishes at once. One was to propose to you, and the other was for you to never be separated in your lifetime. You agreed to both wishes, and you and the hero are together now. After you got together, you did what a married couple should do. You treated the heroine very well, basically giving in to her in everything. In the 260th year, your relationship remained strong, but Merlin, seeing you two always together, felt deeply distressed. In the 270th year, your relationship remains close, but it's not as passionate as it was at the beginning. In the 285th year, your relationship has been much more mundane. Although you still cling to the hero as you did at the beginning, his feelings for you have begun to fade. In the 300th year, you two had your first argument. The reason was that the hero felt you were too annoying, always with her, and she didn't have any personal space, even though it was she who made that request. In the 318th year, you treated the hero very well, but the hero grew increasingly annoyed with you, and now you've had several arguments. Most of the time, the hero plains about his dissatisfaction, while you only occasionally retort. Although it seems pathetic, this is equally what you want. The hero has gradually fallen into your trap. In the 320th year, you and the hero once again slew a demon general. This time, you returned in triumph, and the people of the city warmly welcomed you. You and the hero attended important occasions together. In public, the hero acted as if you were inseparable, asking you about everything. You two seemed like a truly loving couple. After you returned, the hero's attitude towards you turned cold, and he wouldn't even say a word to you. Faced with the hero's attitude, you and she had a fierce argument, the worst you'd ever had in years. You recounted all the things she had done to you over the years. Towards the end, the hero fell silent, but instead of apologizing, she became enraged and tried to overpower you with her loud voice. As the argument escalated, the heroine even lost control and wanted to hit you, but after seeing the disappointment in your eyes, she ultimately didn't. Faced with the unreasonable hero, you felt secretly pleased. Your goal was about to be achieved. However, you sighed at the fact that the hero hadn't hit you. If she had dared to hit you even once, you'd make her slap herself 1,000 times later. After this incident, your relationship grew increasingly cold. You mainly wanted to reconcile with the hero, since his wish was for you to be together forever. However, the hero maintained his cold attitude, and even the other members of his party noticed something was wrong. Afterwards, Merlin invited you for drinks. After you drank too much, you didn't reveal any information to Merlin. However, Merlin believed she knew you very well and thought something must have happened between you. So she began to secretly investigate. Her investigation went very smoothly. After all, there were just too many flaws between you. After understanding how the hero treated you, Merlin felt extremely angry. You were the source of her deepest resentment. Her beloved had been so easily won over by someone else, and then treated this way. Merlin was furious. Merlin targets the hero multiple times later on. The hero is confused by Merlin's actions, but she isn't very angry, assuming Merlin is just in a bad mood and easily forgives him. Seeing the hero's attitude, you inwardly sneered. The hero could easily forgive the deliberate targeting of his panions, yet he showed such impatience towards his lover, with whom he spent every day. While the sin of greed might have played a part, the hero's character wasn't equally noble. In the 323rd year, because Merlin had been targeting the hero all these years, the hero would argue with you after returning, venting his resentment. After enduring this for several years, you felt the time was right, and you said to the hero, "Let's break up." After you said that, the hero didn't remain silent. Instead, he sneered and said, "So you want to break up with me? You got someone else on the side, haven't you? Let me guess, it's Merlin, right? No wonder Merlin is targeting me like this." Hearing the hero's words, you shook your head helplessly. After being with the hero, you really had almost no contact with Merlin, and Merlin never contacted you again. Actually, neither you nor Merlin did anything to betray her during your marriage with the hero. As for Merlin's wish to have a secret lover, you and the hero weren't even together yet at that time. Chapter 147, Irreplaceable. So, strictly speaking, you didn't do anything to wrong her, which is why you looked at the hero with disappointment. Seeing the way you looked at him like he was trash, the hero's pride was deeply wounded. He then said angrily, "Fine, since you want to break up with me so badly, I'll grant your wish. My 7th wish is to break up with me, so you won't have to appear in front of me every day anymore." When the hero said this, there was no golden light emanating from her, meaning that although she appeared angry, she was actually quite calm. She had wanted a divorce from you for a long time, but she didn't want to be the one to say it. That's why she's been treating you badly, giving you the silent treatment, trying to force you to say those words. Now, you finally said them yourself. Not only did she fulfill your request, but she also generously granted you a wish. After saying those words, the hero felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After hearing the hero's words, you looked at him in disbelief, then pretended to be very upset and said, "I was just saying it in anger. How could you do this?" "Stop joking, Arrow. How old are you? Don't you know what you can and can't say? Since you've spoken, you have to be responsible for your words." Hearing the hero's words, you froze. Then your expression turned somewhat lost and dejected. You said, "I understand. I'll leave. Goodbye." After saying that, you left the hero's side and bid farewell to Merlin, Lily, and the others. Everyone was shocked to hear that you and the hero had parted ways, and when they asked you why, you wouldn't say. Afterwards, you returned to the hidden city and then resumed your previous life. In the 324th year, your level has increased to 132. Although the rate of level increase may seem slow, it is actually quite remarkable. That same year, you heard that Merlin and the hero had a big argument, after which Merlin left the hero's party and came to the hidden city. After joining the hidden city, Merlin worked diligently for you. Merlin had already broken through to the Emperor level 50 years ago, and the reason he was able to break through to the Emperor level was because of your and the hero's help. Therefore, you naturally welled the addition of such an Emperor-level powerhouse. You didn't urge Merlin to make a fifth wish. After all, Emperor-level powerhouses are rare, and Merlin hasn't done anything to wrong you. Merlin has already made 4 wishes, and her lifespan has been greatly reduced. When she dies of old age, you can collect her soul, so you're not in a hurry. As for the hero, after we parted ways, his life became extremely difficult. Not only were his daily life unsuccessful, but even his monster hunting became very challenging. When you were in the hero's party, you weren't just a bad ant. You also took on logistical responsibilities. Before each expedition, you would gather all the information, weaknesses, and potential problems of the target. Therefore, the years you were in the hero squad were the most relevant decades for the heroes. Now that you've left, no one is doing all that, and the hero squad feels more than twice as tired as before. One day, the hero overheard his team members planning. "Hero, really, if you're going to get a divorce, fine. But why did you have to let Arrow leave our team? Without Arrow, how can our team keep going? There's nothing we can do. They're divorced, and it'd be awkward to see each other every day." Hearing her teammates' plaints, the hero was furious. However, forcing herself to calm down, she didn't vent her anger on the spot. Instead, she calmed down and realized how much she had invested in this relationship. However, she still hasn't apologized to you. Since she's lost a support staff member, she can just hire another one. And since she's broken up with you, she can just find another husband. Soon, the hero squad recruited a new support staff member. Indeed, the work was a little easier than before, but not by much. Therefore, everyone had some complaints about this new support staff member. You know, you used to be able to juggle bad duties and perfectly handle logistical work as well. However, after being scolded, the newly recruited Royal Level Logistics member became very angry and argued with the rest of the hero team. When the team members pointed out the standards you had previously set, the Royal Level Logistics member was enraged. Because your work standards require the workload of at least 7 people, how could he possibly do it alone? So, he angrily left the hero team. At first, the hero didn't pay much attention to this, so he recruited some new people. However, these new recruits never stayed for more than a month, and were even less effective than the first one. It was then that the hero realized that you are irreplaceable to the current hero's team. Meanwhile, the heroine was also trying to find a new partner, but after months and meeting countless men, she still hadn't met anyone she liked. Putting everything else aside, these men were simply not in her league in terms of looks. Their charm was off the charts. Moreover, the hero discovered that these people, besides not being as good-looking as you, were also troublesome, had terrible personalities, and were not as understanding as you at all. Those with good personalities and abilities often have less than ideal appearances. And those who are capable in all aspects and not bad-looking are even less acceptable to a brave person, because such a person is essentially a lower-tier version of you. She wouldn't choose someone worse than you. The more you pair, the more the hero realizes your good qualities. So, whole months have passed, and the hero remains single. Furthermore, those who went on blind dates with him also feel he's not good enough, that his standards for others are too high. Gradually, rumors began to circulate about the hero, saying he had become, that he now realized he was irreplaceable, and that thinking back on their past, the hero couldn't understand why he had treated her the way he had. She began to recall these reasons, and she suddenly realized that every time she was in a fit of rage, a forced calm would occur, making her weigh the gains and losses, analyze the pros and cons. It was precisely because of this forced calm that she was indifferent to what you did, and that it turned her into such a selfish person. The hero shifted all the blame onto the forced calm, refusing to mean his own actions. Chapter 148, The Enraged Hero. After much deliberation, the hero decided to forget the forced calm skill before chasing after you. In the 326th year, you discover that the hero has returned to the hidden city. Upon seeing this, a wicked smile spread across your face. You originally thought that the hero would hold out for at least a decade before losing his temper, but it's only been a few years, and he's already in a hurry. Looking at the familiar hidden city before her, the hero felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. She hadn't seen him in so long, and she longed to know what his impression would be when he saw her. Would he weep with joy, or would he wear the same beaming smile as before? As for whether you're still angry, she's considered that possibility, but she thinks it's unlikely, because in the past, no matter what she did, you would easily forgive her. If she hadn't made a wish to leave you, she feels you'd still be by her side. Thinking this, she walked towards the palace, but when she reached the palace gate, she was stopped by the guards. The hero was stunned for a moment, then said to the guard in front of her, "You don't recognize me? I recognize you. You are the hero. You know who I am, so why are you stopping me?" Upon hearing the hero's words, the guard simply pointed to a sign nearby. The hero looked over and was shocked to find that the sign read, "Heroes and dogs are not allowed." The hero laughed in inspiration. It's been so long. Arrow has been so childish, resorting to such petty tricks. With that, she tried to walk inside, but was stopped by the guards. "You think you can stop me?" the hero said coldly to the guard. "I apologize, hero. It's my duty." Hearing the guard's words, the hero was about to make a move when Crimson walked over. Looking at Crimson in front of him, the hero smiled and said, "What? Did he send you to invite me?" The master said that if you have anything important to say, you should talk to him and not make things difficult for the soldiers. Hearing Crimson's words, the hero was unimpressed, thinking that Crimson had been sent to give him a way out. The hero then successfully entered the palace. Even now, he still thinks of you and how you love her. Only when she sees you does her smile finally soften, because at that moment, you are sitting in the room and Merlin is sitting on your lap. A surge of anger welled up in the heroine's heart, and she could no longer force herself to calm down. She completely lost her temper. "What are you doing?" she roared. Upon hearing the hero's voice, you calmly turned your head, looked at the hero before you, and said with a smile, "Oh, hero, you've to see me. May I ask what brings you here?" "What is it, Goblo? Do you know what you're doing?" "I didn't do anything. I was just doing what we wanted to do with the person we like." "Is there a problem?" you said with a smile. Seeing your smiling face, the heroine became even angrier. For some reason, seeing your nonchalant attitude made her anger rise even higher. "Of course there's a problem. I won't allow it." "Oh, I don't accept your disapproval," you said in a very irritating way. Then, right in front of the hero, you lightly pecked Merlin on the cheek. Merlin, caught off guard, showed a smug look on his face. The two of you now looked equally like those two adulterous characters from AT drama, their sarcasm off the charts. The hero, already on the verge of rage, instantly lost his posure upon witnessing this scene. Seeing that the golden light hadn't yet appeared on the hero, you realized his forced calm had vanished. Realizing this, you felt an immense surge of excitement. The hero, whom you had already so easily manipulated, was now even more vulnerable. The hero took a deep breath, then roared hoarsely, "Goblin, I'm giving you one more chance to break up with her." "Hero, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. You're just getting in the way. I have a lot of things to take care of and don't have time to waste on these trivial matters." "Whatever." Upon hearing your words, the hero looked incredulous, then angrily retorted, All these years of our relationship, and now you think it's nothing. We've only been apart for a few years, and you've already sent this thing to disgust me. Goblin, do you even have a heart? Hero, how old are you? You're an adult, right? Since we've already parted ways, let's give each other some dignity. Besides, you know who was the one who made the first move. I'm only speaking to you now because I'm barely holding back my disgust. It's a courtesy I haven't vomited. I hope you understand that belated affection is worthless than grass. Crimson, see him out. Upon hearing your words, Crimson immediately brought people over to try and pull the hero away. But how could she possibly be a match for the hero? After knocking Crimson away, the hero forced himself to calm down and then said, Arrow, I know you're still angry with me. I know I was wrong. Can't you forgive me just this once? You then walked towards the hero. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope rose in the hero's heart. However, you bypassed the hero and pulled Crimson up. Seeing this, the hero froze on the spot. After checking on Crimson's injuries, you approached the hero and slapped her hard across the face, leaving her stunned. This slap was for Crimson. Get out of my territory. You're not will here. I never want to see you again. After saying that, you turned around and sat back down without looking back. The hero looked at your back and was dejected. He then said something else, but you didn't listen. You were just whispering to Merlin. The heroine was heartbroken to see this. More unbearable than the argument with you was your ignoring her, especially the fact that you were flirting with another woman while ignoring her. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she left. After leaving the hidden city, the hero harbored a deep resentment, vowing to find someone better than you and finally vent his anger. Just like before, she frantically searched for outstanding men, but the result was similar to before. No one could catch her eye, and she found most people disgusting. And every night, the heroine dreams of your past together, of your kindness, and of her resolute oppression when you parted. Each time she wakes up, you're not by her side. She suffers greatly from longing. She wants to forget you, but she can't. As for why the heroine dreams, one reason is that she truly misses those past days. The other is that you purchased the nightmare skill, allowing you to enter her dreams every night while she's dreaming, constantly triggering her memories. Chapter 149 Hero. None of us get away with it. In the 327th year, through your deliberate matchmaking, you brought Merlin to meet the hero and the royal family in a country called the Land of Iron. You pretended not to see the hero and strolled down the street with Merlin like a couple deeply in love. Although you had a female penai on, many women took advantage of the brief moments you were apart from Merlin to approach you and strike up a conversation, which you always politely declined with a smile. The hero felt extremely distressed upon witnessing this scene. How long ago was it that he, too, had looked at her with a smile when they were together? Then, you and Merlin ran into the hero. Merlin looked surprised upon seeing him, while the hero just stared at you blankly. However, you seemed not to see the hero at all, and pulled Merlin past him. Seeing this, the hero completely broke down. Now, if you see her, you won't even want to greet her. She's in too much pain. The hero felt a strange, agonizing pain in his heart, a pain that almost suffocated him. Why? Why are you doing this to me? The hero roared at you, completely ignoring the crowd in the street. However, you ignored the hero, pretending not to hear her, and continued your affectionate display with Merlin. Seeing this, the hero walked towards you. Now that the hero hadn't forced you to calm down, and given that you were in the city center, and considering the safety of the public, you quickly led Merlin to the outskirts. The hero followed. Brave one, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Please stop doing such childish things. Let's stop affecting each other's lives. Upon hearing your words, the hero suddenly looked up and said, What do you want? Why can't you even give me a single chance? There's no reason why. I'm just tired and I don't love anymore. Don't forget, I still have 3 wishes to use. Even if you use such despicable means, and I'm with you on the surface, my heart won't be with you. Stop using these methods. All I want now is to live a good life with Merlin. Merlin was quite moved by your words, but the hero, with a grim face, said coldly, You like Merlin that much? Very well. My 8th wish is that you can never see Merlin again. The heroine has completely turned to the dark side. Since you're making things difficult for her, she doesn't want you to have it easy either. However, what she doesn't know is that whether you see Merlin or not doesn't really matter to you. After all, Merlin isn't equally a saint either. Her second, third, and fourth wishes weren't equally pleasant, and your impression of Merlin is just so. However, after hearing the hero's eighth wish, Merlin's eyes widened in disbelief. She then glared angrily at the hero, never expecting to be betrayed like this. The hero successfully made everyone suffer with a single wish. You looked at the hero with a sorrowful expression and said, "Why do this? We can all live our own lives. Why are you clinging to me?" Although your face showed sadness, you were secretly delighted. The hero had not only hastened his own death, but also solved a problem for you. There's no reason why. If I'm not having a good time, then nobody's going to be. My ninth wish is that you'll always be with me and we'll never be apart. You pretended to be so angry at the hero that you couldn't speak. However, the hero continued, "I don't care about anything anymore. To hell with this world. I'm telling you, I'm going to take you to a place where nobody's around. From now on, your world will only have me. You have no other choice." Hearing the hero's words, you try to recall all the sad things in your life before finally stopping laughing. You pinch your thigh while looking at her with teary eyes. Seeing your sorrowful expression, the heroine felt a pang of pity, but she resolved to harden her heart. In her view, nothing she could do but force you back now or win you back. So the next second, the hero will forcibly take you away to a deserted place. In her view, if you have no other choice, you will ultimately have no choice but to live with her. However, you didn't surrender. The hero only said he'd be with her forever, not that he loved her, so you transformed into the Soul Flame Dragon Emperor and fought the hero. As for Merlin, because of the hero's wish, she can only leave your side now. Because according to your character, if you can't fulfill the contractor's wish, you will be severely cursed. Out of guilt towards you in the past, she also fears that this curse will kill you, so she has no choice but to leave your side. Soon, you and the hero began fighting. Before long, you arrived at a deserted area. Although the hero was powerful, you were no pushover either. Over the years, due to magic overload, your magic power had reached a terrifying level. Perhaps because you were a dragon, although your magic power continued to increase, you still didn't feel any abnormalities in your body. So far, you still haven't used magic conversion. A few minutes later, you began to subtly show weakness. After all, it would be truly astonishing if you actually performed stronger than the hero. A week later, you pretended to be out of magic and reverted to human form. The hero grabbed your hand with one hand, pinned you to the ground, and said, "Now what can you do? Do you really think you can get rid of me by hating me? Let me tell you, it's impossible." You didn't speak, but simply turned your head away, staring blankly at the empty space beside you. Seeing your indifferent attitude, the heroine felt a surge of anger welling up inside her. She grabbed your chin with one hand, forcefully turning your face to face, forcing you to look at her. Their eyes met, and the hero felt a dryness in his mouth, involuntarily licking his lips. The more resistant you seemed, the more excited she became. She increasingly couldn't understand why she herself had felt disgusted by your face in the first place. It was simply impossible. In the 328th year, you have been kidnapped by the hero for a year. The hero has also failed to fulfill his duty to resist the monster tide, resulting in the destruction of several kingdoms by the monster tide. Meanwhile, Merlin is incredibly conflicted because she still has one wish she can use, to rescue you from the hero. However, if she uses this wish, she will only live for another year, after which her soul will be taken away. Chapter 150 Cerberus, the 10th Wish. After much hesitation, Merlin ultimately couldn't make up her mind. She still didn't want her soul to be taken. Of course, you didn't expect Merlin to use up his last wish so easily. After all, 99% of people in this world love themselves the most, so Merlin's last wish would definitely be used on himself. Fortunately, you never expected Merlin and the hero to use their last wish on you. Now, a year has passed, and because of the hero's disappearance, the whole world should be in chaos. Deep within the demon forest, the demon king spoke calmly. "The hero has been missing for a year, hasn't he?" "Yes, demon king. She doesn't seem to be dead yet. Since this guy isn't fulfilling his duties, let's just get rid of her." "Yes, demon king." 1 month later, on a deserted island, the hero says, "Arrow, don't be sad. Come on, smile. We're having devil shark for dinner tonight. Isn't fish your favorite food? Hearing the hero's words, you didn't even glance at her, your eyes blankly staring ahead. The hero wasn't angry at your indifference. She was already used to your attitude. What mattered now was that it was just the two of you here. You had her, and she only had you. You had no other choice. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from afar. Sensing this powerful and terrifying aura, you and the hero simultaneously looked towards the distance. It's finally here, you thought to yourself. The heroine's oppression turned incredibly serious. She realized she was no match for this aura. Then, a man using a brutal aura appeared before them. You recognized this man, Cerberus, the third demon general under the Demon King, also known as the legendary three-headed Hound of Hell. Originally a guard dog of hell, he became the Demon King's subordinate for unknown reasons. You should know that the Demon King's top 3 demon generals are all god-level beings. This means that Cerberus before us is a god-level monster, and the hero has absolutely no chance against him. Cerberus glanced at the hero, then at you, who looked utterly dejected, and said with a hint of disdain, I thought there was some other reason, but it turns out this is the kind of guy the hero is this time. You really don't deserve to continue in this position. You can give your last words now. Upon hearing Cerberus's words, the hero, without a word, drew her holy sword and slashed at Cerberus, but her attack missed. The next second, the scenery around you changed. Only red and black remained, with black rocks and red lava everywhere. Here, you felt the intense heat accelerating the depletion of your magic power. At the same time, Cerberus before you had transformed into the three-headed Hound of Hell. You and the hero were like 2 ants before it, the enormous size difference enough to make anyone feel despair. Then, you transformed into the Soul Flame Dragon Emperor, but even so, you were still very small before the three-headed Hound of Hell, like a mouse paired to a cat. Upon seeing you, Cerberus stared blankly for a moment before speaking. A dragon with a decent bloodline concentration, much stronger than that hero over there. How about it? Interested in joining the Demon King's army? Faced with Cerberus's invitation, you hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. The strength of this demon general before you far exceeded your expectations. You had considered the gap between god-level and emperor-level beings was large, but you hadn't imagined it to be this vast. Considering the current situation, following your heart seemed like the best choice. Seeing this, the hero's eyes widened in fury. She would rather join the Demon King's army than say another word to her. The hero completely broke down and launched a frenzied attack on Cerberus. However, in the face of the hero's attack, Cerberus simply raised its claw and slapped the hero down as if swatting a mosquito, knocking her directly to the ground. Cerberus's casual strike shattered every bone in the hero's body. The hero, weakened, watched you calmly fly beside Cerberus. Your cold gaze chilled her to the bone. Betrayal was like rubbing salt into a wound. Then, a beam of holy light descended upon the hero, instantly restoring her to full strength and increasing her power dramatically. However, the next second, Cerberus's claws fell again. This time, the hero still couldn't dodge. All the bones in his body were crushed by Cerberus once more. Then, Cerberus climbed down, looking at the struggling hero with a playful oppression, like a cat toying with a mouse. However, the hero's gaze remained fixed on you, never wavering. Cerberus, seeing this, understood something and said, It seems you care about him very much. Don't worry, after you die, I will offer him to the Demon King, so he can serve him well. The Demon King should also like this young and handsome dragon. Hearing words like, I will take care of your wife, the hero was so angry that he almost stood up. Then, he said with difficulty, Arrow, I am sorry for my life. I want to make my 10th wish now. Come with me. It is better to die than to fall into the hands of the Demon King. Hearing the hero's words, you felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. He was about to die and still wanted to take you with him? What a fool. You simply said, I'm sorry, hero. I told you from the beginning that wishes cannot endanger my life, so your wish is invalid. What if this is my wish? I want to leave with you. The hero looked at you expectantly. Then I'm even more unwilling. I can't wait to serve the Demon King, you suddenly said with a smile. Upon hearing your words, the heroine coughed up a mouthful of blood and anger, as if she could already see you living with the Demon King in the future. Cerberus watched you with amusement. It hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle. No, I won't allow it. Hero, what did you say? You will not be allowed to live with the Demon King. Is this your 10th wish? Upon hearing your words, the hero paused, then roared. My 10th wish is that after I die, you are not allowed to be with anyone and must live out your days alone, she screamed hysterically. Okay, thank you for your patronage. Your wish has been fulfilled. I will collect your soul in 1 year. If you die within this year, I will collect your soul earlier. Your oppression returned to the one you wore when you first met the hero. Seeing that smiling face, the hero suddenly realized something. Chapter 151, The Seed of the Demon King, Greedy Plunder. You've never liked me, have you? All that liking you before was just an act, wasn't it? Oh dear, you found out. Hero, you're so clever. But I've granted your wish, haven't I? It's an equal exchange. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Your wishes only last until your soul still ices. So once your soul disappears, I won't need to continue granting these wishes. The hero was so enraged he couldn't speak and almost stood up to fight you. But the next second, Cerberus's claws landed on the hero, killing him instantly in his extreme fury. After crushing the hero into a pulp, you can see that you have obtained his soul, and feeling it fills you with immense excitement. However, Cerberus focuses his gaze on you, and you feign fear as you look at him. You're quite good. You'll be an outstanding demon general. As he spoke, the surrounding scenery shifted, returning to the deserted island you had started on. Cerberus, now transformed back into the fierce-looking young man, tossed you a black seed and said, "Swallow it." Seeing this black seed, you felt a strange longing, but you knew it was definitely not a good thing. However, you had no other choice at the moment. So you swallowed the black seed whole, and instantly, intense demonic energy began to surge within your body. After absorbing this Demon King's seed, eat to the deepest part of the Demon Beast Forest. With that, Cerberus departed, leaving you alone to struggle. You can feel your magic power constantly increasing, and your levels slowly rising. This so-called Demon King seed can be considered a super advanced version of the Demon King's power. A month later, you finally absorb the Demon King's seed completely. After absorption, your eyes turn scarlet, like brilliant rubies, crystal clear and captivating at first glance. In addition, a red mark appeared between your brows, as crimson as blood. You no longer looked as beautiful and pure as before. Instead, every gesture you made yielded a powerful allure. Looking at your own transformation, you didn't feel anything was wrong because this Demon King seed had raised your level cap by a full 5 levels, bringing your level cap to 165, and your level itself had increased by 3 levels, reaching 135. Your magic power had also increased several times over. Most importantly, your mind hadn't been severely affected. Compared to the power of the Demon King, the positive effects of this Demon King's seed far outweigh those of the Demon King's power. After the mutation ended, you left the deserted island and flew deeper into the monster forest. At the same time, you began absorbing the souls of heroes, whose souls were far more powerful than those of ordinary Emperor-level efforts. You initially thought you would meet the Demon King on this journey, but you didn't. Instead, you met Cerberus, who led you to a huge stone tablet. On this tablet were 72 names written in the demon language, and the top 3 names, from top to bottom, were Kraken, Fenrir, and Cerberus. Looking at the names of these monsters from mythology, you felt incredibly uneasy, and at the same time, a sense of awe grew towards the Demon King. You now felt that even if you broke through to godhood, you would probably still find it difficult to defeat the Demon King. Then, Cerberus tells you to place your hand on the stone tablet, which you do. Soon after, Goblin's name appears on the tablet, and then it begins to rise rapidly, finally stopping at number 14. Seeing this, Cerberus nodded and said, "It's pretty much what I expected. From now on, you'll be the 14th demon general under the Demon King." "Yes," you replied. Cerberus then did not make things difficult for you and allowed you to leave. Meanwhile, the Demon King, peering from his crystal ball, gazed upon another world, seemingly plotting something. After you return to your territory, begin absorbing the souls of the heroes with all your might. In the 423rd year, the hero's soul was completely absorbed by you, and you mutated into the world-destroying demon dragon. Your level cap increased to 185, and your level increased to 140. But this is not your greatest gain. Your greatest gain is that your sin of greed has been amplified, granting you a new ability, the greedy act of plunder. The ability to greedily plunder is terrifying. In future battles, with each attack, you may be able to arbitrarily steal one of your opponent's skills for a short period of time, including special skills. While the skill is stolen, the opponent cannot use it. During this time, you gain full proficiency in that skill, and there is no limit to this theft. Additionally, you have a very small chance to randomly and permanently steal one of the opponent's skills. Looking at the newly added ability, you were somewhat shocked. After all, with your current strength, launching hundreds of attacks per second was no problem. If each attack had a chance to steal one of the opponent's skills, you couldn't even imagine how terrifying the boost to your bat power would be. If you were to go to the stone tablet again now, your ranking would definitely not stop at 14th place. In the same year, under your careful guidance, Goblin also advanced to the Emperor level. You were quite surprised when Goblin broke through because according to talent, Goblin should have broken through first, but now it was Goblin who broke through first. This situation can only be described as the unpredictability of life. No one can maintain a lead forever, and a slight misstep can lead to being overtaken by others. In the 449th year, Goblin also broke through to the Emperor level, being the 4th Emperor level powerhouse in your territory. Besides these things, a new hero has been born in the human world. However, this hero is not the same person you remember. You attribute this to the fact that it's too early and the second hero you remember hasn't been born yet, so the title of hero falls on this person. But to your disappointment, this hero is a man. Just as you were contemplating whether to use shape-shifting and disguise to transform yourself into a woman and deceive the new hero, Merlin arrived in the Hidden City. The reason she came to the Hidden City this time was because she had used up her 5th wish. For the past 100 years, she had lived a very lonely life, and wherever she went, she could think of you. After much deliberation, she used her last wish. Rather than continue suffering like this, she might as well enjoy a whole year. Chapter 152 is too evil. In the 450th year, you took Merlin's soul. Merlin was terrified when she left, much like the hero was when he left, and she seemed to want you to leave with her. You weren't angry about this. After all, you never had any expectations of the hero squad from the beginning. After absorbing Merlin's soul, your level increased by 1.5 levels, reaching level 141. You were somewhat surprised by this improvement. But thinking about it carefully, no matter what, Merlin is now an Emperor-level being with exceptional talent. He's arguably the most talented member of the hero squad besides the hero himself. You could even say that Merlin is the most innocent person in the entire hero squad, a pure pervert, with no other impurities in his mind besides lust. After resolving Merlin's matter, you stood before a mirror, using shape-shifting and disguise to be a female version of yourself. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in the mirror, you hesitated. You decide not to let the hero have it easy, or you'll use other methods to trick him into signing a contract. That same year, your subordinates discovered a group of sea dragons near the North Sea. Sea dragons are a subspecies of dragons, magical beasts with extremely high dragon bloodlines. Some sea dragons even have a bloodline concentration age-aiding 90%. You secretly visited the hero and discovered that he was still a child, full of dreams for the future. Although his soul was pure, it wasn't strong enough. So you decided to put the hero's affairs aside and head to the North Sea first. As for the hero's soul, you'd wait until he grew to the king level. Soon, you arrived at the North Sea. After arriving, you cautiously searched for the Sea Dragons clan in the vicinity. Only after arriving did you realize that you were very close to the territory of the Kraken, the giant sea monster of the North Sea. Although both are demon generals, you've heard that Kraken has quite a temper. Aside from serving the Demon King, it spends all its time sleeping in its own territory. I've heard that some demon generals who unintentionally disturbed it in the past were eaten by it in its morning grumpiness. Fortunately, your journey went relatively smoothly. It didn't take long before you found the sea dragon herd. Upon seeing it, you paused because these sea dragons were far too powerful. Their average strength was above the Emperor level, and one herd even had 3 Emperor-level beings far stronger than the Red Dragon herd you encountered before. Furthermore, these 3 Emperor-level beings are all hovering around level 140. Although you are powerful, you currently lack the ability to fight all 3 at once. As for calling upon Goblin and Goblin Demon, that's also not feasible, as the level difference between the two sides is too great. Realizing that you cannot resolve this group, you choose to return and try to persuade the hero first. However, you don't intend to use seduction on this hero again. In the 451st year, you used shape-shifting and disguise to transform into a woman, completely captivating the hero. He easily signed a contract with you, and you subsequently guided him as he grew stronger. In the 490th year, the hero obtained 2 legendary gems, reached the Emperor level, and made 7 wishes to you. Of course, you haven't let the hero touch you yet, mainly because you feel unaffordable with him, and this person in front of you is even more naive than the previous hero, almost like a simp. It wouldn't be any exaggeration to say he'd pour his heart out to you, but up to now, he still doesn't know you're a man. Seeing this, Goblin, who was watching the simulation, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. It was too abstract. It's like a top influencer offering you their entire fortune, but you've never even met them, and then you find out the recipient is a man. It's too abstract. What kind of online scam is this? Your other self, how could you do this? So evil. So despicable. However, the Goblin in the simulation cannot see his own plaints outside the simulation, and continues to focus on his career and constantly improve his strength. In the 520th year, the hero made his 10th wish, and you successfully attracted his soul. Your level cap increased to 188, and your level rose to 144. However, this time, you didn't mock him before you died. Until his death, you were his unwavering love. After absorbing the soul of this hero, you begin to anticipate the appearance of the net hero. You believe that as long as you absorb the souls of 100 or so heroes, you will eventually be able to raise the level cap to 200. In the 530th year, you arrived in the Demon King's territory. This time, you 72 demon generals were ranked again based on your strength. Most of the rankings remained largely unchanged, except for you, who jumped from 14th to 10th place, attracting considerable attention. You should know that the top 10 demon generals haven't changed in 1,000 years, but now, the 10th ranked Frost Giant has actually been pushed down by you. How could they not be shocked? After your ranking dropped, the Frost Giant, enraged, challenged you to a life-or-death battle. You gladly accepted. Although the Frost Giant was a higher level than you weren't afraid, since the Frost Giant couldn't possibly possess such an unreasonable skill as the 7 deadly sins. Regarding your challenge, most of the other demon generals stayed behind to watch, mostly out of curiosity. Apart from Kraken, who is currently serving the Demon King, Fenrir and Cerberus also chose to observe. Soon, you'll be fighting the Frost Giant. The Frost Giant is level 159, a full 15 levels higher than you. Its base stats are slightly higher, and it has about the same number of skills, but its total mana is much lower since you have mana overload. Only half an hour has passed since the start of your battle, and you've already stolen 11 skills from the Frost Giant. The frequency of skill theft by the sin of greed is much lower than you expected. Currently, each skill can only be temporarily stolen for about a day. Because you kept stealing its skills, the Frost Giant quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. It didn't understand why this was happening. The two of you were evenly matched, and it hadn't seen you use any special techniques, yet it was getting increasingly disadvantaged the more it fought. 3 days later, you successfully and permanently stole 1 skill from the Frost Giant, Frost Armor. This greatly increases your resistance to ice-type attacks. Additionally, you temporarily stole approximately 100 other skills from the Frost Giant. Chapter 153, Demon King Samuel. With 1 addition and 1 subtraction, the gap between you widens, and the Frost Giant's wounds multiply. The surrounding demon generals were utterly incredulous upon witnessing this scene. Normally, battles between Emperor-level beings took a considerable amount of time to reveal a difference in strength. Yet you and the Frost Giant had so easily determined a victory it was simply unbelievable. The Frost Giant looked at the surrounding demon generals with pleading eyes, hoping someone would rescue him. However, The demon generals were all indifferent, watching him with amusement, and none of them showed any intention of helping him. After all, if the frost giant dies, their ranking will rise by 1 place. Every 500 years, the demon generals receive a reward from the demon king. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. They couldn't be happier for the frost giant to die. Seeing the indifferent gazes around him, the frost giant felt the coldness of the world. Before, they addressed him respectfully as Lord Frost. But now, in this crucial moment, they all wish for his death. Why was his life so miserable? However, the frost giant did not give up on survival. Instead, he immediately began to flee, hoping that if he could reach the vicinity of the ice plains, he might still have a chance of survival. However, just as he began his escape, hundreds of deep red chains bearing dragon heads suddenly pursued him from behind. The moment these chains touched him, the dragon heads would clamp down on his body, binding him tightly in the blink of an eye, preventing his escape. The frost giant tried to break free of these chains, but as soon as he broke one, a new one would immediately appear from behind to bind him, seemingly endless. Then, the frost giant was forcibly dragged over by these chains. Watching itself get closer and closer, the frost giant's face was filled with terror. This is your emperor-level skill, Dragon's Lock. Once you use this move, hundreds of chains will firmly bind your opponent. If they break, it will consume a certain amount of your magic power, and then they will immediately regenerate. In addition to being extremely strong, these chains will also exert a strong suppressive effect on your opponent and will constantly draw magic power from your opponent to replenish your own. This move has extremely powerful control capabilities. Once locked in, unless you intentionally let it go, it's basically impossible to escape. However, the downside is that it consumes a lot of mana, but mana is the last thing you need. Originally, the frost giant only had his skills stolen, but now you're constantly plundering his magic power. He suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of malice, and it's incredibly painful. Even so, the frost giant did not give up the fight. After half a month, you successfully killed the frost giant. During this time, you gained 19 permanent skills, all of which were quite powerful and improve your strength to some extent. Then, in front of all the demon generals, you devoured the frost giant's corpse and its magic crystals, completely solidifying your position with the demon king. Afterwards, you returned to your territory and began absorbing the enhancements granted by the frost giants. Ultimately, your level increased by 1. You also gained several powerful new skills, including Giant's Might and Primal Body. However, the level cap hasn't been raised further, mainly because you haven't obtained the Frost Giant Soul. For you right now, the boost from Soul is far greater than that from magic crystals or corpses. In the SI 100th year, you received the Demon King's reward, and this was your first time meeting him. The Demon King's appearance was somewhat unexpected, as she appeared as a very pure and innocent young girl, without a trace of evil, making her extremely alluring. The Demon King glanced at you all, finally finding his gaze on you. Staring into his dark pupils, you felt a sudden, inexplicable tension. "You're Goblin." Her voice, unlike the Demon King's innocent appearance, was extremely aggressive, creating a stark contrast with her personality. "Yes, Lord Satan." Satan is a general term for demon kings. The 7 kings of hell can all be called Satan, such as Satan Lucifer, Satan Mammon, and the demon king before us, Satan Samael, the master of the sin of wrath. You only learned 40 years ago that the demon king of this world was actually Samael, the demon king representing the sin of wrath. Since there is the sin of wrath, there are other sins as well. Therefore, you're very curious about the current state of the other demon kings, whether they are in hell or somewhere else in this world. What you care about most is Mammon, who shares the same sin of greed as you. You're curious about what would happen if you encountered Mammon. Your reputation has been quite impressive lately. I've heard you even killed the frost giants. Although Samael was the original sin of rage, her emotions seemed remarkably stable. Yes. After exchanging only a few words, the Demon King stopped paying attention to you. Subsequently, you received the Demon King's reward. Upon seeing the reward, you were very surprised because the Demon King's reward was actually his blood, a total of 72 drops, each containing different amounts of energy. As the 10th ranked Demon General, the blood you received naturally contained extremely powerful Demon King energy. After obtaining the blood, you look up and find the Demon King staring intently at you. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, you notice a strange warmth in his eyes, though you also sense a certain familiarity in his oppression. Having realized this, you suspect the Demon King saw through your possession of the sin of greed, and you begin to feel nervous. However, after making you drink his blood, the Demon King released you, and nothing else happened. You are very cautious about this, because the other party may have already seen through your identity. After drinking the Demon King's blood, on your way back, you felt a strange palpitation. You stopped and began to eme in your body. Soon, you discovered the cause of your palpitations, the Demon King's blood. This blood not only provided you with a massive amount of magic power, but it was also enticing the ancestral bloodline within you. The concentration of your ancestral bloodline was constantly increasing. If it were any other bloodline, you would be overjoyed, but your ancestral bloodline is that of a goblin. Therefore, you are very dissatisfied with the fact that the Demon King's blood has awakened your ancestral bloodline. However, as your magical power increases, this dissatisfaction gradually dissipates. Chapter 154, The Eighth Demon General. Within your body, a bead somewhat similar to a Dragon Ball is slowly appearing, but this bead is green. You know this is goblin blood. Perhaps you should call this bead the Goblin Bead. As the Demon King's bloodline deepens, your goblin bloodline grows stronger. Simultaneously, you discover that a second magic crystal is forming within your body. Upon realizing this, you are shocked. Now, you possess both a goblin magic crystal and a dragon magic crystal. This is equivalent to having two lives. If you die in dragon form, you can be resurrected in goblin form, and vice versa. As for why this happens, after some research, you discover that the concentration of your goblin bloodline and dragon bloodline has both increased to an astonishing level. These two bloodlines, being of extremely high purity, are incompatible, resulting in two separate energies within your body. Your magical power far surpasses that of ordinary people. Enveloped in this powerful magic, the goblin and dragon bloodlines respectively formed a magic crystal and a bead containing their respective powers. This situation can only be described as a miracle. It's accidental and unrepeatable. Even you yourself aren't confident you can form a third magic crystal. At the same time, your level cap has been raised to 190. The boost from this drop of Demon King's blood is greater than you imagined. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the Demon King is a god-level powerhouse, even stronger than the Kraken. It's normal for her blood to greatly enhance you. Furthermore, when you absorb the Demon King's blood, you vaguely sense that the goblin blood she bestowed upon you is no less powerful than the blood given to the Kraken and their kind. After returning to your territory, you continue to try to lure the newborn hero, but this time the lure seems to be more difficult. Unlike the previous two heroes, this hero is extremely resilient. No matter how you try to COA him, he refuses to sign a contract with you. In the 630th year, you realize that this hero is a true hero, and he will not be fooled by your words. So you decide to kill him and go on to deceive the net hero. That same year, you found the hero again, this time a beautiful woman. However, you didn't care. A hero who couldn't improve your strength was just a hindrance. To someone as emotionless as you, even the most beautiful woman was merely a stumbling block on your path to success. Upon seeing your arrival, the hero remained calm, then said indifferently, "You've again. What brings you here this time?" You didn't answer the hero. The next second, the hero looked down in disbelief. You had pierced her abdomen. After confirming she was dead, you used the Wand of Resentment to drain the remaining magic from her body. The Wand of Resentment then evolved into a legendary level magic aura. Afterward, you left. After easily defeating the hero, you returned to the hidden city, awaiting the arrival of the net hero. Meanwhile, you began toying with the 3 legendary gems in your hands. Yes, you have obtained 3 legendary gems that can enhance a hero's power. You can sense that each legendary gem contains immense power. At the same time, you can also sense that these 3 legendary gems repel your power. If you were to swallow them, they would indeed bring you a significant boost, but your body would also suffer irreversible damage. So, up until now, you haven't consumed any legendary gems, but that doesn't mean you can't use them. You can equip these legendary gems onto your weapons, just like a hero wielding a holy sword. However, the power of legendary gems is terrifying. Only legendary grade weapons can equip them. However, your Wand of Hatred has just been upgraded to legendary rank today, so you plan to socket a legendary gem into it. After you picked up the blue legendary gem, the Wand of Hatred seemed to sense it beforehand. A groove the size of a legendary gem appeared on its dark body. You then set the legendary gem into it, and immediately you could feel the Wand of Hatred's power greatly enhanced. Although it didn't unlock any new skills like the Holy Sword, it was still quite good. In the 900th year, your level has increased to 145, a fairly fast pace of progress. However, you still haven't seen a new hero appear. You don't understand why, since according to past practice, a hero should have appeared long ago. Furthermore, you've heard other demon generals say that after the death of the previous hero, a new hero should appear within 30 years at the latest. But no new hero has appeared yet, and you don't understand why. Therefore, during this period, you can only cultivate silently while continuing to reap the rewards from corrupt souls. In the 1600th year, your level has increased to 149, and the concentration of your dragon bloodline has also increased to 91%. Due to the special nature of your bloodline, your current bloodline concentration is mainly reflected in the two beads, which have their own independent bloodline calculation methods. At the same time, your goblin bloodline has also increased to 95%. Your current level cap has been raised to 191. Meanwhile, your ranking among the demon generals has risen to 8th, but you know your actual strength is definitely more than that. With greed and plunder, you are capable of defeating the Sith-ranked opponent. You just haven't revealed it yet. In the same year, another very important event occurred. A hero who had disappeared for nearly 800 years suddenly reappeared. This new hero not only possessed Emperor-level strength, but also found 2 other legendary gems, making him incredibly powerful. When you met this hero, you were very surprised because you found that this hero looked very similar to the hero you killed last time. You suddenly realized that if the hero's soul hadn't been destroyed, this hero might have been reincarnated repeatedly. But why did she disappear for 800 years? You begin to ponder this question. After a long while, you came to the conclusion that this current hero, for some unknown reason, still possesses memories of her previous life. For the past 800 years, she has likely been biding her time. Thinking this, you decided to quickly eliminate this hero, preventing her from fully growing stronger. You didn't spend much time finding the hero again. You could tell from her eyes that she truly remembered you. Chapter 155, Holy Dragon Empire. Without any warning, you both attacked simultaneously. Now, your resentment staff has been upgraded to an immortal-grade magical artifact, also inlaid with 2 legendary gems. Now, your resentment staff is no less powerful than the hero's holy sword. In your very first exchange, the hero was blasted away by your terrifying magic. The hero stared at you in disbelief. After advancing to the Emperor level, most Emperor-level monsters were no match for her. Yet now she had been blasted away by you. This was simply impossible. You noticed the astonishment in the hero's eyes and a hint of disdain. The hero before you is indeed the most outstanding hero you've ever seen, but that's all there is to him. You, on the other hand, are a top-tier demon general possessing the sin of greed after numerous accumulations. If your level is high enough, you wouldn't just dare to challenge the hero in front of you. You could even challenge the 4th-ranked demon general who has reached level 200. However, this was only the first attack. She had no intention of giving up. Then, you cast a magical pulse at the hero. Sensing the danger, the hero dodged your attack immediately. The attack grazed her body, leaving a charred mark where she was struck, while a section of the mountain behind her was completely destroyed by your bombardment. Seeing the hero dodge your attack, you unleash a wide area, all-around attack. As you chant, the sky suddenly darkens, followed by a bolt of black lightning. The hero dodges hastily, and a huge black hole appears beneath her feet. Immediately afterwards, countless black lightning bolts rain down, filling the area within a 5-kilometer radius with black lightning, leaving virtually no gaps to dodge. It's safe to say that even a dog passing by would be blasted to ashes. The hero seizes fleeting opportunities, constantly weaving through the lightning. The slightest misstep will result in her being struck. And the hero is getting closer and closer to you. It's not that the hero doesn't want to escape this lightning domain, but because all escape routes are blocked by lightning. If he chooses to rush outwards, he will be hit by lightning one after another. As the hero drew closer, you aimed at him and cast the evil spirit curse. The black evil spirit struck the hero instantly. For a moment, the hero hesitated, and then black lightning struck him. 15 minutes later, the lightning finally dissipated, leaving the scene resembling a bottomless abyss. The hero had vanished without a trace. Instead of letting him escape, you transformed into a world-destroying dragon and began a frantic pursuit. Although you chased relentlessly, the hero's speed was incredibly fast, almost matching yours, making it difficult for you to catch up in a short time. Not long after, you followed the hero and ventured into the borders of the Holy Dragon Empire, one of the 3 great human empires. After chasing them here, you stopped, not continuing the pursuit on impulse. This is because the 3 great empires are different from the smaller kingdoms. Each of the 3 great empires possesses more than 20 emperor-level eperts, and these emperor-level eperts are far stronger than demon emperors of the same level. They're the strongest force of the human race. You realize that the hero may have deliberately lured you here, and to be on the safe side, you don't continue the pursuit. After you return to the hidden city, you know that it will be impossible to collect the hero's soul for the foreseeable future. Soon after, the hero led the Holy Dragon Empire's army to attack Hidden City. Looking at the vast Holy Dragon Empire army in the distance, you were filled with melancholy. Previous heroes had mostly fought alone, and most with a small squad. No one had ever brought an army like the hero before you. Furthermore, you discover that the Holy Dragon Empire's army is extremely powerful, and it also boasts emperor-level eperts, including the Holy Dragon Empire's top fighter and the continent's #1 swordsman. You can see that the sword god's level is far higher than yours, at least level 180 or higher. You feel completely overwhelmed. Besides the sword god, the other 5 emperor-level powerhouses are also very strong. You realize that this time you're really in trouble. Because right now, besides you, Goblin, Gobla, and Moli who recently advanced to the Emperor level, there are no other Emperor level eperts in your territory. Furthermore, apart from you, the other 3 are not at a high level. Soon the 2 sides clashed. Although you are indeed somewhat inferior to the human race in terms of top-tier bat power, you have an absolute advantage in terms of army. The average strength of your legion is no less than that of the Holy Dragon Legion of the Holy Dragon Empire, and they are equally disciplined. Moreover, you have an absolute advantage in numbers. In the early stages of the war, it was always the hero leading the Holy Dragon Legion in battle, and the Holy Dragon Legion was completely unable to defeat you. You can see that this battle seems to be a trial for the hero, with the Holy Dragon Empire serving as a whetstone for him. As the heroes were forced into retreat, the Holy Dragon Legion finally fielded a new Emperor-level epert. This Emperor-level epert was the weakest besides the heroes, but even he was still above level 150. His appearance immediately changed the situation. He is a mage with wide-area damage spells. To prevent your legion from being affected by him, you must focus all your efforts on defense, maintaining the hidden city's magical shield and preventing the enemy's Emperor-level fighter from harming your legion. As time passed, all SI Emperor-level powerhouses of the Holy Dragon Legion, including the hero, attacked your shield. However, thanks to your resentment wand, inlaid with 2 legendary gems and possessing strength comparable to a saint-level weapon and your unfathomable magical power, you managed to withstand the onslaught of the SI Emperor-level powerhouses. Initially, the several Emperor-level powerhouses of the Holy Dragon Empire were somewhat dismissive of your resistance. However, after 3 months, all SI of them, including the hero, deeply respected you. During this time, you launched several counterattacks and permanently stole some skills from them that were neither too strong nor too weak. 3 years later, the great war between humans and demons continues. Before, you had your legion to help you, but now, most of your legion has been slaughtered. Even holding off SI powerful Emperor-level eperts alone is being increasingly difficult, and you feel a long-forgotten depletion of your magical energy. Furthermore, both Moli and Gobmo have already perished in battle. Now, you only have Gobla, an Emperor-level being, still helping you. Clearly, the situation is hopeless. Chapter 156 Simulation ends. Greedy plunder. In the end, Hidden City fell, but you also inflicted heavy losses on the enemy. The Holy Dragon Legion, known as the most powerful human race, suffered more than half its casualties in this battling achievement never before attained by any demon general in history. Of course, the main reason is that humans generally don't provoke the top 10 demon generals. You and Gobra ultimately faced SI Emperor-level powerhouses, including the hero. As time passed, after Gobra shielded you from the Sword God's attack, he was cleaved in two by the hero's sword, leaving you alone in the end. Although you are now alone, your SI opponents dare not underestimate you. Each of them went all out, and in the end, at the cost of one of them being seriously injured, they completely pierced through your body. Your Dragon Ball shattered with a bang, and as they watched your life force gradually fade away, each of them was filled with awe. This war is finally ing to an end. In a fair 1v1 battle, none of them would have been confident of killing you. Even the Sword God wasn't sure if you could escape from him. However, just when everyone thought you were about to die, you suddenly stood up. Your Dragon Ball was indeed broken, and you had used up all your other means of survival, but you had 2 lives, and your Goblin bloodline was still alive. Your sneak attack caught everyone off guard. Your claws pierced the hero's body. It was too late for the hero to retaliate. You stabbed a gaping hole in her abdomen. The hero was already severely injured. Her regenerative abilities long past their limit. This attack essentially sealed her fate. Seeing this, the others attacked you again, and you ultimately died at their hands. However, you killed the hero, severely injured 2 Emperor-level beings, and one of them suffered a permanent wound. Simulation complete. 4,806,000 evaluation points awarded. Evaluation. Top-tier demon general, hero killer, human nightmare, second-tier sin of greed, a succubus masquerading as a greedy demon. Seeing the rating given by the system this time, you were a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. After all, you killed 4 heroes and a demon general in this life, and your level was much higher than in the previous life. The reason why the evaluation in the previous life was peak Emperor level was because the level cap in the previous life was only that high. The level in this life has aged the level cap of the previous life. Furthermore, you have attained the second stage of the sin of greed in this lifetime, which should also be an important reason for the increase in evaluation points. You can use your rating points to redeem the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1 stage, consuming 50,000 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly up to the level cap. Option 3. Prophecy LV.1, Beast Aura LV.4. Each level increases by 30,000 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly up to the level cap. Option 7. Upgrade the Sin of Greed to Stage 2. Gain Greedy Plunder, consuming 3 million evaluation points. Option 8. Gain the talent Magic Overload, consuming 1,500,000 evaluation points. Upon seeing the options, Goblin quickly made his choice. First, Magic Overload and Greedy Plunder are definitely needed, which consumes 4.5 million points. There are 300,060 points left. Goblo chooses to upgrade Beast Aura to the minimum level and then upgrade Prophecy to level 3, which consumes 270,000 points. In the end, Goblo had 36,000 points left. Although there were still some skills he could buy, Goblo chose to save these points and wait until the next simulation to draw talents. After the simulation ended, Goblo breathed a long sigh of relief. The items that came out after the simulation were getting more and more pensive. This time he had earned nearly 5 million points, but he had spent them all in one go. In the future, he should try his best to upgrade to the God level. Goblin then went outside and took a deep breath of fresh air. He had originally intended to buy memories, but the memories of this life were far too expensive. If he were to buy memories, he would have to give up either Magic Overload or Greedy Plunder, which he naturally couldn't afford to do. Goblo's simulation took place at night, so he emerged at night after the simulation ended. Since he didn't purchase any memories this time, he felt refreshed and decided to cultivate all night. The next morning, he received another free simulation attempt, but Goblo was still in no hurry to use it. After obtaining the sin of greed, the number of magic crystals he needed for the net simulation had increased. However, he had to terms with it now, and simulating once a month was not bad, as it would allow him to steadily improve his strength. As for now, his current strength is more than enough to deal with the dragon bones in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, so Goblin didn't waste any time. After explaining the precautions to Gobmo and the others, he immediately set off. He's already moving very fast. This round trip, including obtaining the Dragon Balls, shouldn't take more than a month. Thinking of the Dragon Balls, Goblin swallowed hard, still vividly remembering the painful feeling he had when he first obtained them. Soon, Goblin set off. Due to the different timeline from the past and the simulation, Goblin encountered some unexpected situations on the road. For example, just 3 days after leaving, Goblin ran into an old acquaintance. Anara, a Lord-level powerhouse of the Oni race, was the same Oni whose son was killed by Goblin in the previous simulation. However, this time, after seeing Goblin, Anara did not act rashly. Instead, he cautiously observed Goblin. He could sense that Goblin was very strong, so he had no intention of provoking him. However, just because he didn't provoke Goblin doesn't mean Goblin doesn't want to provoke him. Goblin will deal with this guy sooner or later, so he didn't hesitate to make a move now. Seeing Goblin's actions, Anara also immediately retaliated. As for why Goblin attacked him, he hadn't thought about it. After all, battles between demons were inherently unreasonable. If you encountered one, you just had to fight it out. Soon, Anara unleashed his Ajra demon, a powerful ghostly figure appearing behind him. However, Goblin did not use his demonic statue. Instead, he cast a body enhancement spell and a rampage charm on himself and engaged in direct bat with him. After all, even in a head-on fight, Anara was definitely no match for him. Meanwhile, Goblin wanted to try out what it felt like to use the greedy plunder skill. Chapter 157, The Three-Pronged Plunder, the Harpy. The moment they clashed, Goblin's fist landed on Anara's face. At the same time, Goblin's first punch triggered greedy plunder, stealing Anara's most proficient weapon, the Demon Claw. Anara, who was about to attack with a Ghost Claw, first felt his mind go blank, and then when he tried to retaliate, he found that he suddenly didn't know how to use the Ghost Claw he was supposed to use. Anara felt as if he had been hit and lost his memory. Then, he saw a pitch-black claw ing towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his own Ghost Claw. Because the ghostly claw came so fast, Anara couldn't even react in time. In the blink of an eye, he was struck hard in the abdomen. Anara felt his internal organs churning, and he almost vomited up the stag he had eaten that morning. And what's worse, Anara didn't know if it was just bad luck, but the second attack stole another skill from him, and this time it was a permanent steal. Moreover, the skill stolen was Ajra Demon. Anara immediately dispelled the Ajra Demon state, and then Goblin's net attack knocked Anara down, while also stealing another skill from Anara. Having 3 skills stolen in a row left, not only Anara dumbfounded, but Goblin was also feeling somewhat incredulous. If he hadn't transmigrated, he would have gone to buy 2 lottery tickets today. However, after that, Goblin's attacks failed to steal any more skills, but this bow of skills was enough to keep Anara warm all day. Anara then struggled to his feet, unable to use the Ajra Demon, his own strength reduced by at least 20%. When Anara's followers saw that their lord was in trouble, they rushed over to help. However, at that moment, a demonic golem appeared behind Goblin. Unlike before, Goblin's demonic golem looked much stronger. This is because of the fusion of the Ajra Demon and Goblin's demon statue. If Greedy Plunder plunders a skill with a very high patability, it will fuse the 2 skills into a more powerful skill, or add all the proficiency of the plundered skill to its other skill. It's no wonder it's one of the 7 deadly sins. It's completely unreasonable. Even if I can only live on welfare every month from now on, my speed of improvement in strength will still be astonishing. Of course, this only happens with permanent raids. After raiding Anara's Ajra Demon, Goblin's demonic statue skill went directly from level 1 to level 4. Skills like Ajra Demon and demonic statue require nearly 100,000 evaluation points to level up even once. So going directly to level 4 was a significant gain. Then, the demonic golem behind Goblin struck out with its claw, piercing the chest of a charging leader-level demon. Goblin then went on a rampage, slaughtering the demons. In no time, He had wiped out all the demons that Anura had brought with him. Looking at Anura, who was slumped on the ground with a blank stare, Goblin showed no mercy and smashed his head with a single claw. He then devoured all the corpses, leaving the magic crystals behind. Because of the characteristic that inferior demons would absorb the blood of superior demons by eating their flesh, Goblin felt a significant increase in ghostly energy within his body. However, Goblin did not reject these ghostly energies. In the last simulation, Goblin beads similar to Dragon Balls appeared in his body, giving him 2 lives. So, Goblin tried to use his magic to completely envelop these ghostly energies, just like in the simulation. He wanted to see if he could find an item similar to the ghost bead. Of course, he knew the chances of success were slim, so he was just trying. Moreover, although he had only just obtained the magic overload, his magic power was already several times that of a magical beast of the same level, and the magic overload had already increased his magic power by 10% the moment he obtained it. He does indeed have the resources to try. If I could actually squeeze out a bead and a magic crystal with my powerful magic, just like in the simulation, I'd be rolling in it. It wouldn't just be a boost in strength, but also an extra life. This is the real world, and I'd take as many lives as possible. However, Goblin's first attempt only managed to condense some of the ghostly energy, and no other changes occurred. He then sighed, realizing that the total amount of magic power was still insufficient. If he could reach the astonishing magic power in the simulation, he should be able to succeed. Goblin then continued his journey toward the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Along the way, he encountered a number of magical beasts of all levels, from lord level to ordinary beasts, and he didn't let a single one escape. It wasn't until the 6th day that Goblin encountered another situation on the road, a group of humans fighting a lord-level Oni. These humans were clearly at a disadvantage and were about to suffer casualties. If it were according to Goblin's usual personality, he might have gone to the rescue, but after so many simulations, Goblin knew that getting involved with humans would never end well. Therefore, Goblin chose to respect the fate of others and give up his desire to help them. He left without looking back, though he could vaguely hear screams behind him. But he didn't care. On the 9th day of his journey, Goblin discovered a harpy's lair on the road. It was a creature with a woman's body, wings on its arms, legs of an eagle, and a venomous tail of scorpion. The harpy facing them wasn't wearing any clothes to cover her body, which made Goblin's blood boil. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it's a magical beast. It would be abnormal for a monster to cover its own body, like myself. However, most of the harpies here are only elite-level harpies. The faces of these low-level harpies have not yet fully evolved, and they look somewhat like wild beasts and are not beautiful. Harpies of the leader level and above are different. Their appearance is much more delicate. The higher the rank of the harpy, the more beautiful it is. However, Goblin didn't like harpies. After all, harpies' greatest hobbies were defecating on other people's heads and stealing food from humans, which was a very perverse taste. For Invincible, several harpies have just flown directly above Goblin, and you can tell from their postures that they are about to do something rather unseemly. Upon seeing this, Goblin's already green face turned even greener, and he quickly dodged away. Chapter 158, The Strong Humiliate the Weak. As Goblin dodged, a large cloud of white bird droppings fell from the sky. Seeing this, Goblin was furious. This was the first time anyone had actually dared to defecate on his head. These harpies were asking for death. Seeing Goblin frantically dodge their excrement, the harpies flying overhead chuckled. The next second, Goblin conjured a magic cannon and hurled it directly at one of the harpies. Boom! One of the harpies was blown to pieces, and a black magic crystal fell from the sky. Goblin caught it just in time. Seeing this, the other harpies around screamed in terror and immediately cast a curse on Goblin. Goblin showed no mercy to these harpies. After all, harpies were no good birds, and if you were to be infatuated with their beautiful and alluring figures, you would be devoured by them until not even bones and scraps were left. With these screams, a large number of harpies flew out of the nest. The lowest ranking of these harpies was elite, while the higher ranking ones were leader level. In the very center, the one with fiery red feathers and the most beautiful appearance was a leader level harpy. The next second, the harpies unleashed their curses on Goblin. The simultaneous curses from hundreds of harpies were terrifying, and Goblin felt a momentary daze. His strength, speed, magic, and life were all temporarily weakened, mainly because Goblin had an anti-magic shell that blocked a large part of the damage from the curse, so he seemed to be doing all right now. However, after realizing this, Goblin's gaze towards the harpies became intense. The harpies' curse could actually affect him, and once they leveled up, it should also be able to affect some more powerful enemies. He had initially thought that the harpies' curses could only affect one person at a time, but now it seemed that their curses could be stacked, proving that this race did have some merit. In his memory, he seemed to have subdued some harpies, but he hadn't really trained them back then. Now, however, he could give it a try. Thinking of this, Goblin focused his gaze on the harpy leader. Under Goblin's gaze, the harpy leader felt a pang of fear. Normally, a leader-level creature cursed by so many harpies should be kneeling on the ground in agony, struggling in pain, and then dying in agony soon after. Why does this guy seem completely unharmed now, and even look at me with such fervor? The next second, Goblin condensed another magic cannon, but this time the power was much weaker, and he shot it directly at the harpy leader. Seeing this, the harpy leader swung her feet, and a moon blade met Goblin's magic cannon. In the blink of an eye, the moon blade was shattered, and at the same time, the magic cannon hit the harpy leader's wing. Then, the harpy leader felt a pain in her wing and discovered that her once beautiful feathers had been burned off, and her body had been unbalanced. Boom! Before she could react, the second attack struck again, hitting the harpy's other wing. The harpy leader, who was in flight, immediately plummeted to the ground. The surrounding harpies, terrified by this sight, abandoned their leader and fled. Seeing this, Goblin was speechless. These harpies really had many flaws. They were vicious, cruel, cowardly, not very intelligent, and had no sense of loyalty. As for their beauty, they couldn't pair to the elves, since high-level harpies were rare. Most harpies have a very ordinary appearance. Their only attractive feature is their figure, but they also have eagle legs, which diminishes their charm considerably. Moreover, most harpies are basically unambitious. If they are considered elites after reaching adulthood, they will likely remain elites for life and will never strive for anything. Despite having decent talent, this race rarely produces strong individuals. Goblin walked unhurriedly toward the harpy leader. Seeing Goblin approaching, the harpy leader was filled with fear. She had been unable to withstand Goblin's slight attack. She now understood that there was a difference between leaders. She quickly used a life-restoring spell on herself, then stood up and staggered as she tried to escape. But when she turned around, she found that she couldn't run anymore. Goblin had grabbed her scorpion tail. Then Goblin pulled her over with a sudden burst of strength. In his current human form, he wasn't very tall, only 1.8 meters. Of course, he could revert to his normal monster form, but Goblin was somewhat unwilling. Therefore, she is much shorter than a harpy. Harpies are relatively small in size among monsters, and although the leader in front of her has a baby face, she is actually 3 meters tall. Goblin looked at the harpy's pitiful appearance, on the verge of tears, but felt no sympathy. Since he had made up his mind to subdue some harpies, he would not be soft-hearted. Goblin quickly drafted a soul contract, which then floated in front of the harpy. Drip a drop of blood on it, and you'll never die if you follow me. Upon hearing Goblin's words, the harpy leader immediately plied. She was truly afraid of dying. Goblin killed members of a clan for no reason, and now forcibly captured their clan leader. He wouldn't consider whether the harpy would feel wronged. As the saying goes, in a world of monsters, survival of the fittest prevails, and the strong will humiliate the weak. Moreover, as long as the other party doesn't betray him, Goblin can guarantee that the other party will only be better off in the future than they are now, making him a very conscientious character in Warcraft. Soon, after the contract was signed, the harpy understood her duty. From now on, the person in front of her would be her master. If she betrayed him, her soul would be taken away, her flesh and magic crystal would be devoured, and nothing would be left. Master, the harpy said tremblingly in the demon language. What's your name? My name is Sasha. Upon hearing this tongue-twisting name, Goblin nodded and said, Sasha, you should know your responsibilities now. Yes. How long will it take for your injury to heal? Chapter 159 Dragon Emperor's Tomb. Master, just give me a little time, I'll recover soon. After saying that, the harpy cast a life-restoring spell on herself. A black and gold aura appeared on her body, and then it could be seen that the charred wounds on her body were gradually healing. The main reason was that Goblin had held back in his previous attack, which is why Sasha was able to recover so easily. Before long, the injury in that area had lessened considerably, although some feathers had not yet grown back. Once you've recovered, go back and gather your people. Stay obediently in your lair. I'll take you away when I return. If you disobey, I think you know what the price will be. Yes, Sasha understands, Master. Upon hearing the reply, Goblin nodded and left. It made perfect sense to go out and subdue a tribe. Goblin then left. The contract he made with Sasha stipulated that Sasha must absolutely obey his orders. Otherwise, she would be breaking the contract. If Goblin doesn't see Sasha and a group of harpies obediently staying near their lair when he returns, her soul will be taken by Goblin. Of course, the quality of souls forcibly taken like this is usually very low. However, Goblo's goal is not the other person's soul, but simply to make them obedient. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Goblin felt a surge of excitement. Because he was traveling alone, Goblin was extremely cautious. After setting up some traps nearby, he began chanting incantations to lift the curse on the Dragon King's tomb. Goblin quickly broke the curse on the graveyard. After glancing around and making sure no one was around, he entered the Dragon Emperor's graveyard. However, perhaps due to the slightly different timing, not long after the goblins entered, several humans arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. The humans looked at the entrance to the tomb in front of them, and they were all somewhat bewildered. Female warrior, what's going on? I remember this place wasn't like this before. Why is there suddenly an entrance with a dragon head on it? Male pastor, would you like to go in and take a look? The female mage said, let's not. I feel like it's dangerous here. Let's report this information to the Adventurers Guild. Maybe we can get some rewards. The male priest said, but I want to go in and see. Maybe there's some incredible opportunity inside that can help us break through our current limitations and stop us from having to struggle so hard in the monster forest like we do now. Hearing the male pastor's words, the two hesitated for a moment. Indeed, opportunities are rare and hard to buy. If they miss this chance, they might never have another. After some hesitation, the three of them decided to go in anyway. The three then went inside, but as soon as they reached the entrance to the cemetery, the female mage immediately said, watch out, there's a trap. Upon hearing the female mage's words, the other two immediately dodged, and an explosion occurred right where they were. These three are all very powerful, all of them being Lord-level efforts, which is one of the reasons why they dared to E in. Although the three had dodged Goblin's traps, they still suffered some injuries. At this moment, the male priest's expression changed as he looked at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. If the entrance alone was so dangerous, wouldn't it be even more dangerous if they actually went inside? This is too dangerous. Let's report this to the Adventurers Guild. The male priest was already having second thoughts. However, the female mage who had previously opposed the idea now stepped forward. No, let's go in. The traps here are probably not the original traps in this cemetery, but were set by someone else. Some people have already gone in. If we follow behind and someone clears the way for us, it should be much safer. Upon hearing the female mage's words, the other two nodded in agreement, indicating that they were fighting under her leadership. Meanwhile, Goblin, who had entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb, discovered that the magical traps he had set up on the perimeter had been triggered. Has someone entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Goblin thought to himself, then became more vigilant. He had never encountered anyone other than himself entering the Dragon Emperor's tomb before, but this could very likely trigger some of the traps within the tomb. This might cause some unexpected trouble. Thinking of this, Goblin frowned, very dissatisfied with the people who had broken in. He could only speed up the process of entering the Dragon Emperor's chamber, while the human adventurer team. The traps inside the Dragon Emperor's tomb have been triggered, and he is now being chased by a group of Dragonbone soldiers. Didn't you say there were people clearing the way ahead? It wasn't that dangerous? The male priest roared as he ran. The female mage did not answer the other party's question, but instead conserved her energy to continue running, lest she be caught up by the dragonbone soldiers behind her. She had just fought against these terrifying creatures, and these dragonbone soldiers were at least at the leader level, with some even reaching the lord level. Furthermore, they possess extremely high resistance to magic, and with so many of them, once surrounded, they could easily find themselves in danger. Goblin could vaguely hear the screams, ing from outside. Before long, a squad of dragonbone soldiers appeared in front of him. Goblin's face turned black when he saw this. All of this could have been avoided. It was all because of those troublesome guys. Fortunately, these dragonbone soldiers were no match for Goblin. At most, they only slowed him down. Thinking of this, Goblin immediately attacked the dragonbone soldiers in front of him, scattering them with a magic cannon shot. However, the number of these dragonbone soldiers was astonishing, with a squad of 30. Goblin was unable to use wide-range destructive magic in the Dragon Emperor's secret realm, and could only fire one magic bullet at a time, which was not very efficient. Fortunately, Goblin's attack speed was fast, fierce, and sustained, and he killed all the dragonbone soldiers within a minute. He then sped up, knowing that it would be troublesome if he got entangled with more dragonbone soldiers. After all, there were tens of thousands of dragon bones in this cemetery that belonged to soldiers, and once entangled, it would be difficult to escape. Chapter 160, Another Secret Chamber. The true treasure of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Of course, these dragonbone soldiers could not have been dragons in their previous lives. They were just magical beasts that had been tainted with a trace of dragon blood in their previous lives. Before their lifespan was about to end, every dragon could basically sense that their death was ing. At that time, they would begin preparing their dragon tombs, burial goods, and people of their own kind to be buried with them. Yes, these dragonbone soldiers were all unlucky in life. After the dragon tomb was built, they were all buried alive in the Dragon Emperor's tomb with the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Because they were used and then abandoned, these magical beasts with a trace of dragon blood would generate extremely strong resentment before they died. Furthermore, they themselves possess a trace of dragon blood. Immersed in the corpse of the Dragon Emperor, they will soon be back to life in another form after death, being mindless zombie puppets who only know how to kill, and killing any intruders who break into the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It must be said that they are an extremely pathetic group of creatures. They were used before they died, and after they died, they had to unconsciously guard the Dragon Emperor's corpse, completely drained of their last drop of value. Although Goblin had increased his speed, he was soon surrounded by a large number of dragonbone soldiers. These dragonbone soldiers came in various shapes and sizes, some resembling tigers, some resembling wild boars, and all sorts of other types. Of course, in Goblin's eyes, they were all the same, since he could easily take out one or several with a single magic cannon shot. However, as Goblin was fighting, a huge roar suddenly came from afar. Upon hearing this sound, Goblin frowned. Those guys who came in after him were actually using wide-range attack magic in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Didn't these guys know the consequences of using wide-range attack magic in such a small and cramped space? Goblin then discovered that the surrounding stone walls were beginning to collapse. The entire Dragon Emperor's tomb, except for the walls of the Dragon Emperor's secret chamber, which were made of refined iron, was made of ordinary iron blocks. Over time, these ordinary iron blocks had long been rusty and had lost their original toughness. How could they possibly withstand a large-scale magical attack? Fortunately, Goblin's body was strong enough that the falling iron blocks did not have a significant impact on him. Goblin ran towards the Dragon Emperor's chamber, but along the way, as the surrounding iron blocks continued to collapse, an exquisitely crafted giant iron gate, carved with dragon reliefs, appeared in front of Goblin. Goblin had never seen this iron gate before when he came to the Dragon Emperor's secret realm, but judging from the current situation, the iron gate was covered by countless rusty iron blocks and a large number of stones. In the past, Goblin had allowed the goblins to pry off the iron blocks and take them away, but he never had any interest in the stones. After all, no one would travel a long distance to bring a pile of stones that could be found anywhere back to their territory. So I always overlooked this place before. After all, who would have thought that such an exquisite iron gate was hidden behind a pile of big rocks? Then, Goblin used brute force to push the huge iron gate open. Like the Dragon King's tomb, the secret chamber inside this iron gate also has walls made of refined iron. However, In the very center of the secret chamber lies a huge dragon egg, and around the dragon egg is a mountain of gold made up of countless gold coins. Seeing this, Goblin realized that this was the real treasure in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. The one under the Dragon Emperor's corpse was just a smokescreen. Goblin had always wondered how the Dragon Emperor's treasure could be so meager. While 10 million gold coins is indeed an unimaginable fortune for ordinary people, this is the Dragon Emperor, and the greedy dragon race's life savings should be far more than that. However, Goblin's gaze was not on the treasures, but on the giant dragon egg in the center of the treasure. The dragon egg was dark blue all over, with thin dragon scales on it, but now these scales were dull and lifeless. If it were a normal dragon egg, it should be completely transparent, and you should even be able to see the embryo inside. However, the dragon egg was bluish-black all over, proving that its vitality was already very weak, with only a trace of life remaining. In a few more years, this trace of life should completely disappear. Fortunately, this dragon egg has been discovered now. If we take it back, once the dragon inside hatches, it will be a powerful assistant in the short term. After carefully storing the dragon egg, Goblin began using the gold coins to exchange for some items. First, he used 5 million gold coins to buy the Wand of Hatred that he had always longed for. Then, he used absolute reason and clear mind to purchase these items. After that, there was still a treasure worth 95 million gold coins left. Besides, at the deepest part of the room, there was a treasure chest of moderate size. He walked over and opened the chest. Inside, 3 bright red, crystal-clear red gems lay quietly. These were dragon blood gems, gems formed from the essence and blood of a Dragon Emperor-level creature. A dragon of the Dragon Emperor level can only condense 3 dragon blood gems in its lifetime. Dragon blood gems can be inlaid into any weapon and will bring a certain degree of improvement to the weapon. If these 3 dragon blood gems are inlaid into the resentment wand, the resentment wand can instantly be upgraded from a brilliant level equipment to an epic level equipment. Without hesitation, Goblin immediately set the 3 gems into the socket. After being inlaid with 3 dragon blood gems, the Wand of Hatred immediately evolved as expected. Dragon patterns appeared clearly on the originally jet black wand, and the wand also grew much longer. The magic power contained within it was enough to make any Lord-level monster covet this weapon. Wand of Hatred. All spells cast using this wand are increased by 5 levels, up to a minimum of Lord-level spells. Mana consumption is reduced by 70%, and casting speed is increased by 100%. It ES with the Soul Imprisonment skill and 1 Dragon Soul Summoning skill. Dragon Soul Summoning. This ability allows you to summon a peak-level Lord-class Dragon Soul to aid you in battle. As the level of the Wand of Hatred increases, the level of the summoned Dragon Soul will also increase. Goblin was very satisfied with upgrading the Wand of Hatred. This time, he had turned misfortune into blessing. Although it had taken up some time, he had gained more wealth. Then, just as Goblin stepped out of the secret room, intending to clear the ruins and go to another secret room to retrieve the Dragon Balls, a heavily wounded human female warrior appeared before him. Upon seeing Goblin, the female warrior was startled, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. Goblin stared coldly at her, took out his Wand of Hatred, and fired a black magic cannon at her. Chapter 161, Absorbing the Dragon Balls. Huge changes. This time, Goblin didn't hold back and went all out. Since the Dragon Emperor's tomb had already collapsed, he had nothing left to worry about. Faced with Goblin's attack, the female warrior felt a sense of desolation. She now deeply regretted entering the Dragon King's tomb. Her 2 Panions had already been crushed to death by the rubble when the tomb collapsed. Only she managed to escape from the endless dragon bone soldiers and the constantly collapsing tomb. But she didn't expect that after barely surviving, she would still encounter a new enemy. So she used all her remaining strength to resist Goblin's attack. However, after obtaining the Wand of Hatred, Goblin's strength increased dramatically, and the female warrior's counterattack seemed so powerless in the face of his attack. Her body was instantly blasted to pieces. Goblin then used soul imprisonment, attempting to imprison the opponent's soul, but failed. The Wand of Hatred could only imprison the souls of enemies 1 level lower than himself. And at this point, it could only imprison the souls of leaders. The female warrior's strength had reached the Lord level, so naturally she couldn't imprison her. However, the opponent's flesh and blood can be devoured by the wand of hatred, being nourishment for the wand of hatred. Unlike his simulated self, the real goblin is very calm. Before gaining absolute power, he will not be seduced by any beauty. He has no illusions about having a wonderful encounter with a human female adventurer. In his eyes, the cunning humans are far less trustworthy than the elves. The only partner he can find in the future is a race like the elves, who are all honest and kind young ladies. After dealing with the female warrior, Goblin headed towards the Dragon Emperor's chamber. Due to the collapse of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, he encountered many difficulties along the way, spending most of his time clearing rubble and making way. Upon arriving at the Dragon Emperor's tomb, it was already the 19th day of the month. Goblin then followed the procedure, opened the iron gate to the Dragon Emperor's secret chamber, and just like in the simulation, obtained the Dragon Ball, easily defeated the Dragon Bone, and collected the treasure. The whole trip was incredibly smooth, and it didn't even take a full day. Goblin then immediately swallowed the Dragon Ball on the spot. With the Dragon Emperor's tomb collapsed and a long time to get out, absorbing the Dragon Ball would greatly increase his power. As Goblin absorbed the Dragon Ball's power, a familiar pain surged through every corner of his body. Because his current level has not yet reached the peak of the leader level, the pain he felt was even more intense than in the simulation. However, he still managed to endure it and successfully absorb the Dragon Ball in just 1 week. At the same time, just like in the simulation, you mutated into a soul-devouring dragon but you did not break through to the Lord-level creature. You are still a leader-level creature, with a level cap that is 40 levels higher than that of a normal leader-level creature. Your attributes have been greatly improved. Name, Goblin. Race, soul-devouring dragon at the boss level, the level cap is increased by 41. The base values of all 4 main attributes are increased by 50%, and the spirit attribute is increased by an additional 500%. Template. Boss, demon evolution. After evolution, attributes are 1.5 times that of normal evolution, and 35 new skills are gained. Grade, 5,590, 0%. Physical strength, 550. Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Spirit, 900. Charisma, 88. Skill, the Sin of Greed, Phase 2, Greedy Plunder. Absolute Rationality, Clear Mind, Dragon Servant Summoning LV.1, Dragon Soul Chains LV.1, Dragon Breath LV.1, Dragon Power LV.1, Dragon Eye LV.1, Dragon Might LV.1, Dragon Transformation Special Skill. Talent, Mana Overload. Equipment, Wand of Hatred Epic. After absorbing the Dragon Balls, Goblin's attributes underwent a dramatic change. However, to his surprise, his level cap increased by 41 levels. According to his memories from the simulation, if he were at the boss level now, his level cap should have increased by 40 levels and then decreased to level 37 after advancing to the Lord level. However, Goblin quickly figured out the reason for such a significant increase in strength was that when he was absorbing the Dragon Balls, his level was lower than his simulated self. The weaker he was, the greater the increase in strength. The reason for this was that the weaker he was, the weaker his bloodline was. After absorbing the Dragon Balls, the Dragon bloodline could epple more Goblin bloodlines and increase the proportion of Dragon bloodlines. The bloodlines of dragons and goblins are imparable. Every extra trace of dragon blood would be a huge boost for Goblin at this point. Goblin then took out a mirror from his spatial ring and looked at himself. Unlike his previous somewhat rough appearance, Goblin now had a handsome face, delicate features, a lotus-like temperament, and fair and tender skin. Overall, he gave people a gentle and refined feeling, and was clearly a well-mannered young man. He has a pair of dragon horns on his forehead, neither too big nor too small, which don't look out of place, but add a touch of wild beauty to his alien race. His eyes are one blue and one red, like 2 flawless gems, and his long, smooth, jet-black hair hangs down his back. Goblin was quite satisfied with himself when he saw his reflection in the mirror. He was finally able to look presentable. His only plaint was that due to his attended lifespan, he looked much younger than his age, only about 19 years old, and only 1.7 meters tall, even though he had the physique to easily defeat any opponent of the same level. After putting the mirror away, Goblins swept away all the treasures in the area, and then searched the ruins for a day to make sure that no treasures were missed. Suddenly, a pair of huge dragon wings unfurled from his back, and then he began to return. He flew very fast and reached the harpy's lair in just half a day. As agreed, Sasha is now waiting for him near the lair with a large number of harpies, so he can take them directly back to his territory. When Sasha saw Goblin again, she could hardly believe her eyes. Because she was a humanoid monster, the harpy's aesthetic sense was highly palatable with that of humans. She couldn't understand what Goblin had gone through to change so drastically. If it weren't for the soul contract between them, she wouldn't have recognized the Goblin in front of her. However, several less discerning harpies stared intently at Goblin. Because of his dramatic transformation, they didn't recognize him and instinctively wanted to take him back to reproduce. Fortunately, before they could make a move, they were stopped by the quick-witted and swift-fingered Sosa. After stopping the harpies, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had been forced to sign a soul contract, even though the harpies had only wanted to poop on Goblin's head. She didn't even want to think about what terrible things might have happened if Goblin had actually been harassed by these harpies. Chapter 162, Arrival at the Territory, Arranging the Dragon Eggs. Then, with a somewhat obsequious expression, Sosa said, "Master, what are our net instructions?" Seeing the seductive look in Sasha's eyes, Goblin remained calm and said, "Now, take your people and me back to our territory. I will find you a suitable nest near our territory." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Goblin's words, Sasha quickly nodded in agreement. Although Goblin now has wings, he has no intention of flying on his own. Instead, he sits on Sosa's back and lets Sosa carry him. After all, he needs to take these guys back to his territory, and it's no use for him to fly fast. He still has to wait for the slower harpies. After Goblin sat on Sosa's back, he felt that Sosa's feathers were very soft, and it was warm and fortable to sit on. However, Sasha felt completely differently because Goblin wasn't wearing many clothes. He was only wearing shorts and no shoes. Part of his long legs were through the feathers, and the soft touch of the feathers against his skin was almost too clear. The intimate contact between their skin excited Sasha, and her body trembled slightly, making her have some wild thoughts. However, she only thought about it and didn't dare to actually do anything to defy her superiors. She obediently led her tribe and flew in the direction Goblin pointed. Goblin sat on Sasha's back and closed his eyes to rest. The harpies were flying very fast and should be able to reach their tribe before the end of the month. On the way, Sasha cautiously struck up a conversation with Goblin, trying to get his attention. Because the journey was somewhat boring, Goblin wasn't impatient. When he was in a good mood, he would say a few words to Sasha. However, when they were almost at the tribe, Goblin took out some strips of cloth and had the harpies cover up some of their private parts. He also instructed them to wear these clothes except when they were sleeping. After all, the Goblins and demonized beastmen in the territory were all hot-blooded young men. If they saw the beautiful bodies of the harpies, Goblo was afraid they wouldn't be able to control themselves. Although they didn't understand Goblin's words, Sasha and the harpies obediently put on the strips of cloth that Goblin handed them and wrapped them around their bodies. Goblin then led the harpies into the village. During the nearly 1 month that Goblin was away, Goblin, as the acting chieftain, perfectly carried out the tasks that Goblin had given him. He not only managed the tribe well, but also ensured that the tribe's development was progressing very smoothly. Upon seeing this scene, Goblin was very satisfied. As Goblin entered the village, the Goblins and some resting demonized beastmen stared intently at them. However, after Goblin unleashed some dragon's might, these guys still did not rush at him. After proving his identity, Goblin summoned the Goblins and the others, rewarding the Goblin with 15 drops of condensed essence and the other 3 with 10 drops each. Goblin poured half of the remaining condensed essence into the Goblin's drinking pool and kept the rest for future rewards. After doing all this, Goblin settled the harpies, instructing them not to wander off, and had Goblin manage the Goblins. Then he headed to the Elven Realm. With only 2 days left until the end of the month, he planned to visit the Elven Realm today to resolve the dragon egg issue. As Goblu spread his dragon wings, he arrived at the Elven Realm at an astonishing speed. However, before entering the Elven realm, Goblu spent 10 million gold coins to purchase the highest level of aura control, preventing the demonic energy within his body from leaking out. Even so, in order not to cause any misunderstanding among the elves, Goblo did not directly enter the elven territory. Instead, he used the blue eye and the dragon eye to search for the elves on the outskirts, hoping that they would pass on a message to him to call Misha out. His purpose in ING here was to soak the dragon egg with the elven life water and bring the dying dragon egg back to life. Fortunately, his eyesight was amazing, and he soon spotted the patrol team on the outskirts of the elf race. Because of the last banquet, Goblo had gotten to know many elves, and he also knew these few elves, so he quickly flew to the 5 of them. The 5 were somewhat surprised to see Goblin suddenly appear in front of them. They didn't understand why this boy with dragon wings and horns wanted to see them, so they were very cautious. After all, the legendary dragons were very powerful. Goblin could tell from their impressions that they didn't recognize him, so he could only say awkwardly, "Ivina, don't be so nervous, I'm Goblin." Goblin's voice now is that of a boy, which is very different from his original voice, so the group still couldn't be sure that he was really Goblin. "Mr. Goblo, what happened to you? You'd be smaller and more handsome than before." Upon hearing Iviana's words, Goblin laughed and said, "I originally had a trace of dragon blood. Something's happened this month that activated my dragon bloodline, which is why I became like this." Goblin didn't offer a placated explanation. That was enough. He knew the other person wouldn't understand if he said anything more. After all, while elves are indeed much smarter than other monsters, their intelligence is still limited. Meanwhile, Goblin spoke as he recounted what had happened to them, thus proving his identity. After hearing his words, Ivina and the others ultimately chose to believe him. "Mr. Goblo, is there something you need from us? If you need our help, we'd be happy to assist you." After confirming Goblo's identity, Ivina became much more enthusiastic, even more so than she had been with Goblo before. After all, Goblin's demonic power has been completely contained, and his innocent face and foretable aura make him quite endearing. "Yes, there's something very important that I may need to see Misha." "All right, Elder Misha is currently within the elven territory. Please wait for us outside while we go and speak to her." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "Oh, and this is for you," Goblin said, taking out 5 beautiful emeralds. These emeralds were of relatively ordinary quality and were only for decoration. They were not offensive and were just right to give to his friends. The 5 elves' eyes lit up when they saw the emeralds that Goblin had taken out. Gems were rarely seen as ornaments among the elves, but the elves were naturally fond of beauty and had a great fondness for beautiful gems. Chapter 163 Simulation begins. New talent mutation and fusion. Can we accept this? Of course, these emeralds are not particularly precious items. It would be an honor for the beautiful elves to wear them. "Thank you," Ivina and the others said happily, accepting the gems as they did so. Afterwards, the group arrived at the entrance to the elven territory, and soon after, Iviana and the others came out with Misha. "Sister Misha, you'll be amazed when you see Mr. Goblo. He's changed so much." Hearing Iviana's words, Misha said with some skepticism, "Really? Then I'll have to see how much Mr. Goblo has changed." Although Misha and the others are still quite far away, Goblin's hearing has been much sharper after acquiring the bloodline of the dragon race, and he unintentionally overheard their conversation. Soon, Misha followed Ivina to Goblin. After seeing Goblin, Misha looked around and then asked in confusion, "Where is Mr. Goblin? Who is this handsome young man who looks somewhat like Mr. Goblin?" "Haha." Hearing Misha's words, Goblin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Knowing Misha as he did, he was sure she had already recognized him and was just teasing him on purpose. Hearing Goblin's laughter, Misha coughed twice, then said in a serious tone, "So, Mr. Goblin, could you tell me what's going on?" "Well, that's a long story. Then let's get to the point. I have dragon blood in my body. It was activated, and that's how I became like this." "I see. No wonder Mr. Goblo is so different from ordinary goblins. He has dragon blood. Amazing, truly amazing." After a pause, Misha continued, "So, Mr. Goblo, can you tell me what you wanted to see me about?" "Well, actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor." As he spoke, Goblo took out the nearly dead dragon egg. Upon seeing the dragon egg, Misha paused for a moment, then her expression turned serious. This is... Yes, it's a dragon egg, but it's about to die. So, I hope the elves can help me with this. Soaking this dragon king's egg in the fountain of life should revive it. Of course, I don't mean putting it directly into the lake of life, just taking some of the fountain of life from the lake. Is that all right? Upon hearing Goblin's words, Misha hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is not something I could decide on my own. After all, this is the legendary dragon emperor's egg. I may need to consult Her Majesty the Queen." "No problem." "Good. All right, this is for you." With that, Goblo took out a beautifully patterned green agate necklace from his spatial ring. Unlike the emeralds he gave to Ivina and the others, this green agate necklace was not only beautiful in appearance, but also had a calming and soothing effect. The treasure was found along with the dragon egg. I thought it would be perfect for you, so I brought it over. Wow, it's so beautiful. Mr. Goblin is biased. This necklace is much prettier than the emerald he gave us, Iviana chimed in, seemingly adding fuel to the fire. It was clear she wasn't angry, just making a sarcastic remark. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Mr. Goblo can give it to other elves. So, I'd like to give it to Miss Misha. After all, Misha was his virtual wife, so Goblo would naturally treat her differently. Upon hearing Goblin's words, Misha looked up into his jewel-like eyes and was stunned. She hadn't expected Goblin to say such a thing, as if he were pursuing her. Then I'll accept it. I can't let Mr. Goblo's kindness go to waste. After saying that, Misha took the necklace. Although she pretended to be calm, Goblo could still tell from her slightly reddened ears that she was a little shy. Misha then told the elf queen about it. When she returned, Misha said, "Mr. Goblo, the queen has granted your request. Once the dragon egg has recovered, we will send it back to your territory." "Thank you. Your wheel. Oh, by the way, this is a return gift for you," Misha said, taking out a packet of seeds. "These are seeds of the elf flower that I have carefully cultivated. Planting these flowers in your territory will improve the environment." "Thank you. I will plant them carefully," Goblo replied earnestly. The seeds of the fairy flower are extremely precious because this flower is very difficult to cultivate, resulting in a very low yield. Due to its scarcity, coupled with its appearance and medicinal properties, the fairy flower is more valuable than gold in the human world. Although Misha had carefully cultivated these seeds for a long time, she didn't like owing favors to others. Even if Goblith was trying to curry favor with her and get closer to her by giving her a gift, she didn't like taking advantage of others, so she gave these precious flower seeds to Goblith. After accepting the gift, Goblo said goodbye, while Ivina smiled and said, "Sister Misha, does Mr. Goblo have a crush on you? He gave you such a beautiful necklace." Hearing Iviana's words, Misha glanced at the necklace on her chest, recalling the boy's appearance in her mind, and wondered what would happen if the two of them really fell in love. A moment later, my heart started racing. Seeing that Misha didn't answer, Ivina said to herself, "That would be great. I wish there was a handsome and capable young man like Mr. Goblo who would like me." Meanwhile, Goblo has returned to his territory. Tomorrow is the last day of the month, and obviously, Goblo hasn't collected enough magic crystals. He doesn't think he can collect enough magic crystals by tomorrow, so he has started simulating. Simulation begins. 36,000 points remaining from the previous simulation have been detected. A random talent, Mutation Fusion, has been obtained. After obtaining Mutation Fusion, future mutations will not cause any rejection with the original physique, allowing for perfect fusion. Seeing this, Goblin's eyes lit up. What a talent! You see, when he was fusing before, if he was a fire goblin and then obtained other mutations and evolutionary paths, a portion of the mutation energy would be lost because the two forces would repel each other. If those forces did not repel each other, his potential would have been greatly increased long ago. Chapter 164 Dragon Egg Hatches. In your first year, you're a powerful goblin who stole the bloodline of the dragon race. Although you are only a leader-level creature, your true strength already surpasses that of most king-level beings. In the same year, you frantically captured and hunted magical beasts in the monster forest. Due to your powerful bloodline talent, your level increased at an astonishing rate, and your potential also became more profound due to the ever-strengthening bloodline. In the second year, Under your supervision, your subordinates built a city called Hidden City for you. In the same year, your level reached level 75, an increase of 20 levels in just 1 year. This was all due to your frenzied consumption of magical beasts. In the 2.5 years, Misha of the elf race found you and returned the dragon egg you had entrusted to the elf race. Unlike when you gave it to the elf race, the dragon egg was now completely transparent, and you could vaguely see the life inside wriggling. This dragon egg was now fully alive. You are very satisfied with the condition of this dragon egg. You plan to raise the dragon born from it as your own child after hatches. After all, it is a dragon's offspring, and its talent should not be too bad. In the 3rd year, your level has reached 88. However, due to your continuous consumption of other magical beasts over these 3 years, you have fused with too many bloodlines. Your current level cap has increased to 95. To break through to the Lord level, you need to raise your level cap by another 7 levels. Seeing this, Goblin, who was watching the simulation, was very satisfied. In this way, he would not need to deceive the hero's soul. He could raise the level cap to 200 simply by consuming the bloodline of other monsters. Of course, finding high-level magical beasts is also quite difficult, but it is much easier than luring heroes and requires much less effort. That same year, you noticed that the dragon egg would occasionally tremble, as if the baby dragon inside might hatch at any moment. You were quite excited about this baby dragon. After all, it was of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, and even if it wasn't good, it couldn't be too bad. Moreover, dragons are naturally very talented. If you can train this young dragon from a young age and supervise its training, reaching the Emperor level in the future will definitely not be a problem. And although it's not currently with the Elven race, they will regularly send you a certain amount of life water, so this dragon egg is always soaking in life water. However, to your surprise, a full year has passed, and the baby dragon still hasn't hatched. In the 4th year, your level reached 96, breaking through to be a Lord-level creature. Due to absorbing numerous bloodlines, you now have almost complete control over all elemental power, evolving into an elemental dragon. During your evolution, the power of the Dragon Balls was also completely absorbed by you. At the same time, the Hidden City has been fully established by you. In the same year, you open the Hidden City to humans, allowing them to enter. In the same year, the Ghost Clan and the Demonized Beastman Clan have submitted to you. Only the Azura Clan is still fighting you, but you did not kill the Azura Emperor. The reason is that a tiny crack has finally appeared on the dragon egg, and the little one is truly about to hatch. You must be the first creature to see the hatchling after it emerges. In the 3rd month of the 4th year, finally the baby dragon hatched. Soon, a large head emerged from the egg. The newborn dragon had a large head and a small body, with round, bright eyes. It was incredibly cute, and you couldn't help but fall in love with it. However, after the baby dragon saw you, the scene of calling you mom did not appear. The baby dragon was just a little affectionate towards you. Then, a somewhat childish voice suddenly appeared in your mind. Are you Avino? There was no one else around, so the only person who could make that voice was the young dragon in front of them. Who is Avino? Avino is the dragon who has been taking care of me before I was born. Aren't you Avino? Why do you have Avino's aura on you? Hearing the young dragon's words, you were surprised. And then what came to mind? You remember that dragons born at the Emperor level begin to receive the dragon race's inheritance while still in their eggs. So, although they cannot speak when they are born, they can already communicate with people through their thoughts. You realize that the young dragon in front of you is probably an Emperor-level child, not the son of a dragon emperor. And the Avino he mentioned is probably the original owner of the Dragon Ball you absorbed. You suddenly realize that the dragon egg wasn't actually the burial offering of that royal-level dragon, but rather the royal-level dragon itself was the burial offering of the dragon egg. This makes the selection of treasures more reasonable. After all, those treasures are far too many for a royal-level dragon, far too few for an emperor-level dragon, and seem just right for an emperor-level dragon egg. But you quickly realize that since the elven race's life-giving water could save this dragon egg, there was no reason why the dragon race couldn't even save such a dragon egg. It was probably because the dragon egg's parents had offended someone they shouldn't have. Left with no other choice, they placed the little guy in that cemetery, leaving its hatching to fate. Unfortunately, Judging from the condition of the dragon egg when it was first seen, it seemed the little guy was destined to fail to hatch. However, since this dragon egg is an emperor-level dragon egg, then the little guy's parents should also be emperor-level dragons. What kind of powerful beings could drive an emperor-level dragon to such a dead end? You thought about it and realized there seemed to be quite a few. If you're not Avino, what should I call you from now on? The young dragon's voice echoed in your mind again, pulling you back to reality. From now on, you can call me teacher. I'm going to do some physical examinations on you now. Don't resist, okay? Yes, teacher. Perhaps because you were the first person the young dragon encountered, it didn't resist you. You then carefully examined the little one and confirmed there were no problems. Moreover, due to the water of life, the child's vitality was exceptionally strong, seemingly undergoing some kind of mutation. Besides that, this child is a female dragon, a purebred green dragon. The dragon pearl you absorbed was a subspecies of green dragon, the azure wind dragon. What's most shocking is that this child was born at the king level, and its level cap seems to be much higher than a normal king level. Once it levels up, it will absolutely crush a normal king level. Chapter 165, Milia's Jealousy. In the end, you named the child Milia. The name doesn't have any special meaning. You just picked it randomly, as long as it sounds like a girl's name. After that, you began to carefully teach Milia. However, although Milia was a girl, she had a very mischievous personality. If you weren't careful, she would slack off or run off to play pranks on others. Every time you caught her, you would punish Milia angrily. However, Milia is very obedient in front of you and always accepts punishment willingly. In the 5th year, Milia is now 1-year-old. Throughout the entire hidden city, Milia is a notorious troublemaker. Fortunately, she is very cute, and under your guidance, Milia knows what is acceptable and unacceptable. Therefore, her pranks are always well-behaved and have not aroused the resentment of the people in the city. On the contrary, everyone likes Milia very much. In the same year, the hero arrived in the hidden city. Although there's no need to lure the hero now, you still choose to mile out your charm. Unlike before, this time you only increase your charm by 1 point every month, making it less abrupt, and the people around you gradually get used to the speed at which your charm increases. You're still planning to trick the hero a little this time. After all, why not take what you can get? Besides, you said you'd make sure the hero dies 200 times, and you'd keep your word. The 3 members of the heroic squad are currently investigating within the hidden city, hoping to see what makes this legendary city, supposedly built by magical beasts and capable of peaceful coexistence with humans, different. Soon, the 3 were drawn to the city's bustling scene. After investigating, they found nothing unusual. Most surprisingly, this city was even safer than a normal human city. Just as the hero arrived near a tavern, intending to inquire about the city's lord, he immediately heard a voice beside him. "Your Majesty, why did you bring little Leah out today?" Upon hearing the voice, the 3 heroes looked towards its source and saw a stunningly handsome young man with dragon horns leading a little girl who looked only 2 or 3 years old, buying fruit at a fruit stand. The 3 men's attention was instantly drawn to the boy, but the hero was more concerned with the earlier remark. The innkeeper had addressed the boy as king. Could this boy be the founder of a city? Seemingly sensing something, the dragon-horned boy who was buying fruit looked over at the 3 of them, then smiled slightly at them. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, seemingly capable of healing the soul. The 3 heroes immediately felt much more fortified, their bodies and minds, weary from their long journey, instantly soothed. Especially Merlin, who now has nothing but the thought of being the boy's dog. As the boy stood up, the hero quickly said, "Please wait a moment." You turned around, looked at the 3 heroes, and said, "Did you need something from me?" "Yes, I am a hero, and these 2 are my panions. You are the lord of this city, right? We would like to ask you some questions, may we?" The hero's eyes didn't remain fixed on you as he spoke. Noticing the hero's gaze, Milia, feeling very uncomfortable, quickly stood in front of you, glaring at the 3 heroes with a cute but fierce look. "Milia, don't be rude," he back. Hearing your words, Milia obediently came to your side. Then you said to the 3 heroes, "Excuse me, this is my student. She is still young. Please don't mind. If you want to ask me any questions, please eat to my palace with me, hero." "Good." On the way, The hero kept staring at your back, partly out of curiosity about the city lord, and partly because she thought your back was handsome. Milia felt the hero's gaze and would occasionally turn around and glare at her. She really disliked this woman. Halfway there, you said, "Hero, it's not very polite to stare at others." You suddenly spoke, startling the hero. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "It's nothing. It's just that the hero kept staring at me, and I mistakenly thought that the hero had feelings for me." "No, I'm sorry," the hero stammered. "Oh, so the hero means he doesn't have a good first impression of me and doesn't like me? Then I'm going to be sad. We dragons shouldn't be such ugly creatures, right?" No, my first impression of you was very good," the heroine opined hastily, only calming down after a flash of golden light. You looked at the hero you were so easily controlling and couldn't help but smile. Then, seeing your smiling face, she immediately realized you were teasing her. Merlin, witnessing this, was filled with envy. She now truly wished she could replace the hero. Afterwards, you brought the hero to your palace. Unlike the previous simulation, this time you warmly welled the hero, but didn't immediately reveal the soul contract. Although you were supposed to kill the hero, you were actually a bit conflicted. After all, this hero's potential is very average. If you let her grow, you can at least live peacefully for 2,000 years. Moreover, you're quite satisfied with this hero in all aspects. If you kill her, the second hero can be easily fooled by you. But deep down you dislike the second hero's personality. The third hero is far too powerful and grows too quickly, easily posing a threat to you. Furthermore, the hero's soul is incredibly strong. Aside from soul contract, virtually no other method can destroy it. After some thought, you've decided to continue lying for now and sign the soul contract when the time is right. You invited the hero to dinner while you were having a banquet with her. Throughout the meal, you were very enthusiastic, which led the hero to believe that you had strong feelings for her. As you learned from the last simulation, the hero is much easier to fool than you imagined, requiring no particularly advanced skills. This time, you're trying to speedrun the hero, but Milia is very hostile towards him. Left with no other option, you have to send Milia back to her room and forbid her from ing out. As Milia left, her gaze was fixed on the hero, as if she wanted to devour him. Looking into Milia's eyes, you vaguely sensed that she seemed to possess the potential to rebel against her master. Thinking about this gives you a headache. That night, you arranged for the hero's party to stay in the palace. Sleeping in a room you arranged, the heroine tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Every time she closed her eyes, all she saw was your face. Thinking about how she had spent the day with you, she felt a strange anticipation for the night raid. Merlin, who was sleeping next to the hero's room, had similar thoughts at this moment. Chapter 166. The poor hero and Merlin are played like playthings. After a moment's thought, you carried a plate of fruit and some meat to Merlin's room. You knew that no matter how much the hero liked you, you couldn't win him over in a short time. So this time, you decided to win over the other members of the hero's party first. With a knock on the door, Merlin was startled. He then cautiously went to open it and saw Goblin, dressed in casual clothes with his lower legs bare, holding a plate of food. "Mr. Goblo, what's wrong? I noticed that Miss Merlin didn't seem to eat much tonight, so I brought you some food in case you were hungry." "Thank you," Merlin said, his voice trembling slightly. Looking at the timid Merlin before you, you feel a pang of melancholy. Merlin is not yet affected by the sin of greed. He is still a very introverted and reserved person, unlike the bold Merlin he will be later. Merlin took the food while stealing glances at your Epos calf, but she only dared to look once before immediately looking away. You noticed Merlin's gaze, almost burst out laughing, and said with a hint of teasing, "Miss Merlin, would you like me to feed you?" A giant dragon traveling at 500 kilometers per hour rampaged through Merlin's mind. She had only briefly imagined the scene you described before her brain completely shut down. "It seems we don't need it. I'll be going then. Miss Merlin, please remember to finish your food." After saying that, you left without looking back, leaving Merlin with only your retreating figure. Watching your departing figure, Merlin felt a chill, then a strong sense of regret welled up inside her, almost catching her breath. She hated herself for not granting your request. After briefly raising the two's affection level, you immediately went back. The reason? mainly because Milia needs your stories to fall asleep every night. You tried not telling her stories for several nights in a row, but that resulted in Milia not sleeping for several days. While you were telling Milia a story, Merlin ate her food, wondering what you were doing. She suddenly thought about how warmly you were to the hero during the day, and then how hastily you left. Could you be with the hero now? And what might happen between a man and a woman alone together, so late at night? She didn't dare to imagine. Afterwards, Merlin was extremely anxious, but dared not do anything, and could only worry helplessly in his room. The next day, Merlin walked out of the room with a worried expression. Although he hadn't slept all night, Merlin was, after all, a king-level mage with excellent mental strength, so he wouldn't have dark circles under his eyes from just one night of rest. Soon, she saw you carrying Milia out, and then heard you say, "Milia, you're 2 years old now. You can't make me put you to sleep every day anymore. You need to learn to sleep by yourself from now on." However, after hearing your words, Milia just looked at you with teary eyes. Hearing your conversation, Merlin breathed a sigh of relief, so she was just forteing a child. Thankfully, the situation she had imagined hadn't happened. Afterwards, you met the 3 members of the hero's party at the restaurant. You greeted them warmly and asked how they had slept the night before. The hero was very pleased with your hospitality and began to fantasize about how wonderful it would be if life could always be like this. But with a flash of golden light, the hero calmed down and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, but we have other matters to attend to and must leave today." "Oh, okay then," you said with a hint of regret. Seeing your oppression, the hero wondered if you really liked her. Meanwhile, Milia, standing nearby, wore a happy expression upon hearing that the hero's party was leaving, as if to say, "That annoying woman is finally gone." While eating, you subtly manipulated magic to knock the fork off the hero's plate. Your skill in manipulating magic was so exceptional that the hero didn't notice anything amiss. Then, the hero bent down to pick up the fork that had fallen to the ground, but just as she was about to get up, she saw 2 long, slender, fair legs appear before her. Even when we were greeting each other, the hero noticed that you were wearing shorts that only covered half of your thighs, almost completely revealing your long, fair legs. It made a very strong visual impact on the hero at that moment. Because dragons are essentially beasts, it's normal that they don't like wearing clothes, so the hero didn't see anything wrong with your attire. However, she now realized there was a big problem. Your legs were too perfect, without a single flaw, and without any warning. She was starting to have second thoughts about going up to you. She could look at those legs for the rest of her life. What's even more deadly is that the next second you cross your legs, and a gap instantly appeared between your pants and leg, revealing a mysterious view. The hero's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Accompanied by a faint golden light, the hero instantly stood up. "Hero, give the fork to the servant, and I'll get you a new one." "Good." Looking into your innocent eyes, the heroine felt a little guilty. She had a feeling that you had discovered her little trick just now, and at the same time, she felt ashamed. You were so kind to them, yet she had harbored ulterior motives. Merlin simply lowered his head and ate his rice, looking embarrassed. Lucy Lily watched this scene and felt it was very strange. Both the hero and Merlin were behaving oddly today. The meal passed just like that. As the 3 heroes were saying goodbye to you, you said, "Hero, please eat here for a moment. I have something to say to you." Upon hearing your words, the hero quickly came over. Then you leaned close to the hero's ear, and the intimate gesture startled her, but she didn't back away. Then you spoke. "Aren't your legs pretty, you naughty heroine?" After you finished speaking, the hero's pupils dilated violently. Her mouth trembled uncontrollably, and she wanted to complain but couldn't utter a word. She was terrified that you would tell anyone about this. Merlin and Lucy, standing to the side, watched you and the hero's intimate behavior with disbelief. When did your relationship be so close? Seeing the hero's terrified oppression, as if he'd been caught doing something wrong, you gently blew a breath into his ear, then took a bite. A sharp, tingling sensation instantly spread from the tips of his ears throughout his body, almost making the hero cry out. This is punishment for naughty children. Remember to bring a gift next time you eat. Chapter 167 Breakthrough to King Level, Elemental Dragon King. After explaining the task to the timid and pitiful puppies, the owner let them go. When the 3 members of the hero's squad left, the 2 men looked dejected. Seeing their oppressions, Lily immediately understood that something must have happened between them and the city lord the previous night. The fact that they hadn't taken her along made Lily very angry. Meanwhile, after seeing the hero and his Pannines off, Goblin turned to training the Harpies. Since you implemented military-style management on these naturally undisciplined Harpies, their strength has increased by leaps and bounds. However, the immense amount of training has also caused these Harpies considerable hardship. Although they have been training for 5 years now, their greatest dream remains to return to nature and live the carefree life they once had. You naturally won't grant their wish because once you've trained the Harpies, they are indeed a very powerful utility unit. When Sasha saw you approaching, she quickly stepped forward to greet you warmly. Because you now possess all the bloodlines, the Harpies that consume your condensed essence are also able to increase their strength. Therefore, after 5 years, Sasha has also risen from the peak of the leader level to the lord level. You glanced at Sosa. The now advanced Sosa was much more beautiful than before, and her legs had transformed into human legs, no longer the ugly eagle legs of the past. You know Sasha has feelings for you, but you're a complete scumbag. You reward her with a kiss, making her work hard to train your army. Once a lord-level Harpy appears in the Harpy army, or she herself breaks through to the king level, you'll give her the reward. Then, you looked up at Sosa, who had already reached 4 meters in height. Sosa immediately understood your meaning, and you sat on her snow-white shoulders, your legs draped over an object near her armpits. Every time you sat on her, Sosa would be extremely excited. This was the happiest time of her month. After all, it was one of the few opportunities for intimate contact with you. Afterwards, Sasha led you on a tour of the Harpies. Only after confirming that the Harpies weren't slacking off did you go about your other tasks. Afterwards, you inspected the other armies. Whenever the leader of any of these armies was female, they would all feel some excitement upon seeing you. On the way back, you're pondering what it would have been if the sin you attracted had been lust instead of greed. If you had drawn the lust card, you might have reached God level in the last simulation. You thought to yourself, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half of the 5th year has passed. Because of your high level, you have only leveled up by 1 the past SI months. However, you weren't in a hurry. You planned to travel to the distant insect kingdom after reaching the king level to its sacred land, to hunt the insect race, and also to see Hua Rower. Since Hua Rower hadn't killed you, you didn't hold any resentment towards her. You were only a little angry when she called you disgusting. So you only plan to collect her soul once in the simulation and then forgive her, but for now, it's best to continue your normal cultivation. In the same year, the heroic squad returned to your hidden city. As you can see, they were covered in wounds this time, indicating they had paid a considerable price to gain the time to visit you. You still greeted them warmly, but you seemed to sense that the hero wanted to speak to you privately. So you said to her, "Hero, be here for a moment. I need your help with something." Upon hearing your voice, the hero quickly got up and came over. Then, you asked the hero to use her abilities to remove some impurities from the gems. As the hero helped you, she pondered how to begin the conversation. After a few seconds, she suddenly made up her mind and said, This is the gift you mentioned last time." As she spoke, she nervously pulled out a spatial ring. When you see the spatial ring the hero hands you, you know she's going to talk about this. After all, the little dog remembers everything its master does and says, "Thank you very much, brave warrior. I've also prepared a gift for you." You said, taking out 3 dragon blood gems, the other 3 you had found over the past 5 years. The hero was delighted to see the gift you offered. You then greeted them as before and began to eat the gift. Open the spatial ring. Inside is a dragon fruit capable of enhancing the bloodline of dragons. The 3 dragon blood gems you gave away are far less valuable than this fruit. Without any hesitation, you swallowed the fruit. A powerful dragon aura spread from your chest throughout your body. Unlike the pain you usually felt, dragons don't experience intense agony after consuming a dragon fruit. Instead, they feel drowsy due to the surging magic power and enhanced bloodline, and the process of swallowing it is incredibly foreseeable. After consuming this fruit, you feel much more favorably disposed towards the hero and have decided to reduce the number of times you need to kill him by 10. For a while afterward, you became very sleepy and neglected city affairs. You knew this was normal, so you didn't panic. The only one who was upset was Milia, because after you fell asleep, no one would tell her bedtime stories, and you wouldn't allow her to sleep with you, so she was very angry. In the Sith year, your excessive sleepiness has improved significantly. At the same time, your dragon bloodline has also greatly improved, and your level has increased to level 101. Once you have fully digested the dragon fruit, you will probably be able to break through to the king level. Every SI months thereafter, the hero will visit you, bringing you pensive gifts each time. These gifts may be precious gems or medicinal herbs that enhance your strength. With the hero's help, your strength improves rapidly. In the 11th year, you broke through to the king level, evolving into a king-level creature, the elemental dragon king, and reaching level 112, possessing immense power. At the same time, your resentment towards the hero has lessened considerably. You have now decided to adjust the number of times you can kill the hero to 99, and this limit will not be reduced thereafter. In the net simulation, the hero may be given a chance to reduce the number of attempts. Chapter 168, The Angel Clan, Prophecy. Because of the hero's outstanding performance, you're thinking that perhaps in this life you don't need to sign a contract with the hero. It seems nice that she continues to collect precious treasures for you like this. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the hero remains useful. Now that your strength has broken through to the king level, and because of your high level, dealing with some emperor-level creatures is definitely not a problem. However, you did not immediately head to the insect kingdom. You plan to wait until your level age 120 before setting off, which would be more prudent. In the 12th year, your level reached 115. Because your level is so high, your leveling speed has slowed down significantly, even with heroes constantly sending you items. At the same time, because you haven't obtained the Demon King seed and have continued to use greed and plunder, the evil aura of your sin of greed hasn't been masked by the Demon King's sin of wrath, allowing the angels to discover some information about you. Upon seeing this, Goblin outside the simulation was stunned. Good heavens! Even frequent use of greedy plunder could attract the attention of the angels. So there was such a hidden danger. You are unaware that you have been discovered by the powerful angels. Fortunately, the angels and demons have an agreement that the angels will not easily descend to earth. However, your current situation is enough to affect the angels' decision to descend. The angels have already sent people to hell to negotiate with the king of the demons. You are completely unaware of all this and continue to improve your strength at normal pace. In the 13th year, a massive meteorite fell from the sky, landing directly on the outermost edge of the monster forest. The immense force of its impact completely destroyed the nearby hills. Meanwhile, in a town near the monster forest, a baby was born. Unlike the baby's mother, he was born with fair and delicate skin and a pair of eyes as pure and blue as the sky. Looking at the infant's appearance, the mother, who had originally intended to abandon him, suddenly had a different idea. Then, dragging her weary body from childbirth, she went to a slave trader's shop and soon emerged satisfied with a bag of silver coins. That afternoon, after receiving news from your subordinates, you arrived at the meteorite impact site. Looking at the massive crater before you, a strange unease rose within you. You then forced yourself to endure this discomfort and walked into the crater. Then, you discover a silver-white, long sword stuck in the center of the deep pit. The sword yields a sacred aura that makes you feel utterly disgusted. At the same time, the divination spell activates, and a vision of the future appears before your eyes. A blonde youth radiating a divine aura picks up this long sword and pierces your heart. The instant your heart is pierced by the divine sword, golden flames begin to burn within you, incinerating your body and soul completely. Seeing this, your oppression turns serious. You tried to touch the divine sword, but even the slightest touch of your fingertips sent a strong burning sensation through them. You quickly let go, realizing that even touching the divine sword would cause you immense damage. So you relentlessly attacked the ground beneath the sword, causing it to sink deeper into the earth. Then you personally carried over soil and rocks to fill the area, restoring it to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Even after doing all this, you still felt uneasy. However, this area is not within the boundaries of the monster forest, making it difficult to control. After some thought, restrictions were set up in the vicinity, causing those who eat here to unconsciously avoid the area. At the same time, a treasure chest containing some valuable treasures was buried some locations directly above the holy sword to confuse those who might wander in. After plotting all this, you quickly returned to Hidden City, used a large amount of gold to purchase a demigod-level concealment technique, and minimize your presence as much as possible. At the same time, you had Goblin take your place. On the surface, Goblin became the master of Hidden City, while you secretly controlled the true Hidden City. At the same time, you accelerated your cultivation progress, sleeping only once a week, devoting the rest of your time to cultivation and bat. Because of your ruthlessness towards yourself, your strength is increasing at an astonishing rate. In the 15th year, you have reached level 121, but you still haven't broken through to the Emperor level because your current mutation strength is very high. You need to reach level 125 to reach the My Mum King level. Nothing has happened in the past 2 years. Milia has grown a bit, and the hero still visits you at least twice a year. However, during these 2 years, whenever you fall asleep, you can recall the scene from the prophecy where the blonde youth pierced your heart with a longsword. At the same time, you can vaguely sense that the outline of the blonde youth is being clearer and clearer. You know that this means that day is drawing ever closer. So you traveled overnight to the insect kingdom, intending to kill the powerful insects in their sacred grounds and use them as nourishment. You embarked on this journey alone, without anyone else, so you arrived at the insect kingdom quickly. Not long after entering the insect kingdom, you encountered Hua Rower from your memories, but she no longer appears as a young girl. She now looks to be around 20 years old. Just like in that simulation, Hua Rower fell in love with you at first sight. Of course, this was because you had concealed your dragon horns and a few dragon scales. Afterwards, your relationship with Hua Rower gradually became more familiar. You didn't seduce her. You simply asked her where the Zerg Holy Land was located. Although the Zerg Holy Land sounds very prestigious, it's actually not a secret. Many people know its location. Since you asked, Hua Rower naturally didn't hide anything and told you the location directly. After thanking you, you set off alone. Hua Rower wanted to go with you, but you refused. You must seize every opportunity to improve your strength now. Bringing Hua Rower along would only be a burden. Soon, you arrive at the entrance to the Zerg Holy Land. As before, you were shrouded in thick fog upon entering, but this posed no challenge. You easily found your way through the fog. Chapter 169, Elemental Dragon Emperor. Because of the king-level aura emanating from you, no foolish insects dared to provoke you, so you smoothly continued to penetrate deeper into the insectoid Holy Land. However, you are not currently using a human body, but rather your true form, the Elemental Dragon King's body, as it flies through the dense fog, searching for prey. Contrary to its name, the Elemental Dragon King's skin isn't multicolored, but rather a very refined silver gray. Its body has smooth lines, a sharply defined face, perfectly proportioned limbs, and a powerful tail. In short, from an appearance standpoint, your dragon form is flawless. Also, although you are only a king-level magical beast, your body length has reached 50 meters due to your high level. Generally speaking, one needs to reach at least the Emperor level to achieve this length. You rapidly search for your target within the Zerg Holy Land. Because of your aura, most of the Zerg hid when you approached. Besides these ordinary insects, a large portion of the king-level Zerg dared not provoke you, and you ignored them. After all, your current level is too high. Magic crystals of the same level are no longer of much help to you. Your target is those magical beasts whose strength has at least reached the Emperor level or even the King level. Not long after, you found the golden armored Emperor Scorpion you had encountered before. However, this time, perhaps due to the timing, you encountered both the male and female beasts simultaneously. Although the golden armored Emperor Scorpion is considered a giant among the Zerg, it is nothing paired to your 50-meter-long body. Although one of the female and male beasts was a high-ranking royal-level being, and the other had 1 foot in the threshold of the Emperor level, they were filled with fear upon seeing you, emitting low, insect-like chirping sounds in an attempt to scare you away. Hearing their chirping, you slowly approached them. Seeing you, the female and male beasts instinctively retreated. After a while, you didn't attack first, but continued to put pressure on them. At the same time, 7 orbs of different colors appeared around you, each representing one of the 7 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and ice. As the elemental dragon king, you naturally control more than just these 7 elements. However, with your current abilities, you can only use a minimum of 7 elements simultaneously. As these 7 elemental orbs continued to append, the male beast finally couldn't resist and charged directly at you. The male beast possessed formidable strength, yet you merely raised your foot and brought it down, your powerful dragon horns stomping on its body, cracking its shell. Then you lifted your foot and landed, golden sap flowing from the seams on the male beast's body. Upon seeing this, the female beast quickly treated the male beast, and his injuries healed at a visible speed. Seeing this, you weren't surprised. You already knew the female beast's healing abilities were astonishing. Meanwhile, your 7 elemental orbs had fully formed, being 7 miniature versions of yourself, each a different color. This is one of your strongest skills right now, elemental spirits. This skill can summon a different number of elemental spirits to assist you in battle, depending on your strength. These elemental spirits can use all the magic skills of the corresponding attribute that you know, and unleash 90% of the power you would normally use. After you use this move, the original 1-on-2 battle instantly turned into a righteous 8-on-2, or rather 7-on-2, because without you even making a move, the 7 elemental spirits had already given the male and female beasts a good beating. At this moment, the weakest male beast is in the worst condition. It is now the primary target. It had just broken free from the ice element spirit's freeze when it was immediately scorched by the fire element spirit. The terrifying heat almost melted its shell. Then came the heavy pressure from the earth element spirit and the lightning from the thunder element spirit. The relentless attacks suffocated the male beast. The female beast wanted to support him, but she was also struggling to survive, bombarded by the other 3 elemental spirits. She simply didn't have the strength to help him. Before long, the male beast was covered in wounds, its body riddled with cuts and bruises. Then, accompanied by a massive bolt of lightning striking from the sky, the male beast was finished off. After the male beast was killed, the female beast faced 7 elemental spirits directly. In the end, amidst a fierce bombardment, the couple returned home. You devoured both the male and female beasts. Then, you looked deeper into the sacred land, and you could sense that further within it lay beings even more powerful than the male and female beasts. So you continue deeper, with the 7 elemental spirits following behind you. Their magical infusion is a one-time thing. Once summoned, it can sustain you for a whole day, so you don't need to infuse them with new magic. Afterwards, you subdued some Zerg parable to the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion. After devouring them, your potential and strength steadily increased. As you approached the deepest part of the Zerg Holy Land, you stopped flapping your wings and looked at the colossal beast in the distance. You never imagined that such a terrifying being iced in the deepest part of the Zerg Holy Land. That was a gigantic purple venomous dragon, its strength undoubtedly reaching the Emperor level, and a highly mutated one at that. Judging by its appearance, the dragon's level cap was at least 180, and its own level should also be above 150. You originally thought that some powerful Emperor-level beings might appear in the deepest part of the Zerg Holy Land, but you never expected that these Emperor-level beings would be so powerful, far exceeding your expectations. As darkness fell, you chose not to provoke the venomous dragon. Instead, you left the insectoid civilization's sacred ground and returned to Hidden City, intending to continue searching for other prey. You planned to hunt the dragon again when you were stronger. In the 19th year, you reached level 126 and were promoted to a royal-level magical beast, the Elemental Dragon Emperor, 56 levels higher than other royal-level magical beasts of the same level. That same year, the hero's affection for you became increasingly apparent. The gifts he recently gave you carried very strong implications, such as honeysuckle flowers that can only iced in pairs at a time, and matching couple rings. Regarding the hero's hints, you initially thought it might be time to deal with him, but then you wondered if the blonde youth you encountered in your dream, who killed you, was one of the heroes later on. Therefore, You patiently refrained from revealing your soul contract to the hero. Chapter 170 Blonde Youth. In the 23rd year, the hero proposed to you, but was rejected, which made him very sad. In the 24th year, you married the elven queen Wendisa, whom you frequently interacted with. The hero sat in the guest section, chugging down strong liquor, accompanied by Merlin. The hero is heartbroken. The woman he's pursued for years has become someone else's husband. She only hates that she's a hero and doesn't have time for him, which allowed the elf queen to take advantage of her. Meanwhile, Milia, already 19 years old but still in the body of a young girl, was also drinking large gulps of milk from a bucket, trying to drown her sorrows in a single drop. She hated herself for being so young. If she had been born a few hundred years earlier, who knows who she would be marrying now. However, she wasn't as pessimistic as the hero. After all, even if she lost her position as wife, she could still compete for other positions. In any case, most dragons have more than one partner. Even if they can't be lifelong partners, they can still be lovers. Besides, she's still your student and has frequent contact with you, so the chances are still quite good. Milia has broadened her horizons. You look down at the guests below, their faces contorted with embarrassment, and chuckle to yourself. They have no idea that not being with you was a stroke of luck, yet they're here regretting it. How amusing. In the 25th year, your strength has improved rapidly, and you and Wendy are deeply in love. However, as time goes by, that dream continues to haunt you, often waking you in the evening. In your 30th year, you reached level 131, just 5 levels away from breaking through to the Emperor level. At the same time, you frantically studied divination and astrology, attempting to change your inevitable fate. However, it's clear you don't have any talent in this area, and your progress is slow. On the contrary, Milia's progress has been astonishing after she accidentally came into contact with astrology. She's practically born for it. Over the years, the heroine would try to see you whenever she had free time. During this time, she had thought about being with other people, but every time she went to see someone else, your image would always appear in her mind. She no longer has any feelings for anyone else but you. In your 35th year, you gradually came to terms with it. You were less concerned about your impending death and instead saw it as an advantage. Since you knew the manner of your death, did that mean that before that event occurred, you could have survived wherever you went? So later you started doing whatever you wanted, increasing your strength as quickly as possible. In your 40th year, you and Winnie have a child. This child is exceptionally talented and will likely reach at least the Emperor level in the future. You will gather all the children in your territory, including Molly, Milia, and others, who have the potential to reach the Emperor level or above, and educate them together. In your 60th year, through your continuous efforts, you have broken through to level 137. At the same time, you have broken through to the Emperor level, evolving into the Elemental Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, Milia has grown up recently, and you've noticed that she's been flirting with you intentionally or unintentionally lately. 1 or 2 times could be considered a coincidence, but Milia has been flirting with you more than once or twice. Faced with Milia, this little witch who wants to defy her superiors and betray her master, you feel extremely troubled. For a moment, you don't know how to handle your relationship with her. Helplessly, you can only try to avoid her as much as possible, except during class. Fortunately, Milia knows that you're always very serious when you're lecturing, so she won't tease you in class. In the 61st year, with Wendy's consent, you married Misha again. The hero and the others came to feast once more, the general procedure being similar to before, except this time Milia didn't drink milk, but instead drank wine with the 3 heroes. The hero, Merlin, and Milia drank over 100 jars of strong liquor. Luckily, all 3 had exceptional constitutions. Otherwise, such drinking would have inevitably led to trouble. Milia's eyes were filled with melancholy as she looked at you. Now Misha had also reached the shore, but her journey remained uncertain. In the 65th year, Winnie gave birth to a daughter for you. This daughter's talents were rather ordinary, but she was born with royal qualities, so you didn't have high expectations for her. You just wanted her to be happy. In the same year, a blonde youth appeared in the hero's party. According to the hero, this blonde youth was named Akri, and he used to be a countess's SE slave. Although he was a slave, he was different from other slaves. Instead, He used every resource he could get to study and cultivate relentlessly. Later, he gained the Countess's favor and finally earned his freedom. He then joined the army, continuously accumulating merits in battle. Eventually, he caught the eye of the hero and joined his party. You listen to the hero's words. Your gaze fied on the blonde youth before you. He reminds you of the blonde youth in your dream, and a strong sense of danger arises within you. You want to kill this blonde youth, but acting rashly might ruin the image you've painstakingly cultivated. So you decide to wait until they're completely off guard before striking suddenly. That night, you invited the hero's party to rest in your palace, and the hero readily agreed. You then arranged rooms for them, intending to make your move against the young man that very night. Meanwhile, in her room, Milia was divining about you. Ever since she learned divination, she had been divining about you every day. Unlike before, today, while divining, Milia accidentally witnessed the scene of you being killed by the blonde youth. In an instant, Milia's eyes snapped open, and she gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. Then she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She had seen something she shouldn't have. Milia recalled the blonde youth she had seen today. Usually, nothing happened when a hero's party came, but only today, after bringing that blonde youth, did her divination produce this strange result. She guessed that the young man in the hero's party was the one who would kill you in the future. Thinking this, Milia began divining again, trying to find a way to save you. Meanwhile, you've arrived outside the blonde youth's door, secretly observing him inside. He's already asleep, making it the perfect opportunity to kill him. With your strength, killing this blonde youth would only require a single blow. Chapter 171, Level 141, Hunting the Poison Dragon. However, just as you were about to take action, you suddenly felt dizzy. In a daze, you see that after you attacked the blonde youth, crimson blood flowed down the edge of the bed, and the blonde youth's life began to fade rapidly. Just as you were relieved, the blonde youth suddenly opened his eyes, and then a golden light appeared in his eyes. The intense golden light made you feel very uncomfortable, and your skin was burned by it. Then, a pair of snow-white wings appeared on the back of the blonde youth, and his strength increased rapidly, soon surpassing yours. Then came the scene of you being wantonly tossed and turned by the angels, who, after burning you to ashes, returned to the realm of the gods. Upon seeing this, your consciousness suddenly returned to the real world. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, and you realized this was a warning from the prophecy. Now you know that if you rashly kill this blonde youth before you, he will be resurrected as an angel. Although you haven't seen what happens next, the ending is predictable. After all, angels on this continent are equivalent to gods. Although you have now advanced to the emperor level, you are definitely no match for a god. All I can say is that divination saved your life again at a crucial moment. Divination, you are my god, you cried out in your heart. Then you look at the blonde youth sleeping soundly and feel a pang of regret. It seems you really can only accept your fate. It seems the sooner this youth dies, the sooner he'll be the boss. Meanwhile, Milia is still in her room, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope for you. By dawn, Milia's face had been noticeably paler, but she still hadn't found a way to save you. From then on, you suddenly noticed that Milia began to study astrology, divination, and prophecy with great effort. You realized that Milia might have discovered something, which is why she suddenly be so diligent. You're suddenly touched. You wish you had told Milia the reason sooner. Maybe she would have been more motivated then. The thought had barely crossed your mind when you shook your head violently. You felt your thinking was being increasingly simplistic. After all, mastering divination to a very high level could easily consume hundreds or thousands of years of lifespan. You shouldn't have let her learn it in the first place. After all, angels are gods, and currently, apart from the Demon King and those 3 demon generals, there's really no one on the continent who can defeat a god-level being. Thinking about it, you begin to hesitate about joining the Demon King's army. If you demonstrate enough talent and potential, is it possible that you might attract the Demon King's attention and have him eat to your rescue if your life is in danger? Once this idea entered your mind, it became unstoppable. You wanted to try it out because it's just a simulation now. Even if you die in the simulation, it doesn't matter. Consider it a trial and error. But if the Demon King can really save you, then you'll have truly struck gold. With this in mind, you no longer concealed a hidden city, but instead boldly displayed your territory. At the same time, you planned to cause trouble for a few demon generals to attract the Demon King's attention. In your 70th year, you've reached level 141. You realize it's time to fight 2 demon generals and make the Demon King take you seriously. Meanwhile, Milia's divination abilities have reached your level, and you now clearly see the face of the young man who killed you. He is indeed the blonde youth beside the hero. However, she also discovered that no matter how she divined, she couldn't find a way to save you. It was like an unsolvable problem. As time passed, Milia became increasingly haggard because of the divination. She has now reached the point where divination will consume her lifespan. After you realized this, you forbade Milia from divining anything related to you, and told Milia that you had already found a way to survive. Hearing your words, Milia hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Because you've never lied to her since childhood, she now chooses to believe you. However, she still plans to secretly perform divination once her skills have improved. You know Milia only superficially agreed, but you didn't say anything. After all, divination has been a part of Milia's life, and she can't possibly quit it anymore, so you can only try to restrain her. In the 71st year, you arrived at the Zerg Holy Land, intending to find the venomous dragon from years ago. Coincidentally, you encountered Hua Rower there. She had to subdue a new Emperor-level Zerg. Hua Rower has now advanced to the Emperor level, but because she failed to subdue the golden-armored Emperor Scorpion this time, she is still far from reaching the Emperor level. After seeing the dragon horns on your forehead, Hua Rower fell silent. This time, she didn't greet you warmly, and her gaze held a faint distance and a hint of barely perceptible disgust. You keenly noticed the disgust in Hua Rower's eyes. Faced with Hua Rower's hostility, you simply smiled and didn't get angry. You didn't epic that after all these years, Hua Rower was still so childish. Because Hua Rower poses no threat to you and hasn't done anything that would actually harm you, you have no intention of killing her for the time being. You feel that as the holy maiden of the insect kingdom, Hua Rower wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke you. So you only briefly met before leaving. However, you noticed that Hua Rower was secretly following you. Realizing this, you felt somewhat helpless. She was much more clueless than you had imagined, even though she wasn't that old. Women are truly incomprehensible creatures. You did nothing wrong, yet she hates you so much. If she really attacks you, then your only recourse is revenge. Soon, you arrived near the poison dragon, and Hua Rower followed you there as well. She thought you hadn't noticed her movements, unaware that you had been watching her all along. Subsequently, you launched a surprise attack on the poison dragon. Now, having advanced to the elemental dragon emperor, you can simultaneously control all 12 basic elements in battle. However, you didn't do that. Instead, you only used the 9 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, poison, and wind, concealing a portion of your strength. You appear to be evenly matched with the poison dragon. On the surface, it seemed that if Hua Rower launched a slight sneak attack, the scales of victory could tip completely in her favor. Chapter 172, Devouring the Poison Dragon. Watching the battle between you and the poison dragon, Hua Rower's gaze turned cold. At this moment, you were not using the elemental dragon king's true form to fight the poison dragon. She quickly seized an opportunity and launched a sneak attack on you. Because of Hua Rower's attack, you were hit by the poison dragon's attack, and a large amount of purple venom sprayed onto your body. It looks terrifying, but your poison resistance is actually quite astounding. While this venom could instantly kill a vigorous king-level creature, it would have negligible effect on you. It wasn't Hua Rower herself who launched the sneak attack on you, but rather one of her king-level insectoids. She was cautious and didn't personally carry out the attack. At this moment, Hua Rower has already chosen a path to death in your mind. Woman, you don't realize yet that you have angered the devil. While thinking, you feigned anger and punched the black beetle that ambushed you, shattering it. This scene horrified Hua Rower, who knew that the insectoid she sent to ambush you was a king-level insectoid called the black gold ironclad beetle, a species with extremely powerful attack and defense. Generally speaking, even an emperor-level creature wouldn't be able to penetrate the armor of this insectoid race with a single blow, but now it was actually shattered with a single punch. Huaroer dared not make any further moves and simply quietly moved away from the area. Noticing Huaroer's departure, you no longer held back and fought the poison dragon with all your might. Under your immense power, the poison dragon was forced to retreat steadily. In addition, during the battle with the poison dragon, you also plundered a large number of its skills. 1 week later, you killed the poison dragon, during which you permanently plundered a total of 17 of its skills. You then devoured the poison dragon, greatly enhancing your poison attribute abilities. Then you look into the distance. Huaroer hasn't left the Zerg Holy Land yet. Because of the previous ambush, Huaroer is now very cautious. She pretends nothing has happened and is still fighting a royal-level venomous snake that she values. Not long after, you appeared before Huaroer, looking quite unwell. Startled by your arrival, Huaroer was caught off guard, and a royal-level venomous snake charged towards her. Seeing this, you fired an elemental cannon at Huaroer. Huaroer was terrified by your attack, but the next second, the elemental cannon struck the venomous snake that was sneaking towards her, instantly blasting it into serious injury. Seeing this, Huaroer was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected you to eat to her aid. You looked at the bewildered Huaroer and simply smiled, appearing harmless. In reality, you intended to devour her completely, soul and all. If you offended you, you wouldn't be leaving. With your help, Huaroer easily subdued the venomous snake. She then reluctantly thanked you, secretly relieved that you hadn't discovered her ambush. You ignored Huaroer's thanks and instead took the opportunity to bring up the soul contract. You knew that Huaroer was probably very guilty in front of you right now, and she would basically agree to any conditions you proposed, as long as they weren't too unreasonable. After hearing you propose a soul contract, Huaroer was terrified, thinking you had discovered her previous actions. You used a little coercion and enticement, and Huaroer signed the soul contract with you. Huaroer's talent is slightly inferior to Merlin's, so you only granted her 4 wishes. At the same time, Huaroer swore in her heart that she would never make a wish to you. However, you know that once a soul contract is formed with you, almost no one can resist the temptation of such wishes. Even heroes cannot resist, let alone Huaroer before you. Furthermore, even if Huaroer herself doesn't have any wishes or needs, you will create situations for her to make a wish. You're no longer the weak person you once were. You no longer need to sell your beauty. You can simply use your strength to create other situations. As the contract was finalized, you smiled and said to Huaroer, "Huaroer, how about we make a bet? What are we betting on?" Huaroer looked at you cautiously. "The wager is a wish. I bet you'll use up your first wish soon. If you win, I can give you 2 more wishes. How about it?" Hearing your words, Huaroer looked cautious, but she was now hesitant to refuse your request. Moreover, the bet was quite tempting, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay, the bet is settled." As soon as you finished speaking, Huaroer suddenly heard several terrifying insect chirps. She recognized them as the sounds of emperor-level insects. She looked at you in disbelief. Hearing such terrifying sounds right after you made the bet, she simply couldn't believe it had nothing to do with you. Huaroer guessed correctly. This matter really is related to you, because the emperor-level insectoid that is about to arrive is an ice toad whose strength has just broken through to the emperor level. You found it near the poison dragon's lair after you killed the poison dragon. This ice toad has an extremely low body temperature. Because the dragon prefers a cool environment, it lets the toad live nearby, acting as its air conditioner. After you discovered this, you threatened the ice toad that once you and Huaroer signed a soul contract, you would attack her and force her to make her first wish. Due to your tyranny, the ice toad had no choice but to agree. Huaroer looked at the giant ice toad that suddenly appeared, her face filled with despair. She had just fought against a royal-level insectoid, and her magic power had not yet recovered. How could she possibly escape from such a powerful being? She looked up at you, then reluctantly made her first wish, that you kill the ice toad. You did so, and the ice toad looked at you with terror, not understanding why you would attack it when you had already agreed to its request. You didn't offer an explanation for the ice toad's mystery, because you hadn't promised not to kill it. Then, you killed the ice toad, fulfilling Hua Rower's wish. This meant Hua Rower lost her bet, leaving her with only 2 wishes, which suddenly became extremely precarious. Watching you carefully collect the ice toad corpse and magic crystal, Hua Rower gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Then you looked at Hua Rower with a smile and said, "There are 2 wishes left. Miss Hua Rower, just call me when you need my help." Although you can force Hua Rower to use 2 wishes now, it's not the best time. You need to wait until Hua Rower breaks through to the Emperor level before collecting her soul. At that time, her soul will be far more powerful than it is now. Chapter 173, The Great Prophecy. After returning, you continued to devour the flesh and blood of the ice toad, as well as magic crystals. You rapidly absorbed the bloodlines of the poison dragon and the ice toad, and you could feel your poison and ice elemental attributes constantly increasing. Especially your poison attribute, its improvement rate is astonishing. It took you half a year to fully digest it. Now your blood is rich in terrifying toins. Just a single drop could easily poison an entire city's population. After digesting the poison dragon and the ice toad, you turned your attention entirely to the Demon King's generals. Even the weakest of these generals was at the Emperor level. However, you didn't seek out the weakest. Instead, you immediately set your sights on the Frost Giant, an old adversary you were very familiar with. You know that with your current strength, even without the boost from the Demon King's seed, you are already powerful enough to defeat the Frost Giant. So, following your memory, you arrive at the iceberg inhabited by the Frost Giants. You know that the Frost Giants are extremely lazy, or rather, most powerful creatures are extremely lazy. Like the dragons, their strength is innate. They don't need to strive at all. Upon arriving outside the Frost Giant's cave, you didn't immediately attack. Instead, you concealed your presence, intending to launch a sneak attack. Given the opportunity to strike first, you would never choose a direct confrontation. Soon, you slipped into the Frost Giant's cave, and as you apecked, the Frost Giant was asleep. Without any hesitation, you immediately attacked the Frost Giant's tightly closed eyes. The scorching flames and potent poison instantly pierced the Frost Giant's eyes, causing it to let out a scream that could be heard throughout the entire icy plains. Then, the Frost Giant began to attack indiscriminately in its surroundings. You simply watched from a distance, having already summoned 12 elemental spirits. Soon, the Frost Giant burst out his cave. You and the summoned elemental spirits launch attacks on the Frost Giant from 13 directions. The main targets are his slowly recovering eyes, ears, and nose. Your goal is to completely deprive the Frost Giant of his 5 senses. As time passed, you realized that you had inadvertently stolen the Frost Giant's rapid regeneration, making the already wounded Frost Giant even worse off. The Frost Giant was horrified to discover that its injuries had suddenly stopped healing, and many of its attack skills were temporarily unusable. This terrifying scene filled it with panic. You watched as the Frost Giant, driven mad by fear, merely scattered the elemental spirits, who then continued to unleash various elemental spells upon it. A day later, you've taken over the Frost Giant's anti-magic skin and temporarily plundered its beastly physique and other abilities. Suddenly, the Frost Giant's defenses plummeted, and almost all the damage you dealt to it became true damage. In response, the Frost Giant could only use wide-range attack skills, indiscriminately attacking everyone around it. However, this was doomed to failure. The intense mana consumption only hastened its demise. As time passed, on the 11th day, you finally killed the Frost Giant. If it weren't for your repeated raids on the Frost Giant's healing and defensive abilities, this would have taken much longer. After killing the Frost Giant, you immediately devoured its body and magic crystals, then returned to digest them. In the 72nd year, you fused with the bloodline of the Frost Giant, greatly enhancing your ice attribute, strength, and physique. Simultaneously, your level rose to 142. Surprisingly, no demon generals have you looking for you yet. You have no choice but to continue killing demon generals in an attempt to attract the Demon King's attention. You have chosen the Sky Eagle, ranked 14th. Like the Frost Giant, the Sky Eagle is also a creature extremely skilled in strength. 1 month later, you successfully located and killed the Sky Eagle and devoured it. This time, you have successfully attracted the Demon King's attention. He has recruited you and bestowed upon you the Demon King's seed. After consuming the Demon King's seed, your strength has increased dramatically. In the 75th year, your level has increased to 145. This level increase is brought to you by the seed of the Demon King. The Demon King is somewhat interested in you, a newly joined Demon General, because you have just arrived and have already be the 7th-ranked Demon General. However, it is only somewhat interested. After all, the gap in strength between you is too great. You must at least reach the God level to truly enter the Demon King's sight. In your 90th year, you have leveled up. In the 120th year, your level increased to 148. At the same time, Huaroer made her 3rd wish to you, and you helped her break through to the Emperor level. In the 160th year, Huaroer made her 4th wish to you. In the 161st year, you collected Huaroer's soul. For you, an Emperor-level soul is a much greater boost than a corpse or magic crystals. In the 162nd year, you completely absorbed Huaroer's soul, raising your level to 150. In the same year, the blonde youth in the hero's party also broke through to the Emperor level. This gave you a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, with your rapid increase in strength, the Demon King is now paying more and more attention to you. In the 200th year, when you encountered the blonde youth, you noticed a hint of blue in his eyes. You realized that as his strength increased, his angelic side might be awakening. In the 250th year, due to a massive increase in magic power caused by magic overload and the continuous inflow of various elemental magic into your body gradually began to be unable to withstand this powerful magic. You began to use magic conversion to transform all this magic power into basic attributes, and your strength increased at an even faster rate. In the 300 years, you reached level 152. After breaking through level 150, your leveling speed decreased significantly. Meanwhile, under your encouragement, Milia has broken through to the Emperor level, and her divination skills have advanced to the Grand Divination level. Her talent in divination has completely surpassed yours. In the 310th year, with the aid of the Great Prophecy and various other means, Milia successfully became your lover. You asked her if she wanted to have a formal wedding, but she refused, saying that it was fine as it was. Chapter 174, The Emperor of War. In the 330th year, you and Milia had a child. Meanwhile, Misha and Windysha each bore you 2 children during these years. However, Milia's child was born from an egg. After all, you and Milia are dragons, so laying an egg is the normal occurrence. Furthermore, you can sense that the child growing within this egg is extraordinary, perhaps surpassing all your previous children in talent, and very likely possessing a natural imperial physique. Therefore, you value this child highly, placing him in the area of your territory with the most concentrated magic, and personally caring for him. In the 350th year, your child with Milia hatched. Just as you expected, this child possesses the innate physique of an emperor, and their talent seems to surpass even Milia's. You named this child Yao. If this child grows up to be of good character and doesn't go astray, they will be your heir. As your family grows, your 3 wives have begun to compete, but not for power. They're vying for the number of days they can spend with you each month, because you dedicate 15 days each month to cultivation, leaving only 15 days for them. According to your idea, 5 days per person would be perfect, but they don't want that. Their idea is to have a fair bet, and the winner gets all the care days for the month. Although the 3 are of different strengths, with your supervision, each bet relied on luck, so it was relatively fair. Wendy is the winner this time. At this moment, she was clinging to you, her slender legs wrapped around your waist, her head resting on your shoulder, the 2 of you almost touching, and you felt an intense sensation. Then, Wendy gave Misha and Milia, who were gritting their teeth, a smug look. She had won again. Yes, she had won again. Wendy had won 3 times in a row now, and in the past, Wendy had won more often. At this moment, in Misha's eyes, Wendy no longer held the majesty of the former elf queen. She now wished she could punch this elf queen to death. Milia was even more distressed. Because of her ability to perform great prophecy, she knew from the beginning that Wendysa would win. She wondered if she should use her great prophecy net time, paying a price to change the situation. However, she quickly rejected this idea. After all, although elves are long-lived, they can't possibly outlive dragons. If she just outlives those two annoying guys, she can have you all to herself. Not long after, you discover that Wendy is pregnant again. In the 351st year, Wendy gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. The girl possessed exceptional talent, almost a natural imperial physique, but the boy's talent was quite ordinary, seemingly only at the level of a Mon elf. You sent something and named the boy Goya. In the 360th year, your level broke through to 153. In the same year, with your assistance, Kana broke through to the king level. Many years ago, you rescued Kana and had her help manage the finances of her territory. For over 300 years, Kana has never made any mistakes in her management, and you are very satisfied with her management abilities. In your 500th year, you reached level 154. You clashed with a 9th-ranked demon general, and in a fit of rage, you spent 30 years completely wiping out his territory. Because of this battle, your reputation among the demon generals has soared. They are in awe of your terrifying strength and powerful army. Now, the SI demon generals ranked ahead of you dare not underestimate you, because based on your current strength, you have the potential to advance to the god level in the future. In the 550th year, the 11th, 14th, and 19th ranked demon generals formed a demonic alliance and launched an attack on your territory. Facing 3 enemies simultaneously, you showed no fear. Although your army was far outnumbered, its average strength was terrifying, and its discipline was impeccable, causing the enemy to retreat in defeat. In the 570th year, you conquered almost all of the territories of the 3 demon generals. At the same time, you fought against all 3, killing the 14th and 19th demon generals, while the 11th demon general fled and joined the 4th demon general. The demon king did not interfere in your war because you did not violate the laws he established. Demon generals can fight each other, but the top 10 demon generals cannot attack lower-level demon generals. Lower-level demon generals can freely challenge higher-level demon generals. Among the top 10 demon generals, a life-or-death battle is possible if both sides agree. It could even be said that the Demon King encourages battles between demon generals, because this not only depletes the number of demon beasts and increases their overall strength, but she also enjoys watching wars. After this epic battle, you were bestowed the title of War Emperor, because since being a demon general, you have never lost a single battle, and are therefore known as the Invincible Demon General. In the 700th year, your level cap has reached 195, and your own level has also increased to 160 due to continuous wars. This level is now on par with the Sith-ranked Demon General, and you are ready to challenge him at any time. That same year, the hero somehow learned that you are now a Demon General under the Demon King. The hero came to your castle, roaring at you with a face full of grief and indignation. She could not accept that you had been her enemy. But the hero's anger only lasted a moment. She quickly regained her posture by forcing herself to calm down. Then she left the hidden city, saying to you before leaving, "We are enemies from now on. Don't meet again. If you harm any humans, I will personally take your head." Faced with the hero's threat, you didn't take it to heart. Instead, you focus your attention on the blonde youth beside the hero. The blonde youth is now famous among humans, known as the second hero, and his strength is certainly no less than that of the hero. In the 720th year, your son Goa left your territory, saying he wanted to travel. You granted Goa's request. In the year 740, you underwent a strength test, and you have now be the Sith Demon General under the Demon King. That same year, the Demon King summoned you. You realized your opportunity had arrived. If you could get close enough to the Demon King, perhaps he could save you from the blonde youth someday. Chapter 175, The Rival's Gaze. Upon arriving at the Demon King's castle, you are somewhat shocked to see a pure and innocent-looking girl sitting on the throne, dressed in revealing clothing. Demon King Samuel is the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. In fact, you could say her charm surpasses even your beauty truly beyond mortal prehension. If one hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, probably no one would have been able to connect the seemingly delicate and beautiful girl before them with the Demon King. Fortunately, your mind is strong enough that you are no longer susceptible to the allure of beauty, so you remained relatively calm in the face of the Demon King. The Demon King looked at you, her dark eyes remaining completely unmoved. Clearly, your charm had no effect on her. She simply said calmly, "You're quite good. Eat this. If you can pull through, it will raise your potential to godhood." As the Demon King spoke, a bottle of deep red blood slowly floated in front of you. Then, the Demon King said calmly, "This is the essence blood of the former Demon King. If you drink it, it will greatly enhance your potential, but you will also face great danger. Are you willing to take the gamble?" Upon hearing the Demon King's words, you thanked him and drank the bottle of blood. Seeing your decisiveness, the Demon King was very pleased. After finishing the blood, the porcelain bottle fell to the ground, and you began to struggle violently. This pain was unlike anything you'd ever experienced before. Powerful magic surged wildly through your body, and every second you felt as if your body was about to burst from its grip. Realizing this couldn't continue, you used magic conversion, constantly transforming your icing magic into various attributes to strengthen your body and create more space to absorb this new magic. The Demon Queen sat at the head of the table, watching you struggle with great interest, as if she were watching a show. She seemed to really enjoy seeing others suffer. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. One day later, your level cap has been raised to 200, you have mutated into a tyrannical dragon, and your level has increased to 165. Now, you truly possess godlike potential. However, you yourself have also undergone a tremendous change. The aura you once concealed so well is now leaking out uncontrollably. Just looking at you from afar, one can feel the violent, evil, and greedy aura emanating from you. Even your pupils and hair have turned a deep, blood-red color. You can feel that even your absolute rationality and clear-headedness are barely able to suppress the rage surging in your mind. You quickly spend a large amount of gold in the sin of greed to purchase forced calm, and your emotions have calmed down slightly. The Demon King noticed your change, a hint of surprise in her oppression. She had assumed that after consuming the former Demon King's blood, even if you hadn't uploaded, you would most likely have fallen into endless rage. She never expected you to remain so clear-headed. Seeing this, the Demon King became even more interested in you. Subsequently, you stayed in the Demon King's castle to assist him, being the only demon general who, despite not having broken through to godhood, could interact with the Demon King. After the 3 top-ranking demon generals of the Kraken learned of this news, their attitudes towards you changed significantly. You could sense obvious hostility. Fenrir and Cerberus, on the other hand, seemed to show concern for their master. But Kraken is different. His behavior is the most obvious. You're very familiar with this hostility, the look of someone eyeing a love rival. This kid has actually fallen for his master, and you feel utterly helpless about it. Even if you have no other choice now, you have to face the challenge head-on. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Today, you're going to get close to the Demon King. You've said it, and even Kraken can't stop you. However, the most urgent task right now is to deal with that violent emotion within you. You can feel it like the magic within you, constantly growing stronger. Forcing yourself to calm down won't suppress it for long. You'll probably need God-level emotional control skills to subdue it. For you, you began building new cities, launching more projects, and even trading with some human nations in pursuit of greater wealth. The Demon King naturally noticed your actions, but instead of stopping you, she found it quite amusing. It was the first time she had ever encountered a demon like you. After all, normal demons have flaws to some extent, such as greed, tyranny, and lust. But you are different. You have all of these flaws. Even among demons, few are this depraved. But the amazing thing is that despite having so many flaws, you can maintain absolute rationality and know when to oppose your weaknesses. The Demon King has never seen a demon like you before, so her attention towards you is constantly increasing. In the 900th year, your level has increased to 167. At the same time, you have finally accumulated enough wealth to spend 100 billion gold coins to purchase a skill called the Heart of God. After obtaining the Heart of God, not only have your emotions stabilized, but your strength has also greatly increased. At the same time, the Demon King has also given you a task this year. She orders you to organize the net monster tide. This is a task assigned to a demon general, and normally you shouldn't refuse. However, you are extremely unwilling because organizing a monster tide means facing the hero's team, and facing the hero's team means facing that blonde youth. Over the years, you still occasionally dream of dying at his hands, which is why you're so unwilling to accept it. The Demon King's face immediately showed displeasure when he saw that you didn't agree right away. You then quickly agreed to his request, and his oppression gradually improved. Looking at the Demon King's unpredictable oppression, you decide to save another 10 billion to buy charm points, pushing your charm beyond human limits. Previously, you needed to buy divine hearts to stabilize your emotions. Now you can finally save money as you see fit. Following the Demon King's orders, you began driving monsters through the monster forest, forming a monster tide in preparation for attacking human cities. A month later, just as you imagined, you discovered that the hero's team had already arrived in the city you were attacking. Chapter 176, 101 Charm. The hero spotted you at the very back of the monster horde. Upon seeing your face, his body trembled uncontrollably. This day had finally... Heaven knows how much you didn't want to be your enemy, but fate is so ironic. Under your leadership, this monster tide is unprecedentedly powerful. However, you know that such strength is insufficient to kill the hero and her panions. It will only leave them extremely exhausted. You stand at the very back of the monster horde, calmly watching the hero's party fight valiantly. Your oppression is blank, a sight that is particularly jarring to the hero. She recalls the moment you first met, the teasing and passion you displayed, a memory she will never forget. Not being with you is her lifelong regret. In her eyes, you're no longer the person you used to be. The person you used to be is dead in her eyes. Now she only sees you as an enemy. The hero deceives himself like this. 3 months later, the exhausted hero slew the last monster. You sent a raven to deliver a message to him. After confirming that he knew the net victim city, you prepare to leave. However, just as you turn to leave, the hero caught up with you, pointing his holy sword at you, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Why did you do this? Why did you organize the monster tide? The hero roared in grief and anger. This is merely my duty, hero. Go back. If you continue to point your sword at me, I will consider it a challenge. The hero's holy sword is now inlaid with 3 legendary gems, making it quite powerful, but in your eyes, it's nothing. Seeing your completely unmoved oppression, the hero finally lost his temper, drew his holy sword, and slashed at you. The blonde youth joined the attack. Although both are emperor level, there are differences between emperor level beings. The hero and the blonde youth are both level 117, while you're level 167, a difference of 50 levels. Even you, let alone the hero, wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy with such a large gap, especially since the hero and the blonde youth's magic power is almost depleted. You only used a slight touch, but the powerful magic rendered the hero and the blonde youth immobile, instantly bringing them back to their senses. However, you didn't intend to kill them both. After all, killing the blonde youth would cause him to transform into an angel and kill you, and killing the hero might also provoke the blonde youth, causing him to transform and kill you. You watch as the 2 figures struggle in agony before you slowly approach the hero. As you draw nearer, the hero's heart leaps in his throat, while the blonde youth struggles frantically. He loves the hero, and if you do anything to him, he'll go mad. You noticed his love for the hero, so you came up with a way to deal with him. Seeing the hero's grief-stricken oppression, you knelt down and said, "Hero, I don't want to be your enemy either, but many things are beyond my control. I hope we will never meet again, and please don't chase after me. This is my final gift to you." With that, you took a legendary gem from your robes and placed it before the hero, your oppression filled with resolute determination and sorrow. Upon seeing the legendary gem, the heroine was filled with disbelief. She knew all too well how important the legendary gem was to her. She hadn't expected you to give her something so precious. Seeing the resolute yet sorrowful look on your face, the hero instantly realized that you were probably forced into being a demon general not because of resources, but because you were compelled by the Demon King. Yes, he's such a good person. How could I have thought of him like that before? Arrow, I will definitely protect you and help you return to your former life. the hero thought to himself. Seeing the hero's oppression, you know what she's thinking. After all, that's how a simp thinks. A little kindness is enough to make him forget all the grievances he suffered before, and he'll continue to willingly give everything for you. I have to say, being a simp is, well, love is truly amazing. Then, you looked at the blonde youth, said nothing, and left. Watching your retreating figure, the blonde youth also wore a PLE oppression. After your figure completely disappeared, the hero didn't get up. Instead, he stared blankly in the direction you left. The blonde-haired girl felt incredibly heartbroken seeing the hero like this, but there was nothing she could do. You're watching this scene from afar, very satisfied. Good. Now you're the ultimate white moonlight, and unrequited love in the hero's heart. That blonde youth net to him seems to really like the hero. You wouldn't hurt the person you love, would you, kid? You plan to approach this from multiple angles, and you're joining the Demon King's army is merely to gain his protection. If you can solve the problem at its root, that would naturally be even better. With this in mind, you should return to continue driving away the monsters and preparing for the net monster tide. The Demon King has entrusted the organization of the monster tides for the net 30 years to you, so you'll likely meet the hero's team much more often afterward. Soon, you organize the net wave of monsters. Meanwhile, the demonized orc race offered you most of the precious gems from their territory. Combined with your remaining gold coins, you had over 10 billion left. You figured you should increase your charm a bit. So, you spent 100 million gold coins to raise your charm to 101 points. If the price remained the same, you planned to raise it to 200. However, after reaching 101, the price of the net point of charm doubled, being 200 million. Seeing this, you were stunned. Things weren't so simple after all. After thinking about it, I think you shouldn't upgrade your charm yet. 101 is already beyond the limit for ordinary people. You can increase it little by little over time. Let's take it slow and not be too abrupt. Standing before the mirror, you gaze at your reflection, swallow hard. If you were a woman, you might even fall in love with your own image. It's just a little bit of charm, yet there's already a huge difference. Of course, your current charm level certainly hasn't reached the Demon King's level yet. After the training session ended, you stepped out of the tent and immediately noticed that almost everyone's eyes were on you. You were prepared for this, so you simply smiled and told everyone to move on. You made no attempt to hide your appearance. After all, you had the ability to protect yourself. Chapter 177, the hero has completely fallen. Because the troops you now manned are the Demon King's direct forces, and because you were very kind before, these people don't respect you that much. For Impel, this female Azura in front of me right now is staring at you with eyes that seem to bulge out of their sockets, as if she wants to see right through you. Is it beautiful? You asked, approaching the female Azura with a slightly wicked smile. You have now grown into a young adult. Your appearance is no longer as innocent as that of a teenager, but rather imbued with a sense of maturity, making you look like a ripe fruit. The demonic aura emanating from you makes you seem unlike a respectable person. Coupled with your superhuman beauty, you appear extremely alluring. After hearing your words, the female Azura nodded as if possessed and even reached out to touch you. Seeing the female Azura's reaction, you slapped her hand away, reached out and pinched her chin, looking down at her beautiful face. Then you gently stroked it a few times, feeling the warmth from your fingertips. The female Azura's heart suddenly raced. Then you suddenly exerted force, and a cracking sound came from the female Azura's jaw. Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. A violent, demonic aura instantly spread outwards, overwhelming all the demons with its terrifying power, making it difficult for them to breathe. The female Azura immediately knelt on the ground, unable to look at you any longer. After seeing these people's oppressions be more docile, you turn and leave. Not long after, the female demon looked up in the direction you had left, her eyes burning with intense desire. She longed to know what it would be like to taste your forceful nature. Although you crushed her chin, it's hardly an injury to a royal-level monster. She'll recover quickly. You don't care at all what the female Azura is thinking. Unless there's a special circumstance, it's difficult for a royal-level demon like you to have much further contact with her. So you're just continuing to fuel the net wave of monsters, launching an attack on the net city. Soon, you will meet the hero again. Because you gave him the 4th legendary gem, the hero's strength has increased significantly. You can even sense that the hero's strength is now close to yours. You weren't surprised by this, because each legendary gem inlaid on the holy sword multiplies the hero's strength. If the hero were to inlay all 5 legendary gems onto the holy sword, their strength would likely immediately reach level 190. Furthermore, her talent and other attributes will surge. Given time, reaching God level shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, the hero began annihilating the monster tide. Because of obtaining the 4th legendary gem, the hero was annihilating the monster tide much faster than usual this time. After annihilating the monster horde, the hero immediately flew towards you. Throughout the battle, the hero's gaze remained fixed on you for a significant portion of the time. As the hero appeared before you, you said coldly, "I think I told you not to be looking for me again, or I will consider you my enemy." Hearing your words, the hero reacted very differently than before, and then she said, "You've grown up, Arrow, and be even more handsome than before." As he spoke, he tried to touch you. Seeing this, you feigned panic and said, "Are you crazy? You're a hero, and I'm a demon general. What would it look like if we acted so intimately?" Hearing your words, the hero was stunned for a moment, though he felt a warm current flow through his heart. At times like this, his first thought is my reputation. He truly cares about me. Looking at the hero's oppression, you know you've further strengthened your position in his heart. A few more times, and he'll be willing to die for you. After that, you experienced several more Warcraft waves. Each time a Warcraft wave occurred, you gained 1 point of charm. Now, your charm has reached 105 points. The naive heroine was completely manipulated by you. Now she is utterly devoted to you, and you have been the only love of her life. After the 9th monster wave, the hero, as usual, gave chase, but after she did, public opinion about her had changed. As a pected of the hero, after going through such a difficult battle, he is still chasing after those monsters. That's right, the hero is the best in the world. Hearing these words, the blonde youth felt a pang of unease. He knew perfectly well why the hero had chased after him. Each time he had gone, he had suffered greatly, so this time he didn't intend to go. You noticed that the hero came alone this time, and the blonde youth didn't follow. Realizing it was time to give the hero a treat, you figured the puppy's mood would be unstable if it was always hungry. So you sent your subordinates away with the newly promoted Lord-level monsters to meet the hero alone. "There's no one else around this time. Let's have a proper talk," you said coldly, looking at the hero who had caught up with you. "Good." Then you arrived at a deserted valley. "I'd be like this now. Do you still like me, hero?" you asked, pointing to your deep red, alluring eyes and blood-red hair. Hearing your words, the hero nodded earnestly. Seeing that the hero didn't hesitate, you were very satisfied. The hero was now so captivated by your charm that he had forgotten who he was. Then you approach the hero, take her hand, and look her in the eye. The distance between you two is only a finger's width, and you can even feel each other's breath. The hero hadn't been this close to you in countless years. Looking at your face, the hero was so nervous that he couldn't utter a single word. Then, just like before, you leaned your head close to the hero's ear and gently bit her earlobe. The intense, tingling sensation was as strong as ever, and the hero forcibly held back her moan. Then I heard you say, "Hero, you keep chasing after me. Is it for this?" Having your purpose eppost, a strong sense of shame swept over the hero. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the hero shook his head guiltily. A playful smile played on your lips, which, combined with your red eyes, was captivating. "Hero, lying is not a good habit, and you need to be punished." The hero was startled when his lie was eppost. Just as he was about to explain, he felt a sharp pain. You bit down hard on the hero's snow-white neck, and crimson blood flowed down her pale skin, creating a stark contrast. The intense pain did not arouse the hero's disgust. Instead, it stirred a strong sense of excitement within her. Just when she thought things were going to continue, you stopped and told her to go back. Afterwards, the heroine returned home in a daze. For the next few days, she kept replaying everything that had happened there in her mind. Chapter 178, The Second Millennium. You stared at the hero's retreating figure, your expression indifferent, as if you hadn't done anything about it. You've given the hero a taste of food, but you haven't satisfied her. A wild beast that's been starving for a long time will only look forward to the net feeding after eating a small amount, and might even go hunting on its own. The hero had been looking completely lost and dejected these past few days, a fact that the blonde youth, Akri, noticed and worried about, but he was powerless to do anything for his goddess. In the 770th year, you have ended your 30-year reign of the Warcraft craze. During these 30 years, you have completely tamed the heroes. However, what annoys you is that Akri, after seeing his goddess being manipulated by you in this way, has actually maintained a clear mind and continues to diligently cultivate and improve his strength. It seems that women cannot affect Akri's leveling speed. After completing the task assigned to you by the Demon King, you return to report. Your charm level has now reached 108 points, essentially matching the Demon King's. The Demon King wasn't surprised to see your appearance. She had been closely monitoring the battlefield of the Monster Tide and naturally noticed the change in your appearance. Clearly, physical appearance might charm naive girls like heroes, but it has virtually no effect on a powerful boss like the Demon King, unless one breaks through to a level far surpassing the Demon King. After giving you your reward, the Demon King let you go back to rest. You've returned to your territory, a rare occurrence. To your surprise, your son Yao has broken through to the Emperor level, and Goya has returned some time ago. His level has now surpassed the peak of the royal level. Your other children have also made great progress. Seeing this, you, as a father, are very gratified. You plan to spend the rest of your time in your territory to reflect and prepare. After returning to your territory, it took your wives a while to recognize you. After so many years apart, you had a good time being intimate. In the 800th year, your level has reached 169. In the 950th year, you reached level 170. Simultaneously, you mastered the special skill, Source of Life, which significantly extended your lifespan, making it more than twice as long as that of a typical Emperor-level dragon. In the 1300th year, you reached level 171. You could clearly feel that your strength was increasing much more slowly. In the same year, you collected the 5th legendary gem, but you didn't give it to the hero immediately. Instead, you kept it, intending to use it at the most appropriate time. In the same year, Goa also broke through to the Emperor level, being your second person to break through to the Emperor level. Compared to Yao, Goa is more calm and collected, so you are hesitating whether to pass on the position of successor to Goa. In the 1500th year, your son, Yao, broke through to level 140. He has now be the second strongest person in your territory. You are amazed by Yao's talent. You feel that if this continues, Yao will eventually break through to the god level. You eagerly await that day. Meanwhile, Milia gave birth to your second child, a daughter. This daughter also inherited your talents, being born with Emperor-level abilities. You are very surprised by this, because it is very difficult for strong people to have children, let alone those born at the Emperor level. Your number of offspring already surpasses that of most Emperor-level powerhouses. In the 1700th year, Akri's strength has surpassed that of the hero. At the same time, he has found the divine sword you sealed away and regained some of the angel's memories. He has remembered his mission, to eat to this world and slay a demon who also possesses the talents of the 7 deadly sins. You've noticed the divine sword has been taken by its master, and you've been increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, Milia has also been quite worried lately. She can sense that your death is drawing ever closer. In the 1800th year, your level broke through to 172. At the same time, you will pass on your territory to Goa. As for why you didn't pass it on to Yao, it's mainly because he has a rather lazy personality. His limit is to strive to cultivate, and it would be too much to ask him to manage the territory. In the second 1,000 years, you came to live in the Demon King's castle with your wives. Now you just want to live a few more years. If you dare, Akri will storm into the Demon King's castle and kill you with one blow. These days, you've seen the Demon King frequently, and you've discovered that he truly has no feelings for you whatsoever. At the same time, you've also figured out how to attract the Demon King's attention. You've discovered that the Demon Queen is an extreme sadist. Her fetishes are excessively perverse. She gets excited when she sees others in pain. Although you know how to win her over, you haven't put it into practice. Because an unexpected obstacle arose, you're afraid of pain. Although you've endured pain that most people couldn't bear, that doesn't mean you can accept it. If possible, you'd still prefer each breakthrough to be foreseeable. You believe that with your abilities, you can definitely find other ways to defeat the Demon King. Although you want to stay hidden in the Demon King's castle forever, unfortunately, the Demon King doesn't want you to stay here indefinitely. So she has given you a new mission to stop the monster tide. You can only accept this helplessly, and you can sense that this expedition will be extremely dangerous. Because of breaking through to the Emperor level, the hero's lifespan has been greatly increased. Now you're facing the first hero who saw you at the very back of the monster tide as soon as it began. The hero's previously cold expression softened instantly, even softening into a faint smile. Seeing this, the members of the hero's party looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Many of them had only joined the party in the last few hundred years, and this was the first time they'd ever seen the hero with such an expression. You notice the hero's appearance and realize it's time to give him the final legendary gem. After all, Akri might target you this time, and if the hero obtains the 5th legendary gem, he might be able to put up a fight against Akri. Just as you expected, after the monster tide subsided, the hero came to find you. Accompanying him was Akri, whose oppression was unfriendly. Sensing the astonishing divine power emanating from Akri, you sighed. Chapter 179, The Eye of Truth. Fortunately, this time Akri only looked at you with an unfriendly expression and showed no intention of fighting you. He didn't recognize you as the demon with the sin of greed. You gave the last legendary gem to the hero. The hero stared at the gem you handed her, her eyes filled with disbelief. The last gem she had searched for all these years had actually been found by you. You solemnly said to the hero, "The last gem has been corrupted by the Demon King's magic. Whether or not you use it is up to you. I believe you will make the right choice at the right time." Hearing your words, the hero nodded solemnly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Even after all this time, you still remember that she hasn't collected all the legendary gems. She then received the last legendary gem from you. Since Akri was also present, you couldn't offer the hero any other rewards. After exchanging the legendary gem, you parted ways. After leaving, you breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Akri didn't attack you. It seemed you wouldn't expose your identity anytime soon. After returning, the hero hesitated for a moment before finally embedding the legendary gem into his holy sword. After all, equipping a legendary gem not only significantly boosted his strength and other attributes, but also enhanced his innate talent. The enhancement brought by the 4 gems was already astonishing. She couldn't even imagine what the enhancement of 5 gems could bring. As for the red legendary gem you mentioned that was corrupted by the Demon King's power, she wasn't that afraid. After all, she possessed forced calmness and skills like the divine body, which could definitely help her resist the Demon King's corruption. This Warcraft wave, like the last one, has a duration of 30 years. In the 20th year of the Warcraft craze, something unusual happened in the hero's party. Akri leveled up at an astonishing rate, breaking through to level 150. At the same time, he also acquired an angelic skill, the Eye of Truth. This skill allows angels to see through all demonic disguises, which is quite good even among divine skills. Because of the Eye of Truth, Akri saw your true face during the net monster tide. After defeating the monster tide, Akri immediately charged towards you. Seeing Akri charging towards you, you felt a bad premonition. At the same time, the hero was also chasing after you. She noticed that Akri's action seemed a bit off and quickly caught up with him, asking, "Akri, what are you doing?" However, Akri seemed not to hear the hero's words and directly thrust his sword at you. Seeing this, the hero quickly stepped in front of you. Akri looked at the hero in front of him and said coldly, "Hero, do you know who this guy you're protecting is?" Upon hearing Akri's voice, the hero remained silent. "You are the Demon King's general," she said. "No matter what she says, it doesn't make sense. As for you being her lover, she can't bring herself to say it." Looking at the hero blocking your way, Akri's face showed a look of disappointment, but he had no choice but to roar. "The one behind you is a demon with the 7 deadly sins, just like the Demon King. If you keep protecting him like this, he will eventually grow into an instance on par with the Demon King." Hearing Akri's words, the heroine looked on in disbelief. She glanced back at you, but saw no evil in your eyes. So she turned back to Akri and said firmly, "He won't. Even if all demons are evil, he won't be like that. I believe in him." Upon hearing the hero's words, Akri's eyes were filled with disappointment. He suddenly realized what kind of woman he had been in love with all these years. "Get out of the way, or I'll chop you up too." Hearing Akri's words, the hero didn't budge an inch. You watched this scene with great interest, showing no intention of helping. The hero had now obtained 5 legendary gems, and his strength even aged your expectations. Akri was definitely no match for the hero now. After a moment of internal struggle, Akri made his move. His divine sword was instantly imbued with holy flames. The hero, seeing this, showed no fear and immediately countered with his own holy sword. The next second, the hero cleaved Akri away with a single sword strike. Seeing this, you were somewhat shocked by the hero's current immense strength. The power of that sword strike had surpassed the full force attack of a level 190 effort. Akri's being sent flying by the hero was also incredibly absurd. Despite taking such a powerful blow, he seemed completely unharmed. After Akri stood up, he glared angrily at you. "It was all your fault. You were the one who turned the hero into this. If he killed you, the hero could return to his original form." You looked at the furious Akri without showing any panic. Akri in his current state could defeat even you, let alone a hero. However, if you fought him, it might awaken the angelic soul within him, so you should try to avoid engaging him. Then, Akri launched a desperate attack on you, but the hero easily blocked all his attacks. The hero stood in front of you and calmly said, "Arrow, don't worry. With me here, I will never let this guy hurt you in the slightest." "Thank you, hero," you said, feigning gratitude. Hearing your thanks spurred the brave warrior to work even harder. But gradually, the hero sensed that Akri's strength was growing stronger and stronger. He was actually constantly improving his strength in battle, which was simply unbelievable. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, the hero said to you, "Arrow, you should go back first. Leave this to me. But if I go back, don't worry about my safety. You can't do anything to me. You go quickly." "Okay, then be careful." After saying this, you left, turning back every few steps. Seeing your oppression, the hero was even more certain that you were worried about her safety, and he tried even harder to stop you. Akri watched you leave right before his eyes, and he was furious. What he couldn't accept even more was that the hero seemed to have been drugged by you. Akri roared angrily at the hero. "Do you know who you just let go? What happened to your forced calm? You're acting like you've been drugged." "I am perfectly calm right now. How could I possibly trigger forced calmness?" the hero replied coldly. Chapter 1, 80 Demonic Abyss. Hearing the hero's answer, Akri was even more speechless, remaining remarkably calm. This meant the hero had truly fallen in love with the demon possessing the powers of the 7 deadly sins. She had truly gone mad. Thinking of this, Akri felt heartbroken. He couldn't understand why the hero would abandon such a good man like him and instead fall for that demon, just because he was handsome. He truly couldn't believe that the hero would protect a demon for such a superficial reason. Meanwhile, you've returned to the Demon King's castle and requested that he replace the leaders of the Monster Tide. The Demon King looks down at you with a nasty oppression. Seeing the unyielding Demon King before you, you feel helpless. You know that to get the Demon King to agree to your request, you must offer something in return. Why didn't you want to go with the Monster Tide? Didn't that hero protect you so well? You even gave her the legendary gem she needed most. The Demon King spoke each word clearly. He knew everything you had done. Hearing the Demon King's words, you weren't surprised at all. You already knew the Demon King was aware of everything you'd done. It was precisely because the Demon King didn't truly care about these things that he allowed you to do them. However, you still showed a look of fear and panic on the surface. The Demon King looked at your oppression and smiled even more. Then she said coldly, "As a demon general under my command, you dare to collude with the hero. How do you think I should punish you? How about sending you to live in the Demon Abyss for 100 years? Of course, you can also choose not to go to the Demon Abyss and continue to drive the Monster Tide." Upon hearing the words Demon Abyss, your oppression turned grim. The Demon Abyss is like a death row dungeon in the human world, a place that terrifies all demons, and you naturally fear it greatly as well. However, if you continue to go to the monster tide, judging from the blonde youth's current leveling speed, the hero's leveling speed might not be faster than his. You might get killed by the blonde youth with a single blow anytime. But going to the demon abyss is worse than death. Faced with this situation, please make your choice. First, obey the Demon King's command. Go to the abyss of demons and endure inhuman suffering. Second, continue to fuel the Warcraft tide. Third, fight the Demon King who is forcing you to make a choice. Fourth, remain silent and wait for the Demon King to make the choice for you. After seeing these 4 options, Goblin outside the simulation hesitated for a moment and then chose option 1 without hesitation. Although the abyss is extremely painful, it's okay. It's not like I'm the one suffering. My other self, I believe in you. You can definitely persevere. System, please select option 1. After hearing the Demon King's words, you hesitated for a long time. You wanted to continue organizing the monster tide, but when you looked up at the Demon King's eyes, you realized that the Demon King wanted you to choose the abyss. You began to struggle with your decision because you knew that although the Demon King seemed calm, he was actually very volatile. Some demon generals who made the wrong choice before the Demon King were tortured to the point of wishing they were dead. You secretly remember this grudge and plan to kill the Demon King 100 times in the future to make her pay for this hatred. My Lord Demon King, I choose to go to the abyss of demons. Hearing your choice, the Demon King's oppression became much more satisfied. Very good. You have made the right choice. Go, and eat out again in 100 years. Yes, you replied with some difficulty. Then, you walked into the abyss of demons, while the Demon King intently observed your reaction, eager to see what kind of pained oppression you would display upon entering. Upon reaching the entrance to the abyss of demons, you can faintly hear screams, ing, from below cries from the very depths of one's soul. To spend 100 years in the abyss of demons is truly a torture worse than death. You take a deep breath, then transform into your true form as a tyrannical dragon and plunge headlong into the abyss. The abyss is extremely deep. Even if you rush downwards at full speed, you won't reach the deepest point in an instant. During the process of entering the abyss of demons, you can feel a violent and eerie demonic power constantly engulfing your body. Every pore of your body is being eroded by this strange demonic power. This feeling is like drowning, extremely unaffordable. The deeper you go into the abyss of demons, the greater the pressure on your body bees. You've only gone halfway in, and you already feel like you're about to collapse. However, you weren't without a backup plan. You quickly purchased skills like pain relief from the sin of greed. Of course, you bought very high-level skills so they would be effective. As you affected, after purchasing these skills, your pain was reduced somewhat. Although it was still very unaffordable, it was within a tolerable range. However, the deeper you go into the abyss, the more intense the pain bees. Gradually, you reach the deepest part of the abyss and begin to resist the strange magical power it exerts on your body. You know that the magic power of the abyss can be absorbed and digested, and it's much stronger than ordinary magic power. However, once you absorb this magic power, the curse of the abyss will follow you for life. You've seen how much suffering those who absorbed the magic power of the abyss endured, so you began to resist desperately. The Demon King was very pleased to see the pain on your face. Soon, a day passed. Although you have skills that alleviate pain, they only provide temporary relief. In just one day, already found it extremely difficult to endure. Meanwhile, the Demon King is watching you with great interest from within her Demon King's castle. If you can survive a single day in the Demon Abyss, and you have already surpassed most who have entered, she is eager to know how much longer you can hold out. Time passed slowly, quickly. A week, a month, 3 months, a year had gone by, and you were still struggling to resist the demonic power within the abyss. The Demon King's face had darkened. She didn't understand why you persisted. Wouldn't it have been better to simply feign excruciating pain and let her admire you? She loathed your stubborn willpower. After a year of perseverance, your spirits are starting to falter. You've run out of gold coins and can no longer afford to buy pain relief skills to lessen your suffering. If this continues, you really don't know if you can last another 100 years. Furthermore, you can sense that terrifying roars can be faintly heard around you. You've heard that a truly terrifying monster dwells deep within the abyss. Chapter 181, a century later. This monster was thrown into the abyss by the first Demon King. Everyone who saw its true form is dead. However, the abyss is actually very large, and even those who were thrown into it rarely saw this monster. You never expected your luck to be so bad. The only situation that could increase the difficulty of the demon abyss had happened to you, so you struggled to move your dragon body away from the direction the sound was from. However, as soon as you get up, a sharp pain washes over you. It feels like the pain you feel the next morning when someone who has never worked out before goes to the gym to train legs for the first time. You struggle to take your first steps into the distance. The Demon King felt a surge of satisfaction seeing you in such agony. She relished watching others suffer. You were lucky. The monster didn't seem particularly fast, so you managed to escape. However, due to your movement, you inadvertently inhaled some of the demonic power from the depths of the abyss. The painful sensation began to seep into your internal organs, and even with your strong endurance, you could not bear this pain. The most terrifying thing is that, because of your absolute rationality and clear mind, you won't faint from the pain like some other creatures, but will endure this suffering in your most lucid state. At this moment, your hatred for the Demon King has reached its peak. Even killing him 1,000 times wouldn't be enough to quell the hatred in your heart. You begin to scream in pain, but no one here can hear you. The only one who can hear you is the unknown monster, and you don't want it to hear you either. 10 years later, you have absorbed a considerable amount of demonic energy from the abyss. Due to the long period of time, you have gained a skill to adapt to pain. Now you're not as unfordable as you were at the beginning, and you are much better overall. You have even begun to actively absorb demonic energy from the abyss. The Demon King was extremely dissatisfied with this scene. The bodies of top-tier dragons were simply too powerful. They had even withstood the harsh environment of the demon abyss. 50 years later, due to magic overload and the continuous absorption of magic from the abyss, the magic power within your body has reached a terrifying level. Although you still retain a clear mind and consciousness, you have actually gone mad. All you can think about now is the carnage you will experience after you escape the abyss. The immense suffering you have endured for years has filled your heart with nothing but hatred. Once you leave the abyss, you will seek revenge on everyone you can. In the 90th year, you encountered the thought monster of the abyss again. The monster's appearance was very strange. It stood 300 meters tall, and from its obese body, you could barely make out that it was a huge humanoid monster, but it only had one arm and one leg. Its body was covered with mouths full of fangs, and its skin was bloodless, not pale but a jet black. It was wrapped in tattered, insignificant bandages, and at the same time, it emitted an indescribable stench and oozed yellowish pus. Just looking at it from afar is disgusting, but now that this monster is in front of you, all you want to do is vent your anger and torture it mercilessly. So you attacked him. Because he has no eyes or ears, the monster didn't realize it was being attacked until your attack landed on it. Accompanying the attack was the monster's piercing scream, a sound you had never heard before. If you had to describe it, it was somewhat like the cry of a baby. The monster's voice possessed a special magic, capable of directly affecting one's soul. You feel like your eardrums are about to shatter from this monster's vibrations. At the same time, you can sense that this monster is definitely a peak emperor-level powerhouse, or even a demigod-level powerhouse. However, you remained fearless and continued your frantic attacks on the monster. Because you couldn't see or hear, the monster could only use its one hand to attack its surroundings haphazardly, but it couldn't hit you no matter what it did. Your attack quickly inflicted some damage on the monster, and scarlet blood flowed from its body, but the monster's wounds healed almost instantly. Not long after, you stole your first skill from this monster. Even though it was just a random skill you stole, it was incredibly powerful. The first skill you stole was called pain conversion. This skill can convert the pain a monster endures into power. The greater the pain, the greater the power gained. Unfortunately, this skill only allows for temporary stealing, not permanent stealing. Then you fly through the air, frantically attacking the monsters below. Your aim isn't to steal their skills, but simply to vent your anger. Amidst the monster's agonizing screams, you strangely feel a sense of satisfaction. The Demon King watched your transformation from outside, a hint of excitement flickering in his oppression. A year has passed, and you still haven't killed him. He seems invincible. So far, you've only temporarily stolen the monster's skills. You haven't truly acquired them. You know this is because the monster's level is far too high, beyond the reach of someone your level can steal. You even suspect that this monster's vitality has reached God level. Otherwise, a normal Emperor level being, even at its peak, should have been killed by such a beating. The last 9 years of your life remained largely unchanged, passing by uneventfully. Suddenly, you realize that 100 years have passed. You glance at the monster below, but instead of continuing your attack, you fly upwards. You have now fully adapted to the magic at the bottom of the abyss, a result you never expected. After a day's journey, you finally left the abyss of demons. The first thing you did upon leaving was to report to the Demon King. You killed all the monsters you encountered along the way, and only when you arrived at the Demon King's castle did you finally calm down. Then, looking at the Demon King sitting above you, you no longer felt the admiration you had when you first met her. Instead, you fantasized about tearing her to pieces piece by piece. Goblin, seeing this from the outside, was numb. It seemed that the memories of this life were going to be ruined. The influence of the abyss on people was too profound. He didn't want to be like the Demon King. The Demon King noticed your oppression and found it quite amusing. She hadn't expected you to actually survive 100 years and end up like this. Chapter 182, Accidental Injury. The punishment is over. Do whatever you want. I won't force you anymore, the Demon King said casually. Hearing the Demon King's clear voice, you forcibly suppressed the killing intent in your heart, nodded, and left. You've barely left the Demon King's castle, and you've already begun a bloodbath in the Demon Beast Forest. Your chest is filled with boundless rage, and only frenzied slaughter can bring you a moment's peace. Soon, the earth was stained red with the blood of monsters. Unlike when you were in a berserk state, you did all this while fully conscious. You looked at the monster corpses you had torn to pieces around you with satisfaction, as if they were works of art. After consuming their flesh and blood, you left to find another place to begin your slaughter. The Demon King is still watching you closely and hasn't stopped you at all. After all, the reproductive capacity of magical beasts is terrifying. Even if you hunt them 100 times faster, it won't have any impact on the magical beast forest. In the 3rd millennium, your level has increased to 179. At the same time, in the deepest part of the monster forest, you once again encounter the hero's party. Looking at these familiar faces, you realize it's time to face your destiny. Because you're currently in the form of a tyrannical dragon, the hero, upon seeing you, only felt that your appearance was somewhat familiar, but did not recognize you, simply mistaking you for an evil dragon. Upon seeing you, Akri's oppression turned decided. Nearly 1,000 years had passed. He had finally found you and could now plead his mission. Then, the hero launched an attack on you without hesitation, and you watched as the hero thrust his sword at you, pretending not to see the attack. The holy sword easily pierced your hard scales and penetrated your body. Due to the holy sword's special properties, even a light touch on a monster's body can cause extremely serious damage. After being attacked by the hero, you didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, you stared blankly at the hero, and then your dragon body began to slowly shrink. Watching you slowly revert to your original form, the hero's oppression shifted from initial excitement to confusion, and finally, panic. Seeing this, Akri immediately sensed something was wrong and launched an attack. However, his attack was blocked by a silver longsword. Seeing this, Akri gave the hero a resentful look. Then the hero caught you in midair. Seeing the crimson in your eyes, the hero said aimlessly, "I'm so sorry, Arrow. I didn't know it was you. How are you? Are you all right?" Seeing the hero's heinous oppression, you felt no ripple of emotion. While the hero's holy sword could indeed inflict significant damage on ordinary monsters, it was of little use to you. Therefore, you were completely indifferent. You were merely faking it. After all, you were no match for these two right now. The rest of the hero's squad are now staring at you and the hero with utter bewilderment. Many of them are newers who joined only in the last 1,000 years. And apart from Merlin, who has already broken through to the Emperor level, everyone else who knew about your relationship is gone. "I'm fine," you said weakly. Hearing your voice, The hero felt a pang of guilt. P.S. Family, I've been too busy today, so I'll stop here. Sorry. Chapter 183 Simulation ends. Attempt to fuse mutants. You ignore the hero's apology. Your gaze fied on her slender, snow-white neck, a urge to chew it to pieces constantly rising in your mind. Goblin, outside the simulation, was completely stunned by what he saw. If he had previously harbored any thought of absorbing magic power by going into the abyss to adapt to its pain, he had now completely abandoned that idea, because the effects he had received in the simulation were far too severe. Although your desire to kill the hero is intense, you've temporarily restrained yourself. Because of this restraint, the oppression on your face is now abnormally painful and distorted. This oppression, seen by the hero, makes her feel that it's caused by her recent attack, and her guilt deepens. Afterwards, Akri and the hero had a fierce argument. After the hero put you down, he fought Akri. You watched this scene with bloodshot eyes. Every attack between them tugged at your heartstrings. You wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill them all. As time passed, you gradually lost your patience. An hour later, you suddenly erupted and attacked Akri. You're now fully conscious, but your bloodlust has reached its peak. The next second, your arm pierced through Akri's chest, crushing his heart. Seeing your face beaming with excitement after killing Akri, not only the hero but the entire hero's party was shocked. Akri himself stared in disbelief at the scene, then looked at his emptied heart and slowly collapsed to the ground. You decidedly licked the blood from your fingertips. While the hero was still immersed in self-reproach, you attacked the rest of the hero's party. Unlike the hero, they hadn't been brainwashed by you, and given your brutal display, they naturally retaliated immediately. However, unlike the hero, these people are all around 1,000 years old, and their strength hovers between the king and emperor levels. How could they possibly be your match? With just one attack, you ripped out the hearts of 3 members of the hero's team. The terrifying power of your attack was completely overwhelming for them. When the hero came to his senses, half of his party members had already been slaughtered by you. She rushed over to stop you, fending off your attacks while feeling guilty. It was all her fault. If she had stayed by your side all these years, how could you be like this? She should have just taken you away from the Demon King back then. During your battle, no one noticed that a faint golden light was emanating from the body of the recently deceased Akri. The hero discovers that even though she's using all her strength, she still can't stop you. Your strength is now on par with hers. Keep in mind, her current strength is comparable to a level 195 Emperor-level effort. The heroine doesn't understand what happened to you, but she still doesn't intend to kill you. Instead, she plans to imprison you and slowly search for a way to rescue you. However, the next second, a golden light flashed past the hero and struck you directly, causing you immense damage. A bloody hole appeared in your abdomen. At the same time, after passing through your body, the golden light formed golden flames that continuously burned your body, causing you immense pain. This pain is comparable to the pain inflicted by the abyss. Your killing intent surged to its peak instantly. Then, Akri charged towards you, but this time the hero did not continue to stop Akri, but let him rush towards you. Your heart was pierced, your body was burned to ashes, and you died. Seeing his own death, Goblin remained silent for a long time. He felt so aggrieved. If he hadn't gone to the abyss of demons, he might have lived longer in this life. The Demon King is a menace. Simulation complete. 5,407,000 evaluation points awarded. Evaluation. Top-tier Demon General, Conqueror of the Abyss, true tyrannical demon dragon, enemy of angels. You can use your rating points to redeem the following items. Option 1. Level up by 1 level, consuming 50,000 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly up to level 70. Option 3. Prophecy LV.4, consumes 30,000 evaluation points. Can be selected repeatedly up to the level cap. Option 8. Obtain a talent fusion mutation, consuming 4,500,000 evaluation points. After seeing the options, Goblo quickly made his choice. In any case, fusion mutation was definitely necessary. With this skill, he could unlock the level cap of 200, which would cost 4.5 million points. He then purchased a level 15 upgrade, consuming 750,000 points, and spent 120,000 points to upgrade his prophecy skill to level 9. He had no talent for learning prophecy and could only exchange points for it. In this way, there are 37,000 points left to use for the net simulation. After the exchange was plet, Goblin let out a long sigh of relief. Although the simulation seemed to have lasted a long time, it was only a moment in the real world. Moreover, Goblin could only view the simulation in pure tet, and many things were omitted. Without purchasing the memories, he would not know much about many of the details. Soon, it was the net day. Goblin decided to improve his strength, since he now possessed fusion mutation, allowing him to perfectly fuse with the bloodlines of any creature, no longer needing to be confined to the dragon bloodline. In other words, even a dog could now provide Goblin with some improvement. So at dawn, Goblin flapped his wings and arrived in the territory of the most powerful of the 3 races, the Asura race. Not long after, he encountered 4 Asuras, 2 men and 2 women, all of whom appear to be at the leader level. The moment they saw Goblin, their eyes lit up. After all, while female Asuras are very beautiful, male Asuras are quite unpleasant to look at. Unlike other creatures, the higher the level of a male Asura, the uglier his appearance bees. Having seen so many ugly male Asuras, these female Asuras naturally had their eyes light up when they saw Goblin. Unfortunately for them, Goblin only wanted to eat them and had no other thoughts. Chapter 184, Killing Shurayu. When the male Asuras saw Goblin, they were somewhat afraid because they recognized the 2 small dragon horns on Goblin's head. In other words, the handsome young man in front of them was actually a dragon. Before they could even speak, Goblin struck first, launching 4 attacks in the blink of an eye and severing the heads of the 4 men. They never imagined they would die in Asura's territory. He stared at the corpses of the 4 Asuras and began to devour them greedily. He didn't care what they thought or whether it would be a bad idea to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. This idea is somewhat laughable. After all, the world of monsters is a dog-eat-dog world, and the Asura race is inherently evil, if we define it by good or bad. If we only kill evil Asuras, we could kill 1,000 and not make a mistake. Therefore, Goblin could act without any psychological burden. After devouring the corpses of the 4 Asuras and the magic crystals, Goblin didn't immediately feel any significant changes. His magic power was indeed slowly increasing, and the Asura bloodline was gradually merging into his body. However, he would only be able to see how much his magic power would increase once he had fully digested it. Goblin then wandered within the Asura clan, devouring almost every Asura he encountered along the way, until he finally encountered his first king-level Asura, which briefly slowed Goblin's progress. Goblin looked at the king-level Asura in front of him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Asura Moon, this traitor who had betrayed the Asura Emperor in the simulation and joined his camp. Shurayu looked at Goblin in front of her with a cold depression. While swirling the wine glass in her hand, she said indifferently, "In the past few days, Asuras have been disappearing one after another in my territory. You are the one who did this, aren't you?" Upon hearing Shurayu's voice, Goblin nodded seriously. "Yes, I did it." "What did you do to them?" "I ate them all." "You're asking for death." The next second, Shuramoon launched an attack on Goblin. His black claws, like black lightning, stabbed towards Goblin's chest. Soon, Shuramoon's claws pierced through Goblin's figure. However, strangely, he did not feel the solidity of piercing through something. Shurayu immediately realized something was wrong, but before he knew it, a pair of strong hands had grabbed his arms, gripping his wrists and shoulders respectively. An ominous premonition arose in Shurayu's heart. The next second, with a cracking sound, Shurayu's arm was broken. Then, Goblin continued to exert force and removed his entire arm, bones and all. It should be noted that the bodies of king-level creatures are extremely tough. Under normal circumstances, even if Shurayu simply lays his arm still, Goblin would not be able to break it, let alone tear it off. As for why Goblin's power is so great, he actually has to thank the Asura clan. Because of the continuous absorption of Asura bloodlines over the past few days, he not only improved his strength but also gained a skill called Asura Power. This is a passive skill, similar to Beast Aura, which greatly increases Goblin's own power attribute. A sharp pain shot through his arm, and Shura, you felt completely overwhelmed. He instinctively tried to surrender, but was immediately pinned to the ground by an irresistible force. Then, Shura, you witnessed a horrifying scene. Goblin held him down with one hand, picked up his arm with the other, and crunched it up like he was eating a spicy snack. Shura, you suddenly remembered what you said before, that you ate all the people in his territory. He originally thought you were just saying that to provoke him, but now it seems that it was actually true. Spare me. From now on, I will offer you a pair of young boys and girls as sacrifices every day. Upon hearing Shura use words, Goblin's face darkened. What kind of monster was he? And what about virgins? He only ate mature prey. Okay? Seemingly realizing that Goblin was unmoved, Shura, you wanted to say something, but a pain shot through the back of his neck, and then the world in front of him began to spin. He saw his body struggling not far away. Although the life force of a king-level being was very tenacious, such injuries meant that he would not live much longer. Goblin tossed Shura Moon's body into the air. Then his head suddenly transformed into a giant dragon head, which swallowed the body whole. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding Azuras scattered in terror. Stop right there. Hearing Goblin's roar, some of the Azuras stopped, while others ran even faster. Seeing this, Goblin produced more than a dozen magic bullets and fired them in different directions. Before long, he had killed all the fleeing Azuras. Goblin then used his magic to carry all the Azura corpses back, and then swallowed them all, along with the magic crystals. Because of his large stomach, Goblin didn't feel full after eating so many. The remaining group remained untouched. Goblin said calmly, "Very good. You should be glad you made the right choice and didn't run away like those fools. From now on, work for me." Hearing Goblin's words, the Azuras dared not refuse. After looking around and finding no one objecting, Goblin nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now, eat here and sign a soul contract with me to prove your loyalty." After he finished speaking, the Azuras walked over tremblingly. Just as they were about to begin signing the contract, one Azura mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, what will happen if we don't sign a contract? And what will happen if we do sign it?" Upon hearing the question, Goblin glanced at Ashura, who had asked the question. Under Goblin's gaze, Ashura began to regret his actions. Unaffectedly, Goblin said coldly, "If you don't sign a soul contract, you'll end up like these guys. You probably don't want to end up like that, do you?" Goblin pointed to the head of Shura Moon, who wasn't quite dead yet. Hearing Goblin's words, the Azuras were filled with fear. Goblin continued, "If you sign a soul contract, nothing will happen as long as you don't betray me. But if you betray me, you will die a more miserable death than this. Do you understand?" Chapter 185, Azura Army Camp. Seeing that the Azuras around him were all fine, Goblin said coldly, "Now begin signing the soul contract. Drip your blood onto the contract." As he spoke, a parchment appeared in front of each of the Azuras present. The Azuras followed his instructions and dripped their blood onto the parchment in front of them. The scene looked extremely bizarre, like a scene from a cult. After the Azuras signed the contract, Goblin nodded in satisfaction, then told them to wait where they were while he continued to hunt other Azura kings in their territories. At this moment, the Azura Emperor was still in his palace, enjoying beautiful women and fine wine, completely unaware that his territory had undergone a great change. Meanwhile, Goblin had already arrived in the territory of the Demon Flame Demon. Unlike Shura Moon, the Demon Flame Demon was not a treacherous villain. He was loyal to the Shura Emperor. Although such people are difficult to subdue, Goblin liked this kind of person. So after discovering that this was the territory of the Demon Flame Demon, he did not harm any of the Azuras, even though the 3 female Azuras in front of him were disrespectful to him. At this moment, Goblin was surrounded by 3 female Azuras. Clearly, they were very interested in this half-dragon boy whose strength had just reached the leader level. They were completely unaware that the one they were now surrounding could instantly kill the 3 of them, who were at the lord level. "Little brother, where are you going? Do you want us older sisters to take you there?" It sounded like words of help, but the female Azura's tone was full of frivolity, her eyes darting around Goblin as if she were sizing him up. Goblin, however, didn't care about the female Azura's gaze. The coldness on his face suddenly disappeared, and he said with a smile, "Take me to find the demon flame demon, and I can forgive your rudeness." However, just as Goblin finished speaking, the three female Azuras suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Little brother, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Do you really think we're going to help you? If you call us good sister, we might consider granting your request. I could call for it, but I'm afraid you can't handle it." Goblin remained unperturbed and said with a smile. After all, these female Azuras still seemed confused about the situation. Of course, the main reason was that Goblin had already eaten half a full meal and wasn't very hungry, so he had no intention of killing off the food supplies. "Haha, little brother, you'll know once you call out. How do you know we can't handle it? If you call out nicely, the older sisters will reward you. If you call out badly, the older sisters will punish you." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Goblin, but she stopped halfway through. All three of them felt a powerful pressure emanating from Goblin, a feeling they had never experienced even from the Azura King, the demon flame demon, who governed them. The three immediately realized something was wrong. Goblin then placed his hand on the collarbone of the female Azura, who had just spoken rudely to him, and gently squeezed it. The female Azura felt a sharp pain from his grip. "How is it, dear sister? Can you take me to find the demon flame ghost now?" Hearing Goblin's voice, the female Azura, enduring the pain, said, "Okay, I'll take you there. Can you let go now?" Upon hearing the female Azura's voice, Goblin didn't make things difficult for her and chose to release her. After being freed, the female Azura felt a wave of fear and then said, "Please eat with me." Hearing her pitiful voice, Goblin showed no mercy and maintained his smiling expression. However, in the eyes of the three, Goblin's smile was no different from the ferocious oppression of a terrifying beast. Afterwards, the three took him away from there. However, instead of taking him to find the demon flame demon immediately, they took Goblin to the Azura's camp. Looking at the fierce-looking Azuras in front of him, anyone could tell what was going on. However, the three of them didn't realize that their actions were tantamount to bringing Goblin to a buffet restaurant. Fortunately, Goblin wasn't very hungry at the moment, otherwise these Azuras would have been in danger. "Where's the demon flame demon? It doesn't seem to be here," Goblin said coldly. However, the female Azura suddenly changed her previous timid demeanor and said arrogantly, "You still want to see Lord Demon Flame Ghost? Dream on. By the way, Lord Demon Flame Ghost does eat to inspect the military camp every day. Let's see if you can hold out until then." As the female Azura spoke, the Azuras around her had already surrounded Goblin. The average strength of these Azuras was above the leader level, and there were quite a few at the chief level, as well as some at the lord level. In addition, there were some powerful demons and demonized beastmen around her. Such a powerful force, even if a king-level Epert were to arrive, would likely be worn down and killed here. Unfortunately, Goblin is not an ordinary king-level being. The female Azura quickly said, "This guy is extremely powerful. His strength is above the lord level. All of you attack together. Don't give him a chance to retaliate." Upon hearing the female Azura's words, everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. They simply couldn't believe that a seemingly frail young man could possess power agitating that of a lord. Of course, a few discerning Azuras recognized that the horns on Goblin's head were dragon horns, not ordinary horns. Then, a group of Azuras rushed towards Goblin. Although Goblin was very strong, he was not strong enough to ignore their attacks. So, a pair of huge dragon wings appeared behind Goblin. He then flew into the air and looked down at the Azuras below. When Goblin flew up, most of the Azuras were helpless and could only use ranged attacks from below. The Lord-level Azuras also flew into the air to fight him. However, the next second, a black sphere appeared in Goblin's left and right hands respectively. The next second, these black spheres started firing black spheres like machine guns. These black spheres landed right in the middle of the Azuras, and upon landing, they caused a small-scale explosion. Any Azura affected by the explosion would be blown to pieces. While the Azura's attacks covered the entire area, only a small portion actually landed on Goblin, and this small portion was essentially ineffective in causing him any harm. Chapter 186 Dragon Transformation. Soon, Azura's army suffered heavy losses. Goblin was like a super fighter jet that was invincible in both offense and defense, and was also very fast. Every second, Asuras were killed by the highly concentrated magic cannon. However, Goblin's magic power is also being consumed at an alarming rate. If it weren't for the fact that his total magic power far exceeds that of ordinary people, he would already be struggling to keep up. Although the Asuras suffered heavy losses, they showed no signs of backing down. Unlike the 3 female Asuras who were extremely afraid of death, most of the Asuras were fearless and were still charging towards Goblin in droves. Enough! A roar suddenly came from afar, and everyone stopped. Goblo also looked at the owner of the voice with great interest. Demon Flame Ghost, now we've finally found this guy. Unlike other Asuras, Demon Flame Ghost, despite his great strength, is not ugly like other Asuras because of his Mied Oni blood. Instead, he has a touch of handsomeness. Before long, the Demon Flame Ghost flew to Goblo's side and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble for our Asura clan? Aren't you afraid of our Asura clan's retaliation?" Hearing the words of the Demon Flame Demon, Goblo calmly said, "Don't be afraid. I came here this time to conquer your Asura race and kill some disobedient Asuras." Upon hearing Goblo's words, Demon Flame Ghost's face darkened. Conquer the Asura clan? What a joke. With this brat in front of him? Boy, so what if you're a dragon? Your current strength is only at the leader level. Even if your bat power is comparable to a king level, you can only fight 1 or 2 Asura kings to a draw at most. Not to mention, we have the Invincible Emperor. If you grow to the Emperor level, you might have a chance, but now... Never mind. Why am I telling you all this? Anyway, you're not leaving here today. After speaking, Demon Flame Ghost launched an attack on Goblo. Unlike Shura Moon, who was a spineless coward, Demon Flame Ghost skills were genuinely earned through battle. Half of the king-level magical beasts were no match for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold off so many people by himself during that simulation. Although his level was 2 major ranks higher than Goblu's, Demon Flame Ghost had no intention of underestimating him. After all, he had clearly witnessed Goblu's frenzied slaughter in the military camp when he came over. He asked himself if even he could do something as terrifying and efficient as Goblu. Therefore, he treated Goblu as an opponent even stronger than himself. When he charged towards Goblu, countless deep red flames appeared on the body of the Demon Flame Demon. The surrounding air became extremely hot because of these deep red flames, showing that the temperature of the flames was terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, Goblu decided to use the most violent method to subdue the demonic flame in front of him. So the next second, Goblu's body suddenly began to swell. This was the first time Goblin had used the dragon transformation skill in the real world. As his body grew larger, he could feel all his attributes increasing wildly. In his human form, his strength was no match for his dragon transformation form. Seeing the 15-meter-tall dragon suddenly appear before him, Demon Flame Ghost Suppression turned serious. He had originally thought that Goblo was just a half-dragon and not a dragon, but now that Goblo had transformed into a dragon, it directly revealed his true identity. It should be noted that those who can transform into human form at the leader level are definitely high-level dragons, so the Goblin in front of him is far stronger than he expected. The next second, Goblin, now in dragon form, launched an attack on the Flame Demon. Upon seeing this, the Flame Demon immediately created a wall of fire. This wall of fire was extremely hot, and any monster that passed through it would be instantly roasted into charcoal. However, Goblin seemed completely oblivious, his massive dragon body crashing through the wall of fire and arriving beside the Demon Flame Demon in the blink of an eye. A claw lashed out at the Demon Flame Ghost. Upon seeing this, the Demon Flame Ghost instantly donned a layer of fiery armor and caught Goblu's dragon claw with both hands. It actually managed to catch Goblu's dragon claw. Goblu could also sense that the Demon Flame Ghost was a child born from the fusion of the Ghost Clan and the Asura clan. It is a mutated monster in itself, and its level is much higher than that of a normal king-level monster. The Demon Flame Ghost in front of it should be level 70 or above, which is a few levels higher than its own. However, its mutation is not as strong as its own, which is why it is now difficult to resist. Looking at the enormous dragon claw in front of him, Demon Flame Ghost felt as if his hands were about to be broken by the immense force of the claw. He hurriedly increased his magic output in an attempt to resist the terrifying dragon claw, but this was undoubtedly a drop in the ocean. Because of his dragon form, Goblin can now unleash the full power of a dragon. In his normal human form, he can only unleash 1/3 of that power. Combined with his beastly aura and Azura power, he can now easily crush a Lord-level creature with a single grab. Soon, a creaking sound came from the Demon Flame Ghost's arm, which sounded extremely eerie. Not long after, the Demon Flame Ghost's hands snapped off with a crack. However, it's not unusual for a king-level magical beast to have its hands broken off, as their regenerative abilities are extremely strong. Given enough time, they can usually recover completely. Along with the pain came a profound sense of despair. Even with his hands broken, the Demon Flame Ghost did not give up on survival. Instead, he manipulated his demonic flames and fled rapidly into the distance, showing no intention of surrendering. Seeing this, Goblin flapped his dragon wings and quickly caught up with the fleeing Demon Flame Demon in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Goblin had caught up, the Flame Demon immediately launched an attack, attempting to stop Goblin's movements by spewing out high temperatures from its mouth. However, the next second, Goblin stomped the Demon Flame Demon to the ground, rendering him unable to move, and the demon flames that were about to be spat out were swallowed back by him. I admire you. How about joining my territory, Demon Flame Ghost? I guarantee it will be better than following your current Azura Emperor. The Demon Flame didn't answer Goblin, but from his determined gaze, it was clear he had no intention of surrendering. Seeing this, Goblin was very satisfied. Goblin had 1,000 despicable ways to make his opponent surrender, but he didn't intend to use those methods. Chapter 187, heading to the Bull Demon's territory. Then, in front of the Flame Demon, Goblin transformed back into his true form and said, "Flame Demon, how about we make a bet? If you win, I'll spare your life. If you lose, you'll join my territory and be my subordinate." Upon hearing Goblin's words, the Demon Flame Ghost did not blindly agree. He knew that Goblin now greatly admired him and would not kill him easily. So he asked, "What is the wager?" "The stakes are the Azura Emperor. If I can defeat the Azura Emperor within 3 months, then I win the bet. If I am still no match for the Azura Emperor within 3 months, then you win the bet. How about it? And during this period, I will not continue to slaughter the Azura people in the Azura territory." Hearing Goblin's words, Demon Flame Ghost thought for a while, and after confirming that there was no trickery in the bet, he nodded and said, "I agree, but you can't win this bet. The Emperor and people like us are not even in the same league. Even if you can easily defeat us, you can't defeat the Emperor." Hearing Demon Flame's words, Goblin looked at Demon Flame with a half smile, and then said indifferently, "Demon Flame, you should understand that there are no absolute bets in this world. I will let you witness within 3 months just how weak your Emperor really is." As he spoke, a piece of parchment emitting a blue light appeared in front of the Demon Flame Ghost. Upon seeing the parchment, Demon Flame Ghost knew that this was your doing, and looked at you with a puzzled expression. "This is a soul contract. It contains the terms of our wager. If you break the contract, your soul will be devoured by me. Do you dare? Wait, what if I win? Naturally, we will break the soul contract and release you. Isn't this a bit unfair? Demon Flame Ghost, don't make me laugh. Do you think you have the strength to talk to me about fairness? Our stake is your life." After Goblin finished speaking, Demon Flame Ghost fell silent. Indeed, he was in no position to negotiate with Goblin. Then, following Goblin's instructions, he dripped a drop of blood onto Goblin's soul contract, and the soul contract was officially established. Seeing this, Goblin, as agreed, did not touch the Flame Demon and let him leave. The Flame Demon was somewhat shocked, yet it also felt that it was reasonable. He then left, saying, "If you can really defeat the Emperor, I will keep my promise." Watching the Demon Flame Ghost's retreating figure, Goblin immediately left and continued deeper into the Demon Beast Forest. With his current strength, he could at most fight the Azura Emperor to a draw. However, within these 3 months, he will be able to conduct at least 3 simulations, and he will also be able to conquer another secret realm. At that time, how should you deal with him? On the 11th day of this month, Goblin arrived at the territory of the Bull Demon Emperor. He was very familiar with this place and knew all the secret realms inside. He came here this time for a secret realm that only creatures below the king level could enter. After entering the territory of the Bull Demon Emperor, Goblin made no attempt to hide himself, swaggering around as if he were one of the locals. The surrounding high-level magical beasts didn't pay much attention to Goblo after seeing him. After all, each Emperor-level Epert had countless races following him, and dragon hybrids were not uncommon among these races, so Goblo wasn't particularly eye-catching here. However, as he walked, people started to chat with him. After all, Goblo's appearance was considered quite good among dragon hybrids. After the last simulation, his charm value had reached 90 points. Goblo politely refused these people, and the half-succubus, half-dragon older sister who was rejected was not angry, but just kept pestering him. After all, they are monsters, not humans. These monsters are incredibly bold. Failing to mate is nothing. They just keep trying. If they still can't find a mate, they'll resort to force. That's how simple the world of monsters is. Goblin was relentlessly pursued by Sarah, a half-dragon, half-succubus, but he showed no impatience whatsoever. After all, Sarah was at the peak of the king level, and due to her dragon bloodline, she was much stronger than the demon flame ghost. A conflict with her would cause a huge motion. Hey, will you say yes? I can give you lots of things, whether it's high-grade magic crystals or precious gems. I can give you anything. Aren't you going to consider it? Miss Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm really busy right now. Please stop bothering me. Rejected once again, Sarah was a little angry. Don't be stubborn. I'm not like those delicate succubi. If you don't submit to me today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. He's quite cultured. Knowing that refusing a toast will result in a penalty drink, Goblo thought to himself. Faced with Sarah's coercion, Goblo took a closer look at Sarah. He could only say that Sarah was indeed a creature with both dragon and succubus bloodlines. She was extremely beautiful and aggressive. Looking in her eyes felt like being devoured. However, Goblin hates two types of people the most. One is people like Sarah who use their looks to casually flirt with handsome young men on the street. The other is people who try to stop Goblin from using his appearance to seduce others. As Goblin and Sarah locked eyes, Sarah grew increasingly pleased with the boy's innocent gaze. He had even refused her invitation, and at such a young age, he seemed completely naive. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a pure and innocent boy in her territory. So, have you thought it through, and are you willing to eat with your sister? Don't worry. Your sister is very gentle. You're so annoying. After Goblu finished speaking, Sarah was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard, and then said, "What did you say?" "You're so annoying, Andy. I told you I'm busy right now. Don't bother me." The moment Sarah uttered the word "aunt," her previously relatively stable emotions crumbled instantly. The next second, a scarlet whip appeared in her hand, inscribed with a succubus's curse. Anyone struck by this whip would experience a strange, irresistible pain. Upon seeing the long red whip, Goblin's eyes turned cold. He adopted the demeanor of a spoiled young master and said, "Want to fight? Let's go somewhere secluded, and I'll show you just how hard my iron fists are." Chapter 188, The Ruins of the Mad Bull. Hearing Goblin's words, Sarah suddenly felt like laughing. She suddenly realized why she was arguing with such a young boy, and what she should do after subduing him. Looking at Sarah's wanton smile, Goblin knew equally what her smooth brain was thinking. Succubi, after all, only have those kinds of thoughts on their minds, especially since this succubus now has a dragon buff. Soon, Goblin and Sarah arrived at a relatively secluded location where few magical beasts passed by. Sarah was very satisfied with the hidden environment, as it was convenient for them to do their work. The next second, Goblin threw a punch at the succubus. Goblin's sudden burst of speed was so fast that Sarah didn't even have time to react before being hit by his attack. A small red fist mark appeared on her lower abdomen. Sarah knelt on the ground in pain. She looked up at Goblin in disbelief, unable to understand how a mere leader could possess such power. Even with dragon blood, he shouldn't be this terrifying. Looking at Sarah, who was kneeling on the ground after being punched by him, Goblo was speechless. She was a peak king-level being, and she couldn't even take one punch? Is this all a succubus is? However, the next second, the succubus suddenly lashed out at Goblin with her red whip, which Goblin caught with his bare hands. A burning pain shot through my palm as I gripped the whip, but there was also a strange, stimulating sensation. It was truly a succubus's whip. No wonder it was so unique. Then, Goblin pulled Sarah over with a forceful movement. However, after the two looked at each other, Goblin saw her pink eyes, and his movements paused for a moment. This was Sarah's charm skill. However, it was actually ineffective. Goblin's mental attributes were too high, and he had extremely high resistance to skills like illusion charms. So the succubus's charm had virtually no effect on Goblin. Then, Goblin grabbed Sarah by the neck. Sarah's eyes had completely changed. He could completely suppress her with just his strength. She was probably no match for the boy in front of her. Goblin felt Sarah in his hand suddenly disappear, turning into a cloud of pink mist. He hadn't expected Sarah to have such an elemental-like ability, but this was no challenge for Goblin at all. The next second, Goblin used his terrifying amount of magic to completely surround the area, giving Sarah no chance to escape. By the time Sarah realized what was happening, she could only revert to her original form. Now, Sarah looked at Goblin with a hint of fear in her eyes. It seemed that she really had no way to escape from the young man in front of her. Although she was capable of resisting, the place was too remote, and even if she made a big motion, probably no one would notice. She regretted ing here in the first place. Hadn't she completely cut off her own chance of survival? "Let me go. I'll do anything you want," Sarah said, sounding flustered. Goblin, who had originally intended to deal with Sarah, stopped after hearing these words. "Can really anything be done?" Upon hearing Goblin's words, Sarah nodded quickly. "Anything is fine, as long as you let me go." After saying that, Goblin looked Sarah up and down. Sarah was taken aback when she saw Goblin's gaze, and then smiled slightly. "What? He likes her, but he insists on using force to take her. I never expected this boy to have such a fetish." Sarah thought to herself, then closed her eyes, ready to enjoy it. However, the affected sensation did not ease. Just as Sarah was wondering, she suddenly heard Goblin's voice. "Why are you closing your eyes? Open them and sign this contract." Upon hearing Goblin's words, Sarah looked at the blue glowing parchment in front of her with a puzzled expression. "What's this?" "This is a master-servant contract. After signing it, you will be my most loyal servant. You will not be able to disobey any of my orders. Otherwise, I will take your soul and strip you of everything." When Goblin finished speaking, his tone was unquestionable. Sarah hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but still nodded. After all, her life was at stake. If she angered the boy in front of her, she wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. After Sarah signed the soul contract, Goblin was very satisfied. "Very good. You can go back now. Just live as you did before. I'll call you when I need you in the future." "Yes, master." Sarah readily changed her form of address. Goblin was taken aback by Sarah's address, but he didn't refuse, as it sounded quite pleasant. After seeing Sarah off, Goblin could have easily defeated the Azura Emperor by taking Sarah with him to cause trouble. He had already experienced Sarah's allure. If Sarah uses charm and other skills to distract Shura Emperor during actual bat, then Shura Emperor will definitely not be her match. But now that he's already here, he has to go to the secret realm he had his eye on. Thinking it over, Goblin continued to venture deeper into the territory of the Bull Demon Emperor, following his memory. Along the way, some demons try to strike up a conversation with him or try to trick him out of some of his items. Goblin signed soul contracts with all of these guys. 2 of them violated the soul contract on the same day and had their souls devoured by Goblin, being Goblin's nourishment. A day later, Goblin finally arrived at his destination, the ruins of the Mad Bull. The reason this place is called the Mad Bull Ruins is because it was originally a resource point within the territory of the Bull Demon Emperor. However, some accidents happened later, and a very special bull-headed monster was born here. This special bull-headed monster releases a strange energy that will drive any monster below the king level into madness upon contact with it. Gradually, the royal level lords here abandoned this resource point, turning it into the Mad Bull Ruins we see today. However, in Goblin's memory, the resources in this ruin are still usable, and he now has the talent of fusion mutation. So if Goblin wants to eat that Mad Bull demon, he should be able to fuse with his skill. Chapter 189, Crystallized Flower, Blood INE. As he pondered this, Goblin walked into the interior of the Mad Bull Ruins. Soon, Goblin saw a red energy permeating the air. The magical beasts had gone mad because they had absorbed this energy. However, although Goblin is a monster below the king level, its resistance is much stronger than that of ordinary king-level monsters. Therefore, Goblin did not panic when facing these red energies and walked straight in. Just as he thought, these red energies did have some effect on him, but it can basically be ignored. His resistance is too high. This energy will only slightly obscure his vision and slightly affect the speed of his magic circulation. It will not cause any major problems. Following his memory, he began to venture deeper into the Mad Bull ruins. Before long, Goblin discovered a flower with petals that looked like crystals within the ruins. This was a resource from the Mad Bull ruins, the crystal flower. Consuming this beautiful flower would directly increase one's appearance points. However, this flower only grows here, so it is impossible to transplant it elsewhere. Goblin didn't waste any time. He plucked the crystal flower and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his appearance points increased by 2%. Goblin was very satisfied with this. Since this place was transformed into the Mad Bull ruins, no one has it here for a long time. This means that the number of crystal flowers here has been increasing, and it has probably reached a rather astonishing number now. If he eats all of these crystal flowers, his level should increase significantly. Thinking of this, Goblin's oppression became somewhat excited. He then searched for these crystal flowers at astonishing speed, because if the crystal flowers were not eaten within a day after being picked, they would turn into a pile of pollen, so Goblin usually ate them the moment they were picked. As Goblin plucked the 7th crystal flower, a thorny vine wrapped around his wrist. However, Goblin's skin was too tough, and the thorns did not cause any real damage to his wrist. Goblin also looked towards the source of the spikes, bloodvine. Some crystal flowers are accompanied by bloodvine. The bloodvine protects the crystal flower, allowing it to grow smoothly, while the pollen produced by the crystal flower also makes the bloodvine stronger. The two complement each other. Goblin then gently ripped off the bloodvine's tentacles. Seemingly feeling the pain, the bloodvine did not continue its attack, but Goblin did not intend to let it go. Unlike crystal flowers, bloodvine has a very strong vitality and can grow in almost any environment. If you plant in your own garden, in addition to being an ornamental plant, it will also have a certain defensive function. Furthermore, the fruit of the bloodvine can permanently increase a certain amount of magic power. Although the increase is not much, it is better than nothing. Thinking this, Goblin walked over unhurriedly. The blood vine sensed someone approaching and immediately used its vines to attack Goblin. However, as before, these vines were easily caught by Goblin and then torn off. Afterwards, Goblin tore open the outer skin of the blood vine and picked the fruit inside, swallowing it whole. After a while, Goblin felt the changes in his body and was somewhat puzzled. His magic power seemed to have increased for a while, but also seemed not to have increased. Could it be that the total amount of magic power in his body was too large, which was why this was happening? Thinking of this, Goblin didn't feel disappointed. After all, the fruit of the blood ione wasn't a crystal flower, so it could be preserved. If it wasn't of any use to him, he could give it to his people. For races like the demonized orcs, who possess great physical strength but very little magical power, the bloodvine fruit should be of great use. So Goblin began collecting the seeds of the bloodvine, which grow not inside the fruit but around the petals, a clear violation of the laws of nature. In the end, Goblin collected 5 seeds from the bloodvine. Afterwards, Goblin continued his exploration. 4 days later, Goblin's level had increased to 73, a 3-level increase in 4 days. The crystal flower played a crucial role in this. At the same time, he also collected 131 bloodvine fruits and 562 seeds. So far, he has made a fortune, and the materials Goblin has collected are insignificant compared to the total amount in the entire secret realm. Strangely, Goblin hasn't encountered a single magical beast here yet. Because of the red energy, no magical beast dares to approach. He hasn't even seen the Mad Bull demon, which is making him a little frustrated. With a heavy heart, Goblin continued to gather the materials he needed. A week later, Goblin's level had increased to 75. At the same time, he finally found the target of this journey, the crazed bull demon. The moment it saw Goblin, it charged at him without hesitation, its mouth and nose constantly inhaling that red breath. This made the surrounding red magic even more concentrated, and the flow of magic within Goblin's body was also more severely affected. The next second, the crazed bull demon had already rushed in front of Goblin. Like Sarah before, this crazed bull demon was also at the peak of the king level, but its strength was incomparable to Sarah's. The moment it collided with Goblin grabbed its horns with both hands. However, he was pushed back a distance by the enormous force, and the two remained in this position. It was a contest of pure strength. Now, if Goblin had the slightest thought of retreating, he would be injured by the bull's horns. The bull demon's strength was much greater than he had imagined, and it could actually compete with him in human form. Keep in mind that he has now reached level 75, and his strength has improved considerably compared to before. However, this bull demon can still contend with him in terms of power. If this bull demon doesn't go berserk, his future achievements will definitely be remarkable. It seemed that he hadn't encountered an opponent who could match his strength in a long time, and the bull demon became increasingly excited, his strength growing ever greater. Seeing this, Goblin didn't rush to use his dragon transformation, but instead began to compete with the bull demon in strength with great interest. Chapter 190 Level 80 Simulation begins. New talent. Advanced devouring. Although the bull demon king was incredibly powerful, Goblin was still a cut above him. After all, Goblin possessed a rationality that the bull demon king lacked, and he watched as the bull demon king, whom he had pinned down, continued to struggle frantically. Instead of torturing him, Goblin cleanly and decisively broke the bull demon's spine and injected magic into his body. The violent magic instantly swept over the bull demon's entire body, and in less than a second, the bull demon was lifeless. Goblin then devoured the bull demon's corpse and the magic crystal. 2 days later, Goblin gained a passive skill called Mad Bull Force, and his level also increased to 78. On the last day of the month, Goblin's level increased to 80, and he completely absorbed the Mad Bull Demon's magic crystals and flesh, just as he had expected. His sanity remained unaffected, and he gained the skill Mad Plague, the same skill that Mad Bull Demon used to drive those around him insane. Feeling his strength improve, Goblin was very satisfied, and then he began a new simulation. Simulation begins. Detected 37,000 points remaining from the previous simulation. Host devouring talent has advanced to advanced devouring. Advanced devouring retains the original effects of devouring, and upon devouring a monster's corpse or magic crystal, there is a 10% chance to randomly acquire one mon skill, a 1% chance to acquire one elite skill, and a 0.1% chance to acquire a leader level skill. It is possible to acquire multiple skills from a single monster. For creatures of leader level or higher, at least one skill corresponding to the monster's level will be acquired, and skills can be acquired repeatedly. Simultaneously, the appearance gained from monster flesh is increased to 5 times that of devouring. This skill can stack with other devouring skills. Upon seeing the talent he had acquired, Goblin was stunned and somewhat shocked, especially by the fact that it could be stacked with other skills. Goblin couldn't even imagine the boost that eating a monster would bring him, given that he had already mastered advanced devouring and devouring magic crystals, as well as the fusion mutation. In the first year, you spent a month in the Mad Bull ruins, scavenging almost all the crystal flowers and blood vines there, raising your level to 83. Afterwards, you found the demon flame ghost and took him to the Azura Emperor's territory. In front of the demon flame ghost, you brutally beat the Azura Emperor. Forced by your overwhelming power, the Azura Emperor chose to surrender. You then forced the Azura Emperor to sign a soul contract with you. The Azura Emperor had no choice but to sign it. After that, you ruled the Azura clan, and the demon flame ghost officially began to pledge allegiance to you. Because of your outstanding management skills and powerful strength, assigned months later, the demon flame ghost was deeply impressed by you, admired you from the bottom of his heart, and devoted himself to serving you wholeheartedly. In the second year, you reached level 93 and advanced to a lord-level creature, the giant devouring demon dragon. Your devouring ability is extremely powerful. Also, this time you made some modifications to Hidden City. You plan to build a 9-layered city underground. Although this sounds unlikely and seems like it could collapse at any moment, you are confident that you can build the demon city in your heart. In the same year, the Asura Emperor planned to lead a group of Asuras in a rebellion. However, the moment he faced you, the soul contract took effect, and you took the Asura Emperor's soul. Subsequently, you devoured the Asura Emperor's body and magic crystal. After devouring the Asura Emperor, you gained the skill Crimson Lotus Annihilation, an extremely powerful attack that increases your bat strength to some extent. After the Asura Emperor's death, Demon Flame Ghost grieved for a while, but then rallied and continued to serve you. Seeing Demon Flame Ghost's loyalty and righteousness, you admired him even more. In the third year, your level broke through to 98, and the level and number of your skills also reached an astonishing level. At the same time, your level cap was raised to 142. In the fourth year, the dragon egg hatched, and you named her Milia. However, unlike in your previous life, this time you did not show any love to any elves or humans, only feelings of friendship. In the fifth year, you raised your charm value to 100 points, and your level reached 105. One more level, and you'll be promoted to a king-level creature. Meanwhile, the hero's party arrived in the hidden city. This time, you didn't attempt to seduce the hero, but you still managed to leave them quite shocked. Although you didn't seduce the hero in any way, you still invited her into your palace and treated her warmly. The next day, as the hero left, she gave you a deep look. Even though you did nothing, your image was etched into the minds of both the hero and Merlin, indelible. Merlin's performance was as consistent as ever. He only wanted to be your dog. After seeing the hero and his party off, you returned to your daily life, diligently teaching Milia while developing your hidden city. Although you didn't intentionally guide them, Misha, Wendy, and the others gradually developed feelings for you. You pretended to be completely clueless about emotions, avoiding their feelings for you, but some unexpected things still happened. That's Milia. Although you were extremely strict with Milia's upbringing and tried your best to give her fatherly love, Milia's feelings for you changed in a very short time. This is because she knows very well that you're not her family, and the age difference between you is not that great, so there's no problem with being with you. The only problem is whether you yourself are willing. However, in this life, you plan to cultivate a more innocent persona for yourself, a persona specifically designed to deal with the Demon King. Therefore, you pretend not to understand any hints from the opposite SE around you. In the sixth year, the hero came to see you again. Although you didn't give him any hints this time, he still brought some gifts with him. You were somewhat at a loss for words when faced with the gifts he gave you. Hero, we don't seem to know each other very well. I'm not foreseeable accepting such a precious gift, you said, feigning some embarrassment. Hearing your words, the hero shook his head and said, I have my own reasons for giving you this gift. It's rare to see a dragon like you who loves peace. You've made a huge difference in how humans and monsters coexist, allowing humans to live and thrive in the monster forest. I'd like to invite you to join our team. What do you think? Hearing the hero's invitation, you were speechless. You felt that the hero's methods for pursuing people were always the same for you. So you said, sorry, I have no such intention. Aren't you really going to consider it? The hero asked eagerly. Chapter 191. This is proof of our good relationship. I'm sorry, hero. I really didn't intend to do that. Please take the gift back. I never take back what I give away. You can accept it. Just consider it a gift between friends. Hearing the hero's words, your expression became somewhat embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, you said to the hero, Hero, please wait for me. Hearing your words, the heroine was somewhat puzzled, but she still did as you said and waited for you in the same spot. Not long after, you emerged carrying a piece of dark gold ore. The moment the hero saw the ore, her eyes lit up. As a hero, how could she not see that it was a top-grade forging material? If she used it to forge an epic weapon, it would probably not be difficult. This is my return gift. Please accept it, hero. No. This is too precious. How can I accept it? Why not? You said, shoving the piece of ore directly in front of the hero, then added fiercely, Does the hero think I'm the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others? Hearing your words, the hero finally accepted the ore, and a sense of joy rose in her heart. Merlin watched this scene with envy in her eyes, but given her timid nature, she dared not do anything. You didn't deliberately flirt with Merlin, and this time you still warmly entertained them. Faced with your hospitality, Merlin couldn't help but fantasize, hoping that you might also have some feelings for her. However, the scenario she envisioned didn't unfold. You simply offered a normal wheel, albeit with an overly enthusiastic attitude. In the corner, Milia peeked out, watching the scene with displeasure. Although young, Milia understood everything, thanks to her inherited knowledge of the dragon race. She knew perfectly well why the hero had E. If she could, she would want to kill him with a single swipe of her tail, but she couldn't. She was too weak to be his match. In the 7th year, watching Milia diligently studying before you, you fell into deep thought. You wondered what had happened. Milia, who had previously disliked cultivation and studying, had suddenly been so diligent, and not just pretending, but genuinely putting in the effort, as her rate of progress was astonishing. And in that same year, you too advanced to be a king-level creature, devouring the demon dragon king and reaching an astonishing level of 110. In the 8th year, because Milia worked so hard as her good teacher and stepfather, you naturally did your best to help her grow. Because she didn't study astrology in this life, Milia, who focused all her attention on cultivation, finally showed her true talent. Her cultivation speed was even faster than your absorption. Milia is currently level 70. If things continue like this, it won't be long before she surpasses you in level. At the same time, Milia's attitude toward you is being increasingly bold, and she frequently does things that go too far. You are reading in your study. Because of your chosen life path, your only form of entertainment right now is reading all sorts of books. A short while later, the door opens, and hearing footsteps outside, you know who has E. The next second, your eyes are covered by a pair of soft, boneless little hands. Guess who I am? Milia, stop fooling around. I'm reading a book. Oh, how annoying. Couldn't the teacher just pretend she didn't know it was me and give me a little surprise? Milia pretended to be angry, sat on your lap, and then vigorously rubbed your face. Because Milia learned a method to accelerate growth, she now looks about 16 or 17 years old, roughly your age. Of course, you're only 4 years apart in age, so this scene doesn't look like a student and teacher at all. It looks more like a couple playing around. You were furious at Milia's behavior, but there was nothing you could do about it. You could only helplessly rub Milia's head and say softly, "Don't be so disrespectful. I'm your teacher. Don't you remember how I told you to respect your teachers?" "Oh, teacher, don't be so rigid. This is proof that we have a good relationship. Where can you find such strange proof?" "Well, that's where I'm going to talk to you." However, before you could even begin your lecture, Milia had already run off, making a face at you in the process. Seeing this, you simply smiled helplessly and didn't pursue the matter further. Then, Milia closed your door, but her expression changed immediately afterward. The teacher is really naive. She doesn't actually believe that couples would act so intimately, does she? A knowing smile crept across Milia's face as she thought this. You know perfectly well what Milia is thinking, but you don't call her out on it because her actions might be helpful to you. In the 11th year, the angels have yet to discover your instance, because over these years you have consciously controlled your sin of greed, trying your best not to use it, and leaking very little magic power. Meanwhile, Milia stood at the palace gates, glaring fiercely at the hero and his panions. Now, thanks to a secret technique, Milia had fully grown into adulthood, and in every aspect, she was no less capable than the hero before her. "What are you doing here again? You're always bothering my teacher. You're shameless." Hearing Milia's insults, the hero frowned, but still calmly said, "Miss Milia, I hope you don't misunderstand. We've defined your teacher simply so he can join our team. There's absolutely no other intention. My teacher has clearly refused you many times. Please don't again." "Why?" "Because it annoys me." Hearing Milia's words, the hero looked closely at her. For some reason, Milia always gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed she cared about him excessively. Thinking of this, the hero realized something, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. It seemed that Milia, standing before him, harbored those kinds of feelings for him. With this thought, the hero became wary, no longer seeing Milia as a little girl, but as a rival. The next second, you suddenly appeared at the palace gate and said, "Hero, you've arrived. Why don't you in? Chapter 192, She's Only 7 years old. Hearing your voice, everyone turned to look in your direction. The hero then glanced smugly at Milia before swaggering towards you. A flash of resentment crossed Milia's eyes at this sight. But as he turned around, he had already put on a smiling expression, a change of expression that shocked Merlin and Lily. Hero, happy to see you. I brought you some things this time. Before you could answer, Milia appeared behind you, wrapped her arms around your waist, and rested her head on your shoulder, saying in a coquettish tone, Teacher, didn't we agree to practice with you today? You can't break your promise. After Milia finished speaking, she looked at the hero with a defiant expression. At this moment, all 3 members of the hero's party stared wide-eyed, especially the hero, whose oppression was starting to spiral out of control. He wished he could rush forward and kill Milia with his sword right then and there. Feeling the softness behind you, your face flushed slightly. You then gently released Milia's hands and soothed her. I'm sorry, Milia. I have to break my promise today. After all, it's rare for the hero to eat all this way. I'll keep you painy tomorrow. As you spoke, you lightly tapped Milia's head and said, Also, I told you not to hug my waist without permission, and you mustn't be disrespectful to your teacher. Watching their intimate interaction, the hero felt an urge to kill, but outwardly he had to remain calm and not let his oppression show too obviously. However, it's quite obvious that the hero's facial expressions are poorly controlled. Anyone could see that his expression is extremely distorted. You noticed that the hero's expression was off and said, Hero, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Please eat and sit in the palace. Upon hearing your voice, the hero's expression softened somewhat, and he replied, Okay, Milia, go and help prepare some food. Okay. After saying that, Milia made a face at the hero before finally leaving. Meanwhile, you and the hero sat down. After accepting the gift from the hero and returning the favor, the hero sat down and said calmly, Hero, you and Milia have a good relationship. Hearing the hero's words, you nodded, then said with some worry, It's good, but this child is too clingy and has no sense of distance at all. Sometimes they're too intimate. I've told them many times, but they don't seem to understand. It's really a headache. Hearing your words, the hero's oppression grew even more unpleasant, and he asked, Does this happen often? It's not often, but it happens every day. I've gotten used to it now. Every day. Upon hearing this, the hero was shocked. She had just briefly imagined what it would be like for Milia to touch her every day, and she felt a tightness in her chest, as if something was stuck in her throat. Her legs went weak, her head spun, and she felt unaffordable all over. Yes, it's like this every day. What if other people treated you like that? The hero suppressed these feelings of unease. Of course not. Only lovers or family members can be this intimate. So, you consider Milia your lover, the hero said with difficulty. Hero, what nonsense are you spouting? I've watched Milia grow up since she was a baby. I consider her my own child. Besides, Milia is still young, only 7 years old. It's normal for her to cling to adults now. She won't do that when she grows up. Seeing your angry oppression, the hero panicked slightly, and upon learning that Milia was only 7 years old, he was utterly shocked. Soon after, Milia arrived with a group of people pushing a cart full of plates of food. Looking at Milia, who was almost as tall as him and whose development was in no way inferior, the hero couldn't believe this child was only 7. Milia overheard your conversation and then came up behind you with a smug gait, massaging your shoulders as she said, Teacher, what do you and the hero talk about all the time? Can I hear you too? All right, you understand some things now. You can sit down. You can't be rude to the hero at the dinner table. Okowo. Faced with Milia's pleading, you couldn't resist her charm and had no choice but to agree to her request. The hero, seeing Milia's claws resting on your shoulder, desperately wanted to snatch them away. A surge of jealousy slowly filled her chest, and suddenly a golden light flashed around her, after which she calmed down. However, the next second, Milia dragged a stool over and placed it net to you, effectively separating the hero who was originally sitting net to you from you. Seeing this, the hero's blood pressure soared. During your conversation afterwards, Milia kept trying to annoy the hero. After the meal, the hero's blood pressure was at least twice as high. However, this also made the hero realize the urgency of the situation. Having Milia around made the hero feel immense pressure. Although you haven't realized it yet, the hero knows that one day you will realize that Milia is an outstanding woman, and it's very likely that you will suddenly fall in love with her someday. In the middle of the night, the hero arrives at your room, intending to invite you out for a chat. However, just as he turns the corner, he discovers Milia hiding by the door, peeking at you through the crack. Seeing this, the hero was initially stunned, but then immediately realized this was an opportunity. If he epos Milia's attack now, his impression of her would definitely worsen. However, the next second, Milia suddenly looked at the hero, then revealed a strange smile. Startled by Milia's gaze, the hero realized he had been epossed so quickly. Then, Milia knocked on your door. You opened the door, looked at Milia, and said, "What's wrong?" "Milia, what do you need me for so late?" Teacher, I can't sleep. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Hearing Milia's words, you looked at Milia, who was now half a head taller than you, and still said with a heavy heart, "No, Milia is a big girl now. She needs to get used to sleeping alone." "Teacher, please, just this once. You haven't slept with me in so long, even though you used to always put me to sleep." Although Milia appears to be only 7 years old, she has actually been inside the egg for 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, she has known what has happened in the outside world, so her actual age should be 1,007 years old. Chapter 193, I Can Grant You One Wish. Hearing Milia's pleading words, you hesitated for a long time. Looking at Milia, who was half a head taller than you and looked so pitiful, and remembering that you hadn't kept your promise to practice with her today, you finally softened. That's true. Milia is only 7 years old after all. Although she doesn't look like it, you can't force her to mature just because of her appearance. You're just deceiving yourself. During this period, you've discovered that to maintain your current persona, you not only have to fool everyone around you, but also yourself. Of course, due to your absolute rationality, it's difficult for you to fool yourself. However, even so, after starting to deceive yourself, your acting skills have improved considerably. Okay then, you can sleep in my room tonight. I'll lull you to sleep. Great. I knew the teacher was the best to me, Milia said, glancing at the hero who was still peeking, and giving her a triumphant gesture. The hero's anger had reached its peak. That shameless little slut deserved to die. However, with a flash of golden light, she calmed down. Rushing out now might give you a bad impression, so she decided to take a sneaky look. Thinking this, the hero activated one of his most powerful skills, the Divine Eye. This skill allows him to see through monsters' weaknesses and also possesses a degree of X-ray vision. The hero only uses this skill when facing formidable enemies. Soon, the hero saw that Milia was indeed lying in bed, but he was simply telling her a story, just like telling a story to a child. The scene was strangely heartwarming, and before long, Milia closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After witnessing this scene, you simply went to your desk, sat down, and planned to read all night to get through the evening. After all, given your current level, going without sleep for a long time wouldn't be a problem. However, the moment you turn around, Milia opened her eyes, scrutinizing your back with a blatant gaze that swept over you from head to toe. You naturally noticed Milia's gaze and were somewhat speechless at the sight. You didn't do anything to tempt Milia, yet she's already mastered it without any instruction. Her level of lust is on par with Merlin's, only she's much bolder. The hero, seeing nothing amiss inside, breathed a sigh of relief. However, her worry quickly turned to unease. Her ignorance was far too dangerous. She feared being devoured by the evil dragon Milia sooner or later. So, she devised a plan. The next day, you came to the bedside and gently woke Milia. Then you went out of the room and saw the hero, ING, out. You greeted him warmly. "Good morning, hero." "Good morning, Arrow. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." "What's up?" "That's right. I'd like to invite Miss Milia to join our hero squad. Although she's still quite young, her strength is already astonishing. I believe she's received ample instruction from you, and what she lacks now is some practical bat skills. I'm confident that her joining our hero squad will not only strengthen our team, but also be an invaluable appearance for Milia herself." You were startled when you heard the hero's words. "Good grief, you're using a diversionary tactic, aren't you? Knowing you can't defeat me quickly, You're forcibly removing your strongest enemy to force a level playing field, aren't you? Although you had seen through the hero's thoughts, you didn't epos her. Instead, you pretended to think seriously and said, "It is indeed a good suggestion, but Milia is still so young. I'm a little worried about her leaving." Upon hearing your words, the hero suddenly grabbed your shoulder and then looked you in the eye. Feeling a little embarrassed by his gaze, you turned your head away. The hero took in your oppression and then said, "Arrow, do you believe me?" "What are you saying?" "Of course I believe in the hero. Since you trust me, why don't you believe I can protect Milia's safety? My team and I have carried out so many missions without ever having anyone seriously injured or killed. Rest assured, entrust Milia to me, and I will absolutely protect her." Listening to the hero's manipulative tactics, you hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "How long will Milia be going with you?" "If it's not long, I'll agree." Seeing that you were showing signs of relenting, the hero quickly pressed his advantage. 15 years. I promise to give you an even better Milia after 15 years. Besides, 15 years isn't a long time for dragons, don't you think? 15 years. But Milia is not even 15 years old yet. However, it is not a particularly long time. All right, I promise you, hero. But I still need to ask Milia herself if she is willing. Okay, of course. The hero then proceeded to explain to you the benefits Milia would receive from joining his party. You pretended to be persuaded, but secretly you were already considering sending Milia away for a while. "No, I don't want to." Milia, who came out of your room, had heard your entire conversation, and naturally, she was reluctant to leave your side. "Milia, listen to me. The hero's suggestion won't do you any harm." "But teacher, are you really willing to let me leave?" "There's no way around it. Milia, this is definitely good for you. Flowers that grow in a greenhouse are too fragile. But I really don't want to leave, teacher." Seeing how reluctant Milia was to part with you, your heart softened, and you said, "Well then, Milia, if you complete this trial, I can grant you one wish. Anything within my power, I'll grant it." Upon hearing your words, Milia's eyes lit up, while the hero secretly thought something was wrong. "Really, anything is possible?" Milia acclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, anything is fine, as long as it's something I can do and it won't harm the territory." "All right, I understand. Teacher, I'm willing to join the hero's squad for training," Milia said, giving the hero a defiant look. The hero resisted the urge to kill Milia with a single blow, deciding to subdue her within the net 15 years. Chapter 194, Sinful Angel. In the end, Milia reluctantly left your side. Watching her go, you felt the palace instantly be desolate, and for a moment, you felt quite unaccustomed to it. Now that you think about it, Milia was actually quite adorable. However, you were only sad for a short while. Now that Milia is gone, you can focus on your cultivation. In the 12th year, you simultaneously killed 7 royal-level dragons. After consuming their flesh, magic crystals, and dragon pearls, your dragon bloodline was greatly enhanced. Simultaneously, due to this consumption, you gained 5 different royal-level dragon skills, 3 of which were the same skill. The extra skills were converted into appearance points and stacked, resulting in a significant increase in your strength. In the 13th year, your subordinates rebelled again, but this time it was the Ghost Clan. Like the Azura Emperor, this newly promoted Ghost King also signed a soul contract with you. The moment the rebellion began, you took his soul, and your position remained unshaken. In the 14th year, Milia secretly slipped back to see you. You didn't scold her for sneaking back. You only said a few words to her, but didn't really blame her. You continued to take good care of her, as before. The next day, Milia was picked up by the hero's party, and you returned to your daily life. In the 15th year, nothing particularly noteworthy happened, and your strength steadily improved. In the 24th year, your level broke through to 124, being a royal-level magical beast. You devoured the Demon Dragon Emperor, and your level cap increased to 155. You now possess over 2,000 skills, making you an absolutely invincible royal-level being. Currently, no Emperor-level magical beast can defeat you. Despite possessing such formidable bat power, you haven't been overly ostentatious. Instead, you've remained within the hidden city, diligently improving your strength day after day for 10 years. Although you kept a very low profile, you still caught the attention of the angels this year. Because the sin of greed was too powerful, your aura became increasingly difficult to conceal, and you were observed by the angels once again when you were collecting souls. In the same year, an angel made a pact with the demon king in hell, sending a principality to be reincarnated in a mortal realm to hunt you down. In a remote border kingdom within the royal palace, the cry of a newborn baby heralded the arrival of a new prince. Goblin, watching from the outside, realized that with the different timelines, this angel's starting point was also different. In the last simulation, he could be said to have started from hell, but this time he was at least a prince, so his growth rate should be much faster than in the last simulation. You are unaware that the angels have discovered you, so you continue your steady development as before. Of course, even if you knew you had been discovered, you had no intention of making any changes. In the 25th year, you had that dream again of being stabbed in the heart by the blonde youth. You woke up at the start, took a sip of water to calm yourself, and this time, you quickly accepted it calmly. After all, you were going to die eventually, so living in fear was one thing. Living in peace was another. In the same year, you began to target humanity. This time, you not only collected the souls of the lowest-ranking demons, but also the souls of powerful humans, such as kings or generals. To this end, you specifically established an organization called the Sinful Angels. The members of your organization are dedicated to liaising with high-ranking figures and gaining their trust, making it easier to collect their souls. Of course, you are currently in the process of training talent, and you plan to select humans for the majority of the Sinful Angels members, since only humans are the easiest to approach. At the same time, you also know that Net Year will be the time for Milia's return. Although Milia returns twice a year with the hero, Net Year will be different. By the end of Net Year, Milia will be able to completely end this journey. You remember you still owe her a wish. Milia has been smart since she was little, and you're probably curious to see what daring things she'll propose. A month later, the hero's party returned to your territory. You were already waiting outside to greet them. Before you could even react, a white figure lunged at you, and you caught Milia safely. "Teacher, I'm back," Milia said excitedly. You looked Milia up and down and said, "You've lost weight again. Have you been eating properly?" You weren't just saying that casually. Milia's waist was incredibly slender now, almost large enough for one hand to encircle, yet she was also very full in all the right places. Just looking at her was enough to make anyone want to applaud, let alone now that you were holding her tightly. Hearing your words, Milia simply smiled and said, "I've lost a little weight. Doesn't that look good, teacher?" "You look good, but you probably didn't lose weight through any abnormal methods, right?" "Of course not. I just get prettier as I grow up," Milia said shamelessly. You then chimed in, "Of course, Leah is the most beautiful dragon girl in the world." Milia was very pleased to hear your praise. The hero watched this scene from behind, but his eyes lacked their usual jealousy. Instead, they held a hint of indifference. Seeing this, you felt something was off. Was the hero about to make some big move? Otherwise, he wouldn't be behaving so strangely. Thinking about this, you couldn't help but wonder what the hero was planning. Sure enough, not long after, the hero began her actions, inviting you to the garden alone, saying she had something important to discuss with you. Hearing the hero's words, you had some vague guesses in your mind. Then you arrive at the garden, and you say to the hero, "Hero, there's no one around here anymore. What do you want to say?" "Arrow, how have I treated you all these years?" "The hero is very kind to me, like the closest of friends." Upon hearing your words, the hero's expression turned somewhat bitter. "Just friends? Haven't you sensed any other feelings I have for you?" Before you could answer, the hero said, "Arrow, I like you. Let's date." He then walked over, ready to take your hand. You pretended to be startled by the hero's actions and quickly retreated. This small step caused immense pain to the hero. She never imagined you would reject her. Is Chapter 195 reasonable? Could you give me some time to think about it, hero? This is a very important matter. Upon hearing your words, the heroine was stunned for a moment, followed by a surge of intense joy. The fact that you didn't directly refuse meant there was still hope, and she believed that with her charm, no one could refuse her. "I'll give you an answer tomorrow." After saying this, you fled the scene as if your life depended on it. Watching your retreating figure, the brave man felt a surge of anticipation. Then, she spotted Milia peeking from a short distance away. Seemingly realizing she'd been discovered, Milia stopped hiding and walked directly from the shadows to the hero. The two were about the same height, and they stared at each other, a palpable tension in the air. How despicable! Does someone like you deserve to be called a hero? Why am I not worthy? But don't you know who Arrow is to you? You were raised by him. You're practically his daughter. Is it reasonable for you to fall in love with the person who raised you? That makes perfect sense. My teacher and I aren't related by blood at all, and we're only 4 years apart in age. You could even say we grew up together. Calling us childhood sweethearts wouldn't be any exaggeration. Don't you think we're an overly perfect match? When the hero heard Milia say that the two of them were only 4 years apart in age, she was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. Your strength is so great. How could you only be 4 years younger than Milia? Seeing the hero's puzzled look, Milia didn't answer his question. Instead, she mocked him, saying, "A mortal like you will never understand us high-level dragons. Just wait until tomorrow when your teacher rejects you. Your teacher will never agree to be with you. The only one worthy of your teacher is me." Hearing Milia's words, the hero wanted to continue refuting, but couldn't say anything. She finally understood why you were so naive and innocent. It was because you were actually very young. In the end, the hero could only stubbornly say, "Do you really think that with all that you've said, Arrow will choose you?" In Arrow's eyes, you'll always just be a child. He could never possibly look up to you. After the hero finished speaking, Milia felt a surge of anger rise within her. This was precisely what she had feared most. You had never treated her as a woman. Even when the two of you were engaged in intimate acts, you only ever saw her as a little girl. Ultimately, they didn't fight because they were too concerned about you. Meanwhile, both of them suffered from insomnia that night, thinking about your answer the next day. You witnessed the entire argument between the two, and you've already decided how to respond to the hero tomorrow. The next day, the two arrived at the restaurant early and waited. When you arrived, their tense expressions instantly rallied, and they greeted you with smiles. You smiled and greeted Milia, but when you looked at the hero, your expression became somewhat nervous. Noticing your expression, Milia paused for a moment, then immediately realized something was wrong. The hero also showed a joyful expression. You then said to the hero, "Hero, about what you told me yesterday, I think we can give it a try." Upon hearing your answer, the cup in Milia's hand shattered instantly, the loud motion attracting the attention of both you and the hero. However, the hero was different from usual. His face was smiling, without a trace of resentment. Milia even saw a hint of maternal love in the hero's eyes. That bastard. I really want to be his mother. She truly hadn't expected that after all these years of the hero's persistent pursuit, he hadn't wavered. Yet his confession actually succeeded, and she really won him over. This was Milia's truest thought. As for why you agreed to be with the hero, it's entirely based on your current character. Although you previously acted as if you knew nothing about relationships, this character actually yearns for beautiful love. Really like to see Milia's reaction if she were to have her wish stolen away when she only had a year left to achieve it. Of course, you like Milia more, but you know this isn't the real world, so you have to make the right choice. "What's wrong, Milia?" you asked with concern. Hearing your greeting, Milia looked up abruptly, meeting your concerned gaze, which she found incredibly painful. You saw the angry, cold look in Milia's eyes and walked over to check on her. But the next second, Milia took a step back. You were stunned by her action, and before you could react, Milia suddenly lunged forward, grabbed your hand, and pulled you in her arms. Then she hugged you tightly. Milia's body was so soft that your face sank into hers, and for a moment you felt a little breathless, so you couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Milia isn't a hero. She didn't force herself to calm down. She was already on the verge of anger, and now, hearing your soft hum, her emotions have reached the breaking point. The hero's smile froze upon seeing this. He was being treated like this right in front of her boyfriend, whom she had just confessed her love to Simeon. She hadn't even hugged yet. You tried to break free, but with each struggle, Milia tightened her grip as if she wanted to meld your entire body into hers. Eventually, when you felt a slight pain, you had to use some force to pull your face away. "What's wrong, Milia? Why are you acting so strangely today?" You weren't angry. Instead, you gently fortified her. Hearing your words, Milia turned pale and said in a trembling voice, "Why did you agree to her?" Hearing Milia's question, you pretended to have done something wrong, feigning ignorance of how to answer her. Seeing your troubled expression, the hero's anger surged, but a flash of golden light calmed her down, and she then calmly walked towards you. Seeing your bewildered expression, Milia was furious, but she couldn't vent her anger. She released you and walked towards the hero. Their eyes met, and they both understood each other. The next second, Milia struck first, launching an attack on the hero. The two women instantly started fighting. Seeing this, you nodded in satisfaction. Women fighting is indeed a sight to behold. It's just a pity you can't eat sunflower seeds while you're at it, and you even have to try and break them up. Chapter 196, Plunging to the Bottom. Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. Hearing your voice, the two didn't stop, still displaying an intent to kill each other. Their current stance clearly demonstrated that only the strong deserve to possess a beauty. You watched the two fight with great interest, while casually advising them to stop. Once both of them were injured, you realized it was time to let things escalate. Seizing an opportunity when they attacked simultaneously, you plunged between them, landing a blow to your abdomen from the hero's palm and a punch from Milia's fist. They were really serious about this attack. If it had hit their opponent, it would have caused serious injury. But if it had hit you, it would have done almost no damage. After all, your current strength far surpasses theirs. However, the two of them don't know the extent of your strength right now. So you pretended to faint, which startled both of them. "Arrow! Teacher!" Two screams rang out, but you ignored them and fell straight to the ground. Milia quickly caught you and carried you upstairs, with the hero following behind. Soon, Milia placed you on the bed. Milia looked at you aimlessly. She knew the power of the punch she had just thrown. Before Milia could speak, you said, "Milia, I'm fine. Don't eggerate. It just hurt a little. I didn't react in time. I'm sorry, teacher." "It's all right, Milia. Are you really against the teacher and the hero being together?" Milia didn't answer your question, but her expression said it all. "Can you tell me why?" "Because I love you. All these years, can't you feel it?" Milia finally mustered up the courage to tell you what she had kept hidden in her heart for so many years. After hearing Milia's words, you showed a very shocked expression, though of course, you were just pretending to be shocked. Seeing your expression, Milia was deeply hurt. Before you could react, Milia pounced on you, grabbing your hands tightly and pressing her head against yours. Your lips met, and you felt an incredibly soft touch. You immediately started thinking about what to do next. You pretended to struggle, and Milia, sensing your struggle, tightened her grip even more, preventing you from breaking free. Sensing Milia's every move, you sighed inwardly. She's still too young and impulsive. You, as her stepfather, need to teach her a lesson. The brave warrior who had just entered felt as if he were in an ice cellar upon seeing this scene. A chill ran straight to his head. You began to struggle fiercely, but Milia showed no sign of letting go, her hands holding you firmly like iron clamps. The hero walked over, grabbed Milia by the collar, and threw a punch, but unfortunately, Milia blocked it. "You beast!" the hero roared angrily. However, upon hearing the hero's roar, Milia merely laughed triumphantly and offered no reply. Still lying there, you looked shocked, as if you hadn't quite come to your senses. But when you realized the two were about to fight, you said, "That's enough. Are you two going to fight again?" Hearing your words, the two finally calmed down. You then took a deep breath and said to the hero, "I'm sorry, hero. What happened today was quite a spectacle for you. Please pretend you never heard of the promise I made to you. After what has happened, I don't think you want anything more to do with me." After you finished speaking, the hero was completely stunned, staring at you in disbelief. You find the hero's agonizing oppression amusing and silently reduce his death count by 1. In just 2 days, her emotions went from anxiety to despair, then to elation, and then back to despair again. Who could withstand that? Just as she was about to say something, you continued, "I'm sorry, hero. I'm in a state of utter confusion right now. Could you please leave? There's no need for Milia to continue her adventure with you. I'll teach her a lesson. Goodbye." The hero's words were cut off, leaving him extremely upset. After a long while, seeing your distressed oppression, the hero could only say, "I understand. I'll go back now." You should calm down. I'll only see you again in a while. As for what just happened, he paused for a moment before saying with great difficulty, I don't mind. God knows how much determination and willpower she needed to say those words. After all, who could accept seeing their boyfriend passionately kissing another woman? Hearing the hero's words, you weren't surprised at all. Although the hero said she didn't mind, she was probably extremely upset inside. And given the hero's personality, this was already considered a betrayal. Even if the hero didn't applaud now, she would eventually. Then, the hero went outside, but before leaving, she glared at Milia, warning her not to do anything out of line. However, Milia showed no fear whatsoever and didn't even glance at the hero. After being thoroughly angered, the hero finally left your room, leaving only you and Milia. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became eerily quiet. Then you said, I should have thought of that. I had some vague idea about your previous actions towards me, but I lied to myself and told myself that it was only because you treated me like an elder. Now, this matter has finally been epossed. Hearing your words, a hint of guilt flashed in Milia's eyes, and then she said, Teacher, I'm sorry, but no matter what, I will not give up. I have liked you for 21 years. From the day I hatched, I have had strong feelings for you. Could it be familial affection, not romantic love? You said bitterly. No, it's not familial love because I can feel that my feelings are a desire to be close to you, a desire to possess you. When I see you laughing and talking with other people, I go crazy. Milia said in a series of sentences. You listened intently to every word Milia said. If everything Milia said was true, then her feelings for you had almost reached a pathological level. Chapter 197. The target is the Demon King. Give me some time. I can't accept it right now. Upon hearing your words, Milia did not immediately agree. Instead, she came to your side and said, Teacher, I have endured for 21 years, but that does not mean I can endure for even one more minute. Upon hearing Milia's words, you paused for a moment, then asked, What do you want to do? Teacher, you're no match for me now, are you? Hearing Milia's words, you found it somewhat amusing. You hadn't revealed your true strength to Milia and the hero, and although Milia was only 21, her exceptional talent had already brought her level close to 100. Moreover, she possessed a natural emperor-level physique, meaning her strength was actually comparable to many emperor-level beings. It was normal for her to believe she was stronger than you. Upon hearing Milia's words, you didn't intend to reveal your strength. Instead, you said with a pained expression, Milia, how did you be like this? Teacher, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I be like this. It's just that I've always been like this. You look into Milia's deep eyes, unable to utter a single word. Then Milia whispered in your ear, It's all my fault. If you hadn't been so tempting, if you had realized my feelings sooner, if you had waited for me instead of accepting the hero, I wouldn't have revealed my true self. I'm like this now because of you, so you should be punished. Hearing Milia's voice, although your face showed shock, you remained indifferent. You even gave Milia's methods a score of 62 rudimentary, and her courage was rather low. If you were in Milia's position, the person lying on the bed would be suffocating by now. If you like something, be bold and don't worry about your own feelings. However, Milia clearly had no idea what you were thinking. Seeing your pained expression, she began to feel guilty. She now felt that what she had just said was somewhat excessive. After a long pause, you turned your head away and said with some difficulty, It's not impossible, but I hope our relationship is a normal one, not like it is now, which is somewhat inappropriate. Hearing your words, Milia was stunned for a moment, then revealed an expression of ecstasy. She actually realized that you were accommodating her because she knew that she held a very important place in your heart. Even if you didn't have romantic feelings for her, you would most likely still accommodate her, which is why she dared to be so unrestrained. However, her voice trembled with excitement as she said, Are you telling the truth? Teacher, of course, you're much more important to me than the hero. After all, we grew up together, and I miss you when you're not around. Although you tried your best to hide it, you could still hear the forced tone in your voice. You didn't intend to turn Milia into a true Yandere. Your goal in this simulation is to lure the Demon King. For someone like the Demon King, a captive plaything might be somewhat interesting, but it's far less interesting than destroying an angelic being. After all, Demons are more inclined to defile beautiful things. Hearing your answer, Milia was overjoyed. She immediately crawled into your bed and hugged you tightly. She had always fantasized about being able to be so intimate with you without any restraint, and now it had finally be true. However, you still felt a little uncomfortable with Milia's intimate actions. After an instinctive struggle, Milia hugged you even tighter, and you had no choice but to let her have her way. Then Milia seemed to remember something and said, "Teacher, what I just said wasn't what I really meant. I was just angry because my precious teacher was almost taken away by that annoying guy. It's okay, but our relationship will change from now on, so please don't call me teacher anymore." "Okay, Luo, is this all right?" "Okay, sure. But please give me some time to adjust. Don't get so intimate right away." Hearing your words, Milia nodded repeatedly. With such a joyous occasion today, she might even agree to eat shit if you asked her to. After luring the little fool away, you pondered that perhaps you could make some contact with the Demon King. Although you only obtained some textual information about the Demon King in the last simulation, you still gained some understanding of him. You were confident that if you made contact with the Demon King, you wouldn't suffer the same tragic end as in your previous life. However, if you want to win over the Demon Queen, you need to obtain more information. After all, a figure of the Demon Queen's caliber has lived for countless years, and it's not so easy to shake her resolve. But after hesitating for a while, you decided to give up on this plan. Your current strength is still a bit weak. It would be better to be slightly stronger when you make contact with the Demon Queen. For a while afterward, you and Milia acted like a normal couple, your relationship progressing rapidly. You seemed to have developed feelings for Milia, but you hadn't taken that step yet. A month later, Milia followed behind you, preparing to return to her room to rest. However, unlike before, you had just opened the door when you were suddenly slammed to the ground by a tremendous force, unable to move. You felt a familiar touch and hot breath from behind. You said in a slightly frightened voice, "What happened, Milia?" Upon hearing your voice, Milia stared intently at your snow-white neck, and then said, "Luo, are you stalling for time? Why are we already dating, but we're still only at the stage of holding hands? Don't you know how hard it is for me to endure?" No, I just don't want things to move too fast." "Oh, what does the teacher mean by not fast? How long will I have to wait?" As Milia spoke, she slipped her hand inside your clothes, feeling the cold touch. You sighed. Can't she change her dragon nature after all? Fine, give it to her. Feeling your slightly trembling body, Milia's oppression grew even more excited. She slammed the door shut, plunging the room into darkness. Then Milia bit your shoulder, like a predator biting the neck of a small herbivore. Chapter 198, Sinful Angel Mission Impairment. The next day, Milia lay on top of you, her face full of satisfaction. You look at Milia, who is being fought, her face flushed. To be honest, Milia's technique is quite poor, but it's okay. As Milia's good teacher, you will teach her well and help her mature, so she won't be as clumsy as before. Then Milia opened her eyes, looking at you with a mischievous grin. You gently tapped Milia's head, then turned her head away. Seeing your oppression, Milia couldn't help but smile. She especially liked your stubborn look and said with a smile, "Are you angry?" You didn't answer, nor did you look at her. Milia, just like when she was little, said in a coquettish tone, "I'm sorry, teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Seeing Milia's shameless behavior, just as you were about to scold her, you noticed the scratches on her back, which you had inflicted last night. You asked with some concern, "Does it hurt?" Seeing that you were concerned about her, Milia said with a grin, "Hee, it doesn't hurt." "Does it hurt?" she suddenly asked back. Hearing Milia's words, you imitated her actions from yesterday and bit down on Milia's snow-white shoulder. However, unlike Milia, whose bite yesterday was extremely aggressive, as if she wanted to devour you whole, you only lightly bit Milia's shoulder, leaving not even a mark, like being bitten by a kitten. Although your movements were gentle, they had a powerful impact on Milia, and she almost lost her posture. "You bit so hard. Do you think it hurts?" you said, pointing to the still healing wound on your shoulder after you gently bit down. Hearing your words, Milia smiled and said, "Then, teacher, you can bite back." I just bit back. Hearing your words, she thought of the kitten's licking and biting motion just now, and said, "Is this enough?" I'm afraid I'll bite you and hurt you." Milia paused for a moment upon hearing your words. Looking at the unambitious Milia, you're a little angry, but whenever you scold her, she whine and act spoiled, leaving you helpless. Of course, you're pretending to be helpless. After all, you have to maintain your persona. In the 28th year, your Sinful Angels project has cultivated a group of qualified sinful angels. You have begun to send all of these qualified sinful angels to a remote small principality, ordering them to seduce the corrupt officials of that principality and sell their souls. That same year, the plan proceeded very smoothly. In less than a year, you successfully acquired the souls of many high-ranking officials of the duchy. Even the king of that duchy has now signed a soul contract. In SI months, the agreed time with the king will arrive, and you will be able to collect his soul. The first mission apparent of the sinful angel went very smoothly, and you are very satisfied. However, this is also because the target duchy was very simple, which is why the mission was able to proceed so smoothly. However, you weren't careless. After these people pled their mission, you transferred some of the sinful angels to another principality to continue their missions. Just as you expected, these people who wield great power have souls of much higher quality than ordinary villains, and they are easily tempted by money. Their willpower isn't particularly strong. Since the start of the Sinful Angels project, your strength has increased at a much faster pace. If this continues, you might be able to reach the third stage of the sin of greed in this simulation. Thinking about this, you are very excited. During the day, you work hard to build your territory and cultivate. At night, you play games with Milia and check on the situation of the Sinful Angels organization. You're incredibly busy every day with no time to breathe, but you really enjoy this life because you can feel your abilities constantly improving each day. In your 30th year, your Sinful Angels organization has left its mark throughout 1 kingdom and 11 duchies, growing to a considerable size. Due to the unique nature of the soul contract, your Sinful Angels have yet to be epossed. Inside the underground palace of the hidden city, you wear a black demon mask and watch a handsome man kneeling before you report on his mission. Master, our organization, the Sinful Angels, has infiltrated the kingdom of Yifeng, established contact with Grand Duke Luo, and signed a contract with him. He intends to rebel. Hearing what the other person said, you nodded and then said, "Yes, well done. Keep it up. Report to me immediately if there are any unusual situations." Upon hearing your words, the man paused for a moment, then said, "Master, there is indeed an unusual situation." You say, "Yes, it's a small border country called the Duchy of Falling Stars. We found a very interesting prince in this small duchy. Although he is only SI years old, his strength has already reached the level of a leader. Logically speaking, humans are not magical beasts, so it is impossible for them to have such strength at such a young age." After the other person finished speaking, you paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something and said calmly, "I understand. Keep a close eye on this prince's movements from now on, and report his affairs to me immediately." "Yes, master." After doing all that, you returned to the top floor of the hidden city. However, as soon as you got back to your room, something pounced on you and knocked you to the ground. Without even looking, you knew who it was. For some reason, even after all these years, Milia still liked this kind of thing. She loved this predatory act of pouncing on you and pinning you to the ground. You turned around with difficulty, looked at Milia, who was already impatient in front of you, and tapped her on the head with some anger. You're only this enthusiastic when you're doing this kind of thing. Why aren't you this enthusiastic when you're cultivating? Teacher, even if I don't cultivate, my progress is still very fast. Can't you just let me have some fun tonight? No. Nothing I say will work today. Teacher, I want it. You think I'll just give you what you want? What if I insist on having it? Then I absolutely have to give it to you. Don't force me to resort to force. Chapter 199, Sith Prince Norm. The next morning, Milia opened her eyes and looked at you, pale-faced and still asleep. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Shortly after you opened your eyes, it changed a glance with Milia, and then reached out to put your arms around her neck. It was rare for you to take the initiative like this. Just as Milia was about to do something, you said, "Milia, I'm going to leave the territory for a while. During this time, you have to help me manage the territory well, okay?" Hearing your words, Milia paused for a moment, then said, "Where are you going? I want to go with you." "Stop fooling around, Milia. You are the person I trust the most. I will only feel at ease leaving Hidden City in your hands after I leave. Right now, you are the only one in the territory with this ability. You know that. But, there are no buts. Milia, I really need your help this time." "All right then, but I want payment." Hearing Milia's words, you kissed her and said, "Is this the kind of reward you want?" "Yes, but that's not enough," Milia said solemnly. After much pleading and cajoling, Milia finally agreed. 4 days later, you set off for the Falling Star Kingdom to see for yourself what that peculiar prince was like. Soon, you arrived at the Duchy of Falling Stars. Upon reaching its outskirts, you immediately sensed the poverty of the duchy. It was more like a large town than a duchy. With its crumbling city walls, emaciated residents, and dilapidated buildings on the verge of collapse, it's hard to believe that such an impoverished principality still exists. No wonder they say this duchy's faith in angels is beyond that of ordinary people. Of course it is. They're so poor, they live on this little bit of faith. As you pondered this, you entered the duchy. You had only concealed your dragon horns and tail. You hadn't changed your appearance. The moment you entered, you were stared at by a large number of residents. They had never seen such a beautiful person in their lives. Some even thought it was a legendary angel descended. Before long, a little girl with patches on her dress walked towards you and said, "Big brother, are you the legendary angel?" Hearing the girl's words, you smiled and shook your head. Many girls who were secretly watching you blushed after seeing your smile. You said softly, "Little friend, I'm not an angel, just an ordinary traveler. Angels have a pair of snow-white wings, but look, I don't have any." After hearing your words, the little girl nodded after a long pause, and then said, "So Big Brother isn't an angel, but he's just as handsome as an angel." You chuckled slightly at the little girl's praise, gave her some candy, and let her go. You then began to stroll around the city, being the center of attention wherever you went. However, few people approached you to greet you like the little girl had done before, and you didn't do anything particularly special. Soon, you arrived at the royal palace of the Falling Star Kingdom. Calling it a palace was a stretch. It was really just a large wooden building. It was the first time you'd ever seen such an unimpressive palace. You could faintly hear the sounds of children training ing from within. So you flew into the air, glanced at the children training in the yard, and quickly focused your gaze on a child with blonde hair, a cute appearance, but yielding the aura of a leader. The next second, a black magic orb appears in your hand. Just as you're about to kill the child, you quickly hallucinate a scene where the child, after death, transforms into an angel and kills you. "I've found you," you thought to yourself, and then you checked into a nearby hotel. The next day, you got your wish and bumped into the prince outside the palace. Norm was very surprised to see you. It was the first time he had ever seen such a handsome person in the world. Perhaps because you were a reincarnated angel, Norm wasn't afraid of you at all and walked straight towards you. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" "You're Prince Norm, right?" "You know me?" Norm was very surprised to hear this. "Yes, my purpose in ing to the Duchy of Falling Stars this time is for the Sith Prince." "For me," Norm said in great surprise. "Yes, Prince Norm's talent is amazing. It's such a waste for him to stay in such a small duchy. If you study with me, your talent will be fully displayed. Then how will you prove you can teach me?" Norm didn't believe anything you said. You smiled upon hearing Norm's words, and then Norm was horrified to see a cluster of dragon horns appear above your head. "You are a dragon. Now, Prince Norm, do you think I'm qualified to teach you?" Hearing your words, Norm nodded. Dragons on the continent are creatures of both good and evil. Although Norm had heard many legends of evil dragons since childhood, he had also heard many stories of dragons and heroes. He felt that you probably weren't that kind of evil dragon. Mainly, you don't look like one, and besides, if you really were, you would have attacked their duchy long ago. "Well, Prince Norm, are you interested in learning from me? I have mastered a small portion of the knowledge in this world. If you follow me, I can teach you things that you could never finish learning in your entire life." You attended the invitation again, and this time, Norm hesitated for a moment before saying, "I need to ask my father and mother if they agree." "Okay, you can go back now. I'll have somebody to visit again in a few days." "All right." With that, Norm left, but before he did, he glanced back at you his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Perhaps he too longed to leave this duchy and make his mark. A few days later, you sent the sinful angels with a large amount of gold coins to the duchy of Falling Stars to meet the king. A handsome young man stood before the king of the Falling Star Kingdom and said calmly, "Your Majesty, this is the situation. If your Sith prince were to visit our country, we could help improve the lives of your princes. As you can see, these gold coins are our token of sincerity." Upon hearing the other party's words, the king of the Falling Star Kingdom looked at the cartload of gold coins before him, then recalled what Norm had told him 2 days prior. Chapter 200, the 40th year. After some deliberation, the king finally agreed. The duchy's finances were indeed in dire straits, and keeping a child like Norm in their duchy would be a waste. Now that a powerful force was attending an olive branch, it was a great thing for both Norm and the duchy. Yes, I've already heard about this. Norm himself is interested, but it seems that the dragon didn't eat today. Well, Master has some things to take care of today, so he asked us to take Prince Norm back. Very well then. After all, they're a powerful dragon race. They must have many things to do, the king said understandingly, appearing very knowledgeable and reasonable. Of course, it would have been even better if his eyes had never left the cart of gold coins. Afterwards, your men easily took Norm away. Norm sat in the carriage leaving the duchy, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, you've returned to the hidden city, quietly awaiting Nom's arrival. You're curious how this reincarnated angel would react if he grew up among a group of benevolent magical beasts and, after awakening his memories, discovered that the person he was meant to kill was his own mentor. A week later, Norm arrived at Hidden City. Upon reaching the city gates, he was awestruck by their magnificent appearance. Having lived in the small duchy of Falling Stars, he had never imagined that city walls could be so imposing. Seeing Norm's shocked expression, the handsome young man who had brought him there smiled and said, "Come in. This is where you will live from now on, and Mr. Goblin is the master of this city." Hearing the young man's words, Norm was stunned. He had known you were powerful, but he hadn't expected you to be the master of this city. When he finally entered, he still had that blank expression on his face. You watched Norm from a distance, and a slight smile couldn't help but rise on your face. Afterwards, Norm became your last disciple. You painstakingly taught him, knowing that Norm would progress much faster in learning divine skills than in learning ordinary skills, but naturally you couldn't teach him that way. Instead, he teaches Norm his most evil and darkest abilities. You'll soon discover that Norm is also incredibly talented at learning these evil and dark skills. However, as time goes by, Norm B is increasingly tormented. In the 31st year, the now-grown Norm said to you, "Teacher, I feel that my current powers are very evil and dark, and I don't want to have these abilities." Hearing Norm's words, you turned to look at him and said, "Why wouldn't you want it? Isn't this power powerful enough?" "No, it is extremely powerful, but it is also evil." "Ha ha, Norm, in this world, there are no evil forces, only evil people. It doesn't matter what attribute of power you use, as long as the user doesn't have malicious intentions." You said, demonstrating your ordinary demonic power, of course. Sensing the extremely evil power emanating from you, Norm was filled with disbelief, for in his eyes, you were arguably the very best person in the world. "So, Norm, now that I possess such power, do you think I'm a bad person?" You asked, looking at Norm with a tense expression. Hearing your words, Norm noticed your tense expression. Realizing something, he quickly said, "No, Teacher is the best person I have ever met in this world. I understand, Teacher. Power has no distinction between good and evil. The only difference is the person who uses it. I will study hard from now on and use this powerful force to do the right thing." Yes, good boy. In the 40th year, Norm is 19 years old, but his level has reached the peak of the king level, and his strength far exceeds that of a normal emperor level. Your level has now reached 130, advancing to the emperor level, the devouring dragon emperor, whose bat power is equally astonishing. Although your level is still not high, your skills are already ridiculously numerous. All the demon generals ranked outside the top 10 are no match for you. In the same year, after pletting the task you assigned, Norm returned to the hidden city. "Teacher, I have killed all the monsters you asked me to kill. Are there any other tasks?" "Well, Norm, you're 19 now, and your strength has reached a certain level. It's time to move on to the next stage. Upon hearing your words, Norm instantly perked up. However, after you announced the mission, Norm stared at you in disbelief, argued with you for a long time, and finally left the palace dejectedly. Outside the palace, Norm encountered Milia, who was on her way to find you. Upon seeing Milia, Norm forced herself to be cheerful and asked, "Senior Milia, are you here to see the teacher?" Hearing the title teacher sounded slightly jarring to Milia. After all, it used to be the exclusive title between you and her, and now this brat was calling you teacher too. It was hard for her to be happy. However, seeing Norm's distraught appearance, she was still very curious. After all, in her memory, Norm had always been a sunny and cheerful person. "What's wrong? Did Arrow scold you? Why are you so distraught?" Hearing Milia's words, Norm was somewhat surprised. He knew that this woman, his teacher's wife, had never liked him and rarely gave him a kind look. Today, she was unusually showing concern for him. Afterwards, Nam revealed the task you gave him. Now Milia finally understands why Nam looked so dejected. It was because the task you gave him was to kill someone. "Norm, do you know what kind of person your teacher asked you to kill this time?" Hearing Milia's words, Norm shook his head. Seeing Norm's oppression, the next second, Milia transformed into a giant dragon and said, "Come on my back. Rather than telling you, I'd rather you see it for yourself." "Oh, okay." As they spoke, Nam, carried by Milia, arrived at the territory of a human lord. "The person your teacher asked you to hunt is in here. Take a look and you'll understand why your teacher asked you to kill him." "Okay." Then, Norm looked carefully down at the manor and quickly noticed that it was ornately decorated, with clean streets and servants chatting and laughing as they worked.